On my way delivering takeout, I kindly helped an old man who fell down, but to my surprise, he repaid my kindness with ingratitude by insisting on marrying his unattractive granddaughter to me. However, after the Civil Affairs Bureau incident, his granddaughter never appeared again. But the old man saw me working hard delivering takeout and introduced me to a security guard job. What I didn't expect was that the stunning female boss of the company turned out to be my wife. At this time, Yen Mingyu had just returned to the country and was preparing to select a driver from the many security guards. Each tall security guard stood tall, with a passionate look introducing themselves. Unfortunately, Yen Dai always frowned. So many excellent security guards could not satisfy her. Until she heard me shout out the name, she appeared a little confused. A year ago, she married a man who delivered takeout while dressed as an ugly person, vaguely remembering that the other party was called this name. But the impression was too vague. She could no longer remember what her husband looked like. I stood in a standard military posture with clear eyes. Chi Nhu, retired from the reconnaissance battalion for 5 years, won the first place in the district martial arts competition. People in Huagua have a natural sense of trust in the military from top to bottom, and Yen Mingyu is no exception. As for my name, she didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, there are many people with the same name and surname. Taking her eyes off me, she instructed the female secretary beside her to prepare a desk for me, adjust the salary and treatment according to the S-level employees, and the female secretary in a tight skirt first asked the security guards accept me to leave. Then she arranged my position opposite Yen Mingyu's office, generously extending her hand to me. I am called Su Meng, and from now on, we are partners. She is responsible for assisting Yen Mingyu's work, while I am responsible for ensuring Yen Mingyu's safety. I lightly held hands with the female secretary and then turned and went downstairs to the security department. When my colleagues saw me, they were both envious and jealous. The treatment of S-level, just the basic salary is 50,000, and I can eat and drink with the beautiful boss every day. For a while, the security department was filled with the sound of grinding teeth. After completing the handover procedures, I returned to the assistant's office upstairs. There was a cup of coffee that Su Meng had brewed for me on the desk. After finishing the coffee, we will go out. Yen wants to inspect a project at the construction site. A few minutes later, Yen Mingyu walked out of the office. Her dark long hair was pinned up, and her snow-white slender neck was exposed, giving her a dignified and elegant look. Su Meng gave me a wink, and we both immediately stood up and followed Yen Mingyu into the elevator. Along the way, I kept my eyes and ears open, and the car was driving smoothly and steadily. Not to mention that Yen Mingyu has a net worth of billions. Just her face that brings disaster to the country, and the people can attract many people's covetous eyes. This is my first day protecting the female boss, and I don't want to make any mistakes. Upon arriving at the construction site, I didn't immediately open the car door for Yen Mingyu, but quickly got out of the car to confirm safety before jogging to open the back door. Yen Mingyu and the person in charge of the construction site discussed issues related to the project, with each sentence focusing on the key points and being very professional. Su Meng was standing beside her, quickly recording with a notebook and pen, while I stood 2 meters behind them, my body slightly tense, like a cheetah ready to pounce in case of danger. An hour later, the inspection finally ended. On the way back, Yen Mingyu's private phone rang. Grandpa. Her voice answering the phone was very soft, completely different from the cold tone at the company. The voice on the other end of the phone was an old and imposing voice. Mingyu, how can you go abroad for a year without contacting your husband? How can he not worry? Once our children are married, there is no talk of divorce. Why don't you bring your husband over tonight and have dinner with this old man? Yen Mingyu fell silent for a few seconds before reluctantly agreeing. Before hanging up the phone, her grandfather specifically reminded her to be gentle and dress nicely when meeting people, not to be cold like an ice cube. Put down the phone and feel a little confused. How did I end up with such a great grandfather? Could it be that the other party is the grandfather's real grandson? And I just picked it up on the side of the road. She has never been in love, and she really has no experience in this area. So she asked for advice from her friend Su Meng. Su Meng looked at her long and straight legs and suggested, Yen Dai, your legs are so long, wearing high heels must be very feminine. Yen Mingyu nodded slightly. Her tone seemed a bit unnatural. Okay, fine. Later her gaze turned to me, who was driving intently. You work overtime tonight and help me drive. I am Yen Mingyu's safety assistant, naturally responsible for her safety. But I glanced at the rearview mirror and asked, Yen Dai, where are you going tonight? Yen Mingyu looked down at her phone. Grandpa had already sent the rental address of that husband, in the central village of Shiqing district. At the words, my expression became more serious. Yen Dai, can't you go? I am very clear about where I live. The alleys of the urban village are like a maze, and the composition of people is mixed. The risk of going there for wealthy and beautiful people like Yan Mingyu can be imagined. It's not. Yan Mingyu shook his head. Hearing my serious tone, she instantly understood that it was a dangerous place, and her feelings for her husband were far from being strong enough to make her throw caution to the wind. I pondered for a moment and suggested that Yan Mingyu could invite the person out. Su Mang also echoed on the side. The safety of Yan Dai is the top priority. Before, all my attention was on driving, so I didn't catch the conversation between Yan Mingyu and her grandfather clearly, and as a bodyguard, I wouldn't deliberately listen. Alright, let's talk about it later. Yan Mingyu gently closed her eyes. There were still too many things for her to handle at the company. After returning to the company and having a simple working meal, Yan Mingyu immediately held a high-level meeting without stopping. I followed closely behind her, sincerely admiring the efforts of this beautiful female boss. It wasn't until the company's employees started to clock out in the evening that my tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. Su Mang waved to me and walked out of the assistant's office. In the evening, Yan Dai was going to have a date with her husband, which had nothing to do with me, her little secretary. Shortly after, Yan Mingyu, looking a bit tired, also walked out and asked me to drive to her residential area to pick her up at 7:40 in the evening. After watching Yan Mingyu enter the elevator, I rode my electric scooter back to the urban village. I left my phone on the bed and took a shower first. At this moment, the phone on the bed vibrated. A stranger asked me to meet at the Marriott Hotel. My roommate Su Peng shouted at me, "Boss, someone is inviting you to have dinner at a 5-star hotel." What? Dinner at a hotel? It's a scam message, isn't it? Delete it for me. Shin, you didn't hear it too well, much less think much about it. He's a security guard. He has no relatives or friends in East China Sea. Who would invite himself to a luxury hotel? Oh. Su Peng deleted the text message from Yan Mingyu. Afterward, he helped Shin Yu make a bucket of instant noodles and put it on the table before whistling out the door. 7:30. Shin Yu appeared at the third door of the Shangjiang mansion on time. It's all single-family houses here, and any one of them is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Seeing the security guards at the entrance, who had been looking at him vigilantly, Shin Yu stood far away from the road and waited. A few minutes later, Yan Mingyu, who had a black sweater, a short cashmere skirt, and slender legs still wearing stockings, walked out. Long, dark hair splashed with ink and draped softly over her shoulders. A little less high and strong in the company. A little more urban beauty, charming. Fashion. Pop. The security guard at the gate saluted and then got an extra piggy look on his face. To the Marriott. Yan Mingyu handed Shin Yu the car keys. Aha! Yan Mingyu's outfit tonight made her really feminine and looked a lot more approachable. However, Shin Yu was well aware of his status as a small follower of a family. Along the way, all concentrated on driving. Yan Mingyu did not speak. He did not go looking for a topic. Upon arrival at the hotel, Yan Mingyu told Shin Yu to wait in his car and walked into the front door of the opulent hotel alone. Little by little, time passes. Yan Mingyu, who was in the box, gradually became cold and impatient, constantly looking at the wristwatch. When the hands pointed to 8:30, she stood up and walked out of the box. The first date, the other party to play disappear, left her heart very disgusted. Besides, the two of them were already about as close to strangers as you can get, so naturally they didn't want to waste any more time. Walking out of the hotel, he sat in the car Shin Yu had been waiting for, his face expressionless. Go home. Yes. Shin Yu nodded. As he fires up the car, he glances in the rearview mirror, and the beautiful boss has a furrowed brow, cold breath, and is clearly in a bad mood. Only, Shin Yu rarely dealt with women, plus the heavenly difference in status. It made him not know what to say at all. And after a moment of silence, he focused on driving back to the Balsam mansion. Only then did the coldness dissipate from Yan Mingyu's body, and she faintly commanded, "Tomorrow morning at 7:30, come pick me up." With that, striding his long legs, he walked into the neighborhood. Phew, finally off work. Shin Yu exhaled, locked his car and rode back to the city center village. Seeing that Su Peng hadn't come back yet, I called him. Big head. Still on your date? I closed the door. The key is in the usual place. Hey, boss, I'm at the hotel. I'll be exchanging with Lily Kunzite Art later. Su Peng finished, and feel that this is a bit hurt single dog boss. Snapped, I think it is better to contact your marriage certificate on that wife. Do not want to with you on the marriage divorced. Re-find a sister, otherwise a big man. Every day so suffocated. How difficult. I didn't even leave a phone number in the first place. Where am I going to find someone? Okay, take care of yourself. Shin Yu hung up the phone after he finished speaking in a depressed manner. Since the license, the registered wife has disappeared. However, Old Man Yang didn't treat himself badly and introduced himself to such a good job. Therefore, Shin Yu had no intention of seeking a divorce from his granddaughter for the time being. Day 2. Xinyu waited at the third door of the Xiangzhang mansion at 7:10. 7:30. Yan Mingyu walked out the door on time. A tweed coat over a fitted professional suit. Long and slender, with a powerful aura. Mr. Yan. In the first instance, Xinyu helped Yan Mingyu open the car door. Thanks. After resting for the night, Yan Mingyu had already forgotten about last night's unpleasantness and resumed her usual nobility and elegance. To the company. When Su Meng prepared the breakfast, she also prepared one for Xinyu. While eating, slightly stretching her neck, her palm-sized melon face carried a bit of gossip. How is Mr. Yan's husband, handsome or not? Xinyu glanced at the frosted glass door of Yan Mingyu's office before asking. The person that General Manager Yan wanted to see last night, was her husband? Or what? Suman rolled her eyes in a nice white look. Not sure. I'll wait in the car. It's just that Mr. Yan seemed, last night, to be in a bad mood. Xinyu shook his head. The heart secretly wondered how the female boss, who was rich and had a face, could have a husband in the middle of a city village. Could it be that his husband is that big brother on the road? There is a nightclub in the middle of the city village. Rumor has it that it is run by a big brother on the road. Whenever night falls, luxury cars are parked in front of the nightclub. It's not too much of a stretch to describe the income each night as a day's worth of money. Otherwise, who else is good enough for her in the middle of the city? That's a pity. Mr. Yan's husband is quite mysterious. No one has seen his real face after being married for so long. Alright, I'll send in today's schedule plan for Mr. Yan. Su Meng playfully spat out her tongue and walked towards Yan Mingyu's office. Not long after, Su Meng accompanied Yan Mingyu out and asked Xinyu to drive and go to Lanqingde Chemical to talk about a business deal. Within a short time, 3 individuals came to the door of President Lan Xian's office. The door was opened by a short-haired, 40-something woman with peach eyes that looked a little seductive. Mr. Yan. Mr. Lan. The two women bosses politely sat down and started drinking tea and talking business. After almost talking, President Lan Xian glanced at Xinyu, who stood as straight as a gun behind Yan Mingyu, and smiled charmingly. Giggle. Or Yan always picks bodyguards with a good eye. You have to pick this kind of small stomach. Xinyu today wears a black suit. Open. Can vaguely see under the white bottom shirt, a piece of abdominal muscle traces. Oh, Mr. Lang, how's that? Yan Mingyu asked casually. Cluck. Small-minded chicken Lana. President Lan Xian's wheels pressed directly on Yan Mingyu's face. Yan Mingyu was a bit embarrassed. She had heard that President Lan Xian had a messy private life, but she wasn't like that herself. Mr. Yan, how about we make a deal? When President Lan Xian saw that Yan Mingyu did not say anything, she looked at Xinyu with eyes that were even hotter. Mr. Lan, you say? Yan Mingyu nodded. LOL. President Lan Xian stood up and walked in front of Xinyu, as if sizing up a cupboard of merchandise. For this contract, I'll let you have another 5 percentage points. How about you lend him to me for a couple of months, and return him to you once you've had enough fun? TSK. This thick eyebrows. This muscle. It's fierce at first sight. Saying that, President Lan Xian even put her hand on Qinyu's sturdy pecs. Hiccup. Qinyu felt absurd and even felt a little humiliated. No matter how humble you are, you're still a 7-foot man, aren't you? A plaything in the eyes of President Lansing? After a flash of anger in her eyes, she took a slight step back, and President Lan Xian's hand then slid down after her, scraping the necklace on Qinyu's chest. There was a wolf's tooth. Very sharp. It was given to him by the captain of the Wolverine Special Forces when he was in the military camp, and Xinyu had always carried it with him. Ouch! My hand! President Lan Xian let out a cry of pain, and her right hand, which was maintained to be white and tender, had an additional bloodied wound. What are you hiding from, you stinking bodyguard? President Lan Xian's face changed drastically and she slapped him. Pop! Xinyu saw that he had injured the other party, and was very nervous in his heart, fearing that Yan Mingyu would fire himself because he had messed up this hundreds of millions of dollars of business. It's back to the days of getting up early and working hard to make deliveries. As he froze, he received a solid slap on the face. Mr. Lan. Yan Mingyu stood up and looked at her lightly. Are you thinking that our 4Cs group relies on selling out its employees to gain benefits? Mr. Yan, this is none of your business. President Lan Xian was getting angry, and after waving her hand, her eyes were like knives staring at Xinyu. Today, this stinking bodyguard, either kneel down and apologize to me, either that, I will find someone to waste one of his hands. Me. Xinyu's face turned red as he held his tongue, but in his heart, he understood that President Lan Xian's status was so honorable, and if he hurt her, he was afraid that he would not be able to get away without paying a small price. Ha! The corner of Yan Mingyu's mouth gently hooked. Her voice was breezy. Not the slightest fluctuation of emotions could be heard. Du Lanxin. Xinyu is my bodyguard. That means he's my man. Try touching him. Mr. Yen. President Lan Xian's face changed when she saw Yan Mingyu calling her full name. Originally, she thought that Xinyu was just a small bodyguard and it would be easy for her to clean him up. Unexpectedly, Yan Mingyu had personally come down to back him up. She had to weigh up whether it was worth it to offend Yan Mingyu just to get out of the way. Thinking of this, President Lan Xian immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Yen. I spoke a little too much just now. Mr. Lan, you should apologize to him. People, whether noble or mediocre, dignity is priceless. Yan Mingyu pointed at Xinyu. President Lan Xian's face was a bit ugly. Apologizing to Yan Mingyu was just a matter of apologizing. She was quite a bit higher than her segment and there was no shame in spreading the word. But what is Xinyu? Just a dog beside Yan Mingyu. Apologize to him. Don't you want to lose face yourself? Mr. Yen. No need. Yan Mingyu giving herself a head start made Xinyu already very touched. Where else would he dare to make President Lan Xian apologize? Yan Mingyu didn't say anything, just looked at President Lan Xian with an icy gaze. Okay, I apologize. Mr. Chin. I'm sorry. President Lan Xian gritted her teeth and forced by Yan Mingyu's strong pressure, she still apologized to Xinyu. Just the slightest rise and fall of her chest made it obvious that she was unsettled. Alright, Mr. Lan, let's talk about signing the contract later. Xinyu. Su Meng. Go. Yan Mingyu withdrew her gaze from President Lan Xian, lightly dropped a sentence, and left. Xinyu and Su Meng immediately followed them out. Into the elevator. Xinyu looked at Yan Mingyu's flawless side face and his voice was a bit hoarse. Mr. Yen. Thank you. Thanks for what? I told you. Dignity is priceless. Yan Mingyu finished lightly and added. What's more, like Su Meng, you represent the company with your words and actions. By defending you, I am also defending the face of the company. Mr. Yen, it's our good fortune to have a boss like you. Su Meng also moved to say. Today, it was Xinyu who was humiliated. Then what if next time, it was himself who was humiliated? Su Meng, Xinyu, you guys remember, as long as you are employees of the company for one day, then the one who backs you up is the entire 4Cs group. Ding dong. The elevator door opened just as Yan Mingyu's words fell. A sweaty deliveryman, wearing yellow clothes, trotted in. With a Bluetooth headset, he kept accompanying carefully. Excuse me, I'm at Lanxin Daycare. I'll rush to your neighborhood right away. To the garage. The delivery man jogged again, found his little trolley, and sped out of the garage with the wind. It's not easy being a takeaway man. I order takeout. And even if they're a few minutes late, I won't say anything. Su Meng couldn't help but lament. Yan Mingyu gently pursed her lips. A year ago, he and the husband license. He is wearing a yellow takeout clothes. Only, no matter how much I recalled, I could never remember his face. He didn't play missing last night, but he was too busy delivering groceries to see that message from himself? Thinking of this, Yan Mingyu decided to go to the village again in a while, and have a good chat with that husband. As far as safety is concerned, it's easy, just dress plain and play the ugly girl again. The next few days, Yan Mingyu is getting busier by the day. It's a deadlock with Lanxin Jihua, and you have to find a new channel provider to work with. Xinyu, as a driver and bodyguard, felt tired but fulfilled, until a small piece of news that began to circulate in the 4Cs group, saying that between Yan Mingyu and Xinyu, there was an improper relationship. Otherwise why was he the only one chosen out of so many A-grade security guards? Old, wife of a father-in-law. Who's making up this rumor? This message, which came into Xinyu, behind his ears, he was angry and upset. He was worried that because of himself, he had ruined Yan Mingyu's reputation. At the same time, he was also worried that now that rumors were spreading, would Yan Mingyu fire himself? Xinyu, guess what I'm holding in my hand? Su Meng raised the folder in her hand after walking out of Yan Mingyu's office. I don't know. Xinyu shook his head, a bit distracted. The company is firing a few people. Here's the list. Someone winked, mystified. I'll be up there too. Xinyu's expression was bitter. Where can I find such a good job when I'm still in debt and fired? Oh, you work so hard. How could Mr. Yen fire you? It's Chan Bin, and a vice president. After Su Meng finished smiling, she glanced around and continued. I'll pass you another video. It's absolutely awesome. Aha! Xinyu sighed in relief. His rice bowl was finally saved. Read it and delete it. Su Meng's white thin fingers tapped a few times on the cell phone, and walked out of the office holding the folder. What video? After Xinyu opened his cell phone, It turned out to be a video of President Lon Xin and the Vice President of the Four Seas Group going to a hotel room. The point is, both parties have families. Once the video is exposed, not only will they lose face, but their family will be in an uproar, right? After watching the video, Xinyu subconsciously glanced at Yen Mingyu's tightly closed office door. This kind of video, who else could get it but her? It seems that underneath her charming face, she hides a murderous and decisive heart. Evening. Xinyu clocked out of work. Yen Mingyu has been driving home by herself for the past few days. Not long after, Xinyu returned to the rental house. Just as he reached the door, he heard inside a juvenile sound. This big head. He even saved money for a room. Xinyu shook his head breathlessly. Why don't you just take a trip to the bank and transfer the money you've recently saved to your creditors? Half an hour later, a slender figure appeared at the door of the rental house, with black-rimmed glasses, a duck-tongued hat, and a few conspicuous freckles on his face. Glancing over at the yellow takeout clothes drying in the yard, before gritting her teeth, she gently snapped the door. Knock knock. Coming. A man in a tank top and large pants opened the door and looked at the woman in the doorway suspiciously. You are. Yen Mingyu tried to overlap this man with the appearance of her husband in her memory. Nah. All he could remember at the time was the other guy's conspicuous yellow takeout outfit. There was a moment of silence before she asked sideways. Yard outfit. Yours? Aha. The man nodded. That's it. It seems that he is his husband. Yen Mingyu looked in front of her. And stranger-like husband. Just wanted to say to find a place to eat and talk. A woman's voice sounded in the room. Big head. Who is it? Then, a girl with a clean-cut look, wearing a loose t-shirt that showed two big white legs, took the man's arm. You guys. Yen Mingyu's eyes gently narrowed a bit, carrying a bit of coldness. Ha, it's only been a year. And this husband can't wait to find someone else? Hey, who the hell are you? When the clean-cut girl saw Yen Mingyu's gaze, it was cold as if she could freeze to death. Yeah, do we know each other? Su Pang was also puzzled. To him, Yen Mingyu was definitely an unfamiliar face after dressing up. Sorry, I got the wrong guy. Yen Mingyu, a little self-deprecating, did not expect that this husband not only find another new love, but also did not recognize himself. The funny thing is that on the way here, I was thinking of telling him who I really was if he would be willing to join him and make this marriage work. Let him enter the Four Seas Group, start working from the bottom, and finally, together with himself, take charge of this company worth hundreds of billions of dollars. I guess it's all in your head. Yen Mingyu was laughing bitterly in her heart. This marriage began inexplicably and ended inexplicably. With a deep look at the intimate man and woman in the doorway, he turned and walked out of the yard. Big head. This woman is so strange. It seems like here, it's a bit abnormal. Chenli pointed to her head. Well, this woman shouldn't be too young, and she's average looking, so if she doesn't have a man to moisturize her for a long time, she'll definitely be prone to problems. Su Peng scraped his chin and analyzed. What about your boss? You don't say. He's always been single and alone. There's nothing wrong with him too, is there? Su Peng was a big mouth, and didn't talk about Qingyu in front of his girlfriend. Well, when the boss comes back, I have to have a good chat with him. His wife, who just disappeared after the wedding, is a waste of my boss's youth. Su Peng nodded and stretched his neck to look outside the courtyard, his face more than a little lewd. Hey, let's go. Let's change the pattern while the boss is still back. Bummer. You're a teddy. Chenli twisted the soft flesh on Su Peng's waist and half-pushed into the next room. The night bar. Yen Mingyu returned to her original appearance after removing her makeup in the bathroom. Skinny face. Still cold and beautiful. He pressed the brim of his hat before going to the outside booth, took out his cell phone and dialed a number called Major Shareholder. Hello, baby? On the other side of the phone, a magnetic imperial voice came. Come out and drink with me. Yen Mingyu's voice was a bit bitter. She never dreamed that she would become a second-hand woman so soon. Granted, there's no emotional foundation with that dog man, but the marriage license is real. He betrayed himself. Why keep him if he doesn't get a divorce? Okay, baby, send the location. Makoto agreed cheerfully. A few moments later, a figure with long hair and standard S-curves walked into the bar. Tight jeans that curved her hips and outlined them like the full moon in the sky. Otherwise, Yen Mingyu wouldn't have noted her as a major shareholder. Hi. Lu Xiaoxia waved her little hand and walked over to Yen Mingyu, looking her up and down. Baby, you are getting prettier and prettier. You'd better call me by my name. Otherwise, people will suspect that we both have orientation problems. Yen Mingyu cried and laughed. Baby, haven't you ever heard the saying that heterosexuality is only for reproduction and homosexuality is true love? Lu Xiaoxia propped her hands on the desktop, her body concave out an enchanting undulating curve. Her voice foxy said, Okay, I can't talk you out of it. Order some wine. Yan Mingyu rolled her eyes, afraid that this bosom friend would say even more powerful words about tigers and wolves. Pop dudes, 2 margaritas. Lu Xiaoxia sat back down on the couch and snapped her fingers at the waiter. Yes, ma'am. The waiter's little heart, too, beat twice as Lu Xiaoxia lurched somewhere. Pure and natural. Absolutely natural. The waiter turned and gulped before making his way to the bar. By the way, honey, how are you and your husband doing? Lu Xiaoxia asked, raising her willow eyebrows. The two were girlfriends who had nothing to talk about, and she knew about Yan Mingyu's marriage to a takeaway boy a year ago. Only, she recently in the provincial city of large hospitals for further study. Not in the East China Sea. The two talents did not small gathering. Prepare for divorce. Yan Mingyu said in a calm tone. That's right, baby. How can a delivery boy be good enough for you? When her best friend wants a divorce, Lu Xiaoxia is all for it with both hands. The difference in status between the two is so great that they will never be happy if they are barely together. I'm getting a divorce, not because of his status as a delivery boy. Rather, it's that he has a woman. If Yan Mingyu really disliked the other guy for being a takeout boy, she wouldn't have married him. If the other person is loyal, motivated and of good character, she is still willing to live with him for the rest of her life. Only, the other guy cheated on me. That's something that no random woman can accept. Ha, crap. Give me the address of that scumbag and I'll take a scalpel and castrate him tomorrow. Lu Xiaoxia gritted her teeth and held for her best friend. Well, Xiao. He saved my grandfather after all. Let's consider it too clear. Yan Mingyu frowned her willow brows and said, Grandpa doesn't know that his husband is cheating on him. After all, he was the one who made the marriage possible, and I'm afraid he'll be very disappointed when he finds out. Okay, baby, to celebrate your return to singleness, let's get drunk tonight. Aha! Yan Mingyu nodded. The stress of her job and the frustration of her relationship made her want to get good and drunk too. Miss, your margarita. At this time, the waiter delivered the cocktail ordered by Lu Xiaoxia. Cheers! The two girlfriends started drinking. Gradually, the empty glasses on the table became more and more numerous. The two beauties' faces were flushed and they were both intoxicated as well. Bow. There are some men over there, staring at us all the time. Lu Xiaoxia slaved her sultry, wet little mouth. Then I'll call my bodyguard. Yan Mingyu was also a bit high from drinking, but still remained vigilant. A couple of the men who had been staring at them, big and thick with big gold chains, were not good people at first glance. Well, I'd like to see what a man who can be your personal bodyguard looks like, Willow said with a spray of alcohol. She knew this bosom friend too well. Her vision was not generally picky, and the man who could be chosen by her to be her bodyguard was definitely not ordinary. Come on to the night bar. After Qin Yu's call was connected, Yan Mingyu said with a big tongue. Yes, Qin Yu responded. Big brother, that pretty girl called and told someone to come and get it. It's close to the town center. Take them there. It's useless for the police to come. Go. A few strong men didn't want to miss the fat meat in their mouths, and with an evil light in their eyes, they walked over towards Yan Mingyu's table. Honey, it's my fault for arguing with you, and you shouldn't be here drinking. A burly man said fondly to Yan Mingyu. It takes brains to be a badass these days. If you move your hands right away, you're sure to be a target. However, it's not the same for the young couple to be in conflict. Who's your wife? Yan Mingyu coldly swept a glance at the strong man. Better not get any ideas. Her bodyguard will be here soon. Lu Xiaoxia also warned with a cold face. Honey, I've admitted my mistake. What more do you want? Stop drinking. Let's go home and talk about what's going on. The strong man reached out his hand to help Yan Mingyu's arm. Fuck off. Yan Mingyu rubbed up and kicked his opponent in the shin of his calf. There's only a thin layer of skin here, and if you get kicked in the face, it can hurt like hell. Ouch. Sure enough, the burly man crouched down with a miserable cry. Go! After fumbling out a wad of money and slapping it on the table, Lu Xiaoxiao pulled Yan Mingyu's small hand and walked towards the outside of the bar. Shit. Chase. A group of strong men immediately ran out after them. Baby, where's your bodyguard? How long before he gets here? Lu Xiaoxiao didn't walk far when she pulled Yan Mingyu, and the alcohol came up. Her body was soft and her head was dizzy. The afterglow saw the group of burly men getting closer and closer to the two of them, and couldn't help but ask with some anxiety. I don't know how long. Yan Mingyu shook and frowned. She really wasn't sure where Qin Yu lived and didn't know how much time it would take to rush over. Lu Xiaoxia's face was full of speechlessness. Then it would be better to call the police. Quick! They're too drunk to walk. Take them to the car. I'll make them cry tonight. Fuck! Don't you dare kick your ass. A group of strong men, full of excitement, surrounded towards Lu Xiaoxiao and Yan Mingyu. Mr. Yan. Just then, a small trolley sped by. squealing to a halt beside the two beauties. Qin Yu, get the car. Yan Mingyu saw that Qin Yu had come, and her heart was a little more solid as she fished out the car keys from her bag and handed them over. Yes, Qin Yu nodded. Grass, kid, where did you come from? Dare to spoil our good deed. You'll be scrapped first, a burly man bellowed. Da, Mr. Yen, get in the car with your friend first. As if he didn't hear what the strong man said, Qin Yu pressed the car key and opened the door to Yan Mingyu. Watch yourself. Yan Mingyu knew that if Qin Yu didn't defeat these few people, no one would be able to leave. Aha! After waiting for the two beauties to get into the car, Qin Yu once again pressed the car key and locked the car. Fuck you. Pretend we don't exist. Feeling that they were being ignored, the group of burly men were a bit annoyed. Swinging his fist, he charged towards Qin Yu. Put! Qin Yu's eyes narrowed and he took the initiative to charge forward. Framing a strong man's arm and slamming his elbow on his temple, the burly man fell limply to the ground without even a grunt. Fuck! Go to hell! A burly man behind Qin Yu grabbed a bottle in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it down towards the back of his head. Bang! Qin Yu turned around and slammed his fist out, the bottle instantly bursting. The frightened strong man was stunned, and before he could react, he received a heavy punch on his waist. Come on, let's go! The other burly men, seeing Qin Yu so raw and fierce, knew that they could not take advantage of him, and helped the two unconscious companions up and got into the car in a sorry state. Baby, you're a great bodyguard. Inside the car, Lu Xiaoxia's mouth was slightly open with a florid expression. He's ex-military, Yan Mingyu said leisurely. Luckily, he had called him himself, or there would have been consequences tonight. Mr. Yan, I got rid of the people. Do you need a ride home? Qin Yu walked over. Aha! Yan Mingyu nodded. When Qin Yu got into the car, he added, send my friend first. He. Handsome. My name is Yurong. Lu Xiaoxiao took the initiative to extend her small hand and winked at Qin Yu. Oh, my name's Mojo. Qin Yu turned back and smiled faintly. Put. Lu Xiaoxiao was happy and after shaking hands with Qin Yu, she winked at Yan Mingyu. This bodyguard of yours, not only does he have a handsome skin, he also has an interesting soul. Yan Mingyu was a bit confused, feeling that this best friend of hers, her laughing point was too low, right? Until, after Lu Xiaoxiao was in her ear, whispering a few words, her vermilion lips also hooked slightly. As a security assistant, she was satisfied with Qin Yu's work, dutiful and meticulous, but in the private bottom, the two did not have any extra interactions, so she had the impression that Qin Yu was a quiet person. It was only tonight, with the veteran driver's best friend in the room, that he got to see Qin Yu's funny side. Not much longer. Qin Yu sent Lu Xiaoxiao to the entrance of her villa. He. Handsome. My baby is all yours. Bye. Lu Xiaoxia got out of the car and waved her hand. I'll get Mr. Yen home safely. Qin Yu nodded and turned the car around, driving towards Yan Mingyu's Xiangjiang villa. En route, Qin Yu glanced at Yan Mingyu, who seemed to be having some difficulty propping up her head from the rearview mirror and reminded, Mr. Yen, if you want to drink in the future, try not to choose the night bar. It's too close to the city center village. It's a paradise for jerks. Oh, Yan Mingyu faintly responded. In her heart, however, she felt a little bad. If that dog man hadn't cheated on her, would she have gone to the night bar? Can you change your name? Yan Mingyu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, Mr. Yen, I don't understand what you mean. Qin Yu shook his head. I hate the name Qin Yu. Yan Mingyu at this moment, where is the image of a high and mighty female president? More like a drunken, capricious little girl. The thought of it, that dog man on top of another woman, made her stomach lurch with nausea. Chief Yen, if you really hate this name, you can give me a code name. We all had code names back when we were in the army, Qin Yu said after flabbergasted. Code names? Let's talk about it later. Yan Mingyu's mind was a muddle. Where did she have the heart to think of any code names? Not much longer. Balsam Mansion entrance. Qin Yu parked the car and came to the back row to open the door for Yan Mingyu. Mr. Yen, it's here. Good. Yan Mingyu stretched out a pair of long legs and stumbled just as she got out of the car. Mr. Yen, watch out. Qin Yu hurriedly held Yan Mingyu's shoulders and thought for a moment and asked, why don't I send you inside? Okay, get my bag. Yan Mingyu really couldn't walk anymore, and only returned to the entrance of the villa with Qin Yu's assistance. Pressing the fingerprint lock, the two walked in together. Looking at the palace-like hall, Qin Yu secretly smacked his lips. Rich people really live differently. Get me a glass of water. Yan Mingyu pointed in the direction of the water fountain. Vomit. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yan Mingyu's stomach turned over and she vomited in a blackout. Xinyu was afraid that Yen Mingyu would fall and did not dare to avoid it. He could only hold her stiffly. The pungent liquor spit all over him. The corners of Qinyu's mouth twitched and he didn't even know what to say. Yeah, sorry. Yen Mingyu also froze. This was too embarrassing. To have vomited all over someone. It's fine. Mr. Yen, you sit down for a while. I'll take care of it. Xinyu waved his hand. A rural-grown child himself. He wasn't that pretentious. Besides, Yen Mingyu hadn't eaten anything at night, and all she threw up was some alcohol. After wiping his shirt with a paper towel, he walked to the bathroom and pulled out a mop to clean up. Yen Mingyu was paralyzed on the sofa, half squinting her eyes as she looked at Xinyu, who was busy with his work and could not help but think wildly. Also both called Xinyu. Why one betrayed himself. One, however, doesn't mind getting dirty, doesn't mind getting tired, and takes care of himself to the best of his ability? If it was this Xinyu who got married in the first place, would they be happy together? Mr. Yen, have a glass of water. Xinyu's movements were nimble, and after taking care of the dirt on the ground, he received a cup of warm water for Yen Mingyu. Thanks. Yen Mingyu took the cup of water, took a small sip, looked at Xinyu's shirt that he had soiled, thought for a moment and said, take off the clothes, put them in the washing machine. There's an automatic drying function, and you'll be able to wear them soon. No need. Mr. Yen. Xinyu hurriedly waved his hand. How could he be ashamed to take off his clothes in Yen Mingyu's house when he was alone? Am I going to eat you? Yen Mingyu's eyes glared. She couldn't let Xinyu take a taxi back with an odor on her body. Could she? Okay. Xinyu had to nod his head. I'm going up for a break. And you can go back when your clothes are dry. You can come to the office 2 hours late tomorrow and it won't count against you for being late. After Yen Mingyu finished speaking, Wei Wei helped her head up the stairs. Thank you, Mr. Yen. Xinyu was a bit touched. Although in the company, Yen Mingyu gave off a feeling of being decisive and cold. However, he was quite kind to this little bodyguard of his. Then, walking into the bathroom, he took off his shirt and threw it into the washing machine. Maybe half an hour later, the shirt was washed and dried. Xinyu took it out and put it back on before walking out of the bathroom. Bang! At that moment, there was a sound of something heavy falling to the ground from upstairs. What's going on? Xinyu was shocked in his heart and ran up the stairs in 3 or 2 steps. Mr. Yen, I'm over here. In one room, Yen Mingyu's breathless voice came. Mr. Yen, are you okay? Xinyu quickly ran over and pushed open the door to see Yen Mingyu half kneeling on the ground, tightly covering her right chest. The glossy forehead was covered in a cold sweat. My stomach is killing me. Yen Mingyu raised her slightly pained face and said, it must be that you didn't eat at night and just drank and made your stomach hurt. Xinyu helped Yen Mingyu up while saying, my grandfather was a barefoot doctor. I've learned a little bit of massage techniques in Chinese medicine. I'll help you relieve yourself. Really? Yen Mingyu asked uncertainly. Well, when I was in the army, I helped the stomach ache of the war. Tomo has pressed it and it works. Xinyu said with certainty. Try it then. Yen Mingyu felt in her stomach, like a knife was sticking, and like there was a fire burning. The pain was too much to bear, and she also wanted to alleviate the pain earlier. Still, couldn't resist asking, where do you press me? After all, the stomach is just below the chest. That's a woman's secret part. Feet will do. We people's 5 organs and 6 internal organs. In the palm of the foot have corresponding reflex zones. Xinyu said. Oh yes. Yen Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. If Xinyu had said it was pressing the bottom of her chest, she really couldn't accept it. Relatively speaking, the palms of the feet are much better. In a foot bath center, there are both male and female guests, and it is not unusual to find a technician to press your feet. Then you sit down. Mr. Yen. Xinyu helped Yen Mingyu and sat on the sofa. She was wearing a beige nightgown with a loose neckline. A snow-white landscape made Xinyu's heart uncontrollably thumped. However, Xinyu was a man of great control. Quickly moving his gaze away, he half squatted on the ground and reached out to take hold of Yen Mingyu's snow-white, good-looking little feet. The white toes looked like little carrot heads, slender and rounded, just like boneless. I didn't realize that this woman not only had a beautiful face, but even her feet were so beautiful. For a moment, Xinyu was slightly lost in thought. Will you or won't you? Yen Mingyu saw Xinyu holding her small feet without moving, and her complexion became a bit displeased. Excuse me, Mr. Yen, right away. Xinyu came back to his senses, bent his index finger and massaged it against the stomach reflex area in the palm of Yen Mingyu's foot. Yen Mingyu hadn't had a pedicure before, and was a bit unable to adapt to this rising and painful feeling. Couldn't help but scream. In the next second, she tightly bit her lips and angrily stared at Xinyu. What are you doing? Why does it hurt so much? Mr. Yen, just bear with me for a little longer. half a minute at the most, and if your situation doesn't ease up, I'll be at your disposal if you want to kill me or die, okay? Xinyu raised his head and said with a straight face, okay, I'll give you half a minute, Yan Mingyu said in a cold voice. If, on the other hand, this man was taking the opportunity to slight himself, he would definitely be made to die an ugly death. Well, your gastric reflex zone, at the moment, is cyan, indicating a cold stomach and indigestion. Just wait for it to turn red, Xinyu said while pressing the palms of Yan Mingyu's feet. At this angle, one could see Yan Mingyu's entire snow-white and slender legs. It made him lower his head and slide the knot in his throat. The good thing is, his maneuvers do work. Yan Mingyu felt that the stinging and burning sensation in her stomach gradually subsided. Simply closing his eyes and enjoying himself, he ended up actually falling asleep in a daze. Mr. Yen, until Xinyu wakes her up again, holding a bowl of fragrant clear soup egg noodles in his hand, placing it on the coffee table. Eat something, or your stomach will still feel bad tomorrow. If it's alright, I'm going back. Thanks. Xinyu's thoughtfulness warmed Yan Mingyu's heart. Then I'm off. Xinyu turned around and brought the door with him, leaving the room. Ha, both named Xinyu. How come the gap is so big? Yan Mingyu looked at the colorful egg noodles and couldn't help but smile bitterly, remembering that dog man that made her sick again. Shaking his head before walking over to the coffee table, he picked up his bowl and ate. Yummy. I had thought that something made by a man in the kitchen would just be edible, but I didn't expect it to taste quite good. Not at all worse than, say, a full-time nanny who takes time off to go back home to do her job. With a bowl of noodles, Yan Mingyu felt as if she had come back to life. Long exhaled, thought for a moment, dialed the number of the major shareholder, Xiaoxia. How is it? All right? Baby, did you forget I'm a doctor myself? I took a hangover pill when I got home. How about you? Willow asked with a smirk. I'm fine too. By the way, do you know any lawyers? Help me find one. I want to dissolve my marriage with that dog man, as soon as possible. Yan Mingyu's company has a lawyer, but divorce is a private matter and she doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. Day 2. Yan Mingyu let Xinyu drive, went to the Bowen law firm, and Lu Xiaoxia introduced the lawyer. Talked about half an hour. The other side said, within 3 days, the divorce agreement can be done. Then the husband about to come out and sign. You can dissolve the marriage. On the way back, Xinyu remained focused on driving. Yan Mingyu carried a laptop with her, her slender white fingers, tapping on the keyboard for a while before she looked at Xinyu's back and said, there's a charity dinner tonight. You accompany me for a while. That. Xinyu glanced at the noble and moving woman in the rearview mirror and revealed a look of embarrassment. Inconvenient? It's okay. Then only. Before Yan Mingyu could finish her sentence, Xinyu hurriedly said, Mr. Yen, I just want to ask how the overtime pay is calculated. After saying that, an old face became hot, feeling that mentioning money in front of Yan Mingyu, a woman who didn't eat earthly fire, was simply blasphemy to her. Yan Mingyu was visibly flabbergasted, then said, oh, you belong to the S-class employees now. The overtime pay won't be less than 100 an hour. Don't worry about it. Okay, so what time do I pick you up tonight? Suzaku. Xinyu had just finished speaking when his cell phone rang sharply. He didn't answer the phone because he knew it was from those debtors back home. The phone hasn't stopped ringing since I got back to the rental house last night. That's why Yan Mingyu couldn't help but ask how the overtime pay was calculated when she asked him to work overtime to attend the charity dinner. There's no way around it. He needs the money so bad. Suzaku. The phone continued to ring as if it had to be answered by Xinyu. Mr. Yen, I'll take a call. Xinyu carefully glanced at the rearview mirror. Yan Mingyu, who was handling her work, was already frowning slightly. Obviously Xinyu's phone call had disturbed her. How long is the pickup? I have a meeting at 10:30. Yan Mingyu looked at her wristwatch. Her time was accurate to the minute and second. 10 seconds. Yes. Xinyu pulls the car over to the side of the road, parks it and jumps out of the car, taking his cell phone and saying sharply, I'm driving for my boss. I'll call you back at noon. Okay? Don't worry. I will definitely pay back the money I owe you. He owes money? Looking at the man's rigid face, Yan Mingyu had some doubts in her heart. Did a family member get sick? Or get into gambling? Or buy a house and have to pay the mortgage? Still, he was just his employee, so why should he care about him for that? Okay, Mr. Yen. Just as Yan Mingyu was thinking wildly, Xinyu reboarded the car. Yan Mingyu's vermilion lips moved, but she didn't say anything after all. Back at the office, Yan Mingyu was in her office, making a phone call before going to a meeting for the executives. Xinyu stood at the door, dutifully acting as a bodyguard. Ooh-hoo. At that moment, the cell phone vibrated. He touched it out and saw that it was a text message from his bank that he had received a $30,000 paycheck. So much? Chin-yu was delighted in his heart. But then, a problem came to mind. Today is only the end of the month. Normal circumstances will not be paid until the 10th of next month. How come it arrived today? Chin-yu scratched his head, very confused in his heart. When Yen Mingyu adjourned the meeting, he walked behind him side by side with Su Meng and asked in a low voice, "Secretary Su, have you been paid yet? Salary? No? What number is it today? There are still 10 days to go." Suman shook her head in confusion. "That's strange. How did I get my paycheck?" Chin-yu touched his own cell phone and showed Su Meng that text message from the bank. "Oh, is there a possibility that the company advanced you?" Su Meng looked at Chin-yu's cell phone for a few moments and thought for a moment, saying, I don't know. Chin-yu is indeed short of money, but the card inexplicably has more than $30,000, but his heart is not solid. Finally, jogging a few steps, he caught up with Yen Mingyu. "Mr. Yen, was it you who had the company advance me my paycheck? What's the problem?" Yen Mingyu's face was expressionless and her tone was a bit cold. From the time she came out of the meeting, there seemed to be an extra layer of frost on her, only that Chin-yu had been obsessing over the matter of $30,000 and did not notice. Thanks," Chin-yu said gratefully. Now, the burning need is finally slowed down a bit. Nowadays, all cell phones support dual SIM cards, right? You go and get another number, as a special one for work, normally private number. Set it to silent mode. Yen Mingyu finished formulaically and walked into the elevator. "Yes, Mr. Yen." Chin-yu nodded and followed closely. As if she knew something, Su Meng hugged the folder and lowered her head with a look that she didn't dare to breathe. Until Yen Mingyu entered her president's office with a cold wind. It was only then that Su Meng gently patted her chest. Is something wrong? After Chin-yu sat down, he couldn't help but ask Su Meng in a low voice. Well, a few of the company's executives, who were old subordinates of Mr. Yan's mother, wanted Mr. Yan's mother to return to the company to take up a position, and made Mr. Yan furious. Someone said in a super small voice, "Mr. Yan, mother came back to serve. Why is she angry?" Chin-yu was a bit puzzled. Wouldn't it be better for mother and daughter to run the company together? Mr. Yan's family matters, how would I know? Suman spread his hands. Well, you get busy then. Chin-yu didn't ask anything more. At noon, took the time to go to a cell phone business office and get a new number, and transferred $29,000 of the salary that had not yet been warmed up to the debtor, leaving only $1,000 for living expenses. In the afternoon, Yen Mingyu barely left the office. It was only when it was almost time to leave work that she pushed open the door and walked out, lightly glancing at Chin-yu. "Go drive." "Yes." Chin-yu nodded and told Yen Mingyu his new number on the way to the car. The previous number, Yen Mingyu had only saved it in the last few days, because the company stipulated that Chin-yu had a 1-week probationary period, so she had never saved his number. As for the message I sent to my husband the night I returned home, I deleted it that night. Therefore, she really did not notice that the husband and Chin-yu used the same number. Not much longer. GTA building. After driving the car into the parking lot, Chin-yu accompanied Yen Mingyu into the splendid hall. Mr. Yen. Mr. Yen. All along the way, there was a constant stream of people greeting Yen Mingyu. It seemed that people like her were born to be protagonists. No matter what the occasion, she was the shining jewel. Aha! Yen Mingyu nodded gently in response. However, instead of stopping at the first floor, he brought Chin-yu to the second floor. It's more luxurious and more grandiose. There weren't a lot of people, but it was obvious that everyone was the best in the city. "Yo, my sweet girl, I thought you weren't coming." A woman who appeared to be charming, carrying a glass of wine and holding a stout man with a full beard, walked towards Yen Mingyu. "If I don't come, people will think I'm afraid of you," Yen Mingyu said coldly. "The relationship with that woman doesn't look like a mother and daughter in any way. Yo, good girl, the way you're angry, and that short timer, it's really in the same mold." The charming woman shook her red wine glass and looked at Yen Mingyu and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Mother s by 5 this bitter Taiwan." The man with the beard, whose eyes were like hooks, spoke an Eastern language after sizing up Yen Mingyu. "Ha, good girl. Mr. Sato says you're beautiful. You have me to thank for giving you such good genes." The sassy woman smiled and translated, "If I could, I'd rather take this dirty gene and give it back to you." Yen Mingyu slightly clenched her fists, her eyes flickering with thick hatred. It was the first time that Chin-yu had seen that this beautiful boss was so emotionally outgoing, so it was evident how much she loathed and resented her mother. "Oh, well, give it back to me, right? Tomorrow, you jump from the Four Seas group, the top floor on the line." With a moving laugh, The sassy woman says the most vicious things in the world. A mother who wants her daughter to jump off a building. That's only if you die first. Yan Mingyu nonchalantly returned the favor. LOL. How can I die before I take back the 4Cs group with my own hands? Don't worry. You are my own daughter after all. In the future when I take charge of the 4Cs group, I will leave you a receptionist position to run errands for me, so that people won't say that I'm a mother with no conscience. The sassy woman's face was full of smiles, but they didn't reach the bottom of her eyes, which gave off a grim feeling of a leathery smile. Lu Nanyan, you won't get this chance. Yan Mingyu simply called his mother by her first name. My good daughter, I know that your Yin family still has an old undead who has been laying out his plans in the East Sea for decades, and I definitely can't fight this old fox alone. However, if I have Mr. Sato's support, that's not necessarily the case. After finishing his speech, Lu Nanyan leaned his head on the bearded man's shoulder. This was his biggest dependence, Ichiro Sato. Behind him was the Sato Consortium of the Eastern Ocean, owning trillions of dollars of wealth. If he were to make a move against the 4Cs group, Yan Mingyu was afraid that it would be difficult for him to fight. Lu Nanyan, you betrayed your own family, and now you're even betraying your own country. Once the Sato Consortium enters the East China Sea, it will be drawing wolves into the house. The wealth of our Chinese people will be seized by the Easterners in a steady stream. Yan Mingyu was so angry by her own mother that she was shaking. It was no longer their mother and daughter's personal vendetta. It was already about the nation's righteousness. Good daughter, you are still too young. People will only look at the results. Who will look at the process? Also, don't put the treason label on me. I'm just doing normal business with Mr. Sato. Could it be that all those who do business with foreigners are treasonous? Lu Nanyan was once also the female boss of the 4Cs group, and no matter whether it was eloquence or adaptability, it was no worse than Yan Mingyu. If, however, you all support him as Ryu's return to the 4Cs group, you will be granted the friendship of our Sato family. Friendship. At that moment, Ichiro Sato also said in raw Mandarin, who the hell cares about the friendship of a kid? Someone muttered in a low voice. Hush, the Sato family in our country of China. Many large enterprises have shares. He said. We listened to the line, do not contradict. There were also people who were afraid of the Sato family's terrifying strength. Yes, this is a private matter between a mother and daughter. Let's just watch the fun. Someone else followed suit. They were a group of businessmen who looked at profits, and whoever was in charge of the 4Cs group wasn't that important to them. Okubio mono. Ichiro Sato took in the reactions of the people in the room and whispered something in an Eastern tongue. Although no one could hear much, the contemptuous look in his eyes was probably enough to guess that it was certainly not a good thing to say. Speak Mandarin on our turf, someone said with displeasure. He said that everyone is a bunch of cowards. A loud voice containing anger rang out. Xinyu had received 2 months of training in Eastern languages before on a secret mission. What? Grass. This little kid is too crazy. Brothers, translate back to us. He is not welcome in our East Sea. Tell him to get lost. Xinyu's words were like a cannonball that caused a furor in the hall. I'm your government, attracting investment here. You Chinaman pigs, you have no right to tell me to get lost. Ichiro Sato growled at the hall. Fucking hell. Although those present were all pampered bosses, they were still Chinese after all. Seeing Ichiro Sato use such humiliating words, someone could no longer hold back and swung his fist towards Ichiro Sato. Baka! A hostile aura erupted from Ichiro Sato's body, and he chopped at the man's neck with a hand slash. Plop! The man fell limply to the ground without even a grunt. Me, 8th degree black belt in karate. I'll punch a sick East Asian man like you. Ka-ching! Ichiro Sato clenched his fists together with a crisp sound of exploding bones. The bosses present looked at each other in dismay, not realizing that not only was Ichiro Sato financially powerful, but his personal fighting strength was also so terrifying. Fighting him one-on-one is fine. At most it's a mutual assault. If he called his bodyguards to swarm him, I'm afraid the nature would change and become a diplomatic incident. It's a consequence that no one can afford. For a while, the bosses present were angry and resentful, and could only glare fiercely at Ichiro Sato. You. At this moment, Ichiro Sato pointed at Yan Mingyu again and said arrogantly, if you want to keep your 4Cs group, that's fine too. Climb into my bed obediently tonight and serve me with this bitch. After saying that, Sato Ichiro was reckless, and grabbed a handful of Lu Nanyan's plump buttocks. Satori, that's not what you said last night. Lu Nanyan's face changed. I've got my eye on your daughter, can't I? Don't you just want money and power? As long as I'm happy, I can give you what you want anytime you want, bitch. Ichiro Sato cast a sidelong glance at Lu Nanyan before looking at Yan Mingyu. How is it? Still not coming to my side? You Chinese women, don't you all like foreign men? After experiencing my toughness, you'll know how bad you Chinese men are. Lu Nanyan, do you know now? What kind of thing you are in his eyes? Only a tool to vent your lust. Yen Mingyu looked at her mother and finished with an expressionless face before dropping her gaze to Satoichiro. And you're just a nocturnal brute. Even if I were to destroy the 4Cs group with my own hands, I definitely won't cheapen you. You bitch-born bitch. You dare to call me an animal? With an arrow step, Ichiro Sato arrived in front of Yen Mingyu. His face was full of violence, like a devil in hell. Whoosh! Shinyu's figure was not slow either. Ichiro Sato had just arrived in front of Yen Mingyu, with a figure that wasn't stout, but was as straight as a gun. He blocked the middle of the two. Eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with sharpness. Do you think that this is still the same land from decades ago? You Easterners, you can come as you please? Ha ha ha. Ichiro Sato let out a loud laugh as if he had heard the best joke ever. Only after a few seconds did he arrogantly say, when you say it like that, I regret not being born a few decades earlier, to follow my grandfather and conquer this land. By the way, kill all of you useless cowards, and women sow our seeds to breed a fine next generation. Shit, this dog is too wild. Bear with me, he can fight so well. Who of us can beat him? Yes, they are rich and powerful, or the government attracts investment. We can't afford to mess with them, but to let this little kid humiliate us like this? The expressions of the people in the hall varied, but almost all of them had humiliation and anger in their eyes. However, due to various reasons, they could only clench their fists tightly, but no one dared to make a move against Ichiro Sato again. Mr. Yen, please. At this time, Shinyu slowly unbuttoned his suit and took it off, revealing a white undershirt and several hideous scars. He casually handed it to Yen Mingyu, whose willow brows were tightly knitted together. Yo, are you ready to fight me? A stinking bodyguard. How much does she pay you a month? So desperate. Satoichiro looked at Shinyu with contempt, not putting him in his eyes at all. An 8th degree black belt and empty-handed belt is no mean feat. Shinyu, it's my personal matter. Yen Mingyu also clenched her shell teeth and said. Ichiro Sato felt like a wild beast, too dangerous, and she was worried that Shinyu would be injured or even disabled. No, Mr. Yen, it's no longer your personal matter for him to humiliate us Chinese. It's the matter of every Chinese hot-blooded man. What's more, Shinyu raised his voice, gently gripping the wolf's tooth in his chest. I am still once protected this land, retired soldier. After saying that, he looked at Ichiro Sato with a calm expression and asked lightly, I challenge you as an ordinary man from China. Do you dare to accept? What wouldn't I dare? Ichiro Sato tilted his head and said arrogantly, however, my punches and kicks are very heavy, so if I seriously injure you, I won't pay the medical bills. You Chinese like to touch porcelain. Who doesn't know that? Don't worry, live or die at your own risk. Shinyu said blandly. Brother, fight him. Yeah, if we lose, we'll cover the medical bills. Fuck him. The bosses present roared with emotion. Shinyu, be careful. Yen Mingyu looked deeply at Shinyu, and for a moment, she felt that this figure, which was not exactly sturdy, was radiant. Baka, if you're looking for death, I'll let you have it. Ichiro Sato was a little annoyed, and bellowed, come on, Chinaman pig, watch the move. A flash of essence flashed across Shinyu's eyes as his body dashed forward. Both arms were like iron bars slamming out at the same time. This move is a bit like the Iron Mountain leaning inside the 8 extremes, but again, clearly improved. Drink! Sato Ichiro dared to be so arrogant, and he was definitely not an embroidered pillow. His eyes narrowed, and as soon as his hands reached forward, he grabbed Shinyu's shoulders with a death grip. Stomp! Shinyu didn't expect that he would be able to defeat Sato Ichiro with a single move. The body flips and hooks Ichiro Sato around the neck for an over-the-shoulder dropkick. Ichiro Sato's body flew out, but it didn't hit the ground. The feet made a heavy sound on the ground to remove that powerful force. Yes, there was a cheer from those present. Other than that, Shinyu at least didn't have the unlucky guy from before, who was instantly killed by Sato Ichiro in a second. And, it seems, a slight advantage. Baka! Ichiro Sato patted his suit that was scratched and wrinkled by Shinyu, and this time took the initiative to attack. Like a savage rhinoceros, charging over with great strides. Slam. The two began to rapidly change their moves, and the teeth-grinding, bone-crunching sounds continued to ring in the ears of the crowd. Bang! Shinyu took a punch to the face, so much so that his eyes followed suit and rapidly filled with blood. 8th degree black belt in karate. The fighting power is really extraordinary. It was just that Ichiro Sato wasn't doing well either. The punch Shinyu had thrown on his stomach made him feel like he had been stumped by an elephant. Subconsciously, he covered his stomach and gasped for air, his face hard to see. Again, Shinyu got more and more courageous, not caring that his cheek was already broken and bleeding. He had more scars on him than this horror. This was nothing. Remember, when I first joined the army, the captain said that scars are a man's best medal. If, on the other hand, you leave the barracks without a single scar, it means that your years were wasted. Bang bang. Baka. Shinyu was playing in a completely desperate style, only attacking and not defending. To put it bluntly, he was just a small person. Even if he was crippled or dead, not many people cared. However, Ichiro Sato was different. Being a member of the Toyo Foundation, his status was outstanding. If it was really a life for a life, he had definitely earned it. Crazy. The more Sato Ichiro fought, the more he was shocked. Shinyu was trying to kill him. The fear in his heart grew stronger, and the movements of his hands became more and more chaotic. Bang! Another muffled thud. Shinyu's fist smashed heavily into Fujiwara Ichiro's face. Put! Fujiwara Ichiro spat out a mouthful of blood and his body began to stagger. However, Shinyu's fists were still like hammers as they kept blasting over. Anum! Bang! 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 Ichiro Fujiwara quickly turned into a pig's head, and his eyes swelled up like eggs with only a slit in them. Plop! Shinyu turned and kicked back, and Fujiwara Ichiro's body, which was close to 200 pounds, bowed back. It slid several meters out before going limp and half kneeling. Spit mixed with blood and dripped continuously onto the floor. Beautiful. The scene of Shinyu violently beating up Fujiwara Ichiro made everyone present feel their blood boiling continuously. They even couldn't wait to be Shinyu himself and go up to severely beat up this Eastern devils. Sato. Lu Nanyan's face changed, never dreaming that his greatest reliance had been defeated in the hands of one of his daughter's small bodyguards. Take him and get the hell out of here. Don't show up in the East Sea in the future. Shame on you. You guys. Yanagi Nanyan's face went a shade of green and white as he helped Ichiro Sato lumber into the elevator amidst a chorus of boos. Snap. In the hall, the group of business tycoons, who usually had their eyes high in the sky, erupted into fierce applause. At their level, they care more about face than anyone else. However, Fujiwara Ichiro took their face, tore it off viciously, and threw it on the ground to trample and ravage it with his feet. It's Shinyu. He stepped up, and with a fist of steel, he got it back for everyone. Take this brother to the restroom, treat his wounds, and we'll toast him later, someone said. Although Sato Ichiro had been beaten up badly, Shinyu was also badly injured. The cheek was skinned and the right eye was badly congested. I'll take him. Yen Mingyu shook the suit that Shinyu had taken off and walked over to him, gently putting it on for him. Like a noble queen, she is honoring a knight who has returned in triumph. Mr. Yen, thank you. Shinyu did not forget his identity at all times. Follow me. Yen Mingyu turned towards the lounge. There was a very professional private doctor on standby. After all the people attending the dinner were dignitaries, but who could guarantee that they wouldn't have a sudden illness? Soon, in the lounge, the private doctor began to help Shinyu reduce the inflammation and treat the wound. Shinyu placed his hands on his knees, his stance still as straight as a gun. The face was expressionless, as if there was no pain. Shinyu, the shocking wounds. Yen Mingyu's scalp went numb even looking at them, and she couldn't help but cry out in a low voice. Mr. Yen? Shinyu and Yen Mingyu's gazes met, but in the next second, they moved away. Under the light, Yen Mingyu's human and godly, good-looking face was enough to make any man think about it and even wish to take it for himself. However, Shinyu also understood his status. Not only was he her subordinate, he was also a married man. Although, after the license, the wife disappears. But as long as they are not divorced, she is his wife. The funny thing is, as time goes by, I can't remember what that wife looked like. The deepest impression, I'm afraid, is that she's tall. Well, it's similar to the beautiful boss in front of you. Shinyu was thinking randomly in his heart, but Yen Mingyu's nice and cold voice came from his ears. Tonight, thank you, maintained my dignity. Yen Mingyu understands that she can resist her mother who abandoned her family and was still messing around with other men when her father was dying. But he couldn't resist Ichiro Sato. The Sato family behind him was too scary. Without Shinyu as his bodyguard, he feared that he would have been humiliated to the bone tonight. Mr. Yen, whether it's as your security assistant or an ordinary Chinese man, what happened tonight is what I should have done, Shinyu said without arrogance. Ooh-hoo. At this time, Yen Mingyu's cell phone vibrated. She touched it out and glanced at it, then turned toward the window. It was a text message from the lawyer she commissioned. Yen, things may have changed. We went to the takeaway company to investigate. 10 months ago, your husband Shinyu left the company. No one knows the exact whereabouts, but I will continue to investigate, so please give me a few more days. Yen Mingyu furrowed her willow brows for a moment and replied, didn't I give you an address? Why don't you go to the place where he rents a house? Looked for it? No one. The lawyer quickly replied, because Yen Mingyu asked the lawyer to find Su Peng. whom she mistook for her husband, while the lawyer followed the lead of Chinyu. Chinyu followed Yen Mingyu every day, so the lawyer naturally couldn't find him. Then, I'll give you a few more days, but make sure you do it quickly and take care of this for me. Yen Mingyu narrowed her eyes, her heart a little troubled. Just the thought of the man from that night with another woman, cuddling intimately, made her sick to her stomach. Only by dissolving this marriage would her heart be at peace. Understood, Mr. Yen, the lawyer replied. Mr. Yen, it's done. By this time, the private doctor had already treated the wound on Chinyu's face and applied a band-aid. Not only was it not ugly, but it made Chinyu even more manly and masculine. Aha! Yen Mingyu nodded gently. Thanks, Chinyu also said to the doctor. Let's get out. Those messages sent by the lawyer added another layer of gloom to Yen Mingyu's just improved mood. I thought that I could quickly cut the Gordian knot and dissolve the relationship with the husband, but now I can't even find him. If you never find anyone, will you always have to live with the betrayal of that dog of a man? Thinking of this, Yen Mingyu's brows became a little more icy. Just after returning to the hall with Chinyu, a rich girl holding a wine glass, like a bee seeing a flower, took the initiative to welcome her. Handsome guy, let's add a WeChat. Oh, my wife probably won't allow me to tweet with such a beautiful and moving beauty like you. Chinyu smiled faintly. Yen Mingyu glanced sideways, a flash of surprise in her eyes. He's married? How do you not know that yourself? Immediately, Yen Mingyu realized that he had crossed the line a bit. He was just his bodyguard. Whether he had a wife or not, there was no need to tell himself, right? Oh, the rich girl was obviously a little disappointed. She was able to accept her man, a poor boy from a bodyguard's background, but definitely not a married man. Brothers, come on, cheers. Someone handed Chinyu a glass of red wine. Thanks. During work, I can't. Chinyu politely refused. He still had to protect this beautiful boss. How could he drink? Drink some. You can't be a bodyguard all the time. Yen Mingyu said with a slightly deeper meaning. The people present were all bigwigs in the business world, and if Chinyu could strike a good relationship with them, it would already be beneficial to his future development. She wasn't that selfish to keep such an outstanding man like Chinyu by her side as a little follower. He should have had a broader scope for development. Ha ha, Mr. Yen is just sensible. Brothers, come on, let's drink first. Aha! Chinyu nodded. He understood what Yen Mingyu meant. His heart was warmed that he could meet such a beautiful boss with a heart and pattern. Mr. Yen, cheers. Perhaps at first, there were people who wanted to see Yen Mingyu, the beautiful president who had not yet gained a firm foothold in the Four Seas group, as a joke. It was just that since Chinyu had defeated Ichiro Sato, they realized that as long as Chinyu was around for a day, no one would be able to shake Yen Mingyu's position in the Four Seas group. Therefore, he was also extraordinarily polite to Yen Mingyu. Well, cheers. Yen Mingyu was reserved and elegant as she socialized with a group of bigwigs. Instead, her afterglow saw Chinyu taking a few steps, with a doting smile on his face that she had never seen before, answering the phone. The caller, was it his wife? Expel breath. It's true. All good men are from other people's families. The doting loving Chinyu's eyes seemed to be overflowing when he looked at him. Yen Mingyu's heart, inexplicably, was a little astringent. He was just a regular guy, working his ass off for the tens of thousands of dollars a month he gave himself, but he had a partner who made him raise an eyebrow when he answered the phone. And yourself? Rich, beautiful, worth tens of billions. Yet, in the world of relationships, it is a loser who is betrayed by a man. Every night, dragging my tired body back to the empty villa. How I wish there was a man who could call and shush me. 2. Instead, like an emotionless machine, put all your energy into your work, needs, himself, emotional comfort. Okay? Oh, okay, I'll talk to Mr. Yen later. Well, see you later. He had always been cold and unsmiling when playing the role of a bodyguard, but tonight he burst out laughing. It was a call that lasted at least 10 minutes before he tucked his cell phone away and went back to drinking with the big boys, perhaps in a happy mood. Chinyu came to be very generous. Yen Mingyu watched all of this, and in her heart, she could not help but feel a bit curious about Chinyu's wife. What does she really look like? What does it do to make him, who was expressionless even when sterilizing alcohol was doused on his wounds, show such a rich expression? Perhaps this is true love? Yen Mingyu gently shook her wine glass, her mind churning with thoughts. It wasn't until someone went upstairs and said that the auction was about to start, that the group put down their glasses and went downstairs together. Since it was a charity gala, the things that would be auctioned would not be rare treasures, but rather small things that were more meaningful. Without batting an eye, Yen Mingyu spent $2 million and auctioned off a landscape painting by a mountain child, painted by a mountain child. After paying on the spot, You exit first. Shinyu followed her until she reached the parking lot before saying, Mr. Yen, we've all been drinking tonight, is it okay to call a chauffeur? You want to get off work in a hurry? Yen Mingyu raised her thin willow eyebrows and asked coldly. I can't drive when I've been drinking. Shinyu snapped and scratched his head. Suzaku. As soon as the words fell, Shinyu's private phone rang once again. Touching it out and glancing at it, he then looked at Yen Mingyu, revealing a tangled expression. Answer the phone. I'll call a valet. Yen Mingyu swept an expressionless glance at Shinyu's cell phone, turned around and walked a few steps, taking out her cell phone as well. In that case, you can meet me at the music plaza. I'm not sure yet how long it takes to get off work. Okay, keep yourself safe. And don't talk to strangers, Shinyu said in a gentle voice after he picked up the phone. The call was short this time, maybe half a minute, and the phone was put down. Looking at Yen Mingyu's tall but slightly lonely back, Shinyu took the initiative and said, Mr. Yen, I'll take the passenger seat later, and I'll go back after I've sent you home. No need, you can get off work now, Yen Mingyu said coldly. Fishing out the key, he pressed it and sat in the back row. Shinyu was a bit confused as to what exactly this beautiful boss meant. Resting, when the restroom, but also to their own and pleasant. A turn back, cold words like a different person. A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. The old saying is really true. Boss, did you call the price? At that moment, a middle-aged man riding a small tram with a helmet arrived in front of Yen Mingyu's car. Right, Yen Mingyu faintly said. Then I'll help you drive in a minute. The chauffeur folded up the small tram and put it into the trunk of Yen Mingyu's car. Wait, Shinyu walked a few steps to the chauffeur and said, I need to see your ID and driver's license. You are? The valet showed a few skeptical looks. Friend, Shinyu said as he pointed to the car. Yen Mingyu, who was resting with her eyes closed. Okay then. The chauffeur fished out his wallet and handed Shinyu his ID card and driver's license. Only after carefully inspecting it and taking pictures did Shinyu say to the valet, Good job. You're welcome. The valet waved his hand, opened the door and got in. Goodbye, Mr. Yen. Shinyu bent down respectfully and waited until the valet drove the car into the traffic before exhaling slightly. Looking a little more relaxed as well, he headed towards the musical fountain across the other street. And the car. Yen Mingyu opened her eyes and said faintly, When did you start following me? Tonight, miss, the chauffeur said respectfully. The old man heard that your mother and an Easterner have gone together, and not being at ease, he asked me to protect you in secret. However, the old man should be overly concerned. This bodyguard of yours now is very powerful. Stop the car, Yen Mingyu suddenly said. Miss, the valet slammed on the brakes, full of disbelief. I want to rest for a while. Yen Mingyu finished speaking and lowered the car window by a slit. This angle gives a panoramic view of Music Square. Flashing lights, fountains rising to the sky, and soothing and elegant music intertwined to create a bustling night scene of a metropolis. In the midst of the surging crowds, a man with a straight posture and a walk of honor approached a long-haired beauty in casual clothes. Tall, at least 6'5" or more, although he was too far away to see the long-haired beauty's face. But just with this crane's tall figure, it was enough to kill most women. Opening her arms, she flung herself intimately into the man's embrace. Great man, beautiful woman, good match. Yen Mingyu slowly raised the window. Drive. Go to Grandpa's house. Yes, ma'am. The valet nodded. The car started again and, like a ghost, slid into traffic. At this point, the long-haired beauty took Chinyu's arm and walked into a large stall. After drinking a bellyful of wine and not eating anything at all at the charity party, Chinyu had long been hungry. Brother, I got paid. I'm buying tonight. Under the light, the long-haired beauty had a delicate face, and her skin was snow-white and delicate, full of collagen unique to young girls. Even in casual clothes, her legs look long and straight. With a bright gleam in his eyes, he pressed Chinyu into the chair. The internship period is finally over, and you'll be able to officially fly next month. Violet. Then I'm welcome. Ha! Chinyu was happy from the bottom of his heart. After interning with the airline for a whole year, my sister finally got her wish and became a full-fledged flight attendant. Right, brother. Sister-in-law. Still haven't contacted you? Chin Weier asked after pouring a cup of tea for Chinyu. No. Chinyu shook his head and said with a bitter smile, I guess he can't see me. No house, no car, and from a small place, trying to make me know what to do by this way. Then why don't you just get a divorce? I'll marry you. Chin Weier's expression was serious, not like she was joking at all. Violet, you're a big girl now. You're not allowed to say such things anymore. Chinyu said seriously. Brother, I'm adopted by your family. I'm not even related by blood. So what's wrong with us getting married? Qin Weier drummed her watery little mouth and said, "People's words, people's mouths, that's a no-brainer." Qin Yu waved his hand in a resolute manner. "If you really marry your own sister, even if there is no blood relationship, the relatives and friends in your hometown will point and poke their fingers when they find out." "Well, don't say it." Qin Weier skimmed her mouth and glanced at the band-aid on Qin Yu's face again. "Isn't it dangerous for you to be a bodyguard for this job?" "It's okay. It's from a fight with an Easterner. Nothing to do with work," Qin Yu said gently. "How's the lady boss treating you? Is she pretty?" Qin Weier gossiped. At work, pretty chill. In private, not too hard to get along with. Better looking than me anyway." Qin Yu scratched his head and said, He, brother, you're already considered a big handsome man among men." Qin Weier said with a smile, "But I don't have any money, and being handsome doesn't make you a meal." Qin Yu was filled with helplessness. "I'm 26 or 27 years old and I'm still broke, let alone buying a house or a car." "Brother, actually if you hadn't given all the money." "Forget it." Qin Weier wanted to say something. She knew best why Qin Yu owed this debt. Taking a glass of water, he took a sip before asking, "How much is owed now?" 600,000 or so. "It will take at least 2 more years to pay it off, but I don't know how long the bodyguard job will last." Qin Yu had a few more moments of confusion in his eyes. Yan Mingyu was rich and had a face, but she gave off a feeling of being inscrutable and cold-blooded. If you accidentally offended her, you might be sent back to the security department. "It's fine, brother. From next month onwards, I'll give you all my salary. We'll pay it back together as brother and sister. It should be quick." Qin Weier immediately said, "Weier, save all your money, and buy a house in East China Sea when the time comes. Don't go back to that small town of ours. That way, you'll be considered a girl from the big city, and it'll be easier to find a date." Qin Yu looked at his sister and said very seriously, "Stewardesses are supposed to eat their youth. What will she do in the future if she pays off her debt?" "Brother." Qin Weier was in a hurry. "Well, eat." Qin Yu handed his sister a pair of chopsticks. Qin Weier pursed her small lips, but knowing Qin Yu's temperament, she did not say anything else. Day 2. After sending his sister to the high-speed train, Qin Yu then rode the small tram to the company. En route, a black Mercedes-Benz business car. Squeak, with a bang. "Don't stop him. The car windows are down," revealing the exquisitely made-up and rich face of Yan Mingyu's mother. "Lu Nanyan, get in the car." "Suppose I say no?" Qin Yu said indifferently. "Humph. I may have a bit of a hard time dealing with the Yin family, but against you, I have 100 ways. Oh, and the boss of Southeast Airlines and I are friends if we want to fire someone." "Okay, I'll get in the car." Qin Yu didn't want his sister to be removed from the company because of himself just after she became a flight attendant. As soon as he got in the car, 2 men in black searched him. Qin Yu didn't resist either. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in your crappy cell phone. I'll give it back to you later." Lu Nanyan took Qin Yu's cell phone and skimmed it before tossing it to the man in black. The chauffeur drove the car and stopped in front of a tea house. Qin Yu followed behind Lu Nanyan and came to the upstairs box together. On the mahogany coffee table, a couple of suitcases lay. It was open and full of red bills. "Sit." Lu Nanyan made a cup of tea and waited for Qin Yu to sit down before slowly drinking it. However, there had been no words. It was a full half hour before he looked at his wristwatch and then swept a contemptuous glance at Qin Yu. "You can get lost, and give him back his cell phone." "Yes." The man in black returned Qin Yu's cell phone to him. Inexplicable. Qin Yu walked out of the tea house in a daze. "I stopped a cab and was still late when I arrived at the office. Along the way, what I heard was almost all, the company is in big trouble. Ready to jump ship. The old chairman of the board of directors to let Mr. Yen come back. It is a wrong decision and so on. It gives the impression that everyone is in danger and the storm is coming." Qin Yu's heart thumped, vaguely guessing a few points. Walking into the assistant's office, Su Meng crackled her keyboard at the computer, and Yan Mingyu's glass door was closed. "Suman," Qin Yu shouted in a small voice. Suman looked up. "Isn't it true that Mr. Yan's mother and the Easterners have joined forces to prepare to move the Four Seas group?" Qin Yu asked. "You know all about it?" Suman's eyes went round. "Ha!" Qin Yu laughed bitterly. Could he not know? At the charity gala last night, the mother-daughter pair of Lu Nanyan and Yan Mingyu both tore their faces off. It's a wonder we're not looking for trouble. What's more, she'd come to intercept herself on the way here. She just didn't know what kind of drugs she had in her gourd. It's nothing really, just digging out a few top brass. With Mr. Yen around, the sky can't fall on Four Seas Group. Su Meng still trusted Yan Mingyu's skills. "Well, I hope so." Qin Yu nodded. He still owed hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and he definitely didn't want the company to collapse. "Suzaku, it's Mr. Yen." Su Meng glanced at the landline phone and nodded after connecting. "Yes, Mr. Yen told you to go in. Aha! Xinyu came to the door of Yen Mingyu's office and knocked on the door, getting permission before pushing it open and walking in. Look at the laptop on the table. Yen Mingyu was wearing a white chiffon shirt, reflecting her skin as white and smooth as a shelled lychee, sitting on a soft couch facing a huge floor-to-ceiling window, with a copy of The Red and the Black by a French literary scholar in my hand. Hearing Xinyu's footsteps, he didn't even raise his head. Okay, Mr. Yen. Xinyu had guessed that with such a big upheaval in the company, the top and bottom of the people were on edge. Yen Mingyu should be busy videoing the meeting to appease the people, or a frown of sadness go as far as to so breezy, as if nothing had happened. This calmness, this vigor, made Xinyu have to once again be impressed by this beautiful president. At the same time, with a few moments of suspicion in his heart, he looked at the laptop on Yen Mingyu's desk. What was she, exactly, showing herself? Mr. Yen, this is a false accusation. Xinyu just swept a glance at the photo on the laptop, and frowned inside. From the time he got into Lu Nanyan's car, entered the tea house together, and then went upstairs to the box, where several boxes of banknotes were placed on the coffee table. They were all photographed clearly. It turned out that Lu Nanyan was playing a trick to falsely accuse himself of taking her money. Once Yen Mingyu fell for the trick and fired herself, it would be easier for Lu Nanyan to deal with her. What kind of mother in the world is that? It's like doing anything to get at your own daughter. I know. Yen Mingyu closed the book and looked at Xinyu and said leisurely, however, I believe that you're useless. If I'm not wrong, she has already distributed these photos to the company's internal group through the company's eyes. If you can't prove your innocence, I can only fire you. Mr. Yen, I can prove my innocence. Xinyu understands Yen Mingyu's meaning. The company is now in turmoil. And then make a scandal that he, the bodyguard, received money from Lu Nanyan, and she doesn't do anything about it. I'm afraid that it will be even more passive. Once you lose your prestige, the company really collapses. Snap. Xinyu undid his belt. Yen Mingyu's eyes were unblinking as she looked at her. Her face, so beautiful that it turned upside down, did not have any ripples. Mr. Yen, this is evidence. Xinyu unwrapped the head of the belt and removed something the size of a fingernail, placing it on the desk. I used to be in scouting and have experience in this area. Small camera? Yen Mingyu raised her thin willow eyebrows. Well, normally it doesn't start, but today that mother of yours came to me, and I filmed everything that went on camera. Xinyu explained. Okay, you're out. Yen Mingyu nodded slightly. Yes. Xinyu walked out of the president's office. After receiving a cup of water and just taking a few sips, Su Meng walked in from outside, looking a little puffed up. Xinyu, why are you like this? For the sake of money, how dare you betray Mr. Yen? You believe that? Xinyu asked back without panicking. But people have pictures. Su Meng then took out her cell phone and opened the workgroup. It was exactly the same as Yen Mingyu's speculation. All of them were photos of Xinyu and Lu Nanyan's collusion. I didn't expect Mr. Yan's personal bodyguard was even bribed by Lu Nanyan. Now the company, I'm afraid, is really finished. Strongly urged that this eaten-up guy be fired first. There was a lot of cursing down there. Ha! Xinyu laughed, and in his heart, he admired Yen Mingyu, the beautiful boss, more and more, anticipating things like God. What are you laughing at? Mr. Yen has been so kind to you. Knowing that you're in financial difficulty, he even gave you an advance on your salary. And you, how did you repay Mr. Yen? Have you lost your conscience for money? Su Meng was so angry that her little face flushed red as she questioned Xinyu in rapid succession. Nothing, let the bullets fly for a while. Xinyu waved his hand and slowly drank the water. Humph. Su Meng glared fiercely at Xinyu before putting the folder down and starting to work. Squeaky Xinyu, accompany me to the airport. At this time, Yen Mingyu opened the door and walked out. Mr. Yen, Su Meng, rubbing himself to his feet. Just before the words were finished, Yen Mingyu faintly said, look at your cell phone. Don't hear the wind for the rain. Ha! Su Meng flinched, but picked up her cell phone and looked at it. So Xinyu didn't. Great. Xinyu and Yen Mingyu could still hear Su Meng's excited voice when they came out into the corridor. Road. Xinyu concentrated on driving. Yen Mingyu looked out the window for a while before coldly asking, the one who was at the music square last night, was it your wife? No. Xinyu subconsciously shook his head. Ha, not your own wife and cuddling? The corners of Yen Mingyu's mouth lifted slightly. As expected, none of the men in the world were good. Mr. Yen, that's Suzaku. Okay, I'll be right there. Drive faster. Xinyu was just about to explain that it was his own sister when Yen Mingyu answered a call and then said in a cold voice, oh. Xinyu had no choice but to swallow back the words that had reached his mouth. Soon, when the two of them arrived at the airport, a man and two women came over and respectfully called out to Mr. Yen. On the way back, Chinyu realized from their conversations that all three of them were leaders in this industry. Yen Mingyu called them last night. He flew in from the provinces early in the morning to join the Four Seas group. Nothing else. When these people were poor college students, Yen Mingyu was sponsoring them. This beautiful boss. She's playing a big game. This operation of Yen Mingyu once again refreshed Chinyu's perception of her. Noon. Yen Mingyu brought Su Meng, as well as the three newly appointed executives, to eat in the company cafeteria. It seemed to have deliberately left Chinyu out in the cold. Ooh-hoo. You guys eat. Don't wait for me. Yen Mingyu's cell phone vibrated, so she stood up and went into her special lounge. It was a message from the lawyer she had commissioned to divorce that dog man, Mr. Yen. Can you come to the law firm? I've found out your husband's phone number. Maybe it would be better if you spoke to him in person. Croon. Can't hide it at last? Yen Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. His white fingers pressed the cell phone and replied, Okay, I'll be right over. Then I'll wait for you. The lawyer replied with a comment. Originally, Yen Mingyu was very busy today. There were too many things in the company that she needed to deal with. However, now that she had news of this dog man, she definitely wanted to get rid of this annoying marriage before she could focus on fighting Lu Nanyan, and to avoid her making an issue out of it. With that, Yen Mingyu walked out of the lounge and said to Chinyu, who was eating alone, accompany me out. Although Chinyu is also unfaithful to his wife, he is very good at fighting. Right now, Lu Nanyan might have many more damaging tricks waiting for him. Yen Mingyu planned to use Chinyu first, and then change the person when the company stabilized. Yes, Mr. Yen. Chinyu nodded and walked out of the cafeteria with Yen Mingyu. Come to the law firm. The very smart-looking lawyer in a black suit and glasses invited Yen Mingyu and Chinyu into the office. Mr. Yen, I'll call your husband right away. The attorney pulled out a file and started dialing the number on it on his cell phone. Yes, Yen Mingyu's face was expressionless. The heart, however, was filled with relief and pleasure, finally being able to dissolve the relationship with that dog man. Brother, the call is coming. At that moment, Chinyu's cell phone cheerfully called out. In the morning, after the phone was taken away by Lu Nanyan, worrying about the other party's hands, he restored the factory settings. The previous silent mode, naturally, fails. The lawyer and Yen Mingyu gazed at Chinyu together. Excuse me, Mr. Yen. Chinyu was embarrassed. The beautiful boss wants to talk to her husband for divorce. Such a serious and solemn occasion. What is the point of messing up with your own cell phone? You go ahead and get out. Wait for me in the car. Yen Mingyu waved his hand. In case Chinyu's cell phone rings again later, there's no way for the lawyer to communicate properly with the dog man. Yes, Mr. Yen. Chinyu hurriedly brought the door with him and walked out of the office. And, with the volume of the cell phone turned down, held it in his hand until he came out onto the street. Before picking up the phone. Hello? Hello? The voice on the other end of the phone was polite. Mr. Chin, it's too noisy on your end. Can you change to a quiet place? Let's talk. I'm busy at the moment. I'll get back to you later. Yen Mingyu told Chinyu to wait in the car, and he definitely wouldn't go anywhere else. As for the noise, it couldn't be helped. There were a few spirited guys on motorcycles, constantly blasting the throttle, circling around Yen Mingyu's ride. What man wouldn't like a $5 million Bentley luxury car? Chinyu saw that this group of spiritual boys just gathered around to admire, and did not do anything out of the ordinary, and it is not good to drive people away. A full 2 or 3 minutes passed before the mental boy blasted the gas and took off. Inside the law firm. Mr. Yen, it's too noisy over there. I can't hear what your husband is saying. In that case, let's have a cup of tea and I'll call back later. The lawyer put down his cell phone. Somewhat helplessly, he often receives large customer service, and the glass in his office, the door to the room, is soundproof to ensure that what he says to his clients is not heard by people passing in the hallway. So the room was absolutely quiet. Any noise on the street won't get through. No, just talk to him. I have a meeting this afternoon. Yen Mingyu glanced at her wristwatch. Having thought that coming over just to make a phone call and communicate a few words with that dog man would result in a smooth dissolution of the marriage, I didn't realize that it had gone wrong again. However, now that the lawyer has his number, let the lawyer communicate. That's what they do for a living anyway. I'm too lazy to worry about this shit myself. Okay, Mr. Yen, I'll see you off. The lawyer nodded and sent Yen Mingyu to the door. Inside the car, Chinyu has set his private number to flight mode. Yen Mingyu was obviously in a bad mood today and didn't want any more calls to come in and touch her. Not much longer. The two returned to the office together. Yen Mingyu entered the office and never came out again. Chinyu thought of it, the phone call that came before. So he took the opportunity to go to the restroom and sent a message over. You looking for me something? Mr. Sheen, you finally contacted me. I've been authorized by your wife to handle your divorce. Look, is today convenient for you? Find a place. We'll talk. Sign the divorce papers. I have investigated. You have not been together since the license, so there is no emotional basis for marriage. Has been consumed for both of you, is a kind of harm. Why don't you just get it over with so you can each start a new life? The other party sent several messages in one breath, as if he was afraid that Chin-yu would not agree. Anum. Gentle laughter. The wife who disappeared for a year has finally been heard from. Only, it was to find. Divorce yourself. The pretty boss is also looking for her husband to get a divorce. Is today a good day for a divorce? Chin-yu smiled bitterly before replying. No problem. However, not today. I don't have the time. With so many things happening in the company, Yen Mingyu would definitely work overtime. And as a driver and bodyguard himself, he could only follow on overtime. Then, I'll get back to you tomorrow. The other man returned rather kindly. Good. After sending this message out, Chin-yu simply set his private number to be turned off. Sure enough, it was pretty much the same as what Chin-yu had guessed. Yen Mingyu's dinners were delivered to the office by Su-meng. It was not until after 8 o'clock in the evening that he walked out, lightly glancing at Chin-yu and Su-meng. You can get off work now. Then, stepped into her special elevator. Chin-yu, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you in the morning. Su-meng stood up and spat out her tongue, her small face apologizing. Oh, it's fine. Chin-yu smiled. He and Su-meng were only partners, and were not acquainted in private, so it was normal to be misunderstood. Then I'll treat you to a late-night snack. No refusing, or I'll feel bad in my heart, Su-meng said savagely. Okay. Su-meng had said so Chin-yu could only agree. I'll change. Give me a few minutes. Su-meng, as the president's secretary, also had her own dressing room. A moment. Suman then changed into a black t-shirt and short skirt and walked out. There was also a bag slung over his shoulder. Long, dark hair, too, fell softly over her shoulders. A pair of big white legs with no stockings. The outfit made her look pure and lustful and very seductive. The two left the office together and went to a nearby night market. As the temperature gradually rises, the number of people who come to the night market to eat is also increasing. It seemed that there was a, spicy and fresh smell wafting through the air. Su-meng's small hands behind her back. Here to see, there to see, mouth chattering said, I have long heard that there is a piece of night market near the company. Very fire. There are also a lot of netroots. Come here to live card it. However, I've never been here for fear of encountering punks. Today, I'll enjoy the treatment of Mr. Yen. With you, the great inner master, accompanying me, I'll see who dares to harass me. Oh, it's really not very safe for a girl to come to such a mixed place alone, Chin-yu said with a smile. Not to mention Su-meng. The last time Yen Mingyu and her girlfriends drank, they were pestered by a group of burly men and almost had an accident. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? I don't mean anything else. It's just that if I meet one, it wouldn't be good for you to be misunderstood. Suman asked, tilting her head. Chin-yu was over 5 feet 8 inches and was close to 20 centimeters taller than Su-meng. Well no, but it's reassuring to have a wife. I haven't seen her since I got my license, so I guess in a few days, I should be getting a divorce. Chin-yu was honest. There's such a thing? You guys are flash mobbing, aren't you? Suman blinked. Aha! It's good to be divorced then. A marriage without affection won't be happy. Sit over here. There are fewer people. Su-meng and Chin-yu found a place, a relatively quieter place to sit down. Ordered 2 root beers, and a plate of spicy snails and garlic crawfish. Was eating it. A woman in a dress with a slim figure, holding a man covered in designer labels, also walked over. When he saw Chin-yu, his face changed slightly and he said somewhat unnaturally, Chin-yu? Li-lu? Chin-yu raised his head. The heart felt like it had spilled the soy sauce store. An instant mix of flavors. He didn't expect to run into his ex-girlfriend who betrayed him at the night market. He is Chin-yu. I want to have a word with him. Li-lu bit her lip and her complexion was also complicated. She and Chin-yu since childhood to know, is considered a childhood sweetheart, and then once were to the point of talking about marriage, but because of various reasons, did not come together. Oh, you catch up with your friend then. I'll have a smoke. The nametag man smiled faintly, graciously. Aha! Li-lu walked a few steps and came to Chin-yu, looking him up and down. How are you now? Not bad. Working as a security guard at the 4Cs group. Chin-yu said in as light a tone as possible, but inside, it was bitter. This woman in front of me, but his first love at the beginning of the oath, to be together forever, old age. In the end, it was a parting of the ways. defeated by reality. I heard from my dad that you owe a lot of money because of our family. How much is still missing? I'll pay part of it. Li Lu knows the man bitter. Very early parents divorced, each set up a family. He hated his parents in his heart and didn't want them to take care of him. He worked and studied on his own and raised his sister. After the two established their relationship, they were more dutiful to her parents than her own. When I was in the army, I called home every month. However, what Li Lu wants is to get ahead and live a life of glory and wealth. Xin Yu, on the other hand, is loyal and mute by nature and only wants to develop on the ground. After a few arguments, Li Lu chose to come to the big city alone. Before leaving for long, her parents got sick, and it was Qin Yu who borrowed money from all over the world to save her parents' lives. Li Lu was grateful to Qin Yu in her heart and knew that he was a good person. But after seeing the purple and gold of the big city, she felt even more that Qin Yu could not give her what she wanted. Eventually, married the name brand guy next to her and became a full-time wife. Oh, the IOU was typed by me, and the inscription on it is also my name. It has nothing to do with you. I'm relieved that you're doing well now. Qin Yu forced a smile. Then I'm off. Li Lu and the name brand guy had just gotten married and hadn't gotten a foothold in his family yet, and couldn't really get much money on them. Looking deeply at Qin Yu, she walked towards her husband who was smoking on the side. Go back. I don't want to go to the night market. Aha! The name brand man extinguished his cigarette and turned to look at Qin Yu before saying after a second or two, thank you for not marrying me in the first place and leaving the complete Li Lu to me. After saying that, he pulled Li Lu towards a BMW X5 in the distance. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Lu was still intact when she was with him, he wouldn't have married this woman from a small town. With a few moments of sadness in his eyes, Qin Yu watched Li Lu get into the BMW and gradually disappear from sight. Qin Yu, are you alright? Su Meng's arm gently touched the lost in thought Qin Yu. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Come on, let's keep drinking. Good, boss, 2 more sticks. Su Meng knew that Qin Yu was in a bad mood, so she accompanied him and kept drinking. Only after drinking 4 or 5 zaps in one gulp did Qin Yu shake his head. I'm such a damn fool. Yeah, anyone who believes in love is a bogeyman. Su Meng somewhat drunkenly echoed. No love. Love is a nerve. Still happy as a child. People. 4. Why grow up? Qin Yu drank a little too much and said with a big tongue. You're wrong. It's better to grow up. Suman muttered a retort. Why? Qin Yu subconsciously asked. Because there are so many things you can't do after hours. For example, when you wet the bed after hours, you get scolded. But wet the bed when you're older. People will praise you for it. Su Meng blinked her big watery eyes and said. Qin Yu suspected that Su Meng was driving, but had no proof. Suzaku. That's when the cell phone in his pocket rang. Qin Yu touched it out and saw that it was actually Yen Mingyu who had called. Mr. Yen. Qin Yu immediately picked up the phone. Pick me up at 7 tomorrow morning to take care of something in the suburbs. Yen Mingyu's cold and clear voice came out. Yes. Qin Yu put down his cell phone and looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. Then he said to Su Meng, where do you live? I will send you back first. I have to pick up Mr. Yen in the morning. It's just right back there in the apartment. Su Meng pointed to a stretch of apartments behind the night market. Well, then I'll give you a ride. Thanks. Qin Yu went ahead and settled the bill. And then, holding the staggering Su Meng, he arrived at the door of the apartment. Hey, the elevator's broken? What floor do you live on? Qin Yu pressed the elevator, but it showed fault. On the 6th floor. Su Meng is a girl after all. After drinking 4 or 5 zhangs of beer down, the whole person is limp. If not for leaning on Qin Yu, she would definitely not be able to stand. I'll carry you then. Qin Yu thought for a moment. I'm a little heavy. Su Monk was a little embarrassed. She's 6'8" and weighs 101. She belongs to the standard microfat, and her face has a bit of baby fat, white and very fleshy. Oh, I used to run 10 kilometers with weights every day. Not to mention the 6th floor. Carrying you up to the 60th floor is no problem. Qin Yu said with a smile. That's a pain in the ass. Su Meng gently lay on Qin Yu's back. This is a wonderful feeling. If you carry more than 100 pounds of stone, surely someone is too heavy. But 100 pounds of beauty, even the skinniest man, I'm afraid, will be as fit as a fiddle. Qin Yu was the same, feeling like he was carrying a ball of soft cotton wool, and he hadn't walked for long before the 6th floor arrived. After putting Su Meng down, he held her up and asked, which room are you staying in? It's right across the street. You're sweating a lot. Go in and get a glass of water. Su Meng said as she looked for her keys in her bag while skimming Qin Yu. No need. Wait. Qin Yu waved his hand and was just about to turn around and go downstairs when he grasped Su Meng's small white hand. Qin Yu? Su Meng revealed a puzzled look. Should you stand away from me? Give me the keys. Qin Yu lowered his voice, took the key from Su Meng. opened the door and closed it with a bang. Su Meng was bewildered, but believed that Qin Yu had his reasons for doing so at one point. Ah, pain, pain. Within half a minute, a strange man's voice came. Squeak. Qin Yu opened the door again, twisting a duck-tongued cap-wearing, swarthy man in his hand, and said to Su Meng, who had her little mouth slightly open, "Call the police." Ha, good, good. Su Meng nodded and panicked, taking out her cell phone to call the police. I'll send someone down. Qin Yu pushed the lewd man down the stairs. The police in big cities are still quite efficient. Qin Yu waited downstairs for less than 2 minutes before a police car drove over. After handing the lewd man over to the police, Qin Yu was ready to go back to the city center village. At this time, however, Su Meng's voice came from behind her. Qin Yu, wait, what's wrong? Qin Yu turned around. Su Meng should have trotted downstairs, her plump upper body still trembling, with a few moments of shock in her eyes. Will you protect me tonight? All night? Su Meng took a few steps and asked through clenched teeth. This? Qin Yu scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm scared. Su Meng slowly squatted down and sobbed in a small voice. I don't even dare to stay alone for fear that another strange man will appear in the house. Okay. Su Meng's pearly appearance left Qin Yu with no way to refuse. Well, don't worry. I don't have a boyfriend. No one will get the wrong idea or anything. Suman tilted her head and blinked her teary eyes. Let's go up then. Qin Yu extended his hand and helped Su Meng up. Taking a few steps, he looked at the winding staircase and asked, do you still want me to carry it? Are you okay? Su Meng bit her lip. How can a man not work? Come on. Qin Yu bent down and waited for Su Meng to come up on her back before wrapping his arms around her snow-white smooth thighs and once again coming to the 6th floor. Qin Yu, how did you know that there were strange men in my room? Su Meng asked curiously as she opened the door. First, you've been marked on the wall. No other doorway. Second, there are men's shoe prints on the ground. They shouldn't be your boyfriend's. Otherwise you should call and ask your boyfriend to carry you. So, I reckon your house is mostly burglarized. Just robbing money is fine. If you rob sex. Qin Yu shook his head, not daring to think about the consequences. Then I'm afraid I wouldn't have the face to stay in this city. Qin Yu, thank you for tonight. Su Meng also had a few moments of fear on her face. Just a show of hands. By the way, can I see your bathroom and room? I'm guessing that this guy has been thinking about you for more than a day or two. When Qin Yu entered, the lewd man was on the sofa knocking his legs and drinking as if he was in his own home. If he hadn't seen himself come in and his first instinct was to grab the door and run, he wouldn't have been associated with the furry. In other words, this lewd man should not have entered Su Meng's home for the first time. Well, then please check on me while I get you a glass of water, Su Meng said gratefully. With that, Qin Yu first walked into the bathroom and carefully inspected it. Soon, it was discovered hidden behind the socket. A miniature camera. Trouble. Qin Yu's heart thumped. More than likely Su Meng bathed and changed her clothes, all of which were filmed. Qin Yu, how was it? Did you find anything? Su Meng carried a glass of water and also came to the bathroom door. Found this. Qin Yu spread out his palm and frowned. I don't know how long it's been shooting. You usually go home at night to take a shower, right? Ha! Su Meng's face changed. The water cup in her hand almost fell to the ground. I go home every night to take a shower, wouldn't it be? Hold your horses. There's a good chance that what was filmed is still in the hands of that creepy guy. Qin Yu comforted. So what about that? Su Meng's small face was so pale that she couldn't speak well. Tell you what, when he gets out of detention, I'll go find him and ask him to hand over his stuff. He illegally entered the house, so he'll be detained for at least 3 days or more. Qin Yu, thinking for a moment, he said, the less people know about this kind of thing, the better for sure. And Su Meng doesn't have a boyfriend, so she can only help her out herself. Fine, Qin Yu, then I'm counting on you. Make sure you get back what he filmed. If it spreads out, how can I marry someone in the future? Suman said and was about to cry again. Then I'll see your bedroom again. After handing over the sneak peek device to Su Meng, Qin Yu went back into her bedroom. I'll put my clothes away. Su Meng lowered her head and hurriedly walked to the balcony. Still drying her snug little pants, they fluttered and fluttered in the night breeze. Qin Yu actually saw it, but could only pretend not to see it. It's thin, like a willow leaf, and I don't know what it covers. A careful inspection of Su Meng's bedroom followed, and sure enough, another miniature camera was found. Furious, Su Meng took it over and then threw it on the ground, stomping and stomping hard. Well, there shouldn't be any more, so get some early rest. Qin Yu left the room. I'll get you a comforter and condemn you to sleep on the couch, Suman said. Oh, what's the complaint? In the army, we slept in graveyards to practice our courage. Qin Yu smiled. Then you rest for a while. I'm going to take a shower. By the way, you also wash later. You're sweating. And you still have to pick up General Manager Yen early tomorrow morning. She has a slight cleanliness fetish, Su Meng said after finding the quilt and handing it to Chinyu. I'll just forget about it. You can't let me, sleep naked, can you? Chinyu scratched his head. Wear mine. I have casual clothes. They're looser and can be worn by both men and women. That works. Chinyu nodded. Su Meng was right. Yen Mingyu did have a slight cleanliness fetish, and several times when she went into her office, she saw that she was sterilizing with alcohol. Not much longer. Su Meng finished her shower and walked out wearing a nightgown. The dimpled silhouette, hazy under the nightgown, was very tantalizing. Chinyu, go wash up. I'll find you some clothes. Su Meng finished and returned to her room, closed the door and gently pat down the full chest. Tonight there are too many things happened. And drink. Head confused. After the shower even habitually walked out without wearing underwear. Luckily, Chinyu is not that kind of person. Day 2. Chinyu left the apartment at 6 o'clock. He ate a little outside before stopping a cab and arriving at the third door of the Balsam mansion. Waited 10 minutes or so. Yen Mingyu then frowned and walked out with his briefcase in his hand. Mr. Yen, you, not feeling well? Chinyu asked with concern. It's okay, here's the key. Yen Mingyu's good-looking face inexplicably reddened a bit. Could she tell Chinyu that she had been too busy lately, eating irregularly, and had hemorrhoids after upsetting her stomach a few times? Then Mr. Yen, please get in the car. Chinyu pulled open the car door. Hiss. Yen Mingyu just sat down and sucked in a breath of cool air. If she hadn't been there to deal with the suburbs, she would have wanted to go to the hospital right away. It hurts too much. Mr. Yen, why don't I take your pulse and see? Chinyu said as he glanced at the rearview mirror. The last time Yen Mingyu had stomach pains, it was herself who helped her press the acupoints on the soles of her feet for good. No. What number? Drive your car. I have hemorrhoids. What else can you do? Operate on me? Yen Mingyu had been tortured all night and hadn't slept well, and was very grumpy. Mr. Yen, I can really handle this kind of disease, Chinyu said sardonically. Don't want you to handle it if you can. Yen Mingyu said with a cold face. He handled it? What to do with it? Did he want to take off his pants? Of his own accord? In front of him? Sure enough, the world is as black as a crow, and men are no good. The more Yen Mingyu thought about it, the angrier she became. The image of seeing that dog man, cuddling with another woman, in the middle of the city village came back to me. Hell, there's no telling when, if ever, I'll be able to dissolve my marriage with him. Yen Mingyu clenched her silver teeth, her entire body resembling a 10,000-year-old iceberg, emitting a slight chill. Chinyu also somewhat reacted to the fact that this beautiful boss could not have mistakenly thought that he wanted to take advantage of her in any way, right? Forget it. If you don't trust yourself so much, just let her be. It's not like your own ass hurts anyway, right? Mr. Yen, where are we going to the suburbs? Chinyu asked as he drove. Anning Town, Damon Hill. Yen Mingyu said in a dress with an expressionless face. Okay, I'll set up the navigation first. Chinyu parked his car on the side of the road and typed Anning Town, Damon Mountain on his cell phone. Good lord, that's over 200 kilometers on one side. Expect to drive over 4 hours. Odds are, it won't come back tonight. Chinyu put down his cell phone and glanced at the rearview mirror. Yen Mingyu was slumped over and had been frowning with a few painful expressions on her face. Hey! Chinyu was helpless and admired. In the case of an ordinary girl, if she was in pain like this, she would have gone to the hospital long ago, while Yen Mingyu still insisted on working. Mr. Yen, Damang Mountain is relatively remote. It's inevitable that there will be poisonous insects, mosquitoes and ants, so I'll go to the pharmacy to buy some essential medicines before we set off. Chinyu glanced at the large pharmacy on the side of the road and said, yes. Yen Mingyu nodded. Soon, Chinyu then walked out of the pharmacy, carrying a large bag of medicines. Walking to the back row, he gently knocked on the car window. Mr. Yen, this is a painkiller. Take one. I'll get you some water. In the trunk of the car, there was Yen Mingyu's designated brand of mineral water. Chinyu secretly checked this brand on his cell phone. Imported. More than 100 a bottle. There's no way. The last thing this beautiful boss needs is money. Thanks. Yen Mingyu took the painkiller and carefully looked at the medicinal properties and ingredients. Over the years, she had encountered a lot of open fire and dark arrows, and had developed a character that didn't trust anyone. After making sure it was really a painkiller, he ripped it open and took a pill out. Only after Chinyu brought mineral water and unscrewed it and handed it to her did he stuff it into his little mouth and take a sip of water. Mr. Yen, take a good rest for a while. I'll call you when we arrive. Chinyu got into the car and continued on his way. Perhaps the painkillers contained sleeping ingredients, and Yen Mingyu slept quite soundly on the way. She woke up when she reached Mt. Damon. Glancing out the window, he fished out his cell phone and made a call. A few minutes later, a line of SUVs drove by. Mr. Yen. The leader was a middle-aged man with a white helmet. Behind him, there were about 10 men and women. All of them bent down in unison towards Yen Mingyu's car. Manager Zhou. What's the situation now? Yen Mingyu lowered the car window and faintly asked. The villagers are still surrounding the project office, demanding that we withdraw and that the land be restored to its original condition. Manager Zhou said bitterly. This project has already invested more than $1 billion into it in the early stage. If it really withdraws, this more than $1 billion will be wasted. And has he been told? Guys, we're willing to double the land compensation. Double it? Yen Mingyu knew that there must be someone behind these villagers' disturbance, trying to stir up this project of the resort. However, at the moment, apart from taking money to solve the problem, there didn't seem to be a better way. Said, they do not accept, but also said what we destroyed their feng shui. Want to go to the city to sue us. In the morning, there was also a conflict. Our side injured several. These villagers are too savage and unreasonable. Manager Zhou couldn't help but gush. Those of us who are injured on our side, how are they doing? Nothing serious? Yen Mingyu asked with a frown. Luckily, there's only one minor fracture and the rest are superficial. Manager Zhou said. This way, those who are injured will be paid 2 more months' salary in addition to full reimbursement of their medical expenses. After Yen Mingyu finished speaking, her slender hand commanded, lead the way to the project department. Yes, Mr. Yen. Manager Zhou got into the SUV and led the way in front. Xinyu followed behind in his car. After crossing the canyon in front of us, a small village surrounded by mountains opens up ahead. It may have rained before. The air was extraordinarily fresh, accompanied by a chorus of birds chirping, giving the impression of a paradise. The beautiful boss's vision was really good. If such a beautiful place was made into a resort, once the hot summer came, people from the big cities would surely be willing to come here for vacation and fun. Only, the tower cranes and excavators at the site, all motionless, obviously in a state of suspension. The entrance to the 2-story light steel structure of the project department is surrounded by a black crowd of villagers, with hoes in their hands and flatbreads in their hands, at least hundreds of people. When there was still some distance to go, Manager Zhou stopped the car and jogged over to Yen Mingyu's car window. Mr. Yen, let's discuss our countermeasures. Going over there so rashly, I'm worried about your personal safety. It's okay, just tell them in a big way that I'm here as the boss. Yen Mingyu said with a bland expression. Aha! Manager Zhou had to get into the car again and drove all the way to the entrance of the project department before he went down and said loudly, folks, be quiet. The boss of our 4Cs group, Mr. Yen, is here, and she would like to have a word with you all. Surname Zhou. I don't care what you always come with. Your people, if you don't leave Li's village before nightfall, we'll whisk them away by force. Yes, we've lived here for generations and are self-sufficient. We don't need your money. Hurry up and remove your men. The villagers were very emotional. Qin Yu, go! Yen Mingyu listened in the car for a small while before pushing open the door. Mr. Yen, I'll go ahead. This time, the situation was different. Facing some compelled villagers, not gangsters, Qin Yu could only try to protect Yen Mingyu from getting hurt, but it was impossible to make a move with them. Quickly, everyone form a circle to protect Mr. Yen. Manager Zhou saw Yen Mingyu coming over and hurriedly said to a group of his employees, get out of the way. All of you. Yen Mingyu let out a low gulp, and the employees who had just surrounded her had to all take a few steps back. She's the one who made people destroy the feng shui of our Li village. Hit her. On the villagers' side, I don't know who shouted, and with a whoosh, a stone flew towards Yen Mingyu. At such a close range, a slingshot is no less powerful than a gun. Hiss. Seeing this, Qin Yu, without thinking, turned around and blocked in front of Yen Mingyu. There was a sharp pain in the back of his head, subconsciously touching it with his hand. His palm was blood red. Qin Yu. Yen Mingyu's face changed. If he hadn't blocked it, I'm afraid it would have been himself who had his skin split open. What's the matter? Do you have any law in your eyes? Manager Zhou angrily chided at the villagers. In Li's village, we ourselves are the law. Get rid of them. The villagers swung their stretcher and smashed it. Bang! If it wasn't for Manager Zhou's helmet, he would have had a bloody head. Mr. Yen, get in the car first. Qin Yu grabbed Yen Mingyu's arm and pulled her away whether she wanted to or not. Rustle of skirts. In the crowd, there was a constant stream of cold arrows from slingshots, and several employees were hit to varying degrees. Come on, all aboard. After seeing Qin Yu escort Yen Mingyu to the car, Manager Zhou also greeted his men to get on the car together. Wolfishly, He followed Chinyu's car and left the Lee family village. It was only when they came to the outside of the canyon that the convoy stopped. Manager Joe jogged and came to Yen Mingyu's car window, asking with a sad face, "Mr. Yen, what now? Let's go to the town first. As soon as we've made a move with the villagers, we'll fall into the other side's trap." Nowadays, with the internet public opinion, no matter if it's an individual or a company, they can't resist it. Yen Mingyu knew that behind this matter, it was definitely Lu Nanyen who was behind it. However, not being able to solve this matter by herself would mean that the first round of fighting with her would be lost. However, they do not start with the compensation, but with the illusory feng shui. As it happens, the villagers eat it up. Headache. Okay, Mr. Yen, then I'll contact Mayor Lu. Manager Joe returned to the car and called the leaders of Anningtown, saying that Yen Mingyu had come. The appointment was to have lunch together later at the town's guest house to discuss the affairs of Lee's village. The Four Seas Group has invested so much money with the aim of boosting the local economy, so it can't really roll away just because the villagers make a fuss, right? A few moments later, the group returned to Anningtown. Several town leaders were already waiting in front of the guest house. It was the first time many of them had seen the boss of the Four Seas Group, and they didn't expect it to be a woman, and so young and beautiful. Naturally, there were no shortage of compliments. Yen Mingyu dealt with the situation in a nonchalant manner before her words changed. "There's a doctor at your guest house, isn't there? My man is injured. Take care of it." "Yes, yes, the infirmary is on the second floor," the town leader said hastily. "Mr. Yen, you and the leaders go eat. We'll just take care of it ourselves." It was almost 1 o'clock now, and both Manager Zhou and the others and Yen Mingyu were still hungry. "Good, Qi knew. If their doctors can't handle it, just tell me and I'll have the company's own medical team fly a helicopter over." After Yen Mingyu nodded, she looked at Qinyu and said, how he was in terms of his feelings was his private matter, but when it came to his work, he was meticulous and loyal, especially since he had not hesitated to stand in front of himself just now, making Yen Mingyu's heart very moved. "Oh, thank you Mr. Yen, it should be nothing serious." Qinyu grinned. "Then you guys go on up and check it out." Yen Mingyu waited for Qinyu and his party to go up to the second floor before going to the restaurant with the town leaders. Regarding the matter of the Li family village, the response given by the town leaders was that they would send someone to mediate, and Yen Mingyu's side should not go for the time being, lest it would intensify the conflict. Yen Mingyu was a bit annoyed in her heart. The matter of Li's village was dragging on so much, the company would only fall more and more into a passive situation. But for a while, I couldn't think of any good solution. After dinner, the town leaders went back to the meeting to discuss the things in Li's village. Yen Mingyu saw Manager Zhou and Qinyu and the others eating outside in the hall, so she walked over and asked, "How is everyone's situation? Are they all okay?" "It's okay, Mr. Yen." Everyone shook their heads together. "Alright then, everyone will stay at the guest house for now. I'll try to settle this matter as early as possible." Yen Mingyu finished speaking and walked out of the guest house. Qinyu hurriedly picked up 2 mouthfuls and put down his bowl, and also followed him out. Across the street from the hospitality center is a small park. Yen Mingyu sat on a bar stool of a large tree, looking in the direction of Demang Mountain, seemingly thinking about things. The slender figure, elegant temperament, and the small park with beautiful surroundings seemed to blend into one. Qinyu could not help but look at it a few more times before withdrawing his gaze. Standing at a distance, he didn't go over to bother her. After a while, Yen Mingyu stood up, hands in his trench coat pockets, and walked over. "Walk with me." "Yes." Qinyu nodded. Following behind Yen Mingyu, he walked towards the outside of the town. Green rice paddies, golden-colored rapeseed flowers, and a turquoise-blue sky. An occasional bark or two could be heard. "Mr. Yen, I have a suggestion," Qinyu said as he looked at Yen Mingyu's slender, tight back. "You say?" Yen Mingyu turned around. Her black hair, blown by the breeze, brushed her fair, moving cheeks. If a photographer had been here, he would have been able to capture this beautiful photo. The people of Li's village, who have lived in such a small place for generations, don't have high materialistic requirements, so taking money definitely won't solve the problem. By force, even less. And as you said, the people behind it are anxious for us to clash with the villagers. Qinyu spoke up. "So?" Yen Mingyu raised her thin willow eyebrows. "I'm from a small place myself, and in every small place, there's that one person who is highly respected and has the power of speech. If, on the other hand, he could put in a word for us, things would be much better. In addition, the mountain villages are full of old people left behind. The youngest, the 40-something kind. We can ask the town leaders to help us find the contact information of their children. and then utilize the influence of the 4Cs group to facilitate and help them, whether they work or go to school, and then have them, in turn, call the elders in the mountains, and with a two-pronged approach, I think we should be able to solve the problem. In one breath, Chinyu spoke his suggestion. Well, it's not hard to get the town leaders to help and find contact information for the young people of Li's village, but finding respected people in the village. What can we do to impress people to help us outsiders? Yan Mingyu asked after a moment of contemplation. Sincerely, Chinyu spat out two words, looked at Yan Mingyu's charming face, and said with a firm expression, I believe that I can definitely impress the other party with sincerity. Yan Mingyu didn't say anything. This reasoning was understood by everyone, but it was difficult to implement. Mr. Yan, leave this task to me. Seeing Yan Mingyu's silence, Chinyu volunteered. But, Yan Mingyu had experienced the pugnacious folklore of these people in the Li family village. I'm worried that Chinyu went in standing up and came out sideways. Mr. Yan, don't worry. I won't start a conflict with these villagers. Chinyu could probably guess Yan Mingyu's concern. So when are you going? Yan Mingyu didn't have a better method at the moment, so she could only let Chinyu give it a try. Now, if we put it off until tomorrow, it will make people fail to see our sincerity in solving the problem. Chinyu said. Okay, I'll wait for your news then. Yan Mingyu nodded. The two of them then returned to the town together, and Chinyu drove alone, once again entering the great Mongolian mountains. The blackened villagers had not dispersed by the time they arrived at the project site. Seeing Chinyu drive over, they all revealed a wary look. Folks, I'm all alone. Chinyu got out of the car and held up his hand to show that he meant no harm. I don't care how many of you there are. Get out of here or I'll smash your car. Someone yelled impatiently. Don't. This car belongs to my boss. I'm just a wage earner. If you guys smash the car, I can't afford to pay for it for the rest of my life. Chinyu said with a bitter smile. Then get the hell out of here. The villager glared. I'm only going to take 2 or 3 minutes of everyone's time to say a few words and then I'll leave. As he spoke, Chinyu put his hand into his pocket, took out his wallet, and drew out his ID card. Folks, this is my ID card. What do you mean? The villager glanced at Chinyu suspiciously, but still took his ID card, looked at it for a few moments, and then handed it to the person behind him. Wutong Town, Phoenix Village. I know this place. A cousin of mine is from here, but has moved to the big city for many years. It seems like it's even more remote than our Daimon Mountain. Someone took Chinyu's ID card and looked at it carefully, saying, yes, Phoenix Village is even more remote than our Li Village. The main source of economy is the small iron mine in the village. Decades down the line, there are at least 20 or so men who didn't come out of the mine in Huangni Village. Chinyu nodded inside. Grandpa was a barefoot doctor, and many people who were injured in the iron mines or left with after effects came to see him. Chinyu naturally knew that going down the mine was hard and dangerous, and he couldn't earn much money. What can be done about it if you depend on the mountain and the water? A villager said. That's right. What has your Phoenix Village got to do with us? Someone else chimed in. Oh, I just want to tell you all that I'm a native of the countryside. Just like you. This year are 27. There is no house in the city. Also cannot afford to buy a car. Still owe hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Even, having married a daughter-in-law, who has not seen her since the license was issued, is now looking for me to get a divorce. Folks say, am I unlucky? With a smile on his face, Chinyu recounted his heartache. Hey, you're in a situation that's all too common in the countryside. But fortunately, just a divorce. There are even more unlucky. A family has worked hard to save half a lifetime of money, by the way of the bride price, to all cheated away it. Chinyu's words resonated with some of the villagers. So have you folks ever wondered why rural kids can't afford a car, a house, or even a daughter-in-law? Chinyu asked while the iron was hot. No money, poor. Someone said. Yes, the reason boils down to the fact that from grandpa onwards, he was a rural man. Dad was also a rural man. And in our generation, he is still a rural man. The family's base is so thin that you can't even turn it over if you want to. Chinyu began to slowly, steering the conversation towards the purpose of his visit today. Who doesn't want to turn over a new leaf? But how can money be that good? Someone muttered. So, when an opportunity to make money comes along, we need to take it, instead of pushing the opportunity out the door, right? Chinyu pointed to the project department behind the crowd and said, this resort project, once it is completed, leaving aside the money for compensation, everyone can make a lot of money just by opening a farmhouse and selling some local specialties. When your pockets are bulging, in the future, your children, to buy a car, to buy a house, you can also support when they're in the big city and get their feet wet, won't their destiny change? Oh, after all that, or are you here as a lobbyist for the 4Cs group? Someone skimmed the surface and said, "It's just that the attitude isn't as brutal and forceful as it was before." Oh, I'm not a lobbyist for the company. I'm a lobbyist for myself. Folks also know my bottom line. A debt of hundreds of thousands of dollars. No car. No house. Even the daughter-in-law to run away from the countryside baby. I, more than anyone, want the company to prosper and work for a few more years to pay off the debt I owe. Shinyu took in the looks of the crowd and knew that his lobbying had had an effect. But there's still a little bit of fire left. The problem now is that this resort project is destroying the feng shui of our Li village. Ah, you're also from the countryside. So you must know how important feng shui is. Even if your company gives us more money, but the feng shui is destroyed. It's a small matter for us old nobodies to get sick and have a short life. But it's a big matter if it affects our children's development. There was a goatee-bearded old man who said with a frown, "Big grandpa's right. What do you need money for when your life is gone? Alright, lad. We won't give you a hard time. Let's go." Yeah, it's not easy for you either. So don't get into this mess. By the looks of it, this goatee-bearded old man had a high prestige in the crowd. The moment he spoke, everyone followed in agreement. "Gramps, let me ask you a few questions and then I'll go. Okay?" Shinyu looked at the goatee-bearded old man and said, "It seems that he is the one he is looking for, the one who is highly respected." "You ask." The goatee-bearded old man nodded. "How long have we, the people of the Li family village, lived here? Over the years, has there been any big names, or very powerful people?" Shinyu asked seemingly casually. "Almost. We've lived here for more than 300 years. If we're talking about big names, we're too remote. Not many big names have come out of here." The old man with the goatee shook his head. "Old master, that's right. Since we're talking about feng shui, let's talk about the ancient emperors. No matter if it was the palace they lived in before their bodies or the mausoleums they had after their deaths, they all chose unique feng shui treasures. But how did it end? The dynasty changed. The tomb was stolen. So it's obvious that all that awesome feng shui didn't play a sheltering role," Shinyu said unhurriedly. Shinyu's words left the goatee-bearded old man somewhat speechless. The lad seems to have a point. We've lived here for hundreds of years, and we haven't seen anyone get rich. Yes, in that case, the feng shui of our Li village is quite average. The villagers are also starting to get a little shaken up. Here's the deal, lad. It's not impossible for the resort project to resume. However, it has to be according to the rules of our Li family village. The old man with the goatee stroked his beard and said, "Oh, Gramps, what's the rule?" Shinyu was delighted in his heart and asked without moving. "Liver and gallbladder wine," the goatee-bearded old man said in a deep voice. "Yeah, get your boss to come and drink liver and gallbladder with us. After drinking it, you can share our Li village's liver and bitterness. If you don't dare to drink, you'd better go back where you came from." The villagers around the goatee-bearded old man yelled back, "Okay, I promise for the boss." Although Shinyu is not sure how to drink liver and gallbladder wine, but at the charity dinner, he has seen Yan Mingyu's ability to drink, and it is not bad. "Okay, go prepare the liver and gallbladder wine." The old man with the goatee waved his hand. The blackened villagers, at last, left the project headquarters. Phew, Shinyu sighed in relief. As he had just said, he hoped more than anyone else that Yan Mingyu would have the upper hand in the battle between her and her mother. Otherwise, if the company has problems or even goes out of business, who will give himself a monthly salary of $30,000? Afterwards, he felt out his cell phone and dialed Yan Mingyu's number. After only 2 rings, Yan Mingyu's eager voice came. "How is it, Shinyu?" "Mr. Yan, they promised that the project would resume." Just what?" Before Shinyu could finish, Yan Mingyu could not help but ask. "They're going to drink liver and gallbladder with you. I think it's a ritual they do to greet their friends. I took the liberty of saying yes for you." Shinyu scratched his head and said sardonically, "With Yan Mingyu also have half a month. His little bodyguard or the first time, do cross the line things." "No problem. I'm on my way," Yan Mingyu said cheerfully. Previously, Manager Zhou and the others had a physical conflict with the people from Li's village, so Yan Mingyu didn't call them, so as not to meet them at that time and cause trouble and unpleasantness again. Alone, she drove Manager Zhou's car to the resort project department. Shinyu was waiting for her. After getting off the bus, Yan Mingyu looked at Shinyu with unblinking eyes. "How did you do it?" Like we said before, sincerity, dawn with love, move with reason. Of course, I also hope that Mr. Yan can give them some real benefits. I'm also from the countryside, and I know all too well that it's not easy for them." Shinyu certainly does not want to be treated as a big liar who is good at fooling by the people of Li's village. Emotional cards are there to be played, and real money favors should definitely be given to people as well. "Well, I won't shortchange them." After Yan Mingyu finished speaking, She glanced at the small mountain village that was already wafting with curling smoke and inclined her head. Go in. Soon, the two of them followed the sheep's path and walked into Lee's village. In the middle of the village, there is a very spacious dam. Usually there is a red and white wedding in the village. Are done in this dam. By now a bonfire had been lit, and a few villagers were pushing up their sleeves to butcher a large, fat pig. Yan Mingyu grew up in a favorable family condition, was born with a golden key, and had never seen the scene of killing a pig with her own eyes. Hands in his trench coat pockets, he watched in fascination. Qinyu looked at Yan Mingyu, her flawless side face. It was the first time he had seen this high and mighty beauty boss reveal this kind of little girl's expression. Grinning, his heart was immensely satisfied. After all, it's the villagers who drink the liver and gallbladder wine with them. The opportunity to help her get her own. Not a moment too soon. The goatee-bearded old man changed into a well-fitting tunic and walked over on his crutches. You can tell that he takes this liver and gallbladder wine very seriously. Qinyu hurriedly whispered in Yan Mingyu's ear. Mr. Yan, this old man is the most respected person in the Li family village. Aha! Yan Mingyu's eyes flashed with a trace of dissimilarity. After so many years, there had never been any man who could come close enough to speak in her ear. However, now was certainly not the time to think about that. Taking his hand out of the pocket of his trench coat, he walked towards the old man with the goatee. Master, you are so fit. I didn't realize that the owner of such a big company was such a pretty little girl like you. In fact, Yan Mingyu wasn't too young, 27 or 88. In the countryside, the child should be playing soy sauce. However, in front of the 80-year-old goatee, it can only be considered a little girl. I also just inherited my family's industry. The company was created by my grandfather back then. Yan Mingyu said in a very low key. It seems that the young man was right. Grandpa owns a company, and his granddaughter is a boss. Grandpa is a farmer, and his grandson is also a farmer. Little girl, after drinking liver and gallbladder wine tonight, your resort project will resume, the goatee-bearded old man exclaimed. Thank you, old master, for your understanding and support. In this way, in terms of compensation for the land, I'll give the previously negotiated double the price. In addition, for everyone who is willing to exchange for a small building, I will also build one for each family. Moreover, we also give everyone a pension insurance, so they can receive money when they reach the age of 60. The children of the Li family village, as long as they fulfill the requirements, can also come to our 4Cs group to work. Yan Mingyu said with great bravado. Little girl, you are so thoughtful. The goatee-bearded old man nodded, obviously very satisfied. Great grandpa, the bitter bile has been taken out. You can start drinking liver and gallbladder wine. At that moment, a villager with a pig's bitter gall in his hand said, Okay, serve the wine. The goatee-bearded old man nodded. Immediately, there were a few villagers, carrying a large jar of wine and walking over to the campfire. After setting up the bowl, a knife was used to poke through the bitter bile and drip the black bile into the wine. This is the liver and gallbladder wine. Looking at Yan Mingyu, her eyelids gently jumped, not to mention the bitter taste of the bile, which is not drinkable by the general public. What is even more terrible is that the bile has not undergone any processing or treatment, which is too unhygienic, right? She's a clean freak. Master, our boss usually seldom dabbles in alcohol. Just one bowl. How about I help her drink the rest? Qinyu has been following Yan Mingyu for some time, and from her subtle expression, he can tell that she is not willing to drink the so-called liver and gallbladder wine. Nothing else, mostly cleanliness. No problem. She's a little girl. One bowl is all she needs. The goatee-bearded old man pointed to about 10 bowls of wine and said, You drink the rest. Oh, good. Qinyu smiled and nodded. Little girl, you're a guest. After you. The old man with the goatee made a gesture of invitation. Then I. Do it first. Yan Mingyu took a look at the liquor that had changed color, and there were probably 3 or 4 amounts in one bowl. After serving it up, he took a slight breath before tilting his head back and drying it right off. Ahem. The bitter, strange odor caused Yan Mingyu to cough immediately. Little girl, have some fruit to smooth. The old man with the goatee had a delivery of hickory peaches they had picked themselves. Master, then I'll do the same first. Qinyu followed Yan Mingyu's example, picked up a bowl of wine and drained it in one gulp. 9 bowls, almost 3 pounds. When the last bowl was finished, Qinyu only felt that the entire village was spinning. Good, you're the first one. Who finished the liver and gallbladder wine? The villagers all applauded Qinyu. How are you doing? Are you okay? Seeing that Qinyu was staggering and could barely stand, Yan Mingyu hurriedly supported him. No, nothing, Qinyu said with a big tongue. Although, he would get drunk tonight, but after all, he felt it was worth it after helping his beautiful boss solve such a tricky problem. Then sit down for a while. Yan Mingyu helped Xinyu and sat on the stool. She also personally helped him peel 2 mountain peaches and handed them to him to ease his mind. If anyone familiar with Yan Mingyu was here, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. The average man, if he comes within 3 steps of her, she repels and rolls her eyes. Much less, like a little woman, to take care of a man. Young man, how is it? Is it still good? Drink this bowl of cross-cup wine and we'll be real friends from now on. The goatee-bearded old man looked at Xinyu and asked, Can drink? Having already taken 99 steps, Xinyu would definitely not drop the ball on the last step. According to the custom of Li's village, the host hands the guest a bowl of wine, and then the guest also hands the host a bowl of wine, and the guest and host drink it at the same time to show their sincerity. Good. Then, people of the Li family village, raise your wine together. After the goatee-bearded old man and Xinyu exchanged wine bowls with each other, they raised them high and said, Drink! Dozens of people drinking together, the scene is still shocking. Growling, Xinyu stiffened his head and took another sip. You slow down. Yan Mingyu was a bit moved and could not even figure out why Xinyu, the bodyguard, was so desperate. Is it just for the tens of thousands of dollars a month that he gave him? Or is that just the way his personality is? Brash, righteous, putting the company first? Yan Mingyu slightly side-eyed, feeling somewhat unable to see through this man beside her. A man like him wouldn't betray his wife, would he? But what about the scene he saw in the music square? Yan Mingyu's heart was in a bit of a mess. Great-grandpa, just now our family Avui called and said that he was promoted by the company, and the boss made it very clear that we were the ones who gave face to 4C's group, and that he had to give face to the children of our Li clan village as well. Yes. My daughter also called and said that the school has given out a special scholarship, so now there's no need to worry about college tuition. The 4C's group can be really good. We almost believed the rumors. A group of villagers who received a call from their children had red eyes. You won't have to drink, little girl, but I'll drink to you. The goatee-bearded old man picked up a bowl of wine and said to Yan Mingyu, Master, every child in the Li family village is excellent. I've only done a little something insignificant. Yan Mingyu said humbly, Eat meat. Our own raised pork is much better than supermarket pork. The villager sliced off a piece of already barbecued tenderloin, placed it on a plate, and handed it to Yan Mingyu. Of course, Xinyu also had a share. At this point, the matter of the Li family village had finally been satisfactorily resolved. As for Lu Nanyan, there is no telling if there are any more backstops. It was almost midnight before Yan Mingyu helped the confused Xinyu and left the Li family village, stuffing him into the back of the car and letting manager Zhou, who had been waiting for a long time, drive. The 3 of them returned to the town's guest house. Day 2. Xinyu slept until almost 10 o'clock before he woke up, although he felt his mouth was dry and his body was uncomfortable. But the good thing was that his head didn't hurt. The liver and gallbladder wine that I drank last night was all grain wine brewed by the people of Li's village themselves, and it was certainly not comparable to the usual blended bottled wine. Got up and drank a big bowl of cool white water before starting to wash up. After getting his personal hygiene in order, he opened the private number in his cell phone. For the past 2 days, I've been in off mode, not knowing if anyone is looking for me. Mr. Chin, can you see the message? Why is your cell phone off? Be a man of honor. Didn't you promise a divorce? Where are the people? What the hell do you mean? I called you more than 10 phone calls. Cannot be reached. You're not a way to play the rogue. Your wife and you have no feelings at all. You consume refuse to divorce. Not a man's behavior. We are all adults. The strong twisted melon is not sweet. This truth do not you know? A text message popped up just as Chinyu's private cell phone number was turned on. He read it carefully before replying with a blank face. Don't worry. I am true to my word. And if I agree to a divorce, I will definitely leave. I don't have time in these 2 days. When I have time to take the initiative to contact you. Mr. Sheen, don't stand me up then. The other party quickly replied. It won't. After replying back, Shinyu saw that no one was looking for him except this lawyer, so he turned his private number off again. Noon. Yan Mingyu invited manager Zhou and the town leaders to dinner, and after the meal, he also held a small meeting to talk about helping the people of Li's village, repairing the building, and letting manager Zhou start to implement it tomorrow. Almost 3 o'clock. Yan Mingyu and Shinyu set off together, preparing to return to the city. On the way, when passing through a depression, shoo away, with a loud bang, a large rock rolled down halfway down the mountain. Mr. Yen, sit tight. Shinyu's face changed as he slammed his foot on the gas and tried to rush over. But what did he know? The road ahead was sprinkled with sharp nails. Bang bang, the front 2 wheels immediately burst, and the car, like a wild horse out of control, instantly lost control and rolled headlong toward the slope at the bottom of the mountain. Ah! For a while, the sky spun around, and Chinyu's ears were filled with exclamations of shock emanating from Yen Mingyu. To be able to make the beautiful boss, who was happy and angry, make this kind of noise, it was evident how dangerous the situation was. Rumble of a stomach. It rolled for at least a full minute or two before the car stopped on all fours. Mr. Yen. Not caring if he was alright or not, Shinyu twisted his head with difficulty and called out to Yen Mingyu, who was stuck in the back row, cloaked and with blood on his face. He looked a mess. Of course, he's no better himself. He just doesn't know it. I'm fine. Yen Mingyu clenched her silver teeth and said with some effort. No need to think. It must have been Lu Nanyan who let someone do it. A tiger's venom is not enough to kill a child, and she has gone so far as to lay such a murder on this daughter of hers. Then let's figure out how to get out first. Shinyu ripped away the airbag that was squeezed around his body and kicked the door of the car as hard as he could. Dong Dong, cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics. It took several kicks before the door cracked open a crack. Shinyu reluctantly drilled out and then came back to the back row, grasping the car door with both hands and taking all the strength he could muster. Bang. Finally yanked off the warped door and saw Yen Mingyu, head down, feet up, and with her body stuck. Mr. Yen, I might have to have physical contact with you to pull you out. At this point in time, Shinyu had not forgotten his identity as just a small bodyguard of Yen Mingyu. Trying to pull her out of the car would definitely involve physical contact, even hugging her. I believe you. Yen Mingyu clenched her silver teeth and said with some pain. Shinyu really wanted to take advantage of himself. The time he drank with his girlfriend Lu Xiaoxiao, he was so drunk that no matter what he did, he couldn't resist. Of course, if Shinyu really did that, he wouldn't be standing here, but he would be cut to pieces by his own hands and his bones would be thrown to the ground. Okay, Mr. Yen, bear with me. Shinyu drilled into the back row of the car that had been deformed, and after taking a closer look, Yen Mingyu's chest to her belly was tightly squeezed by the chair. Trying to push with my hand, the chair didn't budge. Trouble. Shinyu frowned, his eyes rolling slightly. Pattering sound. Pattering sound. There was also, in his ears, the sound of the gas tank seeping through and gasoline dripping on the rocks. It made Shinyu's heart tighten. Some of the car's electronic instruments were still working, and the car would definitely burn if it short-circuited and sparked. Shinyu, is it raining? Half of Yen Mingyu's body was squeezed and she couldn't breathe well, and her originally stunningly beautiful face was already a bit pale. Shinyu felt a pain in his heart, and not wanting her to have a psychological burden, he could only give a Mr. Yen, wait for me. I'll go find that throwing stick in the storage box. After saying that, Shinyu ran to the driver's side again. In the past when he was a security guard, everyone was equipped with a throwing stick. After becoming Yen Mingyu's bodyguard, he put this throwing stick in the cars, just in case. Pattering sound. Shinyu shook the flinging stick and it was still able to stretch normally, glancing obliquely at the gas tank, which continued to seep through. His heart thumped. He had to race against time to get Yen Mingyu out before the car caught fire. Ka-ching. Shinyu inserted the throwing stick into the gap of the chair and pried hard. Possibly nervous, or possibly sweltering, the sweat on Shinyu's forehead was dripping down the tip of his nose. Snort. Fear of what will come. The car's circuits began to spark. Shinyu, leave me alone. Feel out the cell phone in my pocket. There is important information about the company. In addition, call the person who notes Grandpa on it and tell him that I was killed by Lu Nanyan. Yen Mingyu's nose was already filled with the pungent smell of gasoline. In a few seconds at the most, the car would have burst into flames. She didn't want Shinyu to die with her. Mr. Yen, you won't die. Shinyu bellowed, his forehead veins popping, and with all the strength he could muster, he finally parted the chair hard. Yen Mingyu's body lightened and fell softly into Shinyu's arms. Shinyu held her, ran a few dozen meters out, put it on the ground, and then turned around and ran towards the car. Sneer at. A small flame had risen from near the gas tank. Shinyu, what are you doing? Come back. Yen Mingyu sat paralyzed on the ground and cried out anxiously. Mr. Yen, I'll get medicine. It's in the trunk. There's a bleeding stopper and sterilizer in there, or we'll all die. Fortunately, Shinyu had bought many essential medicines before he set off. At this time, it came in handy. Use the field. Then be careful. Yen Mingyu looked at the car's rising flames and her whole heart clenched into a ball. Snap. The good thing is, the trunk still opens properly. Shinyu quickly took out the bag containing the medicines before taking a few bottles of mineral water and stuffing them in his pockets before running off with his legs. Shoo away. Dazzling flames rose to the sky, and Chinyu stumbled as he was lifted by the airwave and fell to the ground. The back was on fire, presumably, from the debris of the car explosion. Chinyu, Mr. Yen, I'm fine. Chinyu sucked in his breath, climbed up and stumbled to Yen Mingyu. The whole face turned a pitch-black color, and only a pair of white eyeballs could be seen. Living up to the African brothers. Take a break. I'll call Manager Zhou. Yen Mingyu touched her cell phone and found Manager Zhou's number. Only no matter how she called, she couldn't get through. On closer inspection, there was no signal at all, and as the sky darkened, a faint layer of white mist drifted over the canyon, and from time to time there was a cool mountain breeze blowing through. It gives an eerie feeling. Mr. Yen, let's see if my cell phone has a signal. Chinyu felt out his cell phone and tried to contact the outside world with 2 numbers. Still unable to connect. Chinyu, what do we do? Yen Mingyu bit her lip, her eyes carrying a few moments of despair. Both of them were injured, and with the cliffs above their heads, they would more than likely be trapped alive. Mr. Yen, I've been a scout for 5 years. Surviving in the wilderness is a piece of cake for me. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you away. Chinyu comforted Yen Mingyu, whether as a bodyguard or a man. This is definitely the time to take all the responsibility. Aha! Yen Mingyu gently nodded her head. This way, I'll start a fire first. In the mountains, there is a big temperature difference between morning and night. In this situation now, we must preserve enough strength and never catch a cold. Chinyu said. Yes, Yen Mingyu usually does not dip her fingers in the water, and she does not even know how to cook, so where does she have experience in wilderness survival? So naturally, whatever Chinyu says, is what she says. Soon, Chinyu first used a withered tree branch to build a pile of fire up right after the car exploded, borrowing the scattered embers. In the neighborhood, again, he searched for some sharp branches and made a couple of improvised traps by digging holes with a shaking stick. I don't know how long it will be before I can leave, and I have to find a way to get some wildlife to feed my hunger. Only after doing this did Chinyu return to Yen Mingyu's side. Mr. Yen, is there any discomfort? It's like I'm not feeling well anywhere. I can't say exactly. Yen Mingyu smiled bitterly. So I'll check you out? Chinyu took a look at Yen Mingyu, who was dressed in a professional outfit that looked like a cloth, and her exposed skin had different degrees of injuries. Be nice. Yen Mingyu nodded. Mr. Yen, first I'll check your joints, including your ankles, knees, arms, and the top of your head, and I'll gently press on them, and tell me if you feel any discomfort. Possibly, it has been fractured or dislocated, but your body is numb, so you can't feel the pain, Chinyu said professionally. Aha! Then I'll start. Chinyu took off Yen Mingyu's leather shoes, lifted up her small feet in boat socks, and began to inspect them from bottom to top. Fortunately, there were no broken bones or dislocations. I should be fine. You handle yourself. Yen Mingyu couldn't tell what was going on in her heart. Although Chinyu was checking for herself, it was almost the same, pressing all over her body. The thought that, now that gynecology has male doctors, calmed the mess. Well, I don't have much of a problem either. It's all superficial. Chinyu turned his back to Yen Mingyu and untied his bloodstained shirt. Your back is all bruised. Let me put some medicine on it. Looking at Chinyu's bloodied back, Yen Mingyu was a bit skeptical whether this man had any sense of pain or not, that he was able to endure until now. Then thank you, Mr. Yen. Chinyu threw his bloodied shirt aside and sat down on a rock in a smooth manner. Broad shoulders, thin waist, very standard figure. I'm probably a little clumsy, so bear with me. Yen Mingyu was not a doctor, much less had helped others with medication, and looking at the shocking wounds on Chinyu's back, his scalp went a little numb before he even started to lay hands on it. Opening the bag containing medicines, he found sterilizing alcohol and medicinal cotton and poured some on it before walking behind Chinyu and cleaning his wound. If it hurts, just say so. There's no one else here. I won't laugh at you. Yen Mingyu bit her lip and said quietly, how can you have no sense of pain when you've been raised by your father and your parents? Oh, it doesn't hurt. Chinyu chuckled lightly. Yen Mingyu was a bit exasperated and deliberately increased the strength of the medicinal cotton wipe in her hand, but Chinyu still did not say a word. I asked you a question. Yen Mingyu was a little frustrated in her heart as she looked at the rock-steady Chinyu. You asked, Mr. Yen. Chinyu gently nodded his head. What the hell are you fighting so hard for? You don't think you're trying to pick me up? Yen Mingyu's face flushed a little as she asked this question that had been bothering her for a long time. She knows that Chinyu is married, but most likely the marriage is not happy, and will cheat to find another woman. Could it be, or is it still unhappy, trying to get your attention, and in turn, pick yourself up, by putting your life on the line? The idea was a bit ridiculous, But Yen Mingyu was well aware of her attraction to men. Ha! Qin Yu gently smiled, then shook his head. Mr. Yen, I wouldn't dare to pick up anyone but you. Why? Yen Mingyu asked offhandedly. Immediately after, there was a bit of regret that her words had not gone through her head. It was as if he was hoping that Qin Yu would pick up himself. Identity gap. You are worth 10 billion female boss, and I'm just a small town to the big city to survive in the countryside child. No car, no house, still owe a butt of debt. You say, where do I get the qualifications and guts to pick you up? Qin Yu said very frankly. Why are you, then, so desperate? Hearing Qin Yu's answer, Yen Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. If Qin Yu really had any thoughts about himself, he would go back and replace him. It's not the status gap that Qin Yu said, but the fact that she can't accept a man who has cheated on his wife. Oh, keep your job. Qin Yu was turning his back to Yen Mingyu, so he naturally could not see the bitterness in his smile. In addition to being a scouting special forces soldier for 5 years, he himself merely had a college degree. Nowadays, in the era where one could meet several undergraduates when going to the toilet, a junior college student was no different from an elementary school student. If, when it comes to work, one is still lazy and doesn't go to work hard, what makes this beautiful boss let herself stay by her side all the time? When will the hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt be paid off? Just for a $30,000 paycheck? Yen Mingyu was a bit incomprehensible. A big man for $30,000 a month. Several times even do not want to live. Mr. Yen, in this world, 90% of the people are ordinary people. No matter how hard they try, they can only barely survive. Even those with higher incomes will still have their mortgages. And car loans are overwhelming. Not everyone is worth tens of billions of dollars, drives a luxury car, lives in a mansion, goes out to socialize, signs a contract, and millions, tens of millions of dollars are in their hands. I know what I'm capable of, and $30,000 a month is a lot for me. So I treasure this job extraordinarily, and am willing to put my life on the line lest I go wrong and get fired by you. Qin Yu said matter-of-factly. Just do a good job and I won't fire you. Yen Mingyu said after a moment of silence. Oh, thank you Mr. Yen. Qin Yu grinned. Almost there. Put your shirt on. Yen Mingyu took the rest of the potion and put it back into the bag. Ka-ching. Ki-ki. That's when the sound of a branch breaking and a shrill, unidentified animal cry came from the distance. Qin Yu. What is it? Yen Mingyu was shocked. I'll check it out. I'm good. Yen Mingyu had wanted to say that she would follow Qin Yu, and that she was a bit scared to stay here by herself. But, being too embarrassed to say so, he ended up having to hold his arm slightly to find some security. Soon, Qin Yu went and returned. With a stick in his hand, he stuck an animal with spikes. What is it? Yen Mingyu blinked. Porcupine. You can have a full meal. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he threw the guy with spikes all over his back into the fire. Wait until it is thoroughly cooked before using a saber to cut the meat into small pieces. Wearing it with a branch, like a skewer, he handed it to Yen Mingyu. Is this edible? Yen Mingyu held the meat skewer, a little unsure. Yes, it can. It just tastes a bit nasty. No way. No ingredients. Qin Yu nodded. I cut a big piece for myself and ate it with my hands. That smells good. Oh. Yen Mingyu saw Qin Yu feasting on the food, which seemed to be delicious, before she carefully brought it to her mouth and gently took a bite. I can't say it was good, but it was barely acceptable. After eating and drinking, Qin Yu went back into the darkness for a few moments before returning. What did you go for? Yen Mingyu was a goddess after all, and ate her food very slovenly and slowly. To this day, not a single skewer of meat has been eaten. The solution to the triple emergency, Qin Yu said. Oh. Yen Mingyu twisted her head to look around at the darkness, and honestly, she wanted to be convenient. The darkness beyond the light of the fire was boundless, like a lurking beast out to prey on someone. She must have been a little freaked out inside. What to do? We can't ask Qin Yu to accompany us, can we? If I had known, I should have recruited a female bodyguard back then. Yen Mingyu bit her lip, a little depressed in her heart. In that case, Mr. Yen, I'll build a fire over there, and then you can. Convenient. When Qin Yu saw Yen Mingyu frowning, he probably guessed that she was also in a state of emergency. Phew, good. Yen Mingyu sighed in relief. Not long after, Qin Yu raised a fire behind a large rock. With the bright light, Yen Mingyu was mostly bold. Booming sound of gurgling water. Only, Yen Mingyu had just finished solving it when a violent rattling came from the depths of the valley. Even the floor of the valley trembled slightly. Qin Yu? Yen Mingyu panicked and ran out from behind the boulder. It's a flash flood. Qin Yu's face changed dramatically. Ha! Yen Mingyu's face also became ugly. No wonder the valley was bare. There wasn't even a single blade of grass. It turned out that there were frequent flash floods. Rushing over, he nervously asked, "What then? Let's try to find a higher place to hide." Shinyu picked up the medicine bag on the ground with one hand and a burning branch as a torch with the other. "Mr. Yen, quick, follow me." "Yes." Yen Mingyu panicked and followed Shinyu. The two men climbed, one foot above the other, toward the slope. Ouch. Yen Mingyu usually went in and out with a luxury car. Where has she traveled such rugged mountain roads? After walking less than 100 meters, she stumbled and gave her foot a crooked kick. "Mr. Yen." Shinyu was somewhat speechless and retreated back saying helplessly, "I'll carry you." "No, I can do it," Yen Mingyu said stubbornly, not wanting Shinyu to look down on himself. "Mr. Yen, behave." Shinyu glanced at the fire behind him. "It means the torrents are less than 100 meters away from the two men." For the first time, he said to Yen Mingyu in this gentle with a domineering tone. "Ha?" Yen Mingyu flinched. "A bodyguard who makes himself heard? Mr. Yen, it's too late." Shinyu felt his heart ache a little when he saw Yen Mingyu looking at himself stupidly. Not caring what Yen Mingyu thought anymore, he shoved the medicine bag into her hands, forcefully picked her up, and ran away. Crashing sound. The torrents came from far away and kept making the sound of rushing gooseworm stones. Feeling Shinyu's strong arms and steady heartbeat, Yen Mingyu could only close her eyes in shame and annoyance. "In my heart, I consoled myself, this is the middle of nowhere, and no one can see it, so what are you afraid of?" Sneer at. At that moment, the burning stick in Shinyu's hand also went out. The two were completely plunged into an infinite darkness. "It's over," Shinyu and Yen Mingyu thought at the same time in their hearts. "Mr. Yen, the cell phone is charged, right?" After briefly panicking, Shinyu reacted. "Yes," Yen Mingyu said. "I'll put you down and carry you instead. You can't walk fast in this hold. And then you use your cell phone for light," Shinyu said after thinking about it. "Aha." Yen Mingyu at this moment, where is the high and cold and ruthless look in the company? It was more like a little girl who obeyed her boyfriend. After feeling out his cell phone and turning on the lighting function, Shinyu carried her on his back and continued to move forward. There was no telling how deep this valley was, but it had to keep going. Once they stopped, the two would only die. Not knowing how long he had been walking, Shinyu was dripping wet and covered in sweat. The legs were also as heavy as lead. "Shinyu, put me down." Yen Mingyu glanced back. The mountain torrents were flowing not far behind. Shinyu definitely had a chance of survival if he was alone. Carrying yourself on your back will only slow you down as your strength wears off. No release. "You're my boss and I'm counting on you to give me a raise." Shinyu shook his head. Through these 2 days together, he felt that he was much more casual than before when talking to Yen Mingyu. "What's the use of money if we both die together?" Yen Mingyu said without a trace of anger. "Aren't all men such assholes? I've never touched another man myself, so that's something that I can't really figure out. Just die. With such a beautiful boss like you accompanying me to die. It's also considered to be smoke from my ancestors' graves," Shinyu said with a smile. Yen Mingyu was so angry that she wanted to bite this guy. Hiccup. Immediately thereafter, Yen Mingyu was stunned by this thought of his own. How can a woman with a husband want to bite a married man? Could it be that you want to be a scummy girl yourself? Bah humbug. Yen Mingyu's pretty face was hot and red, and she even ignored another problem. Her body was still lying tightly on Shinyu's back. The mountain road was already uneven, and with Shinyu's pace, his body lurched. It was like using that to give Shinyu a massage. Whether it was comfortable or not, this question was probably only known to Shinyu. "Right, Shinyu, let me ask you a question." Yen Mingyu waited until her face wasn't hot anymore before she coldly spoke. "Aha." Shinyu nodded his head. "Do you love your wife?" Yen Mingyu wanted to try again to find out if this man was scum or not. Love," Shinyu said in a daze. How else to answer and tell the beautiful boss that he doesn't love the registered wife at all because he can hardly even remember what she looks like? That way it appeared as if he really had ulterior motives for her and was trying to pick her up. Poof. Yen Mingyu couldn't help but grunt coldly. "Scumbag, you say you love your wife, but you end up cuddling with other women." Shinyu confused. Cannot guess the beautiful boss in the end what meaning. Got a signal? Luckily, Yen Mingyu's focus was diverted to her cell phone. "Great, call Manager Chow." Shinyu was also shaken in spirit. "Do. Hey, Manager Zhou. My car had an accident and fell down the valley with Shinyu." "Yes, you bring someone in hurry." Yen Mingyu contacted Manager Zhou. It looks like we don't deserve to die." Shinyu waited for Yen Mingyu to hang up the phone and said happily. "You did well this time. Go back and give you a raise. How much do you want?" Yen Mingyu asked nonchalantly. Why does that sound a little off to the pretty boss? Did you offend her at some point?" Thinking of this, Xinyu said sardonically, 30,000 is already very high, no need to raise my salary. Oof. Yan Mingyu grunted again, concluding in her heart that the man was speaking out of turn. Rolling. Only, before she could damage Xinyu twice, a loud sound once again came from behind her. The torrents were noticeably more violent. Even the two men's noses could smell the damp earthy odor. What's even sadder is that there's a cliff in front of it, and with water. It should be a waterfall, but at the moment it has become a moat under the feet of two people. Neither have wings. Who can fly over? Mr. Yen, we can only bet on it. Xinyu carried Yan Mingyu on his back and climbed up towards a crooked-necked dead tree halfway up the hill. It was barely able to squat a person, and it was more than 2 meters high from the bottom of the valley. With luck, you might be able to avoid the flash floods. In the time it took to go back and forth, Xinyu climbed up with Yan Mingyu on his back, and the mountain torrent snaked through his feet like a water dragon. And it's getting rougher. Mr. Yen. Overhead, the voices of Manager Zhou and the others came faintly. There were also several flashlights shining down. We're here. Yan Mingyu waved the light of her cell phone, and she didn't know if the people above her could see it. Cut it out. The crooked-necked tree trembled, as if it could not bear the weight of the two men and was about to break. Mr. Yen, squat down. I'll go down. When Xinyu finished speaking, he slid down the crooked-necked tree, gripping the roots tightly with both hands. In this way, Yan Mingyu would be absolutely fine if she was alone. Xinyu, be careful. The mountain torrent blinked its eyes and flooded into Xinyu's belly. And at a speed visible to the naked eye, it was still rising. Hey, Mr. Yen, let me ask, how much is the pension in our company if you die on the job? Xinyu grinned and asked if he was more than likely to be in danger. Not 1 point. Yan Mingyu stretched out her hand and grabbed Xinyu's wrist, glaring at him fiercely. You're not allowed to die. I don't want to owe you anything. Hey, Mr. Yen, you give money, I sell my life. You don't owe me anything. Xinyu raised his head and giggled. The muddy flood had reached his chest in mere words. You're trying to piss me off, aren't you? Yan Mingyu's eyes are dense. It is this stupid egg, the only chance to survive to himself. If he did die, one would feel guilty for the rest of one's life. Mr. Yen, I mean it. I still owe hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. When the time comes, please make a trip to Wutong Town and say that you are my boss, and use the pension to help me pay off the rest of my debt. I don't want people to say that I'm an old scoundrel who doesn't pay his debts. Xinyu looked at Yan Mingyu and said very seriously. You. Yan Mingyu was so angry that she had some palace pains and bit her silver teeth. You also don't look like someone who eats, drinks, hoard and gambles. How did you get into these debts? Because of a woman. At the mention of his ex-girlfriend, Xinyu's expression dimmed a few points. Ha, women again. I really didn't see that you're still a polygamist. Yan Mingyu couldn't help but say sarcastically. Oh, men are sentimental, but long-lasting, unlike you women, who are infatuated but more desperate. Since he was about to die anyway, Xinyu was not afraid of offending this beautiful boss and said with a cold smile as well. He spent his entire savings on his ex-girlfriend's family and took out a bunch of debt. And what happened? Turned around and married a rich guy, and forgot all about the old oaths and promises as if they were farts. Humph, looks like you've been hurt by a woman. Yan Mingyu said coldly. That's my own stupidity, Xinyu said in a self-deprecating manner. Ka-ching. At that moment, the crooked-necked tree trembled again, as if it would break at any moment. Mr. Yen, let go. You don't really want to die with me, do you? Xinyu knew that with the flash floods, the crooked-necked tree would soon not be able to bear the weight of the two men. No release. Yan Mingyu gritted her teeth. Mr. Yen. Once again, Manager Zhou's voice came from overhead, and with a safety rope tied around his waist, he slowly climbed down. Crashing sound. The dirt around the crooked-necked tree. It's starting to slide down. Mr. Yen, let go. No release. Yan Mingyu simply reached out her other hand to tug on Xinyu's collar. Mr. Yen, let go of him. He's just a bodyguard. You'll be dragged down by him. Manager Zhou, who was high above, could see more clearly that the crooked tree had slowly moved down. A bodyguard is a human being. What makes my life any more noble than his? Yan Mingyu still had a death grip on Xinyu. Mr. Yen, don't be like this. I'll fall in love with you. Xinyu's mood at the moment was indescribably shocked. He had never imagined that a boss who was worth tens of billions of dollars and was so high up in the hierarchy would pay so much attention to a small employee of his. Risking his life, he kept tugging at himself and not letting go. Fine, Xinyu, I'll give you a chance. If you have the ability to pick me up, I'll give you all my company. Yan Mingyu deliberately said in a provocative tone in order to provoke Xinyu's desire to survive. Ha, of course, Xinyu knew that Yan Mingyu was joking. He is just a small bodyguard. How? How could you possibly be worthy of a rich flower like Yen Mingyu? Yen Mingyu never imagined that she would sulk so much in just a few hours. Fortunately, the water is buoyant. Or else with her body, she would definitely not be able to pull Chinyu. A big man. Sound of a crash. The crooked tree is still slipping. Mr. Yen, I'm so glad to have met a good boss like you. Remember, my hometown is in Wutong Town, Phoenix Village. A flash of determination flashed in Chinyu's eyes as he forcefully broke Yen Mingyu's fingers. Don't you dare. Yen Mingyu's face changed. Mr. Yen, take the rope. Just in the nick of time, Manager Chow threw the rope he was carrying over his head. After Yen Mingyu caught it, she wrapped it around Chinyu's wrist without even thinking about it. Plop. Finally, the crooked-necked tree could not withstand the torrents and the whole thing slipped into the torrents. Chinyu was quick on his feet and grabbed Yen Mingyu's arm. Oh, now, the pressure is given to Manager Zhou's side, Chinyu said with a bitter smile. Yen Mingyu was not heavy, plus it was in the water. He had no problem dragging her all night. It was up to Manager Zhou to give or not to give. He could get the two of them up. You're laughing my ass off. Yen Mingyu rolled her eyes. The heart is secretly crying, my goddess image in front of this goods. Swept away. Manager Zhou. Mr. Yen. At that point, two more male employees slid down with ropes tied around their waists. With the combined efforts of the three men, they pulled Chinyu and Yen Mingyu up from the water, then contacted the people above to pull the rope, and finally, without any danger, rescued two people from the bottom of the valley. Mr. Yen, come on, put your clothes on. Manager Zhou was very resourceful, taking off his jacket and handing it to Yen Mingyu. I remember it's not far ahead. It's a small county, right? First send Chinyu and I to the hospital. Also, buy 2 new cell phones, Yen Mingyu said after thinking about it as she put on her coat. Yes. Manager Zhou nodded and said to his men. This time, you two drive ahead. Yes. Soon, the line of caravans slowly drove out of the mountain pass, and after descending the mountain was a county town. It's quite a bit more prosperous than Anning Town. Yen Mingyu and Chinyu were admitted to the county hospital for a thorough examination. After making sure that there were no serious injuries, the two men were placed in separate rooms in the best wards and hooked up to IVs to replenish their nutrients and strength. Day 2. Manager Zhou brought Chinyu a cell phone and newly purchased clothes. Rubbing his hands together he snapped. Mr. Shin, last night I was worried about General Manager Yan's safety. Don't worry about what I said. What? I had water in my ears. I didn't hear you. What did you say? Chinyu asked with a deliberately confused face. Oh, nothing. Manager Zhou waved his hand, secretly relieved in his heart. At that time, when he had asked Yen Mingyu to let go of Chinyu, he had also blurted out in the heat of the moment. Good thing he didn't hear, or else he would hold a grudge and say a few bad words about himself in Yen Mingyu's ear. And I'm afraid that this manager would have made it to the top. Then you have a good rest. I'll go check on Mr. Yen. Manager Zhou brought the door with him and left the hospital room. 3 days later, Chinyu and Yen Mingyu were basically fine and had Manager Zhou handle the discharge procedures. After the group found a large hotel and had their fill of food and drink, Manager Zhou drove the car all the way back to Yen Mingyu and Chinyu to the Four Seas group before hurriedly returning to Damon Mountain. Give you the afternoon off. Yen Mingyu was ready to be in the office, to take care of the backlog of things at hand, and did not intend to go out, so she said to Chinyu. Then thank you, Mr. Yen. Chinyu was still thinking about the fact that he had promised that lawyer that he would divorce his wife. After walking out of the company's door, took the initiative to send a message to the other party. I am free in the afternoon. You see where to meet? Mr. Shin, I'm on a business trip. In that case, I'll have another partner at the firm contact you. The other party quickly messaged back. Although he was out of town, he also wanted to resolve this matter earlier. After all, the one who entrusted him this time was the beautiful boss of the famous Four Seas group. If we keep failing to do it, won't it ruin our own brand? Good. Chinyu waited patiently after returning a word. At most half a minute later, an unfamiliar phone call came in. Hello, Mr. Shin. This is Fong Lin, a senior partner of Bowen Law Firm. Well, I'm only free this afternoon, so hurry up and get that divorce taken care of, Chinyu said in a calm voice. When I first got my license, I had no waves in my heart. Now divorced, the heart also has no ripples. The registered wife, who impressed herself as a complete stranger, since she initiated the divorce. It's done. Okay, Mr. Shin, why don't you come to the Hearing Rain Pavilion Tea House? I'll be wearing a black professional outfit with short hair. The other person probably said something about his image. It's coming. After putting down his cell phone, Chinyu checked the location of the Hearing Rain Pavilion Tea House on his cell phone and then rushed over on a small tram. Half an hour later, Shinyu walked into the tea house and saw that the hall was empty, so he headed towards the second floor. Mr. Shin. Just as she reached the stairway, a competent, mature-looking figure in a black professional outfit stood up. Smiling, she extended her hand. I'm Fong Lin. Well, Shinyu. After symbolically shaking hands with the other party, Shinyu pulled out a chair and sat down. Casually asked, my wife is looking for me to get a divorce. Directly go to the Civil Affairs Bureau is. How do you think about letting a lawyer come forward? You don't know your wife's identity? Fong Lin was slightly stunned. I don't know. Shinyu shook his head with a bitter smile. Wow, so let's skip that topic. Just read the divorce papers and sign them if you have no problem. Fong Lin definitely wouldn't take the initiative to reveal the employer's identity information. As long as Shinyu signed this divorce agreement, their law firm's mission would be accomplished. There's no need to make an issue out of it. Yes, Shinyu picked up the divorce agreement and read it. To put it simply, as long as they signed it, the two of them could part ways. Swish swish. After signing his name, Shinyu asked, is that okay? It's like this, Mr. Shin. According to the latest marriage law, after a couple divorces, there is a 1-month cooling off period. Today of next month, you bring your marriage license to the Civil Affairs Bureau, go through the procedures with your wife, and your marriage will be officially dissolved. After Fong Lin collected the divorce agreement, she explained to Shinyu. Got it. Shinyu nodded and got up to walk out of the tea house. 4C's group. Yen Mingyu was on the phone with her grandfather. Look, how dangerous you are this time. Almost in Damon Mountain. You won't be able to come back. It's better to live with your husband earlier and have a few more children. In case something really happens to you someday, our Yen family won't have to lose its flavor, right? The old man on the other end of the phone droned on. Grandpa. Yen Mingyu took a slight breath before saying with a straight face. I plan to divorce him. Why, don't you and him get along? Don't you get along? The old man braked just in time and almost said something. Shinyu was the one who introduced him to the 4C's group, so how could he not know that the young couple was actually together every day? It's the worry. What about the granddaughter rejecting the marriage and creating an opportunity for them to nurture their relationship? Pleasant? I only met him once and he was cuddling with another woman. How can it be pleasant? Anyway, I can accept that he comes from an ordinary background and is a delivery boy, but I can't accept that he's cheating on me and screwing other women. Yen Mingyu huffed. Really want to leave? The old man was also a bit confused. After all, Shinyu did not know that his beautiful boss was his registered wife. It's not always easy to resist and be tempted by another woman, and just happen to be caught by your own granddaughter. Aha, Grandpa, don't worry about me. I'll take care of it myself, Yen Mingyu said with a firm tone. Okay then. Really, if Shinyu that boy made a mistake and his granddaughter wants to seek a divorce from him, this grandfather can't force the two to be together. One could only say that that boy was almost too lucky to be the Yen family's granddaughter-in-law. Okay, Grandpa, I'll get busy with things. Yen Mingyu hung up the phone. At this time, WeChat rang. It was a photo sent by the commission lawyer, appended with a message. Yen, your husband has already signed. Today next month, you can take the marriage license and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau together to go through the final process. Why? Yen Mingyu frowned and returned a message. Emotions. Divorce with a half? Still have to wait a month? Isn't it the latest marriage law now that couples must have a 1-month cooling off period for divorce? The commissioning attorney explained sardonically. Of an unmarried couple, be close. Yen Mingyu replied with some distraction. Then, tossing the phone aside, he began to work. At this point, Shinyu had just returned to the city center village when the phone rang. It was Su Meng who called. Hello, Suman? Shinyu picked up the phone. Shinyu. You're off this afternoon. On the other end of the phone, came Su Meng's somewhat stuttering voice. What's wrong? Shinyu asked in wonder. Last time you said, go and get that creepy guy for me. The sneak peek. Can you go this afternoon? I'm afraid you're busy back there and don't have time. Suman said in a super small voice. Even through the cell phone, Shinyu could imagine the shameful appearance of Su Meng blushing to the root of her neck. Oh, I almost forgot. Okay, I'm on my way. Shinyu slapped his forehead and said. Well, hard work. Su Meng said with a sigh of relief. That's fine. I'll contact you later then. Shinyu finished speaking and rode the small tram out the door. Find the police last time. Said they want to know the exact address of the lewd man. Stole a few photos of Su Meng. The matter is not big. But people a girl do not want their photos in the hands of the lewd man. Trying to find the creepy guy to get those pictures back. The police also felt that it was not a big deal. So they told Shinyu the address of the lewd man. And also instructed him that if the other party refused to return the money, they could step in. Not to fight. And so on. After leaving the police station, Xinyu followed the address and arrived at a rental house near the city center village, walked around to the back door, kicked it open, and stepped inside. Grass. The lewd man was holding a mineral water bottle and was swallowing a cloud when he heard the door of the room kicked open, cursed and was about to jump out of the window. Can you run? Phew. Xinyu laughed coldly and with a kick of his toes, an empty wine bottle hit the back of the lewd man's head. Ouch. The molester let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. Xinyu walked over and stomped on his chest, asking with a stern face, "Where's the thing you secretly filmed? Take it out." I don't know what you're talking about," the lecherous man said with dripping eyes. "It looks like you're forcing me to use the great memory recovery technique." Xinyu withdrew his foot and kicked down at the obscene man's waist and eyes. "Ah!" The lewd man immediately screamed miserably. Bang bang. Xinyu did not have the slightest bit of politeness for a pervert like the lewd man. After several consecutive kicks, he asked faintly, "Now do you know what I'm talking about?" Yes, the lewd man cried out, his head nodding like a chicken pecking at a rice paddle. "What about that thing?" Xinyu asked coldly. "Gave it to someone?" "I don't have it," the molester said sheepishly. Xinyu wrinkled his eyebrows and raised his foot again. "Still not honest? Ha! Don't hit what I said is true. I gave the video to Brother Lung. I owe Brother Lung money. I can't help it," the lewd man said as he kept waving his hand. "Lung?" Xinyu frowned even more tightly. "Who doesn't know Brother Lung in the village? He owns the famous Paradise nightclub. Now that's trouble. Brother Lung is not a lewd man, but a real big brother on the road. If he went to him rashly, he definitely wouldn't give a damn about himself. What to do? Make it clearer. When did it happen? Also, a guy like Lung shouldn't be short of women. What does he want those videos for?" Xinyu glared at the lewd man and asked. "The week before last, I think. Lung has a peeping Tom fetish. Everyone who knows him knows that. That's why I traded the video in exchange for checking off the money I owe him." The molester stuttered. "Shit." Xinyu couldn't help but kick the lewd man again. It's not even if he stole Su Meng's photo, but he even gave it back to Long. "I'm afraid I can't get it back with this amount of weight." The more Xinyu thought about it, the angrier he got. He twisted his head and found a rope, tied up the lewd man, and stuffed a towel in his mouth. Left the rental house and called 911 from the alley and said someone was smoking powder here. Secretly, he saw the police come and cuff the molester before walking out. Scratching his head, no wonder the beautiful boss is looking for a divorce from Dragon. Who can stand such a lewd habit? It's just that, with Su Meng's video in his hands, I'm afraid that sooner or later it will become a time bomb. Xinyu, a little egg pain, thought about it, or dialed Su Meng's number. The truth, I found the obscene man. He put the video to the Paradise nightclub of the Dragon against the debt. Ah, Su Meng's voice was all in tears. "Xinyu, you have to help me. I'll think of something for that," Xinyu said stiffly. "Then if you're not busy tonight, let's have dinner together." "Okay," Xinyu agreed. That guy Su Peng, recently he and his girlfriend are getting tired of each other every day, so he will disturb his good deed by going back to the city center village instead. "Why don't you have dinner with Su Monk and go back later?" After tucking away his cell phone, Xinyu rode the small trolley back to the city center village, took a shower, shaved his beard and changed into a clean set of clothes. It was almost 6 o'clock when Su Meng sent a message. "Xinyu, I'm getting off work. Where are you?" "At home. At night. Where to eat?" Xinyu returned the message. "Come to my apartment. I'll cook 2 of my specialties and entertain you." Suman said. "Okay, I'll be right over then." Xinyu didn't think too much about it, and after replying, he left the city center village, stopped a cab and came to the door of Su Meng's apartment. After waiting for a few minutes, Suman came over with the bag. "Sorry, went to the grocery store and did some shopping," Su Meng said politely. Today she was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, a black wraparound skirt, and her plump legs, still wrapped in thin crystal stockings. It looks plump and white and sexy and tantalizing. In particular, a delicate career line was hidden under the shirt collar. It made Xinyu's heart a little restless. With his registered wife, he has signed the divorce and is back to being single. He himself is again a man of good health and normal orientation. Seeing Su Meng this kind of fashionable and beautiful beauty, it is impossible to have no impulse in your heart. "Go on up. The elevator is fixed." Su Dream brushed the broken hair from her ears, walked to the elevator, and pressed the 6th floor. "I heard that you and Mr. Yen went out this time and ran into danger?" In the elevator, Su Meng looked at Xinyu for a question and answer. "Well, I didn't believe it before, but now I finally understand what it means that the mall is like a battlefield." Xinyu nodded. "As long as the people are okay." After Su Meng finished, as if she thought of something, "Right, you said last time that your wife wanted to divorce you. How are you guys doing?" "Signed, just waiting to go through the process," Xinyu said. Then congratulations. You're free. Suman laughed. There's nothing to be happy about. In my condition, I guess it's a bachelor's life. Chin Yu shrugged. Not always. Not every girl likes money. There are girls like that. They're just so rare. As rare as pandas. Maybe. I'm one of those people? Ha? Chin Yu froze and stared blankly at Su Meng. What did she mean? Ding dong. At this time, the elevator door opened and Su Meng walked out first. Chin Yu scratched his head. Was he overthinking it or was she hinting at something? After entering the room, Su Meng tied her apron and went to the kitchen. She sometimes cooked and ate by herself at night, so she had all the kitchenware. 2 small dishes were stir-fried, and with the deli food bought at the supermarket, there was enough for 2 people. Chin Yu, I've caused you trouble for a while. Come, I'll toast you. Su Meng also bought a bottle of white wine and poured a full glass for Chin Yu. Oh, we're all co-workers, just a show of hands. Chin Yu grinned. With a beautiful beauty, drinking at her house. It's hard not to be ambiguous in this atmosphere. I don't know if it's the high alcohol content or Su Meng's charming charm. Chin Yu didn't drink a few cups before he felt a bit drunk, but couldn't resist Su Meng's enthusiastic persuasion, and drank a few more cups with a hard head. Finally, disoriented and unconscious. Day 2. Chin Yu opened his heavy eyelids and realized that he was actually lying on an unfamiliar bed. Crap! In the afterglow, he saw that there seemed to be a woman lying beside him. Dark hair, strewn across her face, a white, slender neck with a few red marks. Su Moon? Chin Yu had a jolt before he slowly surveyed his surroundings. It was really Su Meng's bedroom. Did the two get drunk? Chin Yu's brain was buzzing, and he didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. Well, you're awake? Su Meng was quite calm, pulling over the quilt to cover her springtime petite body. I don't have a boyfriend, and you're single, and you were drunk last night, so it's really nothing. Ha? Chin Yu snapped and scratched his head. Are girls nowadays so open in that area? I will be responsible for you. After a long time, Chin Yu finally managed to hold back a sentence. Chin Yu. Su Meng was somewhat moved and gently leaned her head on Chin Yu's shoulder. The covers slid down a bit, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin, and full curves. Looking at Chin Yu, his heart jumped and he had a dreamlike, not quite real feeling. Just, last night in the end what taste drink numb, no impression. Why don't you taste it again? Chin Yu's heart thumped. And as a thief, he wanted to kiss Su Meng's red cherry mouth. What are you doing? Unexpectedly, Su Meng reacted greatly and revealed a wary expression. Chin Yu was in a state of embarrassment and was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with kissing when both of them are like this? No, sorry about that. I haven't had a boyfriend in a long time and I'm a little out of sorts. Su Meng also reacted, then pulled the quilt, picked up the nightstand cell phone and glanced at it. It's 6:30. You go first. This apartment, there are other co-workers. It's not good to see. Okay. Chin Yu got out of bed naked. Su Meng blushed and turned her head to look out the window. Are we considered boyfriend and girlfriend now? After Chin Yu was fully dressed, he looked at Su Meng and asked somewhat nervously. He's still traditional at heart and dated his ex-girlfriend for 3 or 4 years and never touched her because he never got married. And having slept with Su Monk last night in a haphazard manner, he wanted to be responsible for Su Monk. But then he was a little worried that Su Meng wouldn't be able to see himself. Chin Yu. Let's not think so much, okay? Besides, I'm not in the mood for a relationship right now, and you know that someone else still has my videos. Su Meng bit her lip with a look of desire to speak. Don't worry, I'll definitely get those videos. Back from Lung, Chin Yu immediately said. Then you need to hurry, I don't want those videos all over the place. Su Meng said quietly. Well, I'll go first. Chin Yu nodded and left Su Meng's room. After a while, it was only then that Su Meng got up, went to the bathroom to wash up. And when she came out, her private number was ringing non-stop, skimming before picking up the phone. Hello, Mom? Wei Jia called me yesterday and said that he hopes to marry you earlier. You also know our conditions. To be able to marry Wei Jia is already high on our list. On the other end of the line, a woman's voice came. Mom, how am I going to marry him when that video thing hasn't been dealt with yet? In case it gets exposed and he dumps me. Wouldn't that be even more humiliating? Su Meng said without a trace of anger. She had once thought about free love and finding a man she liked to marry. However, after being cheated by a scummy man twice, her heart slowly died. Agreed to marry his mother's Wei Jie, who owns a company and is worth several $1 million, and is also quite successful, but mediocre looking and about 10 years older than myself. The marriage was finalized, and there has been very little contact with him, and the other party was self-aware and didn't come to bother Su Meng. However, when Su Meng's family lacked money, the other party gave money. And when they needed help, the other party helped. Overall, Su Meng had a pretty good impression of this man. The plan is to marry him at the end of the year and then go to work for his company and be the boss's wife. I just didn't realize that. And yet there's the whole molester thing. Stealing so much video. And if it's not dealt with, who knows how far things will fester. That. You haven't gotten the video back yet? How about calling the police? Sue Dream's mother suggested. In the past, maybe calling the police would be useful. But not anymore. The video is in Lung's hands. And he's the most famous big brother in the city center village. So we can't afford to retaliate if we piss him off. Someone said with a frown. What then? Sue Dream's mother was out of ideas too. I slept with someone last night. This man is very powerful. He even dared to beat up the Easterners. He should be able to deal with Lung. Su Meng said carelessly. Ha, you silly girl. Su Dream's mother was stunned. Mom, is your daughter that stupid? Last night, I got him drunk. He slept like a baby. Just a bed to lie on. What can I lose? Otherwise, why would people help me go to Lung for the video? Suman skimmed his lips and said. Few scared me. That's good. You have to remember. You are a woman with a fiancé. You can't get entangled with other men. Your brother is looking at getting a daughter-in-law as well, and is counting on Wei Jie to give a sum of money for the bride price to buy a house and a car. Su Dream's mother was visibly relieved. Got it. Mom, I have to change for work. Hang up. Su Meng put down her cell phone with a somewhat complicated expression. In fact, even if there was no fiancé, there was no way one could be Qin Yu's girlfriend. He's too common. So what if he makes $30,000 a month? No house, no car, not to mention the bride price that my mother wanted. What's more, he's hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt because of his ex-girlfriend. Hey, it's actually kind of sad to see such honest men. No money and easy to be cheated by women. Su Meng sighed and changed into her professional outfit before stepping out of the room with her fine heels. Noon. Yan Mingyu told Qinyu to drive and go to the hospital under the name of the Four Seas Group to check his health. On the way, Yan Mingyu glanced at Qinyu obliquely and asked indifferently. You said you owed a debt last time. How much do you owe? $580,000. $6,500. Qinyu wrote down every debt clearly, and when he paid one, he crossed it out. Therefore, he didn't even have to think about it before he could tell the exact number. There's $600,000 in this card. It's considered your bonus for solving that incident in Li's village. Yan Mingyu opened her bag and handed Qinyu a bank card. Ha, this. Take that. When Yan Mingyu's eyes glared, Qinyu had no choice but to obediently accept the bank card. Who said that this beautiful boss, cold-blooded and ruthless, or quite warm? Well, soon, when they arrived at the entrance of the hospital, Yan Mingyu walked in alone, while Qinyu sat in the car and waited. Opening his private number, he called his creditors back home one by one, asking them to provide their bank cards and pay everything off by nightfall. Exhale. After putting down his cell phone, Qinyu exhaled a cloudy breath. It feels good to be debt-free. Only, there was one more thing that he had to solve as soon as possible, and that was to go and find Brother Lung in the city center village and ask for the video of Su Meng being secretly filmed back. Why don't we just do it tonight? Qinyu had made up his mind in his mind, fearing that if he delayed, the night would be long. Half an hour later, Yan Mingyu returned to the car with her bag. Find a place. Eat something. Yes. Qinyu nodded. While driving, he surveyed Yan Mingyu from the rearview mirror. Mr. Yan, it's okay to have surgery, which I didn't agree to, or I have time to recuperate for half a month. Yan Mingyu frowned and said, Mr. Yan, I actually do have a way to take care of this for you. Qinyu had just taken someone's $600,000, or he was thinking of doing something to help the beautiful boss. Ha! Yan Mingyu sneered. This Qinyu is good at everything, but he's a bit horny, betraying his wife not to mention trying to take advantage of himself. Mr. Yan, the method I'm talking about is different from what you think. My grandfather used to be a barefoot doctor and studied Chinese medicine. I grew up with an ear to the ground and know a little bit about it. This problem of yours, it's not too serious. It's very solvable. Qinyu saw Yan Mingyu's face, showing a sneer, and knew that she had misunderstood him. So tell me, Yan Mingyu mused. Lower disease, upper cure. In the human mouth, there is an acupuncture point that corresponds to, the buttocks are corresponding. Just like, for example, our 5 organs and 6 viscera. In the palm of the foot, there are also corresponding acupoints. As long as you find this acupuncture point in your mouth, puncture it with a silver needle, bleed it out, and then keep a light diet. It won't take more than a few days to recover, and it won't affect your work. Qinyu explained in great detail. Yan Mingyu slightly clenched her shell teeth and was silent for a few seconds before she said, Okay, then give it a try. Well, I'll get the silver needles and alcohol after I eat. Qinyu nodded. Afterwards, He parked the car in front of a hotel and walked in with Yen Mingyu. Ask for a box, Shinyu said to the receptionist girl, knowing that this beautiful boss liked to be quiet. Sir, you're just a couple. It's a waste to ask for a private room. We have card seats in the lobby, specially prepared for small couples like you, the receptionist girl said thoughtfully. Shinyu looked at Yen Mingyu, who had a breezy face, and his body slightly stepped back, not daring to stand side by side with her anymore. Did this waiter have a problem with his eyes? Where did he see that he and the beautiful boss were a couple? Sir, there's another window seat in the card table, so if you see fit, I'll take you couple there. Yes, you can. This time, it was Yen Mingyu who spoke first. This way, sir, ma'am. The receptionist girl led Yen Mingyu and Shinyu to the card seat by the window. Tea was poured and menus put down before the receptionist girl left. He didn't realize we had a couple. Yen Mingyu took the menu and slightly hooked her vermilion lips. Where did Shinyu dare to answer? He could only pretend that he didn't hear and looked out of the window with his teacup. I've chosen 2 dishes, so if you want anything, order for yourself. Yen Mingyu placed the menu in front of Shinyu. Okay. Shinyu took the menu and looked at it, and in order to ease the embarrassment just now, he took the initiative to find a topic. That, Mr. Yen, it was actually wise of you to seek a divorce from your husband. He's not a good person. Oh, Yen Mingyu gently raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, how do you know? You know him? Don't know him, but heard from others that he's lewd and likes to peek at women. Shinyu had always thought that Yen Mingyu's husband was the dragon from the city center village. May a scumbag who can cheat on his wife. What's a peek at a woman? Yen Mingyu smiled coldly, then asked, what about you? What's the situation with your wife? And soon to be gone. Shinyu said blandly. Looks like we're really in the same boat. After Yen Mingyu finished speaking, she picked up the phone, looked up. After ordering the dishes, Shinyu handed the menu to the waiter at the side. The two ate and drank. Shinyu made another trip to the pharmacy and bought silver needles and alcohol, and the two of them returned to the company together. Entering Yen Mingyu's presidential office, she took the initiative to ask, should I sit, or lie down? Just sit down, but open your mouth wide. After Shinyu finished speaking, he used alcohol to sterilize the silver needle. Does it hurt? Yen Mingyu glanced at Shinyu's hand, the silver needle that was flashing with a cold light, and could not help but ask, more or less, but certainly not as painful as having surgery. Shinyu said pertinently, oh, that's fine. Yen Mingyu opened her rosy, watery little mouth after sitting on the sofa. Dong Dong, cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics. Shinyu's heart beat viciously twice. Question tag, how can you think so dirty? Shinyu ruthlessly despised himself in his heart before he took a slight breath, adjusted his mind and walked to Yen Mingyu, stabbed the silver needle in. Hiss. Yen Mingyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and a taste of blood was added to her mouth. Alright, Mr. Yen, wash up with water. Don't drink alcohol. Don't eat spicy food for the next 2 days. Go to bed early and get up early. After Shinyu finished speaking, he packed up the silver needles and alcohol and walked out. That's it? Yen Mingyu looked at Shinyu's back and was a bit half-hearted. We'll know in a few days if this method works or not. Evening. Yen Mingyu obviously felt that the pain that was difficult to sit still was relieved quite a bit. In her heart, she could not help but be somewhat impressed with Shinyu, not expecting him to solve her difficult problem with a single silver needle. Planning to take him out to dinner again tonight to show my appreciation. Only, just as he stepped out of the office, he saw Shinyu with a doting smile on his face, standing by the window and answering the phone. All day long, Shinyu's private number was turned off. Didn't open it until I clocked out. Just now my sister called. How is it? Are you still used to it? In the past few days, it's supposed to be raining heavily over there, and there's a big temperature difference between morning and night, so wear thicker clothes and take care of yourself. Well, we'll be able to meet next month, and then, I'll treat you to a nice dinner. Ha! Yen Mingyu's lips gently hooked. This Shinyu, on his new woman is quite good. Well, I always thought he was a log, but I didn't think he knew how to shush. Okay, then I'm off work too. Later, let's hit the video chat. When Shinyu heard the sound of the door opening, he knew that Yen Mingyu had come out and hurriedly hung up the phone. Yen Mingyu had wanted to ask Shinyu to have dinner tonight, but when she saw him smiling and laughing with the new woman, she was a little angry. Expressionless, he walked out with a cold breeze. Shit, it's after hours, right? And you can't answer the phone? Shinyu scratched his head and sent a message to Su Meng, who was off in the afternoon and didn't come to the office. I'll go find Lung tonight, soon. Su Meng returned the message, be safe. Wait for your good news. Well, I got the video and I'm coming to you. Good. On his cell phone, he chatted with Su Meng for a couple of minutes before Shinyu left the company. First, I went to a bank teller and called the money to those debtors back home. Then, riding a small trolley, he arrived in front of the Paradise nightclub in the middle of the city. It was just nightfall, and it was already full of luxury cars. One of them, a BMW X5, looked a little familiar. Shinyu was wondering where he had seen it before when a man in a suit and a couple of foxes walked up the steps in high spirits. Hey, isn't that Li Lu's husband? Looks like it's a regular hangout. Shinyu heart inexplicably some anger. This man is also 2-something. Are married, but still come out to spend the day. Unable to resist taking a few steps, he shouted, "Hey, can you afford to come to a place like this and treat Li Lu right?" Oh, Li Lu's husband, who was walking up the steps, turned his head back, and when he saw that it was Shinyu, a touch of mockery flashed in his eyes and he dragged out his voice. "It's you! Li Lu married you. Treat her well. She's not a golden girl, but at least she's much better than the boss in here. You should cherish her," Shinyu said as he glared fiercely at Li Lu's husband. Heart cannot say what taste. Li Lu did not betray their own before. She is their own all hold in the palm of the hand for fear of falling, contained in the mouth for fear of melting. Even if she wanted the stars in the sky, she would try to pick them. Only, it ended up marrying the man in front of her. Obviously, he doesn't really love Li Lu. Maybe he just felt fresh for a while when he married her. Now that he's tired of playing, he's out fooling around. Mr. Chow, who is he? Your friend? A man beside Li Lu's husband looked at Shinyu suspiciously and asked. Ha, one of Li Lu's licking dogs. Licking for 4 whole years. And Li Lu didn't look at him. Li Lu's husband laughed in disbelief. There's a saying on the internet. Lick the dog. 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 And then you have nothing left. Li Lu's husband's friends also mocked Shinyu. Oh, I remember too. Didn't Mr. Chow say last time that his sister-in-law's parents got sick in their hometown and a man borrowed a sum of money to help them get well? It can't be him, can it? This being a licking dog has reached a certain level. Admirable. Admirable. Another friend of Li Lu's husband also said with a smile. Okay, kid, don't be nosy. Li Lu is my wife now. How I play outside. As long as she doesn't find me messing around, you can't care. Go. Li Lu's husband took a few fox friends and walked into the gilded hall, leaving Shinyu clenching his fists. His face was terribly gloomy. If it wasn't for tonight, there were more important things to do. Definitely would have given Li Lu's husband some color. Phew. After exhaling a cloudy breath, Shinyu also walked up the steps. Stop. The 2 tall security guards looked Shinyu up and down. Very familiar? First time here? Do you have a VIP card? No. Shinyu shook his head and couldn't help but ask. Can't you go in and play without a VIP card? Of course. Even if a mosquito gets in, he'll need a VIP card. The security guard said with an expressionless face. I'll get one later then. Shinyu scratched his head and walked resentfully towards the distance. After surveying the terrain of the Paradise nightclub for a while, he then dodged into the alley next to it, ready to find an opportunity to sneak in through the back door. At this point, Paradise nightclub luxury box. A man in a gray vest with a menacing face snorted and smoked a cigar. Next to them stood 2 pretty girls in maid outfits. Ha ha, cousin. Li Lu's husband walked in with his fox friend and greeted the vested man with a smile. Sit. The vested man nodded. Let me introduce. This is the owner of Paradise nightclub, Brother Lung, also my cousin. This is Mr. Wang, Mr. Xia, and Mr. Zhou. Li Lu's husband introduces the man in the vest to a friend he brought to meet him. Brother Long, long time no see, long time no see. Good talk, good talk. After a few courtesies, the crossing dragon snapped his fingers. Go bring some new tea over here. Yes, Lung. The maid-suited girl finished sweetly and walked out of the box. Ha ha, thank you Brother Lung. A few of the bosses looked at each other and smiled, looking a little excited. They have long heard that the Paradise nightclub beautiful women like clouds, but the VIP card is not good to get. Did not have the opportunity to come over to experience a little. Tonight finally got what they wished for. Before we have fun, let's get down to business. Crossing the river dragon exhaled a smoke ring and looked at a few bosses and said, Cousin, we've all asked around. The owner of Golden Rock Real Estate is nothing in herself, but the person behind her is very powerful. Li Lu's husband spoke up. I know. Otherwise, how could all those connections I have not come in handy? They gave the word to negotiate our own settlement. Damn it. My Paradise nightclub. It's a money printing machine. How could I let it be torn down? Crossing the river dragon half narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Brother Long, in fact, in my opinion, the demolition of urban villages is something that will happen sooner or later. After all, Dong Hai, now is also a big city. It's impossible to keep the urban village all the time. Since the people above have said so, it means that they authorized Golden Rock Real Estate to step in to demolish the urban village. Yeah, since it's from the top, it's not a good thing. If you can't ask for more money, there's no need to offend the people up there. On the way here, Lilu's husband said that Golden Rock Real Estate wanted to demolish the Paradise nightclub, and crossing the River Dragon invited them over to see if they could find a relationship to unblock it. Money? Humph. Do I look like I'm bad with money? Over River Dragon grunted and said impatiently. I don't care who he means. My nightclub just can't be torn down. Damn it, or else if it gets out, I'll become a laughingstock. The several bosses glanced at each other, all showing helpless expressions. Lung. At that moment, the maid-suited girl walked in with 5 or 6 warblers, tall and pretty, wearing a little blazer, pleated skirt and full of collegiate style. Looking at a few of the bosses, there was instantly a burning flame in their eyes. Drink with the boss. The overgrown dragon inclined his head. These warblers then behaved themselves, and one of them found a boss and sat down next to them. These bosses were also very skillful and put their hands on the girl's big white legs. Cousin, I think we can try this. Let the people of the urban village write a joint letter to the top, opposing the demolition of the urban village. Lilu's husband suggested as he wrapped his arms around the girl next to him. Consider it. The overlander nodded slightly. I'll see if I can find any connections in the provincial capital. Maybe I can keep your nightclub. Brother Lung. Yes, I have an old schoolmate who is from the provincial capital. My cousin is a journalist. We can also ask her to help create public opinion and pressure. These bosses enjoyed the services of the girls and naturally began to sell their brains and offer advice. Well, then we're all in for a treat. Cheers. Crossing the River Dragon raised his glass and said, Cheers. Hey, what are you doing? You can't go in there. Just as in the box. The atmosphere was joyful. There was a clamor in the corridor. Then the door to the compartment was pushed open with force. Lung, let's get rid of him right away. The 2 security guards with swollen noses said sardonically. Wait. Over River Dragon glanced at Chinyu and half smiled his eyes. Brother, not a little bold? Dare to cause trouble in my territory? Brother Long, I don't want to make a scene. I just want to ask you for one thing. Take it and go. Chinyu met Cross River Dragon's gloomy eyes and said without being humble. Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you know what this place is? Without waiting for Cross River Dragon to speak, Lilu's husband yelled at Chinyu first. No wonder Lilu couldn't look at him. This man was really funny. He didn't know how much he weighed. How dare he ask the big brother of Paradise nightclub for something? What's wrong with you if you're not sick in the head? Poof. Bang. Chinyu coldly snorted. Lightning-like, grabbed the wine bottle on the coffee table and smashed it on Lilu's husband's head. Just now, as soon as he entered the door, he saw this dog put his hand under the skirt of the sister beside him. Ah, you fucker. Lilu's husband covered his head and stared in disbelief that a smelly security guard dared to explode his own head under the eyes of the Cross River Dragon. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Lilu, Chinyu said indifferently after dropping the half-empty bottle in his hand. The other bosses also showed a stunned expression and said in their hearts, this man is really brave. How dare you beat up his cousin in front of Lung? You won't even know how you're going to die later. Not bad, brother, with guts. Crossing the River Dragon eyelids gently jumped down, exhaled a smoke ring, and turned his words around. However, if you can't give me a satisfactory statement, I'm afraid you'll have to go out horizontally. His wife, she's my former girlfriend. He's behind his wife's back, coming to fool around with you, and I don't see eye to eye. Is that enough? Chinyu skimmed a glance at Lilu's husband, who was filled with pain, and said without panic, if he wants to leave, I'm afraid that Paradise nightclub really can't keep him. Only, before you go, you have to get Su Meng's video back. Fucking licking dog. What I do with my wife has nothing to do with you. Lilu's husband roared with a scowl on his face. Swish. Chinyu grabbed the second bottle. Dude, put it down. Over River Dragon's hand. I do not know when more than a handful of black guys gently knocked down on the coffee table. Bang. Crap. Still without hesitation, Chinyu smashed the bottle on Lilu's husband's head. This time, it's me teaching you a lesson. Keep your mouth clean. Brother, are you really not afraid to die? The overlander narrowed his eyes, his tone grim and scary. Not afraid, because you can't kill anyone with your gun on safety. Chinyu shook his head and said, click. What about now? Cross River Dragon turned on the safety and stood up, keeping his gun pointed towards Chinyu. Still not afraid. This close, I'm sure I can slit your throat before you pull the trigger. My life is cheap. Your life is worth something. You don't dare to bet. A half-empty wine bottle in Chinyu's hand flashed with a cold light under the light, and it looked practically sharper than a knife. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, The cross-river dragon not only didn't get angry, but let out a loud laugh. Hey, Lung, watch out for misfires. The other bosses were scared to death when they saw the muzzle of overseas dragon's gun shaking. Brother, good hands and guts. This way, you kneel down and kowtow to me. Today, the night is over, and I can take you as a little brother. The over-river dragon looked at Chinyu and said leisurely, I came to ask you for something, not to kowtow to you. Chinyu said expressionlessly, dude, you're forcing my hand. The overlander's face sank and his finger was on the trigger. I told you, my life isn't worth much. If you want to trade one life for another with me, try shooting. Chinyu yanked the beer bottle tighter, less than 2 meters away from crossing dragon, and was completely sure of slitting his throat instantly. Things have come to this point. It is useless to concede. Can only an over-the-river dragon just to the end. Fine. If you want to seek death, I'll fulfill you. Oversized dragon's finger applied pressure to the trigger, and the spring in the barrel made a clicking sound as it compressed. One time, the box was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. There were even timid sisters who covered their ears. Only Li Lu's husband, who looked at Chinyu with spiteful eyes, hoped that he would be shot in the head by cross-river dragon. Lung. At this time, dozens of strong men with guys in their hands also appeared at the gate, eyeing Chinyu intently. As long as crossing the river dragon gave the order, they would definitely be able to chop Chinyu into meat paste. Now, do you still want to bet with me? Cross-river dragon looked at Chinyu and asked coldly. Bet, Chinyu said without changing his face. Fuck, crazy. The overgrowth dropped its muzzle. As Chinyu said, he was rich and powerful. His life was precious beyond measure. How could he give up a life for a life with a small person like Chinyu? Turning back to the couch and sitting down, he asked impatiently, Kid, what the hell do you want from me? A video that a creepy guy stole. By the way, he lives in a rental on West Street. Chinyu said, you mean the sparrow ghost? Giving me that thing? Cross-river dragon thought for a while before asking, you and the girl in the video, what's your relationship? I still want to use this video to get her to work in my nightclub. My friend, I advise you, you'd better not hit on her, Chinyu said in a deep voice. So it's your ma-zi-ah. The body is really good, white and tender. However, if I just like this, give you the video, won't it be humiliating to pass it out? Overdrive said with a shrug. So what do you want me to do? Chinyu frowned and asked. Suzaku, I'm gonna take this. Oh, well, come on if you guys have the balls. After crossing the river dragon finished sorrowfully, he looked at Chinyu and said, originally, I wanted you to help me fix a person. You have no problem with your hands and guts, so you should be able to handle this matter. But now you don't have to go through so much trouble. They'll come over later. I'll give you back the video once you help me get rid of them. They? Who are they? Chinyu asked suspiciously. You'll see when they come. Drinking? These drinks. They're great. Crossing the river dragon pointed to the high-grade foreign wine on the coffee table. No, I hope you, dragon, will just keep your word. Chinyu sort of agreed. Although using violence, one might be able to force cross-river dragon to compromise and give the video to himself. However, from then on, one would have a deadly enmity with him. Unless he left the East Sea, he would definitely be in trouble. If he really wanted to fight, he was definitely no match for cross-river dragon. Of course, I've already watched that video. It's useless to keep it. Help Mr. Chow out and bandage him up. After crossing the river, he inclined his head at the girl beside Li Lu's husband. Cousin, Li Lu's husband's face was stifled. Did he just get 2 bottles for nothing? If he fails to accomplish what I've explained, I will naturally seek justice for you. Crossing the river dragon said with a grim expression. I see. Li Lu's husband nodded and glared fiercely at Chinyu. Kid, you're dead. Ha, ouch. Chinyu sneered and raised his arm to scratch his own head. Li Lu's husband thought that Chinyu was going to grab the bottle and hit him again, so he was so scared that he stumbled and fell in the doorway of the box. LOL. Li Lu's husband's comical appearance made the sisters in the box unable to hide their mouths and laugh. Waste. Crossing the river dragon gently spit out 2 words. He is a person who comes from the mouth of the knife and licks blood, and admires the people who have blood and have the ability. Not the kind of people like Li Lu's husband. The people who are scared of people and then pissed their pants. Not to mention, the two were related by who knows how many turns. Overshoot didn't take him seriously at all. Dude, what did you do before? After crossing the river dragon withdrew his gaze from Li Lu's husband's wretched figure. He looked at Chinyu and asked with interest. Served in the military, delivered food, and now I'm a security guard. Chinyu said frankly, he is an ordinary person, and his identity is nothing to be ashamed of. Oh, any interest in following me? It had been several years since Cross River Dragon had seen a man of Chinyu's guts and bloodlust. No, my current job is fine. Chinyu refused. Anyways, He was also a soldier. How could he be mixed with an underground force like the Cross River Dragon? Ha, okay, then I won't force myself. Over River Dragon smiled, then raised his cup and said to the few remaining bosses, let's drink. We'll see how this brother behaves later. Okay, Lun. A few of the bosses nodded, but in their hearts, they were a little unimpressed. This guy has guts and a bit of skill, but who is the other side? Who can make even the Cross River Dragon anxious? And who is he? Rolling. 10 or so minutes later, a loud bang reached the ears of the crowd. Shit. Over River Dragon put the blackened guy to the back waist, rubbed up and stood up. Sullen face, have the guts. The demolition came to my head. Follow me down. Yes. Lun. Overlord's men spread out on both sides and waited for him to come out before following him down the stairs together. Dozens of people, wearing uniform black suits and holding bright steel knives in their hands. The scene still looked quite shocking. Demolition? Shinyu also followed out of the box, only to be confused in his heart. Which construction company is so awesome that it dares to demolish the Paradise nightclub of Cross River Dragon? Soon, crossing the River Dragon led the people to the hall on the first floor. Some of the guests who were playing in the box, hearing the commotion, also came downstairs. Seeing that Jianlong had brought so many of his men with him, looking as if they were on the verge of an enemy, he knew that something big was definitely going to happen tonight. After saying hello to Crossing Dragon, he left the nightclub first. Only some of the guests who were closer to the Overlander were left, whispering about what had happened. Over River Dragon snorted his cigar and looked grimly at the main entrance, and only after a few seconds did he coldly say, some bogeyman wants to raise my nightclub. Brothers, what to do? Fuck. Over River Dragon's men were also a group of outlaws who were not afraid of death, and when they saw that someone had bullied their way to their doorsteps, they naturally all stirred up their ferocity. Well, let this brother step in first, and if he can't set it right, you guys can go back on. Lit. River Crossing Dragon. A satisfied nod. He actually didn't expect that Chinyu would be able to drive away the group of people engaging in forced demolition, and intentionally let him step in just to make things difficult for him. Let him know what's going on and stop pestering himself over that video. Ding ding. With the crisp sound of heels knocking on the ground, a mature figure walked in accompanied by a group of wolf-tailed youths, almost a dozen of them. The body was erect and robust, with an arrogant look on his face. Obviously, these people were very tough in combat and were not comparable to Lung's men. Golden Rock Group. Lu Nanyan. The mature woman spoke first, introducing herself. Shinyu stood at the very back of the crowd, and as Lu Nanyan's attention was on Cross River Dragon, he naturally did not notice him. Yo, I didn't realize that the owner of the famous Golden Rock Group was a pussy. Over River Dragon swept Lu Nanyan a few times and said in a conspiratorial manner, what's wrong with pussy? You were born a pussy too, weren't you? Not only is Lu Nanyan ruthless, but she's not bad with her mouth either. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken just half a month to establish a Golden Rock Group to use against Yin Mingyu's 4Cs group, and to take the demolition project for the urban village from the city government. Much ado about nothing. Bro, help me get rid of these people and I'll give you back the video. The overgrown dragon inclined his head, deliberately using Chinyu, an unknown little person, to disgust Lu Nanyan. Yes, Chinyu walked out from the back of the crowd. Aren't you my daughter's bodyguard? Lu Nanyan was slightly flabbergasted. Daughter? I don't think Mr. Yen has a mother like you. Who wants to put her to death, right? Chinyu said indifferently. What do you, an outsider, know about our mother-daughter business? Lu Nanyan's face was full of disdain. Yes, I can't control what happens between you and Mr. Yen. However, I have to manage tonight's matter. Within a minute, take your people and get out of here. Chinyu pointed to the main entrance and said, holy shit, this kid has guts. Dare to talk to Lu Nanyan like this. That's right, Lu Nanyan is a member of the Lu family, and I heard that he even hitched a ride with the Sato family from the east. This kid is so pretentious. I'm afraid he doesn't know how to write the word death. I heard that 2 days ago. Someone refused to move on the grounds that they run a martial arts center. Guess what? They were beaten and spit out blood at night, and they rushed to move the next day. The hall whispered. In their eyes, Chinyu was an egg. How could he possibly touch the rock that was Lu Nanyan? So what if I don't go? Lu Nanyan narrowed his eyes as his gaze fell on Chinyu's face like a knife, then called them all together. Chinyu pointed at the group of wolf-tailed youths behind Lu Nanyan. It was obviously another group of Easterners, and they should be martial artists. Lu Nanyan had their backing, so he dared to demolish Cross River Dragon's nightclub without fear. Baka. Sure enough, some wolf-tailed youths cursed, feeling intensely humiliated. Lu Nanyan coldly looked at Chinyu and did not say anything. No one knew what was in her mind. You have half a minute. Chinyu spoke first instead. Lu Nanyan remained silent. while the wolf-tailed youth behind him pushed his sleeves and was already stupid. Go! Instead, Lu Nanyan waved his arm and turned around. She knew Qin Yu's fighting prowess all too well, having beaten Ichiro Sato half to death and still lying in the hospital. If the dozen or so people lay in the hospital again tonight, I guess Ichiro Sato would skin her. Clenching his teeth tightly, he reluctantly led the way out of the hall. No? What the hell is this guy's deal? The crowd in the hall looked at each other in disbelief. Qin Yu really only relied on a few words to get rid of Lu Nanyan. Cousin, where's that kid? Has he run away yet? Dared to explode the laborer's head. You help me get him killed. Li Lu's husband was upstairs and had just bandaged his head and couldn't wait to run down. While going downstairs, he yelled, afraid that Qin Yu would give a slip. Cousin. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Li Lu's husband squeezed through the crowd and walked over to Crossing Dragon, raising his voice once again. Watch your ass. Snap, break shit. Crossing the River Dragon turned around and slapped Li Lu's husband hard in the face. Perhaps, Qin Yu was indeed just an ordinary security guard. However, I'm afraid that his fighting strength has already reached a level that one cannot imagine. Otherwise it would be impossible. Forcing back Lu Nanyan in a few words. Her segment, even above her own, if not for Qin Yu's true ability, could she swallow this breath in public? And kill him? It's more like he's going to get his ass kicked. Table. Li Lu's husband covered his face, confused to the core, his mouth open, comical as a clown. Give me a beating and throw them out. If you ever come to my nightclub again, you'll break your legs. Crossing the River Dragon looked at Li Lu's husband and said coldly, Ha, cousin. Li Lu's husband's body went limp and almost sat on the ground. Who the fuck is your cousin? Don't yell like that or I'll cut your tongue out. The Overlander glared impatiently. Bang bang. Since Over River Dragon gave the word, his men were not ambiguous and swung their fists at Li Lu's husband. Oh, brothers, let's go upstairs. The Over River Dragon smiled and made a gesture of invitation to Qin Yu. Aha! Qin Yu nodded. Knowing that Cross River Dragon was trying to curry favor with himself, he still didn't have any good feelings towards him in his heart though. If it wasn't for the fact that he had practiced ancient martial arts with his grandfather since he was a child and had honed his skills in the special forces for 5 years, he would have possessed a powerful fighting force. I'm afraid, it's myself who will be lying on the ground tonight, surrounded and beaten. Soon, Qin Yu followed the Over River Dragon and once again returned to the upstairs box. Brother, I haven't asked your honorable name yet? The Overlander sounded incredibly polite. Qin Yu. Qin of Qin Shi Huang. You of the universe. Qin Yu said in a nonchalant manner. Oh, Qin Yu. Brother, your name is so loud. Have a seat. I'll be right upstairs in my office. Bring the flash drive down. The Overlander finished with a smirk before walking out. Phew. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, finally settling the matter of Su Meng. You. At this time, a few girls who were of a higher quality than the ones who accompanied Li Lu's husband in them just now, pushed the door and walked in. 20-something years old. The skin was fair, the temperament was pure, and there was not the slightest hint of the wind in her body. If you were in school, you'd almost always be the schoolgirl. Brother, you've worked hard. Let's have a few drinks with you. I'll give you a massage. A few pretty girls divided the work in an orderly manner. Some poured wine, some pinched Qin Yu's shoulders, and some sat on Qin Yu's lap. For a moment, Qin Yu was a little shaken, knowing that if he was willing, these girls could definitely be lined up in a row tonight, sleeping together. But this, in that case, what's the difference between yourself and the kind of scum like Li Lu's husband? Thinking of this, Qin Yu gently waved his hand. Go out. Is there something we didn't do well enough? A few of the sisters were immediately nervous, and even had tears in their eyes, looking churlish and pitiful. None of your business. I'm a man with a wife and I can't apologize to my wife. There is no way. Qin Yu can only pull out that divorced half of the cheap wife. You're such a good man. The eyes of the several sisters looking at Qin Yu were somewhat different. Get out. Qin Yu waved his hand again. I won't bother you then. A few girls bit their lips and exited the box. Upstairs. Office. The Overlander snorted his cigar as he stared at the surveillance monitor. Seeing Qin Yu facing himself, a few of the nightclub's top beauties, he couldn't help but have his eyelids gently jump a little. Originally, he wanted to use the beauty trick to take advantage of Qin Yu getting high with these beauties to film something and then blackmail him into using it for himself. I didn't realize that this was as good as it was going to get. Narrowing his eyes before snuffing out his cigar, he pulled open a drawer, pulled out a small flash drive and walked out. Just as he arrived at the door of the box, a smile piled up on his face. Brother, here's what you asked for. Is that all? Qin Yu took the USB flash drive and spread it in his palm to look at it. Yeah, man. Don't worry. There's absolutely no backup. Overcooked Dragon said immediately. And I'm not afraid you have a backup. Shinyu finished indifferently before he put the USB flash drive in his pocket and walked straight out of the box. Shit. Waiting until Shinyu went downstairs. Only then did the Over-River Dragon curse with a sullen face. Such a good knife. But not able to grasp it in his own hands. It's so upsetting. At this time, Shinyu had already arrived outside the nightclub, plugging in a USB flash drive with my cell phone. Soon, several videos appeared. The shot is very clear. Sumang's beautiful body was in full view. The knot in Shinyu's throat slid for a moment. It was really unexpected that Sumang's body underneath her professional outfit was so tantalizing. I wonder if tonight it will be possible, in a state of sobriety, for the two of them to again. Interge, boo-hoo. At this time, the cell phone vibrated, and Sumang sent a short message. Shinyu, have you gone to find Brother Long? How's it going? Got the video. I'm on my way. Shinyu replied. Okay, I'll wait for you. Aha. After putting down his cell phone, Shinyu rode the small tram towards Sumang's apartment with a few moments of anticipation in his heart. As he passed the pharmacy, something occurred to him, so he stopped the car and walked in and bought a couple of interceptor elves. Necessary protective measures, for sure. Not much longer. Shinyu knocked on Sumang's room door. Coming. Sumang opened the door. Probably just showered. Her hair was still a little damp, and she was wearing a silk nightgown. The snowy white of her chest was very eye-catching. Come in. Sumang turned around. The beautiful legs under the nightgown, snow white and smooth, like milk. Looking at Shinyu's fire was a bit intense. In fact, he is not a lustful man, just in his heart. He thinks that all with Sumang like that, she is his woman. Well, it's kind of human to lust after your woman, right? Sumang, this is the video the creepy guy stole. Shinyu touched the flash drive out of his pocket. By accident. The blocking sprites were pulled out and dropped to the ground as well. It made Shinyu feel embarrassed. Luckily, Sumang's attention was on the flash drive, took it and looked at it carefully for a few moments, and asked, have you read it? Is it real? Well, it's true, and I didn't mean to look. I was just afraid they'd give it a fake. Shinyu scratched his head, looking embarrassed. What about backup? Suman asked again. I don't think so. Cross River Dragon said so himself. I did him a favor. No need to lie to me. Shinyu said. Okay, then you go back. By the way, take the stuff on the floor with you. Suman kicked with her foot, dropping the interceptor elf on the ground. Embarrassed. Shinyu picked up the things on the ground and cheekily said, can I just stay here with you at night? You want to fuck me? Suman asked bluntly. Ahem. Haven't we already? Shinyu snapped, not even knowing what to say. Oh, you were a drunken mess last night. What did you think could happen to us? Besides, I have a fiancé. There's no way I'm going to repay you with my body just because you did me a favor, right? Don't be naive. Shinyu. Sumang, am not that casual. Besides, I've already written my resignation letter and will send it to Mr. Yen later. In the future, we shouldn't even see each other again. Finally, one more word for you. Don't trust anyone too easily, especially women. Sumang looked at Shinyu and finished coldly, then turned around and walked towards her bedroom, pausing for a moment. When you go out, help me close the door. Meh well. Shinyu grinned miserably, his head buzzing. The old face was also on fire, as if it had been slapped 100 times in public. It's pretty damn hard to feel like you're being treated like a monkey. Shinyu finally understands why Sumang had to pour herself wine that night. To put it bluntly, she wanted to use herself to help her get that video back from Brother Long. Have sex? It's just an illusion that she, herself, wants to see. Shinyu's chest rose and fell slightly, angry and feeling sad. Sumang was right. She was the one who was too naive and too easy to trust people. A carless and houseless loser. Why would they buy you a drink, get drunk, and sleep with you? I've bought the elf, and I'm going to be with them again at night. Shame on you. Shinyu brought the door with him, went outside the corridor, and heavily slapped himself. Only then did he collapse his shoulders and walk into the elevator with bitterness in his eyes. Back to the city center. Su Peng also just sent off his girlfriend. See Shinyu back, panicked on the floor of the toilet paper, pick into the trash can, in a bad mood. Boss? Su Peng patted Shinyu's shoulder and asked, big head, do you think I'm mentally challenged, always being cheated by women? Shinyu asked, pointing at his head. Boss, fooled by a girl again? Come on, have some wine and talk slowly. From under the bed, Su Peng pulled out a box of beer and a packet of peanut rice, opened 2 bottles, and drank with Shinyu. Only after Shinyu finished talking about what happened, Su Peng smashed his mouth and said, Boss, this Sumang is just a heart-meter. If I were you, when I was on the same bed yesterday morning, I would have fucked her once, whether she wanted to or not. At that time, the video hadn't been taken back yet, and she had begged you, so she definitely didn't dare to make a noise. Now it's good. You've lost your utilization value, so you've been kicked out. Ha, do you think that I can do something to force myself on a woman? Chin-yu laughed bitterly. Hey, boss, say something you don't like to hear. A man with a soft heart is poor for life. A woman with a soft heart has loose pants. If you want to conquer women, either be a scumbag and get on when you have the chance, or be a rich man and let women take the initiative to send you on. Appearance. You don't touch either of these 2 points. Su Peng shook his head and also sympathized quite a bit with Chin-yu, risking the danger of being shot in the head with a gun to help Su Meng get back the video. But in the end, he didn't get any benefits and was also undermined. Women these days, they're so bad. Forget it, no more women. Come on, drink. Chin-yu normally didn't touch alcohol, but tonight he especially wanted to drink a little. In the end, a case of beer was drunk for a good portion of the night before he collapsed into bed in a daze and fell asleep. Day 2. Just as he entered the assistant's office, he saw Su Meng wearing a set of black casual clothes and packing her things in a suitcase. Seeing that Chin-yu had come in, his eyes met for a moment before he lowered his head and continued the work in his hands. Before leaving, Su Meng passed by Chin-yu's desk and gave him a slight glance. Chin-yu, you are a good person. In any case, I thank you. I thank you too. Chin-yu was silent before he said, thank me for what? Su Meng couldn't help but ask. Thanks for the lesson. Of course, these words were said by Chin-yu in his heart. If he said them out loud, he would only appear to be very. In the end, Chin-yu shook his head and calmly said, it's nothing. Then I'm off. Su Meng didn't say anything more and walked out of the office holding the box. Not a moment too soon. Yan Mingyu walked in, followed by a short-haired woman in her 30s. Chin-yu, this is your new partner. Oh, Chin-yu nodded. Hello, my name is Young Min. More guidance in the future. The short-haired woman walked up to Chin-yu and took the initiative to extend her hand and said, Chin-yu. After shaking hands with the short-haired woman, Chin-yu sat back down. Come in here for a minute. Yan Mingyu inclined her head at Chin-yu and pushed open the door into her president's office. Chin-yu followed and asked, Mr. Yan, what are your orders? Get ready and accompany me to Sioux City. 10 o'clock flight. After Yan Mingyu finished speaking, she sat down behind her wide desk and tapped on her computer. Obviously she was a bit busy today. Yes, Chin-yu nodded. If it's okay, get out. Yan Mingyu raised her head, glanced at Chin-yu, and seemed to have thought of something. By the way, your salary has increased by 5,000. Also, thank you. Good medical skills. Mr. Yan is polite. Chin-yu exited the president's office. This beautiful boss, high up and cold-blooded, but does things that are so heartwarming. Not only did he give himself a $600,000 bonus to solve his immediate needs, he also gave himself a raise. On the contrary, Li Lu and Su Meng, he had poured his heart out to them. But what happened? One betrayed himself, the other used him. Only in Yan Mingyu's case, one's own efforts were duly rewarded. Good looking and nice. It's just that she's a goddess standing on the clouds, and I'm afraid most men under the sky don't deserve her, right? Chin-yu's heart was a bit emotional and sad. How could his emotional road be so bumpy? Is it hard to be a bachelor for the rest of your life? 10 points. Chin-yu and Yan Mingyu boarded the plane to Suzhou City. Over the course of the hour-long trip, at least 5 or 6 people men came to talk to. Fresh meat, mature uncle, domineering president, and even a foreigner. Yan Mingyu all refused with a cold face, not giving the other party the slightest bit of room to fantasize. Putting aside her identity as a beautiful president, just that scourge of a country and a calamity of a people's appearance, it makes men rush to it. It really proves the old saying that women have men around them even if they don't have money. But if a man has no money, the dogs don't care about you. 12 o'clock. The plane landed. Chin-yu followed behind Yan Mingyu and walked out of the airport hall. Just as they came outside, a pair of well-dressed men and women came over, smiling very cordially. Mingyu, finally you've met your husband. Why don't you introduce him? His name is Chin-yu. Yan Mingyu's voice was somewhat helpless, but she still gently pulled Chin-yu's arm. Call big brother, sister-in-law. Ha, me. Chin-yu was a bit out of his element. However, it was interpreted by the pair as Chin-yu being embarrassed to meet them for the first time, and took the initiative to solve the problem. Mingyu, the brother-in-law and we are meeting for the first time, and we are not familiar with each other. After dinner, let's take grandma with us as a family and have a good stroll. I heard that it's been a year since you guys got married, and grandma has been chanting for a year. Aha! Yan Mingyu nodded. The pair led the way to a Mercedes-Benz RV on the side of the road. From their chat, Chin-yu realized that this man was called Tang Chenjin. a quite famous entrepreneur in Sioux City. Only, Yen Mingyu was so close to him, but she didn't know him from the business world. But Yen Mingyu had been living in the Tang family since she was 3 years old, being taken care of by Tang Chuanjin's grandmother, and she didn't return to her own home until she was in her late teens. These years in the middle of the journey were also the most turbulent years for the Yen family. The Yen family had no choice but to give their own granddaughter to Grandma Tang to raise. Therefore, Yen Mingyu had been calling Tang Chuanjin big brother and his grandmother Grandma Tang for the next 10 years or so. It's just that, returning to China for this month, I've been so busy almost every day that I couldn't touch the ground. It wasn't until today that I found the time to come to Sioux City to visit Grandma Tang. As for why Qin Yu is her husband, it's very simple. A year ago, when she first got married, Grandma Tang knew about it. Only Yen Mingyu left the country at noon that day to deal with the affairs of the branch office, and this time she went away for a whole year. Last night, when Grandma Tang called Yen Mingyu and asked about her granddaughter-in-law, she had to say that she would bring it over to her old man today. She is in her 90s, and I am afraid that she would be worried if she knew that she had divorced her husband. Not much longer. The Mercedes-Benz saloon pulled up in front of an estate on the outskirts of town. People who are older like to be quiet, and so does Grandma Tang. Big brother, you and sister-in-law go in first. I'll have a word with Qin Yu. After getting out of the car, Yen Mingyu said to Tang Chuanjin, "Oh, then your sister-in-law and I will go tell Grandma first." Tang Chuanjin finished with a slight smile, took his wife's hand, and walked into the manor. That, Qin Yu. Yen Mingyu clenched her shell teeth and revealed an apologetic look. I didn't sleep well last night. I fell asleep on the plane and forgot to tell you to pretend to be my husband. At that time, when she received the call from Grandma Tang, she was so torn in her heart, not knowing whether to tell Grandma Tang the real situation or to find a man to pretend to be her husband. She finally had to use the delaying tactic, saying that her husband was not around and that she would call Grandma Tang back the next morning. As such, Yen Mingyu hadn't slept well throughout the night, and finally decided to let Qin Yu put on a temporary disguise. Oh, Qin Yu reacted calmly. Having only been broken by Su Meng last night, there seemed to be no interest at all in women, especially beautiful women. If it were before, I would have been happy to play the husband of this beautiful boss. To have such a beautiful wife who is worth tens of billions of dollars, even if it's fake. For a hangman like himself, the cowskin can be blown for a lifetime. Then don't wear it out. Take this, and later on, say it's your gift for Grandma. From her bag, Yen Mingyu took out an exquisite box and handed it to Qin Yu. The heart is slightly depressed. This guy's woman is how beautiful in hearing that can pretend to be their husband, but a look of lack of interest? Get in there. After Yen Mingyu finished speaking, she somewhat unnaturally took Qin Yu's arm. After all, they were two people, and they hadn't been together for a year, so if they acted too rusty, Grandma Tang would definitely be suspicious. It's come to this, so we have to do the whole show. Mr. Yen? Qin Yu's body stiffened slightly, and not only did he not feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart, he even felt a hint of fear. He himself would fall little by little in his contact with Yen Mingyu, once again, into the bottomless emotional abyss. Because, there has been a voice of reason in my heart, telling myself, even Li Lu and Su Meng can't see you. Yen Mingyu will see you? Don't dream of a toad eating swan meat. What? Is it hard for you to pretend to be married to me? Yen Mingyu was a bit angry. It wasn't like this guy hadn't cuddled with other women, and when she took his arm, her body was resisting? Are you that bad? No, Mr. Yen. Hey, don't worry, I'll cooperate. Qin Yu did not know how to explain, and sighed softly, forcing his chaotic mind down before walking into the manor with Yen Mingyu. Mi-ung-yu, Mi-ung-yu. The two had just entered the courtyard when a thin, athletic figure ran out. Grandma, slow down. Tang Chuanjin and his wife were at the back, worried and unable to stop themselves from chasing after them. Grandma Tang. Yen Mingyu cried out affectionately and hurriedly jogged 2 steps as well, holding on to this old man who had raised her for 7 whole years. Mingyu, you're really getting prettier and prettier now. Grandma Tang stretched out her wrinkled hand and gently touched Yen Mingyu's face. Right. Where's my granddaughter-in-law? Grandma, I'm here. Obviously, Grandma Tang's eyes are not very good and she can only use her hands to touch and sense. Come on, grandson-in-law. Come over here and look at Grandma. Grandma Tang twisted her head and looked in Qin Yu's direction, stretching out her hand in excitement. Grandma. Qin Yu walked over. However, he was too tall, more than 10 centimeters taller than even Yen Mingyu, and only by half squatting Grandma Tang could touch his rigid face. Not bad, not bad. Exactly as Grandpa Mingyu said. A handsome young man, Grandma Tang said, full of relief. Grandma, this is a gift that Mingyu and I bought for you. Qingyu did not have the habit of lying and stuffed the box given by Yan Mingyu into Grandma Tang's hand, saying that they were bought together. Grandma Tang, let me put it on for you. Yan Mingyu took the box from Qingyu's hands, and after opening it, it was an emerald green bracelet. In the sunlight, it exudes a radiant glow and is worth a lot at a glance. AI. Mingyu, you've bought me enough things over the years, so I'm breaking your bank again. Grandma Tang said as she gently patted Yan Mingyu's hand. Grandma Tang, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Yan Mingyu said softly. Good, where is Chun-Jin? Is the meal ready yet? Mingyu and her granddaughter-in-law must be hungry after such a long flight. Grandma Tang called her grandson again. Grandma, I'm here. I'll have the kitchen start preparing it in the morning. Tang Chun-Jin smiled and walked over, supporting her grandmother. Mingyu, grandson-in-law, let's go and try our Suchun cuisine. Today, don't leave. You must stay for the night. Do you hear me? Grandma Tang pretended to be stern. Okay, Grandma Tang, we're not leaving. Yan Mingyu also supported Grandma Tang and slightly glanced at Qingyu before they walked into the hall together. Compared to the cuisine of the East China Sea, the cuisine of the Suzhou side is a bit lighter, even with a bit of sweetness. Tang Chun-Jin was afraid that Qingyu wouldn't be able to eat it, and had a bowl of dipping sauce with chili oil prepared. Considering that we were going shopping in the afternoon, no one drank, just eating and catching up. Speaking of which, Tang Chun-Jin can have today, but also without the help of the Yan family. So for Yan Mingyu is extraordinarily affectionate. Love the house. To Qingyu this brother-in-law also cannot. For a while, Qingyu was in a bit of a trance and was also a bit vain. It feels like I'm a thief, stealing happiness that wasn't mine to begin with. A meal of colorful and flavorful delicacies was somewhat tasteless. Of course, there was definitely still a warm smile on his face, and he answered whatever Grandma Tang asked. There's no way around it. Adults are just not that easy. Almost every moment of every day, you are forcing yourself to do something that your heart is resisting, but you have to do. The meal went down well with the guests. Grandma Tang's eyes are not very good. Tang Chun-Jin pushed her with a wheelchair. Yan Mingyu and Tang Chun-Jin's wife, Qingyu, walked behind, drove to People's Park, the largest in Sioux City. Mingyu, you accompany your brother-in-law to stroll around for a while. We'll contact each other by phone later. Grandma has an old friend who's also at the park today, so I'll push Grandma over and catch up. After the group had wandered around for a while, Tang Chun-Jin answered a phone call and then said to Yan Mingyu, well, there you go. Yan Mingyu nodded. By the way, Mingyu, the Huaxi Elementary School that you used to study at has also relocated to the west side of the park, and Mr. who is now the principal's, so you can go over there and turn around as well. Before leaving, Tang Chun-Jin added, Mr. who is a principal, then I'll stroll over to the west side and check him out. Yan Mingyu definitely remembers her elementary school teacher, because those were her most childlike and innocent times. Back at Yan's house, there were parents' fights, family feuds, and endless extracurricular cram schools. It made Yan Mingyu feel completely transformed into another self. It is the Yan Mingyu that the elders want in their hearts, not an independent young girl in her teens. Mr. Yan Mingyu fell into her past memories, staring blankly into the void until Qingyu called out to her. Oh, let's go. Yan Mingyu returned to her senses, smoothed her long hair around her ears, and walked casually side by side with Qingyu. She was wearing a long white dress today. It looks like the shoulders are cut and the waist is about as thin as a veil. Splash of ink general long hair, but also softly draped over the shoulders. Lessen the company's indifference. Cold. More a few points of tenderness and charm. Mr. Yan, you're so beautiful. The park is so picturesque that Yan Mingyu is the person in the painting at the moment, so that Qingyu could not help but say, oh, you've said that to quite a few women, haven't you? Yan Mingyu stopped in her tracks, her eyes unblinking. Ha, you won't believe me when I say no. Qingyu smiled bitterly. He could see the suspicion of Yan Mingyu's eyes towards himself. Well, indeed, I don't believe it. As a result, Qingyu managed to try to chat with Yan Mingyu for a couple of minutes, and the day was thus chatted to death. No words along the way. When Yan Mingyu and Qingyu, when he arrived at the entrance of Huaxi Elementary School, a half-bald old man with a few teachers was surprisingly already waiting. You're Yan Mingyu? Teacher who? No, the one who should be called principal who now pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, a bit unable to believe his eyes. Back then, the conditions of the Tang family were not as good as they are now, and in order to hide her identity, Yan Mingyu was usually no different from ordinary children in her life. At that point, it gave the impression of being a mediocre Cinderella. Which can think, more than a decade has passed, not only transformed into a big beauty, but also the East China Sea's famous Four Seas Group, worth tens of billions of female boss. How can one not be shocked? Teacher Hu, it's been a long time, but you haven't changed a bit. Yan Mingyu walked up to Principal Hu and said cordially, "Ha ha, my hair is falling out and I'm retiring. Old age." Principal Hu touched the top of his head. "That's because you worry too much for the children. By the way, how did you know I was coming?" Yan Mingyu finished and asked curiously. "Mr. Tang called me, the school library, all donated by Mr. Tang. You forget. He came to pick you up almost every day back then. I knew him early on. Now, all of you kids are doing well." Principal Hu lamented. Afterward, he made a gesture of invitation. "Mingyu, let's go in and talk." "Yes, Mr. Hu." Yan Mingyu nodded. Led by Principal Hu, after strolling around the school and visiting a few former teachers of other subjects, Yan Mingyu said, "Principal Hu, see what else the school lacks. I would like to contribute to my alma mater as well. Our school is newly built, so there's no shortage of anything for now. However, if you have the heart, I'll take you to a place." Principal Hu deliberately sold the story. No problem." Yan Mingyu agreed cheerfully. "Follow me." Principal Hu personally drove and brought Yan Mingyu and Qinyu to a rather old courtyard. Once inside, there were quite a few kids romping around inside. "Hey, they are all orphans that I have, over the years, adopted. Their household registration information can't be checked, so there's no way to arrange for them to go to school. They can only be taught by our school teachers, who take turns coming over to teach them. However, our teacher's salary is not high. These children's life, food and clothing, later junior high school tuition fees, etc., are a large amount of expenses." Principal Hu sighed slightly. "Teacher Hu, like this, I'll sponsor the orphanage for a fixed amount of $2 million every year, and then you'll be the one to distribute these funds to the children in need." Yan Mingyu looked at one childish little face. Her eyes were a little dense. She was really surprised that there was such a group of poor children today when society was so beautiful. "Okay, Mingyu, I thank you on behalf of the children," Principal Hu also said with red eyes. "Pop, children, from now on, you can have milk to drink and chicken legs to eat every day. For birthdays, you can get cake too." Principal Hu clapped his hands, and the children who were playing, then quickly ran over and gathered in a group. "Thank you Grandpa Hu, thank you beautiful sister, thank you big brother," a group of children said crisply. "It's a little heartbreaking to see that they know what they're doing. Teacher Hu, you stay with the children for a while. Qinyu and I will go and come." Yan Mingyu blinked. It had been a long time since her eyes had been this sour. "Aha, kids, go back to class. I'll teach you today's language lesson." Principal Hu led a group of children into the dilapidated room. "Come outside." Qinyu looked at Yan Mingyu's flawless side face and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Yan, where are we going?" "Going to the grocery store?" "You're strong. Help me carry it," Yan Mingyu said. "Yes." Qinyu nodded his head. Asking himself to donate money might not be there, but contributing his efforts was absolutely fine. Soon, the two of them arrived at a nearby, somewhat larger supermarket, and first asked the owner for a few sacks. Afterwards, the sweeping mode began. Toothpaste, toothbrush, shampoo, body wash, towels, clothes. In the end, a full 4 sacks were loaded, and the happy supermarket owner couldn't keep his mouth shut. He also sent 2 attendants to help carry the stuff to the orphanage. The children were naturally overjoyed again, with a mouthful of a beautiful sister, causing Yan Mingyu's iceberg-like face to have a light smile. Looking at Qinyu, he froze for a moment. In the impression, this beautiful boss was like a face paralyzed, often not seeing the slightest expression on her face, a pair of beautiful eyes, even more like an abyss. No one could see what she was thinking in her heart, but from the time the plane landed today, the smiles on her face just got more and more frequent. Adults have one or several masks on their faces. Perhaps this one is the real her? I didn't realize that she was so caring in her private life when she was so cold and high and mighty in the company. If, on the other hand, she wasn't so pretty and her status was ordinary, maybe she would actually pick her up. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as if. Looking at the beautiful boss who was fighting with the children, Qinyu's mood was very complicated. Sitting under the shade of a tree, he quietly felt out his cell phone and took a picture of Yan Mingyu with a smile on her face. Odds are, back at the office, you won't see it. What are you doing? Qinyu, the idiot, had no experience taking pictures of people, and didn't even turn off the sound or flash. Yan Mingyu naturally noticed it and stood up, looking at Qinyu with a smile on her face as she asked, shoot the kids, Qinyu said sardonically. Show me. Yan Mingyu walked to Qinyu and extended her small white hand. Bring it. As soon as Yan Mingyu drank, Qinyu reflexively handed over his cell phone. Yan Mingyu looked at herself in her cell phone, and after a few seconds, she said, The photo-taking skills suck. Don't do it next time. Oh. Chinyu hurriedly put his cell phone away. Thought. The beautiful boss was going to be angry. False alarm. By the looks of it, she was really in a good mood today. If she put it in the company, she definitely made herself delete the photos and then coldly scolded. A few moments later, Principal Hu walked out and saw that it was getting late, so he drove back to the school with Yen Mingyu Chinyu. At this time, Tang Chunjin also called. Yen Mingyu said goodbye to Principal Hu and then returned with Chinyu by the same route. After everyone met up and wandered around for a while, they drove back to Grandma Tang's estate in the suburbs. The kitchen had long since prepared a sumptuous dinner, and Tang Chunjin had brought out a few bottles of good wine from her collection. Yen Mingyu, you can only have one drink. Chinyu called it smooth and almost called it Mr. Yen. Seeing that she was ready to drink, she reminded her gently. Yo brother-in-law, quite a strict tutor. Tang Chunjin joked. That. Hey. Chinyu didn't know how to explain, so he giggled a little. Got it. Color. Mingyu secretly rolled her eyes. It gave Chinyu an illusion, as if she really put herself into the role of wife. Engaged in his heart jumped, but then secretly said, nonsense what? Women are good at acting. People are just making a show to the Tang family. If you're serious, you'll lose. Mingyu seeing that you and your brother-in-law have such a good relationship, I am relieved. At first, when I heard the old man say that you were reluctant to get a license, Grandma and I were worried for a while, Tang Chunjin said with relief. Well, feelings can be cultivated. Yen Mingyu could only say so. Ha ha. Come on. Drink. Drink. Mingyu can't drink much. Brother-in-law, you should drink more tonight. Hey, Grandma, you drink slower. Tang Chunjin had just raised her glass when she realized that Grandma Tang had toasted herself. Who told you not to let me drink normally? Tonight Mingyu is here. I'm happy. I'm going to drink more. Grandma Don said like a child. Okay, Grandma, have a few more drinks, but slow down a bit. Tang Chunjin cried and laughed. Grandma, big brother, sister-in-law, I wish you good health and happiness. Yen Mingyu stood up and said. Grandma, big brother, sister-in-law, I toast you too. Chinyu also stood up and said. Oh, then I wish you two youngsters a long and loving life. Tang Chunjin said with a smile. Here, brother-in-law, I'll refill it for you. Yes. Without realizing it, both Chinyu and Tang Chunjin drank a bottle down. Yen Mingyu kicked him secretly with her foot. You also drink less. Your speech is all knotted up. Oh, if big brother is happy, I'm happy too. Chinyu grinned and giggled. He had no idea what Yen Mingyu was worried about, because, at noon, Grandma Tang had said that she would keep them here for the night. Mostly, they would sleep in one room at that time. Yen Mingyu was afraid that this guy had drunk too much and was plotting against her. Why else would there be a word for drunkenness? Ha ha, Mingyu has given the word, so my brother-in-law and I won't even drink. Next time we'll have a good drink, Tang Chunjin said with a smile. Okay, big brother, next time I'll be sure to drink in place with you, Chinyu said with a face full of red clouds. Then I'll take you to rest. Tang Chunjin stood up and said. The estate was large, and sometimes friends and relatives would come to visit, and when it was built, a number of guest rooms were prepared. The degree of scale is no less than that of a luxury hotel, even more secluded and quiet because of the suburb. Soon, arriving at the backyard, Tang Chunjin opened the door and said with a smile. Mingyu, take an early rest with your brother-in-law. Aha! Yen Mingyu lowered her head, her pretty face covered in a layer of redness. Luckily, the night was hazy and Tang Chunjin was too drunk to notice. On the contrary, it was Chinyu who couldn't help but ask offhandedly after Tang Chunjin left. Mr. Yen, what do you mean, we're sleeping together? You wish. Yen Mingyu glared at Chinyu without any good humor. It's true, when a man is alone with a woman, nothing good is going through his head. I'm just asking. There's a literal meaning to sleep, and a deeper meaning. Chinyu had drunk a lot of wine, and his guts had fattened up a lot. Get in there first. Yen Mingyu turned around and walked into the room. There was a living room, bathroom, and bedroom. It was spacious and cozy. You go ahead and take a shower. I've got a few things to do. When Chinyu came in, Yen Mingyu took away her cell phone and walked out. Oh, Chinyu was also a bit tired after accompanying Yen Mingyu to run around for a day. Going to the bathroom, he took a clattering shower, put on Don's pre-prepared pajamas, and threw his clothes in the washing machine. Then, paralyzed on the couch, the drunken eyes looked like the TV had come on. What else? It's just a bed. You'll lie on it yourself first, then wait for Yen Mingyu to come up? A few moments later, Yen Mingyu walked in with her cell phone, glanced at the drowsy Chinyu, and said, You go sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the sofa later. Chinyu flinched and asked offhandedly, Shouldn't I be sleeping on the couch in this situation? Whatever. Yan Mingyu didn't bother to explain. He had been kind enough to let him sleep in the bed for the sake of him, giving himself a favor, and since he was willing to sleep on the couch, he let him do so. Stupid man. Oh, then I'll watch a little TV and go to bed. Chinyu didn't think so either. She's the boss. She says what's right. Are there any pajamas left in there? I'm taking a shower. Yan Mingyu asked as she glanced at the bathroom. There are 2 sets that Big Brother had prepared. Chinyu said. Where are your clothes? Washed? Yan Mingyu asked again. Aha! Chinyu nodded. Squeak! Yan Mingyu didn't say anything else, pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. In his ears, he could faintly hear the sound of the TV in the living room. These. Yan Mingyu's small hand tugged at the zipper of her skirt, but didn't pull it down, because, a door away, there was a man sitting outside. Instead, he was undressing in the bathroom himself, a feeling that was as humiliating as leaving the door open and showering in front of the man. But I'm a clean freak, and I'm sure I can't sleep without a bath. Yan Mingyu struggled for a while before unzipping her skirt. Then, gingerly, he pressed his ear against the glass door, fearing that Chinyu would take advantage of his shower and push open the door to barge in. After a few minutes, when there was no movement outside, Yan Mingyu turned on the faucet and sprinkled warm water on her snow-white and proud figure. There was no movement outside until she changed into her pajamas. It seems that I was too guarded. Yan Mingyu shook her head and blow-dried her hair again before turning on the washing machine. There was a small yard outside the bathroom, and at this moment, Chinyu was mostly asleep. So let's help him dry his clothes, or else what will he wear tomorrow? Actually, Chinyu in the living room, although his eyes were fixed on the TV, his ears were filled with the sound of rushing water. In the back of his mind, it was inevitable that some indescribable fantasies would arise. Only, not being a nasty, shameless man, he quickly distracted himself by thinking of something else. When she came back to her senses, she was surprised to find Yan Mingyu standing in the night, wearing her pajamas and drying her clothes. That careful look is really like a virtuous, gentle wife. It made Chinyu feel embarrassed. He is just an insignificant little follower, but she is the high and mighty female president who is worth tens of billions of dollars. A few moments later, Yan Mingyu returned to the living room, glancing at Chinyu. Still not sleeping? Can't sleep. Chinyu was honest. I'm afraid that any other man would not be able to sleep if he could share a room with a woman as beautiful as Yan Mingyu. So chatting? Yan Mingyu didn't sleep either. Of course, it wasn't salivating over Chinyu's 8-pack abs, but she wasn't used to the fact that there was a man in the room when she was resting at night. She was raised to be independent and quiet, partly as a matter of character, partly to escape. When her parents fought endlessly, when he became an adult, he moved out of the Yen family and lived alone in the Balsam Palace. A female nanny was hired to take care of her. Yes, Chinyu moved down and gave up some of the sofa to Yan Mingyu. When she sat down, she took the initiative to speak. Mr. Yen, I'm curious, when a woman of your caliber chooses a man, what aspects do you weigh? Oh, you're asking about my views on love? Yan Mingyu gently hooked her vermilion lips. Aha! Chinyu nodded. First of all, it must be about eye appeal. The first glance must be smooth. Second, the character must be good. Third, treat the relationship exclusively. Fourth, have a certain emotional intelligence and filial piety to parents. Yan Mingyu felt that she was actually quite a failure in terms of relationships, but it doesn't mean that she doesn't have requirements for her other half in her heart. What about that human ability? Chinyu asked after some thought. Well, as long as he's not lazy and can be positive, it doesn't necessarily require him to be, well, more capable. Anyway, the money I earn, 2 people can't spend it all in a lifetime. Yan Mingyu said seriously. The fact that she was able to say yes to her grandfather and flash marry a delivery boy in the first place shows that she's not too concerned about the status or position of her significant other. As long as you can meet the points of good character, treating relationships exclusively, and honoring your parents, you're pretty much there. Ha, in that case, you're quite a catch, Mr. Yen. Chinyu grinned and joked. It's not good to chase. Yan Mingyu, however, said in a serious manner. As I said, the first one is about eye appeal. So far, the man who can truly catch my eye has yet to appear. Then your vision, Mr. Yen, is not generally high. Chinyu smashed his mouth and said, I'm not just anyone, am I? Yan Mingyu asked rhetorically. She is rich, she has a face, she is worth tens of billions of dollars. How can she be taken down by a man so easily? Oh, that makes sense. Chinyu smiled, then vaguely felt that his body seemed to be a bit hot, and couldn't help but say, Mr. Yen, why is it so hot? Did you turn on the air conditioner? No? Yan Mingyu revealed a suspicious look and wrinkled her nose as a faint fragrance seemed to permeate the air. It made her clear mind seem to ripple. You drugged me? Yan Mingyu's face changed, and his eyes erupted with two stern cold lights as he stared at Qin Yu dead in the face. What do I really have in mind for you that I need to drug? Qin Yu was incredibly depressed. So what's going on? Yan Mingyu wanted to stand up and get her cell phone to call Tang Chenjin, but she was too weak to use her strength. I don't know. In that case, I'll go out and look for Big Brother and the others. Qin Yu was a man and had a slightly better physique. However, when he came to the door, he couldn't open the door, so he frowned and turned back to say, Mr. Yen, the door has been unlocked. Ha! Yan Mingyu exclaimed. Could it be that Tang Chunjin and the others were drugging themselves in Qin Yu? But why did they do it? Bribed by his own mother, Lu Nan Yen? Yan Mingyu was in turmoil and couldn't believe her judgment. Maybe Big Brother and the others have been mesmerized as well. Someone is deliberately trying to mess with us. The first time, Qin Yu also thought that it was Tang Chunjin who did the trick, but when he thought about it carefully, how could it be impossible? He and Yan Mingyu were like brother and sister. There was no reason to drug her into committing herself to this little bodyguard of his. At this point, Tang Chunjin's study. His wife bit her lip slightly. Chunjin, isn't it not good for us to do this? What's wrong with that? You heard me when I answered the phone. I was helping Mingyu, Tang Chunjin said without thinking. But I'm also a woman. I can feel that Mingyu doesn't have male or female feelings for Qin Yu. Just let them, Tang Chunjin's wife said with a desire to speak. Honey, don't think too much. Tang Chunjin stood up, took his wife's hand, and smiled faintly. Let's go rest too. Hey, what's with the sigh? Maybe Mingyu will even thank us later. I hope so. Tang Chunjin's wife had very mixed feelings. In this patriarchal society, no matter how high a woman's status is, she still can't help herself. Backyard. Yan Mingyu's small hands were uncontrollable, wanting to undo her pajamas, as if there was a raging fire burning in her body, and the only way to cool off was to not wear clothes. Mr. Yan. Qin Yu was sweating anxiously, but he did not dare to walk over to her for fear that he would not be able to control himself and would pounce on Yan Mingyu. He can only say aloud, you hold back, don't be controlled by lust. I'll go to the bathroom. After saying that, Qin Yu took hard steps and walked into the bathroom. Straight away, he unlocked the door, unscrewed the faucet, and let the cold water, platter against himself. Strangely enough, even with the cool water rushing over his body, Qin Yu still felt that there were flames about to break out of his body, tightly tugging on his fists, the veins on his neck, all surfaced, wriggling like earthworms. In the end, it was too much to bear, so I had to face the wall and bang my head on it. Qin Yu. Yan Mingyu could probably guess what method this man was using to restrain himself. The heart was moved and guilty. Before, one had even suspected that he was the one who had drugged him, how much it hurt him. Overnight, Yan Mingyu didn't know how she came to be. She was covered in sweat, and her entire body was generally deflated. Qin Yu was even more, and never came out in the bathroom. On his forehead, there were fist-sized bruises, all from last night's knock on the wall. You come out. I'm okay. Yan Mingyu walked to the bathroom door and shouted hoarsely. Oh, Qin Yu opened the door and saw Yan Mingyu, whose hair was disheveled and topped with a pair of dark circles under her eyes, and laughed bitterly. Being a bodyguard for you is really a pitfall one step at a time. I'll get this matter investigated. Yan Mingyu clenched her silver teeth and said, So, are you in a hurry to go back to the East Sea today? I want to squint for a while. Okay, I'll wash my face and take a nap too. Yan Mingyu nodded. By the time she came out, Qin Yu was on the couch and had already let out a whooping snore. Head over heels herself, she walked into the bedroom, fell into bed and went to sleep. Tang Chunjin sighed. A maid reported to him, Miss Yan and his husband haven't gone out. Got it. Go down. Tang Chunjin waved his hand and waited for the servants to leave before saying to his wife, Oh, it looks like it's done. The young man is on fire. And he's not even up now. AI. Mingyu is stuck with such a grandpa. Originally, Tang Chunjin received a call from Yan Mingyu's grandfather yesterday afternoon. Others are not clear, but he is clear. The bodyguard beside his granddaughter is her husband who got married a year ago. 2 days ago, Yan Mingyu called and said that she wanted to divorce Qin Yu, and the old man was in a hurry. Taking advantage of this time, the young couple came to visit Grandma Tang in Suzhou City. They personally called Tang Chunjin and asked him to find an opportunity to facilitate the young couple's good deed, even if it meant drugging them. Otherwise, the two of them will turn around and get divorced, and the rumor will spread. The Yan family will lose a lot of face if we go out. After Tang Chunjin was authorized by the old man, he naturally spared no effort, wanting to situate Yan Mingyu and Qin Yu as a couple. He also asked a friend from the road for a packet of potent drugs to put inside the room's aroma. Finally, The door to the room was unlocked to make sure everything was secure. Well, wife, the two of them were originally married. It's just that it's a mistake and they don't know each other. When today is over, the old man will give them a showdown, Tang Chunjin said as he took his wife's hand. Well then I'll go have lunch prepared. Tang Chunjin's wife always felt a little dissatisfied with the Yin family's old man's approach. What kind of grandfather would let his granddaughter first flash marry a strange man, and then use such tactics to get the two to have sex? This is outrageous. Noon. Qin Yu and Yan Mingyu, who had made up for the morning's refreshing sleep, had finally recovered some of their spirits. After changing his clothes, he came outside to the hall, where Tang Chunjin's family was already waiting. During the meal, they all talked and laughed, and seemed to have no idea what had happened last night. Yan Mingyu was not in a good position to question it, and could only smother it in her heart. When he said goodbye, Tang Chunjin, however, called Qin Yu to one side and asked a few questions in a low voice, and a look of regret appeared on his face. His wife, too, quietly whispered in Yan Mingyu's ear, "We know you have a stomach full of questions. Go back and ask the old man. Everything will be clear." Good. Yan Mingyu nodded. Tang Chunjin then drove and sent the two to the airport. Only after entering the hall did Yan Mingyu stare at Qin Yu and asked, "What did Big Brother say to you when you left?" "Oh, ask us about last night," Qin Yu said. "What did you say?" Yan Mingyu pursued. "Honestly, you're my boss, not my girlfriend. Even if both of them were drugged, I wouldn't dare do anything to you." Qin Yu skimmed his lips and said, "When we get off the plane, you'll take me directly to Riverside Avenue. Manor 1. Yan Mingyu finished speaking and walked towards the security check first. Yes. Qin Yu nodded and kept it in his mind. Evening. The two of them returned to East China Sea, drove their car, and arrived at the entrance of a luxurious manor on Riverside Avenue. "You can go back." Yan Mingyu got out of the car and said to Qin Yu, "Okay, if you need me to pick you up, just call." After Qin Yu finished speaking, he stopped a cab and sat in it. Only when the cab was far away did Yan Mingyu enter the password on the manor's gate and walk straight in. Across the lush green lawn, you can see a single detached villa. This is where 3 generations of the Yin family have lived. Nowadays, however, only the old man and a group of servants were left to live here. Grandpa. Entering the hall, Yan Mingyu rushed at the old man, who was wearing an apron, and called out, "Mingyu, I knew you were coming, so I personally cooked a few of your favorite dishes." The old man wiped his hands on his apron and greeted him with a smile. "Come, sit down. Taste if Grandpa's handiwork has regressed." Oh, looking at her grandfather's lonely figure and aged face, Yan Mingyu felt a pang of heartache. Originally, holding a belly full of anger, wanted to question Grandpa about what happened last night, how it was related to him. However, when the words came to his mouth, he couldn't ask. "Mingyu, eat your food." The old master gave Yan Mingyu a chopstick of food before slowly saying, "What do you think? How is this person Qin Yu?" "Which Qin Yu?" Yan Mingyu frowned and asked. "Your previous husband, and your current bodyguard, seem to have the same name. So tell me all about them. What do you remember about them?" The old man said as he looked at his granddaughter. "That Qin Yu from the flash mob. He's a scumbag. My bodyguard, on the other hand, is a little bit better, but I also saw with my own eyes that he was cuddling with another woman behind his wife's back. In short, men are no good." Yan Mingyu huffed and puffed. "It looks like you have deep preconceptions about both Qin Yu." There was more than a touch of gravity in the old man's eyes. In the past few days, he had also gotten someone to look into it, and Qin Yu simply didn't have any other women outside other than his granddaughter as his wife. Besides, if you're with your granddaughter every day, you won't have a chance to cheat on her, right? Which part of the process went wrong? "Grandpa, that last night I was at the Tang family home and almost had an accident." Yan Mingyu couldn't help it, but still politely wanted to ask her grandfather what happened last night. "Oh, it was Grandpa who was confused for a moment and called Chunjin to try to facilitate you and your bodyguard. You didn't return to China before I examined this kid. It's pretty good. Besides, his name is also Qin Yu, so maybe it's a kind of fate." The old man had, in the end, not told his granddaughter that her bodyguard was, in fact, her husband who had gotten married a year ago in a flash mob. Because, for as long as the granddaughter can remember, her parents, the old man's son, and daughter-in-law, have been cheating on each other and arguing every day. Even the night of his son's car accident, his daughter-in-law came over from another man's house. So, it resulted in a granddaughter who grew up emotionally closed off and alone, and who had no intention whatsoever of having a family as an adult. Even after being forced by himself to flash marry Qin Yu, he hid for a whole year on the pretext of going abroad to deal with the affairs of his branch. All this, the old man saw, before she and Qin Yu had developed feelings for each other. Where would he dare to show his cards? "Grandpa, that's ridiculous too." Yen Mingyu clenched his silver teeth, so angry that his eyes are dense. He at least once is also the helmsman of the Four Seas Group. Now how the older the more confused, like a child as unreliable. It was tolerable to let herself flash a takeout boy, but now she's even drugging herself and committing herself to her bodyguard? What does he think of this granddaughter of his? The more Yen Mingyu thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, and her crystal tears snapped and fell to the ground. Mingyu, this time it's Grandpa who's confused, so you can scold him if you want to. Anyway, if you want to scold Grandpa in the future, you won't necessarily have the chance. From his arms, the old man fished out a folded medical chart and placed it on the table. Grandpa, this is... Yen Mingyu's heart jumped as she hurriedly picked up the medical record and read it. Cardiac cyst. Suspected malignancy. Grandpa, how long have you had this? Yen Mingyu panicked and grabbed her grandfather's arm, asking in a pearly voice. For more than a year. After I found out, I would go to the side of the road every day and pass out on purpose. In a month's time, I fainted 20 times and no one helped me. Until Shin-yu helped me up. I recognized this granddaughter-in-law. In fact, Grandpa isn't forcing you to marry, but he's afraid that after Grandpa is gone, no one will love you as a silly girl. The old man gently patted his granddaughter's hand and said quietly, Grandpa. Yen Mingyu's voice had choked, so it turned out that Grandpa had done all this for himself. Maybe a little ridiculous, but it's all about love for yourself. It's all right, son. Grandpa isn't a fairy. He can't escape old age, sickness and death. My biggest regret is that I didn't see you and your future granddaughter-in-law get married. If only I could have watched the wedding. It would be nice to see great-grandchildren. The old man's eyes darkened a bit. When I was young, I suffered a lot before I founded the Four Seas Group. It's a pity that my son is not good enough to be seduced by a vixen outside. The daughter-in-law, out of revenge, soon had a man as well. In the end, perhaps it was karma. The son and the vixen parked on the side of the road for a rendezvous and were hit by a drunk driver's dump truck, killing them instantly. At that time, the old man was traveling abroad, and by the time he rushed back, the company was already firmly in the hands of his daughter-in-law. It wasn't until her granddaughter graduated from college that she kicked her daughter-in-law out of the company, allowing the Four Seas Group to return to the hands of the Yen family. My granddaughter's suffering, growing up in that kind of dysfunctional family after a young age, and now personal marital problems. It's all over the place. Grandpa, let's leave the country tomorrow. I will definitely find a way to cure you. What the old man said, Yen Mingyu could no longer hear. Only one thought in his mind was that even if he spends billions, tens of billions, he wants his grandfather to be healthy. You silly girl. If this disease could be cured, Grandpa would have already gone and cured it. However, my personal doctor also said that this cyst is near the heart, so as long as it doesn't continue to expand, there isn't much of a problem. The main thing is to keep your mood calm and not be irritated. Otherwise, if the heart beats too fast and squeezes the cyst, you won't live for a few days. The old man shook his head and said with a bitter smile, so, assuming that you're in a good mood every day, Grandpa, wouldn't that be, like, okay to pretend that this cyst doesn't exist? Yen Mingyu didn't know anything about medicine, but she knew that a healthy mood was the best medicine. The private doctor said that as long as the cyst doesn't rupture, it's no problem to live for another 10 years or so. Grandpa is 70 now, and it's almost time to live until he's in his 80s. By then, you'll be 40, and you'll always be able to see great-grandchildren being born, the old man said in a serious tone. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely marry myself off before I turn 30. Yen Mingyu bit her lip. Since Grandpa's biggest heartache was that he wanted to see himself get married and have children. Could it be that, with the East Sea being so big, he still couldn't find a suitable man to marry himself off? Okay, so you're not mad at Grandpa now, are you? Well, not born. Come on, eat your food. Eat your food. Grandpa, you eat too. At this point, urban village. Shin-yu had just taken a shower and was about to get something to cope with the night when his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was his sister calling, he immediately picked up the phone. Hello, Violet? Brother, I'm so unlucky today. On the phone, Shin Weier's complaining voice came, just preparing for my first official flight. I was hit by an unlicensed van. Ha, how are you? Are you okay? If not, I'll take the high-speed train over to see you right away. Shin-yu asked hurriedly. Brother, don't be so nervous. It's just a little bruise. I used ointment to wipe it down. It's already fine. I'm resting in the dormitory. It's just that I'm afraid it doesn't make a good impression on the leadership, and the next official flight will have to wait for a long time. Shin Weier muttered. Hey, if you can fly, fly. If you can't, get a new job. Shin-yu comforted. Well, it'll have to do. It's just that the effort has been 4 whole years. Qin Weier was obviously still a bit reluctant. Violet, not all of your efforts will be fruitful. I know, brother. The siblings were on the phone, chatting for a while before Qin Yu put down his cell phone. I cooked a bowl of egg noodles and was eating it when I got a text message on my cell phone. If you don't want anything to happen to your sister again, leave the East Sea in 3 days. What? It wasn't an accident when your sister was hit by a car? Qin Yu's eyes narrowed and a shocking killing intent emanated from all over his body. He belonged to the special forces before and often went abroad on missions, but he had really killed people and seen blood masters. His eyelids fluttered twice before he messaged back. Lu Nanyan? In East China Sea, he didn't even have any relatives or friends, let alone enemies. If he had to say that he had a problem, I'm afraid that it was with the beautiful boss's mother, Lu Nanyan. First, he violently beat up her concubine, and then at the Paradise nightclub, he kicked her out. Of course, this could only be counted as part of the grudge, and most importantly, with her own protection, she was unable to lay her hands on Yan Mingyu. That's why he forced himself to leave the East Sea through this way. It's a shame. You people, you don't know me very well. Interge, boo-hoo. At this time, the other party returned the message. Don't you care so much? Hurry up and get out of the East China Sea, or next time, your sister will become a corpse. Gentle laughter. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth hooked, and his smile was extraordinarily eerie, like a demon in hell. Dragons have reverse scales, and will be killed if touched. His sister was his scales. After deleting the text message, Qin Yu dialed Yan Mingyu's number. Mr. Yan, excuse me for a moment. What is it? Yan Mingyu's voice, as always, was cold and clear. I'd like to know where Ryu Nanyan lives. Qin Yu opened the door and asked. The mother and daughter, who had been fighting openly and secretly. Yan Mingyu should know her mother's address. What, you want to help me out? Yan Mingyu asked leisurely. No, private matter. He is a straight man of steel and doesn't like to lie. And this character also causes him to be at a disadvantage in society. She gave you trouble? Yan Mingyu asked again. Sort of. I want to talk to her, Qin Yu said in a calm voice. Okay, she lives in Purple House Yard, Building 8. Of course, at home or not, I'm not sure. Yan Mingyu gave an address. Thanks. Qin Yu hung up the phone, took out the duck hat and mask from under the bed that he would only bring in winter, and tucked in a small pair of scissors, and went out the door. The first thing I did when I came to the Purple Mansion was to cut off all the power to monitor and control the neighborhood of Building 8. Back in the day, after 5 whole years in the army, he learned 3 skills: scouting, counter-surveillance, and killing. Therefore, when Qin Yu really wanted to do something, he could do it almost seamlessly, and ordinary people could not detect any traces. Then he went around to the back of the villa, grabbed the downspout, and like an agile civet cat, scurried up to the second-floor balcony in a few tries, inserted a pair of scissors into the crack of the glass door, flicked it a couple of times, and it opened. However, there is still a thick layer of curtains inside, and there are hidden lights leaking out, so it looks like Lu Nanyan should be at home tonight. Qin Yu gently put the curtains, opened a slit. Inside is the living room. Empty, no one. Probably resting in the bedroom. Qin Yu's eyes rolled slightly as he walked into the living room. Tap tap. With the sound of slippers, someone came towards the living room. Qin Yu himself had come to find trouble with Lu Nanyan, and seeing that she had come out was even better. So he simply sat on the sofa with his butt. In 2 or 3 seconds, tops. Qin Yu practically bounced up from the sofa and arrived in front of Lu Nanyan, choking her. Quiet. How did you find this place? Lu Nanyan recognized Qin Yu. Despite the mask and the duck hat, those 2 thick eyebrows and sharp gaze were hard to forget. Humph. I naturally have my ways. Hurry up and go put your clothes on. Qin Yu let go of Lu Nanyan. Indeed, he didn't expect that Lu Nanyan was walking out from the bathroom. Probably just got out of the shower and had no cover at all on his body. Together with the money, well maintained, the body is not the slightest bit out of shape, and the skin is smooth and tight. Giving people a visual impact is still very shocking. Oh, so shy? Lu Nanyan was quickly calmed down. Not only did he not have the intention of entering the room to put on clothes, but instead leaned against the wall, encircling his arms with a few provocations in his eyes. What? Can't stand to see the body of a mature woman like me? Ha! What do you have besides a skin that you think is attractive to men? Qin Yu asked with a cold smile. That's enough. Aren't you staring too? What's the point of pretending to be serious? Lu Nanyan can give birth to Yan Mingyu this kind of beautiful daughter. She naturally also counts as a beautiful woman, and still ripe kind of superb. I don't know if Qin Yu likes it or not, but a lot of men like this one. I just want to see what kind of serpentine heart is hidden underneath this skin of yours, Qin Yu said indifferently. Since Lu Nanyan is so frank. He is a big old man who is afraid of awe. It's not a crime to look with your eyes, is it? Oh, I don't know if you've ever heard the saying, don't go through other people's suffering, don't advise others to be good. You don't even know what I've been through, and you're mouthing off that I'm serpentine? Lu Nanyan also sneered. All I know is that a tiger's venom does not eat its children. But you have, 3 times, tried to put your own daughter to death. Is this not considered a snake's heart? Qin Yu asked rhetorically. A biological daughter? Oh, there's no harm in telling you. Yan Mingyu is not my own. It is her short-lived ghost father Yin Changhe. Do not know an outside which wild woman born. I've been with Yin Changhe since I was 18, when he already had a fiancée, but he still slept with me. And when I got pregnant, he forced me to get an abortion. In the end, I used some sleight of hand, but still married into the Yin family. But because of too many abortions, unable to bear children. So Yin Changhe, that scum, there is an excuse, and go to sleep outside the young woman. He also brought back the wild seed outside to give me to raise. Let me as a free nanny. In order to get the Yin family's industry, I also put up with it. Only, who would have thought that this wild seed has been ruthless since he was a child? And with the support of the Yin family's old man, he even drove me out of the 4Cs group. Do you think that I should take back everything that originally belonged to me? The more Lu Nanyan spoke, the more excited she became, and the scenery in front of her chest was as rough as the waves of the sea. Qin Yu only wanted to say one thing at this moment, your circle is so chaotic. No wonder Lu Nanyan and Yin Mingyu are like water and fire. It turns out that there is no blood relationship at all. Tell you what, follow me, and when I take down the 4Cs group, I'll give you 1% of the shares. Lu Nanyan had planned several times to get rid of Yin Mingyu without success because of the presence of Qin Yu as his bodyguard. She loves and hates Qin Yu. He admired his loyalty and skill, but hated the fact that he had badgered himself several times. I'm sorry, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to defect to you. I'm here to trouble you, Qin Yu said coldly. Oh, how dare you kill me? Lu Nanyan raised his eyebrows. It simply did not believe that Qin Yu dared to touch her. What if you lose your footing and fall yourself? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and clasped Lu Nanyan's shoulder as soon as he did so. What are you doing? Lu Nanyan finally panicked. You didn't think about the consequences when you let someone touch my sister? Qin Yu clasped Lu Nanyan's shoulders and forced her into the bedroom. You let go of me. I'm just giving you a little warning. I'm not really hurting your sister, Lu Nanyan said while struggling. However, Qin Yu's hand was like an iron clamp, and she simply could not struggle away. Lie down. Qin Yu pushed Lu Nanyan in general, and she lay down on the bed. You shouldn't. Lu Nanyan obviously thought wrongly, and her complexion relaxed. Even her expression flirted for a few minutes. Then can you not be so rude? I like gentlemen. What are you thinking? With an expressionless face, Qin Yu grabbed the sides of the quilt and rolled it towards the center, wrapping up Lu Nanyan against his shoulder. He strides toward the balcony in front of him. What are you doing? Put me down. Lu Nanyan screamed, a bad feeling rising in her heart. Remember, woman, I don't care how you fight with Yin Mingyu, but don't bring attention to my head. Otherwise, I will definitely get you killed. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he threw Lu Nanyan, who was wrapped in a quilt, down from the 2nd floor. Bang, close to 4 meters high. Even wrapped in a quilt, Lu Nanyan fell on the spot and fainted. Qin Yu stretched his head to look at it, and without panicking, he began to remove the traces of himself in the room. Faintly, he heard the sound of people watching downstairs before he slipped out through the back balcony, grabbing the downspout. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the night. Hopefully, Lu Nanyan would grow a little bit of a memory and not find himself in trouble again. Although he was only a small person also had dignity and bottom line. Day 2. A hospital. With a sullen face, Ichiro Sato walked into Ryu Nanyan's hospital room, took one look at the bruised and swollen woman, and said in a cold voice, "Shame on you. How do I know? That little bodyguard has such guts to lay hands on me." Lu Nanyan still had a few moments of panic in her eyes, when she was thrown down by Qin Yu. From the 2nd floor, she seemed to have seen the Naiha Bridge. There is an old saying in your country of China, a woman's benevolence. Alright, the matter of the 4Cs group. I'll leave it to me. You just have to be good in the future, and run it for me, that is, to provide wealth for our Sato family. Ichiro Sato narrowed his eyes. Okay, and that little bodyguard. You get him. Lu Nanyan gritted his teeth. I don't need you to say that. Last time he made me lose so much face. How can I still let him live? Oof. Ichiro Sato finished grimly and left the hospital room. At this point, for C's group, president's office, Yin Mingyu was on the phone with her lawyer. Do you have a way to get me a divorce license as soon as possible? I don't want to wait any longer. Last night, after returning from her grandfather's home, She was thinking about how to get herself married off so that she could fulfill her grandfather's wish sooner. However, the marriage with that dog man, which had not yet been dissolved, made her heart as uncomfortable as a thorn in her side. Goo, my Mr. Yen this is stipulated by the law, not by me. It's already been half a month, so bear with me for another half a month, and you'll be able to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce certificate. The lawyer on the other end of the line cried and laughed. Okay then. Yen Mingyu frowned and hung up the phone. After thinking about it, he dialed the number of the major shareholder. What are you doing? Let's eat together at noon. Yeah, where to eat? Willow asked. The usual place. No problem. Bring your bodyguard with you. I kinda miss that handsome guy. I know. I'm going to bring it even if you don't say so. Lu Nanyan has been making quite a few moves lately. I have to be careful. Aha. I'll see you later then. Only after ending the call with her best friend did Yen Mingyu use her internal line and dialed the landline on Qin Yu's desk. Leave at 11:30. Accompany me out for a meal. Yes, Qin Yu promised. At almost 11:20, he left the office and went to the garage, warming up the car in advance to wait for Yen Mingyu to come down. Not much longer. Yen Mingyu, who had changed into a white chiffon blouse and a long black skirt, walked over with her bag. After getting in the car, he asked, "Is your forehead okay?" "It's okay, just practice your iron head." Qin Yu grinned, then asked rhetorically, "Did you find out who did it?" "Well, it's a misunderstanding." Yen Mingyu could only say so. Otherwise what? Tell Qin Yu that his grandfather had messed up and authorized Tang Chunjin to do it? Oh, it's okay to misunderstand, as long as you don't misunderstand me, Qin Yu said with a smile. I apologize for my attitude the night before last. Yen Mingyu was also a person who dared to act, and she had indeed wronged Qin Yu at that time. I accept. Qin Yu feels that after going to Suzhou City with this beautiful boss and pretending to be a husband and wife for 2 days, his guts are getting fatter and fatter. If it were before, one would never dare to speak to her in such a tone. Shall I, then, set another table of wine especially for you to make amends? Yen Ming's vermilion lips hooked a bit and said playfully. No, Mr. Yen, I'll drive. Qin Yu scrunched his neck, and once he stepped on the gas, the car drove out of the underground garage. No words on the way. When I arrived at the Grain Garden Private Cuisine, I just parked my car and saw a delicate figure standing in the shade, playing with her cell phone with her head down. Awesome body. Qin Yu could not help but marvel at it after just looking at the side. I'd even like to put it in a poem. Look across the board. With a body like that front and back, face value doesn't matter anymore. Yen Mingyu pushed open the car door and greeted first. Baby. Lu Xiaoxia raised her head, a foxy face full of collagen. In particular, she was wearing a little revealing t-shirt today, and wide-legged jeans. It's more of a curvy, tight and firm figure. With a happy wave, he trotted over. Click one's tongue. Qin Yu secretly smashed his mouth. It was true that friends of beautiful women were all beautiful women. Hey, where's your bodyguard? Still shy? Hey, and. Lu Xiaoxia rushed at Qin Yu inside the car and waved her hand as well. That bouncy look is really quite cute. Willow. Qin Yu got out of the car with a few awkward smiles on his face. She could call herself Mojo, but she couldn't call her young. After all, she's the boss's friend. Yo, Rusty, looks like we're going to be having more dinners together from now on. Lu Xiaoxiao was quite self-conscious and said to Qin Yu with a smile. Oh, it's my pleasure. Qin Yu smiled faintly. Go on in then. I've got the box booked. Lu Xiaoxiao pulled Yen Mingyu and walked up the steps first. Qin Yu followed not far behind, looking at the two beauties, slightly swinging their waists, driving the rounded curves. It felt a little topsy-turvy. After entering the box, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to bring her cell phone to Yen Mingyu. Look, what goes around comes around. Lu Nanyan was actually thrown down from the stairs. Did you die? Yen Mingyu slid her finger and enlarged the picture on her phone a bit. It was taken by a drone enthusiast, but the photo is a bit blurry, probably due to distance. There was only a vague image of a figure in a ducktail hat, standing at the edge of the balcony, letting go. Under the covers, wrapped in a cloaked woman. Then, underneath the photo is the accompanying text, last night in the Purple House Villa, someone fell, suspected of being a well-known entrepreneur. Lu Nanyan. I don't suppose so. Who did it? What a way to get rid of the people. Lu Xiaoxiao and Yen Mingyu were bosom friends, so she naturally knew what heartless tactics she, her honorary mother, had used in order to get back the 4C's group. Had probably one of the warriors who get rid of violence did it. Yen Mingyu's vermilion lips gently hooked down as her eyes intentionally swept a glance at Qin Yu. The man's got balls. Most likely, Lu Nanyan used some small means to the people around him. He was pissed off, and as a result, He broke into Lu Nanyan's house and directly wrapped her in a quilt and threw her down from the second floor. Not necessarily fall to your death, but definitely scared half to death. Relief. By the way, what do you think is a good way to get yourself married off quickly? Yan Mingyu asked after returning her cell phone to her best friend. Baby, do you have a fever? Lu Xiaoxiao reached out and touched Yan Mingyu's glossy forehead, saying suspiciously, it's normal. Why are you saying such confusing things? I'm telling the truth. My grandfather's health isn't too good. I want to get married early and fulfill his wish. Yan Mingyu clenched her shell teeth and said, so with that previous husband, how far did it go? Seeing that her best friend wasn't joking, Lu Xiaoxia's expression also became serious. Hey, now that we're divorced, we have an extra month cooling off period, so let's wait another 10 days or so, and we'll get our divorce papers. Yan Mingyu sighed and said, in that case then I'll introduce you. My circle, to be slightly cleaner. Unlike your circle, it's all playboy rich second generation. I just don't know if you can accept men who engage in medicine. Willow said after a moment's thought, well, when I get my divorce papers, I can try to date. As long as the person is of good character, motivated, and passable looking, they can all be considered. Yan Mingyu nodded. AI, my baby I feel that you are giving up on yourself. With your wealth and looks, you'd need at least one of those gentlemen from the capital circle to be worthy of you. Honestly, I feel that none of the men in our eastern sea are worthy of you. Lu Xiaoxia was also a woman, and still a beautiful woman. Even from her perspective, Yan Mingyu was astonishingly beautiful, no matter if it was her face, or her temperament. Now, instead, they are so eager to marry themselves off that they even agree to a blind date as a way of. It's a waste. Women are like flowers, they have a shelf life. Once a beautiful woman turns 30, she will start to go downhill. When she's old and yellow, no one really wants her. Yan Mingyu lamented. Suzaku, it can't be that coincidental, can it? At this time, Lu Xiaoxia's cell phone rang, took a look at the caller ID, could not help but fluttering eyebrows and said, really sleepy on the pillow. No, Kong Jingtai, the provincial city to open the medical United States. He's worth billions of dollars, mature and stable, a talented person. Wait, I'll push his WeChat to you. You guys can chat. You answer the phone first. Yan Mingyu was non-committal. On top of that, she's making it look like she's cheating on her husband by going on a target hunt now that she hasn't even gotten her divorce papers. Hey, Dean Kong. Lu Xiaoxia picked up the phone, not knowing what was said on the other end, and said happily, then come over. We haven't ordered anything yet. By the way, introduce a friend you know. Well, there's no rush. Drive slowly. Afterwards, Lu Xiaoxiao put down the phone and winked at Yan Mingyu. He just happens to be on a business trip in East China Sea as well, so he'll come over in a while. Xiao. There are words first. It's fine to have dinner together, but don't talk about other things. I am now, after all, not yet in possession of the divorce license. Yan Mingyu knew her bestie's playful personality, so she took the first precaution. Don't worry, baby, I know what I'm doing. All you need to do is watch in secret. Lu Xiaoxia patted Yan Mingyu's small hand. Mojo. You order. Baby and I will go to the bathroom to touch up our makeup. Lu Xiaoxiao handed the menu to Qinyu and pulled Yan Mingyu out of the box. Only after the two women left did Qinyu smile bitterly. It's better to be a woman. After a divorce, you can get married anytime. And yourself? Don't even think about a girlfriend until you buy a house and a car. Girls are so realistic nowadays. Who would look down on a little bodyguard of their own? A few moments later, Lu Xiaoxia and Yan Mingyu returned to the box. A knock sounded at the door as he went back and forth. Mojo, open the door for me, Willow said. Yes. Qinyu turned around and walked to the door of the box and opened it. There stood a big handsome man wearing a white shirt, black suit pants, and gold glasses, looking as if he had walked out of an idol drama. Smiling faintly at Qinyu. Hello, I'm Kong Jingtai. Well, hello, there in there. Qinyu sidestepped and let the handsome man walk in. Oh, Miss Willow. Kong Jingtai smiled, and greeted Lu Xiaoxiao before his gaze fell on Yan Mingyu. I believe this is Miss Yan? You know me? Yan Mingyu asked faintly. Although Miss Yan is in East China Sea, your fame has long been spread to our provincial city. Once I see you today, your name really lives up to its reputation. Kong Jingtai said with a charming smile on his face. I guess it shouldn't be fame. It should be infamy, right? Who doesn't know that I, Yan Mingyu, kicked my own mother out of the Four Seas group? Yan Mingyu said nonchalantly. In reality, it was a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for Kong Jingtai to see how he would react. Ms. Yan, survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. How could you have gotten to where you are today without vigor and finesse? Kong Jingtai is aware of the art of language, and he cannot pick any faults in his words. Dean Kong, don't stand. Sit. Lu Xiaoxia pulled a chair for Kong Jingtai. Thanks, Kong Jingtai said courteously. Hello, excuse me, the food is here. At that moment, the waiter also brought the dishes. Let's talk over there while we eat, Willow said. During the meal, Kong Jingtai and Lu Xiaoxia had quite a lot of common language. After all, they were both in medicine. Yan Mingyu appeared a bit high and reserved, and her face didn't have much expression, so no one knew what was going on in her mind. After dinner, Kong Jingtai took a phone call and excused himself first. Lu Xiaoxiao pulled Yan Mingyu's small hand, squeezing her eyebrows and asking, "How is it, baby? Do you see it?" Xinyu's gaze also couldn't help but fall on Yan Mingyu's scourged face. Even, the heart tightened slightly. He didn't know why this was happening. Subconsciously, there was no hope at all that this beautiful boss would look at another man. Kong Jingtai is a very nice man. However, I have no waves in my heart. Yan Mingyu's eyes flashed with confusion when she said this. In order to fulfill her grandfather's wish, she was very hopeful that she would marry herself off earlier. However, Kong Jingtai was already considered a man among men. Why? But not a little thumping of the heart? It's okay, baby, there are plenty more quality men in my circle. I'll introduce you to them one by one until you get the call. Lu Xiaoxia comforted Yan Mingyu. Xiao, let's talk about this later. Yan Mingyu gently pressed her temples. The heart feels a burst of inexplicable fatigue. I can handle the business world, but the emotional world is a mess. Baby, then don't go back to the office this afternoon. I'm not going to the hospital either. Let's go shopping, buy things, watch a movie. How about it? Lu Xiaoxia knew that Yan Mingyu was under a lot of pressure, so she thought of ways to make her relax a little. Okay. Yan Mingyu nodded. Afterwards, the three of them left the box together, and Lu Xiaoxia checked out and made her way to the parking lot. Mr. Yan, so, do you need me to follow? After all, Yan Mingyu was going to go shopping and watch a movie with her girlfriends, and it must be a bit inconvenient for a big old man like herself to follow. Follow. Yan Mingyu nodded her head. If, however, there was no Qinyu close to protect her, it would make her feel very insecure. Think of it as a perk for you. Two big beauties shopping with you. How dignified. Willow blinked. Then I'll get the car. Qinyu scratched his head. I remember a while ago, I read a news story that the beautiful woman pulled her husky to go shopping, and how, in the end, the husky was carried back. Look at that. Shopping with a woman can tire a dog out. Not much longer. The three people drove to the busiest commercial street in East China Sea. Qinyu parked his car and then wandered after the two beauties' asses. What's going on there? So many people. Lu Xiaoxia pointed to the people gathered in a circle in front of her and said, Go see the fun. Aha! Yan Mingyu spends most of her time locked up in the office working, and rarely comes out to go shopping. Seeing that there was something to see, I walked hand in hand with my best friend. Street visits. There were also people filming with their cell phones. Nowadays, short video platforms are very popular for this kind of street access. Some are archaeological poems, some are quizzes on Tennessee, and some are pranks. May I ask, what do you find most objectionable about your boyfriend? Street interview host, holding a microphone, is interviewing looks a little nerdy girl. There is also a boy standing beside him, and the two of them are holding hands, which seems to be a small couple. Well, stingy, the munchkin said after a moment's thought. Oh, can you tell me, how is it gouging? The street interview host followed up. Geez, why do you ask people such personal questions? The cute girl covered her face shyly. Ha. The crowd of onlookers flinched for a moment before bursting into laughter. Go! The boyfriend, beside the cute girl, blacked out and walked away, pulling his silly girlfriend with him. Beauty, can you do an interview? The street interview host turned the microphone. Again, on another couple. Yes, the girl nodded. Excuse me, what do you need to be aware of when your boyfriend goes to your house for the first time? The street interview host asked. Well, I hope, when it's time to call dad, he doesn't say yes, the girl said calmly. Ha. The crowd flinched again, then laughed even louder. Then let's interview someone else. The host of the street interview is a little embarrassed. He asked some positive questions. How to end up driving a car. Then, finding a tiger-headed little boy in the crowd, he asked, Little friend, what is your ideal when you grow up? That's a positive enough question, isn't it? Patient, electrician, teacher, courier. In one breath, the little boy said several unrelated occupations. Electricians, teachers, couriers are okay to understand. Very common professions in life. But what the hell is a patient? Is it also a profession? Just as the street interview host was dumbfounded, a middle-aged man with a stern face slapped the little boy on the back of his head. Little brat, did you touch my computer? The host of the street interview was filled with black lines and could only say sardonically, then today's street interview. It's over. We'll see you next time. Oh, that's gone? I thought that I was going to be interviewed. Lu Xiaoxia had a look of disinterest. Interview you? You're trying to get people to seal the deal. Yan Mingyu rolled her eyes. She knew her bestie's toughness all too well, a car that went to kindergarten. She could drive on the highway. Am I that good? Willow smiled smugly. The three then continued shopping. When he entered the lingerie store, Xinyu hesitated for a moment, but seeing that the lingerie store was large and crowded, he was worried that someone would be unfavorable to Yan Mingyu, so he could only follow him in with a stiff upper lip. Lu Xiaoxia picked it out while still holding it on her body to compare. Baby, how about this one? Yan Mingyu was filled with speechlessness and could only pretend not to hear. Mo, and what do you say? You're a man. Do you think it's a pretty set? Lu Xiaoxia asked Xinyu again. Ahem. I don't know. Xinyu's old face rolled a little as he shook his head. The lady boss. This BFF is so spirited that any man who marries her will definitely have to live a few years less. In the end, the two beauties bought 2 sets each and went to the checkout spending close to $10,000. Looking at Xinyu, he secretly smacked his lips. This level of beauty, ordinary men really can't afford to raise. Here, more gain. Take it. Lu Xiaoxiao shoved the bag to Xinyu and pulled Yan Mingyu to continue shopping in the next store. Xinyu followed behind with a depressed face, and his body was soon covered with large and small bags, like the sellers of old. Finally, the two beauties got a little tired of shopping and went into another milk tea store. I'll take a call. Yan Mingyu walked away with milk tea in one hand and her cell phone in the other. Mo and Lu Xiaoxia shouted out to Xinyu, some white milk tea hanging around her rosy little mouth. Give me a piece of paper. When he finished, he stuck out his tongue and licked it, engaging Xinyu's somewhat dry mouth. He panicked and handed some tissues to Lu Xiaoxiao. Sure enough, women come into this world with only 2 tasks. One is to save men and the other is to torture them. Finished your drink? Go see a movie. At that moment, Yan Mingyu walked over. The three of them exited the door and walked together towards the movie theater. It's not right. Xinyu accompanied the two beauties and walked for a few minutes before he suddenly turned back without warning. Behind them was an unfamiliar face. Not the least bit different. It's obvious someone's following, right? Xinyu narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he was too sensitive? Xinyu, what's wrong? Yan Mingyu also stopped in her tracks. It seems like someone has been following us since the milk tea store. However, this person is an expert. I can't lock onto him, Xinyu said with a gloomy expression. Not going to the movies then? Yan Mingyu said after thinking for a moment. Well, we'll hang out on the street for a while longer and see if that guy will follow us. Xinyu finished his speech and accompanied the two beauties to continue shopping. Only, until the sky was dark, the person who was following in the dark didn't show up again. Well, hungry. Let's go eat Western food, Lu Xiaoxia suggested as she rubbed her flat belly. Okay, my treat. Yan Mingyu took her best friend, Xinyu, into an upscale Western restaurant. Main Street. A figure with a duck-tongued hat took a deep look at the Western restaurant before pressing the brim of the hat and blending into the crowd. Xinyu seemed to sense something and looked through the glass window to the street. But still nothing. After accompanying the two beauties to their steak dinner, they drove them home separately. Before leaving, Xinyu said to Yan Mingyu with a solemn expression, if there is any situation, call me at the first time. Aha! Yan Mingyu nodded and took the spoils of today's shopping from Xinyu. Go back and rest early. Okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Xinyu stopped a cab, sat in it, and didn't drive far before saying to the driver, stop. What's up, bro? The cab driver asked in wonder. I'll get off here. After saying that, Xinyu felt out his cell phone and swept the money, then got out of the car. In the afternoon, he has been feeling that someone is following him, so he cannot rest assured. Intended to find a hotel in the neighborhood to stay. Yan Mingyu really have something. He or she can also rush over in time. After spending $100 and opening a room, Xinyu sent his location to Yan Mingyu. Mr. Yan, sleep at ease. I'm nearby, thanks. Yan Mingyu stood by the window and could vaguely see this side of the hotel. The fact that Xinyu was so considerate moved her heart a little. Midnight. Xinyu had already let out a soft snore and was sleeping soundly. A dark shadow, gently, jumped in through the window. Holding a sharp object in his hand, he stabbed down violently towards Xinyu's neck. Hello. Only, the quilt was suddenly lifted and the whole sheet covered down towards the dark figure. Then, Xinyu kicked 2 kicks out lightning fast. However, the other party also reacted quickly. Spinning with one hand, She wrapped the quilt around her arm, and a long leg stomped with Chinyu. After a thud, the two men each took a few steps back. Ha! Chinyu felt that this figure had a vague sense of déjà vu. However, it was a bit hard to recall for a while. Oh, retired but not faded. Shinigami, still so quick to react. The other person laughed. It was crisp, a woman's voice. Instructor Lu? Chinyu sounded agitated. Remember me. The woman removed her ducktail hat, revealing short, clean-shaven shoulder-length hair. The eyes were large and the eyebrows were dark and long, giving the impression of being heroic. It's not possible that you're the one following me today, is it? Chinyu saw that it was an acquaintance, and his tense body loosened up. Not bad. I heard that you were in the East Sea, so I specifically came to try you out. Have your hands regressed yet? Lu gently said. Oh, that's good. I thought. I've met a difficult master. After Chinyu finished, he asked suspiciously. Instructor Lu, you also retired? Well, transferred into a special department. Lu gently nodded. Then you came to the East Sea on a mission, right? Chinyu did not believe that this instructor Lu was idly bored and specifically ran to the East Sea to test his hand. Two things. First, to find you for a fight. At first, when I lost to you during the sparring session, I was very unconvinced in my heart. Second, investigating the Sato family, their activities in the East Sea. If it's convenient for you, I hope you can give me a favor. Lu gently said very dryly. No problem. The Sato family's people in the East Sea are indeed a bit arrogant. I can't wait for someone to step in and clean them up. Chinyu agreed with alacrity. Okay then, first things first, let's go to the rooftop and have a good fight. Lu Roro raised his chin. Taking the sharp object in his hand, he threw it into the trash. Nothing more than a piece of plastic knife for cutting cakes. Of course, if she really wanted to kill someone, this plastic knife would suffice. Forget it, I concede. Chinyu scratched his head. In the beginning, defeating Lu Gentle during the cut was for the honor of the entire battle team. Now that you've left the army, and you're still fighting with someone else, a girl, what's there to fight for? No way. The once Grim Reaper is so wimpy? Lu Gentle raised his eyebrows and provoked. Oh, Reaper was my code name in the army. I'm only ordinary now. Chinyu. Chinyu smiled faintly. I don't care about that much. You must fight me. Otherwise, you will become my heart demon, and it will be very difficult for me to progress one iota in my martial arts in the future. Lu Roro stared at Chinyu and said with a strong attitude. Okay then. Since the other side has said so, let's fight. Chinyu and Lu Roro walked out of the room and took the elevator to the rooftop of the building. The moon was bright and the lights were off. The view from the rooftop is still quite beautiful. Only, somewhere in the shadows, there were some untimely sounds, making Lu Rowan's pretty face red. She let out a low gulp. Shameless. Then, a male poked his head out from the shadows and yelled in dissatisfaction. It's the middle of the night. You're alone on the rooftop. What else can you do? Get out. Don't look at Lu Rowan's name with the word Rowan in it. But her character is not gentle at all. Moreover, just like Chinyu, he was a master who had killed people and carried human lives in his hands. With a glare in his eyes, the other party was immediately dumbfounded. Pulling a woman with him, he scrambled off the rooftop. You still haven't changed a bit. In the beginning, it was Lu Rowan who said that Chinyu's team was all sheep, and none of them could fight. It was only then that Chinyu stood out and taught this overbearing flower a lesson. Just did not expect. This matter she has been remembered in the heart. After 2 whole years, but also to find their revenge. Why should I change? Lu Gentle turned back and looked at Chinyu and said indifferently. The weak adapt to the world. The strong change the world. Come on. You're good. Chinyu was speechless. I've heard before that Lu Wenling has an unusual background, and his grandfather's generation was the one who carried the gun. Naturally, she didn't have to, bowing to reality like the little person she was, and living exactly how she wanted to come to life. Humph. Are you being sarcastic? Lu Roro slightly glared at Chinyu. No watering down. Take out your full strength. I want to see who is stronger between the two of us. Yes. Chinyu nodded and said with a smile. However, I have a condition. You say. Lu Roro raised his chin. If you lose, no flipping out. You. Lu Roro was a bit furious and glared at Chinyu. What do you mean? I will definitely lose? I'm just taking a precaution. Chinyu scratched his head and snapped. Humph. Watch the move. Lu Roro coldly hummed as a pair of white, slender palms immediately slashed towards Chinyu. Bagwazang. She also practiced ancient martial arts. Taiji treacherous. Gossip slippery. The most poisonous but the mind put. An ancient martial art that could be written into a boxing scripture must still have 2 skills. Anum. Quick slick up. Don't look at Lu Rowan's small hand. White and tender. When she makes a move, the muscles on it are taut. and it looks surprisingly like a foursquare table leg. The lower plate is also extremely stable, so it can be seen that in the 2 years since Qin Yu retired, Lu Gentle Kung Fu has improved a lot. Seeing Lu Roro sealing his face with a palm and slapping his chest with a palm, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and simply landed a square kick. Hands are 2 doors. It's all about the legs to beat people. That trick again? Lu Roro sounded a bit disdainful. Her body slipped slightly and took the initiative to crash in towards Qin Yu's arms. That's the difference between a martial arts practitioner and an ordinary person. Generally, ordinary people who fought in a fight wanted the distance to be as far away as possible, in case they couldn't do it, so that they could turn around and run away. And martial arts practitioners, but like close to the body, close to the fight, so that the move to hit the key points. If the distance is widened, what's the point of fighting? Think it's a movie. Using internal force to hurt people through the air? Only Qin Yu did not panic. Seeing Lu Roro crashed into his arms, his arm retracted and his fist was pressed against the small of her back. Inch strength. Before Qin Yu's grandfather became a barefoot doctor, he also liked martial arts, and in their time, people who practiced martial arts practiced the real killing techniques. Unlike nowadays, martial arts have become tainted and obviously have a performance nature. That's why it's called by foreigners flowery boxing. When Qin Yu saw his grandfather practicing, he pestered to learn some of it, and then he joined the special forces and honed his skills for 5 years. So much so, that his kung fu was a bit of a mixed bag. Can't say which school, but it's quite practical. Lu Gentle's eyelids jumped, surely knowing the power of this punch. Somewhat unwillingly, her feet slipped, and she was forced to retreat a couple of meters out hard. Watch the move. Qin Yu rode the wave of victory and raised his right leg high in the air with a powerful chop. Bang! Lu Roro gritted her silver teeth and raised her hands above her head, surprisingly trying to resist Qin Yu's move. Qin Yu had no choice but to withdraw some of his force, but it still split Lu Rowan's legs and almost made her kneel down. Originally, both of them had similar fighting strength, but Qin Yu was a man after all. Another 26 or 27, just when his essence was at its peak. If they were to simply compare strength, Lu Gentle would definitely not be a match. It's like a fight on the street. A group of men beating up a man. Very common. But a group of women beating up a man. Rare, right? At the end of the day, women are no match for men, even if they round up. Again, Lu Rowan's face turned a little red, secretly shook off her numb hands and pushed with both palms, while kicking at Qin Yu's calves. Tibia. Instead of hard contact, Qin Yu chose to avoid it and then twisted his waist, which was the explosive liver punch. Humph. Lu Roro was not ambiguous either. A palm slapped on Qin Yu's wrist. The other palm was like a dagger, plunging into Qin Yu's throat. The pose looks a little awkward, even ugly. There's no way around it. This is real martial arts. The ones in the movies are heavily embellished to please the audience. Qin Yu could only close his fist, or else getting a thrust in his throat would definitely be difficult. With his body raised backward, in a standard iron plate bridge, he avoided Lu Rowan's harsh attack. Quick slick up. Lu gently teased her toes, heading straight for Qin Yu's key area. Crap! It was too late for Qin Yu to change his stance, and he hastily clenched his legs and received a solid kick on his knee. Hissing in ruffling legs too? Qin Yu asked as he grimaced in pain. You didn't say you couldn't use it before the contest, did you? Lu gently raised his eyebrows and said, okay, you win, I lose. Qin Yu doesn't want to fight anymore. She is a girl. It is dishonorable to win and shameful to lose. Humph. I know you didn't use your full strength. If I'm not satisfied today, you don't want to go down. Lu Roro tilted her chin and said in a very domineering manner. Qin Yu said with a bitter, helpless face, then be merciful. I haven't passed on my family yet. Don't give me a bad kick. I was just going with the flow. It's not like I did it on purpose. Lu Roro rolled her eyes. Okay, again. After patting his knees, Qin Yu's body catapulted towards Lu Roro's legs and wrapped his arms around her, preparing to hug and wrestle her to the ground to end the fight early. You won't get away with it. Lu Roro naturally knew Qin Yu's intentions and his body retreated rapidly, but she had underestimated Qin Yu's arm span, and with a forward embrace, she still wrapped her arms around Lu Rowan's calf. Her body suddenly lost its balance and lifted backward. The worst part was that the loose casual pants she wore slid downward after Qin Yu wrapped his arms around her calves. A pair of slender legs wrapped tightly in black silk instantly appeared in front of Qin Yu's eyes. And suspenders. Qin Yu was flabbergasted. This Lu Roro looks high-strung and overbearing, but she is wearing such a spirited dress on the inside. That's too much of a contrast, isn't it? You asshole. Lu Gentle panicked and tugged on his pants to lift them up. Her face was so red with shame, it looked like it was going to drip blood. Instructor Lu, I didn't mean it. Qin Yu awkwardly apologized to Lu Rowan. Humph. No more fighting. Lu Gentle waved his hand in shame. Then going down. Qin Yu turned towards the stairway. Wait. Lu Ro was the one who took a few steps and called out to Qin Yu. Anything else? Qin Yu turned around defenselessly, and saw two white fists that kept enlarging in his pupils. Mythological animal, ESP. In fiction, Qin Yu's eyes were sore and immediately became panda eyes. You're still coming? Qin Yu covered his eyes and was a bit angry. It's called soldiering. Lu Ro tilted her chin and said expressionlessly. Okay, so that makes it even. Qin Yu was not in a good position to argue with Lu Rowan and could only recognize his own bad luck. Wait, save each other's numbers. We may need your help when the time comes. Lu gently fumbled for his cell phone and said, okay. Qin Yu also took out his cell phone and saved Lu Ro's number before they went downstairs together. He went back to his room, and Lu Gentle left the hotel. Day 2. Qin Yu thought that it would be better to simply go and rub against Yan Mingyu's car, so that he could protect her and also save money on a taxi. After washing up, it was a short walk to the Balsam Mansion. However, Kong Jingtai, who had eaten together yesterday, had arrived first. A handful of fiery red roses in her hand and an expectant look on her face. Nima. As expected, as long as one was a man, after seeing Yan Mingyu's astonishingly beautiful face, one would fall in love with it. Handsome. Wait for someone. Kong Jingtai did have a good skin, and is worth billions of dollars. That from the inside out, exudes a mature, confident charm. The killing power of women is still very big. No. One stopped toward the door and a woman struck up a conversation. Oh, yeah, wait for my wife, Kong Jingtai said with a slight smile. Excuse me. The woman who accosted him walked away in embarrassment. Crap. Qin Yu was somewhat speechless. When did Yan Mingyu become his wife? This man's skin is really not that thick. Only, Yan Mingyu is now in a state of divorce. She has the freedom to choose again. And if she is really pursued by Kong Jingtai, she will resign immediately. Qin Yu secretly thought in his heart. He didn't know why he reacted so strongly to seeing someone chasing after his beautiful boss. Could it be that, subconsciously, he liked this beautiful boss? Qin Yu was taken aback by this thought of his. However, a cold water voice soon rose up in my heart. What's the use of you liking people? What's the use of liking them? Look, you have no car and no house. A remote town from the hangers on. How can you be worthy of others, this top white rich girl? Ms. Yen. Just as Qin Yu was ruminating, Kong Jingtai had already shouted enthusiastically. Yan Mingyu walked out of the small area. A white chiffon shirt and black suit pants. It looks refreshingly simple and sophisticated. Seeing Kong Jingtai standing in the doorway, his brows slightly knitted. Why are you here? Ms. Yen, let me walk you to the office. For the last while, I'll probably be in East Sea, and I'll be free every day. After Kong Jingtai finished speaking, he touched the key and gently pressed it, and the scissor doors of a Lamborghini slowly rose. Looking at many passers-by, they couldn't help but take out their cell phones and take pictures. Someone else exclaimed in a whisper, crap, a limited edition bull. You can't even buy it with money. Ms. Yen, please. Kong Jingtai bent his head in a gentlemanly manner. Last night, he had called Lu Xiaoxia and had already completely figured out Yan Mingyu's situation. Though married, I have not been with my husband since I got my license and am now divorced by mutual consent and still trying to marry myself off as soon as possible to fulfill my grandfather's wish. Therefore, Kong Jingtai is confident in taking down Yan Mingyu, who is known as the No. 1 beauty of the Eastern Sea. Mr. Kong. Yan Mingyu, however, said indifferently, first, I never take a stranger's car. Second, I also don't like strangers waiting for me at the entrance of the neighborhood. Third, you and Xiaoxia are friends, but strangers in my eyes. I hope you won't do this kind of things that can easily cause misunderstanding in the future. Yan Mingyu's 3 strangers in a row were like 3 knives stabbing into Kong Jingtai's chest. It left him with his mouth open, too embarrassed to say a word. Oh, Mr. Yen, seeing the beautiful boss unceremoniously rejecting Kong Jingtai's gesture of goodwill, Qin Yu's originally gloomy mood instantly cleared up and he waved his hand at Yan Mingyu. Aha! Yan Mingyu walked straight towards Qin Yu, took out the car keys from her bag and handed them over. Find a place to have breakfast first. Okay. Qin Yu, with a flop, opens the door for Yan Mingyu, car door, and waited for her to gracefully get in before going around to the driver's side. Kong Jingtai's face went green and white for a while, and he waited until Yan Mingyu's new ride disappeared before throwing the flowers into the Lamborghini. Got in the car and blasted the gas hard to vent his frustration. En route, Qin Yu drove while glancing at the beautiful boss from the rearview mirror. Mr. Yen, why did you reject that Kong Jingtai? You expect me to say yes to him? Yan Mingyu raised her eyebrows. No. I just think that Kong Jingtai's external conditions, among men, are already good enough. but still can't impress you. I'm afraid it's hard for you to marry yourself off. Xinyu had been talking to her much more casually now since the last time he and Yen Mingyu pretended to be husband and wife and made a trip to Sioux City. Now rather have nothing than nothing. Yen Mingyu hooked her vermilion lips. Well, why don't I sign up? Xinyu's head throbbed as he ghosted. Enrollment? What for? Yen Mingyu was looking at her cell phone and didn't quite understand what Xinyu meant. No, nothing. That sentence just now had used up all of Xinyu's courage. Where else would he dare to open his mouth and say it a second time? Stop up ahead. That's a good wonton place, Yen Mingyu said after putting down her cell phone. Yes. Xinyu parked his car and accompanied Yen Mingyu into the breakfast restaurant. First, he poured some boiling water to sterilize her dishes. Then he received a cup of warm water and placed it on her right side. And to the wonton store owner, don't put chili peppers, don't put garlic. It had been almost a month since he had followed Yen Mingyu. Xinyu had basically grasped her habits. Thanks. Yen Mingyu nodded elegantly. I'm your bodyguard. These are the things I'm supposed to do, Xinyu said with a lowered brow. Maybe you're right. It's hard for me to marry myself off. A woman like me isn't fit to be married at all. I can't even take care of myself. Yen Mingyu suddenly said quietly. I can take care of you, I can drive, I can cook, and I can do laundry. Only, these words Xinyu can only say in his heart. The other beautiful boss, who could not even look at a man like Kong Jingtai. How could she look at a small bodyguard like herself? In the end, the words that came out of Xinyu's mouth were, if the destiny arrives, there will naturally be that one person who will treat you as if you were everything in life and take care of you for the rest of your life. Yen Mingyu looked at Xinyu with unblinking eyes, and after a second or two, she said, borrow your good advice. Probably, she also did not expect that Xinyu, who was wooden in his impression, would say such emotional words. After breakfast, Xinyu drove the car and the two of them went back to the company together. When she passed by a hotel, Yen Mingyu saw a somewhat familiar face with his arm around a woman with a good figure, walking out together. Poof! Yen Mingyu's eyelids fluttered lightly, not expecting that. That dog man had changed his girlfriend again. Fortunately, he knew his true colors as soon as he came back, or else, after having a substantial conjugal relationship with him, only to find out that he was cheating on his wife. I'm afraid that this life would be over. Of course, Xinyu also saw Su Peng. However, he was driving, so he couldn't stop to say hello. Could he? Just heart more or less envy. So quickly hooked another horse. I wish I had half his skill at picking up girls. Back at the office, Yen Mingyu walked into her president's office with a cold breeze and stayed there all morning. Xinyu has nothing to do, taking advantage of the effort to go to the bathroom, using a private number to chat with Su Peng. You damn. Changed girlfriend? No way. Lily's hometown introduced her to a blind date. Quite rich. Dumped me. I also cannot single it, and often take orders for the hotel camping staff and good. By the way, boss, you have so many beautiful girls in your company. Haven't you met any suitable ones? Su Peng asked. I seem to have a crush on my boss. Xinyu hesitated before replying. Boss, you're awesome. Cold sweat. This message from Su Peng was followed by a row of emoticons wiping away sweat. I also know that I'm a toad eating a swan. Delusional. But I don't have many friends in the East China Sea, so I'll just have to talk to you. Xinyu smiled bitterly back. Hey, boss, it's not really impossible. Although your boss is a rich white beauty, but in the end, is also a woman. As long as it is a woman, have the opportunity to soak. The key is, you have to find the entry point, often do something, let her move things. If one day, you really get your beautiful boss, don't forget her. Just give me a security chief, instead of pouring cold water. Su Peng encourages Xinyu to boldly go after him. Oh, that's a must. No more chit-chat. I'm going to get scolded if the boss doesn't see me later. Okay, boss, wait for the good news of your victory. Xinyu exited his private number and switched to silent mode before walking out of the bathroom. Noon. Xinyu was eating in the staff cafeteria when a former acquaintance from the security department came over and said somewhat mysteriously, do you know about Mr. Yan's recruitment? Is there any insider information? What recruitment? Xinyu was confused. It's all over the news. The beautiful president of the Four Seas Group is looking for a wife. The other said, taking out his cell phone and tapping it a few times. A screenshot of a newspaper appeared. Almost an entire page was devoted to Yen Mingyu's call for marriage. I'll go. Xinyu blinked his eyes. What had this beautiful boss been stimulated by that she chose to solicit marriage? How badly does she want to marry herself off? Hey, you follow Mr. Yen every day. Reveal it. What kind of men does Mr. Yen really like? The other asked with a few moments of anticipation on his face. I don't think it's one of yours. How can Xinyu not know the other party's mind? Yen Mingyu has openly solicited for marriage. It means that everyone has a chance. I'm full. Shin Yu's rhythm was instantly disrupted by this sudden news. Originally also thought, according to Su Ping said, every day to do a thing to make the beautiful boss touched, moist and silent to chase her. As a result, people are openly soliciting for marriage. Took Shin Yu by surprise. Why don't you be bold and thick-skinned and go to her office and confess your love to her? No. If you're rejected, you'll not only lose face, but I'm afraid you'll lose your job. Shin Yu returned to his assistant's office with complex and contradictory feelings. I can't tell you how I feel when I look at the closed frosted glass door. At this point, inside the office, Yan Mingyu was eating the president's special meal while videoing with Lu Xiaoxiao. Baby, are you crazy? How dare you make an open call for marriage? I'm afraid that the only one who dared to talk to Yan Mingyu like this was Lu Xiaoxiao, her best friend. I'm not crazy. Yan Mingyu took small bites of food and said with a calm expression, that dog man can just keep changing women. Can't I still marry? Gu, my precious child, you're gambling. No matter how much you hate that dog man, you can't just marry yourself off like that. Lu Xiaoxia looked pained. Man, recruiting and trying to pick the right man is just part of the purpose. Yan Mingyu, 1933, Chinese-American mathematician. Vermilion lips ticked a little, where there was no sense in it. Ha, baby, what do you mean? You got another agenda? Lu Xiaoxia's curiosity was immediately piqued. Of course, I just want to push myself to the tip of the storm, so that everyone in the Eastern Sea pays attention to me. This way, Lu Nanyan won't dare to lay a hand behind my back, and once something happens to me, all eyes will follow and shift to her. I'm afraid that no matter how much energy she has, she won't be able to set things right. Yan Mingyu gently narrowed her eyes and said, baby, do you mean that Lu Nanyan might want you dead? Lu Xiaoxia got a little nervous. It's not like she hasn't done this kind of thing before. I have a premonition that her tactics this time around, I'm afraid they'll be even crazier. That's why I first drew everyone's attention to me, so that she wouldn't dare to act rashly. Yan Mingyu said with a flat expression. AI, baby, you're making me jumpy. Why don't we strike first and drive her out of the East Sea? Lu Xiaoxia patted her plump chest and said, Lu Nanyan is easy to deal with, but the Sato Ichiro behind her is difficult to deal with. Unless I can uproot him. Otherwise, I can only defend passively. Yan Mingyu gently bit her silver teeth and said, hey, that Ichiro Sato I heard. Not only is he rich, he has a bunch of samurai around him. It's really hard to deal with him. However, I have to say, baby, you enlisted this move. It's really high. In a short period of time, they definitely won't dare to touch you. Lu Xiaoxia gave a thumbs up. Man, just the next best thing. Well, I'm going to take care of things. Bye. Bye. Only after ending the call with her best friend did Yan Mingyu close her laptop and slowly close her eyes. She's taking on more pressure now than her best friend could have ever imagined. Afternoon. The new secretary Yang Min's work number hasn't even stopped. Yan Mingyu solicited for marriage. Surely she wouldn't leave her own number. But Yang Min's. Let her help herself to the first few rounds of initial screening first. She would only contact the person personally when the right person came along. Besides, her main purpose was to attract the public's attention, not to marry someone. Therefore, Yan Mingyu didn't put too much thought into the matter of soliciting marriage. The next few days, much like Yan Mingyu expected, not only the newspapers in Donghai, but even the newspapers in the provincial city, and some portals, all published the news of her marriage call. For a while, the public's attention was focused on the Four Seas group. In order to alleviate Yang Min's pressure, Yan Mingyu also pulled out a few secretaries to give her a hand. But even so, the cell phones of the group of secretaries were on the verge of being blown up. This is a chance to marry a rich white woman and walk on the peak of life. Who wouldn't want to seize it? And Kong Jingtai, too, has taken the spirit of chasing women shamelessly to the extreme. Every day, he drove a sports car and came to the entrance of Four Seas Group to deliver flowers. Knowing full well that the flowers would be disposed of before they could reach Yan Mingyu's office, he still thundered on, persisting every day. In a flash, half a month later, Shin Yu walked out of the company after work, and just opened his private number. He received a few text messages. Hello, Mr. Shin, warmly reminding you that the 1-month cooling-off period has arrived. Tomorrow, bring your ID card, marriage license, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and wait for your wife. Go through the last step of the process, and you will dissolve your marriage. If, however, there are any legal doubts, feel free to ask. Hey, kinda sweet. I wonder how much that cheap wife paid them. Shin Yu shook his head mockingly before riding the small trolley back to the city center village. President's office. Yan Mingyu's cell phone also received a message from the lawyer, Yan General. You can, tomorrow, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to do divorce procedures. Tell him I'll be at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 2 p.m. Tomorrow. Remember, Bring both marriage licenses with you. Yen Mingyu sent a message back to the lawyer. In the beginning, after getting a license with that dog of a man, he didn't ask for a marriage license himself, and he had both of them. However, Yen Mingyu really didn't want to call that dog man about it, so she had her lawyer contact him. Okay, Mr. Yen, the lawyer quickly replied. Thank you. After Yen Mingyu sent the message, she picked up her bag and car keys and left the company as well. Urban Village. Qin Yu and Su Peng are drinking. Boss, how's it going with your beautiful boss? Any progress? Su Peng asked. No, she's openly soliciting for marriage, so I shouldn't have any hope. Today, I heard Secretary Yang say that there are a few men who are particularly outstanding, and the information has already been passed on to Mr. Yen, so if it's suitable, I guess we'll go on a date and get a preliminary understanding. The moment he thought, Yen Mingyu would most likely have to eat with another man, go shopping together, and even drive home together. Qin Yu's chest was indescribably clogged. So you haven't thought about it, confessing to her? Su Peng stared at Qin Yu and asked. This boss didn't even carry fear when he was held at gunpoint by Cross River Dragon. How come he's such a wimp when it comes to his feelings? Oh, thought about it, but don't dare. I'm afraid I won't even end up as her bodyguard. Qin Yu laughed bitterly. Also makes sense, haha. Su Peng nodded and said after a pause. Mainly, your beautiful boss segment is too high. It's like Mount Everest. The average person can't really conquer it. Hey, drink. Qin Yu was filled with bitterness. Well, drink. Su Peng took the bottle and touched it with Qin Yu. When both of them were a bit drunk, Qin Yu's phone rang with the sound of a text message. It was from the lawyer, Mr. Qin. Please bring the 2 marriage certificates at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon and come to the Civil Affairs Bureau on time. Good. Qin Yu replied with a word before scratching his head and muttering. I've almost forgotten where I put the marriage license. Boss, it's just a big house. So look around. Honestly, I haven't seen your wife's face yet. Su Peng looked quite interested. Very ordinary, but nice body. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he began to look around and eventually found 2 red marriage licenses in a box under the bed. After opening it, he swept a glance and threw a copy to Su Peng. Read it. Ha! This woman came to our rental house, but asked a few inexplicable questions and left. Su Peng pointed to the young shui on the marriage license and said, How long has it been going on? Qin Yu casually asked. I suppose so. You haven't been converted to bodyguard for long. Indeed. Being tall, you feel kinda classy. Su Peng said after thinking about it. Ha, whatever, she's temperamental or not. If you want to leave, leave. Qin Yu shakes his head, puts the 2 marriage licenses under his pillow and gets ready to sleep. Tomorrow morning, he still has to pick up his beautiful boss from work. Before, it was Yen Mingyu who drove herself to and from work. However, Kong Jingtai has been pestering her, and for the last half a month, it's been Qin Yu who picks her up in the morning. Day 2. Yen Mingyu got up early. Today was the day with that dog man. People, who are more or less happy on the day they get their divorce papers. After washing up, I put on light makeup and made myself pretty. Just went downstairs to eat breakfast made by the babysitter while swiping my phone to see if the heat had dropped about the whole thing about my marriage call. Shocker. For C's Group's beautiful president is suspected to be in bed with the provincial medical beauty big shot. Yen Mingyu frowned. Nowadays the self-media can really dare to write anything for the sake of traffic. Finger tapping a little into the page, but also really his and Kong Jingtai's bed photos. P's level is pretty high. It's hard for the average person to tell if it's real or not. But did you sleep with a man or not? Don't you know it in your own heart? Yen Mingyu's face was frosty as she continued to look down. The comments are already 999 plus, roughly divided into 3 voices. One is scolding Yen Mingyu's, saying that there is a man, but still come out to solicit marriage, completely to hype the company's fame, wasting public resources. The second is, bless her and Kong Jingtai, thinking that the man and the woman are a perfect match. 3 are, the more lewd kind, saying that she has a good body and white skin, and that if she could sleep one night, she would be willing to live 10 years less. Oof. Yen Mingyu grunted and snapped her cell phone on the table. Why? Not the bed photos of herself and other men, but with Kong Jingtai? After pestering yourself for 20 days or so and not being moved, you lose your patience and use your tactics? Did he think that by doing so, he would give in and agree with him? You're also underestimating me. Yen Mingyu. Originally, today's mood is quite good, but by the so-called bed photos stirring, Yen Mingyu face again cold. After drinking a glass of milk and seeing that it was almost 7:30, she grabbed her bag and walked out of the villa. Mr. Yen. Qin Yu was already waiting outside on time. Ms. Yen. Kong Jingtai held the flowers and also stood in the doorway with an uneasy look on his face. I need to explain. Qin Yu. Get him out of here. Yan Mingyu, however, did not even look at Kong Jingtai, but instructed Qinyu. Yes, Mr. Yan. Qinyu trotted over and glared at Kong Jingtai, saying expressionlessly, if you pester Mr. Yan again, I'll beat you up. Kong Jingtai's eyes vaguely flashed with a touch of anger, but in the end, he didn't flare up and just said lightly, I'm not pestering Mr. Yan, just a little misunderstanding has occurred. Humph, whether it's pestering or not, you know it in your own heart. Qinyu blared before jogging over to Yan Mingyu's seat and opening the rear door for her, then drove to the office. Shoo away. Kong Jingtai will certainly not die. Bed photos are exposed. The competitors will certainly give up. Naturally, he became the best candidate, and he had to take advantage of this opportunity to make Yan Mingyu accept himself. Ms. Yan, listen to my explanation. I'm also a victim. Those photos, they are all bad self-media bloggers. In order to attract eyeballs to get out, Kong Jingtai drove his Lamborghini supercar side by side with Yan Mingyu's car. It was the morning rush hour at work and there was a lot of traffic. He drove like this, making it impossible for the cars behind him to overtake. However, seeing that he was driving a limited edition supercar, they could only dare to be angry and silently follow behind. If you cut yourself, you lose your house. Ms. Yan. Boom. Kong Jingtai kicked the gas, and his supercar went in front of Yan Mingyu's car again, trying to force Yan Mingyu's car to stop. Hit me. Yan Mingyu's red lips lightly opened and coldly said, What? Qinyu thought he had misheard his ears. The beautiful boss asking him to crash Kong Jingtai's supercar? That's a limited edition worth tens of millions of dollars? If you hit him, you'll lose a few $1,000,000. Even if you don't like him, don't mess with the money. Didn't you hear me? I told you to crash. Yan Mingyu's eyes glared and her tone became even colder. Oh, good. Qinyu grabbed the steering wheel and put his foot on the gas to the end. Shoo away. Yan Mingyu's car, a V12 engine, is not to be underestimated in terms of power. Qinyu let out a beastly roar as he took this foot off the gas. Anum. Bang. Anum. Creak. Crap. With a loud bang, Kong Jingtai's Lamborghini was toppled and slid out diagonally. He was so scared that his face changed and his hands were busy as he kept hitting the steering wheel. Half the car's ass was dented, and there were various parts scattered on the ground in addition to 2 black brake marks. Go! Yan Mingyu glanced obliquely at Kong Jingtai, who had an iron face, before withdrawing her gaze. Although, her car was also damaged, it did not affect driving. Besides, she had several other cars in her garage, so the big deal was to drive another one tomorrow. Rear. Many owners of cars that were traveling normally, after witnessing this scene, showed expressions of incomparable shock. At least tens of millions are gone with this crash. Rich people are too capricious, aren't they? But it also deserved. Who let the guy who drove the supercar? So slutty. A moment and other people parallel drive. A moment also ran ahead to other people's homes. You've met a tough guy, haven't you? A few moments later, Qinyu and Yan Mingyu had already arrived at the company. Why don't you take the day off? Take the car to the 4S store and you'll be fine. Yan Mingyu said to Qinyu. There's no need to bring a bodyguard when you're divorcing the dogman yourself in the afternoon. According to the company's regulations, employees have 2 days of vacation every month, so why not just let Qinyu rest today? Okay, Mr. Yan. Qinyu nodded. Just in time for the afternoon, and having things to do myself, this day off was just too timely. Then, came to the garage and drove the damaged Bentley to the 4S. However, needing to go through the process of identifying the damage, he invited Qinyu to the VIP lounge for tea. Once it's authenticated, he'll just sign it. By the way, why is the pretty boss so abnormal today? As Qinyu sipped his tea, a sudden thought occurred to him. Kong Jingtai had been pestering her for more than a day or two, so why hadn't he reacted so aggressively before? Shock blast. The beautiful president of the 4Cs group was exposed in bed photos. At this time, Qinyu's cell phone also received a message, pushed by the self-media. Ha! Qinyu could not help but widen his eyes and hurriedly clicked on the message. Beauty boss and Kong Jingtai. Qinyu only felt that the bed photo was so blinding. Chest also swelling pain. It turned out that both the beautiful boss and Kong Jingtai had reached the step of getting into bed. Even took pictures. Just don't know how. Leaked it out. The beautiful boss is only furious. Let himself drive into Kong Jingtai. Expel breath. Qinyu seemed to feel that something in his heart suddenly ruptured and became diluted. The entire person also seemed to have been drained of strength as if he was paralyzed on the sofa, with a buzzing sound in his head. Yan Mingyu, 1933. Chinese-American mathematician. Qinyu's heart was so hard to bear that before his eyes was that cold, woe is me face. However, it was lying in the arms of another man. Forget it. After your vacation today, go back and quit your job. Qinyu finally, How to leave the 4S store do not know. Back in the city village, lying in bed, the whole person is not at all angry, like a walking corpse, but it's good to remember the divorce, and to put the haunted. The clock was set at 1:30. Bells. Woke up just in time for the alarm to go off. Shin-yu turned off the alarm clock, picked up the 2 marriage licenses under his pillow, and rode out the door on the little trolley. 2 points. Arrive on time in front of the Civil Service Bureau. Just as he parked the little trolley, he saw a somewhat familiar figure, stepping out of a cab. Just by looking at the clothes, the body shape, it's your own beautiful boss. Shin-yu was in daily contact with her, so he definitely wouldn't recognize her wrongly. However, the faces in their own flash married young Shui, still black-rimmed glasses, face and obvious freckles. What's going on? Shin-yu was baffled and couldn't help but open the marriage license and look at it carefully. That's right, this woman is his wife, Yang Shui. But why is it that the clothes she wears, even her hairstyle, even the bag she carries, is exactly the same as the beautiful boss? He had just picked her up from the office this morning, so he couldn't possibly have remembered wrongly. Could he? What the hell is going on? Thinking of this, Shin-yu simply took a few steps back and walked to a shade, fished out his cell phone and found Yen Mingyu's number. His fingers were trembling slightly, and his heart was beating even more frantically. Eventually, the dialing button was pressed. Hello, Shin-yu. What is it? Yang Shui picked up her cell phone and answered the call. She was facing her back in the direction of the parking lot, so naturally, she could not imagine that Shin-yu was actually not far behind her. Hey, you talk? Yen Mingyu couldn't help but raise the volume when she saw that there was no sound from her cell phone. Pattering sound. Shin-yu hung up the phone and couldn't believe his eyes. The registered wife and the beautiful boss are really the same person? Himself his lawful wedded husband? No way. Absolutely no way. Shin-yu couldn't believe that this was true, and he couldn't help but see before his eyes the bits and pieces of himself and Yen Mingyu drinking liver and gallbladder wine together, falling off the cliff together, surviving the flash floods together, visiting the orphans in Sioux City together, and staying at Grandma Tang's house together. He was pretty sure that he liked this beautiful boss. However, it was in the way and did not even have the courage to confess to her. But who would have thought that the two were originally married? Know you're her husband? Lawyer Son, send me the man's number. Yes, I've been waiting for a while and it's not here yet. Yen Mingyu waited for a while at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and when she saw that the dogman had not yet appeared, she coldly called her lawyer. Okay, Mr. Yen. The lawyer quickly sent Shin-yu's previous number to Yen Mingyu's cell phone. I'm your wife Yang Shui. Didn't you agree to a divorce? Where is the person? Hurry over. Yen Mingyu received the number and sent a text message over. Interge, boo-hoo. Under the shade of the tree, Shin-yu was still in shock as he looked at Yen Mingyu's tall and delicate back. That's when the phone rang with the sound of a text message. Picked up a look. Is the boss sent? I am your wife Yang Shui. You did not promise to divorce? Where is the person? Hurry over. Yen Mingyu and Yang Shui. Are they really the same person? Shin-yu stared tightly at the cell phone screen. A huge surprise that filled his entire chest. So much so that his chest continued to rise and fall. It took a minute or two before I couldn't resist replying. I'm on my way. Stuck in traffic. But can you tell me why you're looking for me to get a divorce? Ha, and you have the nerve to ask why. Don't tell me that the last time I was at your rental house, the woman I saw you with your arm around was your sister or older sister. Soon after, Yen Mingyu replied in her usual icy tone. What? Renting a house and hugging a woman? Shin-yu recalled that last night Su Peng said he had seen Yang Shui and suddenly realized. Crap. Yen Mingyu mostly took Su Peng for herself, and when she saw him cuddling with Chen Li, she thought she had cheated on her and betrayed her. The pot. Thinking of this, Shin-yu quickly replied. Can we not divorce? No. You must leave. You hurry. Come here quickly. Shin-yu's cell phone once again received a message from the boss. I don't want a divorce. I like you. Shin-yu gritted his teeth and finally sent the words hidden in his heart to Yen Mingyu's cell phone through text. Ha, you like me and you betray me? I'm telling you, it's late. If you don't come today, I have 100 ways to divorce this marriage. Boss replied again. Between the lines, it's easy to see that she is very dissatisfied with Shin-yu's husband. I didn't betray you. I've actually been. Shin-yu wanted to tell Yen Mingyu that he had actually been by her side the entire time. But suddenly a very important question came to mind. Why would she have married herself in makeup to look like another person? In the end, she mostly doesn't see herself and doesn't approve of the marriage. Otherwise, it would have been time to take on the appearance of a beautiful president and get a license for herself. What if, at this point in time, he had singled himself out as her husband and still insisted on seeking a divorce? Shin-yu's heart was in turmoil, and he deleted all the typed words again. In the end, it was a reply like this: "Sorry, I have something urgent to do and I have to leave East China Sea for a few days. When I come back, I'll take the initiative to contact you." After sending this message, Xinyu set his private number to off mode. Then, looking at Yan Mingyu's slender figure, he walked over. "Mr. Yan, you Xinyu?" Yan Mingyu turned around and subconsciously shouted. "Oh, sorry, wrong person." Xinyu deliberately said so. "Humph, you're not mistaken. This is what I look like in my plain face, no way." Yan Mingyu glared. There was no need to cover up his own divorce, which this bodyguard also knew about. Then, looking at Xinyu, he asked rhetorically, "Why are you here?" "Oh, I live in this neighborhood. Saw a bit like you, so I came over to say hello, and I didn't realize it was really you." Xinyu grinned. Never in his dreams did he realize that the beautiful president he guarded every day was his own registered wife. This kind of surprise is like a poor man praying every day that he'll win $5 million on that lottery ticket he bought, right? "I didn't expect to wake up and win $5 million. You're happy to see I'm getting a divorce?" The thinking of a beautiful president is really different from the norm. All the dissatisfaction with the dogman was lashed out at Xinyu, glaring at his black and white eyes. "Go get me a bottle of water. I need to cool down." "Okay, hey." Xinyu giggled twice more before crossing the road to buy water for Yan Mingyu at the supermarket across the street. It turns out that the person you're desperately trying to protect is the very person you want to protect. This sense of fulfillment, this sense of happiness, made Xinyu's mood soar. "I even forgot about the bed photo of Yan Mingyu and Kong Jingtai that I found at the 4S store in the morning. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off." Yan Mingyu and other Xinyu left, and then dialed the dogman number. "Want to ask him clearly in the end what the hell said the divorce today, how to run out of town again. Does he think there's nothing he can do if he hangs on like this?" Yan Mingyu angrily yanked her hand. "Machine," but all that came through was the other party's shutdown beep. Abominable. Yan Mingyu was so angry that she almost smashed her cell phone, gritted her silver teeth, and dialed the lawyer's number again. "Hey, my husband is backtracking. He won't divorce me, and he's leaving East China Sea to hide from me. Is there any way to unilaterally divorce?" Mr. Yan, if the divorce is unilateral, you still have to wait at least a year. The law states that if a husband and wife don't live together for 2 years or more, it's considered a marriage breakup and can be unilaterally divorced. The lawyer explained. "What? Wait another year?" Yan Mingyu felt so angry by that dogman that she was about to explode, chilling her face and coldly asking, "Is there really no other way?" "Nope." "Oh, and you can get a unilateral divorce too if you can provide evidence that he's cheating on you," the lawyer said after a moment's thought. "Okay, I got it." Yan Mingyu hung up the phone distractedly, thinking that it was quite difficult to catch the other party cheating evidence. Hell knows where he would be, and which woman he would rendezvous with. Forget it. When he's had enough of playing disappearing act, call him back and offer a sum of money and see if you can get him to agree to a divorce. After Yan Mingyu had made up her mind, the fire in her heart only then subsided a bit. "Mr. Yan, squeaky, you walk without looking at the car?" In Xinyu's eyes at the moment, there was only Yan Mingyu. He didn't even realize that the car was about to hit him. "Excuse me." Xinyu snapped and apologized to the driver before coming to Yan Mingyu, unscrewing it and handing it to her. "Drink water, Mr. Yan." "Thanks." Yan Mingyu took it nonchalantly, drank 2 sips, and from her bag, took out a wet tissue and started wiping her face. In less than half a minute, she had regained her original exuberant, unearthly look. "Hey." Xinyu giggled once again as he looked at Yan Mingyu's woefully beautiful face. "Are you okay?" Yan Mingyu glared at Xinyu and asked without any good humor. Hey, it's okay, I'm just happy." Xinyu's old face was as happy as a dog's tail grass. "There's something wrong, hold this for me. My bag won't fit." Yan Mingyu took half a bottle of mineral water and shoved it to Xinyu. Hey, yes, no laughing. Hey, laugh again and I'll dock your paycheck. Be nice." Xinyu pursed his lips hard and tried not to laugh. "Walk with me." Yan Mingyu was so annoyed that she didn't even feel like going back to the office. "A great honor." "Hey." Xinyu bumbled around and accompanied Yan Mingyu as she wandered around. It was probably because of the public call for marriage that made Yan Mingyu's recent popularity almost as good as that of a celebrity. Along the way, many men were cheeky enough to ask for WeChat. However, Xinyu, like an old mother hen protecting her calf, blackened his face and chased all these flies away. Then, he also bought a box of chocolates and handed it to Yan Mingyu. "I heard that eating chocolates can make you happy, but it also makes you fat." Yan Mingyu rolled her eyes. "Eat a piece or two, won't you? I'll peel it for you." "No, I have my own hands." Yan Mingyu eventually unwrapped a piece of chocolate and took a small bite. Bells. At this time, Yen Mingyu's cell phone rang. Hello? Good. I'll be right over. Yen Mingyu connected. Not knowing what was said on the other end of the phone, the chocolates in her hand fell to the ground, her eyes glistening with tears. She grabbed Qin Yu's arm. Quickly, go and drive. Ha, Mr. Yen, didn't you take a cab to get here? Qin Yu flinched and his heart thumped. What in the world had happened that was so heavenly that it would cause the beautiful boss, who had always been so breezy, to reveal such a scene of loss of composure? Two cabs. Taxi. Yen Mingyu ran towards the street. In the middle of the streaming road, opened her arms and stopped a cab with a hard stop. Mr. Yen. Qin Yu followed closely and ran over as well. Hello, what's the matter with you, man? The cab driver poked his head out, very dissatisfied. This is a no parking area. Yen Mingyu forced him to stop. The surveillance camera is going to fine and deduct points. Sorry, master, we've run into an emergency. Whatever damage you have, it's on us and we'll pay for it. Do us a favor. Do us a favor. Qin Yu supported the staggering Yen Mingyu and kept putting in a good word for the cab driver. Okay then, come on up. The cabbie nodded and unlocked the door. Mr. Yen, where are we going? Qin Yu helped Yen Mingyu and sat in the back row together. Haikon Hospital. Yen Mingyu's voice was hoarse and her lips trembled. It was evident that her emotions had reached the brink of collapse, because the only family she had, the grandfather who loved her the most, critically ill. Okay, master, go to Haikon Hospital. Please drive faster, Qin Yu said to the cab driver. Try. The cabbie finished, pushed the gear lever, and the car scuttled away. Mr. Yen, come, have a drink. Qin Yu unscrewed the mineral water and handed it to Yen Mingyu. It was hard not to feel a little heartbroken watching her lose her mind. This woman is her own wife. Gulp. Yen Mingyu took the mineral water and drank 2 mouthfuls before her emotions stabilized a bit. With reddened eyes, she glanced at Qin Yu. Thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Yen. Qin Yu waved his hand, then asked, is something wrong? My grandfather is in the emergency room, Yen Mingyu said, tears flowing out again. For as long as she can remember, her parents either fought or separated, and her grandfather raised her almost single-handedly. Now that her grandfather was critically ill, how could she not be anxious and uncomfortable? Mr. Yen, good fortune will bring you good fortune. Your grandfather will definitely be fine, Qin Yu softly comforted. If it wasn't for the fact that, in the beginning, he had picked up this old man on the street, I'm afraid there wouldn't have been this marriage between himself and his beautiful boss. That said, he had to thank old man Young himself, and sincerely hope he's okay. Aha! Yen Mingyu clenched her shell teeth, her heart still feeling like a mess. Half an hour later, Haikon Hospital. 4C's Group invested in the hospital itself, and in addition to Yan's family, including 4C's Group's employees, coming here to see a doctor was free of charge. This is the pattern of the 4C's Group. Let it become the most famous enterprise in Donghai, and even in Jiangchuan province. Qin Yu, you pay. I'll go in first. Yen Mingyu opened the car door, grabbed her bag, and hurriedly ran into the hospital's front door. Master, how much do you think the total will be? Qin Yu also got out of the car and asked the cab driver. The fare is 80, but it's a no parking zone where you stop the car, so I don't know if there's a fine. I'll have to call the traffic police brigade to check, the cab driver said. Okay, if there's a fine, it's included in the fare, Qin Yu said cheerfully. At this point, 3rd floor of the hospital, emergency room. Yen Mingyu stepped out of the elevator of. By the time it was over, there was a black crowd already standing. In the old master's generation, besides him there were 3 brothers. When they first started their business, they worked in the old master's company and held a certain percentage of shares. When he came of age and retired, he transferred his shares to Yen Mingyu's uncle's generation, so has been branching out down to Yen Mingyu's generation. In addition to her being an only seedling, cousins, there are still 7 or 8 people. At this point, all of them are standing in the hallway. The expression on everyone's face was not quite the same. Mingyu, what's gotten into you lately? With all the marriage calls and bed photos? Look at how angry the old man is. In the crowd, a man in his 50s with an 8-pointed beard said with a stern face, Yen Zhonghui, Yen Mingyu's eldest uncle. Among his uncles, he was the oldest, so he was naturally qualified to speak to Yen Mingyu in such a tone. Yes, Mingyu, if you want to get married and be a housewife, just give up your position as the company's president. Those of us who are capable are no worse than you. At that moment, a woman in a white professional outfit also spoke up. Yen Mingyu's cousin, Yen Jingyi, worked as a general manager at a branch of the 4C's Group. There had always been some resentment towards Yen Mingyu's takeover of the 4C's Group's headquarters. There's one more thing. The old master, on his 70th birthday, once said that if he were to pass away, the shares of the 4Cs group that he held would be divided equally amongst our grandchildren. I wonder if we should get a notary public to come over and get this done? Another youth stepped forward and said, the 4Cs group was worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and holding one more share meant that they could share more money every year. Even though, all of them, are now second-generation rich, who would mind having more money? Sango, there's no rush on this, is there? Someone used their arm and lightly bumped the youth who had spoken. Yen Junyi, if you want shares so badly, I'll give you the entire company. Yen Mingyu glared fiercely at this playboy cousin, her heart filled with anger and disappointment. Grandpa is still alive or dead in the emergency room, and these people are thinking about dividing up the shares in his hands. Seventh sister. Writing the transfer of equity. Who wouldn't know how to manage a company, drink tea, play golf, and have a meeting if nothing else? Yen Junyi said hung back. Yen Mingyu was shaking with anger. Turns out, in their minds themselves, the company president, every day is to drink tea, meetings, playing golf. The company's performance is how to go up. The last time I went to Mengshan, I was counted and almost died in the valley. Do they know? Looking at the face of a loved one, Yen Mingyu felt her heart dripping blood. Mingyu, Junyi's speech is a bit out of tune. However, you'd better plan ahead in this situation with the old man. De Boyen Zonghui frowned. Yes, you can't even manage your private life well. How can you manage the company? I suggest that once the old man's matter is over, we immediately hold a shareholders meeting to re-elect the company's president. Cousin Yen Jingi is also a strong woman type, and definitely aspires to manage the head office and ascend to a bigger stage. Don't forget, I'm the biggest shareholder of the company. I have a veto on all proposals. Yen Mingyu swept a glance at her cousin and said coldly, Yo, so lively. At that moment, a mature and full figure walked out of the elevator. Unhurriedly, he came to the crowd. How could such an important occasion be without me? Lu Nan Yen, what are you doing here? Yen Zonghui drank with a sullen face. Oh, I'm the daughter-in-law of your Yen family. How could I not come when something happened to the old master? Lu Nan Yen said with a smirk. Although, she and Yen Mingyu's father had been emotionally incompatible, the two had not divorced in order to maintain the family's image. On a legal level, she was always a member of the Yen family. The old master was critically ill, and it made sense for her to come over and take a look. Just with what purpose is unknown. Lu Nan Yen, you'd better have some face. Changhe disowned you as his daughter-in-law when he was still alive. That's just it. Who doesn't know about you and that Eastern devil? Get out of here and don't dirty our eyes. Lu Nan Yan's appearance ruffled the feathers of everyone in the Yen family. If you want me to leave, you can. Yen Changhe's shares are held on behalf of the old man, right? Bring it to me and I'll leave. Lu Nan Yen had a disinterested look on his face. What? Lu Nan Yen? You've left the Yen family for 10 years or so. You found so many men outside, and you still want shares? If you weren't a woman, you'd want to whip you. Going or not, call security. Lu Nan Yan's words made the Yen family even more furious beyond measure. Oh, so you guys called. I've brought a few reporters with me, and they're downstairs. I'd like to see how you Yen family members bully me. The widow. Don't forget, when Yen Changhe dies, I, the spouse, am the first order heir. Only, I don't want to do too much, so I've been holding the shares by the old man's behalf, and now that the old man is dying, I've come to get back what originally belonged to me. Shouldn't I? Lu Nan Yen wrapped his arms around himself and said with a cold smile, not putting this group of people from the Yen family in his eyes at all. Lu Nan Yen, asking for shares is impossible. However, when Grandpa gets better, I will liquidate it to you in cash. At that moment, Yen Mingyu also spoke. Although, in her heart, she hated Lu Nan Yen, but what she said was also the truth. The shares left by her father back then, she was entitled to inherit. Even if there is a lawsuit, Lu Nan Yen has the advantage. No, I want shares. Lu Nan Yen was very determined. Only by holding the shares of 4C's Group could she hope to return to 4C's Group and master this company worth hundreds of billions of dollars. That's what Ichiro Sato would like to see. Now that Yen Mingyu had played the trick of soliciting a marriage, the eyes of the people of the Eastern Sea were on her, so that Lu Nan Yen and Sato Ichiro did not dare to act rashly for the time being. When he heard that the old man was critically ill, Lu Nan Yen couldn't wait to rush over and claim his shares. Go ahead and sue then. For the money, but not for the shares. Yen Mingyu didn't want to say anything more to Lu Nan Yen and finished coldly, turning to look at the closed emergency room door. Yo, my good daughter is so rude? Well, then I'll just have to call a reporter up. Ryu Nan Yen said and fumbled for his cell phone. Only, before she could dial the number, her cell phone was slapped on the ground. Who? Lu Nan Yen shivered in pain and turned his head back, only to see an expressionless Chinyu. At that moment, his eyes flickered, but he still said with a stiff upper lip, "This is our Yin family's family matter. What are you, a stinking bodyguard, getting involved in? I don't care about your family matters. Bullying my boss just won't do anyway." "Well, this is the third floor, right? It seems like it's a few meters higher than the second floor." Last time, after Qin Yu finished speaking, he walked over to the window and pushed open the glass window. "Kid, you've got guts. We'll see." Lu Nanyan glared fiercely at Qin Yu, picked up the broken phone and hurriedly walked into the elevator. It was really a bit scary that Qin Yu, this rash young man, would throw her off the third floor. "Qin Yu, thanks." Yan Mingyu gently nodded her head when she saw that Qin Yu had driven away Lu Nanyan. "You're welcome, Mr. Yan." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Oh, this is the seventh sister's personal bodyguard? Looks quite loyal." "Oh, loyalty? It's not for the money. The bodyguard belongs to the S-class employees. More than $20,000 a month." "More than $20,000? Ha! Not enough to get me a drink. But for the poor, it's already quite a lot. Most of the people at the bottom are still earning less than $3,000 a month." The Yen family's people swept a faint glance at Qin Yu, and then they spoke in a chorus. Qin Yu could only look at the air with his eyes and pretend not to hear. There was also a glimmer of realization in his heart that even if he stood here today as Yan Mingyu's husband, these relatives of hers would look down on him just the same. Because of the status of the two men, the difference was just too great. Unless one could truly be worthy of Yan Mingyu, stirring up the relationship between the two would only be self-defeating. Ding dong! Just as the hallway was in an uproar, the closed emergency room doors finally opened. A couple of sweaty doctors walked out, nurses behind them pushing the old man with tubes all over his body. "Doctor, how is my grandfather doing?" Yan Mingyu was the first to walk up and ask. Among the people present, I'm afraid she was the only one who genuinely cared about the old master's life and death. The others were merely here for show, or waiting to divide up the shares in the old master's hands. "In that case, Mr. Yan, come to my office and I'll talk to you in detail," the doctor said to Yan Mingyu after taking a look at the dark crowd. "Yes." Yan Mingyu followed the doctor and walked into his office. The nurse pushed the old man. When he passed through the corridor, Qin Yu could not help but look a few more times. It was really the old man Yang who pushed his granddaughter to himself. Before, he was a little not too sure that the beautiful boss was his wife, in case he had gotten any part of it wrong. But now, seeing old man Yang's pale face, he had no more doubts in his heart. But at the same time, a deep sense of powerlessness also welled up. So what if he knew about his relationship with his beautiful boss? He still could only hide it in his heart. With his status as a bodyguard nowadays, he doesn't deserve her at all. Just now, her kin's disdainful and condescending attitude towards herself had said it all. The idea of the right family is so deeply rooted in the hearts of Chinese people that no one can change it. At this point, doctor's office. After the attending doctor asked Yan Mingyu to sit down, he sighed deeply. Mr. Yan, we've done our best. The old man's life shouldn't be in great danger, but it's hard to wake up. You mean my grandfather will become a vegetable? Is there no other way? Yan Mingyu bit her lips and asked with pain in her eyes. Why don't we try Chinese medicine here? Acupuncture and acupressure of Chinese medicine have his unique place. The attending doctor didn't put words in his mouth. This hospital was invested by the Yan family. Yan Mingyu's attitude determined his job. Acupuncture? Acupressure? After Yan Mingyu muttered a couple sentences, a bright light suddenly flashed in her mind. Fumbling for his cell phone, he quickly dialed Qin Yu's number. "Quick, come to the doctor's office." "Okay, right away." Qin Yu ran into the doctor's office, looked at Yan Mingyu and asked, "Mr. Yan, what are your orders? You know acupuncture and acupressure, right?" Yan Mingyu raised her head and asked hopefully. When he was drunk and his stomach was so uncomfortable, Qin Yu pressed a few times on the palm of his foot and it was fine. Then later, hemorrhoids committed. Qin Yu with a silver needle in the mouth also good. It was evident that the man had a couple of tricks up his sleeve when it came to the art of healing. "Mr. Yan, I can only say that I know a little bit about acupuncture and acupressure techniques. I'm afraid it won't help much with the old man's condition." However, how could Qin Yu not know the meaning of the beautiful boss calling himself to the doctor's office? It was just that. How good one's level was, one surely knew better than anyone else. If one were to try to show off, one might end up harming the old man instead. But what? Yan Mingyu asked hurriedly. "My grandfather might have a way. He was a barefoot doctor for half his life in our little mountain village, and I learned my acupuncture and massage techniques from him," Qin Yu said. "But there are also concerns in the heart. Grandfather is almost 80 years old. Young legs were injured. Walking is not very convenient. Mostly, the only way to send old man Yang to his hometown to seek medical treatment. However, given the piss-poor nature of the beautiful boss's loved ones, they would most likely not agree. For one thing, their old home was too remote, and for another, Grandpa was a barefoot doctor who didn't even have a license to practice medicine, and they wouldn't trust his abilities. Mr. Yen, I think we can give it a try. There's an old saying, old Chinese doctors, fewer tailors. Medical skills are accumulated over time. The older the doctor, the more experience he or she has. At that moment, the attending physician spoke up. Qin Yu, can you contact your grandfather? I'll send a helicopter to pick him up. Yan Mingyu looked at Qin Yu and asked, I can get in touch, but he's old and can't move very well. The only way to do that is to find a way to send your grandfather to our village. Qin Yu said with a frown. I'll think about it. Yan Mingyu's heart sank for a moment when she saw Qin Yu say this. The risk of sending a comatose patient, still an old man, to a remote mountain village is too great. In that case, Qin Yu, give your grandfather a call and talk about the situation over here. Then, I'll discuss it with the doctor. Yan Mingyu thought for a while before saying to Qin Yu, okay. Qin Yu nodded. He came out into the hallway, pushed open the fire escape door, and found a secluded spot before dialing his grandfather's number. Tooting noise. After the phone rang for a while, an old, but middle-aged voice came. Xiao Yu, Grandpa. Qin Yu shouted and opened the door. My boss also has a grandfather who is in a severe coma. Their own medical team, which has done their best, wants to try Chinese medicine. Do you have any ideas? Well, this can only be answered after seeing the patient and taking his pulse, Grandpa Qin said after a moment of contemplation. Well, then I'll talk to the boss later and see if she's willing to send her grandfather to our village. Qin Yu said, I can try, as long as there's hope. I'll do my best. By the way, Xiao Yu, how are you and your daughter-in-law doing? It's been more than a year since you got married. Right, and you didn't bring them back to Grandpa for a visit? Grandpa Qin only knew that this grandson of his was married, but he had never seen his granddaughter-in-law. Qin Yu scratched his head and really didn't know how to tell his grandfather that his wife was the beautiful boss who paid his salary. What? Your daughter-in-law's a city girl and doesn't want to come to a small village? Grandpa Qin was a little upset. No, Grandpa, there's something going on here, and I phoned. Say no more, Qin Yu said helplessly. Hey, okay, I'm also old, and I can't care about your young people's affairs. However, you see the next door's Nyo Erwa is ready to have a third child. You also have to hurry up. Grandpa Qin said in a serious tone. I know, Grandpa. I'll call you back if the boss, on his side, makes sure to come over. Yes. Qin Yu waited for his grandfather's side to hang up before putting down his phone with a complicated expression. You don't even dare to pick on the identity of your beautiful boss's husband and have a baby? Difficult, too. At this point, doctor's office. Yan Mingyu and the attending doctor discussed for a while, and decided that it was better to send the old man to Qin Yu's hometown to seek medical treatment, and then on the hospital side, organize a team of the most elite medical team to follow him there, and try to make it as foolproof as possible. After having made up her mind, Yan Mingyu came to the corridor and saw that the door to the fire escape was open, presuming that Qin Yu was in the back, so she walked over. Mr. Yan. When Qin Yu heard the footsteps and turned his head back, he saw Yan Mingyu's bloodshot eyes. Couldn't help but feel a pain in my heart. I've decided to send 2 helicopters to your old neighborhood. Send me a locator. I'll send it to the head of the hospital so they can study the helicopter driving route. Aim, to leave before dark. Yan Mingyu said directly. Yes. Qin Yu opened the map, found the location of his old home, marked it as a location and sent it to Yan Mingyu's WeChat. Then, with slight concern, he said, there's another problem. On the side of your loved ones, I'll fight anyone who stops me from saving my grandfather. Yan Mingyu coldly said, Mr. Yan, if they really want to make a move, leave the fighting to me, Qin Yu said with some emotion. At the same time, he couldn't help but reach out his hand, wanting to shake Yan Mingyu's small hand and give her some comfort. It was only when his hand was halfway out that he suddenly remembered that his move was too abrupt. In the end, it turned into a gentle pat on Yan Mingyu's arm. Accompany me to the ward. Yan Mingyu's mind was on her grandfather, nor did she care about this slightly intimate move of Qin Yu. The two then went back into the hallway together and stepped into the elevator. When they arrived at the door of the intensive care unit, a group of loved ones were already arguing. This 35%. We should split it according to age ranking. I'm the oldest. I want an extra 10%. What makes you deserve more points? What contribution have you made to the company? I think that it should be divided according to the contribution to the company. If you ask me, it's just a few of us men splitting it up. Women are going to marry. What do we need shares for? Hey, what do you guys mean? Our woman is not a member of the Yin family? If it were a normal hospital, these people would be making a lot of noise, and the doctors and nurses would definitely have to step in to stop them. But this was the Yin family's private hospital, and frankly speaking, these people were the bosses. So even if the doctors and nurses heard the argument, they could only pretend not to hear it. Be quiet, all of you. Who's going to try one more word of noise? Yan Mingyu's voice was not loud, but it was very shocking. The quarreling group of people finally quieted down for a few moments, and together they twisted their heads to look at Yan Mingyu. Yo, seventh sister, playing up your company's president in front of our own people? I'll make a noise. What's up? The dangling Yan Junyi looked at Yan Mingyu provocatively. Qin Yu. Yan Mingyu inclined her head. Hey, what are you doing? Only to see Qin Yu take an arrow step, grabbing Yan Junyi's neck with one hand and lifting him in midair. If my boss tells you to be quiet, you'll be quiet, or else I'll make it so that you can't speak anymore. You. Yan Junyi was ashamed and annoyed, but where was Qin Yu's opponent? Being pinched and constantly rolling his eyes. Eventually, reluctantly, he nodded. Okay, I'll be quiet. Snap. Qin Yu let go of his hand, and Yan Junyi sat on his butt. Cough. The remaining people saw Yan Mingyu being so ruthless, daring to tell the bodyguards to take action against them. They were vaguely huffing and puffing, but no one spoke again. Now, all of you listen to me. I'm going to send Grandpa to seek medical attention. If any of you make any small moves during this time, don't mind me flipping out. Yan Mingyu finished in a deep voice and looked at the nurse in the distance. Get ready. We'll leave in half an hour. Then what about the company in the days you're not in East China Sea? Cousin Yan Jingyi's eyes shifted for a moment, but she still asked, You want to run it for me? Yan Mingyu coldly swept a glance at her cousin. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just worried about Lu Nanyan. Yan Mingyu's aura was too strong. Yan Jingyi was at least the general manager of the branch, but she couldn't even speak well in front of her. I will command remotely, and I, Yan Mingyu, will be solely responsible for any situation that occurs in the company. Now, is that satisfactory? Yan Mingyu said in a loud voice. The crowd looked at each other and no one spoke again. What are you all waiting for? Get out of the way. Yan Mingyu drank. The crowd backed up a bit on either side, revealing the blocked ward door. Wait, Mingyu. At this time, Yan Zhonghui, the highest-ranking person in the crowd, spoke up. I mean, if the old man can't hold on and leaves, what do you want to do with the shares left behind? I don't want any of it. I'll give it all to you, and I'll quit the Four Seas Group and never return to China again. Yan Mingyu finished with an expressionless face and walked into the hospital room. Grandpa was her only relative in this world. If her grandfather was gone, there was no point in her being in the country, so she might as well go to a foreign branch to fight. Well, that's enough with you. Yan Zhonghui nodded grimly. Seventh sister, don't back out. We're still recording. Someone raised their cell phone with glee in their eyes. As long as the old man died, they could rightfully divide the entire Four Seas Group. Ha! This scene caused Qin Yu to let out a cold laugh. The vileness of human nature was evident in front of money. Shrugging his shoulders, he followed Yan Mingyu into the hospital room. Quick slick up. Without knowing when, Yan Junyi had an extra fire extinguisher in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it down towards the back of Qin Yu's head. He was at least a famous rich second generation in East China Sea. How could he possibly endure being threatened by a stinking bodyguard by the neck? If we can't beat them head on, we can sneak up on them, right? The others also saw Yan Junyi's actions, and not only did they not stop them, but instead had a few moments of bloating on their faces. This bouncer is so crazy. It's time to give him a little credit. Even if you get killed, the big deal is to pay for it. Only, they had severely underestimated Qin Yu's reflexes. Hearing the wind coming from behind him, his head tilted slightly and he twisted his back to land an uppercut. Bang. Lumpy hits Yan Junyi on the chin. Put. Yan Junyi only had time to roll his eyes before he hung up straight and fell to the ground. Junyi, the Yan family exclaimed. Bang. However, Qin Yu had already closed the door of the ward so as not to disturb Yan Mingyu. Grandpa. Yan Mingyu at this moment, like a small girl with no one to turn to, her eyes full of tears, half squatting on the ground, gently holding the old man's hand. Mr. Yan, your grandfather will definitely wake up. Qin Yu looked at Yan Mingyu's flawless side face and softly comforted. Today's events made him have a further perception of this beautiful boss. Even losing control of a company worth hundreds of billions of dollars in order to bring his grandfather to the doctor. I am afraid that many children and grandchildren can't do it. It's so rare to find such a stunningly beautiful and moving woman with a strong sense of humor. The point is, she's still her wife. Just how do you get her to accept and fall in love with herself? For a moment, Qin Yu was in deep thought. After a little while, several nurses walked in before Yan Mingyu gently wiped the corners of her eyes and asked, Ready to go? Yes, Mr. Yan, it's ready, the nurse said. Then my grandfather is in your hands. Yan Mingyu nodded. Afterwards, Several nurses pushed the hospital bed and sent the old man into the elevator. After arriving at the rooftop, the helicopter had already started, and after pulling the old man up on a stretcher first, Qin Yu, together with Yan Mingyu and the nurse, also climbed up. In the beginning, when he was in the army, he had sat in fighter jets, and civilian helicopters were nothing unusual for Qin Yu. Opted to sit in the cockpit with a noise-cancelling headset for easy directions to the driver when we get to the place later. Clattering sound. The helicopter flew up into mid-air. A second helicopter, with a medical team in the back, lifted off right behind it. No words along the way. About an hour later, at the foot of the helicopter, a rolling mountain range appeared. Mr. Qin, is there an open area in your village? The helicopter pilot, talking to Qin Yu through his headset. No. Qin Yu also went back to the small village once last year, and the only place that was a bit more open was the playground of the elementary school. However, the elementary school has not been opened for many years, and the playground has been fenced off by the villagers and used as a farm, so there is no way to land. And what is the closest place that can be landed? How far is it from your village? The helicopter pilot asked again. 10 kilometers, and our village is not accessible by car, Qin Yu said. What then? The helicopter pilot frowned. 10 kilometers. Do you want to go in on foot with a critically ill patient? It's okay. You guys bring the helicopter over our village and I'll parachute down with the old man in my arms. Qin Yu was on his way and had already thought of a method. Maybe ordinary people didn't dare to jump, but when they used to train, they used to leap down from thousands of meters, carrying the landing mountain on their backs. You know how to skydive? The helicopter pilot twisted his head to look at Qin Yu. Yes, I was a scouting special agent. Qin Yu nodded. It's just, night is not like day. Visibility is too low. The helicopter pilot was a little hesitant. Don't worry, I grew up here and know the terrain, Qin Yu said in a deep voice. Then be safe. The helicopter pilot patted Qin Yu on the shoulder with a few moments of respect in his eyes. A few minutes later, the helicopter appeared over the small village. Qin Yu walked to the back and began to put on his parachute. Qin Yu, be careful. Yan Mingyu bit her lip. In her most difficult time, this man had always accompanied her and stood up for herself, making her heart very touched. Hey, it's okay. I used to dance a lot when I was in the army. After Qin Yu finished, he picked up the old man again, and the nurse wrapped some bandages around him to secure him to Qin Yu. When you get to town, there are tractors that go into the village. Then I'll go down first. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he glanced at Yan Mingyu and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes with a stomp of his feet. This Mr. Qin, how brave. The nurse girl couldn't help herself. He's always been brave. Yan Mingyu also said quietly. Mr. Qin is a man. The helicopter pilot said back. Aha. Yan Mingyu gently nodded her head, always a little nervous in her heart, wondering if Qin Yu could land safely. After maybe a minute or two of this, her cell phone rang. Mr. Yan, safe landing. Qin Yu's voice came out. Good. Yan Mingyu's heart lightened, and the stone hanging in her throat finally fell. Ground. After Qin Yu undid his parachute, he hugged old man Yang and went straight to his grandfather's house. Stao Yu. Grandpa Qin knew his grandson was back, so he kept the lights on and sat in the house waiting. Grandpa, I've got the patient in my arms. Qin Yu carried old man Yang into the house before he unwrapped the bandages from his body and placed the man on the bed. Let's see. Grandpa Qin leaned on his crutches and walked over to old man Yang, stretching out 2 fingers on his wrist, 2 white eyebrows that couldn't help but droop a little. Grandpa. Qin Yu's heart jumped. He also knows a little bit about medicine, and naturally he knows the saying, fear not the smile of the Western doctor, fear the Chinese doctor's lowered eyebrow. Does he have anything to do with it besides being your boss's grandfather? Grandpa Qin pondered for a moment and turned his head to look at his grandson. He's also your granddaughter-in-law's grandfather, Qin Yu said after thinking for a moment. Grandpa asked this. Most likely old man Yang's problem was very tricky and would take a lot of Grandpa's energy and effort. He wasn't in very good health himself, and unless the relationship was particularly overpowering, Grandpa wasn't always willing to help out. Oh, Grandpa Qin stroked his beard and glanced at old man Yang before he said to Qin Yu, go, take my sleeping room, that chest out. Yes. Qin Yu nodded and walked into his grandfather's room, carrying out a wooden box that looked a bit old. Open up, Grandpa Qin commanded. Aha! Qin Yu opened the box. Inside were 2 silver needles that were at least 30 centimeters long, with dragons and phoenixes carved at the end, which looked very uncomplicated. This is my master's dragon and phoenix strange needle that was passed down to me back in the day, and it hasn't been used for almost 20 years. You may as well take a look at it and learn as much as you can. Grandpa Qin knew that this grandson of his was very talented in martial arts, but he was generally gifted in medical arts. so he only taught some easy-to-follow acupuncture techniques and acupressure techniques to Chinyu, just enough to save his life in a critical moment. Grandpa, are you okay then? Chinyu was a little worried about his grandfather's health. After hours, I remember that my grandfather once performed a very complicated set of needles in order to save a patient. In the end the patient was saved, but he himself stayed in bed for a full week. I don't know either, but I'll do my best. Sort of. Use the Dragon Phoenix Wonder Needle one more time in my lifetime, and I'll have no regrets when I reach the ground. After finishing his speech, Grandpa Chin pushed up his sleeves and held out his hand. Needle come. Grandpa. Here. Chinyu respectfully, holding the Dragon Phoenix silver needle with both hands and handing it to his grandfather. The sword in the hand of a chivalrous man and the needle in the hand of a Chinese doctor are both considered to be life. Watch this. First stitch. Yang Bai. Grandpa Chin let out a low gulp. His eyes flashed with light, and the silver needle in his hand directly stabbed into Old Man Yang's Yang Bai point. At this moment, where did he still have the appearance of an old man? It seemed that his hunched body straightened up a few points the moment he struck out. Like an aged lion king, he was usually Twilight. However, when the clan needed him, he would still show his mighty, domineering side. Stitch 2, Sung Sob. Grandpa Chin slowed down just a little bit before picking up the second silver needle and stabbing into Old Man Yang's Chengsui point. With just 2 stitches, Old Man Yang's pale. The face, then, had a hint of redness. Only the eyes remained closed, without the slightest sign of waking up. Stitch 3, Haruaki. Grandpa Chin took out the first silver needle, and under the light, it cut a bright light, and then it accurately stabbed into the third acupoint. Stitch number 4, the Hall of Seals. When Grandpa Chin stabbed the fourth needle, it was obvious that he had already run out of gas a bit, and his big dry hand trembled slightly before he stabbed into Old Man Yang's Yin Tang point. Grandpa. Chinyu's heart ached. Don't say a word. Help the man up, and stab the head in the 4 major points behind the head, Grandpa Chin said in a deep voice. Good. Chinyu held Old Man Yang up so that he was in a semi-sitting position. 100 clubs. Wind house. Dumb door. Pillar of heaven. In one breath, Grandpa Chin stabbed another 4 consecutive needles in Old Man Yang's back. Ahem. Let him rest for a while. Help me to grab some medicine. Gotta prepare a medicinal bath. Grandpa Chin coughed violently after he collected the silver needles. Grandpa, you rest for a while. I'll grab whatever medicine you need. Chinyu couldn't help but say. No, you can't hold the weight well. Grandpa Chin waved his hand. Okay then. Chinyu felt a little guilty in his heart, feeling sorry for his grandfather. He was not in good health in the first place, and he had been bracing himself in order to cure Old Man Yang. Xiao Yu Ah, our family is poor and it's not easy for you to marry a daughter-in-law. Grandpa can't give his granddaughter-in-law anything, so just try to help her grandfather wake up. Grandpa Chin seemed to see what Chinyu had in mind and gently patted the back of his hand. Grandpa, this gift of yours is surely the most precious in heaven for her. Chinyu knew how much Yan Mingyu cared about her grandfather, and she could give up control of a company worth hundreds of billions of dollars for the old man. That's good. Grandpa Chin nodded, supported by Chinyu, and went to the pharmacy in the back to grab some medicine. After configuring it, he asked Chinyu to build a fire and boil the medicine, preparing for Old Man Yang to take a medicinal bath. When everything was ready, Chinyu took off Old Man Yang's jacket, carried him and put him in the tub, and hitched up a towel. It took a full 2 hours of soaking before Grandpa Chin said it was okay. He put Old Man Yang's clothes back on again and put him on the bed to rest. Wait for tomorrow morning, and then see how it goes, and proceed to the next step of treatment. Pit-a-pat. At that moment, the sound of a tractor came from the entrance to the village. Grandpa, take a rest. It should be your granddaughter-in-law and the girls coming. I'll go get them. Chinyu glanced at the light at the entrance of the village and said, okay, go for it. Grandpa Chin nodded and sat back in his chair, slightly closing his eyes and resuming his old look. 10 or so minutes later, Chinyu, who was holding a flashlight, arrived at the entrance of the village. Yan Mingyu and the medical team she brought with her. Each of them had a tired look on their faces. These people, usually pampered, are in and out of small cars for transportation. It's the first time I've been on a tractor. The whole 10 kilometers. Shaking, almost breaking my bones. Chinyu, how is my grandfather? Yan Mingyu was the first to ask when she saw Chinyu walking over. Acupuncture and medicinal baths have been administered, but we need to see how it goes in the morning. By the way, Mr. Yan, let me borrow a step. Chinyu took a few steps towards the empty space next to him. What's wrong? Yan Mingyu was a bit puzzled. My grandfather is almost 80 years old and not in the best of health, and he has never met his granddaughter-in-law. Can you pretend to be my wife for once as well? I'm worried that if we delay for a few more years, my grandfather won't necessarily have the chance. In fact, Chinyu, this is not considered lying to his grandfather. After all, the beautiful boss in front of him is indeed his wife. When Grandpa sees her, he naturally counts it as seeing his granddaughter-in-law. No problem. To Qin Yu's surprise, Yan Mingyu agreed readily, almost without thinking. Mr. Yan, thank you. Qin Yu was very moved. It's okay, let's go inside. Yan Mingyu called up the dusty medical team and walked into the village under Qin Yu's leadership. Grandpa, we're back. Qin Yu walked to the door of his house and shouted before arching his arms and twisting his head to look at Yan Mingyu. Aha! Yan Mingyu put her small hand through and held Qin Yu's arm, cooperating very well. Previously, when they were in Sioux City, the two of them pretended to be husband and wife. Yan Mingyu had held Qin Yu's arm, even. They had slept in a room at night. Now it's just a rehash, and both of them are a little light on their feet. For those who don't know, I'm afraid they'll think the two are really a young couple. Fuck me. The group of doctors and nurses behind them all showed surprised, envious expressions. Qin Yu, this bodyguard, is a sparrow pecking at a cowbee? And a sparrow eating a cowbee? I can't believe you took the beautiful boss? However, it seems reasonable that the beautiful boss, who was able to make an open call for marriage in the newspaper, chose the handsome and brave bodyguard at her side. Well back, Grandpa Qin stood up slowly on his crutches. Even in his 80s, he's still at least 6'8". Whiskers and hair are white and wrinkled. It looks like a, aged Dragon King. Grandpa, Yan Mingyu softly shouted. You are Xiao Yu's daughter-in-law? Not bad, not bad. Outstanding temperament. Dignified and generous. A blessing for our Qin family. All come in. Don't stand outside, Grandpa Qin said as he stroked his white beard. Grandpa, I've come to trouble you this time. After entering the house, Yan Mingyu looked at Grandpa Qin and said with an apologetic face, we're all family. There's no such thing as trouble. It's just that our conditions in the countryside are poor. So don't mind, Grandpa Qin said with a wave of his hand. Grandpa, then Mingyu and I, let's go in first and check on the old man. Qin Yu knew that Yan Mingyu was worried about her grandfather all the time. Yes, Grandpa Qin nodded. Soon, Qin Yu brought Yan Mingyu and went to the back room. Although old man Yang hadn't woken up yet, his face was already a lot rosier and his breathing was very stable. If he didn't know that he was unconscious, he would have thought that he was just sleeping and resting normally. Qin Yu, thank you, Yan Mingyu said sincerely. If it wasn't for Qin Yu scrambling for time and holding his grandfather as he jumped down from 1,000 meters, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have recovered so well. Oh, I'm your employee. It's only right to help you. Qin Yu smiled faintly. Then, looking at Yan Mingyu's scourged face, he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yan, before I became your bodyguard, did you know me? A flash of doubt flashed across Yan Mingyu's eyes and she carefully looked at Qin Yu for a few moments before shaking her head and saying with certainty, I don't recognize. At first, she and Qin Yu flash marriage. Originally some resistance, naturally will not put his appearance in mind. After the license, it is more 2 marriage certificates, both in the hands of Qin Yu. In the foreign branch, after a year of hard work back, where still remember the husband look. Oh, I mean if I were you, Suzaku. Before Qin Yu could finish his words, Yan Mingyu's cell phone rang. I'll take a call. Hey, Qin Yu sighed silently. Pretty old, she's pretty nice to herself now because she found a way to save her grandfather, who she cares about the most. If one day, she knew that this, silent, plain, ordinary bodyguard beside her, was her husband, I wonder, will she still be so good to herself? At this point, Grandpa Qin also walked in on his crutches and said to Yan Mingyu and Qin Yu, your grandfather needs to rest. Don't disturb him. Then let's get out. Qin Yu and Yan Mingyu returned to the front house. Grandpa, you go rest too. I'll arrange accommodation for everyone, Qin Yu said to his grandfather. Aha! After Qin Yu helped his grandfather into his room, he brought the door with him and came out and said to Yan Mingyu and the members of the medical team, there are still 2 rooms left, one for the men and one for the women. There's a thatched toilet out this door, but the light isn't very good, so everyone be careful at night. Everyone rest then. I'm staying up for now. Yan Mingyu nodded. I'm on duty too. The medical team director volunteered. The rest of you rest. Day 2. It was only dawn when Yan Mingyu's cell phone rang again. When she got through, she said, yes, it's the place on the locator. It's already connected with the local government. You guys just give me the construction. Mr. Yan, the construction site started so early? Qin Yu casually asked. Not the construction site, it's this road into your village. Mr. Yan, last night when he was coming in, he contacted your county leaders through the leaders inside the city, and prepared to pave an asphalt road to come in and install solar streetlights. This is convenient for you and for us to come in and out. The head doctor couldn't resist snapping away. Mr. Yan, On behalf of the villagers of Phoenix Village, thank you. Xinyu knew that Yin Mingyu was not poor, but he did not expect her to be so efficient, and the construction team arrived at the site at dawn. No, I should say thank you. Phoenix Village has produced such a miracle doctor as your grandfather, Yin Mingyu said with a straight face. Oh, well, I'll go make some breakfast for the family. Xinyu's heart warmed. Yin Mingyu, no matter whether it was his character or pattern, he greatly admired him. The point is, she's still her wife. Not much longer. Xinyu cooked a large pot of noodles, and after everyone had simply eaten, there were noisy sounds coming from the village entrance. I'll check it out. Xinyu walked to the entrance of the village. It turned out to be the county leaders and town leaders. Heard that the female boss of the Four Seas group came to Phoenix Village. They all came to pay a visit. Then, there was also the material vehicle from the Four Seas group that arrived. Delivered food, drink, household goods, everything. Letting Xinyu see, once again, the thunderous side of this beautiful boss. All morning, Yin Mingyu was socializing with leaders. Xinyu, on the other hand, accompanied his grandfather and continued acupuncture for Old Man Yang in the back room. Almost noon, a middle-aged woman walked into the house with a 17 or 18-year-old, studded youth. Just as he entered, he called out, Stao Yu, Stao Yu. When Xinyu heard the voice, he felt that it sounded a bit familiar and walked out to take a look. His entire body was slightly flabbergasted. What brings you here? Xinyu's face was a little unsightly. I'm your mom. I came to see you. Can't I? Come on. Call Big Brother. The middle-aged woman tugged at the youngster beside her. Don't scream. I can't afford it. Xinyu waved his hand expressionlessly. When my parents divorced and started their own families, they all passed the buck to each other and didn't even want to pay for my own and my sister's tuition. In the end, it was my grandfather's money and my own hard work that got me through college. When he went to the army, he got a paycheck and financed his sister's aviation school. Where was this mother during her own most needy, bitter, and difficult years? Now, with the little son she had with someone else, she came to herself, her big brother. To say that it was just a mere recognition of family, Xinyu would definitely not believe it. Say, what's it to me? After all, Xinyu could not be cruel enough to drive the woman in front of him and her son out of the house. After all, she's her own mom. Our family is being bullied. The youngster snaps. Nowadays, society is so good. Why don't you go to the police? To the government? To me? Xinyu said with a frown. The opposite side is the boss. There is a relationship. After more than a year of lawsuits, this matter has not been resolved. Hey, Xinyu's mom, Chen Yulan, sighed. In those days, people got married by the order of their parents and the words of a matchmaker. By the time they spent time together, problems erupted. It's just that, as society changes, people are becoming less conservative than they were at the beginning. Chen Yulan felt in Xinyu father, there is really not much affection, so he chose to divorce. However, she remarried a rural man. No money, no power. The family's farmland was taken over by a boss for farming, so he gave a sum of money at the beginning and then cheated. Chen Yulan's family is not convinced. Looking for lawyers, lawsuits, collecting evidence. This fight is more than a year. The family's time is spent on it. Exhausted. Not to mention the lack of income. When she heard that Xinyu had returned from the big city and was a veteran, she hoped that he would intervene and help her family resolve the matter. After listening to the ins and outs of the matter, Xinyu was silent for a little while before asking, in this matter, obviously you guys are in the right. The court dares to blatantly favoritism? It wasn't because Xiaohao didn't know any better and called a few of his friends, scratched the boss's car, and smashed the boss's office as well. So the boss said he'd pay us back if we paid him back. Chen Yulan told the story. Mom, if you ask me, we don't need the money. I'll get a few more brothers and beat up that boss. Damn, with a few stinking dollars. What's the point of tugging? The young man said in a stray voice. Ha, then you hurry up and go beat it up. It's a legal society now. If you really hurt someone on purpose, once it's in your file, it'll affect you for the next 3 generations. Xinyu said with a cold smile. Then what do you say? You are also mom's son. Our mom is being bullied. You go and stand up. Aren't you a veteran? If you go to the government, they'll definitely give you face. The youngster said with a glare. You guys go back first. I'm busy these days. We'll talk about this later. Xinyu really didn't want to meddle in this kind of shirking. For one thing, the heart of this mother is not much good, and then their own ability is limited. Do not look at the boss of a small place. The relationship is extremely intricate and complex. Even if you want to intervene is not necessarily able to handle. Hey, Xiao Yu, you have to take this matter in stride. Xiaohao just got a girlfriend and is counting on the other party to pay out a sum of money as a bride price and to buy a wedding house in town. Chen Yulan said as she looked at Xinyu uneasily. Ha, My good mother, you really love your little boy. The dowry, the matrimonial home? What about me? Have you ever cared that I have a bride price and a house to marry? Even at first, when I couldn't afford to go to school, you supported me and gave me a sum of money for tuition? Chinyu laughed miserably, his eyes reddening. His parents divorced without affection, and he was able to understand and accept. However, he was also her son. All these years, did she ever care about him? Now that you're in trouble, you think of yourself? But the ultimate goal is to compensate a sum of money to buy a house and a wife for the youngest son. Why doesn't she ask if she has a house? Is she married? Perhaps the selfishness and indifference of strangers can be completely ignored. But what was in front of him was his closest person. Her selfishness and indifference was like a knife that pierced Jinyu's chest. Xiao Yu, I have my own problems. Chen Yulan looked a little ashamed. Okay, you guys, let's go. Jinyu waved his hand, feeling drained. In the beginning, when he was admitted to the university, how he longed to take the acceptance letter, return home to hand over to his parents, and see a proud smile on their faces. How much I wanted to take pictures and send them back home to show my parents how good their son was when I was in the army and received medal after medal. But do you still have parents? Do they think they're sons? It's not because of your own stupidity that you gave all the money to the Lee family. Otherwise, the allowance for your discharge would have been enough for you to get a daughter-in-law anyhow. The youngster muttered defiantly. Yeah, I'm the stupid one. I'm the dumbest person under the sun, okay? The pain of being abandoned by his loved ones and the pain of misunderstanding caused Jinyu's eyes to turn red, and his chest were constantly heaving, tugging at his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. How? Don't make your big brother angry. Let's go. Chen Yulan hurriedly pulled her youngest son out. Xiao Yu. At this time, Grandpa Qin walked out from the back of the house. Go call your daughter-in-law. Her grandfather might be waking up. Yes. The sadness and anger in Jinyu's heart washed away quite a bit when he heard this good news. Gathering his emotions, he hurried towards the entrance of the village. Not long after, Yan Mingyu followed Jinyu back, the two pretending to be husband and wife. Only Grandpa Qin and the accompanying medical team of people know. Other people only know that a big boss to Phoenix Village inspection. If she knew that she was Jinyu's wife, she would probably cause a lot of trouble. Mr. Yan. The chief doctor stood by old man Yang's bedside, his face full of excitement. Old chairman, he's really waking up. Great. Yan Mingyu looked at her grandfather's slightly fluttering eyelashes and her heart filled with great joy. Wake up. Grandpa Qin stretched out his thumb and pressed heavily on the acupoint on old man Yang's brow. Sure enough, old man Yang then opened his eyes. I am. Grandpa. Yan Mingyu wept with joy. See, it's still our Chinese medicine that works. Yes, Chinese medicine is the eternal god. We can't return empty-handed after entering the treasure mountain. We must learn more from Grandpa Qin. The members of the medical team, too, were thrilled. So many of their medical experts were at their wits' end. But a barefoot doctor from a small mountain village cured the old man. It's nothing short of a miracle. Phew, then everyone get out first and let the girls and grandchildren talk. Grandpa Qin exhaled and said, okay, let's all get out. Grandpa. However, Grandpa Qin's body swayed, and if it wasn't for Jinyu's support, he would have collapsed on the ground. I'm fine. Grandpa Qin waved his hand, and the group of people took the door and walked out. House. Old man Yang surveyed his surroundings and looked at his granddaughter. Mingyu, where is this? Grandpa. This is my bodyguard. Jinyu's old family. His grandfather is a very powerful old Chinese doctor. At that time, the people at Haikang Hospital were all out of ideas, so we brought you here to try. Yan Mingyu said. Oh, so it was Jinyu's grandfather that saved my life? Old man Yang looked a bit moved and torn. Should I tell my granddaughter that her bodyguard is, in fact, the husband to whom she is flash married or not? Grandpa, is there something you want to say? Yan Mingyu took the initiative to ask when she saw that the old man wanted to speak. Actually, the old man gulped, mulling over the wording. Squeak. However, right at this moment, Jinyu pushed open the door with a bowl of medicinal soup. Master, drink your medicine. Oh, old man Yang nodded and finally said to Yan Mingyu, you haven't rested well in the past 2 days, right? Go rest for a while. I'm a bit tired. Drink the medicine and then sleep for a while. Yes, Grandpa. Yan Mingyu didn't think much about it, and closed the door and walked out. Jinyu, last time I asked you to marry, it was my youngest granddaughter. You have never been together. Are you not satisfied? Why don't I introduce this eldest granddaughter to you again? How about it? Old man Yang wanted to probe Jinyu's mouth. When the two young people received their license, Yan Mingyu was wearing makeup, and the old man must have known about this. Old man, you still want to fool me? Yang Shui and Yan Mingyu, aren't they the same person? Yu cried and laughed a little. This old coot. He really thinks he's stupid. You know all that? Old man Yang was a bit surprised. Only yesterday, Yu said truthfully. That's good. That's good. As for my granddaughter, her temper is a bit colder, and she doesn't have much of a womanly flavor. However, she is very affectionate, and as long as you can take her, she will absolutely die to live with you for the rest of her life. Old man Yang said with a nod of his head. I know, and I'll make sure she likes me for more than a marriage license. Yu did not have much experience in chasing women, but he also knew that a true relationship was between two lovers, and unlike his parents' generation, barely living together because of a marriage license will only end up as a tragedy. Ah, Yu, it's great that you can think this way. Old man Yang was filled with relief. Gramps, enough about me. Here, drink the medicine. After Yu helped old man Yang to half sit up, he fed the medicinal soup into his mouth one bite at a time. Turn around. Night. Old man Yang drank the medicine and slept for the afternoon, and his body has recovered. Not only can I get out of bed, but I can also play chess with Grandpa Chin. The members of the medical team, on the other hand, took the opportunity to study the medical practice notes that had gathered half of Grandpa Chin's life's work. When you don't understand something, you respectfully ask for advice like a schoolboy. Grandpa Chin had two minds, answered all the questions, and managed to kill old man Yang on the chessboard. It left the crowd in awe once again. Let's go for a walk. Seeing that everyone was busy with their own business, and only himself and Yen Mingyu were fine, Yu said softly to her. Aha! Yen Mingyu got up and walked out of the house with Yu. The moon is full tonight. To the remote mountain village, covered with a light white veil. Only, the two of them didn't go far before a figure with a flashlight hurriedly walked over. Xiao Yu, something's wrong. Your youngest son in trouble? Yu looked at Chen Yulan and asked with a frown. Yes, he beat up someone's boss and was arrested by the police station. The boss put out the word that he wants to waste Xiao Hua. Xiao Yu, mom begs you, help your brother. Chen Yulan grabbed Yu's sleeve and begged. Road, I can help him once. Can I help him forever? You guys spoiled him, didn't you? If you don't let him learn a lesson, he'll suffer in the future. Yu said without any good humor. Coco, he is my son after all. Chen Yulan said weakly. I can't help you guys. Go back. They're all adults. Everyone has to pay for their own behavior. Yu said expressionlessly. Xiao Yu, mom knows. It's mom who's sorry for you. It's mom's fault. You've been in the military. You've spent time in the big city. You must have friends, acquaintances. Help your brother, Chen Yulan said with tears in her eyes. You go back. I'll think of something. Yu still had a soft heart. After all, this person is his own mother. Ah, okay, Xiao Yu. Then I'll go back first and wait for news. Chen Yulan wiped her eyes, took the flashlight, and once again walked into the night. Only when Chen Yulan walked away did Yen Mingyu open her mouth and asked, You and your mother aren't very close? She divorced my dad when I was in my teens, started a new family, and didn't care much for me all these years. Now when there's trouble, she thinks of me, Yu said sullenly. So you promised to help, so you'd better go and see what's going on, right? Yen Mingyu saw that Yu had been wrinkling his brows and could tell that in his heart. He actually still cared about the mother-son relationship with Chen Yulan. Well, I'll take you back then. No, come along. I can't sleep when I go back. After Yen Mingyu finished speaking, she handed Yu a car key. I had someone drive 2 Land Rovers here. No problem to take the mountain road. Thanks. Yu does not want to care about the death of the brother, but do not want to see mother in front of his tears. Hey, let's just say it's payback. She gave her the gift of life. Yu comforted himself with this in his heart. Afterwards, he and Yen Mingyu came to the entrance of the village and got into a big Land Rover. After starting it up, it rattled toward town. This matter, if it wasn't completely resolved, after he returned to the East Sea, that boss would definitely still find trouble with his mother's family. En route, you can see the Four Seas Group's own construction team, working overtime to lay the tarmac. In order not to affect the normal travel of the villagers, they chose to pave a one-way lane first, wait until the entrance to the village, and then reverse the direction of the town to pave. Half an hour later, Yu drove the Land Rover to the town's police station. I didn't realize that the one on duty was one of Li Lu's cousins. He and Li Lu had been talking for 3 or 4 years, and had almost gotten married. So naturally, almost everyone on the Li family's side knew Yu. Ha ha, cousin's husband, haven't seen you for 2 years, driving a Land Rover. Cousin Li Lu saw Yu get down from the Land Rover and said with a smile, although Li Lu was married to someone else. But before that, he had always called Yu this way, and it was so smooth. My bosses. Yu shrugged his shoulders and then asked, what's his name? How, is here with you? Deng Xiaohao, I think, That little son of your mom's. Cousin Li Lu and Qin Yu were acquaintances and police officers in the town, so naturally he knew the relationship well. Well, what's his condition now? Qin Yu asked with a nod. It's not a big deal, but the one who was beaten is a boss in our county. I guess this Deng Xiaohao will have to suffer a bit, Cousin Li Lu said. So can you get in touch with that boss? I want to talk to him and get this over with. Qin Yu asked. People can be contacted, but this boss used to be a gangster. He especially loves face. And after being beaten up by Deng Xiaohao, do you think they can easily let up and let him go? Cousin Li Lu shook his head. Even he felt that this matter was not easy to solve. Squeak! Squeak! At that moment, a sound of brakes rang out outside the police station and several vans stopped one after another. Through the window of the car, you could see that it was filled with people. Cousin Li Lu glanced at the van in front of the police station and frowned. For your sake, I won't let Deng Xiaohao out. Otherwise, more than likely, he will be beaten half to death. Thanks. Qin Yu nodded his head. He then said to Yan Ningyu, stay here, I'll go out and take a look. Cousin, there are many of them, so stay here with me. As crazy as they are, they wouldn't dare to enter the police station and beat people up. Cousin Li Lu said hastily. It's okay, I know in my heart. Qin Yu patted Li Lu's cousin's arm. This matter always has to be resolved. After avoiding the first day of the year, he can't avoid the 15th day of the year. Once he returned to the East Sea, I was afraid that his mother's family would be even more troublesome. Hey, you watch out. Cousin Li Lu sighed and waited for Qin Yu to walk away before looking at Yan Ningyu. You are my cousin's husbands. Oh, boss. Yan Ningyu faintly said. Then I'll get you a glass of water. Cousin Li Lu didn't ask anything more when he saw that Yan Ningyu was cold and didn't get along well. At this point, Qin Yu had arrived at the entrance of the police station. The van's windows were down. 3 cars, at least 24 punks. With a cigarette in his mouth, he looked askance at Qin Yu. Excuse me, is your boss in? I want to talk to him. Qin Yu said very politely. Who are you? A gangster sitting in the passenger seat looked Qin Yu up and down. I'm Deng Xiaohao's brother. I'm here to settle this matter. Qin Yu could only say so, even if he didn't want to admit it anymore. Half of Deng Xiaohao's bloodline in his body was the same as his own. Oh, our boss is in the hospital. If you want to talk to him, go to the county hospital and find him. The asshole said, dangling. If I'm right, your boss must be in town, right? Qin Yu said with certainty. If Deng Xiaohao really beat the other party to serious injury, I'm afraid that there is no chance to enter the police station. But this boss called someone to waste. That's your guess. The asshole was non-committal. Call him. Qin Yu looked at the asshole and said, who the hell are you? I'll fight if you tell me to. Grass. The asshole cursed. Hey, what do you want? Only. The asshole soon became nonchalant, because Qin Yu grabbed the door of the van, his arm veins rippling, and yanked violently. Bang! Hard. Yanking down the van door. Crap! The group of assholes stared wide-eyed and swallowed hard. Even though the van was old and decrepit and about to fall apart, it wasn't like you could just yank the door off with both hands. This man's strength is horrible, isn't it? Now, can you call your boss? Qin Yu faintly looked at the asshole and asked. I'll hit it right away. The asshole also stopped talking nonsense and fished out his cell phone and dialed a number. Boss, Deng Xiaohao's brother wants to see you. He's very powerful. Not knowing what was said on the other end of the phone, the asshole put down his cell phone with a hum and said to Qin Yu, boss, come over right away. Then I'll wait. Qin Yu nodded. Maybe 10 minutes or so later, a BMW 5 Series drove up. A car of this class may only be considered a streetcar in the East China Sea, but it's in a town like this, an absolute symbol of status and position. As the car door opened, a middle-aged man in a suit, in his 40s, walked down, sweeping the car door on the ground before he nonchalantly went. What's the matter, man? You're a good fighter? No, I didn't mean to make a move. I'm just asking how can I fix this? Qin Yu shook his head and said, oh, it's quite a solution. Whichever hand your brother hit me with, break it. It's that simple. The middle-aged man leaned against the front of the BMW and said in a grim tone, what about the payout? Qin Yu himself has no money, but the beautiful boss has his own opening to borrow words. Hundreds of thousands should not be a problem. You're rich? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. No money, a working man, but I really want to get this over with. Qin Yu said, then you should stay out of it. This is something that can't be solved with money. What I want is face. Understand? The middle-aged man slapped his face and said, $300,000. That's my limit. Qin Yu said with a frown. Almost. A year's worth of one's own salary had gone into it. I said, labor don't want money. Don't want money. You're a fucking asshole. The middle-aged man yelled. What I want is face. A little than a cub dares to beat me. If I don't waste him, how can I mix in the future? Kong Yon, what's all the yelling about? Being louder than your voice? At that moment, Cousin Li Lu walked out slowly. Officer Li, you don't want to meddle in this too, do you? The middle-aged man said with some irritation. Kong Yon, give me face. He is Deng Xiaohao's elder brother and my cousin's husband. What do you think? Cousin Li Lu looked at the middle-aged man and asked. Sorry, Officer Li, I can't give this face. I've greeted Director Wang there, so don't get involved in this mess. The middle-aged man said faintly. Cousin Li Lu has some headaches. The other party has moved the director of the county. He is really not good to force his way out. Tap tap. At that moment, there were footsteps again. Yan Mingyu walked out while talking on the phone. WOJ. The group of punks immediately stared at Yan Mingyu with wide eyes. Unblinking. This woman is too pretty, isn't she? At their level, it would be nice to have access to beautiful women with 70 to 80% face value. Where can you get in touch with a top rich white beauty like Yan Mingyu, who combines face value, temperament, and wealth? Alright, Qin Yu. This matter is settled. Yan Mingyu put down her cell phone and looked at Qin Yu and said, Ha? Qin Yu was flabbergasted. The beautiful boss made a move? What do you mean? Beautiful? The middle-aged man also showed a disgruntled expression. What do you mean things are settled? How come he, the person in question, doesn't know? You should be getting a call soon. As if to verify Yan Mingyu's words, the middle-aged man's cell phone, in the next second, rang. After glancing at the number, his expression immediately became much more respectful, and after connecting the phone, he kept nodding his head. Yes, I will do as I am told. When the call was over, the middle-aged man looked at Qin Yu and Yan Mingyu differently, with a pleasing smile on his face. I'm sorry, I was blind to the fact. In this case, I will go up to Chen Yulan's house tomorrow to make amends. In addition, occupying her family's fields, I should also compensate as much as I can. You two see, is there anything else you want? That Deng Xiaohao thing? Qin Yu was a bit uncomfortable with the middle-aged man's change of attitude. Ha ha, young people, a moment of impulse can be forgiven, the middle-aged man said with a smirk. Phew, that's good. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. One word can't help but pop into my head, descending blow. What ordinary people, with all their efforts, couldn't manage. Yan Mingyu took care of with a single phone call. It's called a descending blow. Day 2. Yan Mingyu was ready to return to the East Sea. Grandpa's body had pretty much recovered. She had no worries and had to go back and continue the fight with Lu Nanyan. Originally, her initial plan was to receive Qin Yu's grandfather to Donghai as well, providing a villa in the suburbs and the best treatment as his personal physician. However, it was old man Yang who opposed the proposal. He had his eye on this small village with beautiful scenery and planned to live there for a year and a half. On the one hand, he could recuperate, and on the other hand, he could keep company with Qin Yu's grandfather, and climb down the mountain and play chess when he had nothing to do. Yan Mingyu thought that this was not bad. Anyway, the asphalt road was being paved, and it would be convenient to visit her grandfather in the future. Afterwards, Qin Yu, Yan Mingyu, and the medical team arrived at the village entrance. Just as he was about to get into his car, a motorcycle drove by from a distance. Stao Yu, big brother, the two men on the motorcycle, shouted, Mr. Yan, I'll have a word with them and then leave. Qin Yu said to Yan Mingyu. Aha! Yan Mingyu nodded and got into the Land Rover first. Hey, big brother, thank you, for solving the matter of our family. After Deng Xiaohao parked his motorcycle, he said to Qin Yu with a smile, thank my boss. She fixed it. Qin Yu inclined his head. Hey, thanks beautiful boss. Deng Xiaohao nodded his head and said, Stao Yu, take this with you. Earth eggs. You can't buy them in big cities. This time, thanks to your boss. In the future you must work well and repay your boss. Chen Yulan was holding a cloth bag. Bulging. Forget it, it's a bad way out. It'd be a shame to shake it up. Qin Yu looked at his mother, her aged face, and a trace of sourness welled up in his heart. Take it. It's not for you, it's for your boss. Chen Yulan took the cloth bag and forced it to Qin Yu. Hey, big brother, there's a hen. Deng Xiaohao, again from the motorcycle, took down a hen tied up with grass ropes and stuffed it to Qin Yu. It's also for your boss. Qin Yu twisted his head and glanced at Yan Mingyu. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he nodded. Alright, then we are ready to go. In the future, don't be so impulsive in doing things. After saying that, Qin Yu opened the Land Rover's trunk and put the eggs and hens inside. Sayu, when will you be back next? Chen Yulan asked with red eyes. Come back when you can. Qin Yu twisted his head, and his eyes were a bit glazed over. If you have a daughter-in-law, bring her back and show her to mom. Chen Yulan wiped her eyes and said, "Okay, Mom." Chen Yu finally, after an interval of more than a decade, shouted out this heavy word. "Hey, Stao Yu." Chen Yulan couldn't help it and hugged her son tightly. Perhaps there have been misunderstandings between mother and son, but the bond of blood is thicker than water and does not fade with time. Hey, big brother. Deng Xiaohao scratched his head and bear hugged Chen Yu as well. You're not young anymore. Have time to learn a skill. Get down to earning a living. Don't let mom worry about you anymore. Chen Yu patted Deng Xiaohao on the shoulder. Got it, big brother. Deng Xiaohao nodded. Well, I'm off. Chen Yu turned around and got into the Land Rover. Stao Yu, slow down on the road. Chen Yulan waved her hand. Her eyes filled with reluctance. En route. Yan Mingyu had been resting her eyes with her eyes closed, and it was only after she got on the highway that she coldly opened her mouth and said, "That policeman last night, he called you his cousin's husband? Your wife is also from your hometown?" Chen Yu twisted his head to look at Yan Mingyu and said in his heart, "My wife, isn't that you?" However, the words that came out of his mouth were, "Li Tao is my ex-girlfriend's cousin, and after being together for several years, I always thought I would get married, so Li Tao called me that. However, eventually she married someone else. Ex-girlfriends, wives, you have quite an emotional history." Yan Mingyu's vermilion lips hooked a bit and said somewhat playfully, "I spent years with my ex-girlfriend, but nothing ever happened." Chen Yu explained. "Meh, what's it got to do with me?" Yan Mingyu twisted her head and looked out the window. Chen Yu was a bit speechless. "Wasn't it your old man who threw out this topic?" Noon. The group returned to Donghai City. After having a working lunch at the company, Yan Mingyu asked Young Min to inform the company's senior management of the meeting. By the way, at the meeting, it was announced that due to Chen Yu's serious work and outstanding performance, he was upgraded to special assistant to the president for security. Don't underestimate the difference between a security assistant and a special security assistant. It's just one word, status and salary, but it's a world of difference. It meant that Chen Yu had also stepped into the level of a senior white-collar worker who earned $1 million a year. After the meeting was adjourned, Chen Yu followed Yan Mingyu back to his office with a doggy-style smile on his face. "Thank you, Mr. Yan, for the promotion. I never shortchange anyone who contributes to the company." Yan Mingyu walked into the office, took out a bank card from the drawer and handed it to Chen Yu. "There's $1 million in there. Go put a down payment on a better house." "Ha? Now?" Chen Yu was truly moved. Of course, in his heart, he also understood why Yan Mingyu was promoting himself and giving money. It was because he, together with his grandfather, had saved old man Yang. It was a disguised form of payback for her. "Give you a day off and get some rest. Get out." Yan Mingyu finished and waved her hand. "Good, Mr. Yan. My phone is on 24 hours a day. If you need me, just call." Chen Yu nodded and walked out of the office with his bank card. Coming outside onto the street, he dialed his sister's number on a private number. "Violet, how's it going?" "It's pretty good, brother. The company informed me that I can officially fly next week," Shen Weier said with a cheerful voice. "That's good. Here's the deal. Take your ID, front and back, and send it to me." Shen Yu spoke of business. "Brother, what do you want my ID photo for?" Shen Weier asked in disbelief. "Just leave it alone and send it to me." Shen Yu intends, with this $1 million down payment for a house, but write his sister's name. It doesn't matter if you can settle in a big city yourself. Your sister definitely needs to have a house of her own, and it will be easier to talk to someone in the future. "Okay, I'll send it to you right away then," Shen Weier said. Soon, Shen Yu received a photo of the ID card from his sister on WeChat, and looked for a stationery store to copy it. It was only then, on his cell phone, that he looked for recently opened properties in Tokai. Basically, the average price is around $20,000. To buy 100 square feet, it costs $2 million. Good thing their wages have gone up, otherwise even with this $1 million, but really do not dare to go to the down payment. Every month's loan can be crushed to death. "Well, let's go with this property, Tongwei Xiangdu, which contains the name of my sister." Shen Yu stopped a cab and in no time, he arrived at the sales department. Just as he got out of the car, a woman with sunglasses and long, flowing hair walked out. When she passed by Chen Yu, she was stunned before shouting, "Chen Yu? Li Lu?" Chen Yu stopped in his tracks, looking at Li Lu's snow-white face, which had hidden traces of black and blue. He couldn't help but ask, "Who hit you?" "Ah, me." Li Lu lowered her head, looking a little flustered. "Isn't it the one surnamed Chao?" Chen Yu pursued. "That scumbag is married to Li Lu and still goes to nightclubs to look for flowers. So it's not surprising that he did something about domestic violence, even if he and Li Lu did not have that relationship. But after all, they were also hometowns, and when she was bullied, You definitely wanted to know why. Aha. Li Lu finally nodded. Son of a bitch. Hit him too lightly that night. Yu clenched his fists in anger. In his life, he despised two kinds of men. Those who bullied the weak and those who bullied women. Yu. Go sit over there. Li Lu pursed her lips and turned toward the garden next to the sales department. There are sun umbrellas and tables and stools for people who come to buy houses to take a break when they are tired of shopping. Yu looked at Li Lu's slim back. His heart was not in a good mood. If she had stayed with him until now and become his wife, she would have been held and pampered, much less beaten. Surname Chow. You wait. Yu. I might be getting a divorce. When Li Lu sat down, she took off her sunglasses and her eyes were also ebony and even bloodshot. Your husband has another woman? Yu asked in a deep voice. Well, he and Junior both showed me their cards and gave me the house they got married in. Li Lu nodded. You didn't agree. So he beat you? Yu asked with some anger. But I figured out now that instead of keeping a man who doesn't love you, I'd rather take this house, turn it into cash, and live the life I want in a different city, Li Lu said. She was acquainted with the supervisor of the sales department, and she had come here today to entrust him with the task of getting rid of her house. Also, the first time he beat me up was the time you met him at Paradise nightclub. Plus there were some business problems later. He often got drunk and made a move without saying two words, and said that I was a spoilsport and a grudge against him, and that's what made his business go bad. Li Lu slightly lowered her head and added with a gloomy expression. If I'd known that, I should have twisted his arm that night. Yu coldly grunted. Hey, actually I know that he likes to dabble in the womanizer, but the two are married. I can only endure. Just did not expect my forbearance in exchange for his intensification. Li Lu sighed and said quietly. It's good to be divorced. You're in such a good condition that you're not afraid of not being able to find a suitable one. Yu comforted Li Lu. Thanks. Li Lu glanced at Yu with very complicated eyes. There was a small moment of silence before she asked. How are you doing now? Talked about your girlfriend yet? There's a wife. In front of Yu's eyes, he could not help but see Yan Mingyu's woe is me, high-cooled and moving face. Ha? Li Lu was obviously a bit surprised. You're all married? Over a year. Yu said truthfully. Oh. Li Lu lowered her head again and bit her lip. So what does she do? Are you guys close? Company executives. Not a bad relationship. Yu nodded. Only, when saying this, the bottom was a bit lacking. He himself knew that the relationship with the beautiful boss could be. The problem is she doesn't know. No matter how you look at it, the beautiful boss doesn't look like the kind of woman who is easy to handle. Headache. Then congratulations. By the way, are you here to buy a house? Li Lu finished with a few moments of bitterness and asked again. Well, buying for my sister. I've been doing well lately, and my boss gave me a bonus. So I'm going to buy a suite for Violet first. Yu said with a flourish. Your boss is so good to you. Li Lu some heartfelt for Yu feel happy. In the East China Sea finally mixed a little fame. At least have money to buy a house. That. Let's save the phone number WeChat. Do you still have it? Li Lu asked with a somewhat unnatural look. There was still some guilt in his heart for betraying Yu. My number hasn't been changed. And I haven't deleted your WeChat. You're the one who disappeared from my world. Regarding this relationship between himself and Li Lu, Yu was still more or less a bit nagging in his heart. The hardest thing for a man to forget is his first love. The hardest thing for a woman to forget is her first night. Yu. I'm sorry, Li Lu said with guilt in her eyes. It's okay, I put it down a long time ago. Say your number. I'll call. Yu said frankly. My number is 179XXXX. Li Lu said her phone number and Yu quickly called. After saving it, he reswept Yu's WeChat, and the two added it as a friend. Let me show you the house then. The supervisor here and I are friends, so I should be able to give some discounts, Li Lu said as she stood up after putting her cell phone in her bag. Okay, thanks, Yu said politely. One is already short of money, so a little saving is a little saving. Ha, Li Lu smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that only she herself understood the meaning of this. A pair of mountainous lovers who ended up being so rusty. Subsequently, the two of them walked into the sales department together, and after greeting a supervisor in a suit, Li Lu introduced him to Yu. The other party was also quick. As long as Yu could sign today, he would discount 5 percentage points, a whole $100,000. After handing over his sister's information to the supervisor, Yu used his bank card to swipe $1 million. After walking through the loan process down, it was already evening. Why don't you just grab a bite to eat? After leaving the sales department, Li Lu took the initiative and said, Good, Suzaku. Yu was just about to agree when his work cell phone rang. It was Yan Mingyu calling. Mr. Yan. Yu picked up the phone. Come to my house for dinner. Yen Mingyu hung up the phone after she finished speaking. This was her usual style. Dry. Never dragging her feet. Excuse me Lilu. I have to go to my boss's house. If he and Yen Mingyu were just a simple boss-employee relationship, perhaps Qin Yu would return a phone call to politely decline. But she was his wife, and if he was asked to go to dinner, he had to go. Your boss, a woman? When Qin Yu answered the phone, Li Lu was by his side and could hear that it was a woman's voice. Aha! Qin Yu nodded. Another bonus and dinner. Your boss is so nice to you. Li Lu's tone was a bit inexplicably sour. She's always been pretty good to me. Let's have dinner together next time then. I'll leave first. Qin Yu finished speaking and walked towards a cab on the side of the road. Not much longer. Qin Yu then arrived at the entrance of the Shangzheng mansion, and he was already a familiar face on the security guard side. Had him briefly check in and let him in. Arriving at the door of Yen Mingyu's detached villa, he pressed the doorbell. After waiting patiently for a small while, there was a nanny in her 50s, who came over and opened the door. Thanks. Qin Yu followed the nanny to the lobby and saw Arigato Lu Xiaoxiao. Mock and, coming? Lu Xiaoxia smiled and took the initiative to greet him. Hello MS. Willow. Qin Yu finished and glanced up and down. Where is Mr. Yen? Taking care of business upstairs. There's still a while before dinner, so why don't we play a game? Lu Xiaoxia blinked her seductive peach blossom eyes. What game? Qin Yu was flabbergasted. What kind of game could one play with a big and thick old man like himself, and a sexy and enchanting big beauty like Lu Xiaoxia? Playing poker? LOL. Expression management. You win if you take a sip of water and then I say one more thing and you can hold it in without spraying. And then, in turn, I do the same. I heard that you can get hurt and wash your wounds with alcohol without changing your face, so I wanted to challenge you. Lu Xiaoxia tilted her collagen-filled foxy face and said with a smile. Oh, yes. Qin Yu nodded. Then you drink the water first. Willow pointed to the wall-mounted drinking fountain. Yes. Qin Yu received half a cup in a cup and took a big sip. Then he walked over to Lu Xiaoxiao and nodded, meaning that he could start. This person of mine, although I don't have a high diploma, when I open my mouth, I just make people feel comfortable. Lu Xiaoxia's sentence, at first glance, didn't sound like it had much to laugh about. However, after she finished speaking, her small tongue moved a few times in her mouth. From the outside, it looked like there was something in her mouth, poking at her oral cavity. Put, a dainty big beautiful girl doing this kind of action. As an old beginner male Qin Yu, where can he hold back? Directly sprayed. LOL. Lu Xiaoxiao laughed and fluttered, paralyzed on the sofa and pointed at Qin Yu. Your expression management is not on point either. Then you do it. Qin Yu said breathlessly. Just come. Lu Xiaoxia also did not show weakness, picked up the cup on the coffee table and took a big gulp. However, maybe she drank too much. Some water dripped onto her clothes. Then I'll go. Wipe yourself. Qin Yu spoke with an expressionless face. Put. Lu Xiaoxia never dreamed that the wooden-looking Qin Yu would be so good at driving. It broke in a second and all the water in his mouth spewed out. Gee, go on, go on. Fun. Lu Xiaoxia clapped her hands and said with excitement. Oh. Qin Yu took the rest of the water in the cup and drank it into his mouth, looking at Lu Xiaoxiao and waiting for her to make a move. I'm awesome and beautiful. When Lu Xiaoxia said it, she deliberately paused, slightly, on a certain word, but couldn't pick a fault. She was wearing, today, white skinny jeans, plump thighs, and a flat belly, created an area that was a tempting sight to behold. As she finished her sentence, Qin Yu's gaze, involuntarily, swept a glance. Ahem. Qin Yu almost didn't die from choking on the water in his mouth. Ha ha ha. Once again, Willow rolled on the couch with joy. Demon. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't know which old pervert had invented jeans, tight and rounded curves, looking at the heart of the deer. Still coming? Qin Yu skimmed his lips and asked. Come on, why don't you come? Lu Xiaoxia gathered her somewhat disheveled hair before taking a large gulp of water in her mouth. The man has finished one cigarette and the woman is still smoking. Qin Yu also spoke without pause. Aha. Put. Lu Xiaoxia understood in a second, but she pursed her small lips tightly, wanting to win Qin Yu around anyhow. The shoulders kept shrugging, holding it in very hard. In the end, it's still. All the water in his mouth sprayed out and spilled on Qin Yu's face. Qin Yu's big hand wiped a handful of water on his face. Fortunately the other party was a beautiful woman, or else he would have to die of nausea. Muttering, could it be that this is the legendary imported water? Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaoxiao was amused by Qin Yu, laughing unimaginatively, somewhere raging and undulating. Looking at Qin Yu's heart jumped. It will not pop out, right? Then, sardonically, he turned around. I'll go wash my face. He had been to Yen Mingyu's villa before and knew where the bathroom was. By the time he came out, Yan Mingyu had already gone downstairs, wearing a set of black casual clothes, his long black hair softly draped over his shoulders. Sitting on the sofa, he whispered something to Lu Xiaoxia, one high-flying, one sultry, like two blooming flowers with very different styles. Mr. Yen, Qin Yu snorted. Well, we're having ground eggs tonight, so I asked you to come over. Yan Mingyu glanced at Qin Yu and said, thanks. What about the hen? Did you stew it? Qin Yu nodded and then asked, why do you need to stew it? Wouldn't it be nice to keep it in the backyard and eat fresh eggs every day? Yan Mingyu was running a company, so her vision was really longer than the average person. Oh, then it would be better to buy another rooster. And the eggs that are laid later on will hatch chicks, and then when they are raised, the rooster will eat them, and the hen will keep them, and it will be good to have the very first rooster anyway. Qin Yu was telling the truth. In the countryside, very few people keep a large flock of roosters, usually a mix of a few hens and a rooster. That's human thinking. Yan Mingyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Qin Yu was flabbergasted. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with his words. Did there? Miss, it's time to eat. At that moment, the babysitter in the kitchen came out and said, well, eat. Yan Mingyu stood up and said. The three then made their way to the dining room. The earth eggs that Chun Yulan took were made into an egg custard by the nanny, along with tea eggs and some of her specialty dishes. Mrs. Wu, there's chili oil, right? Make a dip for Qin Yu. Yan Mingyu's taste, which was more on the lighter side, coupled with having lived in Sioux City for 7 or 8 years, a few dishes still had a bit of sweetness to them. Knowing that Qin Yu was not accustomed to eating, he asked the nanny to make a bowl of dipping water. No, Mrs. Wu, the taste of the food is good enough. Qin Yu waved his hand. It was true that he didn't really like light and sweet meals, but Yan Mingyu was his wife, and the two of them were going to live for the rest of their lives. If you don't learn how to eat now, when the two of you are together, you will clash in your eating habits in the first place. Ha! Lu Xiaoxiao's pair of peach blossom eyes looked at Qin Yu and then Yan Mingyu, as if she had discovered something. You guys are having an affair. Qin Yu blinked. Was he acting so obvious? What are you babbling about? Yan Mingyu glared at her best friend. I'll eat the food. Lu Xiaoxia scrunched her neck, also realizing that her words just now were a bit too much. One is worth tens of billions of dollars of the top of the rich white beauty. One is ordinary small bodyguard. How can the two between them? After dinner, Yan Mingyu asked Qin Yu to drive her car, and the three of them, together, sent Lu Xiaoxiao home. On the way back, Qin Yu's private WeChat rang with a video request, because he was resting in the afternoon. His private number and WeChat were open, preparing for the evening, chatting with his sister for a while about the house. It's after hours. You can answer the phone. Yan Mingyu in the passenger seat said faintly. Or else make it sound like you're a harsh, blood-sucking capitalist of all evil. Well, I'll pull over for a while then. Qin Yu touched his cell phone and it was a video request from his sister. After connecting, the cell phone screen appeared. Qin Weier's picturesque, fresh and elegant face. You bought me a house? Qin Weier asked as she opened the door. Aha! Yan Mingyu was right next to her, so Qin Yu couldn't say that much to his sister. However, Yan Mingyu's afterglow skimmed Qin Yu's cell phone screen. Judging from Qin Weier's hairstyle, it was the same girl who had cuddled with Qin Yu at the musical fountain last time. I thought that it was just a better figure, but I didn't realize that it also looked so pure and attractive. No wonder Qin Yu was so generous, spending an entire $1 million on her. How this car has such a luxurious interior. You're driving for the boss. Ha! Of course Qin Weier knew that Big Brother was working as a driver and bodyguard for a beautiful boss. Aha! Qin Yu still nodded. Yan Mingyu's day-to-day business. Time is so precious. One can't just blah 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 and talk to his sister all the time to waste people's time. Oh, I'll call later then. Qin Weier spat out her tongue and hung up the video knowingly. Excuse me, Mr. Yan. Qin Yu put down his cell phone before continuing to drive. Yan Mingyu's face was expressionless as she looked out of the window, seemingly not hearing Qin Yu's words. Qin Yu was also not good at taking the initiative to find a topic, and silently drove her to the Shangzheng mansion, parked the car, took a cab, and went back to the townhouse. After taking a shower, I video chatted with my sister for a while and told her to just go to work, that she was now getting a raise in her salary, and that her base salary was 80,000 a month. A 7K plus mortgage is totally affordable. Qin Weier was also happy to hear that her own big brother had finally mixed it up. Boss, tomorrow you're off in the morning. Still? Su Pang, who had taken a bath and was wearing big pants, sat on his butt beside Qin Yu and asked, I think I'm off. My boss said to give me a day off before I take the afternoon off. Why? Something wrong? Qin Yu twisted his head and asked. Well, An acquaintance introduced a girl and asked me to go on a blind date. I'm a bit nervous. If you're free, accompany me. Su Peng's expression was slightly grave. Nervous? It's not like you've never had a girlfriend. Why are you nervous? Qin Yu asked curiously. The girlfriends you talk about outside are just for fun, and you don't have to be responsible for them. Dating this kind of, once you hit it, it's a lifelong thing. I'm a bit torn. I feel like I haven't had enough fun yet, and I don't want to get married so early. However, I'm afraid that if I miss a good girl, I won't be able to meet one in the future. Su Peng scratched his head and said, okay, I'll go with you. Qin Yu is a rookie when it comes to relationships, and kind of can't understand Su Peng's current mood, but thinking that tomorrow morning is nothing anyway, so he will accompany this only brother to go on a blind date. It's kind of interesting to say the least, because I've never been on a blind date myself and I don't know what that kind of scene is like. Day 2. Su Peng dressed himself up properly and looked presentable, and went out with Qin Yu and stopped a cab. Meet at the place where the girl rents a house, because the acquaintance said. The girl called him, last night overtime to stay up late. The morning will sleep a little lazy. Gave an address. Let Su Peng own past is. Not long after, Su Peng and Qin Yu walked into an apartment building. Arriving at the door of his blind date's room, he rang the doorbell for a while before the sound of stomping slippers came. Then, the door was opened a crack, revealing a still pretty, but obviously sleepy face that looked at Su Peng suspiciously. Who are you? That. An acquaintance introduced me. Maybe it was the first time he was on a blind date. Su Peng was actually a little incoherent. Oh, an acquaintance referred you? If it's 500 for 2 people, 1500. The girl in the doorway said subconsciously after skimming Qin Yu. What? Su Peng's eyes widened. There. Point of no response. What's 500? What's 1500? What does that mean? It's all the same price. Come in if you want to play. My blind date is coming later. The girl pushed the door open a bit and urged. I'm your blind date, Su Peng said with some annoyance. He'd be a real pig if he couldn't react to the girl's meaning at this point. Oh, sorry, sleep lost. The girl was also a bit embarrassed and scratched her head before saying, for a blind date, my conditions are a set of house in the county, a car around 100,000 yuan, and another bride price of 300,000 yuan. How about trying the first? 500? Su Peng saw that the other party was quite pretty and was quite a bit moved. Get out. Bang. The girl's eyes glazed over and she simply closed the door. On the way back, Su Peng collapsed his shoulders with a hurt look. After consoling him for a few moments, Qin Yu asked, a few days ago, didn't you have a girlfriend? What are you worried about? If you really can't marry her, oops, broke up. Her ex-boyfriend was a black man, Su Peng said with a depressed face. Qin Yu didn't know what to say. Boss, please do me a favor. I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow. Why don't you cover my shift for a day? You've run a takeaway before, and you're familiar with the route. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep my full attendance this month, and I'll have to deduct 3 days' salary. Su Peng looked at Qin Yu and said weakly. I'll give you news tonight and go to the office this afternoon to see if the boss can give leave. Qin Yu said after thinking about it. Good. I'm hungry too. Let's go. I'll treat you to a jerk. Su Peng pulled Qin Yu and walked into a skewer store. Afternoon. Qin Yu went to work at the company and took a day off in the meantime. Yan Mingyu agreed without asking anything more. When he left the office, Qin Yu had a feeling that this beautiful boss seemed to be cold and detached from himself. I wonder if it's an illusion. Qin Yu shook his head. No one could figure out the mind of the beautiful boss. Day 2. Qin Yu put on Su Peng's takeout clothes, used his account, logged on to the takeout's order-taking platform, and started the day's top shift. Before that, having been a delivery man for almost half a year, I am still very familiar with the whole workflow. The day went by with basically no problems. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening, and Qin Yu was ready to run for another 2 hours before leaving work. That's when his cell phone rang, an unfamiliar number calling in. Hello? Qin Yu looked at the number for a few moments before picking up the phone. Qin Yu, you come to the front gate of the company as fast as you can. On the phone was a man's anxious voice. Who are you? What happened to the company? Qin Yu asked in a confused manner. Don't you care who I am? Be quick. Something may have happened to Mr. Yen. The other said sharply. Okay, I'll be right over. As soon as Qin Yu heard that it was related to Yan Mingyu, he did not ask any more questions, and once he parked the small trolley to the side of the road, he stopped a cab and sat in it. When he rushed to the entrance of the company, a middle-aged man in a black shirt was squatting in front of a Land Rover, snorting and smoking a cigarette. 2 thick eyebrows, however, were twisted tightly together. Ha, you're not. Qin Yu recognized the other party. It was the chauffeur that Yen Mingyu had called the night he taught Ichiro Sato a lesson in drank. "I'm the old man's man. This is for you. Make sure you find Mr. Yen. I can't leave. I have to stand guard at the company." The middle-aged man slipped an instrument with a display screen to Chinyu in Chifyan's necklace. There is a positioning system. Once a red dot appears on the screen, it means that Mr. Yen is nearby. Okay, I get it. Chinyu's heart also tightened up, not expecting that he had not been by Yen Mingyu's side for only one day and something had happened to her. At this point, a ship terminal in the East China Sea, a black SUV, with a squeak, pulled up in front of a warehouse building. Two men in black suits yanked Yen Mingyu, who had a towel stuffed in her mouth, out of the car and pushed her into the warehouse. It was all at this time. Yen Mingyu's face still had no extra expression other than coldness. It is evident how strong the heart of this beautiful president is. "Yo, my good daughter. What a shame it is that we'll be meeting this way tonight." In the warehouse, Lu Nanyan, who was dressed in a black professional outfit, looked at Yen Mingyu, who was pushed in, and the corner of his mouth hooked, revealing a teasing look. Yen Mingyu had a towel stuffed in her mouth and was not able to speak. Just a pair of eyes flashed with a cold luster, like knives falling on Lu Nanyan's face. "Remove the object from her mouth." Lu Nanyan inclined his head. Behind her, there was another large couch with the lanky Ichiro Sato, and a couple of lewd, ugly-looking men in baggy suits. If, for example, any otaku who regularly viewed island indoor romance movies were here, they would definitely recognize these lewd men. Surprisingly, he is a master of the art of acting, who is well known in the Eastern show business. Actually, there's no shortage of handsome men in the East, but why is it that the male leads of romantic action movies are, well, ugly? On the contrary, the heroine is good-looking and has a good body. To put it bluntly, it's really all about the main contrast: ugly men, beautiful women, and satisfying the nerdy hangers-on's desire for conquest. Of course, Yen Mingyu certainly wasn't in the habit of watching romantic action movies, and hadn't yet realized just how sinister Ichiro Sato and his men's intentions were. "Good daughter, for the sake of us once being family, I'll give you a chance to sign this equity transfer contract." Lu Nanyan reached out her hand and someone handed her a folder. After taking it, she walked over to Yen Mingyu and said, "I signed the papers and leave alive?" Yen Mingyu skimmed the folder and faintly asked, "Can't." Lu Nanyan shook his head. If she was the one who dominated this matter and took Yen Mingyu's equity, she should have let her off the hook. But now, the dominant power was in the hands of Ichiro Sato, who had also called in a few top-notch art performance masters. Once the film is made, I'm afraid that even if she lets Yen Mingyu go, she won't be able to survive on her own. But not daring to call the police, they end up either having a nervous breakdown or quietly committing suicide. It was evident how sinister Ichiro Sato's methods were, which could be completely described as killing without blood. "Oh, so why should I give you my stake if I'm going to die anyway?" Yen Mingyu asked back unhurriedly. "Oh, you will die easier if you give me the equity. If you don't give the equity, you will die a painful death. It's not like you don't know the tactics of these Easterners," Lu Nanyan said with a smirk. "I'll think about it." Yen Mingyu knew that the only way she could save herself was to stall for time. Many years ago, Grandpa had gotten a foreign high-tech company to put a locator system in her necklace. It was something that only Grandpa and himself knew about. If something goes wrong, Grandpa can send someone with a tracker and find himself. "Okay, think about it. It's a big night. There's no rush." Lu Nanyan tapped the folder and walked over to the table, picking up a glass of red wine and drinking it. "Stupid, haven't you, by any chance, heard the saying that the night is long?" Ichiro Sato stood up and scolded Ryu Nanyan. "She's feisty. You'd better not use force," Ryu Nanyan said as he shook his red wine glass and skimmed over Ichiro Sato. "Humph, she was tied up with her hands and feet. What else could she do? Bite her tongue to kill herself? That's all a lie on TV. Biting your tongue won't kill you at all," Ichiro Sato said with a face full of disdain. "This is China after all. I advise you, don't make things too big. Our goal is the Four Seas Group, not to kill people," Ryu Nanyan said with a frown. "It's not your turn to teach me how to do things." Ichiro Sato glared grimly at Ryu Nanyan and inclined his head. "Get ready." Hi! A couple of masters of the art on the couch, very skillfully stripped down to just a pair of large pants, then picked up a glass of water and took a sip of water and swallowed it after shoving a pill into their mouths. Not far away, there were a couple of very professional cameras set up. Even in Ichiro Sato's world, women with Yen Mingyu's face and temperament were rare. What a shame to just kill it. Why not make a production and save it for later viewing? Of course, the number one male lead is him. Slowly, he walked towards Yen Mingyu, his gaze roaming over her curvaceous figure. Skin is soft and supple. Ichiro Sato couldn't help but marvel. "Humph, forgetting the pain after a good injury. My bodyguards. They'll be here soon. If I really have an accident, you won't be as simple as being punched into a pig's head, Yan Mingyu said coldly. In fact, she was not sure if Qin Yu would come to her rescue. After all, he had taken the day off to rest. But in this situation right now, it would be good to move Qin Yu out to deter Sato Ichiro. Oh, your bodyguard's kung fu is indeed impressive. However, more ants can bite an elephant. Guess how many people I ambushed near the warehouse? I was afraid that he wouldn't come. Snap. Ichiro Sato finished and clapped his hands. At least a few dozen figures in black appeared in the darkness of the warehouse, only revealing themselves for a moment and then hiding in the darkness. Yan Mingyu's heart stuttered. With so many people on the other side, even if Qin Yu did come, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do well. What to do? Here, eat this first. It's not too late for us to have a good conversation before we talk about signing the contract. Ichiro Sato cupped Yan Mingyu's chin and forced a pill into her mouth. If you're going to kill me, give me a hard time, Yan Mingyu said angrily. She would rather die than be humiliated. If I tell you to die, you die. If I tell you to live, you live. The decision is mine. Ichiro Sato slowly unbuttoned his suit, revealing a solid body. This is our country of China. Aren't you afraid of our country when you act like this? Yan Mingyu gritted her silver teeth and questioned. I'm sorry, no one will know about this tonight. Ichiro Sato shrugged, then snapped his fingers. Untie her. Hi. A black-clothed man used a knife and cut the rope on Yan Mingyu's body. Perhaps it was because the last time she was in Sioux City, she had ingested a large amount of drugs in her body and had developed a certain amount of resistance. Therefore, tonight, after she was forced to swallow the drug, her body was vaguely parched, but she was able to suppress it with her will. Gritting her silver teeth, she looked deeply at Lu Nanyan. Don't you really have any humanity left? I'm your daughter. If, however, Ryu Nanyan was willing to block Sato Ichiro, he could at least help delay himself a little. I'm sorry, but you were born to your father and another woman. You're not related to me at all. Lu Nanyan spread his hands and said expressionlessly. So it is. In Yan Mingyu's eyes, there were a few more points of relief. Previously, and Lu Nanyan squarely, there was more or less some guilt and burden in his heart. After all, this woman was her own blood-thick mother. Even if she was a killjoy, she still couldn't be truly hard-hearted. Even, at one point in his heart, he wondered if it was right to fight his own mother to the death in order to hold on to the Four Seas group. Now, hearing Lu Nanyan personally admit that he did not have any blood relationship with her, in his heart, instantly, a feeling of relief surged up. At the same time, a doubt rose. Lu Nanyan is not related to herself by blood. So who is her real mother? Where are the people? Beauty, what are you still wishing for? No one can save you. It's better to be good and cooperate. Maybe, I can still give you a way out once I'm happy. Just as Yan Mingyu's mind was in a state of confusion and complexity, Ichiro Sato's evil voice rang in his ears. She had just showered at home when she was kidnapped and was still wearing her loose pajamas, but it's also hard to hide her proud curves. Under the effect of the medicinal properties, the absolutely beautiful face was even covered with red clouds. Even the clear eyes seemed to be overflowing with water. However, she favored biting her lips and tried her best to resist the heat wave. It made Sato Ichiro look at it and became even more desirous of conquest. To strip this woman naked and whip her until she cries. Whip her until she begs for mercy. You guys, don't you want the Four Seas group? I can give it to you, but the official seal is in my office, and it has to be stamped before it takes effect. Yan Mingyu clenched her silver teeth, her voice trembling a little. Willpower was like the white snow of Yangchun, constantly being dissolved under the kerosene-like medicinal properties. However, she still wanted to stall as long as she could. Never give up until the last moment. Her identity is not simple, and after being missing for so long, someone must have already found out. Why don't we seize the time and get the equity transfer agreement of the Four Seas group? Pretty women. China is full of them. She's not so bad. Lu Nanyan frowned and opened his mouth. It wasn't that she had a clear conscience. Her goal was originally the Four Seas group, not to kill Yan Mingyu. After all, she is also a native Chinese. Yan Mingyu really wants something to happen. The investigation. Even if they get the Four Seas group, they are still not the right name. Stupid. Can't you see that she's slowing down? What if when we get to the office, she says the official seal is at home again? Ichiro Sato blared at Ryu Nanyan and said impatiently, then you don't even want the Four Seas group for the sake of a pleasant moment? But don't forget the mission your family gave you. Lu Nanyan retorted. If she couldn't get the Four Seas group, wouldn't she have dug her heels in and expended so much effort for nothing? Humph. When I take the video, how dare she not hand over the Four Seas group? Ichiro Sato said in disbelief. Now, he wasn't sure what Yan Mingyu had in mind, so why not just keep it simple and brutal and shoot the video? and then use it as a threat to get Yan Mingyu to hand over the Four Seas group. He didn't believe that Chinese women, who had always been traditional and reserved, would really have the courage to burn with a stone, not caring about their face, letting that kind of video spreads. Then you can try touching me, and I guarantee you won't get a penny of equity. Yan Mingyu tilted her head and looked coldly at Sato Ichiro. She was betting that what they wanted most from Ichiro Sato was equity, not her as a person. Sato Ichiro also had a fierce look in his eyes, glaring fiercely at Yan Mingyu, as if he wanted to see through this woman and know what she was really thinking. It's a battle of momentum and a battle of mental prowess. Yan Mingyu slightly clenched her fists, her nails viciously piercing into her palms, using the stinging pain to maintain her waking sanity. At this point, a cab squealed to a halt on the road outside the warehouse. Qin Yu, who was holding the tracker, looked at the faint red dot on the display. Found it. The pretty boss must be around here somewhere. Master, keep driving, Qin Yu said excitedly. No, the front is a warehouse of a foreign company. We're not allowed to approach the cab. The cabbie shook his head. That's fine. I'll go over there myself. After sweeping the money, Qin Yu pushed open the car door and quickly ran in the direction of the warehouse. Stop. Just as they approached the warehouse door, there were two wolf-tailed youths walking out from the shadows. The order they received was to deal with Yan Mingyu's bodyguards. Qin Yu is covering the shift for Supine today, and is still wearing a yellow takeout suit, and he hasn't even taken off his helmet. Naturally, these two wolf-tailed youths, treating Qin Yu as a real takeout boy, said with a cold expression, "We don't have anyone here to order takeout. Maybe it's a call from someone inside? There's a mistake in the order. I'll check it." When Qin Yu saw the other party, thinking that he was a takeaway boy, he said as he walked towards the gate, "Then we'll call and ask." The two wolf-tailed youths weren't quite sure if the people inside had ordered takeout yet. Could it be that you're tired of playing inside and want some takeout to replenish your energy? Only, one of the wolf-tailed youths had just fumbled for his cell phone when Qin Yu pounced over like lightning. An elbow crashed into his neck while choking the other wolf-tailed youth so he couldn't make a sound. Finally, slamming the two men's heads together heavily, holding them up, he placed them on the floor before pushing the door open and walking in gently. The tracker in his pocket made a chirping sound. It showed that he was close to Yan Mingyu. What man? In the darkness, more men in black surged out, with a glint in their eyes. Their bodies were stout and robust, definitely not comparable to ordinary fighters. "Delivery man," Qin Yu said smoothly. The group of black-clad men flinched. "No, the man at the door didn't inform us." "Finish him," a black man reacted. Immediately, dozens of black-clothed men rushed towards Qin Yu, rubbing, brush stroke and painting. Qin Yu's eyelids jumped. Allowing him to deal with 7 or 8 people at the same time was definitely not a problem. "In front of me, there are dozens of them, and they're the well-trained kind. Mostly can't handle it on their own. Come on, this is it." Luckily, a woman's voice came from behind Qin Yu, dressed in a small leather jacket, jeans, and with a competent short hair. Lu Roro rushed in with her people. On the way, Qin Yu contacted Lu Rawan by phone and told her that her boss, most likely, had been kidnapped by Sato Ichiro. Lu Gently's purpose for coming to East China Sea was to investigate the matter of Ichiro Sato. Seeing him blatantly do the kidnapping thing, naturally, she would not stand by and let Qin Yu go to see the situation first, and she would arrive later with her people. "Shit, stop them for me." Ichiro Sato, who heard the commotion, took Yan Mingyu's arm and walked out of the warehouse. "Prepare to get on a boat from the pier and leave the East China Sea before you say anything." "Hi." Dozens of black-clothed men received orders and rushed towards Qin Yu and Lu Rawan like jackals. Under the attack of the medicinal properties, Yan Mingyu looked like she was drunk. Her body rolled hot and her face was full of redness. Sanity is also a little fuzzy, vaguely visible. A figure in a yellow takeout suit was fighting a group of men in black. How did he come to his own rescue? Yan Mingyu couldn't believe her eyes a little. This figure in yellow takeout clothes, also wearing a helmet, is almost exactly the same as the husband that he remembered seeing once on the day he got his license. It's just that the scene is so chaotic. Qin Yu was also wearing a heavy helmet for delivery, coupled with the fact that Yan Mingyu was in a daze in front of her eyes. She could never see the face of this figure wearing a yellow takeout suit. "Ichiro Sato, drop the hostages and surrender with your hands up. It's your only option." Lu tenderly felt out his gun from his back waist and aimed it at Ichiro Sato. "Seek death." Ichiro Sato gave Lu Rouge a somber look and inclined his head. Bang! Team leader Lu, watch out. There was a fire rising in the darkness. A youth behind Lu Rawan lunged towards her. Ichiro Sato had not only ambushed a large number of fighters, but also a few gunmen in the shadows. Just to be sure, if, tonight, Qin Yu had not notified Lu Rawan and barged in here alone, he would definitely die. Even kung fu masters are afraid of kitchen knives. not to mention sneak shots from hiding in the dark. Hiss! The youth who pounced on Lu Rowan had a bloody groove ripped out of his back by the bullet, and he sucked in a cool breath in pain. Give it back! Lu Ro raised her willow eyebrows and crept to the ground, shooting towards the gunman in the dark. Slam! The scene became more chaotic than ever with the ear-piercing sound of gunshots. Shoo away! There was another loud bang as an SUV crashed right through the side door. Sato-kun, get in! Humph! You can't catch me! Ichiro Sato sneered and took advantage of the chaos to drag Yen Mingyu right into the car and sped towards the pier. As long as you're on board, you're safe. In less than half an hour, they'll be on the open sea, and by then, even if the marine police are deployed, they won't be able to do anything about them. Instructor Lu, give me the car keys. Shinyu yanked the head of a black-clothed man and slammed his knee, dry humping the other party before looking at Lu Rowan and exclaiming, okay, you go after them, I'll take it from here. Lu Ro knew Qin Yu's ability and should be able to save Yen Mingyu. After throwing the car keys over, he fired his gun while fumbling for his cell phone and coldly said, Lu Gentle of the security section, send SWAT to Pier 9 for backup immediately. After all, this is the land of China, and the nature of the Easterners' kidnapping and shooting is already very bad. Almost the instant they received Lu Gentle's call, the special police in East China Sea took action. A riot police car, whistling, rushed toward this side of the pier. Instructor Lu, take care of yourself. Shinyu was relieved when he saw Lu Rowan call the SWAT team to come over for support, and after exhorting Lu Rowan, he quickly ran towards the warehouse door. Shoo away! Getting into the Audi SUV driven by Lu Wenling, Shinyu kicked the gas and chased after the car that Sato Ichiro had fled in. The depth of night. Quiet, again, is the dock for foreign companies. Barely a soul in sight. There were only two cars, one in front of the other, barreling down the road. 100 yards. 150 yards, 180 yards. Shinyu gripped the steering wheel tightly, with only the taillights of the SUV in front of him in his eyes, and the soles of his feet stepped on the gas pedal in a deadly manner. Take this Audi crossover to the max, because, it's not just his boss who's been kidnapped, it's his wife. As a husband, a man, how could he stand by and watch his wife taken and hurt? Sato-kun, there's a madman back there. Ichiro Sato's man, glancing at the reflector, said with a deep frown. He had already driven up to 120 yards, and the car behind him was getting surprisingly close to him, showing how fast the other party was going. Don't mind him, the ship has docked. We have to get on board before the East China Sea Special Police arrive, Ichiro Sato said with a black face. With all the commotion, Donghai's SWAT team must have been out in force. Hi! The hands continued to step on the gas, winding their way toward the freighter docked at the side of the pier. Creek. Half a minute later, the car Ichiro Sato was in had arrived at the pier. After his men parked the car, Ichiro Sato tugged on the nearly unconscious Yen Mingyu, jumped out of the car, and headed for the ladder that the freighter had lowered. Sato-kun, I'll stop him. With a swing of the steering wheel under his hand, the SUV turned around in place, blasting the gas towards the Audi driven by Shinyu, buying time for Ichiro Sato to escape. Shoo away! Shinyu did not show any weakness either and did not slow down at all. Narrowing his eyes, he crashed towards his opponent. Poof! Only a hint of cunning flashed in the eyes of Sato Ichiro's men. Outside the pier, it's the deep ocean. The Audi was going so fast, it was impossible to control. There is no need for him to fight for his life. As long as he fakes a shot, Shinyu's car will absolutely drive straight into the sea. Creek. Ichiro Sato's men applied the brakes a little and quickly shook the steering wheel, and his car brushed against Shinyu's Audi. What's that? Shinyu's heart thumped. Seeing the vast ocean in front of him, he desperately stepped on the brakes while unbuckling his seatbelt. As the Audi rushed out of the pier and was about to sink into the sea, Shinyu pushed open the door and plopped into the water. If he had jumped out of the car right on the ground, the powerful inertia would have definitely killed him on the spot. Surely it would have been much better to fall in the water. Shinyu did dare to fight for his life, but was not a fool. Exhale. After emerging from the seawater, he saw that Ichiro Sato, with Yen Mingyu in tow, had already boarded the freighter. However, there was no time to collect the ladder yet. Immediately, with both hands, he grabbed the ladder and quickly climbed up. He had practiced ancient martial arts and had been a special forces soldier for 5 years, so whether it was physical strength or speed, it was otherworldly. Quick, push the ladder out of the way. Ichiro Sato turned back to see that Shinyu had already climbed up the ladder and immediately yelled at the crew of the freighter. Hi! Two of the crew ran over and joined forces to try to push the ladder into the sea with Shinyu. Quick slick up. Except that a snow-white light poured down from the sky, illuminating the deck as if it were day. We are the East China Sea Special Police. Please stop the ship immediately for inspection. Please stop the ship immediately or we have the right to open fire. The helicopter, heavily armed with SWAT, had aimed its sniper rifle at the crew on deck. Ha! The two crewmen looked at each other in disbelief and could only crouch on the deck holding their heads. This also gave Chinyu time to quickly get on the deck and chase after Ichiro Sato, who had already run towards the back of the freighter. Shit! Ichiro Sato's face was as grim as a pot when he saw that the helicopters were out. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the unconscious Yen Mingyu straight off the boat. He jumped into a speedboat by himself. As long as he could get into the open sea, he was safe. Plop! Yen Mingyu was in a state of unconsciousness, her body limp, and she fell from the freighter into the sea. Almost instantly, the slender figure disappeared. All that was left of the sea was a ripple. Mr. Yen! Shinyu's heart sank as he ran to the side of the ship and, without thinking, jumped down with him. Plop! Shinyu's figure was also swallowed up by the seawater. In the water, Yen Mingyu slowly opened her eyes. Only the severe lack of oxygen caused her to be in a trance and her vision was blurred. The body was uncontrollable, dragged by gravity, slowly sinking towards the depths of the sea. One could even see a brightly colored sea fish swimming quickly past. I'm just gonna die? Yen Mingyu was a bit unwilling. In front of his eyes seemed to emerge grandfather's pale and amiable face. Also emerged girlfriend Lu Xiaoxiao big grinning face. Also emerged Xinyu hard, masculine that face. It's just that you'll never see these people again. It's also good to be dead. One no longer has to think about how to hold on to the Four Seas group, or how to dissolve the marriage with that husband. I hope that in my next life, I can be a plain, ordinary woman with loving parents and a husband who is there for me. There are even a couple of well-behaved, understanding sons and daughters. Expel breath. It's all over. Yen Mingyu's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and her lungs were burning raw from the lack of oxygen. After a relieved smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, he slowly closed his eyes. Sound of a crash. There was the sound of desperate paddling, causing Yen Mingyu to reluctantly open her eyes once again. There was no light in the sea, though, and all that could be seen was a dark shadow, rapidly catching up. Then his own arm was grabbed by a large, steady, strong hand. Taking her with him, he swam quickly toward the surface. Before she passed out, all she could make out was a back figure in a yellow takeout suit. It's him, own husband. Unexpectedly, he jumped into the sea and saved himself. Only, Yen Mingyu's physical strength had been severely overdrawn, and she didn't even have the strength to open her mouth. A breath of fresh air just drilled into his lungs, and the whole thing fell into a complete stupor. Mr. Yen. Xinyu patted Yen Mingyu's cold cheeks, worry and anxiety written all over his face. Xinyu. On the deck of the freighter, Lu Gentle poked his head and shouted, I'm fine. My boss is unconscious. Let the ladder down. Xinyu waved his hand and shouted, hold on. Now. Lu Gentleness found the ladder and hung it over the side of the boat and let it down. Xinyu put Yen Mingyu on his shoulders and grabbed the ladder to quickly climb onto the boat. The ambulance should be here soon. Let's go down first. Lu Roro said as he glanced at unconscious Yen Mingyu. Yes. Xinyu hugged Yen Mingyu and walked to the pier from the other side of the ship. Ulula, ulula. Several ambulances came whizzing by. Give the man to the doctor and do me a favor and go get Ichiro Sato. Lu gently said. Yes. Xinyu also wanted to catch the son of a bitch, Ichiro Sato, with his own hands. With that, he handed Yen Mingyu over to the doctor in the ambulance, and turned around to board a helicopter parked on the pier with Lu Rowan himself. Clattering sound. The helicopter quickly lifted off and sped off in the direction of the open sea. The helicopter from before, although it was also chasing Ichiro Sato, but the speedboat he was driving should have been modified and prepared for running, so it was surprisingly a bit impossible to catch up with him for a while. As he watched, Ichiro Sato's speedboat was getting closer and closer to the open sea. Once it enters the high seas, the East China Sea Special Police have no law enforcement power. This is Lu Rowan. How's the situation up ahead? On top of the helicopter, Lu Wenling asked with the walkie-talkie. In pursuit, the helicopter in front returned. How far is it to the open sea? Lu gently asked. Less than 5 kilometers. The front helicopter said. Make sure you stop the man before he gets to the open sea. Yes. After Lu gently put down the walkie-talkie, he said to the helicopter pilot again. Full speed ahead. Clattering sound. The helicopter ramped up and flashed through the darkness. Instructor Lu, can you ask them to give me the sniper rifle? Xinyu glanced at the sniper rifle in the hands of the heavily armed SWAT officer sitting next to him. Before in the Army Daily Touch, know that the effective range can reach more than 1,000 meters. But, now that he is retired from the military, he has no business using firearms anymore. Okay, give him the sniper rifle. Lu Gentle Department. belongs to the National Special Department, responsible for maintaining the security of the entire Jiangchuan province. In case of emergency, not to mention the special police, even the special forces can be mobilized. Still, the SWAT officer hesitated slightly before asking, Team Leader Lu. He is Qin Yu, who once served in the War Wolf Special Forces, took first place in the region-wide martial arts competition, and is an existence that can defeat me head-on. Lu gently introduced Qin Yu. That's no problem. The SWAT officer handed Qin Yu the sniper rifle in his hand. Thanks. Qin Yu nodded, and after receiving the sniper rifle with both hands, he aimed at the speedboat on the surface of the sea and skillfully adjusted the scope. We are the East China Sea Armed Police. Please stop the ship immediately. Up ahead came the sound of the first helicopter shouting. On the surface of the sea, Ichiro Sato's speedboat was like lightning, still speeding. As you can see, it's less than a kilometer to the open sea. Ichiro Sato's face had a triumphant smile on it. What about the armed police in East China Sea? They still can't catch him? I'm gonna shoot. Qin Yu slowly spoke, his hand smoothly holding the sniper rifle, his finger on the trigger. Will it work? It's almost 1,500 meters. Lu Gentle asked with a frown. Do you have a better idea? Qin Yu looked at the speedboats that were constantly shuttling in the scope and faintly asked rhetorically. No. Lu Gentle shook his head, looking a little depressed. Indeed, shooting and forcing Ichiro Sato's speedboat to a halt was the only way. However, the distance was also just too far, and the sea was windy, which would have skewed the bullets. She didn't quite believe that Qin Yu, who had already retired, could still hit Sato Ichiro's speeding speedboat from such a distance. Oh, bang! Qin Yu responded before pulling the trigger. Shoo away. A rushing fire immediately rose from the location of the speedboat's fuel tank. Beating of the heart. The speedboat speeding at high speed had to spin in place after losing power. Lu Ro's eyes widened, her small mouth slightly open, and it took several seconds before she came up with, It's a shame that you retired. I was ready to go back home and marry my girlfriend in the first place. Qin Yu said with a complex expression. Dude, bull. The few SWAT officers beside him also gave a thumbs up towards Qin Yu. With such a long distance and so many interfering factors, Qin Yu surprisingly scored a hit with a single shot. Oh, lower your flight altitude a bit and I'll go down and get them. Qin Yu smiled slightly. Ichiro Sato had fainted. Otherwise, it would have definitely come up with. Labor doesn't believe it. Indeed, if it weren't for the 2 marriage licenses still sitting under his pillow, I'm afraid Qin Yu himself wouldn't believe it. The registered wife is a top-notch rich white woman who is worth tens of billions of dollars and has a beautiful face. Bandage him briefly and bring him up. At this time, Lu Gentle and a few special police officers also came down the soft ladder to the speedboat. Yes, soon, Ichiro Sato was taken away, and surely the harsh punishment of the law awaited him. By the way, he also has a concubine called Lu Nanyan. The two of them have been working together and haven't done a lot of bad things, so don't let them go. Qin Yu looked at Lu Rowan and said, Take this opportunity to clean up any potential threats around your wife and simply clean up all of them. Well, I'll be looking hard at anyone related to this. After Lu Ro finished speaking, she looked at Qin Yu with unblinking eyes and said after a few seconds, Next time, let's fight again. Only when I fight with an expert like you, I might be able to realize the dark force. No flipping out just yet, Qin Yu said sardonically. He knew what the dark power Lu Wenro was talking about, which represented a division of the realm of national martial arts. The boxing scripture says, $1,000 can't buy you a sound. It is said that if a person practicing kung fu can make a dull sound when he throws a punch, he is considered to have stepped into the threshold of Mingjin masters. Further on, one can use the power of the whole body's meridians to injure people, and this realm is called dark power. Keep practicing. If you can reach the point where every muscle, even your teeth and hair can hurt someone, you are considered to have achieved great success in martial arts for Huan Jin. Qin Yu had only realized the dark force in the last half a year, or else he really wouldn't be a match for Lu Rowan. Then it's a deal. Pop. Lu Ro extended her hand and high-fived Qin Yu as a pact. The two then boarded the helicopter together and returned to the dock. Oh, one more thing. Your Audi fell overboard. Before parting, Qin Yu grabbed his head and said sardonically, It's okay, you got a big credit for catching Ichiro Sato. Losing a car is nothing. Aha. Why don't you follow me? Lu gently threw out an olive branch. A man of Qin Yu's blood and ability was exactly what they needed most in the security section. Ha, thanks. I think it's better to be a bodyguard for my boss, Qin Yu said with a smile. Who will protect Yan Mingyu if she leaves with Lu Rowan? Alright then. Anyway, you have my phone number, so let's just keep in touch. I'll go first then. Bye-bye. After seeing Lu Gentle and the special police leave, Qin Yu only sat on his butt on the ground. He is not made of iron. Physical strength has been overdrawn almost, have to rest in place to recover. It took a while to feel better. Standing up, he stripped off his cloth-like takeout suit, lifted his helmet, and headed out toward the docks. Stopped a cab and went back to the town center first. After taking a shower and briefly treating his wounds before changing his clothes, he rode his little tram to the hospital. Overall, Yen Mingyu didn't have any serious injuries. She just suffered some shock, and after hanging up the 4, she fell asleep. In my dream, a figure in a yellow takeout suit that kept flashing before her eyes. She knew. She knew. Yen Mingyu shouted in a daze. Mr. Yen. She knew. Who was sitting in the corridor, heard Yen Mingyu's shout, pushed open the door and quickly walked in. Phew. Yen Mingyu opened her eyes and exhaled slightly before saying, It's you. Aren't you calling me? Qinyu asked in wonder. Could it be that Yen Mingyu knew a second Qinyu? Me. Yen Mingyu vaguely some shame. Did not expect, when she dreamed, would actually call out the name of husband. After all, legally speaking, he was the one closest to him. Tonight, he came to her rescue, which made her feel a little bit better about her husband. As for the betrayal thing, she always felt that there must be some misunderstanding. Grandpa's vision is so poisonous. How could he let himself marry a man who was a womanizer? Mr. Yen, have a good rest then. I'll be right outside. Qinyu didn't think too much about it and closed the door and walked out. It seemed that he still had to talk to him. Since the two of them weren't divorced again, they couldn't be so confused all the time. Could they? Yen Mingyu looked at the ceiling and said in her heart. For the next few hours, Yen Mingyu did not sleep. Instead, she was thinking about how to deal with her relationship with her husband. See outside the sky, already dawn, then picked up the bedside table on the cell phone. Looking for a while, only to find Ever sent a text message husband number. He's a delivery boy. He gets up early. He should be up at this hour, right? Yen Mingyu bit her lips, white and slender fingers, gently clicking on the screen. This is Yang Shui. Thank you for saving me last night. Do you think it's convenient today? How about we meet? However, after waiting for a long time, the husband did not return the message, because Qinyu jumped into the sea to save her. Her cell phone got into the water and it was too late to get a new one. Unlike her big boss, she has a spare cell phone at all times. Why didn't he return his messages? What do you mean? Don't you want to see yourself? Why? Then, did he change his mind when he was waiting for his divorce at the civil office a while back? Yen Mingyu held her cell phone, gently biting her shell teeth, and for the first time in her life, she was a bit afflicted because of a man. Mr. Yen. At this time, Qinyu pushed open the door and walked in, carrying a bowl of porridge in his hand. Put it here. Yen Mingyu was not in the mood for kanji. Mr. Yen. It's over. Ichiro Sato has been arrested, and Nan Yanlu can't escape as an accomplice. Qinyu saw that Yen Mingyu seemed to be in a bad mood and thought that she was still thinking about what happened last night. I'm letting you out, Yen Mingyu said with some impatience. The matter of her husband made her upset. Coupled with last night's most dangerous time, Qinyu did not appear, so she could not help but launch a temper. Qinyu was a bit embarrassed and could only helplessly exit the ward. Subconsciously touching his pocket to check the time, he realized that his phone was in the water and wouldn't turn on at all. So he walked out of the hospital and found a cell phone store to buy a new one and get a replacement number. After inserting the card for the private number, it whined and kept ringing with the sound of a text message. Yang Shui? Qinyu's heart jumped. Yen Mingyu sent herself a message? Hurriedly walking out of the cell phone store, he couldn't help but blink after reading the messages. What does Yen Mingyu mean? She wants to see her husband. Does she accept her? Thinking of this, Qinyu used his private number and returned a message. Why do you want to see me? Is there a reason? Interge, boo-hoo. Yen Mingyu replied almost in a second. I think I might have misunderstood you. I want to meet and clear things up. By the way, thank you for saving me last night. Ha! Qinyu was delighted in his heart and hurriedly returned. You know who I am? Slam. After the message was sent, Qinyu's heart beat violently. Yen Mingyu not only knows that he saved her last night, but also sends messages to himself as his wife Yang Shui. It meant that she had recognized herself, and the two of them could finally be together as husband and wife, openly and honestly, instead of the rich white president, and her little follower. Interge, boo-hoo. After a few seconds, Yen Mingyu sent a long string of information. I have never known who you are, since the license. I have never seen you. After returning to China, I went to the city center village to look for you. Now I think, maybe that person is not you at all. It is me who mistook someone else for you. That's why I filed for divorce. But it's easy to clear up these misunderstandings. Wouldn't it be better if we met? This white rich wife is not too stupid. Knows to take Su Peng as their own. Hey, wait a minute. Qinyu's smile quickly froze on his face, and after reading the text message again, he realized that Yen Mingyu didn't even know who her husband was. In other words, she didn't even know that her little bodyguard was her husband until now. Holy shit. Thinking of this, Jinyu could not help but feel a bit miserable in his heart, and after thinking about it, he sent a message saying, I heard that the bodyguard beside you is quite good to you. Between you two. Interge, boo-hoo. The next second, Yen Mingyu replied. Her tone was a bit harsh. What? You suspect that I have an improper relationship with my bodyguard? Yen Mingyu is not that kind of person. We are not even divorced. How can I have an illicit relationship with another man? Hiccup. Jinyu snapped and scratched his head before continuing to reply. Then the identity of your bodyguard. Are you really clear about it? What do you mean? Yen Mingyu coldly replied back. She had just felt a little bit of goodwill towards this husband, but she didn't expect him to be a skeptical person. If, however, you're so fond of suspicion, then we'd better get a divorce. Yen Mingyu's second message arrived again. Don't. You misunderstand me. I don't have the slightest suspicion about you. It's just that, we don't have the means to see each other right now, and I'm out of town again. So I don't know how soon I'll be back. You can only play disappear again. The heart is also a little bad taste. Feelings of a half. Yen Mingyu would like to see. And her marriage license husband, rather than their own this small bodyguard. It showed that Yen Mingyu did not have the slightest bit of male/female affair at all, except for the fact that she was in a superior/subordinate relationship with herself. This realization caused Jinyu to be a little bit hurt. If, at this time, he went along and met with Yen Mingyu, and she didn't have any feelings for him, she might instead feel that he was cheating on her, and if he got divorced in a fit of anger, he would never have a chance again. Hey, difficult to get. Jinyu felt a bit of a headache, not knowing how to make Yen Mingyu accept the fact that he and his husband were the same person. After waiting for a while, Yen Mingyu hadn't even returned the message, guessing that she was either on an infusion or angry. Jinyu tapped his cell phone a few times and set his private number to off before walking into the hospital. Standing in the doorway of the ward, he glanced inside. Yen Mingyu turned his body sideways as if he was asleep. Jinyu didn't go in to disturb him, so he sat in the corridor. Continue to fulfill your duties as a bodyguard. After almost 2 days in the hospital, Yen Mingyu was discharged. During that time, the police from the East China Sea came, asked for some details, made a statement and left. Back in front of the office, Jinyu had just parked his car when he saw flowers, lighted candles, and huge banners not far away. This Kong Jingtai thing, is it working again? Jinyu's eyelids fluttered. Hadn't he been taught enough lessons by crashing his car last time? Many of the onlookers were filming with their cell phones. How romantic. It was just that he didn't know if Yen Mingyu, the heroine, would agree to him or not. Mingyu, I love you. Kong Jingtai stood in the center of the candle with a megaphone in his hand, looking at the closed car window and shouting with deep emotion. Jinyu, you take care of it. Yen Mingyu in the back row furrowed her brows, her tone filled with disgust. Aha! Jinyu got out of the car, glanced at Kong Jingtai and walked straight into the company. What the fuck? Kong Jingtai's heart rejoiced. It seemed that Yen Mingyu, the rich flower of the earth, was finally touched by himself. It's only then that he'd sidestep the bodyguard and accept his confession alone. Mingyu, I swear that I will be for the rest of my life. Kong Jingtai's face was filled with excitement as he continued his confession with the loudspeaker. Sneer at. Only. Jinyu went and returned with a fire extinguisher in his hand, and sprayed at the candles on the ground. Mr. Kong, it's May now. It's so dry and hot. What if you light candles and cause a fire? Even if there's no fire, it's not good to burn the plants and flowers, Jinyu said in a serious manner. Oy vey. Seeing the dust from the fire extinguisher spraying his eyes, Kong Jingtai could only back away while yelling. Where are the flowers and plants here? You stinking bodyguard. Why do you like to meddle in other people's business? I'm the special security assistant for the 4Cs group, and when I say there is, there is. Jinyu simply took the fire extinguisher and sprayed it furiously at Kong Jingtai. Originally a handsome man in a suit, in a few seconds, he turned into a snowman covered in powder. Only 2 resentful eyes remained, still blinking. Ha ha ha. The crowd of onlookers were amused by Kong Jingtai's comical appearance. Stinking bodyguard. You wait. Kong Jingtai gave Jinyu a death glare before he furiously got into a Mercedes by the side of the road. Hey, Mr. Yen, it's done. Jinyu looked at Yen Mingyu in the car and revealed a doggy-style smile. Squeak. Yen Mingyu pushed open the car door and stepped down. Nodding lightly, take the car to the garage. After saying that, striding with a pair of long legs, he walked straight into the company. Noon. Jinyu ate in the company cafeteria, returned to the office, opened the private number, ready to see if the mortgage was approved. At that moment, WeChat rang. Seeing that it was a message from Li Lu, he clicked on it and read it. Said she had already finalized the divorce procedure with her husband in the morning, prepared to leave East China Sea in a while. However, before leaving, she wanted to ask her high school classmates in East China Sea to get together, which also includes Qinyu. He and Li Lu were from the same town and went to the same high school. So, sending a message to ask Qinyu if he was free tonight to attend the class reunion she was organizing. Okay, what time does it start and where? Qinyu thought for a moment and agreed. Since Li Lu is leaving, I don't know if we can meet again in the future. Plus there are high school classmates coming. So let's get together. It should be after 6. The hotel hasn't been booked yet. I'll send you the location later. Li Lu weighed back. Aha! After Qinyu replied back, he exited WeChat and turned off his private number. Afterwards, he knocked on Yan Mingyu's office door, and after receiving permission, he walked in. Something? Yan Mingyu looked up at Qinyu. Mr. Yan, I'd like to borrow a car for a party tonight, Qinyu said. It's not that he wants to show off and pretend, but he doesn't want those short videos on which the class reunion is dog-eared and vulgar bridge to happen to him. You have the key, just open it yourself. Yan Mingyu finished her speech and took care of her official business on her laptop. Mr. Yan, Qinyu is a bit terrified. He just wants to borrow a company car. She is good. Directly let himself drive her $5 million worth of Bentley. If you get caught up, you could lose a year's worth of work. Anything else? Yan Mingyu's tone was a bit unkind. In the past few days, she had not been in a good mood and inexplicably liked to get angry. Seeing Qinyu stammering, her pretty face tensed up. Didn't you lend him your car yourself? Is it possible that you want to borrow people? Lend yourself to him, to support him, to go to a party together? Maybe before, Yan Mingyu might have agreed, but since that night, from the cell phone to see Qinyu's girlfriend in Pure and Beautiful, she felt that she and Qinyu should maintain a certain distance in private. He is married and he has a girlfriend. Getting too close and spreading the word is bad for both parties. How could Qinyu know that in just a few seconds, Yan Mingyu had brainstormed so much? Scratching his head before saying, your car is too expensive for me to drive it out outside of work. I just thought it would be nice to borrow a replacement car. Just drive, and the company will reimburse you if anything goes wrong. Yan Mingyu finished in a domineering manner, her eyes glaring. Any more questions? Nope. Qinyu shook his head. It was not good to hog Yan Mingyu's time anymore because of his own personal matters. Bringing the door with him outside, he sat down in his seat and turned on his computer to browse the news. In fact, this job of his was still quite free. As long as Yan Mingyu didn't leave the company, he basically had nothing to do. Drinking tea, playing on the computer, reading the newspaper, and no one cares about him, because from the very beginning, he was Yan Mingyu's personal assistant and only needed to be responsible to Yan Mingyu alone. Now upgraded to special assistant for security. It's a one-man job. Assistant Chin, would you like some coffee? Yang Min, who sat across the desk from him, stood up, instant coffee and cup in hand. After Su Meng resigned, she took over Su Meng's position, and is now also an S-level employee. But the status and treatment is still far worse than Qinyu. After all, everything Qinyu had obtained now had been spelled out with his life. Have a drink. Thanks. Qinyu nodded and said, you're welcome. Yang Min smiled slightly. Afterward, walk over to the water fountain and start making coffee. She was wearing a white blouse today, a gray wraparound skirt, and thin heels. Standard workplace dress. However, probably due to her age, Yang Min had a mature flavor that even Yan Mingyu didn't have. As she bent down slightly, her full curves were, at once, revealed. As a security assistant, Qinyu had a lot of authority. He had read Yang Min's file when she was transferred over. 32. In the workplace, in fact, already belongs to the old man. Not much advantage. However, she is good at working hard and being considerate, so Yan Mingyu still appreciates her. And, in the marriage column, it's unmarried. I really don't understand how people don't want to get married these days. Qinyu subconsciously glanced at Yang Min. The concave and convex, the sexy curves of his body made his heart jump. However, the gaze was quickly withdrawn. When a man looks at a woman, the first look is instinct. The second look is quality. Assistant Chin, your coffee. Yang Min walked over with her coffee. The white shirt was slightly open and a snowy career line could be seen. Thanks. Qinyu stood up and took the coffee. Assistant Qin, you're too kind. Yang Min smiled sweetly, then made herself another cup. Who's bad-mouthing Mr. Yan? Qinyu took a sip of coffee, slid the mouse and clicked on the browser. The first on the hot search list, surprisingly, was a post titled 4C's Group's female boss's elaborate scam. In the end, how long can it last? The post. Qinyu subconsciously clicked in and then carefully read the full text. First of all, This article counts the sins of Yen Mingyu since she took over the 4Cs group, kicking her mother out of the company, kicking out the company's seniors, acting arbitrarily, and even messing around with men and women, having an affair with her bodyguard, and so on. Of course, the ins and outs of these things were clear to everyone within the company, and whatever this article said, it couldn't shake the foundation of the 4Cs group. Shinyu is feeling that the other party is a bit funny, with this kind of catching things, to attract attention when the other party even threw out the heavy bomb. Yen Mingyu was not a member of the Yen family at all, and attached information about her father Yen Changha's medical checkup in the hospital 10 years ago. Blood type A. The other medical report is that of Yen Mingyu, but her blood type is O. Anyone with a little medical knowledge knows that a person with blood type A cannot have a child with blood type O in any case. Guess. Another rumor. Shinyu didn't take it to heart and just continued browsing down the page. Fuck me. Shinyu blinked, followed by a set of photos of a car accident. A man who looked a bit similar to Old Man Yang was covered in blood, while he was holding a beautiful woman in his arms, which turned out to be Yen Mingyu. The key is also unclothed. The post said, "I'm afraid, we all cannot imagine it." The former president of the 4Cs group car accident that night, and his rendezvous is actually his nominal daughter, right? I have to say, the Yen family is quite a mess. Otherwise, what makes Yen Mingyu able to grasp, worth hundreds of billions of 4Cs group? It turns out that it was adopted by Yen Changha since childhood. Will play, teenage girl raising program. What was written behind the post? Shinyu no longer wanted to read it. His mind was buzzing. If Yen Mingyu was simply just his boss and saw this post, at most, he would have laughed it off. But she's still her wife. This photo, I think it was taken years ago? If it's peas, why is it only breaking now? How credible is the content of this post? Shinyu frowned deeply. I wanted to push open the door of Yen Mingyu's office and ask what was going on, but I didn't have the guts. Bang! At that moment, the sound of something falling came from Yen Mingyu's office. Shinyu immediately stood up, but ultimately held back. It could only mean that Yen Mingyu had also seen this post. If he went in at this time, in case what the post said was true, wouldn't that make Yen Mingyu even more annoyed and unable to get off the stage? Better yet, it's better to avoid embarrassment by pretending you didn't see this post and don't know anything about it. Special Assistant Shin. Yang Min glanced at Shinyu and signaled for him to go in and see how the boss was doing. She didn't call me. Shinyu shook his head. Oh. Yang Min suspiciously glanced at Yen Mingyu's office, then lowered her head to continue handling the matter at hand. Bells. Only in the next second, the landline on Shinyu's desk rang, and it was Yen Mingyu calling. Mr. Yen. Shinyu immediately picked up the phone. Get someone from information security to my office, Yen Mingyu said with an icy tone. Yes. Shinyu hung up the phone and walked out of the office. On the way, he secretly pondered in his heart that the beautiful boss had called the information security department because he should want them to check who had made this post. If what the post said was true, she couldn't cover it up enough. How could she let more people know? In other words, the content of this post is pure rumor. How can a beautiful boss be that kind of person? This realization made Shinyu happy. Soon, it was the information security department, which is equivalent to the network bodyguard of the 4Cs group. After knocking on the door, he swept a glance at the dozens of people in the office and asked in a deep voice, which one of you has the best computer skills? Assistant Shin, what are your orders? A management-looking man stood up and asked. Mr. Yen needs a computer expert. Shinyu said, the less people know about the content of the post, until it gets wide exposure, the better, for sure. Things on the internet are not like real-life fights where one master is enough. Then Meng, you go with Special Assistant Shin. The middle-aged man nodded. Yes, a young man in a white shirt and glasses, who looked like a college student, stood up. Follow me. Shinyu did not say anything more because of the other party's image. People can't look at each other. The sea can't be measured. He doesn't understand things on the network. But the fact that people can get into the information security department of the 4Cs group is in itself a representation of strength. Afterwards, the white-shirt youth picked up the laptop, the data cable, and a USB flash drive, and together with Shinyu, they arrived at the door of Yen Mingyu's office. Bang bang, Mr. Yen, someone's coming, come in. After Shinyu knocked on the door, Yen Mingyu's voice, which was clearly suppressing her anger, came from inside. Please. Shinyu opened the door and waited for the white-shirt youth to enter before he stood in the doorway. As Yen Mingyu's security assistant, he had to be responsible for Yen Mingyu's safety at all times. Even the people in the company, he didn't dare to believe it completely. In this world, there is nothing that can't be betrayed with enough leverage. Yen Mingyu skimmed Shinyu, then said to the white-shirt youth, look at this post. How long will it take to lock down the person who posted it? Aha! The white-shirt youth pushed down the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose before saying, I need to use a data cable and dock with your computer before I can make a judgment. Yes. Yan Mingyu nodded and pushed his laptop in front of the white-shirt youth. Crackle! After docking the two computers, the white-shirt youth quickly tapped the keyboard with his 10 fingertips. The speed was so fast that it could be completely described as a stump. Soon, Yan Mingyu's computer turned into a blue screen, with strings of codes on it, flying around. Mythological animal, ESP. In fiction, it is true that there is a sequence of hearing and specialization. Xinyu looked at it and secretly smacked his lips. It was only after a full 10 minutes or so that the white-shirt youth stopped tapping the keyboard, and Yan Mingyu's computer returned to its original state. Well, Yan Mingyu asked with a cold face, the other party is an expert, and for the time being, I can't lock the detailed address where he posted. However, if there's enough time, I can definitely take this king. 8-ball pull out. Yan Mingyu is the boss of 4C's group and the goddess in the hearts of all male employees. Now, someone had started a rumor to discredit Yan Mingyu, causing this computer expert's anger level to pull right up to full. Then I'll give you 2 days, and if you can't get it right, I'll replace you. Yan Mingyu looked at the white-shirt youth and said, 2 days, that's enough, the white-shirt youth said in a chesty voice. Good, I'll leave this matter to you. Don't worry, Mr. Yan, I will definitely complete the task. The white-shirt youth stood up and puffed out his chest. Then I'll give you a ride. Xinyu opened the door again. Assistant Qin is polite. Please stay. The white-shirt youth smiled slightly at Xinyu and walked out with a big stride holding his laptop. Mr. Yan, what can I do for you? After Xinyu brought the door with him, he looked at Yan Mingyu and asked. Not for a while. Yan Mingyu said. Okay, my phone is on 24/7. Xinyu nodded and exited the president's office. It's really one thing after another. He had just taken care of Sato Ichiro and Yan Nanyan, and now someone was looking for Yan Mingyu's trouble. Who the hell is it? It's almost as bad-mouthed as a mad dog. When we find this guy out, we'll give him a good beating. Evening. One by one, the company clocked out. Xinyu waited for Yan Mingyu to walk out of the office and took the initiative to say, Mr. Yan, why don't I send you back? No. After Yan Mingyu finished speaking, she walked into the president's special elevator, rubbing, brush stroke and painting. What's going on? She seemed to be growing distant from herself since she had been to her house for dinner. It doesn't seem like there's anything she's offended by, does it? Xinyu looked at Yan Mingyu's disappearing back and scratched his head suspiciously. Interge, boo-hoo. However, at this time, WeChat rang, and it was a message from Li Lu. Xinyu, have you left yet? No, just got off work. Xinyu replied. Then after clocking out, he also walked out of the office. Then come and pick me up. That's Tongwei Xiangdu. It's not a good place to take a taxi, Li Lu said. A lot of transportation facilities near newly opened developments are not yet very good, and usually cabs don't go to such places to haul passengers. Good. After Xinyu agreed, he went to the garage and drove Yan Mingyu's Bentley and left the company. Half an hour later, it was at the entrance of Tongwei Xiangdu. Li Lu was wearing a white chiffon shirt and aqua blue jeans today. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and she looked red in the lips and white in the teeth, and delicate in the eyes. Suspiciously looking at the Bentley car parked in front of her. See the windows down is Xinyu, flabbergasted before saying, whose car are you driving? Your circle of friends. Is not there a small trolley? My boss's car. You want to ride in my little trolley? Xinyu cried and laughed a little. Li Lu used to be very facetious and would never take a small tram if she could have a small car. Well, I thought it was. We'll ride the little trolley to the reunion together, and it'll be the fulfillment of a dream. Li Lu nodded solemnly. Rounding up? Xinyu's mood was complicated for a moment, and for a while, he even forgot to invite Li Lu to get on the car. Well, if time could be turned back, I would definitely choose to marry you. However, how can time be turned back? So, I'm just going to ride a small trolley with you before I leave the East Sea, weaving in and out of the streets and experiencing true happiness. Li Lu nodded and said, hey, get in the car. Xinyu sighed. If life is like the first time you see it, what's wrong with the autumn wind and the sad painting fan? He himself, now, is a man with a wife. Li Lu also, after being emotionally hurt, realizes how good she is. If he had actually taken her on a small trolley every day in the past, he would have said he was no good again. Why is it that people are always like this, hitting the wall before they know how to turn back? But when you turn around, there's not always a way back behind you. Maybe a cliff? For a while, Xinyu's mood was obscure, waiting for Li Lu to get in the car before asking, where's the party? The Dragon Hotel. I've already made a reservation. Just follow the navigation. Li Lu put her cell phone on the center console. Oh, Hotel Dragon. Never heard of it. In recent months, Xinyu had followed Yan Mingyu in and out of 5-star hotels, and this was the first time he had heard of this Dragon Hotel. Shen Tao. You remember him, don't you? Especially like to fight that. Senior year of high school, but also a girl got pregnant. The Dragon Hotel is owned by him. It's not a 5-star hotel, but it's pretty impressive. After I contact him, I'll let everyone go to his hotel, Li Lu said with a sideways glance at Xinyu. Oh, why don't you remember? I even fought him because of you, Xinyu said with a bitter smile. It seemed that he himself had started to like Li Lu since that time, right? I know, but at that time my mind was on my studies, and a lot of boys chased after me, but I didn't say yes. A look of reminiscence also appeared in Li Lu's eyes when she mentioned the events of her school days. Hey, what day is it today? Valentine's Day? So many flower sellers? Xinyu swept a glance at both sides of the road. So many little girls holding roses, asking passers-by if they want to buy them. I don't know. How did you get your wife? It's May 20th, 520? You don't know? Li Lu rolled her eyes and said. Xinyu can only say in his heart, my wife. I'm not yet chased to the hand. Before, and has been in the army. How to know what May 20th? On behalf of 520, to send flowers. No wonder you don't attract girls. Li Lu bristled. So how many flowers would be appropriate? Xinyu asked after he leaned over and stepped on the brakes, fished out his cell phone and opened the errand platform. If you have a lot of money in your pocket, send 99, which means that they will last forever. If you have less money, give 1, to signify your heart. Li Lu pursed her lips before saying with her head in her hands, well, it's the first time I've sent flowers, so let's send 99. Xinyu's mind turned a bit, placed an order on the errand platform, spent more than $1,000, bought 99 roses, and then the address of Yan Mingyu's villa, and made a note of it. Why don't you send your wife flowers in person after the party? Seeing that Xinyu was using an errand platform to deliver flowers, Li Lu could not help but ask in a puzzled manner. It's been cold turkey lately and she doesn't always want to see me. Xinyu could only say this. All the more reason for you to go and coax it. A woman's heart is the softest. Once coaxed, Li Lu couldn't help but branch out. Well, things are a little complicated. Let's send a bouquet of flowers first and see how it goes, Xinyu said vaguely. Then you can send me a flower too. Li Lu held out her hand and winked with a little girl's expression. Xinyu was flabbergasted, then shook his head. No, we are friends, how can we just give flowers? You're silly. Send me a white rose. It symbolizes purity and friendship. After knowing each other for so many years, you haven't sent me any flowers, have you? Li Lu didn't have the good sense to say. Alright then, beauty. How do you sell your white roses? Xinyu shouted at the little girl selling flowers on the side of the road. $10 a pop. Cash or sweep? The little girl asked as she walked over to Xinyu's car window after pulling out a white rose. Sweep. Drop. After Xinyu paid, he took the white roses and handed them to Li Lu. For you. Thanks. Li Lu took the white rose, gently sniffed it, pursed her lips, and her eyes gradually reddened. He had finally received flowers from Xinyu himself. Unfortunately, it is a white rose that symbolizes friendship. Go. Yes. Xinyu continued to drive. Li Lu bit her lower lip and fished out a bank card from her bag, quietly trying to stuff it into Xinyu's pants pocket. Hey, what are you doing? Xinyu glanced obliquely and said hastily. You spent so much money when my parents got sick. This is how I pay you back. I got rid of the house and sold it for $2 million. Li Lu explained. No, you keep the money. You'll be alone in the future and have a lot of use for money. My salary is quite high now, and it's close to $1 million a year. Xinyu definitely wouldn't want Li Lu's money. He himself, at first, took up the medical expenses of her parents, feeling that it was his responsibility as a man. Never thought of asking Li Lu to pay back. No, you have to take the money. I'm already sorry. I can't take advantage of you again. Li Lu forced the bank card and stuffed Xinyu's pants pocket. Li Lu. Xinyu slammed his foot on the brake, touched the bank card out of his pocket, looked at Li Lu and said with a straight face, you haven't apologized to me. There is no law that states that couples can't break up, right? Even after getting married, can't you still get a divorce? I borrowed money to cure your parents. That's because they treated me well, treated me like their own son. I want to repay them. You keep the money. There's really no place to spend it. Call back to your uncle, aunt, Xinyu. Li Lu bit her lip, tears coming out of her eyes. She now realizes that the best man, in fact, has always been by her side. However, she was so obsessed that she left him and chose a playboy. Well, this matter is settled, so don't even mention it again. Since following Yan Mingyu, Xinyu felt that his pattern and heart had opened up. Perhaps before, there was still a little bit of resentment towards Li Lu, but now it was completely put down, simply treating her as a friend only. Me. Li Lu blinked her sour eyes and could only put the bank card away, turning her head to look out the window. Xinyu also stopped talking and continued to concentrate on driving. It's like 7 o'clock. The two arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Hotel. The scale is quite large, at least worth tens of millions. It shows that this Shintao still has some skills. Dressed in a suit, he was talking and laughing with a couple of female classmates. Seeing a Bentley car drove over, he immediately came. Crap, which of our classmates is so awesome that they are driving a Bentley? Shintao. Li Lu lowered her window and greeted her. Yo, so it's our big schoolgirl Li. Shintao smiled and came over, glancing in the direction of the driver's side. Xinyu. Holy shit, you guys are still getting it on together? Shintao. Don't talk nonsense. Xinyu drove here to pick me up, and he has a wife. Li Lu blushed a little and said, ha ha, Xinyu. Extraordinary, extraordinary. When you were the poorest one in our class, I didn't expect you to become the most bullish now. Shintao used to have a flamboyant personality, and after more than a decade, it hasn't changed at all. What? This car belongs to Xinyu? The female students standing on the steps, all of them came over, revealing a surprised look. It should be quite expensive, right? The car is not mine. I'm just a driver, specializing in driving for the boss, just borrowing it. Xinyu did not have the habit of pretending to be more than he was, so he explained. Oh, I told you, your family is not in good condition, and you have been in the army. How can you afford to buy a Bentley after only 1 or 2 years of mixing? Borrowed. Don't scratch. Be careful, can't afford to pay. It seems that Shintao is still the best in our class. He's opened his own hotel. When a group of students heard that Qinyu's car was borrowed, their tone changed. The East China Sea is shallow and full of big brothers. My achievement is not worth mentioning. Shintao waved his hand with a reserved smile on his face. Afterward, he walked to the side of the Bentley and opened the door for Li Lu. Big school girl Li, please. For 3 years in high school, Li Lu was named the school flower, and the boys who pursued him never stopped, and Shintao was one of them. I had thought that, after more than 10 years had passed, Li Lu might have been crippled and become a big-bladdered woman. Unexpectedly, still fair-skinned, with a delicate figure, and now even more brightly colored than the slightly youthful look of her high school days. When he heard that she was divorced, the flowery intestines in Shintao's stomach squirmed. Thanks. Li Lu nodded politely and got out of the car, then greeted a few other female classmates. Yani. 1-1. Long time no see. Lulu, how do you take care of yourself? How do you look? Still like a little girl. Yeah, we're getting to be old ladies. Share it with us. A few female classmates pulled Li Lu and talked about girl talk. Xinyu. Shintao saw Xinyu park his car and walk over, and drew out a big heavy 9 and threw it over. Thanks. Xinyu clipped his cigarette to his ear. He had never been in the habit of smoking. How's your job now? How many thousand a month does the boss pay you? Shintao asked very loudly. For one thing, he was this kind of flamboyant character, and for another, he deliberately let Li Lu hear the conversation between himself and Xinyu. Any of them knew that Li Lu and Xinyu were almost at the point of talking about marriage. It just didn't work out in the end for whatever reason. Not bad. About the same as the average driver. Xinyu said in a low tone. Oh, so that's 4 or 5,000 a month? That's the price I'm charging for all the drivers here. This way, I'm short of a security chief here. You come work with me. I'll give you 8,000. Shintao said with a smile. I'm pretty happy with my current job and don't want to jump ship just yet. Xinyu shook his head and glanced at a few female classmates who were chatting furiously. Is there no one else? And Lu Jinlong and Su Jie, a few of them, said in the classmate group that they might be late. Shintao finished and looked at his wristwatch. Let's go in first. Squeak. That's when the brakes squealed. A sporty Range Rover, parked in front of the crowd. Gee, which old classmate is this again? Shintao smashed his mouth. Ha ha, you kid don't even recognize me? The car door pushed open and down came a big, burly man. Bald head, big gold chain, beanies, standard dress for a socialite. Crap, Lu Jinlong? Shintao's eyes widened. Didn't I hear? You went in? Ha ha, it just came out last year. Lu Jinlong smiled in disbelief. In their circles, it's embarrassing to say you're in the mix if you've never even been in a number. Gee, it looks like it's you guys who are still making money fast by fishing for favors. Shintao took out the big heavy 9 and handed one to Lu Jinlong, and there was a big difference between the action he had just thrown to Xinyu. Ha ha, make do. I only made over $500,000 last month. Lu Jinlong. After lighting his cigarette, he said with a raised eyebrow. Damn, when you say it like that, it makes me want to close the hotel and hang out with you. Shintao said enviously. In high school, he and Lu Jinlong relationship is good. both love the limelight, like to fight. In popular terms, is the class of the crouching dragon phoenix. Ha ha, big boss Shun. You can look at my little money? Lu Jinlong finished smilingly before looking up and down at Qinyu. He is. Oh, Qinyu. The one who used to sit in the last row, Shin Tao said carelessly. Qinyu has always been introverted, and after his parents divorced, he could barely afford to pay his tuition, making him even more solitary and seldom in contact with other students. Therefore, in the eyes of many students, Qinyu is a transparent person. The sense of existence is too weak. Oh, I remember. The one with white rice and pickles every day? On the weekends, I think he even goes out to serve dishes, right? Lu Jinlong patted his big bald head. That's right, the ones that used to hang outside the dormitory. Those patched socks were his. It's more than just patched socks. I remember he didn't even buy a uniform for his 3 years of high school. Did he? Shin Tao and Lu Jinlong were in high spirits, talking about Qinyu's embarrassing incidents in high school. Hey, are you two done? Li Lu on the side really can't listen to it. Came over, stared at the eyes and said, Qinyu before the family conditions a little worse how? Before Zhu Yuanzhang became emperor, he was still a beggar. He, Li Lu. From what you're saying, Qinyu is bullish now? Lu Jinlong rubbed his big bald head and asked with a few moments of sarcasm. I don't dare to say how powerful, but at least it's not bad. I bought a house in Tongwei Shangdu, and my monthly salary is $70,000 to $80,000. Li Lu also knew all about Qinyu's recent situation. Compared to most ordinary people, he was considered to have made a fortune. Yo, the salary is so high. No wonder you don't come over when I offer $8,000 a month. Shin Tao was a bit sour. Don't look at him, this hotel is quite large. A month down, the net profit is only about 100,000 or so. Humph. So what if the salary is higher? It's still a wage earner, like Shin Tao and I. Self-employment is the way to go. Lu Jinlong grunted in displeasure. Okay, Li big schoolgirl asked everyone to come. Is to catch up on old times, not to say who earns more money. Go in and order food. See what you want to eat. Tonight's consumption are counted on my head. Shin Tao had thoughts about Li Lu and definitely didn't want to make her angry. Greeting the group, they walked into the hotel together. Shin Tao arranged a luxurious large box. A few female students ordered the dishes. He let the waiter first on some drinks and wine. We drink while waiting for the dishes. After a while, a couple more male students knocked on the door and walked in. Sorry, I was just getting ready to leave work and another load came in. I can't leave until I've moved it. Yeah, I was all set to clock out and my boss said I had to work an hour overtime. Me too. The buses don't turn in until 7, and I don't dare leave until my colleagues on the opposite shift come. Obviously, these guys are normal people with different jobs, but they all work pretty hard. Then you three punish yourselves with 3 cups first, Shin Tao said with a smile. Yes, in front of Shin Tao, an old classmate who was worth millions. These male classmates look a little humble. After pouring the wine, he first drank 3 cups and finally took the initiative to toast Shin Tao and Lu Jinlong. In the end, it was only after Shin Tao introduced them that they recognized Qinyu. Only the look. It wasn't as respectful as before. That's the way it is with the underclass, groveling before the powerful and the rich, and then despising and crushing each other before their equals. Qinyu did not think so. If not for Li Lu's invitation, this kind of so-called class reunion, he really had little interest. Come on, let's all take turns to toast big schoolgirl Li, Shin Tao suggested. His purpose was clear, to get Li Lu drunk. At this point, Balsam residence. After Yan Mingyu took a bath, she put on a mask and lay on the soft leather sofa, crossing her white and slender legs, and was brushing her friends. It's not that she's bored with idleness, but her friends are business tycoons. Sometimes you can find some business opportunities by brushing up on your friends. Unfortunately, what these business tycoons are showing off tonight are roses for their wives, or gifts, or having a candlelight dinner or something. It's May 20th now, and Valentine's Day? If it was before, Yan Mingyu would definitely not have put it on her mind. However, ever since she was kidnapped a few days ago, the figure in the yellow takeout clothes had appeared in her mind from time to time. Does he know it's 520? Will he, too, get himself a present? In Yan Mingyu's mind, this thought popped up involuntarily. Humph, he wouldn't take it even if he gave it to him. He's not that easy to coax. Yan Mingyu thought proudly in her heart. Then, putting his phone on the coffee table, he got up and picked up a book to read. After a little while, the cell phone on the coffee table vibrated. He sent himself a message? The husband hadn't contacted her since the last time they talked at the hospital. Gently gritting her teeth before putting the book down and tapping on her cell phone. Intra-family group. Yan Zhonghui, Mingyue, what happened to that post? Yanjing, I suggest that we contact the old man immediately and ask him to return to Donghai and sit for a paternity test with Yan Mingyu. The 4C's group cannot be controlled by an outsider who is not related by blood. John Yen, can a grandfather and granddaughter get a paternity test? Ying Yen, yes. Just a little less accurate. Yen Zhonghui, this method can be, even if there is a little error. But if there is not the slightest blood relationship, how can it be identified? Right? Yanjing, if what the post says is true, that would be terrible. Not only is the Yin family discredited, but our company, surprisingly, has been under the control of an outsider. Yan Junyi, it's not our lineage that's disgraced, it's his lordship's lineage that gave birth to a strange son and raised a strange granddaughter. Yan Zhonghui, then I'll contact the old man. Yan Mingyu, wait a minute. Yan Zhonghui, what are you trying to say? Yan Mingyu, give me 3 days. I'll resolve this matter and give everyone in the family a satisfactory answer. If, indeed, I am not a member of the Yin family, I will leave the Yin family on my own. Also, the person in the photo is not me. Think about it, 10 years ago. How old was I? How old would I have looked in the photo? The family group was silent for a small while before Yan Zhonghui clapped his hands and said, okay, I'll give you 3 days. After exiting WeChat, Yan Mingyu took off her mask, revealing an ice-cold face. Picking up the book that had been set aside, he continued to read. Miss, at that moment, the voice of Nanny Wu's mom came from the doorway. What's wrong? Yan Mingyu asked. There was an errand boy who delivered a large bouquet of flowers, saying they were from a gentleman named Xinyu. Wu Ma said, there were too many people who sent flowers to Yan Mingyu, and if she nodded her head, Wu Ma naturally didn't dare to take the flowers on her own initiative. Wait a minute. Yan Mingyu picked up her cell phone, found the husband's number, and sent it to a text message. Did you have the flowers delivered? It was probably like half a minute before the other person replied. Well, I heard it's 520 and they're all sending flowers. Mrs. Wu, take the flowers. Yan Mingyu's icy face eased quite a bit. At a time when she was being smeared by outsiders and questioned by her family, the flowers sent by her husband warmed her heart. Soon, Wu Ma carried a large bouquet of brightly colored roses to Yan Mingyu's room. Give it to me. After Yan Mingyu took it, she put the flowers on the coffee table, sat back on the sofa, and continued to send a message. You haven't returned to East China Sea? Nope. The other side replied with a word. You don't want to talk to me? Yan Mingyu was a bit upset. It's not. This time the other replied with 2 words. You. Yan Mingyu teeth itchy, exasperated sent a message. Then how do you every time just 1 or 2 words? Is it send a message? Is it charged by word? Me. Mostly. I don't know what to say to you. This time, the other person replied with slightly more words. So, it's okay if I ask and you answer, right? Yan Mingyu thought that since they were not divorced, they were still married. However, she didn't even remember what her husband looked like, and she didn't know anything about his personal information. Might as well take this opportunity for the two to get to know each other. You can. The other side returned. Send me a selfie first. I've almost forgotten what you look like. Yan Mingyu bit her lip and sent a message. The other party was silent for a while before replying to the message. I'm not good looking. Hiccup. Yan Mingyu cried and laughed a little, and couldn't help but ask herself. She shouldn't be a face controller, right? Thinking about it, I quickly messaged. I don't value looks. I value character more. But character can't be captured with a camera, can it? The other side returned. Hiccup. Forget it. I won't look at your picture. Then let me ask you, what are you doing away from Donghai when you don't move? As I recall, you're just a delivery boy, right? Do you still need to travel? Yan Mingyu was a bit speechless. If she repeatedly asked to see the photos, making it sound like a shallow woman who cared a lot about a man's looks. I'm still delivering but I sign up for classes and go for a while every month. The other side replied. Oh, interjection indicating that one has just learned STH. Yan Mingyu felt that she could accept this explanation from her husband. Then, the second question was asked. So when are you coming back? Let's meet and have a good talk. Since we are still husband and wife, we should work together to run this marriage well. I'm afraid. This time, the other person again returned only 2 words. Scared of what? Yan Mingyu frowned and asked. So if we met and you found out I cheated on you, would you still be my wife? The other said. Depends on what it is. If it's something small, maybe I'll consider it. But when it comes to matters of principle, I certainly won't forgive. Yan Mingyu returned. Let's not meet for a while. Dragon Hotel. In the bathroom, Xinyu saw his wife Yang Shui sent this text message. The heart is even more uncertain. Is it a matter of principle that he is clearly her husband and is around her every day, yet he doesn't have the courage to tell her? What if, for example, she's dead set on not forgiving herself? Whatever. Across the cell phone screen, Shinyu could imagine Yen Mingyu sending this message with a cold face. Hey! Shinyu sighed slightly before tucking away his cell phone. Now was definitely not the best time to pick a relationship with Yen Mingyu. It's better to hold back a little longer and wait for the water to flow. Back in the box, Li Lu was already a little drunk, but she still held her glass and yelled, "Drink! I'm happy today. I won't get drunk." Lulu, what a drink! Shen Tao's eyes flashed with a conspiratorial smile. Li Lu, I toast you too. Lu Jinlong and Shen Tao, who were originally stinky people. How can you not see what little scheme he is playing? Naturally, there was a tacit understanding to pour Li Lu a drink, and when the time came to get drunk, bring it to the upstairs room, and the two of them would have a good time together. Li Lu is drunk. Let me drink for her. Shinyu knew that Li Lu was in a bad mood and wanted to use alcohol to dispel her sorrows, but if she really got drunk, how much it would hurt her body. Good. When Li Lu saw that Shinyu was helping her block the drinks, a happy look appeared on her brow. It shows that he still cares about himself. Humph. Only, Lu Jilong and Shen Tao were not happy. How can they take advantage if Li Lu isn't drunk? Shinyu, what kind of person are you to drink for Li Lu? Lu Jilong was the first to say with dissatisfaction. Friend. Shinyu finished indifferently and stared at Lu Jinlong as he asked, what do you guys mean by desperately pouring a girl a drink? Ha, which I did you see us dunking? Ask them. Wasn't it Lulu herself who was happy to drink with us? Shen Tao pointed at a few other students and said, yeah, you just went to the bathroom. And Lilu said she was in a good mood to get drunk today. Shinyu, we're all old classmates. What kind of bad intentions can we have? That's right, people Li Lu want to drink. What are you blocking the wine? Several of his old classmates chimed in. Shen Tao and Lu Jinlong were obviously rich and powerful, coupled with the fact that when Shinyu was studying, he was transparent and didn't have many interactions. They naturally helped these two to speak. Pop. Lu Jinlong pushed his wine glass on the table, and his socialite temper came up. Pointing at Shinyu, get aside for the laborer. I'm toasting Li Lu. You're not qualified to let the laborer make a toast. Hey, brother Long, we are all old classmates, so calm down. Shinyu, hurry up and give brother Long a toast to make amends. Some old classmates acted as peacemakers and kept giving Shinyu a wink. I'm full. Li Lu, do you want another drink? Shinyu didn't bother with these people, but looked at Li Lu and asked, no more drinks. I'm going back in your car, Li Lu said as she stood up. The atmosphere has been stifled, and there's no point in drinking anymore. Okay, I'll call a valet. Shinyu nodded and fumbled for his cell phone, ready to call his chauffeur. He had drunk 2 beers and would be in trouble if he met the traffic police. Lung, I've been hit. At this time, a female student who went to the bathroom, walked into the box, covered her face aggrieved to Lu Jinlong. All night long he bragged about how well he was doing in East China Sea, and how he could even things out with one phone call. When a female student was slapped, her first reaction must have been to find Lu Jinlong to help her out. Crap, Yanni, who hit you? Are you tired of living? Lu Jinlong rubbed up and stood up, glaring and asking in a domineering manner. Shinyu, wait a while. Seeing that her classmate was in trouble, Li Lu gently tugged on Shinyu's arm. Yes, Shinyu nodded. After all, they are all old classmates, being beaten up, but he and Li Lu left first. It seems to be too unrighteous. Just tuck the phone away and see what Lu Jinlong does with it. Brother Lung, it's in the next box. They were washing their hands in the bathroom and the water flung on me. I said something and not only did they not apologize, they touched me. I called them nasty and they hit me. Female classmate Yanni Su talked about what happened. Damn, are people so cross nowadays? Let's go. I'll make them apologize to Yanni. Lu Jinlong took a bottle of wine and walked out of the box. We're going too. A few of the male students followed suit. Let's go check it out too. Li Lu and Shinyu also walked out of the box. Hey, Golden Dragon, let's see who it is before we do anything. Shen Tao was full of depression. His old classmate was beaten by his own hotel guests, as if it was not good to help anyone. Bang! Only, the crowd had only just arrived in the corridor when Lu Jinlong kicked open the door of the next box, holding a bottle of wine and roaring aggressively. Grass! Who hit the people? Stand up! I hit it! Why? In the next box sat 10 or so Hans, all red in the face, obviously drinking a lot of wine. One of the men with a scar on his face gave Lu Jinlong a sidelong glance and asked, damn, apologize to our Yanni, then Yanni will slap you back. Lu Jinlong took the opportunity to pull Su Yanni's small hand and said in a very pretentious manner, ha ha ha. Only, the burly men in the box seemed to have heard some funny joke, and they all burst into laughter. In the East Sea, there is still someone who dares to make us apologize? Little man, you don't think that, with a big gold chain and a flowery t-shirt, we're afraid of you, do you? Ha, this chick is not bad, This way, leave this chick behind and drink with us, or else today, you're in big trouble. One of the men's eyes lit up when he saw Li Lu in the crowd. Hey, Brother Black, sorry, my brother is drunk. So, I'll treat you guys to this table tonight. Shintao obviously recognized the scarred man, and after squeezing through the crowd, he hurriedly nodded his head and said, Boss Shin, do you think we're short of money for this table? This brother of yours, kicking in doors and pointing a bottle at us, do you think this can be let go? The scarred man narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. Shintao was so anxious that he scratched his ears and thought about it, and pulled Lu Jinlong. Quick, apologize to brother Hey. What? Lu Jinlong's eyes widened and his temper came up. These few onions count for nothing. I'll apologize to them. Are they worthy? Bang! As soon as Lu Jinlong's words fell, the sound of a bottle bursting rang out. A man in the box unceremoniously exploded Lu Jinlong's head. With the remaining half of the bottle, he pointed at the crowd and said, Other than this kid, those who don't want to die, get lost. By the way, this chick stays and drinks with us. We're not leaving. A few of the male students were a bit nervous, but at this time, they appeared to be quite righteous, and none of them bailed. Yo, ain't no fucking fear of death. Ha! The man in the box dropped his beer bottle, picked up another and slammed it down towards the male student who had spoken. The male student was just an ordinary office worker. Where had he seen this kind of scene? So scared that he closed his eyes and screamed. Only, the bottle didn't land on his head and stopped while still in midair. The man in the box's wrist was held by Chinyu. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move. Chinyu, what are you doing? Shintao yelled at Chinyu, worrying that the matter would get bigger and bigger, and ultimately it would be their side that would suffer. Bang! Fix this kid up for me, Scarab said as he lined up the table and stood up. Yes, Black. The 10 or so strong men all lunged towards Chinyu. Go! Seeing this, Shintao hurriedly greeted everyone and exited the box. He could not afford to mess with this group of people. Chinyu did not know the heights of heaven and deserved to be taught a lesson. Hey, you guys! Li Lu stomped her feet and was on the verge of crying when she saw Chinyu being mobbed. Hurry up! What are you waiting for? Shintao pulled on Li Lu. I'm not leaving, I'm calling the police. Li Lu fumbled for her cell phone and said, Hey, my aunt, do you know who they are? Shintao was so anxious that he pulled Li Lu's arm and forcefully dragged her outside the box. Bang! By this time, Chinyu had already fought with the group. A positive kick rushed in the forefront of a strong man, as if hit by a train, stomping constantly backward, almost knocked over the table. Then, with another toe hook, another strong man was unsteady on his feet and fell to the ground. Chinyu, be careful, Li Lu warned nervously when she saw someone swinging a stool. Boom! Chinyu's right foot popped up straight, and with a whip kick, together with the chair and the strong man, he directly chopped down to the ground. The chair followed in pieces. Wow, Chinyu is awesome. The female student standing at the door of the box covered her mouth and marveled. Yeah, that's what a man is, although not talkative, but with practical actions, to help us out. I remember. Chinyu seems to have been a special forces soldier. No wonder it's so powerful. I have a sister who loves Soldier Brother the most. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. The group of old classmates in the corridor, seeing that Chinyu was so tough, all spoke up. Shintao, what's the origin of this black brother? Seeing that everyone was praising Chinyu, Lu Jinlong could not help but grimace and ask Shintao. Shintao whispered in Lu Jinlong's ear. Crap, it's a good thing Raoul didn't die with them. Lu Jinlong revealed a look of fear, clearly shocked by the other party's formidable reputation. After so many seconds, only then wiped the cold sweat and said, Then why are we still standing? Hurry up and go. Chinyu is dead tonight. Hey, Lu Jinlong, didn't you say that with one phone call from you? There's nothing you can't handle in Donghai? What's the point of leaving? Chinyu is helping all of us out. You hurry up and call for someone. Lu Jinlong, you can't be all blown up, can you? You can't even settle this little matter? A group of old classmates yelled in displeasure. Me. Lu Jinlong revealed an awkward look and snapped. I can handle other people, but these few people, I really can't handle them. Let's go in and help Chinyu. Several male classmates were also inspired by Chinyu's righteousness and rushed into the box together. Chinyu, we're here to help you. Ouch. Bang. It's just that these few male students, all of whom had no experience in fighting, just went in and were smashed to the ground by Scarface. One by one. Shit. A bunch of idiots. Shintao couldn't help but curse in a low voice. You're almost 30. You think you're still 17 or 18. What's the point of talking about brotherhood? Boy, you're a bit of a fucking fighter, aren't you? Seeing his men, all of whom were about to be knocked down by Chinyu, the scarred man took off his suit, revealing a body in an undershirt with bulging muscles. Jumping up, he violently slammed his fist towards the back of Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu, back there! The female students almost shouted together. No! Without looking back, Qin Yu turned around and delivered a sidekick. Bang! The scarred man flew straight backward, went and hit the wall before falling slowly. Call the boss. The scarred man covered his chest, his face full of pain. Okay, Black. A strong man fumbled for his cell phone and quickly said, Boss, we're at the Dragon Hotel. We've encountered a tough opponent. You quickly bring your brothers. It's over. As the other party hung up the phone, Shintang showed an expression of his own father's death. Originally, if he had maneuvered around in the middle, this matter could have been trivialized, but it was Qin Yu who wanted to fight them, and he even beat up Black. This kid, even the big man behind him has been alerted. I'm afraid everyone will be out of luck tonight. Hoo. Kid, don't leave if you've got the guts. The scarred man gasped for a few breaths before he covered his chest and stood up, staring at Qin Yu viciously. Don't worry, I'm not leaving. Qin Yu pulled a stool and sat down. Let's first see what kind of person the other party called, and if he can't handle it himself, then he'll call Lu Rowan. She even dared to arrest Ichiro Sato. Wouldn't she dare arrest these punks? What's the deal now? Lu Jinlong bumped Shin Tao with his arm and asked with an ugly face. We can only wait. If we leave at this time and are found again, it will be even more troublesome, Shin Tao said with a frown. Woj, waiting for a beating? Lu Jinlong glared. It's not like we're doing anything. We shouldn't get beat up. When the time comes, let's just say we don't know Qin Yu. Shin Tao thought for a moment and said, well, it'll have to do. Lu Jinlong nodded. Humph. So both of you are cowards, a female student said dismissively. Zhou Jie, you're bold. Just don't cry in fear when the other boss comes later, Lu Jinlong said without any good humor. Hey, tonight Qin Yu is definitely ruined. It's just a pity that Li Lu, more than likely, will also suffer. I heard that Black's boss, as horny as life, Shin Tao said with a sigh. It's not like a woman is missing a piece of meat if she gets played with a little. Lu Jinlong shrugged. He wouldn't care about Qin Yu and Li Lu's deaths, as long as they didn't involve him. 10 or so minutes later, creak, creak, accompanied by a burst of brakes, a limited edition Mercedes-Benz Big G, with a few black vans, stopped in front of Shin Tao's hotel. A burly, cigar-chomping man walked in with dozens of black-clad men in tow. Yo, a bunch of regulars. What happened to Blackie? Get fucked over? After the cigar man walked out of the elevator, he couldn't help but ask after sweeping a glance at Shintang and the others at the door of the box. It was your people that started the trouble. A female classmate plucked up her courage and said, Shut up, did my boss ask you? A large man beside the cigar man sighed. His eyes glared with a murderous look that scared the female student, her eyes reddening as she shivered. Boss, it's none of our business. It's that guy in there, fighting with Black. We don't even know him. Lu Jinlong bent over and said carefully. Yeah, that guy was definitely drunk. We couldn't stop him. Shin Tao also hurriedly said. Yo, one person toppled a group of Blackie? That's interesting. I'd like to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. The cigar man exhaled smoke and stepped into the box. Boss, avenge us. When the scarred man saw his boss coming, he was like a small child meeting his parents, and shouted in aggravation. When the cigar man saw that it was Qin Yu who was sitting on the chair waiting for him, he flinched for a moment before turning around and kicking the scarred man. Grass, who gave you the courage to make a move against my brother? Boss this. The scarred man was stunned. This kid was actually the boss's brother? What? Qin Yu and Boss Black, our brothers? Lu Jinlong and Shin Tao, too, had the look of a Tibetan mastiff in the day. Oh, these people, are they your men? Lun? Qin Yu's expression relaxed when he saw that the boss of the scarred man was the overlord of the city village. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm the one who failed to discipline and let these fools offend you. Kuroko. The overlander finished with a slight smile and inclined his head. Boss. The scarred man came to Cross River Dragon's side and weakly shouted. Apologize to my brother. Crossing the River Dragon said in a deep voice. Oh brother? Yeah, only. Before the scarred man could finish his words, Qin Yu waved his hand and pointed at Su Yani at the doorway. Apologize to my classmate. I don't need to. After all, you are the ones who got beaten up. Hiccup. It's not very hurtful. It's extremely insulting. In Scarab's mind, the words drifted through. The corners of his mouth twitched before he turned to look at Su Yani in the doorway and bowed 90 degrees. Beauty. I'm sorry. No, never mind. Su Yani stammered, red-faced. Anyone could see that this scarred man was a ruthless man. Even Lu Jinlong couldn't handle it, but Qin Yu not only beat them up, but also managed to apologize to himself when the other party found someone to back him up. The excitement of the heart is palpable. Oh, brother, do you think this will work? After the scarred man apologized, Cross River Dragon looked at Chinyu with a smile and asked. He was a gangster and one of the big shots in the East China Sea, so he was quite a bit better informed than the average person. Back then, Chinyu had not only forced away, in a few words, Lu Nanyan, who had tried to forcefully demolish his Paradise nightclub. Recently, Sato Ichiro and Lu Nanyan had been uprooted, and it seemed that Chinyu was also involved. It made his image more and more mysterious in the heart of the Overlander. Naturally, he was courteous to Chinyu. Well, let's leave it at that. Chinyu was not the master of being unreasonable. The other party had slapped Suyani, and he himself had taught these people a lesson, so it was almost over. Good, then I'll go back first. The overlord nodded and walked out of the box. Brother Lung, I'm Xiaolong, take care of me from now on. In front of his old classmates, the dangling Lu Jinlong was bending over in front of Cross River Dragon, but he introduced himself with a humble face. Don't recognize it. Over River Dragon lightly swept Lu Jinlong's eyes and walked into the elevator. Afterwards, Scarface also led his men and hurriedly followed. Phew, when the elevator doors closed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No one had expected that such a tricky matter would end up being resolved by Chinyu, who had the weakest presence. Chinyu, thank you, Suyani said as she looked at Chinyu gratefully. Oh, a show of hands. Chinyu smiled. That, Chinyu, I still have a few bottles of good wine. Let's drink some more. Shintao also had a pleasing look on his face. Yes, Chinyu, I have eyes that don't recognize Entei, Tai and have offended you. I'll punish myself with 3 cups later. Lu Jinlong followed and agreed. No, I should get back. I have to work tomorrow. Chinyu finished and looked at Li Lu. Let's go. I'll see you off. Aha! Li Lu nodded. The gaze that looked at Chinyu became a lot more affectionate. She already knew that Chinyu was excellent, but she did not expect it to be this excellent. Then sending you. How dare Shintao hit Li Lu's idea, and a group of old classmates put Chinyu and Li Lu sent out of the hotel. Then we'll go first. Chinyu got into the Bentley. I had just gotten into a fight with someone, and the alcohol had turned into sweat, so I didn't bother calling a valet. Bye-bye. Seeing the Bentley car disappeared in the traffic, Shintao only sighed. Originally, our old classmates inside. Chinyu is the most cattle that, fortunately, people have patterns and don't bother with us. Otherwise, a random word and we'd all be eating our words. Lu Jinlong also rubbed his bald head and said, where do you think Chinyu and Li Lu will go tonight? Shintao winked with an ambiguous expression. Hey, unless Chinyu can't. Otherwise, just the strength of Li Lu's eyes when she looks at him, she'll definitely willingly give him a fuck. Lu Jinlong said with a smile. You too, you really can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. It's called, A Beautiful Woman with a Hero. And we're off. A group of old classmates one after another also left the Dragon Hotel. At this point, inside the Bentley, while driving, Chinyu looked at Li Lu, who was still a bit tipsy, and asked, where are you staying tonight? I don't know. The house has been sold, and I no longer have a place to stay in East China Sea. Li Lu shook her head, sounding a little sad. Then I'll find you a hotel. Chinyu thought for a moment. Aha! Li Lu nodded, with a few hints of anticipation in her eyes. Not much longer. Chinyu parked his car in front of a star hotel. After walking into the lobby with Li Lu, they opened a luxury suite. After taking the room card, coming upstairs and sending Li Lu into the room, Chinyu said, have a good night's sleep, and contact me by phone if something happens later. Chinyu. Li Lu pulled Chinyu's arm and pursed her lips. Stay, accompany me. No, Chinyu decisively refused. I don't mean that. That Chao Dawei. He took the initiative to find me for divorce before, but then, after his business failed and he lost a lot of money, and he was dumped by his mistress, he pestered me not to let him divorce. I was the one who insisted on divorce, so he kept looking for me, saying that he would scratch my face and never find a man again. I'm scared. Li Lu tilted her head with a watering look. That's fine. Chinyu hesitated before agreeing. Thanks. Li Lu bit her lip. Go take a shower then. I'll check my phone. Chinyu walked over to the sofa and sat down, opening his private number to see if Yan Mingyu had sent himself a message. Unfortunately, apart from Yan Mingyu's angry whatever you want, there was no more new information. It's so late. She should have gone to bed long ago. It's better not to disturb her. Chinyu wanted to send a message to Yan Mingyu, but he was afraid of disturbing her, and in the end, he read those text messages that he had chatted with her, in detail, before putting his phone aside. Squeak. 10 or so minutes later, Li Lu took a shower, wrapped in a towel and pushed the door open, revealing sexy shoulders, and 2 round, snow-white thighs. Wiping her wet hair, her face slightly red, Aren't you going to take a shower? Okay, you sleep. I'll take the couch later. Shin Yu stood up and walked into the bathroom. There were the clothes that Li Lu had taken off, all on top of the hangers, including the small items that were close to her body. With lace, it's seductive. Shin Yu. Just as Shin Yu turned on the faucet and prepared to take a shower, Li Lu pushed open the door and walked in. Shin Yu was startled and hurriedly covered his key parts. I'm leaving tomorrow, and maybe after that, we won't even see each other. I think tonight. Li Lu's small hand gently pulled the bath towel on her body, and it fell to the ground. Li Lu. Shin Yu was stunned. Eyes unblinking, he looked at the curvaceous, snow-white, tight body in front of him. The knot in his throat slid with difficulty before he said hastily, "What are you doing? Quick, pick up the towel." Shin Yu. I know that you have a wife, but I did it willingly. You have given so much for me. This is my repayment to you. Li Lu clenched her shell teeth and took a step forward with her rounded legs. Li Lu. Stop it. Shin Yu subconsciously took a step back. However, the bathroom was that big and the wall was already behind him. Honestly, he wasn't a saint, not to mention having been an old firstborn man, so where could he stand up to this kind of temptation? Only feel. A flame has gradually spread in the whole body. There is a voice in the heart shouting, "This is a woman you once loved." You then. The biggest desire is not to kiss her mouth. Take a look at her body. Now the opportunity is in front of you. What are you waiting for? Even if you don't fuck, if she remarries later, it's still going to be cheaper for other men. Only. Another voice soon resounded in his heart. Shin Yu. Li Lu has just been divorced and hurt by love. It is the most vulnerable time. You can't take advantage of the fire. Moreover, you still have a registered wife. You cannot betray her. Shin Yu. Li Lu's eyes were a little bit mesmerized as she stretched out her small hand and wrapped it around Shin Yu's neck. Putting her body, she gently pressed it up. No can do. With great perseverance, Shin Yu pushed Li Lu away. Gritting his teeth, he picked up his clothes and pants and hurriedly walked out of the bathroom. Shin Yu. Bang! In Li Lu's ears, the sound of Shin Yu leaving the room and closing the door came. I hate you. With a sobbing voice, Li Lu slowly squatted on the ground. Day 2. Shin Yu arrived at the company with 2 dark circles under his eyes. I was already back late, and in my mind, it was the scene in the hotel bathroom, so it would be strange if I could sleep soundly. Not long after she had just arrived at the office, Yen Mingyu also walked in with her briefcase, dressed in a white professional outfit, with long black hair, simply tied up. It looks bright-eyed and cool. After sweeping a glance at Shin Yu, he pushed open the door and entered his office. For almost the entire day, Yen Mingyu didn't come out much. Shin Yu swiped his computer's browser from time to time, and the post that smeared Yen Mingyu still occupied the #1 spot on the hot search list. It definitely doesn't look like this post is from a regular self-published blogger. In the entire country of China, with so many things happening every day, the heat would quickly recede if no one paid for traffic. Who is it? What was his purpose in discrediting Yen Mingyu so deliberately? Shin Yu all day, the mood is not too good. After all, the other side smeared this person. Is his wife almost evening. Xiao Meng, from the Information Security Department, clutched his laptop and ran into the office with gusto. Mr. Yen, Mr. Yen, Meng exclaimed. What do you want with Mr. Yen? Shin Yu stood up and stopped Xiao Meng. I got the address of the guy who posted that. Meng gasped and looked excited. Okay, come with me to meet Yen. Chief. Shin Yu walked to the door of Yen Mingyu's office and knocked on the door, receiving permission before walking in with Xiao Meng. Mr. Yen, I've found it. Originally, Meng expected to take 2 days to find out the other side of the address, but after his sleepless efforts, it took only 1 day to attack the other side of the network setup traps, locking the specific address of the posters. Where? Yen Mingyu raised his head and asked in a deep voice. In the suburb of Dongping Town, Building 78. Meng was probably too excited and stuttered a bit. Shin Yu, let's go. Arrest them. Yen Mingyu rubbed her feet and walked out first. Mr. Yen, I'll go too. Xiao Meng also wanted to see with her own eyes how the person behind the smearing of Yen Mingyu was caught. Meng, wait for our news at the company. The fight, leave it to me. Shin Yu patted Xiao Meng's shoulder and then followed Yen Mingyu into the elevator. Soon, it was off in the Bentley, speeding towards the suburbs. On the way, Yen Mingyu coldly asked, last night in the car, with a woman? Shin Yu was startled for a moment before he snapped. Brought a friend along. Didn't do anything in the car, did you? Yen Mingyu asked again faintly. No, absolutely not. I'm not like that. Shin Yu's head shook like a rattlesnake. Then he couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Mr. Yen, how did you know? Oh, swindle you. Yen Mingyu said expressionlessly. Qin Yu was depressed. What kind of image did he have in Yan Mingyu's mind? Not just going to a party at night and she was sure she had brought a woman in the car? Is it possible that he is the kind of man who likes to mess around with men and women? This realization made Qin Yu more or less sad. It was only after that small amount of time that she asked, Mr. Yan, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Yes? Yan Mingyu gently raised her eyebrows. I am really not the kind of man who likes to fuck around, Qin Yu said with a red face. She's her wife. If she doesn't change her image, she probably won't treat her well even if she makes it clear that she's in a relationship with her. Right? Does it matter to me if you mess around or not? Yan Mingyu glanced at Qin Yu obliquely and asked nonchalantly. Aye. Qin Yu felt that he was on the verge of suffocating his internal injuries. Well, focus on driving. After Yan Mingyu finished speaking, she closed her eyes. The thing about this post is that it's like a ticking time bomb, and there's no telling what horrible consequences it could have if it's not defused. So, all last night, she didn't get much sleep either. Oh, Qin Yu answered sullenly. It took a full 2 hours of driving to get to the outskirts of the town. Parking his car, Qin Yu asked someone to inquire. Building 78 is a factory building that has been abandoned for a long time. However, recently there have been people coming in and out one morning and one night. Mr. Yan, just wait for me in the car. Building 78 is at the back of the town. It's a bit out of the way. Qin Yu returned to the car and said to Yan Mingyu, No, go over there together. This poster has touched my bottom line. Yan Mingyu said with a cold face. Okay. Qin Yu drove the Bentley, and after leaving the town, he drove another kilometer or two before he saw a patch of small, dilapidated buildings. There were one-person tall weeds all around, but the ground had fresh wheel marks. Humph, pretty good at hiding. After stopping the car, Qin Yu surveyed the surroundings, then squatted on the ground and grabbed some fresh dirt with his hand and pinched it. Determined the wheel marks. They should have been pressed on in the last day or two. Mr. Yan, be careful then. Qin Yu could understand Yan Mingyu, why she must follow herself to catch this person who smeared her. Anyone who was rumored to have had an incestuous relationship with their dead father would be beyond angry. Get in there. Yan Mingyu glanced at the small building, which was still vaguely illuminated, and her eyes flashed with a touch of coldness as she walked through the gate with Qin Yu. Mr. Yan. Qin Yu had just stepped into the dilapidated courtyard when the sweaty hairs on his back stood up. Subconsciously, he grabbed Yan Mingyu's smooth wrist. Say. Yan Mingyu's voice was cold while she twisted her head to stare at Qin Yu's large hand. Qin Yu retracted his claws before he snapped. I have a feeling that I'm not too comfortable. You'd better not follow me up. Are you sure? Although Yan Mingyu was furious in her heart and wanted to personally catch the person who posted the rumor, she also still maintained a certain amount of sanity. Qin Yu was not a coward, and to make him show such a wary look, it was possible that this plant was indeed harboring some unsafe elements. Okay. Qin Yu nodded his head with certainty. He had been on dozens of dangerous missions, big and small, before he was discharged. Several times that sweaty feeling had pulled him and his teammates back from danger. Okay, I'll meet you in the car. Yan Mingyu nodded and exited the courtyard, taking another look at the lit room before saying, Be careful yourself. Aha! Qin Yu waited for Yan Mingyu to get into the car, then pressed the car key and unlocked the door directly. Only then did he take a slight breath and stride into the stairway. After arriving at the second floor in no time, he took off his suit and wrapped it around his arm. Don't ask why. This is the experience gained with blood and life while on a mission. What if, pushing open the door is a brightly lit sharpshooter? Or a blackened muzzle? Thick clothing wrapped around your arms will at least help shield you from damage. Qin Yu had just reached the doorway when he vaguely saw a bright pool of water stains in the crack of the door. With a thick eyebrow raised, he took a few steps back. Seeing a rusty nail at his feet, he picked it up and gently dropped it into the doorway. Pattering sound. In an instant, a cloud of sparks rose from the rusty nails. As Qin Yu had guessed, the water stain in the doorway was electrified. If Qin Yu took the risk of pushing the door open and stepped on the water damage, he would definitely be electrocuted. Quite the gimmick. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, fished out a small army knife from his pocket, and directly picked off one of the entry wires on the wall. Pattering sound. The room was immediately plunged into darkness. Qin Yu once again looked for an iron nail and threw it into the doorway, and there was no longer any difference. Bang! Kicking hard at the wooden door, Qin Yu quickly dodged in, shielding his face with his suit-wrapped arm. Jab! With a sound of fabric breaking, Qin Yu felt his arm hit something. Felt out the phone, turned on the flashlight function. In front of me were 3 brightly shining steel wire, spaced 60 or 70 centimeters one, a total height of 1 meter 8. If, without shielding his face with his suit-wrapped arm, he just walked in, this resilient, yet hair-thin wire could definitely slit his throat. At this point, inside the car, Yen Mingyu tilted her head and gently bit her lip, seeing the lights in the room go out. She's not some, dumb white girl fresh out of school. She had grown up with intrigue and scheming and understood the darkness of this society all too well. Nothing's going to happen to him, is it? Yen Mingyu felt a little guilty in her heart. Had she known that the other party was so cunning, she should have called for more A-rank security guards instead of letting Qinyu take the risk alone. Time passes by. The room upstairs, still plunged in darkness, was unmoving. Is it possible that Qinyu? Yen Mingyu's heart jumped and she fumbled for her cell phone, considering whether or not to give him a call to ask about the situation. However, there was a fear of repercussions on his actions. This kind of anxious waiting made Yen Mingyu feel like days were years. Inside the room, Qinyu used his saber to remove the 3 steel wires before he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the house was empty, except for the cigarette butts all over the floor, and some messy magazines, it had long been empty, so I knew that this was actually a trap set by the other side. The one who posted to smear Yen Mingyu has long since run away. And, on the old desktop computer, there was a printed note: if it solves you, it only means you're stupid. If it doesn't solve it, then the game has just begun. Grass. Qinyu cursed, removed the note and slipped it into his pocket. Finally, holding the computer mainframe, he walked out of the room. Phew. Yen Mingyu couldn't help but sigh in relief when she saw Qinyu walking out of the factory gate unharmed. When he got in the car, he asked, "What's going on in there? Is there no one there?" "Well, it's long gone. It's a trap." Qinyu felt out the note in his pocket and handed it to Yen Mingyu before shaking the cut suit and talking about the experience he just had. "It looks like the other party doesn't just want to discredit me through rumors, but even, they want to kill me." Yen Mingyu frowned her willow brows and said with a cold face, "Well, by the looks of it, there must be quite a few more backstops." Qinyu nodded. "Let's go back first and have Meng work overtime to see if we can find anything of value in the mainframe." After Yen Mingyu finished speaking, she crumpled the note into a ball and threw it out the window. Back at the office, it was 12 p.m. Meng is still waiting in the office. Seeing Qinyu walking and holding the computer mainframe and Yen Mingyu, he hurriedly stood up and asked, "Mr. Yen, Special Assistant Qin, did you catch anyone?" "No." Qinyu shook his head and put the computer mainframe on the table. "Take a look. Is there anything in here?" "Yes." Numbly, Meng connected the computer mainframe to the company's computer screen and began tapping away at the keyboard. A few minutes later, disappointedly looking at Yen Mingyu and Qinyu, he said, "Nothing, the other party deleted it cleanly." "Can't you recover?" Qinyu asked with a frown. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't recover with my skills." Meng was silent for a moment before he said in embarrassment, "Right." Xiaomeng had just finished speaking when he slapped his head again, as if he had thought of something. "Got an idea?" Qinyu and Yen Ming asked together. "I don't have one, but I know a master who is even more powerful than me, right in the next city. I'll contact him, maybe he has a solution." Meng explained. "Okay, then help me get in touch with him. As long as you can help me find out the clues, money is not a problem." Yen Mingyu nodded and said, in her family group, she had promised to solve this matter in 3 days. However, a whole day had already passed, but there was no sign at all, so she could only put all her hopes on this host. "Then I'll contact him right away." Xiaoming touched his cell phone, tapped WeChat, and began to talk to the other party. It took a minute or two before he put down his cell phone and said somewhat angrily, "This guy, he's so not a thing. He wants a lot of money?" Qinyu looked at Xiaomeng with some confusion and asked, because he did not say that the other party could not restore the host. Rather, calling the other side something it is not indicates that the other side should be making a very excessive offer. "No," he said. Xiaomeng blushed and her voice was super low. "Let Mr. Yen sleep with him." "What?" Qinyu broke his fist, and the bone joints immediately made a crackling sound. "This kid is tired of living, isn't he? Assistant Qin, let's ignore him. This guy is just a dead geek with delusions of grandeur." Meng said hastily, "He's really good at computers." "Really good?" Yen Mingyu's expression, however, was very calm. "Well, this guy is a great god in our circle." Meng nodded. "He's sure he can restore this mainframe?" Yen Mingyu asked again. He said yes. Yen Mingyu did not speak again, but gently turned her eyes. Hiccup. Xinyu's heart instantly tensed. Yen Mingyu wouldn't want to agree to this excessive condition of the other party, right? If that kid really dares to come to East China Sea to sleep with Yen Mingyu, I will definitely break all 3 of his legs. Tap. Only. Yen Mingyu turned around, didn't say anything, and walked out of the office alone. Mr. Yen. Xinyu wanted to follow. "I'll call Dash." Yen Mingyu put up her hand and stopped Xinyu. What does she mean by calling Lu Xiaoxia? Could it be that, in addition to being a doctor, she knows about computer technology? Xinyu was full of doubts, and it was only after a few minutes that Yan Mingyu walked back into the office. To Xiao Meng, she said, "I'll pass a video to you. You pass it to that computer expert. Just say, if you can do me this favor, I'll introduce the girl in the video to him. Be well, Mr. Yan." Apparently, Xiao Meng didn't quite understand Yan Mingyu's meaning. Soon, Yan Mingyu transmitted a video to Xiao Meng's cell phone through WeChat. It turns out that Lu Xiaoxiao also has an account on a certain hand, a certain voice, and likes to play some selfies when she's not doing anything. There's quite a few fans. It's already broken 1 million. The video that Yan Mingyu passed on was taken by Lu Xiaoxiao wearing the recently popular yellow battlesuit. The so-called yellow battle dress is a silk, long dress embroidered with yellow flowers. Originally, the yellow color has symbolized modesty and atmosphere since ancient times, but with the good figure of these beautiful hostesses, it gives people a pure and lustful feeling. Lu Xiaoxia also followed the trend and filmed a segment in a long yellow dress that rounded an upright curve. With a sexy and delicate foxy face, what man wouldn't be mesmerized by looking at it? Up to this point, Xinyu also understood Yan Mingyu's intention. In terms of flirting with men, Lu Xiaoxiao definitely dumped her on Mount Everest. What a beauty trick! He himself could barely resist Lu Xiaoxiao's charm, let alone a dead otaku who only knew how to hide at home and play with computers. Interge, boo-hoo. After Xiaomeng sent the video over, the computer expert really seemed to be like chicken blood, and kept getting to the bottom of the matter. Really? You're a man of your word, aren't you? When do I get to meet that beauty? Honestly, in terms of face value, Yan Mingyu was definitely a bit higher than Lu Xiaoxiao. However, when it comes to attraction to men, Lu Xiaoxiao, with her explosive figure, is clearly superior. Mr. Yan, he messaged back. Xiaomeng handed his cell phone to Yan Mingyu. In this case, ask him if he can come to East Sea tonight? I'll call Xiaoxiao out and have a late-night snack while waiting for him. Yan Ming said after thinking for a moment. Yes. Meng picked up his hand. Machine. After sending a paragraph message, the other party almost seconds back, immediately move. Phew. Yan Mingyu exhaled. Then said, let's go for a late-night snack and bring the host with us. Aha! Xinyu held the mainframe and went to the garage with Yan Mingyu and Xiao Meng, putting the mainframe in the trunk. He then drove away from the company. In fact, for those who like to stay up late, the 12 o'clock nightlife has just begun. No, sports cars, which are usually rare on the road during the day, are now abundant on the streets. Take a girl and blow up the streets like crazy. A few moments later, Xinyu parked the Bentley in front of a large stall. As soon as Yan Mingyu stepped off the bus, she attracted a lot of stares. However, this kind of beautiful woman in a luxury car with professional bodyguards, ordinary people really didn't dare to easily hit on her. This, coupled with the coldness and majesty in Yan Mingyu's brows, made these people realize that it should be the eldest young lady of whichever powerful family that had come out to experience the nightlife. After finding an empty table and sitting down, Yan Mingyu ordered scorpion, crayfish, grilled fish and a case of beer. Meng also took the location of the stall and sent it to the computer whiz. A few moments later, a red Mercedes parked right in front of the stall. Lu Xiaoxiao, who was wearing a duck-tongued cap and had long flowing hair, walked straight towards Yan Mingyu's table. She was wearing a pair of blue skinny jeans with a black punch bowl. It was supposed to be a very casual outfit. The zipper of the punch bowl, however, was only halfway down, revealing the white undershirt inside. The voluptuous upper part of her body was holding up the white undershirt and making it a little transparent. Other women, this dress, it's too intentional, isn't it? It's hard to keep people's attention. For heavy things falling down. For a while, the sound of gulping constantly resounded. Baby, M.O. and Lu Xiaoxiao waved her little hand and greeted Yan Mingyu and Xinyu. Walking over to the table, she sat down on her but before a pair of fox eyes looked at Xiao Meng. And this is? I'm Meng Zicheng, Mr. Yan's employee. Meng blushed and stammered. It could be seen that Lu Xiaoxiao's figure, her face value, had a huge killing power on any man. Yan Mingyu had made the best use of her by bringing her here. LOL. Lu Xiaoxia. Lu Xiaoxia stretched out her snow-white little hand and gently shook it with Xiao Meng. Hello? Xiao Meng's face turned even redder, and after retracting her hand, she lowered her head so low that she didn't even dare to look at Lu Xiaoxiao squarely. Even in his heart, he was a little lost. Why his computer skills were no longer a little bit more bullish. And Mr. Yan introduced this big beauty to himself. Baby, your bodyguard is there tonight. Drink? Lu Xiaoxia picked up a bottle of beer and didn't use a bottle opener, opening it with a thumb. It's really cool and valiant. Well, I'll drink a bottle that is. Yan Mingyu nodded, then whispered, the people haven't come yet, so pull your clothes up, or else those people's gazes can eat you up. Oh, obediently, Lu Xiaoxia sat up straight and pulled the zipper up a bit. Jab. Only when she let go, the zipper slipped back down. Can't hide it at all. Look. It's not that I don't want to pull. It's that I can't. Lu Xiaoxia spread her hands with a face full of helplessness. So be it. Yan Mingyu said breathlessly. LOL. They can look if they like. They can't get me anyway. Come on. Come on. Drink. Lu Xiaoxia tilted her neck, her sultry, wet little mouth blowing into the bottle. Even Qinyu, who had dealt with her a few times, saw this image and his heart pounded twice. It's not the bottle she's blowing out of her little mouth. Xiao Meng was even worse. The chopsticks in his hand snapped to the floor along with the peanuts. And so, the four men drank while they waited. Maybe 2 hours later, Meng's cell phone finally rang again. He took it out and took a look at it, and immediately said excitedly, Mr. Yen, that guy has arrived. Then let's go get him. Yan Mingyu stood up and said, obviously, she valued this computer expert. With that, the group walked out of the stall, crossed a crosswalk, and after coming across the street, they saw a youth with black-framed glasses, messy hair, and a plaid shirt. Somewhat lewdly, he looked at, next to a girl with a short skirt, revealing a pair of big white legs. Chun Ma. Meng shouted. They were also only familiar with each other on the internet and had not met in reality. You're Meng Zicheng? The computer expert was also sizing up Meng. Well, let me introduce. This is Mr. Yen and this is Miss Lu. Meng nodded. Mr. Yen, the #1 beauty in East China Sea. I've heard of your great name in Jiangcheng. Hello, hello. The computer expert's gaze was instantly drawn to Yan Mingyu, and with a piggy face, he stretched out his hands. Hello. Yan Mingyu only nodded slightly, but did not shake hands with the computer expert. Just when the computer expert was a bit embarrassed, Lu Xiaoxiao took the initiative to stretch out her small white and tender hand. Welcome to East Sea. At the same time, the fingers were still in the computer expert's palm, scratching it lightly. Hiss. The computer expert had a jolt. Woj? Qinyu's eyelids fluttered. This computer expert wouldn't be so sensitive, right? LOL. I heard from Meng that you're good at computers, so you have to help us. Lu Xiaoxia took the computer guru's hands and shook them. Daintily. No problem. Gulp. The computer guru looked at Willow's fullness as she followed the swaying and nodded crisply before sliding the knot in her throat again. Just one look. He then fell under Lu Xiaoxia's pomegranate skirt. Then let's go over there and talk while we eat. Yan Mingyu turned around and walked towards the stall. Lu Xiaoxia and the computer guru walked side by side, not knowing what to say, causing the computer guru to let out a burst of hee giggles. Xinyu glanced back and said in his heart that if there was a segment for teasing men, Lu Xiaoxiao must be the king. Soon, a few people once again returned to the stall. Yan Mingyu called the boss and added some more food. Master, little sister toasts you. Lu Xiaoxia was very good at getting into the mood, calling herself her little sister in front of the computer guru. A pair of fox eyes shone brightly, looking like they adored each other. Hey, yes. The computer whizware beckoned, and seemed to get a little giddy before he even started drinking. Frankly speaking, from his dress, temperament, it is not difficult to see that this computer expert in the network should be a big god, but in reality, is definitely a hangman who stayed at home all day, not to mention a demon of Lu Xiaoxiao's level. Even ordinary girls in general would not necessarily look at him. I have to say, Yan Mingyu's use of this beauty trick was really good, not to mention asking him to help restore a computer. I guess he would not even blink if he was asked to jump off the roof of a building right away. LOL. I didn't realize that your computer skills are great and your drinking ability is also so good. Do you know how to play boxing? Let's play a couple of games. Lu Xiaoxia asked with a flirtatious smile. Hey, of course I will. Not that I'm bragging, but I've been paddling in that part of our neighborhood for all. No opponent. The computer whiz patted himself on the back. LOL, that good? Well, it's a little hot. I'll take my coat off. After Lu Xiaoxiao took off her rushing jacket, the plump upper body and flat belly, the shocking discrepancy formed. It was even more so when he looked at the computer expert's eyes almost stared out. Perhaps, with all the beauty and filters, the internet is full of beautiful people. However, in reality, those who could reach this level of Lu Xiaoxiao were a phoenix feather. Stretching out his small, snow-white hand, he began to paddle with the computer expert, a dragon. Ah, two good ones. You drink. The computer expert was no match for Lu Xiaoxiao, basically paddling a hand and losing a hand. Dash. Yan Mingyu gave her best friend a wink. Don't get the computer whiz drunk. She has business to do later. Aha! After receiving Yan Mingyu's gesture, Lu Xiaoxiao took a pair of clean chopsticks and fed a piece of meat to the computer expert. Here, have a piece of mutton. Open your mouth. Hey! The computer guru beauty's mouth was gaping up to her ears. While chewing on the meat, he asked vaguely, "Miss Lu, what do you do?" "Egg breaker," Lu Xiaoxia said in a serious manner. "Ha, you're a cop. Ha." The computer whiz flinched. "No, I run a private hospital. I specialize in surgery. A lot of male patients in car accidents are sent to my hospital. I am responsible for removing their eggs. After a long time, they all call me an egg removal expert." Lu Xiaoxia looked at her slender fingers and said rather smugly, "Ah." The computer expert subconsciously clamped his thighs together. "Well, the midnight snack is almost over. Let's get down to business." Yan Mingyu said in the family group that she had 3 days to resolve this matter, leaving her little time left. "Master, it's up to you." Oh, Willow blinked her watery eyes. "Wrap it up." The computer guru puffed out his chest. "Qin Yu, go bring in the mainframe." Yan Mingyu inclined her head and asked the boss to arrange a private room. After waiting for Qin Yu to hold the host, several people walked into the box together. After Meng took out his laptop and docked it with the mainframe, the computer was sat down in his chair and started tapping away at the keyboard. The look on his face followed with a lot of seriousness. Interesting, ha ha ha, watch me recover." The computer was laughed a little nervously and tapped his fingers faster. Snap. A few minutes later, the computer was hit the enter key and said with a grin, "Done." "Crap. Chen Mo. You are indeed bull." Meng glanced at the computer screen and gave a thumbs up. Hey, it's a little bit better than you," the computer whiz smugly said. "Meng, see who he's been in contact with lately?" Yan Mingyu also walked over to the computer and said, "Yes, as long as the inside of the mainframe can be restored, the rest can be taken care of by Meng." Crackling, Xiao Meng operated again, and after a few minutes, said with an embarrassed expression, "Mr. Yan, they didn't use communication tools to contact each other. It should be that the other party posted the mission on the darknet, and then this side picked it up. It's not easy to find out if the contact is on the dark web." The computer whiz also nodded and said, "In the past 2 years, there have been more and more rumors about the dark web, which can be used for everything from trading digital currency to buying and selling weapons and missiles. It is evident that the dark web is so powerful and scary that it is spread to almost every corner of the world. Even a country may not be able to breach its security system." "Master, you're so good. You must have a solution, right?" Seeing Yan Mingyu's ugly face, Lu Xiaoxiao pulled the computer expert's arm and shook it. Hey, I'll try my best then." The computer was giggled and started tapping away at the keyboard again. "Mr. Yan, I think we can change our mindset." At that moment, Qin Yu scraped his chin and said, "Say." Yan Mingyu's gaze landed on Qin Yu's face. "I also know something about the dark web, known as the safest place on the World Wide Web, and it's almost impossible to check a person's clues on it." But, when Qin Yu said this, his words changed. "Why do we have to track each other down on the internet? That's his advantage. We can't keep being led by the nose." "Continue." Yan Mingyu nodded, feeling that what Qin Yu said made sense. The other side was hidden in the dark net, and with the power of an individual, there was no way to fight against the dark net. "The geese have passed. The wind has passed." Qin Yu squinted his eyes and continued. "This expert, who has lived in and left Dongping town for several days, now that surveillance is so popular and all over the streets, why don't we lock the other party through the surveillance, and then have these 2 computer experts hack into the surveillance system and find out his current exact location? Let's shift our position to fight him in reality. Why didn't I think of that?" Yan Mingyu looked at Qin Yu with unblinking eyes and could not help but slap his forehead. Isn't it much easier to find someone in reality through surveillance than it is to check for traces of someone on the dark web? Oh, the onlooker knows better. Qin Yu grinned. "It's still nice to be able to do a favor for my wife." "Mr. Yan, I also think that this method that Assistant Qin said is easier to achieve." Xiao Meng also favored Qin Yu's idea. "Yeah, the streets are full of surveillance now, so if they've appeared, they're bound to leave a trail. I'll start checking now," the computer guru said with a nod of his head as well. However, hacking into a public surveillance system has a high probability of alerting the national security authorities, Meng said as he pushed down his gold-rimmed glasses. "Leave this to me." Qin Yu touched his cell phone and dialed Lu Rawan's number, and waited until it was connected and said, "Sorry to disturb your sleep. I'm not that lazy. I got up a long time ago and I'm practicing boxing." Lu Gentle's crisp voice came out. Indeed, even Qin Yu and the others did not notice that the sky outside had already dawned. It also meant that there was only 1.5 days left of the 3 days Yan Mingyu had promised in the family group. "Well, my boss is in a bit of trouble. We might have to hack into the surveillance system in East China Sea, so help us out and say hello." Qin Yu does not know. Lu Gentle now joined the specific department, but feel her authority is particularly large. The last time to catch Sato Ichiro, A phone call. The entire East China Sea Special Police have been mobilized. Aha, okay. Given her trust in Xinyu, Lu Roro did not ask anything more and agreed after a moment of contemplation. Thanks. After putting down his cell phone, Xinyu said to Xiao Meng and the computer expert, "You may begin." Xinyu, you still know someone like that? Yan Ningyu was slightly surprised. My former instructor, now retired and in the special services, Xinyu explained. Thank you. Yan Ningyu nodded. Oh, you're my boss. It's only right to help you, Xinyu said with a smile. LOL, why do I feel that the relationship between the two of you is not like a boss and an employee? How come it kind of smells like two people? Willow said with a wink. Dash, what are you babbling about? Yan Ningyu blared at her best friend. In this situation, Xinyu could only play dumb. Half an hour later, the computer expert pointed to the surveillance screenshot on the laptop screen and asked, "Look guys, this one and the surveillance screenshot from the town. Is it the same person? I'll watch." Xinyu used to be in scouting and was very good at finding clues. Even if the other party is well disguised, they will surely be able to spot the cracks. Sure enough, the town surveillance captured a chubby, long-haired figure with sunglasses. Instead, the newest thing the surveillance captured was a white, thin, tall figure. It's easy for a thin man to try to disguise himself as a fat man. It's unlikely for a fat man to try to disguise himself as a thin man. Xinyu scraped his chin and rotated his eyes, carefully comparing the two surveillance screenshots. It should be the same person, although his body type has changed a lot. But look at his smoking posture. It's a personal habit that's hard to change. It's all about the thumb and forefinger pinching. That's pretty much it, the computer whiz couldn't help but say with admiration. And can you pinpoint, exactly, where he is now? Xinyu asked after some thought. One moment. The computer whiz continued to tap the keyboard, this time after less than a minute, and said, "At the Dynasty Hotel, room 808. Mr. Yen, I'm going to arrest someone. You guys wait here for my news," Xinyu said in a deep voice. "Okay, watch yourself," Yan Ningyu said. With that, Xinyu took the car keys and got into the Bentley, heading towards the Dynasty Hotel. When he reached the door to room 808, he inserted his saber into the doorway, fiddled with it a few times, and the door to the room opened. Upon entering, a large bed was filled with tall, thin youths sleeping with their arms around two naked women. The sheets were crumpled and the floor was full of scattered clothing. It's not hard to tell that these three had a pretty good time last night. Xinyu narrowed his eyes, walked to the bedside, and directly pressed on the neck of the tall and thin youth, where there was an acupoint that would cause a person to fall into a coma when pressed by gravity. Grabbing another quilt that had fallen to the floor, he wrapped the tall, skinny young man in it, slung it over his shoulder, and took the stairs to the garage. Throw it in the Bentley and keep driving towards the suburbs. It was only when he came to a deserted place that he dragged the tall, skinny youth out of the car and kicked him in the shins. Ouch! With a shiver of pain, the tall, thin youth opened his eyes and screamed. "Who are you and what do you want?" The tall and thin youth glared angrily at Xinyu after looking at his surroundings. "I ask, you answer. If I'm not satisfied, I'll dig a hole here and bury you." Xinyu stared at him with a bit of a murderous aura. This was an aura that could only be formed by a master who had actually killed someone, and ordinary people couldn't resist it at all. You ask. The tall, thin youth scrunched his neck. "Have you been to Dongping town and posted in the abandoned factory there to smear Mr. Yen of the Four Seas group through the internet?" Xinyu took out his cell phone and turned on the video recording function before asking the tall and thin youth. "This, say," when Xinyu coldly shouted. The tall and thin youth gave an honest account. "Yes, I received money from someone else." "Who is this man?" Xinyu pursued. We contacted each other on the dark net. He gave me 10 digital currencies to cash in myself." The tall, thin youth's statement was similar to Xiao Meng's in their judgment that he and the man behind the scenes had completed the transaction on the dark web. Grass. Xinyu's face is as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. "Is it dead wrong to find out? Who is the black hand behind the scenes?" You don't kill me. I can give you a clue." It was probably because Xinyu's fierce and vicious appearance had scared the tall and thin youth, and he had learned to snatch the answer. "What clue?" Xinyu's eyes lit up. "He gave me digital currency that is traceable. Give me some time and I'll know who the other guy is," the tall and thin youth said with a face full of curtness. "Some time? How long is that?" Xinyu stared at the tall and thin youth and asked in a deep voice. "Well, 2 days." The tall, thin youth weakly held out 2 fingers. "No, it's been too long." Xinyu shook his head. Although he hadn't dealt with the Yin family's people in private, it wasn't hard to see from the last time the old man was sick that those people were definitely not good birds. How could they let go of such a good opportunity to fall into the well? If this matter remained unresolved, the pressure Yan Mingyu faced could be imagined. At least, it'll take a day as well. Otherwise, You might as well dig a hole and bury me, the tall, thin young man said with a strained neck. I'll ask the boss then. After Qin Yu ended the video, he passed the video to Yen Mingyu and sent a message. Mr. Yen, this kid said that if he is given one day, he will be able to find out the mastermind behind the scene. You can. Yen Mingyu quickly replied. Okay then, come with me. Qin Yu took the tall and thin youth along with the quilt and put it on his shoulders. Hey, where are you taking me? The tall, thin youth yelled in dissatisfaction. Of course it's our place. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he opened the car door and stuffed the tall and thin youth inside. To avoid trouble, he directly sliced his neck with a palm. It would be a problem if he sneaked up from behind while he was driving. Not much longer. Qin Yu led the men back to the 4C's group first, threw the tall and thin youth into the security department and had someone find a set of security guards' clothes for him. Only at last did he go to the big stall and drove Yen Mingyu, Xiao Meng, and the computer was back to the office. As for Lu Xiaoxia the demon, after staying up all night, she naturally went back to catch up on her sleep. When he arrived at the security department, Qin Yu had expected that the security guards would be wide-eyed and stare the tall thin youth to death. What I didn't expect was that some of them were making tea for the tall, thin youth, some were pounding his legs, and others were massaging his shoulders. What the fuck? Qin Yu blinked. Special Assistant Qin, Mr. Yen. The few security guards immediately snapped and stood up straight when they saw Qin Yu and Yen Mingyu walk in. You guys get out first. Qin Yu inclined his head. Yes. A couple of security guards brought the door with them and walked out. How did you do it? Did we come back a little later and this is your home? Qin Yu blared at the tall and thin youth and asked. Hey, I used their cell phones and programmed a small program on the spot. As long as you input the name of their favorite actress, you can connect to the surveillance of her home and see every move of the actress, including bathing and sleeping. How about it? Do you want me to download one of these programs for your phone as well? The tall, thin youth said with some smugness. They were just bought off? Qin Yu was filled with black lines. Shameless. Yen Mingyu even spat with a cold face. Tell you what, Mr. Yen, I'll keep an eye on him. Qin Yu didn't dare to trust those security guards anymore and was ready to personally guard the lewd guy. Okay, give him a day. If he can't find out who's behind this, he'll have all 10 of his fingers cracked, so he'll never be able to use a keyboard again. Yen Mingyu finished speaking and walked out with a cold wind. Hiccup. Qin Yu glanced at the 10 fingers of the tall and thin youth, and secretly admonished himself in his heart that it was all right to never. Don't offend women, especially rich and powerful ones. With Yen Mingyu's energy, not to mention cracking the fingers of the tall and thin youth, even if he was crippled, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Although, the slogan of equality for all has been shouted for hundreds of years. In fact, has the world ever been equal? In front of the truly powerful, the lives of ordinary people are similar to grass. Of course, the tall and thin youth was entirely to blame for causing Yen Mingyu to hate him so much. You heard my boss. Get to work or you won't be able to keep your 10 fingers. Qin Yu kicked the tall and thin youth. Oh, give me a professional computer that runs at least 4 levels of cache, with a DDR4 or higher interface, as well as a solid-state drive and video card, power supply, display, all with the best. The tall, skinny young man barreled on. Okay, wait a minute. Qin Yu doesn't know much about computers, but someone else does, so he called Xiao Meng. A few minutes later, holding his laptop, Meng walked into the security department with the computer whiz. I use a computer that should do the trick for you. Meng handed the laptop to the tall, thin young man. That's not necessarily true. After the tall and thin youth opened the laptop, he crackled and knocked twice. Crap. Not bad. Not bad. Only worse than the computer I used. The configuration is a drop. By the way, you're the only one who found out about me? My friend. Meng tapped the computer whiz on the shoulder. Scratch that. To be able to find out about me in such a short time, it definitely wouldn't be a nameless person. Uninstructed? The tall, thin young man's eyes burned as he looked at the computer whiz. Silence is golden. Shadow needle. Long time, long time. The two geeks were rather sympathetic to each other, and it seemed that they were both quite well known in the hacker community. Dude, how about a bet? The tall, thin youth offered. What's the bet? The computer was asked. You guys want to check that guy? Gave me 10 digital currencies and I only cashed out 5. Let's compete. Who will trace back and find the owner of these digital currencies first? If you win, I'll give you these 5 digital currencies, and if you lose, you'll be my little brother for a year. Dare you? The tall thin youth was full of provocation. It was similar to a person practicing martial arts. When they saw an opponent of the same level, they couldn't help but want to take a couple of moves and spar. Humph. What wouldn't you dare? The computer was finished and looked at Meng. Give me a better computer too. Assistant Chin. May I? Instead of agreeing, Xiaomeng asked Qinyu. Of course. Qinyu nodded his head. The two freaks fighting against each other would instead be able to find out the mastermind behind the scenes faster. I'll get the computer. Meng walked out. His department was responsible for the network security of the entire 4Cs group, so naturally every computer was highly configured. Oh that. Big brother, can you prepare me some breakfast? I played with 2 women last night and my body is empty. The tall and thin youth touched his stomach and looked at Qinyu and said, this can be had. After Qinyu finished speaking, he made a call to the company's restaurant side to have 3 breakfasts sent over. What do you call that digital currency? The computer expert saw the tall thin youth, who actually played so high last night, showing an envious expression. However, behind all of this was the need for financial resources to support it. Dog coins? Ha! Almost 600,000 apiece when I cashed out. The tall, thin youth said with a bit of smugness. Grass. I'll make sure to win the rest of your 5. The computer whiz said excitedly. That's up to you. The tall, thin youth shrugged. Must be better than you. How else did they check you out? That was me being careless. Alright, no fighting. Seeing that breakfast had been delivered, Qinyu glared and said, grab your food and work when you're full. Well big brother, don't worry, saying one day is one day. I can definitely help you find out this person behind it. The tall, thin young man forked a steak and slurred as he stuffed it into his mouth. Oof, better be true to your word, or else you won't be able to keep your 10 fingers. Qinyu pulled out a chair and sat down in front of the door with a big horse. Assistant Qin, I'll go back to my office then. Just call if you have any orders. Meng knew that with these 2 top computer experts here, he could no longer help much. Well, hard work. Qinyu nodded. He waited until Xiaomeng left before looking at the tall thin youth and asking, what's your real name? Aloradin. The tall, thin youth flinched before saying, oh, it's pretty loud. Qinyu said casually. Ha, you think my name rings a bell too? The tall and thin youth stared at Qinyu with bright eyes. Well, it's very symbolic. And whoever named you that wishes you a springtime of excellence in your life. Qinyu also saw that Luo Zhang was actually, in reality, a very weak and even somewhat inferior person. He just made a casual remark himself and he couldn't wait to get his approval. Hey, I can't do anything else but play with computers. I'm almost 30 years old. I don't even have a girlfriend. I often can't get $1,000 out of my pocket. Where is the excellence in such a life? Luo Zhang sighed and said, tell you what, as long as you help us solve this matter, I can introduce you to the 4Cs group. If you do a good job, you'll soon have a car and a house. And by the way, there are a lot of beautiful women in the 4Cs group. Qinyu felt that if he could keep such a genius in the 4Cs group, if he encountered someone using the internet to mess things up again, he would easily be able to bring out the other party. And not like right now, where a lot of time and energy has been expended and the person behind it has yet to be found out. Chen Mo, what about you? Are you willing to join the 4Cs group? If the computer experts were willing to stay as well, then the 4Cs group would simply be superb in this area of the network. Well, he stays, I'll stay. Chen Mo glanced at the tall, thin youth. Guess it's hard for freaks like them to find an equal level of competition in real life. It's so hard to meet. It's like the positive and negative poles of a magnet. And you're instantly and firmly attracted. You guys are really willing to let me join the 4Cs group? Luo Zhang looked a bit disbelieving. After all, the post that smeared Yan Mingyu was the one that he posted on the internet. Really? The 4Cs group needs a talent like you. Qinyu nodded very seriously. The owner of the 4Cs group, but her own wife, definitely had to do his best to help her enlist all kinds of talents to help the company grow bigger and stronger. Yes, I do, Luo Zhang said with some excitement. Before, he also went to look for a job. Either the salary is not satisfied, or colleagues ostracize him. After all, he in the field of computer this piece, really good enough. By others jealousy is normal. Coupled with the habit of freewheeling days, over and over again, they are too lazy to look for a job, nestled in the home as a hanging geek. But the 4Cs group doesn't. The same, the leading enterprises in East China Sea, the salary treatment's certainly needless to say. The key is, there are also a lot of high-value, high-quality beauties here. If you can pick one up as a wife, click one's tongue. Chen Mo, he's fine. Qinyu looked at the computer expert. I'm okay with that. Chen Ma shrugged. Okay, work. I'll call the boss. Qinyu brought the door with him and went to the corridor, dialing Yan Mingyu's number. After waiting for the connection, he opened the door and said, Mr. Yan, I'm sorry, I took the initiative to recruit these 2 computer experts into the 4Cs group. I'd actually like to recruit them. Yan Mingyu was silent for a moment before saying, not to mention her 4Cs group, even Penguin, Ali's such a giant. If a hacker can break into their security system, not only will not be angry, but will also take heavy money to hit the other party recruited into the banner. Then they're treated, hopefully, a little higher. Shinyu knew that if the company gave the average treatment, these two computer experts could not work for a few days before jumping ship. I'll think about it, Yen Mingyu said. Well, then I'll guard them in the security department. Yes. Only after Yen Mingyu's side hung up the phone did Shinyu put down his cell phone and return to the room to say to the two freaks, there's no problem on the boss's side either. I'm sure I'll give you guys the best treatment. Hey, thank the boss for us, Luo Zhang said cheerfully, rolling eyes. Evening. Perhaps it was the two computer experts competing with each other, which inspired their potential. Almost at the same time, they stopped pounding the keyboard and looked at Shinyu together. Checked it. Really? Who is it? Shinyu's spirit was revitalized as he hurriedly asked. Lu Yuan, the current head of the Lu family, one of the four great families of the Eastern Sea. Luo Zhang said. Well, it's also a super handsome guy. Damn. How in heaven's name can there be such a good-looking man? Chen Mo's focus was somewhat different. Do you prefer women or men? Shinyu swept a glance at their computer screen and there was a picture of Lu Yuan, who was indeed handsome and good-looking. Nonsense. Of course I like women, Chen Mo said without a trace of anger. Surprisingly, he didn't win those 5 digital currencies, which made him more than a little depressed. Then you guys keep digging. Dig out all of this Lu Yuan's old secrets, and I'll go report the situation to the boss. After Shinyu finished speaking, he took the elevator to Yen Mingyu's office, knocked on the door before stepping inside. Yen Mingyu stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, wrapping her arms around it and quietly looking out the window. That perfect side face and slender figure seemed more charming than the scenery outside the window. Mr. Yen, I've found it. Shinyu took one look at the immortal woman and withdrew his gaze. Who is it? Yen Mingyu turned around and looked at Shinyu and asked. Lu Yuan, the head of the four great families. The Lu family, Shinyu said. Is he? Yen Mingyu furrowed her willow brows because her own nominal mother, Lu Nanyan, was also a member of the Lu family. In that case, Lu Yuan is avenging Lu Nanyan by screwing himself like this? Mr. Yen, what do we do now? Shinyu's military background. His eyes cannot tolerate sand. Since the person has been pulled out, he should be taught a good lesson. Yen Mingyu didn't say anything, and only after so much as a minute or two did she say, Lu Yuan is not easy to move. His eldest uncle is the head of the city. Should we just let it go? Shinyu asked unwillingly. Only wait for your chance. Yen Mingyu's face was also a bit ugly. So what if he found out the person? He couldn't move the other party at all. Bells. At that moment, Yen Mingyu's phone rang, glancing at the unfamiliar number before connecting. Who is it? It's me, Willow Gwyn. On the other end of the phone, a somewhat feminine voice rang out. Oh, Master Lu family. Not hiding? Yen Mingyu's voice carried a few hints of mockery. The person I was looking for was taken by you guys. It's already been 10 or so hours, and you guys should have checked on me as well. So, I simply took the initiative to make a call to talk to you. Yung Gwyn looked unimpressed. So tell me, what do you want? Yen Mingyu asked coldly. 2 things. First, I'm going to finish what my sister didn't finish and annex your 4Cs group. Second, you marry me and become my wife. Although Lu Yuan's voice was a bit feminine and even effeminate, his tone was very strong. So, you used these despicable and shameless means to have people smear me on the internet? Don't you think that this is a bit of a fall from grace? Yen Mingyu asked with half-narrowed eyes, vaguely flashing a cold light. The world only looks at the results, as if the process doesn't matter. Lu Yuan said faintly. Aren't you afraid I'm going to die with you? Yen Mingyu raised her voice. You won't. I'll say a place and you'll understand. Wutong Town, Phoenix Village. Master Yen really knows how to choose a place to retire. Ah, the mountains are beautiful and the environment is pleasant. Just, what if Elder Yen is careless and falls off the mountain while climbing? Lu Yuan said sorrowfully. Yen Mingyu was shaking with anger. When Lu Yuan smeared her on the internet, she could still barely tolerate it. However, now that it had reached the point of moving her grandfather, Yen Mingyu was so angry that her entire body was about to explode. It looks like you don't believe me, so check your computer email, Ryungwin said slowly. Yen Mingyu chilled her face, walked over to her desk, and opened her computer mailbox. Inside was a video of several burly men with masks, holding the old man hostage and standing at the edge of a cliff. Lu Yuan, I'm telling you, if you dare to touch my grandfather, I'll make sure that your entire Lu family is buried with you. Yen Mingyu gritted her teeth and roared as she lost control of her emotions. Oh, don't be so excited. The old man is not yet fallen well. This way, I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it, and I'll call back after 10 minutes. Yunggwin hung up the phone after saying that. Shin Yu, Yan Mingyu slammed her cell phone heavily on the table, a hidden flame jumping in her eyes. Call all the company's A-grade security guards. Join me and go to Phoenix Village to save my grandfather right away. Mr. Yen, you can't leave the company. If I'm not wrong, this is Lu Yuan's plan to move the tiger away from the mountain. Once you leave, the company will have no one to sit on it, and with the strength of the Lu family, they will soon snipe at our company from the stock market. Once the company is annexed, we are even less of a match for Lu Yuan, Xinyu said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Won't you save my grandfather? Yan Mingyu angrily glared at Xinyu and asked. Mr. Yen, the people definitely need to be saved, but it's not necessary to send people to Phoenix Village, Xinyu said as he supported the shaky Yan Mingyu's arm. Before, when Lu Yuan had found someone to post on the internet to smear her, she had been able to keep her sanity. However, this time, she had taken hostage her grandfather, who was the most important thing to Yan Mingyu, making her physically and mentally already on the verge of collapse. No, I must go myself. Phoenix Village. I can't let anything happen to Grandpa. You let go of me. Yan Mingyu pushed Xinyu away and took large steps towards the outside of the office. Mr. Yen, you listen to me. Xinyu chased after him for a few steps and pulled Yan Mingyu back. Pop, you're just a bodyguard. You're in no position to give me orders. Yan Mingyu raised her hand and slapped Xinyu in the face. Her grandfather being held hostage at the edge of the cliff had made her completely lose her mind. Face. Xinyu gritted his teeth and looked at Yan Mingyu's face that had turned a little pale due to anger and worry, and he could not get angry in his heart. Let go. I'm going to save my grandfather. Seeing that Xinyu was still pulling her, Yan Mingyu once again snapped. Mr. Yen, calm down. Lu Yuan just wants us to disorganize ourselves, Xinyu said as he looked deeply at Yan Mingyu. I can't afford to be calm. I need to get my grandfather back. If you don't let go, I'll call security up, Yan Mingyu said angrily. Mr. Yen, let's wait for 10 minutes. If Lu Yuan calls again, I'll answer it, and I have a method to smoothly save the old man. You must believe me. Xinyu knew that Lu Yuan's move had made Yan Mingyu's brain, which had lost the ability to think, and that if he wanted to fight back, he could only fight this off himself. No, I can't wait a minute. That's my grandfather, my only family. Yan Mingyu struggled and headed out again. Mr. Yen, think about it. Once you lose your company, you're just a pretty woman. What are you going to fight Lu Yuan with? Even if we save the old man with our men, Lu Yuan has money and power. Can't we tie him up again? This time the matter is settled. What about the next time? Xinyu said bitterly. Yan Mingyu was definitely not stupid. She was just too worried about her grandfather's safety and lost her mind. Hearing Xinyu say this, his heart also calmed down immediately. Lu Yuan dared to touch Grandpa now. If he lost his company and became an ordinary person, wouldn't he and Grandpa be even more at Lu Yuan's mercy? What the hell do you have in mind? Yan Mingyu bit her lip and asked. Have Lu Yuan's men take the old man back to my grandfather's house, and leave the rest to my grandfather. All of Qinyu's kung fu was learned from his grandfather. Even though his grandfather's legs and feet were a bit inconvenient, he was able to deal with ordinary curmudgeons without any problems. It's the only way. Otherwise, Yan Mingyu with people but left the company, the group of dragons without a leader, until the grandfather pulled out. I am afraid that the company also changed ownership. You mean your grandfather knew kung fu in addition to medicine? Yan Mingyu asked suspiciously. Well, I basically learned all my skills from my grandfather. Xinyu nodded. But your grandfather is almost 80 years old. Yan Mingyu was still relieved. Mr. Yen, our Chinese kung fu practices qi and meridians, and it doesn't have much to do with age. Let's put it this way, even I am no match for my grandfather. Assuming I make a mistake with this plan and cause the old man to get hurt or have an accident, I will personally go to the Lu family and help you slaughter Lu Yuan. With me around, no one can bully you grandparents, Xinyu said forcefully. You. Yan Mingyu was slightly moved. Looking at Qinyu's still somewhat red and swollen cheeks, she said guiltily, I'm sorry, it's okay, I'm a big old man with thick skin. Xinyu waved his hand. Men in the East China Sea are notorious rakiers, and it's okay to be beaten by their wives. Then listen to you. Yan Mingyu took 2 steps and sat down on the sofa, her willow brows furrowed together, a little distracted. Mr. Yen, let me get you a glass of water. Xinyu received a cup of warm water for Yan Mingyu. Only then did he dial his grandfather's phone and said briefly, Grandpa Yen has been kidnapped to the back of the mountain. I'll have these people come to the house later. Bells. After Xinyu ended his call with his grandfather, Yan Mingyu's cell phone also rang again. I'll get it. Xinyu extended his hand. Aha! Yan Mingyu nodded and handed Xinyu his cell phone. How's the thinking going? Xinyu had just connected the phone and pressed the speakerphone when Lu Yuan's feminine voice rang out. I didn't hear the conditions you just said, Xinyu said indifferently. Indeed, he only knew that Lu Yuan had called, provoked Yan Mingyu, and kidnapped the old man. However, what demands were made, he really wasn't clear through the phone. Since he had come to solve this matter now, he must have made it clear so that he could treat the problem. Who are you? Where's Yan Mingyu? Yunguin sounded a little offended. Ms. Yan is resting. I'm her bodyguard Xinyu. If you have anything, just talk to me. Xinyu's voice was very calm, even a bit official feeling, but he realized that the more calm he reacted, the more dominant he would be in this matter. What does Yan Mingyu mean? Letting a bodyguard come and talk to me? She's not afraid that I'll get old man Yan killed? Lu Yuan was a little surprised and a little angry. People die all the time, and almost every second. Someone in this world dies, doesn't it? Xinyu carefully glanced at Yan Mingyu as he said this. There was no way around it. This was a psychological tactic. One could only act like he didn't care if Elder Yin died or lived. Luckily, Yan Mingyu was only holding a cup of water, pursing her lips, and did not speak, so Xinyu was slightly relieved. Poof! Lu Yuan saw his biggest card, but could not threaten Yan Mingyu, even hand over an insignificant bodyguard to talk to himself. Quite a punch in the cotton feeling. However, it was still said sinisterly. Since this is the case, then I will fulfill Yan Mingyu and let her grandfather ascend to heaven earlier. Swish! After Lu Yuan said this, Yan Mingyu stood up in a flash and looked at Xinyu closely, revealing an anxious expression. Shoo! Xinyu waved his hand, signaling Yan Mingyu not to worry before continuing. Lu family master, tell us your conditions. We don't seem to have reached the point of fish death. Humph. First, I want 4C's group. Second, I want Yan Mingyu to be my wife. If she refuses, I'll get old man Yan killed. Lu Yuan's rhythm, which had been gradually disrupted by Xinyu, could only restate his request. Straw mud horse. Xinyu secretly cursed in his heart. This crazy batch even wanted Yan Mingyu to be his wife. This is not prying his own corner? However, now was not the time to get angry with this crazy batch. Xinyu narrowed his eyes before leisurely saying, it is not impossible to agree to your two conditions. However, I also have conditions. Oh, what conditions? Ryungwon asked rhetorically. We want to see the old man. Xinyu said. Humph. Do you think I'm stupid? You guys will still agree to my conditions when you see someone? Ryungwon said irritably. You can keep the person detained at your place all the time. By the way, the old man's health is not good. On the way back to the East China Sea, remember to bring the old man from the house where he lives with you as well. He's an old Chinese medicine practitioner and can always adjust the old man's body. Think about it and call me back. Xinyu spoke and hung up. Xinyu, will he say yes? Yan Mingyu asked hurriedly. It should be. Compared to the 4C's group and you, between him and the old man, there is no deep hatred. As a last resort, he will not move the old man. You are still in control of the 4C's group. You have the capital to fight him to the death. Xinyu nodded and analyzed. Okay then. As things stood, Yan Mingyu had no better choice but to trust Xinyu. What followed was an anxious wait. If Lu Yuan didn't call, it was impossible for Xinyu's side to call over. At this point, Willow Family Luxury Villa. Lu Yuan stood on the balcony of the second floor, holding a glass of red wine, gently shaking it, the other hand grasping the cell phone, in a state of talking. Boss, old man Yan lives in a barefoot doctor's house. A cripple with an inconvenient leg, 80-something years old. One foot is almost in the coffin. Yan Mingyu's little bodyguard. He shouldn't be pulling any tricks. On the phone, Lu Yuan's henchman sent to Phoenix Village reported. When Xinyu proposed that he would bring the old man, as well as the barefoot doctor along with him back to East China Sea, Lu Yuan felt that there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Two old men were just two old men. As long as he kept them detained, Yan Mingyu would not be able to make any waves. Still, he made a call to his men to ask the barefoot doctor what was going on. When I heard that it was just an old man with inconvenient legs, my heart completely dispelled my doubts. Okay then, take this two old undead people back to the East China Sea. Be careful on the road. To the East China Sea, I will send someone to pick up. Understood, boss. After his men hung up, Lu Yuan took a sip of the red wine in his glass before dialing Yan Mingyu's number. Bells. 4C's group. Yan Mingyu and Xinyu sat on the sofa. Neither one of them said anything, and the atmosphere appeared a bit stagnant. If, however, Lu Yuan didn't call, it meant that the old man's life was likely to be in danger. Mr. Yan, it's Lu Yuan. Xinyu glanced at Yan Mingyu's cell phone that was placed on the coffee table and said, let's see what he says. Yan Mingyu looked slightly nervous. Although, there was no private contact with Lu Yuan, but as a resounding figure in the East Sea, She had more or less heard of Lu Yuan's affairs. Don't talk like a sissy and give off a soft-spoken vibe, but in reality, it's an unabashedly crazy batch. There's nothing a ruthless heart and a deep city can't do. There's no rush. The initiative is on our side now. After Qin Yu finished speaking, but he picked up a cup of water and drank it slowly. After a full minute or two, Lu Yuan called for the second time. Before Qin Yu connected and pressed the speakerphone, drinking tea. What's the matter? Say it? Poof. Qin Yu's lazy attitude almost didn't make Lu Yuan angry, and he coldly grunted twice before saying, let Yan Mingyu prepare the transfer contract of the Four Seas Group, and I've already asked someone to bring the two old guys back to East Sea. By the way, a week from now is a good day for a wedding. Don't be too distressed about Four Seas Group. When my wife becomes a family, the company will still be under her management. Oh, when we're sure, the old man will give you what you want when he returns to the East Sea. Qin Yu said carelessly. Humph. I'm telling you, you'd better not play any tricks. Otherwise, you can't afford my wrath. Lu Yuan threatened grimly. I'm just a small bodyguard, doing what my boss wants. What tricks can I pull? Or is it that you, Lord Lu family, would be afraid of a small bodyguard like me? Qin Yu leisurely asked back. Joke? I'm afraid of you? What are you? Snap. Lu Yuan spoke contemptuously and hung up the phone. Phoenix Village. A few burly men in black suits held Old Man Yen hostage on the left and right, heading towards Qin Yu's grandfather's house. Boss, why do I feel like something's wrong? A burly man muttered. What's wrong? The leader was a burly man with a nose like a hawk's hook, giving off a very shady feeling. We're only 4 or 5 hours drive from the shithole of a mountain valley to the East China Sea. Why bring that barefoot doctor with us? There won't be a scam. Will there? The burly man said suspiciously. Ha ha ha, I say Lao San. You have at least fought in underground black boxing. Are you still afraid of an old man in his 80s? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Or what? A burly man next to him couldn't help but laugh. I'm not afraid of an old man. But what if Yan Mingyu has secretly ambushed someone, waiting for us to throw ourselves into the net? The burly man digressed. I say Lao San. Are you stupid? Yan Mingyu really sent someone to secretly protect him. Can we take this old man captive? The burly man at his side retorted again. Oh, yeah. The burly man nodded. All right, let's go and get the barefoot doctor and go. Don't delay, lest the night be long, Hawkeye said in a deep voice. Soon, the group arrived at Master Qin's doorstep. Inside, the lights were on, and Elder Qin was sitting on a chair reading a medical book. Only when he heard the footsteps did he raise his head, his eyes cloudy as he looked outside and asked, Are you Master Yan's bodyguards? Just send the man in, and tell him not to wander off next time. It'll be troublesome if he gets lost in this darkness. Yeah. We're his bodyguards, Hawkeye said smoothly. The burly man behind him put a knife against Master Yan's backside to keep him from talking nonsense. Our boss said for you to go back to the East Sea with the old man for a while. So pack up and let's get going. Hawkeye finished and walked into the house. I'm too old to make the night journey, and if I want to go to the East Sea, it'll have to be tomorrow. You're all here. Make do with a night's stay. Ahem. After Master Qin coughed twice, he stood up on his crutches and walked towards the back room. Hey! Hawk Hook Nose shouted. And when he saw that Master Qin ignored him, he could only call Lu Yuan and say that the barefoot doctor would not leave until tomorrow. Lu Yuan didn't think much about it. Anyway, the 2 old guys are under their control. What else could go wrong? Tell your men to stay the night then, and return to the East China Sea early tomorrow. Come on in, all of you, and stay the night before you go. After Hawk Nose tucked away his cell phone, he waved his hand, and a group of burly men pushed Elder Yen into the house. Shut my door. There are beasts in this great mountain. Master Qin's voice came from the house inside. Grass. And we're afraid of beasts? He's worried that, inside this shitty house, something valuable is missing. It's all leaves, roots, broken bottles and jars. I wouldn't even give it to me. A group of burly men taunted twice before slamming the door anyway. Then all of you go to bed early. I'll light a mosquito incense for you. The mosquitoes in the mountain villages are very strong. You can't sleep without mosquito incense. Master Qin walked out with a large mosquito incense wrapped in powder and smoldering in his hand. Not, tightly said. The mosquitoes in our mountains are very fierce and can bite people to death. Bought mosquito coils do not work, but I have to match my own to work. Oh, Master, you're the first one who can talk about being poor in such a refreshingly unassuming way. A burly man scoffed. Okay, just rest in place for the night, Hawkeye said with a wink. Yes, it's such a long way to the East Sea. You guys need to rest well. Master Qin inserted the mosquito incense into the cracks of the wall, and then slowly pushed up his sleeves. It's been almost 30 years since I've had a fight with someone. I don't know if these old bones are still flexible. What do you mean, old man? Hawkeye's face sank. Teach you brats a lesson. Elder Chin looked like he was taking it for granted. Ha ha ha, old man. You're afraid it's hard for you to eat. And you're still lecturing us? That's right. We can fuck you over with one hand. Don't look for pain. Get the hell out of bed and go to the East Sea early tomorrow morning. None of Eagle Hook Nose's henchmen took Master Chin in their stride. Young people nowadays are really getting wild. Master Chin shook his head and looked at the group of burly men and said, if you were to talk to me like this 30 years ago, by this time next year, the grass on your graves would be several feet high. Crap. Old undead. Meaning, you're kinda a bully? After a burly man yelled, he walked up to Master Chin and kicked him over. If I don't teach you a lesson, you don't know how many eyes Master Ma has. Lao Si. The hawk-hooked nose had just chortled, when he saw Master Chin's hunched figure suddenly pull up quite a bit. With a single stroke of his arm, he grabbed the shoulder of the burly man who had kicked him, while slicing his neck with a palm. Describing it seemed long, but in reality, it happened in a flash of lightning, and Eagle Hook Nose's henchmen were put over by Old Man Chin. You still got it, old man? Eagle Hook Nose eyes glared as he violently slammed his fist at Master Chin's face. Well, it seems you're not good enough. You haven't realized the dark power yet. The old man shook his head and his shoulders shifted a bit before he reached Hawk Nose. A palm rested on his chin. Cut it out. Plop. In another photo, Hawk Hook Nose was destroyed by Elder Chin. Damn. Old man. Stab you. The strong man with the knife cursed and stabbed towards Master Chin. Grandpa Chin. Be careful. Elder Yen couldn't help but shout. They're grasshoppers in the fall. They won't be able to jump a few times. This mosquito incense of mine. It's spiced up. Chin old man also knows his own situation. Are almost 80 people, and legs and feet are not convenient. Worried about not this group of strong man's opponent. So when the mosquito incense sprinkled some, can make people soft drug. A two-pronged approach is guaranteed to be foolproof. As expected, before the burly man with the knife could stab Master Chin, he stumbled on his own and half-kneeled on the ground. Yo, it's not good to salute me before the new year, is it? Master Chin smiled faintly and slapped the burly man on the face, directly knocking him out. The remaining two strong men looked at each other in dismay, wanting to hold Master Yen hostage, but they were weak. One could only watch as Elder Chin walked over and slapped them one by one, whipping them to the ground. Subsequently, the old man Chin brought a rope used to pick herbs on the mountain. The group of strong men tied up solidly. Before extinguishing the mosquito incense, Feel Out the cell phone dialed his grandson's phone. Bells. In Yen Mingyu's office. Both she and Chin had a few looks of anticipation and anxiety on their faces. I don't know if Elder Chin, who was a handful of years old, could handle Lu Yuan's men. My grandfather's phone. Chin felt out his cell phone and hurriedly connected the call. Grandpa, how is it? Good, good. I'll be right there. Afterwards, he put down his cell phone and said to Yen Mingyu, Mr. Yen, it's done. Really? Yen Mingyu grabbed Chin's arm and asked with red eyes. She still can't quite believe that she saved her grandfather without sending a single soldier from her side. Well, really? Chin nodded heavily. Phew, great. Yen Mingyu's taut heartstrings finally loosened. Mr. Yen, then I'll go and get both old men to Donghai. You send me a helicopter. Because of Elder Yan's matter, his own grandfather had also offended Lu Yuan, so it was naturally impossible for Chin to let his grandfather live alone in the small mountain village anymore. With Lu Yuan's mad dog-like character, he would definitely take revenge on Grandpa afterwards. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. In addition, you find a way to pry open those people's mouths. Kidnapping and murder is not a small matter. If it becomes a big deal, Lu Yuan's city chief uncle won't be able to protect him. Yen Mingyu gently turned her eyes, gradually regaining her usual intelligent, calm, and decisive look. Understood. After Chin finished speaking, he made a call to the security department. With his current power, he could basically mobilize people from every department except for a few vice presidents of the 4Cs group. When the security supervisor over there got through, he said, have all A-grade security guards assemble outside of Mr. Yan's office. No one is allowed to approach Mr. Yan's office until I return. A few minutes later, a group of spirited A-class security guards in black uniforms arrived outside Yen Mingyu's office. With their hands behind their backs, they stood in a line. Unless that lunatic Lu Yuan used his firearms, he could not threaten Yen Mingyu's well-being. What's more, Ryungwin might not know that the operation under his command had failed. Only after the arrangements were made did Chin arrive at the company's rooftop, where a helicopter was already rotating and standing by. After Chin went up, the helicopter whizzed straight to Phoenix Village. With the experience of the last time, Yen Mingyu had the asphalt road paved with an apron the size of a soccer field at the entrance of the village. In the event of an emergency, the helicopter will be able to get there in the shortest possible time. Half an hour later, the helicopter landed in Phoenix Village. Shinyu jumped out of the helicopter and took big steps towards his grandfather's house. When he pushed the door in, Grandpa Chin and Elder Yen, talking and laughing, were playing chess. These two old men, both of them a handful of years old and having experienced too many big storms, didn't seem to take this kidnapping seriously at all. Grandpa Yen, Shinyu greeted the two old men. Since knowing that Yang Shui and Yen Mingyu are the same person, also understand that old man Yang is not surnamed Yang at all, but surnamed Yen. In order to sell his granddaughter to himself, only called himself Old Man Yang, lest he find out that he is the old chairman of the Four Seas Group. Ha ha, the kid is here. I'm fine, causing you and Mingyu to worry. Old Man Yen said smilingly. The people are here. You see to it, or else, it's okay to take them to the back of the mountain and bury them. Don't look at Grandpa Chin as a barefoot doctor, with a look of relief and kindness. When he was young, he was also a man who traveled the world and licked blood from the edge of a knife. Getting a few people killed for their sins was not a mental burden for him at all. There's no hurry, Grandpa. I'll ask them a little something first. By the way, I might have to pick you up and take you to the East Sea for a while. It's no longer safe in the small village. Shinyu looked at his grandfather and said, well, okay. Grandpa Chin nodded his head, more or less reluctant to part with this small mountain village where he had lived for decades in his heart. Grandpa Chin, don't worry, I also have a villa in the suburbs. Anyway, we two old men, together every day, playing chess, walking the birds, we're not worried about having no company. Old Man Yen said hurriedly. I'll go clean up then. Grandpa Chin got up and went into his house on his crutches. Grandpa Yen, give Mingyu a call. She's been worried all night. Shinyu detached Old Man Yen because these people were all Lu Yuan's men, and it was impossible for them to give an honest account without some means. Yes, Old Man Yen nodded and walked out. Shinyu glanced at the black-clothed men who were tied together, then went to the backyard and brought back a bucket of cold water, and with a clatter, splashed it all over them. Crap! A group of black-clothed men shivered for a moment before opening their eyes one after another. What do you want? Let go of us! Someone yelled. I think, you guys are also in the Jianghu. You should have heard the saying, people are the chopping board for the sword and I'm the fish for the meat. If it were me, I should keep my voice down at this moment. Don't be so high-pitched, lest I ask for trouble. Shinyu swept a glance at the several black-clothed men and said indifferently, what do you mean? Hawk Hook Nose hesitated for a moment and looked at Shinyu and asked, I want to know a little something, and if any of you can volunteer to tell me, you'll be spared the pain of a flesh wound. Shinyu's gaze swept around the faces of several black-clothed men. Ho! Spit! Hawk Hook Nose but contemptuously spat before sneering, kid, scare your father. When we mix the jungle, you are still wearing crotchless pants, right? Oh, please remember how unruly you are right now, and I hope you can keep it up later. Shinyu smiled faintly and opened the drawer of his grandfather's consultation table, taking out a few silver needles. Humph, trying to scare me with this? Think of it as tickling. Hawk Hook Nose didn't believe that the few silver needles in Shinyu's hands could do much damage to him. Oh, there's no rush. I'll take a few pictures of you guys and check you out first. Shinyu fumbled for his cell phone and took a wild shot at a few men in black, then sent it to Xiao Meng's WeChat, asking him to forward it to the two computer experts who were still fighting in the security department, so that they could find out what the origin of these people was. These people have absolutely no clean asses, once you check them out. After transmitting the photo, Shinyu put down his cell phone, before he nodded between his ears to his cheekbones, and said, to popularize a little bit of medical knowledge for you guys, this location, called the trigeminal nerve, is the fifth of the 12 pairs of cerebral nerves, and belongs to a kind of mixed nerves. It consists of the ophthalmic nerve, maxillary nerve and mandibular nerve. What the hell are you trying to say? The hawkish nose glared at Shinyu and asked with a sinister expression. Oh, that's what I was trying to tell you. Trigeminal pain, 10 times the normal pain. And there's no way to test for injuries afterward anyway. Shinyu finished slowly and picked up a sharp silver needle, twisting it slowly in his hand. Which one of you will come first? Grass. Kid, don't mess with these falsehoods. Want us to be convinced? Let go of us and fight for real. Hawkeye's eyelids fluttered and he growled viciously. Oh, you're the loudest. So you go first. Shinyu walked in front of Hawknose, and with a flick of his wrist, the silver needle pierced into his trigeminal nerve. Almost instantly, Hawknose's face rose to a pig's liver color from the intense pain. However, it was clenched and hardened. Outlaws like them still have slightly stronger willpower than ordinary people. Oh, the average person can endure for a minute, even if it's very good. However, as long as I don't pull out the silver needle, this kind of electric shock, knife-cutting sharp pain, will last forever. Enjoy it. I'll go get some late-night snacks. Shinyu looked at the hawkish nose that was trembling all over and walked into the back room. The other men in black, Seeing how their boss seemed to be in pain, all showed shaken expressions. Old boss, how are you doing? Does it really hurt? A man in black asked weakly. Looking at Hawk Nose, Hawkeye twisted his head around and glared at the retarded henchman with a death glare, his eyes already bloodshot, like trying to eat someone. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't open his mouth through clenched teeth, he would have greeted the stupid bastard's ancestors all over again. Does it hurt? Why don't you fucking try it? Does that mean, when that kid comes out, it's our turn? I'm the most afraid of pain. And I'm not afraid of your jokes. I'm afraid of needles now. What about that? The rest of the black-robed men all showed a nervous expression when they saw Hook Nose's life was worse than death. Finally, Hawkeye couldn't help himself, and it seemed that the only way to ease the pain was by yelling at the top of his lungs. Luckily, Grandpa Chin was a barefoot doctor, and people often came to him in the middle of the night for emergency care, so naturally he would let out cries of pain. The neighbors nearby are not surprised. Boss, why don't we just cooperate with that kid? Big deal. We'll leave East Sea in the future and not work for Boss Lou, a man in black said. Where could Hook Nose still hear the voices of his men? He only felt that his entire head was about to explode, as if his soul had been stabbed out with a large hole. If he hadn't been tied up by the rope, he would have collapsed and rolled all over the floor. It's been a long time since I've eaten rice from my hometown, and it smells so good. Chin Yu was in the back room, frying up a bowl of egg-fried rice and stepping out while picking at it. Glancing at the hawkish nose that was screaming like a pig, he shrugged. You just lasted a minute and a half, and you're just a little bit stronger than an ordinary person. Bear with me for a while, I'll pull the needle for you when I'm full. After Chin Yu finished, he looked around, picked up a towel that his grandfather had used to wipe his feet, and shoved it directly into Hook Nose's mouth. Ooh-hoo! Eagle Hook Nose's eyes were tearing up, and in his heart, he was already regretting that he had taken on this task of Lu Yuan. Brother, we cooperate with you. Whatever you want to know, just ask. A black-clothed man looked at Chin Yu and said with a pleasing face, What's the hurry? I haven't finished eating yet. Chin Yu glared at the man and continued to fill his stomach without slowing down. Interge, boo-hoo. At this time, the cell phone WeChat rang. Chin Yu picked it up and saw that it was from Xiaomeng. These few people, almost all of them, were the most wanted criminals on the list, only changing their names and identities, hiding in the shadows and getting away with it. But the faces changed little, and a little checking revealed them. Chin Yu just looked at it for a few moments before putting down his phone and continuing to dry his meal. It was a full 10 minutes before he put down his chopsticks. It's so nice to burp and eat. Hawk Nose, big brother. But I'm not comfortable the next life. Never be a bad guy again. Okay, it's time to start playing the I ask you answer game. Chin Yu pulled out the silver needles from the hawk's face and the towel from his mouth. And, turning on the video function of his cell phone, he set it on the table and pointed it at a couple of men in black. Puffing. The hawkish nose was full of sweat, and the clothes on his body were soaked through, as if he had just climbed up from the river A. General, eyes lax, he looked into the void and gasped for air. Still haven't gotten over that intense out-of-body pain. Who's first? Chin Yu asked. I. A man in black was the first to speak. Okay, let me ask you, who told you guys to come to Phoenix Village and kidnap Elder Yin? Chin Yu nodded and asked. Yes. The man in black glanced at the half-dead hawk nose and ruthlessly said, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, is it the four great families of the East Sea? The head of the Lu family, Lu Yuan? Chin Yu continued to ask. He was in the army and had carried out many secret missions, so naturally he could not do without interrogating his opponents, so naturally he operated with ease. Yes, the man in black nodded. Do you have proof? You can't slander people. Chin Yu seems not quite convinced. The man in black was flabbergasted. He had wanted to deal with it, but he did not expect Chin Yu to be quite professional when it came to interrogation, mentally brewing up wording on how to muddle through. Next, Chin Yu didn't say anything and walked to the man in black, picking up the silver needle and stabbing it. The man in black had just tried to scream in agony when a towel was stuffed into his mouth. Looking at the other black-clothed men, their eyelids fluttered, and they vaguely felt their trigeminal nerves, which seemed to tingle along with them. I have proof. Another man in black spoke up. What evidence? Chin Yu asked. There are records of the calls he made to our money. It's all mobile banking now, so we can find it out as soon as we check. Also, we have call records, and WeChat chats. The man in black said. Well, good. So what were the orders Lu Yuan gave you guys? To kidnap and kill Elder Yen? Chin Yu continued to ask. Yes. The man in black glanced at his companion, who was shivering like an electric shock, and nodded. Well, that's right. It's easy for you guys and easy for me to work together like that early on. Xinyu nodded with satisfaction and passed the cell phone video to Yan Mingyu in the first instance and sent a message saying, "Don't announce it yet. Wait for me to come back." Good. Yan Mingyu returned. Subsequently, Xinyu found Lu Rawen's number and dialed it, beeping for a while before Lu Rawen's somewhat resentful voice came. "What are you doing? Calling in the middle of the night? I have to ask, are wanted criminals under your control?" Xinyu said. "Depends on what he's guilty of," Lu Wenro said without a trace of humor. "I'll pass you their information then." Through WeChat, Xinyu passed the information of these black-clothed men to Lu Roro. Soon, Lu Rawen's voice was surprised. "Where did you get this information? These people are all Class A wanted criminals." "Oh, I've got them all in one place. I'll send you a location. Better come in a helicopter. We have a tarmac at the entrance to the village," Xinyu said gently. "Okay, coming right up." Lu Gentle's voice was much brisker this time. Gentle laughter. Lu Rawen did herself a favor yesterday, so she should do her a favor as well. After Xinyu smiled and laughed, he then searched the cell phones of these several black-clothed men, all of which were searched away, and transferred all of their chats with Lu Yuan, call records, and money transfer records, all of which were screenshotted and transmitted to his cell phone. In the end, a brainwave was transferred to Yan Mingyu. It was not necessary to send Lu Yuan to prison, but with this evidence, at least it would make Lu Yuan in the future not dare to act rashly and hit the 4C's group and Yan Mingyu's idea. An hour later, Lu Rawen's call came in. "Where are you?" "I'm at the entrance of your village. Light up this house and just come straight over," Xinyu said. A few minutes later, dressed in a small leather jacket, jeans and with delicate short hair, the valiant-looking Lu Roro appeared in Xinyu's line of sight. A group of heavily armed SWAT officers followed behind them. Landing 5 Class A wanted criminals in one go is pretty much a blowout in the country. "Gee, it's incredible that you've caught so many wanted criminals." Lu Gentle glanced at the group of absentee black-robed men and smashed his mouth and said, "Ha, blame it on their bad luck for moving someone they shouldn't have," Xinyu said with a smile. "Then you take the people out first." Lu Roro inclined her head and waited for the SWAT team to take the group of black-clad men away before looking at Xinyu and asking, "What do you want? Prize money or honor?" "Forget all that. I'm just a normal person now. I don't want to be a tree hugger." Xinyu shook his head. It wasn't hard to deal with these wanted criminals, but there was a huge Ryu family behind them. If they knew that it was their own handiwork that landed these people in the net, once they retaliated, they would be powerless to fight back at all. In the face of power, the power of the individual is simply insignificant. "Okay, I'll keep this favor. I'll buy you dinner later." Lu Roro didn't say much. She had been transferred for half a year, and surely knew that the society, this dike, and the army, were two completely different worlds. "Oh, I'll wait then." Xinyu smiled. "Bye-bye." Lu gently greeted and then walked out. Phew. Xinyu exhaled and went into the back room to help his grandfather pack his things together. Afterward, locking the door, he took the 2 old men to the village entrance to board the helicopter as well. Returning to the East China Sea, the helicopter landed at his villa on the outskirts of the city, as Elder Yan had wanted, covering a wide area, surrounded by water on all sides and accessible only by an arched bridge. It was almost like a small castle, easy to defend and hard to attack. Just after getting off the helicopter, the middle-aged man whom Xinyu had met twice came over with a group of black-clothed men. "Master, Han Meng's protection was ineffective and almost put you in danger. Please chastise him." "None of your business." Elder Yan waved his hand. It was he himself who did not allow these people to follow him around and disturb his peaceful life in the small village. Xinyu, who stood by his grandfather's side, swept a glance at these black-clothed men. Their refined light was internalized and their downward strokes were steady, so they should also be first-rate good fighters. Elder Yan had been laying out the Eastern Sea for decades, and it was impossible for him not to have his own private forces, with them protecting the 2 old men. Xinyu also let go of his heart. After helping to settle down, he got on the helicopter to return to the 4C's group. When she came to Yan Mingyu's office, she hadn't taken a break yet. Slightly resting her chin, her eyes kept staring at the laptop. Much like what Xinyu had guessed, Lu Yuan launched several attacks in the stock market, but they were all repelled by her hard work. Seeing Xinyu come in, Yan Mingyu averted her gaze from the laptop and looked at him, saying, "Oh, you are my boss. Bored. You give me a salary. I help you run errands. It's appropriate." Xinyu looked at the woman whose eyes had regained their bright luster, and followed the mood to be much more comfortable. "That. You go rest. I'll give you a day off." Yan Mingyu was Xinyu. It was a bit unnatural to look away from the burning gaze. "There's no rush. Mr. Yan, I want to ask, how do you want to utilize those things I sent you?" Xinyu asked. "There's a saying that kids are the ones who talk about right and wrong, and adults only look at the pros and cons. If, simply by sending Lu Yuan to prison. The huge Lu family would soon be able to elect another family head. It can't hurt the Lu family at all. That depends on how much Lu Yuan, the head of the family, is worth. Yan Mingyu narrowed her eyes, vaguely flashing a cold light, and said, "Good. You ask young Master Lu to come to the company. I want to entertain him personally as well. This crazy dog, even hitting on his own wife's idea? Qinyu definitely wants to let him know how powerful he is. It's almost dawn. I'll call him." Yan Mingyu fumbled for her cell phone and dialed Lu Yuan's number. Tooting noise. After ringing twice, Lu Yuan's feminine voice came. "Well, you should have thought about it, right? Well, think about it and come to my office to talk," Yan Mingyu said nonchalantly. "No problem." Lu Yuan agreed with alacrity. Qinyu frowned. Wasn't Lu Yuan afraid that this was a trap? Is he too stupid, or too cocky? What's wrong? Yan Mingyu asked when she saw Qinyu frowning. "I feel that Lu Yuan agreed too quickly. Aren't you afraid that we'll ambush people at the company and arrest him?" Qinyu said. "Well, it should be. He still doesn't know that Grandpa has been saved back by us. So, thinking that there are cards in his hand, we don't dare to touch him at all," Yan Mingyu said after a moment of contemplation. Maybe I'm overthinking it." Qinyu nodded and glanced at the fish belly color outside the window. "Hungry? I'll go buy you breakfast." "Yes." Yan Mingyu nodded gently and waited until Qinyu turned around and took 2 steps before suddenly calling out to him. "Qinyu, what is it?" "Mr. Yan?" Qinyu turned around, a little puzzled. "I'm sorry about last night. I should have trusted you unconditionally." Yan Mingyu once again apologized for slapping Qinyu last night, on impulse. "Oh, then from now on, just trust me unconditionally." Qinyu smiled, brought the door on and walked out of Yan Mingyu's office. It's almost 8 in the morning. The secretary at the front desk called to say that Jung Win had arrived. Yan Mingyu asked his secretary to bring the person straight up. A few minutes later, Lu Yuan, who was dressed in a suit and looked jade-like and handsome, walked into Yan Mingyu's office accompanied by a bodyguard. "Mr. Yan, although I've long heard of your great name, in reality, this is the first time we've met." With a gentle smile on her face, Lu Yuan took a few steps and extended her hand towards Yan Mingyu. However, Qinyu blocked the middle of the two, preventing Lu Yuan from getting close. "I don't know how many bad things this maniac is hiding in his stomach." "Oh, this is your bodyguard? If you don't know, you'd think it's your husband. What a loose control." Lu Yuan glared at Qinyu in displeasure and retreated back, sitting on the sofa. "If you were my Yan Mingyu's friend, he definitely wouldn't have stopped. But obviously, you're not," Yan Mingyu said faintly. "Oh, it's true that I'm not a friend of yours, Mr. Yan, because my purpose is to become your husband. I have money, I have status, and then I can marry a wife like Mr. Yan who combines beauty and wisdom. Then life would really be perfect." Lu Yuan crossed his legs, his gaze recklessly sizing up Yan Mingyu. "Don't you think it's too greedy to try to take advantage of all the good things in the world?" Lu Yuan's unknowingly saying that he wanted to dominate Yan Mingyu caused a dangerous glint to appear in Qinyu's eyes all of a sudden. Keeping a close eye on his opponent, he took one step at a time. "Kid, don't know how to die." The bodyguard that Lu Yuan had brought with him was a large man in his 30s, with 2 arms that strained his suit. A pair of bull's eyes glared at Qinyu, slightly clenching his fists with an appearance of being ready to strike. "Then I'll see who doesn't know how to die." Bang! As soon as Qinyu's words fell, his body violently sprang forward, pouncing on Lu Yuan's bodyguard like a fierce tiger. With a dull, bone-crushing sound, Qinyu's body swayed and took a step back. Lu Yuan's bodyguard, on the other hand, staggered back 7 or 8 steps, with blood at the corner of his mouth, his face full of shock. You realize the dark power? Not bad. I'm invincible under dark power. Above dark power. 1 for 1. Qinyu nodded his head and said with a flat expression, "Boss, go, I'm no match for him." Lu Yuan's bodyguard was obviously badly hurt and hurriedly grabbed Lu Yuan's arm, trying to take him out of the office. "Get off me." Instead, Lu Yuan shook off the bodyguard and looked at Qinyu with unblinking eyes. "Do you know who I am? Ever thought about what will happen if you touch me? You also have 2 eyes and 1 head. Have you ever thought that I'm just a barefoot one who isn't at all afraid of a shoe wearer like you?" Pop! Qinyu finished coldly and slapped Lu Yuan in the face. "Boss!" Lu Yuan bodyguard was in a hurry, but he was no match for Qinyu. "Good. Very good." A clear fingerprint instantly surfaced on Lu Yuan's white face. With a gaze so gloomy that it looked as if he was going to eat someone, he stared at Qinyu dead in the face. "I'll remember you. There's no harm in it. As long as there's someone close to me, anything goes wrong, I'll count it on you. Then you'd better stay awake at night. Maybe if your eyes are closed, you won't wake up." Qinyu met Lu Yuan's knife-like gaze and said with a bland expression, "If Lu Yuan was only hitting on the 4Cs group's idea, perhaps one wouldn't care so much. However, he actually wanted to marry Yen Mingyu home as his wife, so he couldn't sit still. Humph, you guys are so emboldened. By the looks of it, you've already found a way to turn the tables, right? From his bosom, Lu Yuan fished out a handkerchief and asked grimly while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You might want to take a look at this. Yen Mingyu put his laptop screen, turned a direction, above the cycle of play. It is to go to the Phoenix village of those black-clothed people's confession, as well as between them and Lu Yuan. WeChat, call records of the screenshot. Ha ha ha. After staring at the laptop screen for a few moments, Lu Yuan let out a loud laugh. Honestly, I really admire you guys for being able to reverse the disadvantage in just one night's time. By the looks of it, this round, I've lost for now. No, you are completely lost. As long as I'm willing, these videos can immediately rush to the hot search. I know, you're Lu family's energy in East China Sea, but once the whole country knows about it, who else would dare to come forward and speak for you? Kidnapping? Buying a murderer? You have to sit for quite a few years, right? Yen Mingyu looked at Lu Yuan and said leisurely. You. Lu Yuan's face became a bit ugly. The smile froze on his face as well, and his eyes twinkled for a while before he asked. Go ahead. What are your conditions? I want the complete equity of your Lu family's Mars technology company. I think that you, as the head of the Lu family, should be worth this price, right? Yen Mingyu's slender fingers, twirling the fountain pen, said unhurriedly. Mars Technology Company, but our Lu family's most central company. Mr. Yen, you don't have a small appetite. Ryungwin said grimly. Each other. Don't you also want my 4Cs group, or even me as a person? Yen Mingyu sneered back. Sorry, I refuse. Ryungwin shook his head. Oh, you're in such an honorable position. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it if you went to jail? Yen Mingyu looked more or less surprised. As long as the Lu family doesn't fall, I'll squat for a few years and consider it a vacation. After finishing her speech, Lu Yuan made a move that no one would have expected. Picking up her own cell phone and dialing a number. I've broken the law. I'm turning myself in. Ha! Yen Mingyu and Qinyu exclaimed together, both seeing incredulity and doubt in the other's eyes. Lu Nguyen, the crazy bastard, turned himself in? Would you rather go to jail than cut your flesh so that Yen Mingyu would let him go? It's too weird, isn't it? How about it? Mr. Yen, what else can you do with me now? After Lu Yuan put down her phone, she looked at Yen Mingyu with a playful expression and said. Yen Mingyu was disrupted by Lu Yuan, and her eyes looked at him without blinking, as if she wanted to see through what was really going on in his heart. He was the head of the Lu family, with a distinguished status and honorable position, but if he went to prison, everything would be ruined. Good thing too, at least I got justice. Although Yen Mingyu was full of doubts, the truth was right in front of her eyes, and sending Lu Yuan to jail was a way to get out of a bad mood. A few minutes later, a group of uniformed police officers walked into Yen Mingyu's office, and after revealing their identities, directly took away Lu Yuan. Mythological animal, ESP. In fiction, Qinyu was also confused. This plot is not right? To be able to become the head of the Lu family, wouldn't he be an ordinary person? How could he be captured so easily? Mr. Yen, how evil. Qinyu scratched his head. I think so too. But, since he's willing to go to jail, I'll turn around and turn this evidence over to the police. Yen Mingyu was also confused. It was just that, with Lu Yuan turning himself in like this, the video in his own hands was no longer much of a threat to the entire Lu family. At this point, Willow Family Luxury Villa. A man, who was quite similar to Lu Yuan, answered a phone call and then said to an old man beside him, Dad, now, you know why I gave up the position of the head of the family to your illegitimate son, don't you? You Pan, this is indeed a brilliant move on your part, taking the Yen family's great advantage and instantly turning it into nothing. However, Yuan is your brother after all, the old man said with a frown. It's okay, let him stay for a few months, and when everyone gradually forgets about it, I'll get him a medical parole and then he'll be out. Ryu Yupan narrowed his eyes. That feminine look almost identical to Ryu Yuan's. Compared to the core business of the Ryu family, sacrificing an insignificant bastard was definitely worth every penny. Yupan, even though our Lu family didn't lose too much in this encounter, but I can't swallow this breath, the old man said through clenched teeth. Dad, don't worry, the game has just begun. By the way, you pick another person to be the head of the family. I'm still the commander behind the scenes, Lu Yupan said unhurriedly. Alright, I'll go convene a family meeting right now. The old man nodded. Possibly, the entire East China Sea could not have imagined that behind the huge Lu family, there was a hidden manipulator that no one knew about. 4C's group. Yen Zhonghui led a group of people and walked into Yen Mingyu's office. Uncle, coming? It seemed that the appearance of these people was expected by Yen Mingyu. 3 days? Come on. Yen Zhonghui sat himself down on the sofa. It's time for you to honor your promise and leave the Yen family. The other strong woman of the Yen family, Yen Jingyi, also said coldly, yes, you are a member of our Yen family, and we have no objections to taking charge of the 4Cs group. However, you are not the seed of our Yen family at all. Hurry up and know better and hand over the company. One of Yen Mingyu's cousins chimed in. Xinyu did not say anything and just watched this silently. It really proves the saying that there's no family in the mansion. One of these people couldn't be seen when he and Yen Ming were fighting with Lu Yuan, but now they all popped up and wanted to seize power. It's really sad and ridiculous. Then hand over your shares, and seeing as you've done a lot for the Yen family these past few years, we'll compensate you with a one-time compensation of $100 million. Yen Zhonghui said slowly. Ha! Hand over equity? Why would I hand it over? Yen Mingyu's vermilion lips hooked as she sneered. What do you mean? You want to stick around? A Yen family member pushed up his sleeves and said. However, they who had seen Qin Yu's hands in the hospital subconsciously glanced at him and put their sleeves down again. They were all pampered rich kids. How could they be a match for a professional bodyguard like Qin Yu? Don't you guys just think that I'm not a member of your Yin family? It just so happens that Grandpa Man has already returned to the East Sea. If we do a paternity test, won't everything be clear? Yen Mingyu said unhurriedly. In fact, when the post first appeared online, the hardest thing for her was not the slurs, but the fear that she was not her grandfather's granddaughter. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to accept it if, for example, you knew that the loved ones you were dependent on were not related to you in any way. Therefore, Yen Mingyu made a call to her grandfather at the first opportunity. The reply was that they may not be the descendants of the Yen family, but you must be. Is it my own granddaughter that I can't figure out? Seeing that her grandfather answered so decisively, Yen Mingyu naturally put her heart down. So which one of you is going to invite the old man? Yen Zhonghui narrowed his eyes and asked back. Uncle, I'll go, a cousin of Yen Mingyu said. What about the appraisal organization? Surely you can't appoint them. Who knows if you've bribed them in advance? Yen Jingyi opened her mouth. After all, there were tens of billions of dollars at stake, and it made sense for Yen Mingyu to spend tens of millions of dollars to buy the other side. I can't appoint an appraisal organization, but I can't have you do it either. Similarly, Yen Mingyu didn't trust Yen Jingyi and the others. What then? Yen Zhonghui frowned. Can I have a word? At that moment, Qin Yu, who had been silent, spoke up. What are you trying to say? Yen Zhonghui glanced at Qin Yu obliquely. I think you can find an appraisal organization that won't be bribed, so that both parties can rest assured. Qin Yu said. Actually, Qin Yu did not care that much about whether Yen Mingyu was a Yen family member or not. He even hoped that Yen Mingyu was not a Yen family member and was an ordinary woman, so that the gap between his status and hers would not be so big. However, Qin Yu could also think that Yen Mingyu had gotten used to standing on the clouds and living high above the ground. If she fell down and became an ordinary woman, I am afraid that it would be a fatal blow to her. Right now, one can only do one's best to help her as one's best. You know such an organization? Yen Mingyu's gaze also fell on Qin Yu. These people in the Yen family had coveted their shares for not a day or two, and only a black and white paternity test could shut them up. Otherwise, any words would pale in comparison. Don't recognize it. Qin Yu shook his head before continuing. I'm also just making a suggestion. Since you are all uneasy with the general appraisal organizations, you might as well look for military organizations. I believe that anyone could be bribed, but not the military organizations. You guys know an appraisal organization with a military background? Yen Zhonghui pondered for a moment before asking back. Don't recognize it. Yen Junyi and the others shook their heads. I don't recognize it either. Yen Mingyu spread his hands. By the way, aren't you in the military? You know this kind of organization? Yen Zhonghui looked at Qin Yu and asked. Secretly, they must have investigated Qin Yu's background and knew that he had been a soldier for a few years before. Like I said, I don't know any organizations in this area, but I have friends who should know. Qin Yu thought of Lu Rowan. Her network of connections could be much bigger than his own. She should be able to find an appraisal organization with a military background. Then you make contact. Yen Zhonghui did not trust Qin Yu, but he felt that Qin Yu was right. The military organization was something that no one could buy. If these people were unreliable, then there would be no one to trust. Okay, I'll try. Qin Yu touched his cell phone and sent a Weibo message to Lu Ro about the situation. After waiting for a few minutes, Lu Rowan sent a locator, saying that he had already greeted them, and that it was just a matter of bringing the people over. Thanks. After Qin Yu replied back, he turned to look at the crowd. Tell the people who are picking up the old man not to go back to the city. This hospital is in the suburbs. Mr. Yen, I'll send you the hospital's location, so we'll all meet at the hospital entrance at that time. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he forwarded the positioning sent by Lu Raoan to Yen Mingyu. The group then left the office and drove separately towards the hospital on the locator. When he arrived, Elder Yen also arrived. He knew the purpose of this group of people looking for his granddaughter, but in order to convince them, he still chose to do a paternity test with Yen Mingyu. Only 4 people can come in. A middle-aged man in camouflage uniform, who might have received Lu Raoan's call in advance, walked to the gate and said to Qin Yu and the others. Then Qin Yu, Uncle, Grandpa, the 4 of us will go in. Yen Mingyu said. Yes, go. When a group of people passed through the gate, the ones standing inside were actually heavily armed soldiers, so it could be seen that the level of this hospital was not generally high. Indeed, it's impossible for the average person to buy off the people in here. Upon arriving at the lobby, there were military personnel everywhere inside, coming in and out in camouflage uniforms. If it wasn't for Lu Ro's greeting, Qin Yu and the others wouldn't have been qualified to come to this hospital that only serves military personnel as a firm. Soon, led by the man in camouflage uniform, Qin Yu and his group came to the identification section, filled out the information, drew some blood, and waited patiently for 4 hours for the results to come out. Luckily, Lu Gentle's face was really good. The camouflage-suited man gave Qin Yu and the others a separate lounge with air conditioning, a TV, and newspapers. It's not so boring for everyone. At noon, the camouflage man also delivered 4 boxed lunches. After simply filling my stomach, I waited another hour. Only then did a white lab coat walk in with a report card. The results are in. Give it to him. Elder Yen didn't even have the intention of looking at the appraisal report, but pointed at Yen Zhonghui. Thank you, doctor. Yen Zhonghui stood up and took the report sheet from the white coat. The identification results column says, DNA match, 95%. The corners of Yen Zhonghui's mouth twitched, and only after so many seconds did he put down the report sheet and look at Yen Mingyu, saying, Mingyu I'm sorry, but eldest uncle did this for the good of the Yen family. Zhonghui, remember, this is the last time. If you guys don't know what's good for you again, I'll personally liquidate your stakes in the 4Cs group. All of them. Elder Yen said with a sullen face. The elders of any family would want their descendants to help each other and unite with each other, not like Yen Zhonghui and the others, who were always thinking of seizing power and tearing things down. I'm sorry, Gramps, I know I'm wrong. Yen Zhonghui lowered his head, but there were a few hints of unwillingness in his eyes. Alright, that's it for this matter. Everyone at night, have a meal together. By the way, Qin Yu, you must come too. The old master's eyes were icy cold when he reprimanded Yen Zhonghui just now, but when he looked at Qin Yu, he carried a bit of love. Aha! Qin Yu glanced at the breezy Yen Mingyu before nodding. The 4 men then left the hospital. Coming outside, Yen Zhonghui and the rest of the Yen family spoke about the results of the appraisal. The expression on everyone's face was not quite the same. Yen Jingyi frowned as if she was pondering something, and finally stared at Yen Mingyu tightly. That photo taken in the car. How do you explain that? I don't say. That picture is at least 10 years from now, and I was 16 or 17 at the time. Would I have looked the way I did in the picture? Yen Mingyu said with a cold expression. We believe that woman is not you, but who is she? Why does she look so much like you? What is the relationship between you and her? Yen Jingyi asked in one breath. Yeah, it's almost like twins with you. Murphy, you have a sister? Can't it be Mom? This matter, it is indeed necessary to clarify. Otherwise, it won't be able to plug the mouths of the yo-yo crowd outside. The other Yen clan children, too, chimed in. Okay, I'll find out the identity of the woman in the photo. Yen Mingyu nodded. Lunan Yen is not related to himself. His real mother has always been a mystery. It is very likely that the woman in the photo is his biological mother. Who is she? Where is it now? Yen Mingyu wasn't afraid of these people, but she wanted to figure out her origins. On the way back, Qin Yu drove while Yen Mingyu closed her eyes in the back row. Only after entering the garage did she open her eyes and say, Qin Yu, Mr. Yen, I'm here. Qin Yu stepped on the brakes, glanced at the woman in the rearview mirror with a few tired eyebrows, vaguely a little heartbroken. She is high and she is also radiant. If I hadn't followed her around every day, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known how hard she worked and tried. Power, help me get the guy in the picture. Find out. Yen Mingyu's voice, with a few inexplicable tensions. Yes, Qin Yu knew that even if the woman in the photo was not Yen Mingyu's mother, she must be related to her by blood. The two people looked too much alike. You take the afternoon off. Come to the company at 5 o'clock, pick up Xiaoxia together, and we'll all have dinner together in the evening. Not only Yen Mingyu herself, Qin Yu had also not slept for 2 whole nights. Aha! If the company isn't very busy, you take a break too, Xinyu said as he looked in the rearview mirror. If possible, Xinyu really did not want Yan Mingyu to be so busy and tired. Instead, she would be like other women, shopping, strolling, traveling, and living a dashing and comfortable life. I know. You drive back. Yan Mingyu got out of the car and walked straight into the elevator, allowing Xinyu to drive her Bentley back to rest. Ha! Xinyu sat in the car and smiled bitterly. Yan Mingyu's kindness to himself was entirely the care and compassion of a boss to his subordinates, without the slightest hint of male-female love. Isn't there anything about yourself that makes this wife tick? This realization hurt Xinyu a bit. Afterwards, he drove the Bentley back to the townhouse, showered, and lay down on the bed, falling asleep almost in a second. It was only 4:30 when I woke up. It's been a long time since I've used my private number, but when I clicked on it, there was a message from Yang Shui. You haven't returned to Donghai yet? Soon. In the last few days? What's going on? Xinyu returned the message as a husband. Let's meet and talk it over. A few seconds later, Yan Mingyu replied. Talking about what? Xinyu was a bit confused as to what Yan Mingyu meant. We have a marriage license. We're husband and wife. Yet we never see each other. What's this? If you have another woman, just tell me. There's no need to spend time like this. Yan Mingyu replied. I could have sworn I didn't have another woman. I'm afraid you won't like me when we meet. Xinyu held his cell phone with a few sorrowful looks on his face. Yan Mingyu didn't seem to have the slightest bit of male-female feelings for her bodyguard. If we met and found out that he was her husband, it would not only mean that he had cheated her, but more importantly, she didn't like him at all? What's next? Divorce? We haven't even really touched each other. How do you know I don't like it? Yan Mingyu asked. Me. Xinyu really wanted to tell her that the two of them were in contact every day, and he didn't see her fall in love with himself. In fact, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. I know your bodyguard. When we enlisted together, we even trained together. Plus we have the same name. So he and I are on very good terms. Xinyu thought for a moment before replying to the message in this manner. So? Yan Mingyu quickly replied. My character and his are very similar. I heard him say that you have little contact in private except for work. I'm worried that you don't like men with this kind of character. Xinyu returned. Xinyu is a bodyguard. You're my husband. There's no comparison. Yan Mingyu replied. Hiccup. No comparisons? Xinyu was happy and hard. He simply asked single-handedly, so do you like this kind of character of a man? An employee with that kind of personality? I'm sure I'd like. Husbands with this personality. Not having lived together. I don't know. Yan Mingyu answered very pertinently. Hey, just give me some time. When the time is right, we can meet. Xinyu sighed before replying. Okay, 1 month. Deadline. Yan Mingyu this time gave a clear time. After the events of the past 2 days, she felt more and more that she needed a man by her side. Although, Xinyu was also inseparable from her, but after all, he was not her husband. Well, try to meet us in a month. After Xinyu replied back, he tucked away his cell phone when he saw that Yan Mingyu hadn't returned the message. He went out and drove his car to the entrance of the Four Seas Group and waited for the beautiful boss to come down. A few moments later, Yan Mingyu carried her bag and walked out of the company's gate. Her president's office had a separate lounge, check room, bathroom, everything, like a small home. She should have showered as well, changed into a white chiffon shirt, black suit pants, and her long black hair fell softly over her shoulders. It gives people a noble and elegant, dignified and generous feeling. After sitting in the back row, he sent a location to Qinyu's cell phone. This is the location of Xiaoxia Hospital. Aha! Xinyu tapped his cell phone a few times and set up the navigation before concentrating on driving. By the way, you know, my husband? Yan Mingyu asked as she clenched her shell teeth. When I was in the army, I was in intensive training together, and then I was only in occasional contact on my cell phone. Xinyu said in a pretense of understatement. How is he as a person? Yan Mingyu asked after some thought. Kind of shy, doesn't talk much, tall, and I hear he's still delivering. What Xinyu is talking about is the self of a year ago. And what about him when it comes to men and women, a womanizer? Yan Mingyu asked again. How would I know? But it should be quite specialized, Xinyu said with a bitter smile. Okay, it's okay. Yan Mingyu didn't say anything else and took out her cell phone and scratched it. Maybe half an hour later, the navigation says we're at our destination. A small private hospital appeared before Qinyu's eyes. I heard that it was opened by Lu Xiaoxiao alone, and among women, it was considered more capable. I'll take care of something. You go up and get Dash. Her office is on the 2nd floor. Yan Mingyu glanced out the window and said, yes. Xinyu parked his car and walked into the front door of the hospital. There were still quite a few patients inside. indicating that these people still recognized Lu Xiaoxiao's hospital. If it wasn't for her familiarity with Lu Xiaoxiao, it would be really hard to connect the sexy and flamboyant her with a strict and stereotypical profession like a doctor. Coming to the second floor, there is a room hanging Dean's office. Xin Yu walked over and knocked on the door. Come in. Lu Xiaoxia's nice voice came from inside. Creak, crap. Xin Yu had just pushed open the door when he saw Lu Xiaoxiao in a spotless white lab coat, unbuttoning her buttons, almost halfway undone. The upper half of her body was almost completely open. The patterned corset and the snowy whiteness that cried out to be seen was enough to make any man's blood run cold. Excuse me. Xin Yu hurriedly brought the door with him and exited the office. The heart thumped a little, and while there were plenty of well-built women on the street, some of them were sponge-padded out. Lu Xiaoxia's, but it's the real thing. ABCD? Xin Yu felt that it was beyond his cognition, and his brain CPU was almost dry burned. It took a small while before the office door was opened again. Lu Xiaoxiao had already changed into a white t-shirt with a short black skirt, revealing a pair of snow-white legs. Blinking at Xin Yu, she said, "It's you who's knocking on the door. I thought it was Mingyu." "Ha, Mr. Yen is in the car taking care of a little something." Xin Yu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Let's go then." Lu Xiaoxia did not look like she was concerned and walked towards the downstairs with Xin Yu. Just come." Going downstairs to the lobby, I saw a middle-aged woman with a yellowish face, arguing with a doctor in a white coat. Very emotional. "What kind of hospital is this of yours? An insomnia can't even be cured. Today, if you don't give me a bottle of sleeping pills and let me have a good sleep, I'll crash and die here in your place." "Sister, there are laws. Sleeping pills can't just be prescribed." The doctor cried and laughed. "Then I'll die for you." The middle-aged woman said that she was about to hit the wall, so scared that the doctor hastily winked, and there were two nurse girls holding her left and right. "Big sister, calm down. You don't necessarily need sleeping pills for your insomnia problem. Our doctor will figure it out. What can he think of? I've been coming to see him for half a month and things still haven't gotten better. I think your hospital is just trying to cheat me out of my money." The middle-aged woman continued to yell. "Big sister, you have a mental problem that requires long-term medication. If you think our doctor is not good at medicine, you can try another hospital." Obviously, Lu Xiaoxia also recognized this middle-aged woman and walked over, saying somewhat helplessly, "You're the one with mental problems. I just have insomnia. You can't even cure it and you dare to open a hospital." The middle-aged woman roared fiercely at Lu Xiaoxia. Well, it's our medical skills that are bad." Lu Xiaoxia also didn't dare to refute the middle-aged woman for fear that she would become even more emotional. "You're the dean, and you're not going anywhere until you give me a bottle of sleeping pills today." The middle-aged woman grabbed Lu Xiaoxiao. Her eyes were sunken and covered with blood. She looked a bit scary. "MS. Willow, what's her condition?" Xin Yu asked softly behind Lu Xiaoxiao. Yan Mingyu was still waiting in the car. How could Lu Xiaoxia keep being pestered by the middle-aged woman? "Frequent insomnia. Been to the hospital many times. Each time things get a little better. The next time I come in it's back to the same thing." Lu Xiaoxia also said softly. "Oh, I'll help her then." Xin Yu said. "You studied medicine?" Lu Xiaoxiao asked with a slight sideways glance, staring at Xin Yu. "My grandfather was a barefoot doctor. I know a little bit about it." Xin Yu said modestly. "Okay, try it then." Lu Xiaoxia had no choice but to beat a dead horse now. "Big sister, let's go inside. I'll take a look for you. Insomnia isn't a big problem. It should be good." After Xin Yu finished speaking, he looked at the hospital doctor again. "Prepare a set of silver needles for me, and sterilized alcohol." "Yes." The doctor did not say much when he saw that Xin Yu and Lu Xiaoxiao seemed to be on good terms. With that, Xin Yu asked the nurse to bring the middle-aged woman into the doctor's office next to him. Lu Xiaoxia also followed, wanting to see what method Xin Yu used to cure this woman's insomnia. "Big sister, who else is inside your house besides you?" After asking the middle-aged woman to sit down, Xin Yu stood behind her and asked while pressing the acupoints on top of her head. "And a husband, an alcoholic who beats me when he's drunk. There's a son who works outside and hasn't been home in years." The middle-aged woman said. "Oh, then I'll let you sleep for a while. Then when you go home, buy 2 pounds of jujubes, 2 at a time, and boil them in grated water, and you'll see results in a week." Xin Yu looked like he had a plan. "Sharpening water? Is there a rule about what kind of knife to use?" The middle-aged woman couldn't help but ask. "Nothing elaborate, but use a kitchen knife. You must have one at home to avoid having to buy another." Xin Yu said. "What about timing? Is there a rule about it?" The middle-aged woman asked again. "After dinner, before dawn, whatever," Xin Yu said. "Okay, I'll remember that." The middle-aged woman nodded. At this time, the doctor also brought silver needles and sterilized alcohol. Yu took 2 of them and after sterilizing them, he stabbed them on top of the middle-aged woman's head. Hoo. After half a minute at most, the middle-aged woman closed her eyes and let out a loud snore. I'll go. You're awesome. Lu Xiaoxia gave a thumbs up, her watery eyes unblinking. How did you do it? Teach me. This I'm afraid I can't teach you, Yu said with a bitter smile. It's not that he's hiding, but this set of peach blossom 9 needles only followed his grandfather to learn some of the skin. He didn't understand it at all. What if he just taught it to Lu Xiaoxiao and something went wrong? I understand. I have to worship the master. Master is above. Please accept the female disciple's obeisance. Lu Xiaoxia respectfully bent over at Yu. A deep, snowy whiteness made Yu's eyes not know where to glance. Master, teach me. After Lu Xiaoxiao paid her respects, she held Yu's arm and daintily said. The amazing elasticity that was vaguely coming from him made Yu embarrassed and enjoyable at the same time. I'll introduce you to my grandfather when we eat later. This peach blossom 9 needles. I've only learned less than 1/10 of it, and my grandfather only knows the full version. Yu snapped and said after pulling his arm out. You mean, this stitching, you learned it from your grandfather? Willow blinked. Well, he's an old Chinese doctor who has been a barefoot doctor for half his life in our little mountain village. Yu nodded. That's great. Wahahaha. Lu Xiaoxia gave Yu a flying kiss, causing one of his old faces to redden like a monkey's butt. How many men can resist when faced with such a demonic great beauty? Yu giggled a bit before saying, let big sister get some sleep. Mr. Yen is still waiting in the car. Let's go. Miss Lu, I've just paid my respects. And you're still calling me Miss Willow? Lu Xiaoxia rolled her eyes in a flirtatious manner. And call you what? Yu scratched his head. Just call me Dash. If you'd like to be called Arigato, that's fine too. Lu Xiaoxiao chirped while walking towards the outside of the hospital with Yu. As she descended the steps, hopping and jumping, those who didn't know thought she was hiding 2 large rabbits under her clothes. When she arrived at the Bentley, seeing that Yan Mingyu was sitting in the back row, Lu Xiaoxia knocked on the window. Baby, I'll sit in the passenger seat then. Aha! Yan Mingyu nodded as her eyes were fixed on the cell phone screen. Yu got into the car, looked in the rearview mirror, and asked, Mr. Yen, where are we going to eat? The estate on the outskirts. You know the location, don't you? Yan Mingyu raised her head and said, no. After Yu finished speaking, he started the Bentley and drove towards the suburbs. On the way, Lu Xiaoxia was constantly adjusting her seatbelt, seemingly uncomfortable. What's wrong, Dash? Yan Mingyu finally finished her work and put down her cell phone to ask. The last time we went shopping, we bought a D cup. How come we haven't worn it a few times? It's strangling. Is it true that we got the wrong size for each other? Lu Xiaoxia asked as she looked back at Yan Mingyu. I'm not sure about that. I bought it back and never wore it. Yan Mingyu shook her head. Yu couldn't help himself and asked offhandedly. You women, how do you differentiate between sizes? Want to know? Here, do as I say and I'll show you how to tell the difference. Lu Xiaoxia smiled foxy. Dash. Yan Mingyu knew that her bosom friend was most likely going to mess with Yu. How? Yu is a normal person. It's normal for a man to be curious about a woman's body. Lower the window on your side of the car. Stick your hand out the window. Spread your 5 fingers. And at 40 yards, it's an A. At 60 yards, it's a B. At 80 yards, it's a C. At 100 yards, it's a D. Willow said with a flourish. Never mind. I'll just ask off the top of my head. Yu would definitely not, under Yan Mingyu's eyes, make such an obscene gesture. However, finally sneaking a glance at the rearview mirror. This wife of his, what size is it? Anyway, her best friend Lu Xiaoxia will not go to buy milk powder when she marries later and has a child. An hour later, Yu parked his car outside Elder Yan's manor. Getting out of the car, he accompanied 2 beautiful women with very different styles and walked along the arched bridge. Mingyu, Sister 7, 7th sister. Just after arriving at the courtyard, the other children of the Yan family warmly greeted Yan Mingyu, as if they had all forgotten the unpleasantness that had occurred in the morning. After Yan Mingyu nodded her head nonchalantly, she led Yu and Lu Xiaoxiao into the hall. There was a huge round table that could seat at least 20 or so people. It was already filled with delicious food and fine wines. You guys sit down for a while. I'm going to go talk to Grandpa for a while. Yan Mingyu hadn't even spoken to him properly since Elder Yan went to Phoenix Village. Go ahead, baby. Yu and I happen to have some business too. Lu Xiaoxiao waved her arm and waited until Yan Mingyu had walked away before she swept a glance at the crowd in the hall and asked softly in Yu's ear. Master, which one is your grandfather? No, that white-bearded old man. By the way, I didn't teach you anything. Don't call me master. It feels weird. It's better to call me Chinyu. Chinyu said helplessly. Oh, once a teacher, always a father. Dad. Lu Xiaoxiao smiled wryly and came to Chinyu's ear, shouting seductively, mythological animal, ESP. In fiction, Chinyu a jolt, finally understand when the computer expert in front of Lu Xiaoxiao. Why unbearable? Not he is too sensitive, but this demon-killing power is too great, almost no man to resist. Don't worry, this is our secret. I won't tell Mingyu. Lu Xiaoxiao's rosy lips, one in front of Chinyu's eyes. His brain was buzzing, and he didn't even hear what this demon said. In the end, seeing his grandfather looking at him with suspicious eyes, he could only harden his heart and bring Lu Xiaoxia in front of him. Grandpa, this is my friend, who runs his own private hospital, and wants to learn the Peach Blossom 9 needles. Chinyu. When I first learned this set of needles, the person who taught me warned me that I should pass it on to males and not females, and that I should pass it on internally and not externally. I'm afraid, I cannot pass it on to this female doll, Grandpa Chin said with a somewhat serious expression. Chinyu was a bit embarrassed, but he also knew that people from his grandfather's era were still relatively old-fashioned in their thinking. He was his grandson, so if he had any tricks, he would naturally pass them on very easily. But in his eyes, Lu Xiaoxiao was an outsider. It would not be so easy to learn his stance. Old master, I understand passing on the male and not the female, so what do you mean by passing on the internal and not the external? Lu Xiaoxia couldn't help but ask. That is, it can only be passed on to your own family, not to those outside, Grandpa Chin explained. So Chinyu's girlfriend, can she be considered family? Willow asked after a moment's thought. Well, count on it, Grandpa Chin nodded. Grandpa, I'm Chinyu's girlfriend. Then we're family. Lu Xiaoxiao held Chinyu's arm and said with a smile like a flower. Xiaoyu? Grandpa Chin frowned because as far as he remembered, Chinyu already had a woman, namely Yan Mingyu. Grandpa, she just likes to joke around. Go! Chinyu hurriedly pulled Lu Xiaoxiao away from him, lest his grandfather misunderstand that he was a playboy. At this time, it just so happened that Yan Mingyu accompanied Elder Yan out as well, and when she saw Lu Xiaoxiao and Chinyu pulling and tugging, she couldn't help but ask curiously, what are you guys doing? Baby, come here. As soon as Lu Xiaoxiao pulled Yan Mingyu, she walked to the corner and asked with a wink, I want to pick up Chinyu. What do you think? Are you okay? Yan Mingyu put her hand on her best friend's forehead and touched it. Normal. No fever? What's with the idea of picking up your own bodyguard? Baby, I'm sober. I just have my eye on Chinyu. You're her boss. You guys are together every day. You must know him better than I do. Give me some tips to see how I can take him down? Lu Xiaoxiao took Yan Mingyu's arm and said with a watery charming little mouth. Did you know he was married? And now, there's a little girlfriend. And she's pretty? Yan Mingyu asked somewhat breathlessly. Whatever. I don't care about that. What's wrong with having a girlfriend? I want a fair fight. Lu Xiaoxia clenched her small fists and said, relationships aren't child's play. Are you sure? Yan Mingyu's expression became serious. If, on the other hand, the BFF really liked Chinyu, it wouldn't be impossible to put them together. I'm sure. Look, Chinyu is handsome and can fight. He's practically a boyfriend. I can't cheapen another woman. I must take him first. Lu Xiaoxia glanced at Chinyu who was not far away. That bronze-colored skin and rigid face made her little heart thumping non-stop. Tell you what, I'll let him follow you for a while, and say that you've gotten into trouble recently and need someone to protect you. This way, you'll have a chance to spend time together, and the rest will depend on your destiny. Yan Mingyu said after thinking for a moment, since her best friend really likes Chinyu, she'll help her out herself. Either helping other women, picking up their own husbands, such a wife please come a dozen. Wahahaha. Baby, just know you're the best. Lu Xiaoxia barfed on Yan Mingyu's face. Luckily, the two of them were in the corner and no one saw them. Otherwise, it would have been suspicious of their orientation. It would be a waste if two women this beautiful were really lily-livered. You, Yan Mingyu cried and laughed a little, wiping her face with her hand before saying, I'll go talk to Chinyu. Go on, wait for your good news. Lu Xiaoxia had a foxy face that was filled with anticipation. Soon, Yan Mingyu walked up to Chinyu and inclined her head. Come out with me. Yes. Chinyu nodded and came to the courtyard with Yan Mingyu. There was moonlight sprinkled down, making Yan Mingyu's body seem to emanate a faint glow, looking holy and sacred, like a 9 heavenly fairies who did not eat earthly fire. Mr. Yan, you're looking for me. With such a close distance, Chinyu's nose can still smell a faint gardenia fragrance. I don't know if it was the gardenia in the yard or the scent of Yan Mingyu's body. Well, Xiao Xiao just told me that she's recently offended someone. Do me a favor and protect her for a while. Yan Mingyu also went out of her way for her best friend, lying to deceive a man for the first time. There was no telling how she would feel one day when she knew that Qin Yu was her husband and then recalled tonight's events. What about your side? Qin Yu was a bit relieved to see Yan Mingyu. Lu Yuan has already gone in, so in a short period of time, I should be relatively safe. If anything really happens, I'll just call you, Yan Mingyu said. Okay then. Since Yan Mingyu had said so, she herself would protect her bestie for a while. Don't worry, you're on the payroll, Yan Mingyu added. Ha, thanks. Qin Yu laughed bitterly. Yan Mingyu still does not understand himself. His hesitation, not at all for the sake of money, is not assured that she is good, right? Get in there then. Yan Mingyu did not say anything more and returned to the hall with Qin Yu. Elder Yan and Grandpa Qin naturally sat at the top, while Yan Mingyu and Qin Yu, Lu Xiaoxiao, and the Yan family's children sat on either side. If not for the fact that Qin Yu had seen the mouths of these people hooking up, he would definitely feel that the atmosphere of a large family, sitting together for dinner like this, was enviable. I called everyone here for dinner, mainly because of two things. First, I'm transferring all 20% of the shares in my hands to Mingyu, lest there are always people who are looking forward to my death and want to divide up the shares in my hands. Secondly, in the future, whoever of you finds trouble with Mingyu, I will expel them from the Yan family, Elder Yan said in a stern tone after glancing around at everyone. These sons and daughters of the Yan family, although there was some resentment and jealousy in their hearts, but Elder Yan was after all the founder of the Four Seas group, and what he said had supreme authority in the Yan family. At this point in time, whoever jumps out to oppose it is tantamount to asking for their own death. Well, hold up your glass. Seeing that no one spoke, Elder Yan raised his glass before continuing. I hope that our Yan family will prosper and get better and better. Cheers! Cheers! It's still a lively scene with 20 or so people eating together. Qin Yu had to drive later, so he only drank some juice. By the time the reception was over, it was almost 10 o'clock at night. He bid farewell to the two old men before driving back to the city with the two beautiful women. After arriving at the entrance of Yan Mingyu's neighborhood, Yan Mingyu got off the car and said, Qin Yu, send Xiaoxiao back. Yes. Qin Yu watched Yan Mingyu walk into the gate of the neighborhood before he turned the direction and drove towards Lu Xiaoxiao's neighborhood. On the way, Lu Xiaoxiao leaned against the passenger seat, her eyes unblinking as she looked at Qin Yu. Mingyu told you everything, right? Protect me for a while. Said it. Qin Yu nodded. I have offended this person. The power is quite big, but also issued a Jianghu annihilation order. From tonight onwards, you have to protect me 24 hours a day. Understand? Lu Xiaoxia said without blushing. She just couldn't believe that Qin Yu and herself spent 24 hours together and still couldn't take him. Then she was too unattractive. Mister. Yan didn't say he'd protect you 24 hours a day. Qin Yu said with a bit of difficulty. It's hard to believe that you have to protect this demon at night too. How? Live together? So do you want me to call Mingyu, or do you want me to see me annihilated? Lu Xiaoxiao stared with watery eyes and said with some irritation. Okay then. Qin Yu had no choice but to agree. It wasn't long before Lu Xiaoxia's neighborhood arrived. It is also a single-family home in a very beautiful setting. After parking the car, Qin Yu accompanied Lu Xiaoxiao and walked inside. Then I'll take a look around first. Qin Yu really thought that Lu Xiaoxiao was in trouble, and Yan Mingyu sent herself to protect her. So she was very professional and familiarized herself with the surroundings first. Well, I'm going to take a shower. Lu Xiaoxia kicked off her high heels and twisted her proud body up to the second floor. Question tag. To die for. The danger of protecting Yan Mingyu generally came from the outside world, but protecting Lu Xiaoxiao, Qin Yu felt that she was the most dangerous one. Sexy, flamboyant, and crucially, too good at flirting. Qin Yu felt a little bit of egg pain, but still surrounded the villa around, carefully checking if there were any dead corners that could easily hide people or something like that. It took almost half an hour before he returned to the villa hall. Lu Xiaoxia had already taken a bath, draping her long black hair and wearing a silky camisole nightgown. While walking downstairs, he said, I heard Mingyu say that you have good massage skills. Come, give me a massage too. Press where? Qin Yu subconsciously asked. I don't know if it's because Lu Xiaoxiao's body is too good, or this nightgown is one size too small. In short, it felt plastered to her body, outlining a striking drop in her voluptuous top and flat belly. As she descended the stairs, it was like snow-white ripples, gently rippling. Oh, where do you want to press? Willow raised an eyebrow. Wherever you're uncomfortable, press it. Qin Yu hastily averted his gaze, feeling that the scenery on Lu Xiaoxiao's chest was like an abyss inhabited by devils that could suck his soul in. LOL, I'm all over the place. After Lu Xiaoxiao walked to the hall, she lazily plopped down on the soft sofa, and the back of her pajamas, surprisingly, only had 2 thin straps. The snow-white jade back was thus completely presented in front of Chinyu. In the light, it was as white and delicate as milk. Further back, there is a rounded arc, with a pair of slender legs, outline curves, looks like a famous and luxurious sports car. There is no man who looks at it and does not want to drive it. I'll give you a shoulder squeeze then, Chinyu said with a somewhat dry throat. At this angle, a glimpse of snowy white could be seen, squeezed so hard it seemed to spill out. LOL. Okay. Lu Xiaoxia's 2 white calves and kicked twice in a mischievous manner. A clear mind is like water. Clear water is the mind. Chinyu could only, in his heart, silently recite the mantra for clearing the heart to extinguish the restlessness and scorching heat within. Sitting on the sofa, he stretched out his hand and pressed it, not gently but not heavily, on Lu Xiaoxiao's smooth and fragrant shoulders. So cozy. Lu Xiaoxia had a look of enjoyment on her face. It was only after a few moments that she climbed up from the sofa, sat up straight and blinked her big watery eyes. Right, Chinyu, you're so capable of fighting. Why don't you teach me a few moves? What do you want to learn? And, have you practiced before? Do you have a base? Chinyu looked at Lu Xiaoxiao's foxy face and asked. Yes, I've learned women's self-defense. Lu Xiaoxia nodded. Alright, then, you play a set. Go change your clothes first. Lu Xiaoxia's nightgown was tight and had little fabric, so it really wasn't suitable for boxing. Okay, wait for me. Lu Xiaoxia flew up the stairs. Phew, Chinyu could not help but quietly exhale, feeling that dealing with Lu Xiaoxiao was even more tiring than fighting with Lu Rowan. The point is, he is a man with a wife, and he doesn't dare to harbor any evil thoughts towards her at all. A few minutes later, Lu Xiaoxia walked down wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of yoga pants. As we all know, yoga pants are tight and lightweight. It can bring out the beautiful curves of women. Completely, barefoot, he came to Chinyu. Then I'll fight a set of women's self-defense techniques. Will you take a look? Yes. Chinyu touched his nose and nodded. Ha! Lu Xiaoxia made a decent, defensive stance, moving her thighs with her waistband and making a few kicking motions. However, she's so blown away with her body, so much so, that instead of being intimidating, her gesture seemed more like a teasing. You're not a woman's self-defense technique, more like an outlaw excitement punch. Chinyu cried a little, laughable. So, I want you to teach me, Willow said weakly. Then I'll call you a trick, Chinyu said helplessly. Ha, one move, what can it do? Lu Xiaoxia beamed her little mouth. I'm not afraid of 1,000 tricks. Now, I'm a woman. You're a thug. Come on, molest me, Chinyu said with a straight face. Oh handsome. No, beautiful. Pecs are so developed. Lu Xiaoxiao stretched out her hand and touched towards Chinyu's chest. Pay attention. I will kick you in the shin with my left foot and form my right hand into an elbow and hit your neck aorta. Since you're a girl, in case the thug is taller, you won't always succeed in hitting your temple. Okay, I'll demonstrate. After Chinyu finished speaking, he slowed himself down quite a bit, gently kicking Lu Xiaoxia's shin a bit before bumping her neck with his elbow. Learned? Now switch to me and you try, Chinyu said to Lu Xiaoxiao after talking about the essentials again. Okay. Lu Xiaoxia nodded, winked wryly, and unexpectedly kicked towards Chinyu's key area. Chinyu's face was filled with black lines. He didn't seem to be taught this way. He could only reach out his hand and hold Lu Xiaoxiao's snow-white ankle. Glaring, practice as I taught you. Oh, then let go. Lu Xiaoxia bit her lip. The burning sensation coming from Chinyu's palm made her feel like she was electrocuted. Aha! Chinyu honestly let go. Ouch! Lu Xiaoxiao was a bit distracted. Where did she expect Chinyu to suddenly let go of her hand? Her body lost balance under inertia, and she leaned back, frightened. Her small hands were in the void, constantly clawing. Crap! Chinyu was a bit speechless. It was really vegetable and fun-loving. He could only take a step forward and reach out to grab Lu Xiaoxia's arm. However, the floor tiles were a bit slippery, and Chinyu had just grabbed Lu Xiaoxiao's arm, and his body followed suit, losing his balance, and the two of them collapsed onto the floor together. What is it that dampens the vibration so well? He felt that his face hit something, and when he opened his eyes, it was white. Lu Xiaoxiao wrapped her arms around Chinyu's neck in order to avoid falling on her head. Scared the hell out of me. Lu Xiaoxia was really scared. If her head knocked on the floor tiles, she would definitely break her head and bleed. Well, you let go of me. I'm going to be smothered. Chinyu did not dare to move at all. Otherwise it would really be a pig arching a cabbage. Phew, do you think I want to hug you? I'm covered in sweat and I'm going to have to re-shower again. Lu Xiaoxia rolled her eyes. The first time I was pinned down by a man, I was more or less shy and nervous. Then we'll practice tomorrow. You get an early night. Chinyu half sat up, not daring to practice any more kung fu with this demon. Oh, there are guest rooms downstairs, so pick one for yourself. Lu Xiaoxiao was also a bit tired from tossing and turning tonight, slowly climbing up and rubbing her waist, finally letting Qinyu go. Day 2. Qinyu was still sleeping when his cell phone rang. Hello, Instructor Lu? Qinyu grabbed his cell phone and glanced at it. It was Lu Rowan calling. Are you free at noon? Buy you dinner? Lu Gentle's crisp voice came through. Well, should be free, Qinyu said. Then I'll send you the location at noon. Yes. After Lu Ro hung up the phone, Qinyu lifted the quilt and took a look. This is the aftermath of being teased by Lu Xiaoxiao, that demon. The reaction in the early morning, more violent than even before. Knock knock. At this time, a knock sounded on the door, accompanied by Lu Xiaoxiao's flirtatious voice. Is it convenient for me to come in? Wait, I'm going to the bathroom. Qinyu ran into the bathroom in a panic and washed his face with cold water before his body calmed down. Fully dressed, opened the door, and saw Lu Xiaoxiao, who was wearing an apron, holding a bowl of red date soup dumplings. Come on, taste it. I made it with my own hands. You're making me breakfast? Qinyu looked at Lu Xiaoxiao with unblinking eyes. His heart was vaguely touched. After so many years, it was the first time that a woman made breakfast for herself. Well, I got up at 6, kneaded the glutinous rice flour, boiled water, and made it for a whole hour. I just don't know how it tastes. Come on, open your mouth. I'll feed you. Phew. Lu Xiaoxia stirred the spoon and served a dumpling up, and put it on the edge of her watery little mouth and blew on it. I'll just do it myself. Thanks. Qinyu hurriedly took the bowl from Lu Xiaoxiao and took a big bite. Very soft and sticky. Indeed handmade. Not the frozen dumplings from the supermarket. What's she doing being so nice to you? Qinyu eats the soup dumplings while giving Lu Xiaoxiao a suspicious look. Was it hard last night? Lu Xiaoxia asked with a smirk, a pair of peach blossom eyes flashing with a heart-stoppingly bright light. Cough. Qinyu almost sprayed the soup dumplings directly out of his mouth. How should one answer such a spirited question? I was asking, was the bed hard last night? It's the one my nanny used to sleep on. She had a bad back and got a hard bed on purpose. Then she had an accident and I never had a nanny again. Lu Xiaoxia explained after raising her willow eyebrows. Oh, it's okay. I slept in a harder bed than this when I was in the army. Qinyu nodded as he reacted. Take your time then. There's more in the pot. I don't get to the hospital until 9. There's no rush. After Lu Xiaoxia finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the living room. Sitting on the sofa, crossing the white little feet, touching out the cell phone to Yan Mingyu, sent a message. Baby, you this bodyguard. Parts and what's normal, right? What do you mean? Yan Mingyu had just woken up in the morning when she received a text message from her best friend and was also confused. Last night, my lady seduced him in a low-cut, halter nightgown, and there was no reaction at all. I doubt it. He doesn't get it up. Lu Xiaoxiao bulged her small mouth and said with some exasperation. Hiccup. Yan Mingyu leaned on the bed, slightly open mouth. She knows her own this girlfriend's personality open, but also did not expect her fierce to this point. She knew only the first night protect her. On the color, seducing people home. However, the charm of this best friend of his own is known to him. As long as it's a male creature, it shouldn't be able to resist her charm. Qinyu is unmoved? Could it be that the parts are really not quite right? I'm just his boss. How do I know if he's normal or not? Yan Mingyu clenched her shell teeth and replied with her cheeks slightly burning. Granted, they're besties, but it doesn't seem right to discuss whether or not a man is functioning properly. Does it? Oh, that's right too. It's not like you've tried it. Forget it, just trick him into going to the hospital later. Get some blood drawn, and have his hormone levels tested. Lu Xiaoxia messaged with a little bit of smugness. Aren't you being a little too hasty? Yan Mingyu was a bit teary-eyed. Baby, what kind of society is this? Don't you want to sleep with your boyfriend? If I take off all my clothes and realize he's no good, then I'll lose a lot of money, won't I? So, it's better for everyone to check in advance. Lu Xiaoxia looked like she had a straight face. By the way, you and your husband, how's it going? You've been looking for a divorce, haven't you? How come there's no news? Lu Xiaoxia couldn't help but gossip when she saw that Yan Mingyu didn't reply to the message. I think it's a bit unfair to him that I disappeared after getting a license and showing up again would be looking for a divorce. Besides, we've been having occasional text chats lately, and I don't feel like he's a scumbag, so he and I made a deal to meet up in a month and have a nice chat. Yan Mingyu and Lu Xiaoxiao were classmates in college and had been talking to each other for so many years. No way. Baby, this is not like you. You have seen that dog man cheating with your own eyes, and you can still hold back and never get divorced. If it was me, I would have already taken the scalpel and castrated him. Baby, you need to wake up. Don't be confused by the enemy's sugarcoating. Lu Xiaoxia's fingers kept tapping as she sent a message. It is quite a bit like the emperor is not in a hurry. Hiccup. Whether he's good or bad, won't everything be clear in a month's time when I meet him and have a good chat? Okay, I'm going to get up and wash my face to go to the office. Yen Mingyu fell back on a breezy demeanor. Oh, okay. After Lu Xiaoxia replied back, she saw Qin Yu walk out with an empty bowl, put down her cell phone, stood up and asked, "Are you full? Do you want some milk? Drink what?" Qin Yu kind of couldn't believe his ears. The ancients used to say, near Zhu is red, near ink is black, and after spending a long time with Lu Xiaoxiao, this demon, it feels like every word she says, every word is racing. At the same time, his gaze couldn't help but sweep a glance at Lu Xiaoxiao's plump upper body. I don't think there are any women under normal circumstances. Milk. Ah, fresh milk just delivered this morning, Willow said with a wink. Oh, have a bottle then. By the way, a friend invited me to lunch at noon, so I'll take a couple hours off. Qin Yu scratched his head and said, luckily, it was only to protect this demon for the time being. If she were to follow her ass for a long time, she would definitely be mentally broken. Okay, you get me to the hospital. Take a blood draw and I'll be fine, Lu Xiaoxia said as she walked towards the refrigerator in the dining room to get fresh milk for Qin Yu. Why are you taking my blood? Qin Yu asked in wonder. Oh, the hospital picked up a patient last night and needed someone to donate blood. You're in such good shape, it shouldn't be a problem to donate a little, right? When Lu Xiaoxia spilled her guts, it was without blinking an eye. So, that's no problem, Qin Yu said cheerfully. Here, don't drink enough to get your own. I'm going to change. Lu Xiaoxiao handed Qin Yu the fresh milk and said, don't you eat breakfast? Qin Yu asked casually. Had it, chocolate cheese. Where else would dates come from? Lu Xiaoxiao winked and said prominently. Ha! Qin Yu's stomach churned, and the image of Lu Xiaoxiao licking off the chocolate wrapped on top of the red dates appeared in his mind. Although, she's a superb beauty, but, this is not good either. Ha 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 ha, fooled you. Seeing Qin Yu's bitter face, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh her ass off. What a big dummy. Chocolate red dates. You've seen it before. You. Qin Yu's face was filled with black lines, and ghostly stretched out his hand and slapped Lu Xiaoxiao on her buttocks. I'll let you lie to me, Pop. The villa was very quiet, and in total, there were only two people, Qin Yu and Lu Xiaoxiao. So much so, the slap went down with a loud sound. Not only Lu Xiaoxiao, Qin Yu himself froze, dumbfounded. He looked at his hand. What had he just done? I'm sorry. Qin Yu saw Lu Xiaoxiao, her pretty face red, biting her teeth and still slightly closing her eyes, thinking that he had hit her painfully. Idiot, a woman closes her eyes so you can kiss her. Lu Xiaoxia stomped her foot, a foxy face shy and annoyed. Ha! Looking at Lu Xiaoxiao's sultry, wet little mouth, Qin Yu could not help but slide the knot in his throat. However, in his mind's eye, Yen Mingyu's cold and absolutely beautiful, unearthly face soon surfaced. Weakly, I shook my head. No, I can't kiss you. You, put on lipstick. That stuff contains lead. It's poisonous. Put. Lu Xiaoxia was once again amused by Qin Yu. Ha ha ha, you're really a tease. I'm a man. How do I tease? Qin Yu said with a reddened face. Yeah, well, two women are called a tease. What are two men called? Willow asked, cocking her head. How should I know? You hurry up and get changed, Qin Yu said with a wave of his arm. And accidentally, the demon drove the car onto the highway again. Ha ha ha, call for a bayonet fight. Lu Xiaoxia let out a burst of silver bell-like laughter before she twisted her water snake waist and went upstairs. By the time she came down, she was obviously a lot prettier than before. If you look closely, you should be wearing light makeup. It can't be helped. The face is there. A little dress up and it's radiant. Let's go. From her bag, Lu Xiaoxiao tossed her Mercedes keys to Qin Yu. Oh, Qin Yu once again acted as a professional chauffeur and drove the car, sending Lu Xiaoxia to the hospital. Then I was tricked into going to the lab and having a blood sample taken. Seeing that it was getting late, he greeted Lu Xiaoxiao and returned to her villa, driving Yen Mingyu's Bentley back to 4C's group. When she returned the key, Yen Mingyu was sitting behind her wide desk, answering the phone, slightly hooking her vermilion lips, seemingly in a good mood. Mr. Yen, something good. Qin Yu waited for Yen Mingyu to put down her cell phone before asking with a doggy-style smile on her face. Well, the two computer whizzes you recruited into the company have designed a software program that has just been promoted and is attracting tons of attention. After Yen Mingyu nodded her head, she looked at Qin Yu and asked, how does it feel to be over at Xiaoxia? Not bad. Qin Yu could only reply in this way. That's fine. Protect Xiaoxia well. She's a good girl. Just sometimes, a little bit big-headed. Yen Mingyu said as if she had a point. Line. Qin Yu felt that Yen Mingyu was a bit strange, but he could not say exactly. Then I'll go to the information department. Xinyu brought the door with him and left Yan Mingyu's office. When he came to the Information Security Department, he met Chen Mo and Luo Zhang, two computer experts. Although they joined the company later, but the two of them were so capable that Yan Mingyu not only arranged a separate office for them, but also equipped a female secretary. When Xinyu went in, the two piggies, who had no expert demeanor whatsoever, were both vying to please the beautiful secretary in black silk. You! Seeing Xinyu come in, the two of them shouted together. Special Assistant Xin! The little black silk secretary also cried out daintily. Well, you guys do something for me, you go out first. After Xinyu finished speaking, he waved his hand at the little secretary and waited until she brought the door with her before saying, find out the woman in the photo in the post that slandered Mr. Yen. Is there a time limit? Chen Ma asked. Of course, the sooner the better, Xinyu said. No problem, Luo Zhang. How about another bet? This time plus the chance to have dinner with you, the little secretary. Chen Mo took the initiative to provoke. No problem. If you lose, from now on you can only eat with me alone. Luo Zhang gladly accepted. Yes. Chen Mo nodded with a few confident looks on his face. Then you guys hold on tight and call me if you find anything. In Qinyu's heart, he once again admired Yan Mingyu, too good at managing people, and by pairing a beautiful female secretary to these two pig brothers, he bolted them firmly. Bells. Xinyu had just arrived in the corridor when his cell phone rang. It's a number on the company's back office side. Hello? Xinyu was a bit puzzled as he picked up the phone. What was the logistics department doing calling him? Hello, Assistant Chin. Is it convenient for you to come over to my side and sign for the car keys? The voice on the phone was very polite. Getting the car keys? What does that mean? Xinyu was a bit confused. Oh, it's like this. Special Assistant Xin, according to the company's welfare regulations, top management is entitled to a car allocation. You were promoted to special assistant. It's already been a month. You can be allocated a car. The other man explained. That's fine. I'll be right over. Xinyu is thinking. He went to eat with Lu Gentle later. Is it good to take a taxi, or ride a small tram to go? I did not expect the company to give a car. Really sleepy to meet a pillow. Soon, Xinyu arrived at the logistics department. The supervisor was an old man in his 50s who looked very amiable. After having Xinyu sign, he handed him the keys to a BMW X5 and said, as long as you don't leave your job, you'll always have the right to use this car. A BMW? Xinyu was flabbergasted for a moment, thinking that the company would at most give him a mobility car of 100,000 or so. Assistant Xin, you are now one of the top executives of the company, representing the image of 4C's group. You definitely need to be equipped with a high-grade car, the old man from the logistics department said with a smile. Okay then. Xinyu received the car keys with some delight, and accompanied by the old man, he went to the open parking lot at the back and unlocked and opened a brand new X5. Assistant Xin, remember to cheer, the old man from the logistics department barked. Okay, I'll cheer up and try to get the company to match me with a Bentley. Xinyu knew that the old man was talking about refueling and was going to add fuel. However, he was in a good mood as he actually owned a BMW X5 for transportation now, so he humored himself. Assistant Xin, our company has always not treated talents poorly. You have a chance, the old man from the logistics department said with a smile. I'll go first then. Bye-bye. Only after seeing Xinyu leave in his BMW X5 did the old man from the logistics department fumble for his cell phone and dialed a number. Old chairman, Special Assistant Xin has already driven the X5 away. It turned out that Xinyu, as a senior bodyguard, did not enjoy the company's qualification to allocate a car, but last night, Elder Yen saw Xinyu, who did not even have a car of his own, where he could not sit down, and directly gave a call to the old subordinate who was in charge of the logistics, and asked him to allocate a car to his grandson-in-law according to the top treatment. Of course, the relationship between him and Xinyu was definitely unknown to the old ministry, but the old chairman had personally called, so the old ministry definitely complied. Soon, Xinyu was at the gas station near the company and added a full tank of 98 gasoline to the BMW X5, spending close to 800. Scratch that, it's better to save money on a small trolley. Xinyu couldn't help but feel a little bit of meatache after he swept the code to pay. After getting on the bus, I left the gas station before stopping at the side of the road and sending a message to Lu Rowan. Where will you eat at noon? Are you done? I just got here too. I'll send you the location. Lu replied tenderly. With that, the location was sent, the Veterans Lodge. Xinyu tapped and set it into navigation before he messaged Lu Rowan back, depart immediately. Well, after lunch, I'll treat you to something exciting this afternoon. Lu replied tenderly. Good. Looking forward to it. After Xinyu's message was sent, he followed the navigation and concentrated on driving. Secretly thinking, Lu Rowan invited herself to play exciting? Play what? But we'll see when we get there. 40 minutes later, Shinyu then arrived at the entrance of the veteran's villa. There were quite a few luxury cars parked, and it looked like business was quite prosperous. Slam. Gunshots? Shinyu was too familiar with the sound of gunshots, and he instantly looked towards the back of the lodge in confusion. The sound of banging was quite dense. The heart skipped a beat. Someone was in a gunfight. It couldn't be, could it? Not to mention the strict degree of control of this stuff. Even if someone can get it, but also dare not take it out and use it unless you hide to Mars. Otherwise the police uncle will be able to catch you. What is it? Shinyu was puzzled to the extreme, and his eyes were a little more wary. In case there was really a gunfight in the lodge, the bullets would not be long-eyed. Slightly catatonic, with his back against the wall of the gate, he poked his head in and slowly peered inside. Just in time, I saw a young man wearing an army green t-shirt, striding out. Seeing Shinyu so vigilant, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Sir, don't be nervous. Our veteran villa can conduct real-life CS with rubber bullets. It won't pose a threat to the guests' lives." Ha! Shinyu was flabbergasted for a moment and cried and laughed a little. The feeling was that people were playing real-life CS in the back, but he mistakenly thought that he was in a gunfight. It's fucking embarrassing. Scratching his head before asking, "You guys are using real guns, right? The sound sounds just like a real gun." "Yes sir. We obtained the relevant approvals to not only play live CS, but also live fire." The youth nodded and said, "Oh, that's fine. I'll go in and find a friend." Shinyu also understood in his heart. Lu Gentle said, "Want to invite themselves to play some exciting meaning? Is the live ammunition shooting? It's been almost 2 years since I left the army, and it's been a while since I've touched a real one." Shinyu. At that moment, Lu Gentle walked out from inside, also wearing an army green t-shirt and loose camouflage pants with a sophisticated short haircut. He looked dashing and competent. Obviously, in order to invite Shinyu for dinner, she had taken great pains to find this place, and knowing that Shinyu had the same experience as herself as a soldier, she had picked this military-themed mountain villa. "Come on, I'll show you around first." Lu Gentle beckoned. Yes, Shinyu followed Lu Ro to the courtyard inside. Very spacious. Surprisingly, there was a huge tank parked, obviously a real one as well. Only, when Shinyu glanced inside through the glass observation window, most of the parts had been disassembled, leaving only an empty shell. This kind is supposed to be phased out of the army, and the owner of the lodge went out of his way to get it. On the walls, there are all kinds of firearms. Of course, these are all simulation models. Everywhere you look, there are also services in camouflage uniforms, carrying plates in and out. The owner of this place, who used to be a special forces soldier as well, got this military-themed lodge after he retired. There are helicopters in the back, but they're all old models that have been phased out. After Lu Rowan finished speaking, she pointed to an open space where the sound of gunfire was still coming from. "You can shoot with live bullets there. I'll treat you to a couple of games later." "It's not cheap, is it?" Shinyu asked curiously. "I did brush up on the internet before, and there are live fire ranges, and it seems like ordinary pistol bullets cost $80 a pop. A couple of thumps and a couple $100 are gone. You don't have to worry about that. It's on me." Lu Gentle patted his chest and said boldly, "Oh, thanks in advance then," Shinyu said with a smile. The two of them then walked towards the reserved box, and the waiters who passed by would stop and salute and shout good day to the chief when they saw that they were guests. Click one's tongue. Indeed, this lodge is quite unique, even if there is no experience of being a soldier. But the vast majority of men also have a military dream, and I have to say that the owner of this lodge knows how to do business. "What's wrong with you? Drinking so little and throwing up? Shame on you." A somewhat familiar voice rang out from the corner. "Davy." There was also an aggrieved voice. Shinyu looked at the voice and his whole body froze. How could it be Chow Dawei and Li Lu? Aren't they divorced? What's up with that? Shinyu frowned and decided that it was better to ask clearly. Walked a few steps and called out, "Li Lu?" Chow Dawei was turning his back to Shinyu, and when he heard the voice, he turned his head, with a few hints of resentment in his eyes. "Yo, this world is really small. You can meet this licking dog of yours anywhere." After saying that, demonstrating, he took Li Lu in his arms. "Shinyu?" Li Lu's petite body slightly trembled, probably because she had just vomited, and there were a few tears in her eyes, giving her a feeling of pity. "You didn't leave the Eastern Sea?" Shinyu also did not want to be general with Chow Dawei, but instead looked at Li Lu and asked. A while ago, when the two attended a class reunion together, Li Lu said that she would leave Donghai and never come back. "Me?" Li Lu opened her mouth and subconsciously glanced at the somber-looking Chow Dawei, seemingly scornful of something. "He threatened you?" Last time, Li Lu also said that Chao Dawei is unwilling to divorce, has been entangled. She wants to leave East China Sea, is not willing to have any further involvement with Chao Dawei. Licking dog. Meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Li Lu is my wife. How could I threaten her? Come on, give me a kiss. Chao Dawei finished speaking in a conspiratorial manner and forced a kiss on Li Lu's face. Even, the big hand was placed on Li Lu's buttocks and scratched it hard. Ha! Li Lu reddened and hurriedly lowered her head. David Chao. Qin Yu was not jealous, but as long as his eyes were not blind, he could see that Li Lu did not have any feelings for Chao Dawei at all. One grabbed Chao Dawei's collar and swung his fist. What the hell? Do you have a bit of a man's appearance? Li Lu has divorced you, and you're still pestering her? Lick spittle. Fight. There's surveillance all around here. If you hit me, I'll make sure you go to jail. Chao Dawei craned his neck and growled. Qin Yu. Lu Gentle walked over, gently pulled his arm. After all, now is a legal society. Really hurt people. People want to pursue the words. It will be very troublesome. Humph. Li Lu, tell me what's going on. Qin Yu grunted before letting go of Chao Dawei and looking closely at Li Lu as he asked. He didn't believe that Li Lu had willingly returned to Chao Dawei. Qin Yu. Li Lu's expression was tangled and vaguely painful, and she finally shook her head. I'm fine. I remarried with David. He used some method. Threatened you, did he? Tell me. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice. Grass. Are you sick? You want me to divorce my wife that badly? Come on. Let's go in and keep drinking. Chao Dawei cursed and yanked Li Lu's arm, dragging it towards the next box. David. I'm not drinking. I'm pregnant. I can't drink. With a few moments of resistance, Li Lu made a small plea. It's my big brother's birthday today. You have to have 2 more drinks anyways. Bang! Chao Dawei dragged Li Lu into the box and then closed the door heavily. You know that woman? Seeing that Qin Yu's face was a bit ugly, Lu Rowan could not help but ask suspiciously. My ex-girlfriend, also from the same place. Since childhood. Qin Yu did not hide anything. He just couldn't bear it, seeing Li Lu being entangled by the scum Chao Dawei, and as for the rest, didn't have any thoughts. Last time in the hotel, Li Lu was naked and he still didn't touch her. You still like her? Lu gently asked again. That's not true. Qin Yu shook his head. Oh, so it's just a fight? However, it's hard for a clean official to resolve family affairs. It's really not good for outsiders to interfere in the affairs between a couple. Lu Gentle said with a shrug. Hey, you have a point. Qin Yu nodded somewhat helplessly. At most, he could beat up Chao Dawei, but the two of them have remarried now, and it seems that Li Lu is still pregnant. So what can he do? Forcing people to get divorced? Let's go. The food in our box should be ready. Eat. After Lu Rowan finished speaking, she took the lead and walked into the corner box. Qin Yu took a deep look at the closed box door on Chao Dawei's side before. With a complicated mood, he followed him in. We're going shooting this afternoon and we're not leaving until late afternoon. A drink for lunch? Lu Gentle opened a bottle of red wine. Okay, drink some, Qin Yu said sullenly. If, just now, that man, did something illegal to your ex-girlfriend, I can help you out. But, people are just 2 people having an affair. I think you should stop getting involved. Unless, you can give your ex-girlfriend a home. As an aside, what Lu gently said was sort of pertinent. Ha, I know. Qin Yu could not help but laugh bitterly. Well, cheers. Yes. Qin Yu and Lu Ro drank while chatting about some of the things they used to do in the army, and the dullness in their hearts gradually dispersed a bit. Interge, boo-hoo. After a small while, Qin Yu's cell phone vibrated. He has been protecting Lu Xiaoxiao for the past 2 days, and his private number has been on all the time. Qin Yu, I took the opportunity to use the restroom to send you this message. You don't have to worry about me. Chao Dawei's big brother is back from abroad. He is very powerful. We can't afford to mess with him. Moreover, I'm pregnant now, and Chao Dawei will not dare to hit me even if he speaks coldly to me at most. When Qin Yu tapped his cell phone, he saw on WeChat a message from Li Lu. You said at the time, aren't you leaving East China Sea? Why did you remarry? Qin Yu frowned and returned the message. This, I can tell you why, but you're not allowed to trouble David Chao, who went to our town and got my parents to call me to remarry him. Or maybe my parents are going to have an accident. Qin Yu, maybe this is retribution. I was too young to cherish such a good man like you, and God let me meet this asshole Chao Dawei. I've figured it out now. As long as my parents are okay and you're okay, I'll stay with Chao Dawei. Soon after, Li Lu messaged back. What's that? Qin Yu's eyelids fluttered a bit. It was really similar to what he guessed. Chao Dawei, this scumbag, even ran to Li Lu's hometown and used her parents to threaten to remarry with him. Li Lu, your parents have always treated me like a son. I will never allow anyone to bully them. After Qin Yu's message was sent, he tucked away his cell phone and walked out of the box. Qin Yu, where are you going? Lu Tender immediately stood up and chased after him. Bang! It was only when Lu Rowan had just arrived in the corridor that Qin Yu kicked open the door of Chao Daowei's compartment. Seeing that he had already drank his face red and was bragging about his friends with a group of foxes and dogs, without even thinking about it, he yanked him out of his chair and slammed his knee hard into Chao Daowei's stomach. Fuck! Vomit! Chao Daowei's face changed in pain and he covered his stomach and dry-heaved. Lick the dog. Bang! Qin Yu threw another punch, smashing Chao Daowei's face. Damn! Do you know that in my heart, Li Lu's parents are also my parents? You dare to threaten them. You seek death. Ha ha. So what if the laborer threatened? Come on. Hit me. I'll hit Li Lu however you hit me. Chao Daowei received a punch on the face or broken skin. Dripping blood. The expression a little crazy roar. Qin Yu. Stop fighting. Li Lu ran out of the bathroom. I'm telling you, Li Lu, you're finished. There's no way I'm going to divorce you in this lifetime. I'm going to haunt you and beat you every day. Ha ha ha. Chao Daowei tilted his head and laughed like crazy. Grass. Qin Yu kicked Chao Daowei in the chest again. Ahem. Fight. Beat the laborer to death if you can. Chao Daowei had a completely shameless look on his face. Damn. Who are you to hit our brother Battle's brother? Call Battle and tell him to hurry over. Brother Battle? Your brother was beaten up. Chao Daowei's foxy friend fumbled for his cell phone and was already shaking people. Qin Yu. Hurry up. Li Lu ran over and pushed Qin Yu. Bitch. It's his seed you're carrying, isn't it? Dare to bring a hat to the laborer? Chao Daowei grabbed a knife that was cutting steak on the table and suddenly stabbed it towards Li Lu's neck. Wow. This time, it was Lu Gentle who made the move. A big, long leg, heavily kicked Chao Daowei's body, causing his body to bow and slam into the table behind him, knocking it over. Qin Yu. You guys hurry up and leave. I can't get you involved again. Li Lu was so anxious that she tugged on Qin Yu's arm and said with a sobbing voice, I hit the man. I can't leave. Qin Yu shook his head. If he left, Chao Daowei was afraid that he would intensify his torture of Li Lu. Don't worry, Li Lu. With me here, nothing will happen to Qin Yu. Lu Gentle gently patted Li Lu's arm. Qin Yu is an ordinary person without power and influence, but she is not Chao Daowei dares to move any crooked means. She is the first to refuse. Humph. Who hit my brother? How dare you? Along with a cold and stern voice, a very tall inchman with a sullen face, outside the box walked in. Brother, help. I'm about to be killed. Chao Daowei looked like he had seen his savior and rolled around to hug the inch-haired man's thighs. David. Stand still. A man. A great man. Can't stand still after a little skin wound? The inch-haired man chided Chao Daowei for a few moments before grabbing him by the arm and helping him up. After patting the dirt on his body, his gaze was like a knife as he looked at Qin Yu and Lu Rowan. Which one of you hit my brother? Me. Qin Yu and Lu Ro said almost in unison. Very well. Whichever of your hands hit my brother, I'll wring your hands. The inch-haired man was perhaps 5'9" and possessed a pair of palms that were considerably thicker than normal, looking almost like 2 bushels of fans. With a glance forward, they grabbed towards Qin Yu and Lu Rowan's arms at the same time. Instructor Lu, watch out. Qin Yu's face changed slightly, the moment the other party struck out. He could tell that this was also a dark power expert, and Lu Gentle was definitely not his match. However, Lu Ro was also an extremely proud person. Even after Qin Yu reminded her, she did not dodge. Instead, she flipped her wrist and tried to use a grappling technique to control the inch-haired man. Bang! Qin Yu kicked out with a square stomp while sealing his palm towards his opponent's chin. Even so, the 5 fingers of the inch-haired man were still close enough to grab Lu Rowan's arm, but were forced to take a slight step back under Qin Yu's powerful attack. As a result, Lu Rowan's slender, snow-white arms were left with 5 blood-red marks. If the other party grasped this, they would most likely be able to crush the bones. It wasn't that Lu Rowan was too much of a dish, but what the inch-haired man practiced was something like eagle claw kung fu, which specialized in exercising finger strength. Compared to punching and kicking, finger power kung fu was a bit colder, but once practiced, it was quite powerful. With a dull sound, Qin Yu and the inch-haired man had exchanged a move. Jab. Qin Yu was wearing a long-sleeved shirt, and at this time, the position of his arm had turned into a strip of cloth, and the skin inside, as if it had been scalded by a branding iron, showed dark red traces. Liquor, do you think that under the sky, you're the only one who can fight? My big brother is an authentic eagle claw sectaire. He can blow you up with one hand. Seeing that Qin Yu was injured, Chao Daowei immediately taunted with excitement as if he had shot chicken blood. Qin Yu, how's it going? Are you okay? Lu Gentle glanced at Qin Yu and asked. A little something. Qin Yu shook off his tingling arm and said indifferently, just don't do it. I'm afraid that when he loses then, he'll say that we're 2 against 1 and won't be convinced. Good. Lu Gentle was silent for a moment before nodding. Kid, I didn't expect that you would have realized the dark force even at a young age. No wonder you are so rampant. Unfortunately, you met me, Chao Zhan. I realized the dark force 10 years ago. Come, it's spacious outside. I'll play with you for a while. After Chao Zhan finished speaking, he walked out of the box with large strides. Outside was an empty verdant courtyard, perfect for a fight. Bitch, come out with me and see how your concubine got killed by my big brother. Chao Dawei grabbed Li Lu by her hair and yanked her outside the box. Let her go. Lu Gentle drank coldly. Because, she's a woman too, and surely she can't tolerate a man bullying a woman in front of her. Humph, great-grandfather. Wei still let go of Li Lu, afraid that Lu Rowan would kick him again and break his bones. Come to me. Lu Gentle waved at Li Lu. Aha! Like a frightened rabbit, Li Lu trotted to Lu Rowan's side. Humph, Li Lu, if she can protect you for a while, can she protect you for a lifetime? When they are taken care of by my big brother, let's see how I'll clean you up. Chao Dawei glared fiercely at Li Lu and said in a conspiratorial manner. David. Li Lu bit her lip in shock and fear. Your name is Chao Dawei, right? Let me tell you, I can't care about how your couple feels about each other, but I will care if you dare to commit domestic violence. Lu Rowan was not polite and glared at Chao Dawei sternly. Humph, you guys have the ability to leave the mountain village first. Chao Dawei seemed to have a lot of confidence in his big brother. Can your big brother still eat me? Lu Ro raised her willow eyebrows and finished, pulling Li Lu's wrist. Let's go. Go outside to see the situation. Yard. Chao Zhan and Qin Yu had already fought to a standstill. To be honest, Qin Yu hadn't had many fights with people over the years, and had quite a lot of experience in actual combat. Plus, having realized the dark force, the average person was no match for him. However, the Chao Zhan in front of him was considered to be the most powerful opponent he had encountered in these 10 years. Bar none. His 10 fingers, which he had worked out, were practically like steel. If Qin Yu was an ordinary person, if he was slightly inattentive, even his bones would crack if he was grabbed. Cut it out. Chao Zhan's hands were like the claws of a fierce tiger as he once again grabbed towards Qin Yu's face. Qin Yu did not fight hard, but dodged to avoid it. A fist-thick landscape tree behind him was actually directly snapped off by Chao Zhan's grasp. Big brother, come on. Fuck die this dog. Chao Dawei roared with excitement after lighting a cigarette. Way to go. Battle. Chao Dawei's fox and dog friends also cheered Chao Battle. Humph. What's the rush? It's not easy to find such a powerful chaperone. I have to have a good time first. With a few teasing looks on his face, Chao Zhan withdrew his hands and then forced his way towards Qin Yu once again with large strides. Quick slick up. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he landed 2 consecutive low whip kicks. Chao Zhan's eagle claw kung fu was too powerful. Qin Yu didn't dare to fight with him in close quarters. He could only pull away and attack with his legs. Unless a person was a true genius, able to practice his fists, feet, and finger power all at the same time to perfection. Otherwise, if his finger power is so powerful, his fists and feet must not be good. This was Qin Yu's way of thinking, raising his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses, using his legs to engage his opponent. Hoof. As expected, Chao Zhan's calf took a hit and his body stumbled slightly. However, this level of attack only made him feel humiliated, but it wouldn't lose the fight. After a cold snort, he swung his steel-like palms and lunged towards Qin Yu once again. Quick slick up. Qin Yu's body rose up in the air and a splendid to the extreme roundhouse kick ran towards Chao Zhan's head. In actual combat, in fact, no one wants to use this kind of fancy moves. Waste of energy not to mention, but also low hit rate. However, Qin Yu could not do anything about it. Hell, he knew that Chao Dawei's elder brother practiced the very cold eagle claw kung fu. Seek death. Chao Zhan's eyes shrunk as he raised one hand to protect his head, and with the other hand, he grabbed towards Qin Yu's ankle. Bang. Knowing the power of Chao Zhan's eagle claw kung fu, Qin Yu's body hardened and dropped a few points when he was about to be grabbed by his ankles. Naturally, the target of the attack changed from Chao Zhan's head to his heart. Sound of escaping laughter. Chao Zhan was unable to dodge and received a solid kick on his chest. However, his right hand also grabbed Qin Yu's belt and drove Qin Yu's body, slamming down hard into the ground. Qin Yu. Li Lu closed her eyes in fear. Crap. Lu Gentle also had a huge change in his face. With such a terrifying force, not to mention a big living person, even a concrete lump could be smashed to pieces. Ha ha ha, licking dog. Now that's a dead dog. Chao Dawei laughed madly. It was as if he had already seen Qin Yu being swung on the ground by his big brother, smashing all the bones in his body and spitting blood furiously. Exhale. At this moment, Qin Yu's ears were all filled with the sound of the whistling wind. Seeing his body getting closer and closer to the ground, he raised his legs in desperation, like scissors, and clamped down on Chao Zhan's arm. At the same time, rotating his body with all his strength like the death roll used by crocodiles when they were hunting for food made Chao Zhan's body lose its balance along with him. Bang. Although in the end, Qin Yu was smashed to the ground. However, Chao Zhan also stumbled after him and fell to the ground. A large mouthful of blood came out of his mouth, and Qin Yu landed with his hands protecting the back of his head. It just felt like being hit by a train, but not completely out of the fight. A bone crawled up, and while Chao battle didn't slow down, he sat on his belly and slammed his fist down like a cannonball. Slam. Chao Zhan was able to rack his arms to protect his face at first, but after the bridge of his nose received a blow, the portal was wide open and Qin Yu's fists rained down on his face. Grass. Big brother. Chao Dawei was dumbfounded. Roar. Chao Zhan could not possibly allow Qin Yu to whack himself like a sandbag. Roared out, pressed both palms against Qin Yu's chest, and in a cart push-up, hard pushed Qin Yu away from him. After wiping the nosebleed that kept dripping down, his eyes were so gloomy that it looked like he wanted to eat people. Kid, I vow not to be a man until I waste you today. Do you think, just the way you are now, you have any fight left in you? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Kid, have you forgotten? What is this place? Veteran Villa. I have a half share. After Chao Zhan finished speaking, he fumbled for his cell phone and almost growled, bring the guys and come to know. 8 courtyard for me. If you're no match for me, what can the average person do to me? Qin Yu said proudly. Frack. Just don't get on your knees and beg for mercy later. After Chao Zhan put down his cell phone, he took a step back, sat on a big rock, and lit a cigarette and smoked it hard. Then I'll wait. Qin Yu spat out bloody phlegm and also rested against a large rock. For a while, no one spoke, and the atmosphere became a bit dull. Steadily, accompanied by a sound of footsteps, at least 20 or so, youths in army green t-shirts, holding guns for playing real CS, jogged into the courtyard. Brother battle. The leader, a middle-aged man in his 30s, with a sturdy figure and a hardened aura, should be the boss of Veteran Villa. Have the rubber bullets been replaced yet? Chao War asked. Not only does he account for half of the shares of the Veterans Lodge, but he is also the lifesaver of the owner of the lodge. In the past, when the two were in a battalion, they were on a demoning mission, and the owner of the lodge stepped on a mine, and it was Chao Zhan who saved him. So, he knew it was illegal to replace rubber bullets with steel balls, but he did it anyway. Yes, Chao Zhan nodded, dropping the cigarette in his hand and looking coldly at Qin Yu. Now, you either kneel down and apologize to my brother, or, I have 20 guns here, take the. You hit a beehive. You're on your own. Surname Chao. Do you know that even the use of imitation guns by private individuals is illegal? Lu Gentle walked to the courtyard, glanced at Chao Zhan, and said with a frown, breaking the law? Ha ha ha. When I was abroad, I even dared to kill people, so breaking the law is nothing. Besides, my brother has the paperwork to use firearms. It's not illegal. Chao Zhan let out a loud laugh and said with great disdain, grass how I almost forgot. My big brother and the boss of the mountain village are life and death friends. They can have real guys in their hands. So what if the licking dog can fight? Can it carry bullets? Chao Dawei instantly came back to life with full blood and exclaimed excitedly. And, he inclined his head to Li Lu, who was standing to the side a bit dumbfounded. What are you waiting for? Come over here and beg me properly. Or else, I'll beat your concubine into a sieve. Don't. Li Lu subconsciously shook her head and glanced at the black hole of the gun, although it is not a real bullet inside. But the power of the steel ball is also very scary. If dozens of guns shoot together, the greatest immortals cannot carry it. Biting his lips tightly, he stepped on his heavy legs and came before Chao Dawei, plopping down on his knees. Dawei, I beg you, let Qin Yu go. I will apologize to you on his behalf. Snap the fuck out of it. It's that time of the day and you're still defending him. Chao Dawei slapped Li Lu in the face and roared angrily. Li Lu. Qin Yu clenched his fists and was about to rush over. Ka-ching. Only. The 20 youths brought by the owner of the mountain lodge simultaneously opened the safety on their guns and aimed at Qin Yu. Davy, hit me. If only you'll take the edge off. Li Lu tilted her head and said with tears in her eyes. Shit, bitch. Chao Dawei grabbed Li Lu's hair and said hideously. I'm not going to beat you today. I'm going to beat your concubine and make you die of heartache. Big brother, get him over here. I'm going to clean him up. Bring the men. Chao War waved his arm. Immediately, a group of youths walked towards Qin Yu. And the rest of the youths, their guns kept aiming at him. Wait. Lu Gentle gulped, her starry eyes carrying a cold light, slowly fumbling for her cell phone. You guys have a lot of people, right? I'll shake people too. Good. I'd like to see who you can shake. Today, I'll let you all die with conviction. Chao Zhan arrogantly roared. Uncle Zhang, I'm being bullied. At the veteran's villa, Lu Roro said briefly and hung up the phone. Ha ha, you're still a kid. You can't beat us, so you move your family in? Chao War scoffed. Neither are you. You can't beat Qinyu, so you move people? If you have the ability, remove the people and continue to fight Qinyu? Lu gently sneered back. I can call in a couple dozen guns. That's what I can do. And if you can, call in a couple dozen guns too. Chao Zhan tilted his chin, his face full of provocation. You'll find out later if I have that skill. After Lu Roro finished speaking, she walked to Qin Yu's side and held his arm. Take a rest. With me here, no one dares to touch you. Thanks. Qin Yu was touched. She knew that one call from Lu Roro could call the special police in East China Sea. However, the cause of today's incident was because of her own personal matters. I can't help but be a little worried that if Lu Roro called out the SWAT team for this kind of thing, would people think she was abusing her power? Then let's also take a break and see what kind of heavenly means this little girl has. Chao Zhan fished out his cigarettes and the mountain boss and snorted against the railing. Today, either they hit Lu Rowan in the face or Lu Rowan hit them in the face. Fighting is a grudge, but a punch in the face is a deadly grudge. Doomed. Both sides are immortal. Clattering sound. Maybe half an hour. Helicopters painted in green camouflage appeared in the sky above Veterans Lodge. The words Beichuan Military Region are also printed on it. What the hell? The cigarettes in the mouths of both Chao Zhan and the owner of the mountain lodge almost fell to the ground. This little girl, calling in a real army? Booming. At the same time, the ground in the courtyard, it seemed, trembled, like some prehistoric beast, dragging its massive body, was approaching. Crap. Chao Zhan and the owner of the mountain lodge looked at each other, both seeing suspicion and nervousness in the other's eyes. No matter how awesome they are, they wouldn't dare go against the military, would they? Boss. The porter of the mountain villa ran in panting and stuttered. Something's wrong. A lot of trucks have come to the gate, and all of them are sitting inside. Ha! Chao Zhan and the owner of the mountain lodge were dumbfounded. Swish! As the hovering helicopter got lower, there were rope ladders hanging down. A group of well-built youths in camouflage uniforms slid down the rope ladder. Upon reaching the roof, he quickly took up a high point that was convenient for sniping. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man with an inch head also slid down and came to Lu Roro in big strides. Xiao Ro, is everything alright? Almost something. Lu gently pointed at the henchmen of the mountain lodge owner who were dumbfounded. Motherfuckers, are you the ones bullying Zoe? After the middle-aged man exploded into a foul language, he walked up to one of the youths and lifted his foot. Plop. The unlucky man stumbled, knocked out 2 teeth on the lapis lazuli, and froze, not even daring to hum, because there were at least 10 more red dots on his body. I'm afraid if I make a move, I'll get a taste of real bullets. Tap tap. Accompanied by the sound of steady and powerful footsteps, dozens more well-built camouflage-clad youths ran into the courtyard, rushing toward the middle-aged man. He respectfully saluted. Captain Zhang, please instruct. Holy shit. Chao Zhan's legs were weak and he was no longer able to spit. What kind of bullish character did he mess with? Even a phone call, called in so many troops. Take these people down first. The middle-aged man waved his hand. All hands on your head. Crouch down. Yes. Before the group of camouflage-clad youths came over, the mountain village boss's men first honestly held their heads, not daring to breathe. Suzaku. At this time, the middle-aged man's phone rang, glanced at it, and said, Xiao Ro, it's the old man's phone. Give it to me. Lu Roro took the phone. A furious voice came from the other end. Xiao Ro, how is it? Have you suffered any losses? Shit. Which son of a bitch ate the ambition and leopard gall? Dare to bully my daughter of Lu Hongqiao? Dad, don't be so angry. It's basically fine now, Lu Gentle said in a calm voice. That's good. The voice on the phone was visibly relieved. Well, you're busy. Uncle Zhang is fine here. After Lu Rouge hung up the phone and returned it to the middle-aged man, she said, do it according to the program. Okay, Zoe. After the middle-aged man nodded, he shouted, these people, suspected of murder, arrest them all. Put. Chao Zhan and the mountain village owner's legs went limp and they sat on their asses. I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of here without going to jail. MS. Lu, we know we're wrong. Be generous and spare us this time. Chao Zhan knelt on the ground, up and begged bitterly. Spare you? Then in case I'm not here today, then my friends, they'll be at your mercy? Lu Gentle said with an indifferent expression. Qin Yu, I'll let you have Li Lu. Give us a chance, okay? Don't worry, she's not pregnant. I intentionally bribed the doctor to prescribe her a nausea and regurgitation medicine to create the illusion of pregnancy, so that I can keep her around. Moreover, I often play with women. I have problems in that area. I have slept with her a few times since we've been married for so long. She's still new. She's not second-hand goods. Chao Dawei is so scandalized that he reveals his hidden illness in order to stay out of jail. Li Lu reddened her face and lowered her head in shame, but the stone hanging in her throat finally fell back into her heart. Take it away. Take it all away. The middle-aged man couldn't hear any more and waved his arm. His men immediately took out black handcuffs specialized for troops and cuffed both Chao Zhan and the owner of the lodge. Li Lu, plead for me. Let's get a divorce. I'll let you go. Chao Dawei grabbed Li Lu's arm and said in a panic. Li Lu remained silent and twisted her head, not wanting to see Chao Dawei's ugly face. Bang! A camouflage-clad youth kicked over. Although, he wasn't sure what role Chao Dawei was playing in this matter, but just from the words he just said, he could also hear that it was definitely not something good. Ouch! David Chao stumbled and fell to the ground. Finally, it was handcuffed and dragged out. Zoe, want to go to camp for a couple days? Before leaving, the middle-aged man invited Lu gently. No, I'm not a soldier anymore. Uncle Zhang, let me introduce. This is Qin Yu, the former vice-captain of the Battle Wolf Special Warfare Team. Lu Gentle introduced Qin Yu to the middle-aged man. Oh, you're Qin Yu. Ha, Xiao Rou hasn't mentioned you in our ears much. Long time no see. Long time no see. The middle-aged man warmly extended his hand and said, Hello, Chief. Qin Yu politely shook the other party's hand and said, Part more or less some shock. Before just heard. Lu Gentle background is not simple. From the grandfather generation is the military, but how also did not expect so hanging. It's not really noticeable when you don't show it on a regular basis. It can be understated to the bone. Then have a chance to play with Zoe at our camp. Go first. The middle-aged man waved his hand and led a group of men out of the courtyard. Phew. Qin Yu exhaled a long breath. If it wasn't for Lu Rowan, I'm afraid that he would have suffered unimaginable humiliation today. Pop. Thank you, Instructor Lu. Qin Yu put his feet together and gave a standard military salute. Thank you for what? These are what I should do. You made such a great contribution for the sake of the country in the first place. I can't let you bleed and shed tears. Well, I'll go to the city and explain to them what happened today. Lu Gentle finished speaking and also walked out of the courtyard. Qin Yu. At this moment, only Li Lu, Qin Yu and a mess were left in the courtyard. Let's go too. At this time, Li Lu. Her tears were hazy, her hair was disheveled, and her cheeks still had red slap marks, giving her a churlish, icy pity feeling. Qin Yu was a bit heartbroken, but he couldn't do anything for fear that Li Lu would misunderstand that he still had feelings for her. Wait, I want to talk to you. Li Lu, however, shook her head, gently biting her lips. She walked over to Qin Yu and looked at him deeply. I only realized now that I've been in love with you all along. Qin Yu, tell me, what should I do? Late, with a bit of bitterness in his eyes, Qin Yu reached out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Li Lu's eyes. I have a wife. And I love her very much. Ha! Li Lu laughed miserably. Her body shook as Qin Yu's gentle and merciless words made her feel like she had lost the whole world. After so many seconds, it was, do you have a picture? Can you show me her? Well, there seems to be. Qin Yu touched his cell phone and opened the photo album, saving the only one, Yan Mingyu's photo. It was some time ago, when pretending to be her husband to go to Sioux City. After seeing the group of orphans, Yan Mingyu squatted on the ground with a smile on her face. Only Qin Yu, who followed Yan Mingyu, the iceberg goddess, every day, knew how difficult it was for her to show this kind of smile. Your wife is beautiful. Even if Li Lu was a woman, she couldn't help but marvel at the sight of Yan Mingyu, who had a beautiful face and elegant temperament. No wonder, he stripped naked in front of Qin Yu. He didn't care, so it was a fairy-like wife at home. Well, she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Qin Yu nodded. In fact, between himself and Yan Mingyu right now, it could be said that there was no emotional foundation, and she didn't even know that he was her husband at all. However, Qin Yu could only say this so as not to leave room for Li Lu to fantasize. After all, she was also the woman she had once loved and didn't want to cause her any harm. Ha! Li Lu was smiling, but tears were flowing silently. She couldn't describe her current mood, regret, despair. If she had stayed by Qin Yu's side in the beginning, wouldn't such a good, excellent man be her husband? Perhaps. Now with a son and a daughter, living a happy and stable, though not wealthy, life. Li Lu, what are you going to do next? Qin Yu was more or less at ease with the woman he had once loved. I don't know, I'm afraid. David Chao won't agree to divorce me. Li Lu shook her head. She was genuinely unsure of where she was going from here. Although Chao Dawei had been arrested and was likely to go to jail, she had not gained relief, and simply divorcing him was a very difficult thing to do. As long as Chao Dawei is dead set against it, it will take at least 2 years before their marriage is automatically dissolved. In other words, for at least the next 2 years, she would have to live under the name of Chao Dawei's wife, much less start a new relationship with another man. I'll help you figure it out. Qin Yu felt out his cell phone and dialed Lu Raowen's number. Can you make Chao Dawei promise to divorce Li Lu? This is simple. Chao Dawei is so greedy and afraid of death. Just a little coercion will do. Lu gently said. Well, then, please. It's okay. I'm a woman too. I'll help Li Lu deal with this. Lu Ro was a bit heartbroken that Li Lu had met such a scum as Chao Dawei. Go back and rest for a few days. Instructor Lu will take care of the rest for you. Qin Yu looked at Li Lu after putting down his cell phone and said, Thanks. Li Lu nodded and clenched her teeth. Qin Yu, can I lean on your chest for a bit? Good. Qin Yu waited for Li Lu to lean over and then gently patted her shoulder. Everything will be fine. Aha. After a few minutes, Li Lu slowly stood up straight and looked deeply at Qin Yu. Your chest is very warm. However, I am no longer qualified to lean on it. Hey, we can still be friends. Qin Yu sighed softly. Ha, the cruelest ending for a couple is to slowly become friends. Well, I'll give you a ride back. Li Lu stroked the hair around her ears, lowered her head, and walked out of the yard first. On the way back, Qin Yu drove the car and Li Lu sat in the back row. Neither of them spoke. When we got to an intersection, Li Lu said, Just drop me off here. Yes. Only after Li Lu got off the car and her figure gradually disappeared into the sea of people did Qin Yu restart his BMW X5 and headed towards Lu Xiaoxiao's hospital. After parking the car, he came straight to the second floor, in front of Lu Xiaoxia's office. This time the door to the room was open, and Lu Xiaoxia, dressed in a white lab coat, held a piece of film in her hand and looked at it carefully. Didn't feel someone at the door, turned his head. The rosy mouth suddenly opened into a O shape. I go. Qin Yu. Anu not see. What did you do? Went to a trip to Yilik? Ran into a little something. By the way, do you have any anti-inflammatory water? I'll take care of it. Qin Yu shrugged. Of course I did. Lu Xiaoxia put down the tablets in her hands, turned around and found a medical kit, opened it and took out alcohol and sterilizing water. Then, walking to the door, he unlocked it before saying, Come on, take off your clothes and let me see your pecs. Oh no, let me see your wounds. Qin Yu's shirt had almost become a strip of cloth during the fight with Chao Zhan, and he didn't even need to unbutton it to take it off, revealing a lean body with smooth muscular lines. I can do it myself. Qin Yu saw Lu Xiaoxiao holding the anti-inflammatory water, a pair of peach blossom eyes, staring at himself without blinking, and said with a bit of embarrassment, Hey, you're hurt like that. I'll do it. We women who study medicine have seen it all before. After Lu Xiaoxiao poured some anti-inflammatory water in her palm, she gently rubbed it on Qin Yu's injured area. By the way, what the hell happened to you? It was a fight with someone, wasn't it? Lu Xiaoxia asked with some curiosity. Pretty much. Hey. Qin Yu sighed and roughly talked about what happened at noon today. LOL. So it's the bike you can't afford to ride, being stood up and pedaled by someone else. Any man would be angry. Lu Xiaoxiao said with a smile after hearing Qin Yu's words. What I'm angry about isn't Li Lu marrying someone else. Qin Yu's face was filled with black lines. Such a broken road. Lu Xiaoxiao can also drive? LOL. Isn't the whole point of a relationship between a man and a woman to make sex behavior reasonable? Isn't getting married at the end of the day to make that behavior legal? Lu Xiaoxia really does think differently. Qin Yu could only remain silent and waited until Lu Xiaoxiao had almost finished treating his wounds before saying, Are you busy? Help me buy a set of clothes. No problem. Suzaku. Lu Xiaoxia had just finished speaking when her cell phone rang, touching it out and picking up the call. Baby? Not knowing what Yin Mingyu on the other end of the phone said, Lu Xiaoxia kept nodding her head. See you in a while. After putting down the phone, Lu Xiaoxiao said with a fluttering brow, Mingyu asked me to go to the gym and then invited us for dinner in the evening. The word willow dash is used in a rather subtle way. However, Qin Yu was a straight man and didn't think there was anything wrong with Lu Xiaoxiao's words. Nodding his head. Good. Then I'm going out to buy you some clothes. After Lu Xiaoxia finished speaking, she began to unbutton her white coat. Hiccup. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. Such a demon is truly not taking himself as an outsider. Hey you. Qin Yu was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. LOL. What are you nervous about? There are bottoms. Lu Xiaoxia smiled charmingly and frankly took off her white coat. Sure enough, inside was a black, cicada thin bottoming shirt. However, it was held up by her blown-up body, which made a towering curve. This kind of hidden visual impact, not many men can resist. Good thing, the following is a pair of tight jeans. If black silk or something, I guess Qin Yu really want to spray nosebleed. Well, You rest for a while. I'll be back soon. Lu Xiaoxia removed a loose casual jacket and covered her good figure tightly before she brought the door and left the office. Phew. Qin Yu exhaled and saw that there was a bathroom in the office. So he opened the door and walked in, ready to wash his face. Instead, however, a pink, very smooth object was seen sitting on top of the cabinet. What the fuck? If you've never eaten pork, you've seen a pig walk, right? Qin Yu flinched and ghostly picked it up. Hey, what are you doing? Qin Yu turned around and Lu Xiaoxiao was standing in the office, looking at him with a playful expression. I wanted to wash my face, didn't mean to, Qin Yu stammered, as if he had been caught as a thief, and then asked rhetorically, why did you come back? Oh, forgot my bag, Willow said as she walked over to the coat rack and removed her bag. Then I'll help you put this away in case someone else comes in and sees that it's not good. Qin Yu could still understand that it was normal for Lu Xiaoxiao to have needs when she did not have a boyfriend. But Lu Xiaoxia was happy, slightly cocked her little mouth, and walked into the bathroom, her voice seductively asking, tell me, where is it bad? I'm this. Qin Yu vaguely felt why this little toy was so hot. His own hands are really cheap. Washing his face is washing his face. What's the point of picking it up and looking at it? It's true that curiosity killed the cat. Say, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoxia took a step forward, her fox eyes shining brightly. Me. Qin Yu subconsciously took a step back and finally said stiffly, I'm afraid that people will think that you are a woman of indiscretion. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaoxiao laughed with a fluttering smile, taking the small toy from Qin Yu's hand and roaming around her white face. I'm indiscreet when I wash my face and use the face beauty instrument? Ha, this is a face groomer? Qin Yu's old face was so red that he could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. So what's it for, do you think? Lu Xiaoxia asked, blinking her fox eyes that seemed to overflow with water. Me. Qin Yu opened his mouth, feeling that his thoughts were getting dirtier and dirtier after spending 2 days with this demon Lu Xiaoxiao. If you don't believe me, just search online yourself. Lu Xiaoxia put the face beautifier into her satchel and then walked out of the bathroom. Holy shit! Qin Yu gently slapped himself and secretly admonished himself that in the future, he would try to touch women's things as little as possible. That's embarrassing. Crashing sound. Qin Yu turned on the faucet and washed his face vigorously with cold water before he felt that his cheeks were not so hot. Not much longer. Lu Xiaoxiao carried the 2 bags and once again returned to the office. Bought 2 sets inside and out. Go try them on and see if they fit. Lu Xiaoxiao handed the bag containing the clothes to Qin Yu. Thanks. How much? I'll transfer you. Qin Yu nodded and said as he opened the bag and looked at it. It's a gift for you, even if it's, like, a paycheck for you for protecting me for a while. Lu Xiaoxia waved her hand. Okay then. Qin Yu was not in a position to brush off Lu Xiaoxia's feelings. Took it into the bathroom, changed into it, and it fit. Bells. Qin Yu was about to try the second set of clothes when his cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Qin Yu picked up the phone with some suspicion. Xiao Yu, it's your dad. On the phone, a breathless voice came. What is it? Qin Yu was silent for a moment before asking in a calm voice. In the beginning, after his parents divorced, his father formed a family with another woman, and has been working in a coastal city, and I heard that the income was okay, only when he needed tuition fees. He stammered that the money was all with his wife, and he couldn't get it out. After that, Qin Yu also stopped calling his father, and in his heart, he understood that he had a new family, and that he, his son, was no longer that important in his heart. Now, after more than a decade, hearing his father's voice again, Qin Yu did not have any ripples in his heart. I'm checking my health at the East China Sea People's Hospital. I heard that you're also in East China Sea. Our father and son haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Dad wants to meet you. The voice on the phone sounded both familiar and unfamiliar to Qin Yu's ears. Are you sick? After all, he was his own father. Qin Yu couldn't do nothing when he heard that he was in the hospital for a physical checkup. I've been having a lot of chest congestion lately, and I can't eat, so I came in for a checkup, the father on the phone said. I'll come over then. Qin Yu finished speaking and hung up the phone. Pushing open the bathroom door and walking out, he said to Lu Xiaoxiao, I'm taking an hour's vacation for something. Fine. Then Mingyu and I will go to the gym by ourselves. Just come over later. Lu Xiaoxia nodded. Aha! Qin Yu went downstairs, glanced at his BMW parked on the side of the road, thought for a moment, stopped a cab and sat in it. Right now, not knowing what's going on my father's side, there's no point in driving over in a BMW X5 too high profile. It wasn't that Qin Yu's pattern didn't open up, but he was hurt by what his father had done in the first place. Moreover, he had a new family long ago. And what temperament and character those people had, he himself was not clear at all. It's better to keep a low profile, so as not to create some unnecessary trouble. Not much longer. Shinyu got out of the car in front of the Donghai People's Hospital and dialed his father's phone. I'm here. I'm in line in the first floor lobby. Come on in. Yes. There was a lot of commotion on the other end of the phone, and Shinyu didn't say much, putting down his cell phone and walking into the hospital doors. Inexplicably, I was a little nervous, but also a little expectant. After all, after more than a decade, it was finally time to see his father again. With a somewhat complicated mood, Shinyu searched for his father's figure in the crowd. Finally, a somewhat familiar, yet gray-haired figure was seen, wearing cheap sandals, and an old shirt, covering his chest, and his body was slightly hunched over. Dad! Shinyu's nose turned sour and he took big steps. Tiny you, you're this tall? Shin Jianjun raised his head and looked at the tall young man in a straight suit in front of him with surprise and joy. Pay up. That's $3,800. At this time, the nurse who was charging said to Shin Jianjun, that expensive? Me. Shin Jianjun touched his coat pocket, revealing a look of embarrassment. No money? Next, the nurse who was charging shouted with an expressionless face. Dad, how much is the difference? I'll pay it. Shinyu touched his cell phone and scanned the QR code of the charge and said, I only have $200 on me. Shin Jianjun said sardonically. Dad, where's the money you had on you after all those years of working outside? Shinyu couldn't help but ask. In at your auntie Chu's. Shin Jianjun said with a somewhat unnatural look. She didn't pay you when you came in for your checkup? Shinyu asked with a frown. Handing over the money to his wife for safekeeping Shinyu could understand. But his father coming to the big hospital in the city for a physical checkup and giving only $200 was a bit excessive. She came along and took Nan and the grandson shopping. I didn't call her as I didn't think it would cost much. Shin Jianjun explained. Then I'll give you the money and you can go ahead and check it out. Shinyu did not ask anything more. The man in front of him, after all, is his own father, but also raised his own 10 years. He is now sick and needs money. Their own when the son of the money out of a few $1,000s as also should be. A drop. Shinyu paid $3,800 with a WeChat sweep. Xiao Yu, when your auntie Zhou comes over, I'll have her return it to you. Shin Jianjun knew that he had not fulfilled his responsibility as a father at all. Where would he have the face to ask Shinyu, his son, to help pay for the examination? There's no need to return it. Between you and mom, it's a matter for your generation. I'm your son no matter what. After Shinyu finished speaking, he held Shin Jianjun's arm. Go, check it out. Hey. Shin Jianjun blinked his eyes, which were already a little red. The father and son then went to the examination room on the 4th floor, and after some tossing and turning, they had to wait an hour for the results. Then he sat on a stool in the hallway and waited patiently. After a little while, Shin Jianjun's phone rang. After connecting and said in the 4th floor, Xiao Yu is also there. Put down the phone. Said sardonically, your auntie Zhou is a little bit anxious. Hang up the phone faster than anyone. Oh, Shin Yu responded carelessly. If it weren't for this relationship with my father, what Auntie Zhou, Auntie Li, would be strangers to myself? Good temper or bad, it has nothing to do with you. Clanking sound. As the elevator door opened, a middle-aged woman wearing a black dress with a pearl necklace around her neck, looking somewhat fashionable should be the Auntie Zhou, Zhou Tsuwaping, from her father's mouth, bringing her daughter, Zhou Nan Nan, and a 5 or 6-year-old boy, out of the elevator together. Bo, how are the shoes? Do they fit? Zhou Nannan asked as she held the little boy while exiting the elevator. Well, these shoes are so comfortable to wear. The little boy nodded. Bo, these are designer shoes. They cost my mother-in-law over 1,000. They must be comfortable to wear. Zhou Tsuwaping touched the little boy's head, her face full of doting. Granny, so when are you going to buy me that drone? The little boy asked, cocking his head. Bo, what kind of drone to buy? It's over 6,000. Too expensive. Zhou Nannan glared. But then it was a turn of phrase, it's expensive, but all the other kids have it, and if Shabo doesn't have it, it's a bit hard to hold up his head. Mom, look, buy it, of course, our family, little Bo, can't be worse than other kids, Zhou Tsuwaping said without hesitation. Why don't you thank Granny? Zhou Nannan patted the little boy on the head. Thank you Granny, the little boy said happily. The three men talked and soon arrived in front of Shin Jianjun's father and son. After Zhou Tsuwaping looked Shinyu up and down, she spoke nonchalantly. You are Shinyu? Yes, he's Xiaoyu. The examination fee of 3,800 just now is still given by Xiaoyu. Shin Jianjun jumped the gun so that Shinyu could leave a good impression in front of this wife of his. What? 3,800? Didn't I tell you? Your old man is a doctor. Just get him to check it out. Now that you've spent so much money, let's see how you're going to pay them back. Zhou Tsuwaping did not give Shin Jianjun the slightest bit of face and yelled in front of Shinyu. My dad is not at home. I'm too embarrassed to ask him for a checkup. Qin Jianjun said weakly. I don't care. You'll find a way to earn back how much you spent anyway. Bo still has to go buy the drone. We'll get the hotel open later and you can come over yourself. After Zhou Zuweiping finished speaking, she pulled her daughter and grandson and walked into the elevator. There was not even any intention of exchanging polite pleasantries with Qin Yu. Stao Yu, your Auntie Zhou talks like this. Her voice is a bit loud. Don't worry about it, Qin Jianjun said as he looked at Qin Yu with a bit of embarrassment. It won't. Qin Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. Just from the conversation a few of them had just had, it was easy to see that the family didn't give a damn about their father's health. I bought my grandson shoes for over 1,000 without blinking an eye, and I'm going to follow that up with a $6,000 drone. And the father's checkup, which cost $3,800, was heartbreaking. By the way, Dad, what does Auntie do? Qin Yu asked after some thought. Perhaps one misunderstands people, and she spends on her grandson what they earn themselves? She didn't do anything. I've been the one supporting the mother and daughter since we got married, and she has my paycheck card, Qin Jianjun said. By the looks of it, you're even raising her grandchildren now, aren't you? Qin Yu was more or less angry in his heart. In other words, this little boy bought shoes and a drone, and the $7,000 or $8,000 was spent on his father. Stao Yu, Qin Jianjun opened his mouth, and finally, sardonically said, Xiaobo is also my grandson. Well then, I have things to do, so I'll go back first. Qin Yu didn't want to say anything more. His father had been oppressed by this family, and it had become a habit to go against the grain. If I complain a few more times, I'm afraid I'll be a pig in a poke. Looking in the mirror, inside and out. Stao Yu, we'll be together later. Qin Jianjun wanted to call Qin Yu, his son, to have dinner together in the evening. However, Qin Yu waved his hand and got up and walked straight into the elevator. Father wanted to meet with himself. He came to meet with himself. As for those people just now, Qin Yu really had no interest in dealing with them. When he came outside the hospital, he was just about to call a cab, but his afterglow saw Zhou Zuweiping and her daughter in the corner, whispering something. I can faintly hear the words, deposit, cancer. Qin Yu's heart thumped, and when he saw that their heads were in the corridor of the second floor of the hospital, he turned back to the hall and came to the second floor. Wanted to hear what these two mothers and daughters were up to behind their father's back. Soon, Qin Yu arrived at the second floor corridor, and could clearly hear Zhou Nannan asking, that old Qin, is it really cancer? Yes, when we went back to East China Sea, we had it checked at an outside hospital. The doctor whispered it to me, saying that it's most likely stomach cancer, and that there's only a year left at most. Zhou Zuweiping nodded. What about his money over the years? How much is left? Nan Zhou asked again. There's still 200,000 or so left. You said you wanted to buy a car last time. Didn't I quietly give you 100,000? I gave you another 20,000 for Bo's birthday. Anyway, if he wants to have an operation, I'm sure I won't take a single penny. People who are going to die anyway. It's a waste to spend more money. Zhou Zuweiping looked like she was taking things for granted. Yeah, might as well keep the money for your retirement. After Zhou Nannan finished, she seemed to think of something. Mom, if old Qin dies, are you still looking for an old partner? Definitely look for it. Zhou Zuweiping did not hesitate in the slightest, as if in her eyes, Qin Yu's father was already dead. Pulling her daughter Zhou Nannan's arm, she whispered, your mom is only 42 years old, and doesn't want to be widowed so early. Mom, it's fine if you want to look again. I've heard that there are a lot of single old men in the big cities nowadays, and they all have pensions, and most importantly, houses. If you can find an old man like that, the matter of Xiaobo coming to school in the city will be settled. Zhou Nannan is very supportive of her mother's efforts to find a quality companion. Indeed, Zhou Zuweiping had never worked and was good at dressing up. Although she was in her early 40s, she nevertheless looked only in her 30s. Find an older guy in his 60s with a pension and it's totally fine. What they said afterward, Qin Yu was no longer interested in listening. In his heart, apart from feeling pathetic for his father, he was also vaguely worried. After all, it's his own father, and if it's really stomach cancer, I'm afraid his days are numbered. Thinking of this, Qin Yu re-entered the fourth floor. Stao Yu, Qin Jianjun covered his chest and seemed to be having a hard time, but he was still surprised to see his son go and return. Dad, Qin Yu's mood was a bit heavy and after sitting beside Qin Jianjun, he said, let me help you press it. Fine. Qin Jianjun nodded happily. It was not that Qin Yu's maneuver could definitely ease the pain in his stomach, but it was his son's caring attitude towards himself that made him feel flattered. You learned that from Grandpa? Qin Jianjun asked as he felt that his stomach was much more comfortable after being pressed by Qin Yu for a few times. Well, Grandpa taught me some. By the way, Dad. Shin Yu nodded his head and hesitated before asking, can you tell me why you and Mom, back then, got divorced? It's a problem that's been plaguing him for years. In his own impression, his father had always been an honest, decent man, and although my mother was a bit stronger, she was also hardworking and thrifty. But when they came back from school one day, they told themselves and their sister that they were divorced. Hey, one word. Shin Jianjun sighed deeply, before the corners of his mouth with a few bitter said, mostly, or personality reasons. Your mother that person. Mouth too nagging, and very strong, not willing to do farm work at home. Follow the neighborhood small contractor to do casual work. Spread some bad news. I advised her not to go. She and I made a big fuss. Look, this scar is still there. That is, when your mother ate, with a bowl smashed. After saying that, Shin Jianjun pointed to his forehead, which had a very obvious scar. Dad, didn't you say, at the time, that you fell by accident? Shin Yu couldn't help but ask. I was afraid you and Violet would worry. Shin Jianjun smiled bitterly. Hey, 2 months ago, I went back to Phoenix Village to see Mom, and she wasn't doing so well. Shin Yu was somewhat helpless. No one can tell right from wrong when it comes to couples, and even if this couple were his own parents, Shin Yu couldn't say whether his father was wrong or his mother was wrong. I know, that man used to run a small business and was a little richer than me, but, then he got into a lawsuit and lost a lot of money. And after his family was emptied out, he's been farming in his hometown. Shin Jianjun nodded and said, forget it, you and Mom have been divorced for so many years, and both have their own families, so let's not talk about these old, stale things from the past. After talking so much with his father today, Shin Yu's heart was also relieved a bit. No matter before, or now, divorce is actually a very common and ordinary thing. There's no need to hold on to it yourself and keep it on your mind. Shin Jianjun, the test results are out. At that moment, a doctor in a white coat walked out of the office with a list of lab tests and shouted, Doc, how's it going? Shin Yu stood up first and asked, the stomach ulcer is quite serious and requires hospitalization. Go check in, the doctor said. Then I'll call your Auntie Jo and ask her to send some money over. Shin Jianjun took out his cell phone and walked to the corner to make a call. Doctor, step aside. Shin Yu lowered his voice. What is it? Come in and talk. The doctor, somewhat puzzled, let Shin Yu into his office. It's like this, doctor, I've heard that my dad seems to have stomach cancer. You guys have the test results. Are they accurate? If, of course, his father only had a stomach ulcer. Shin Yu was happy. However, Jo Tsuaping had spoken with conviction, so it was better for him to figure it out a bit. So, the doctor frowned, and he knew that the cancer was something that ordinary medical equipment could not detect. I suggest that when the patient's stomach ulcer improves, she go to a more advanced hospital and have a targeted cancer screening, the doctor said more responsibly. Well, thank you doctor. Shin Yu nodded. When he walked out of the doctor's office, Shin Jianjun was already waiting for him, and when he saw his son come out, he said with a face that didn't feel good, your Auntie Jo said that the stomach ulcer is not a big problem, and doesn't need to be hospitalized, so you can buy some stomach medicine outside yourself and eat it. Humph, she can't afford to part with the money in her pocket, can she? Dad, have you ever thought that the money in her pocket is all hard-earned by you? In case, if the condition worsens after such a long delay, or even if you're no longer around, who will you keep this money for to spend? Shin Yu said with some anger. I'm afraid, his own father is still in the dark. Jo Tsuaping mother and daughter have already discussed, began to find the next home. It's just that there was no recording at the time, and his father might not believe him if he made empty promises. Perhaps, it will also feel that he is thinking about it. The hundreds of thousands of dollars of deposits that he put in Jo Tsuaping's place. That's human nature. Unless, over the years, his father and himself had been living together, he would have believed in himself unconditionally. However, in the middle of more than 10 years have not met, and Jo Tsuaping is his wife. Surely the heart is more inclined to Jo Tsuaping's side. Therefore, Shin Yu's words were only to the point, and whether or not he could understand this Taoist ideal was the father's own business. She has all this money, and she won't take it out. So what can I do? Shin Jianjun was filled with helplessness. Tell you what, Dad, forget about the money for now. You'll be hospitalized first, and I'll pay the medical bills. Shin Yu said after thinking for a moment. Father wants to take his money from Jo Tsuaping back, unless the legal process, reasoning is certainly not feasible. Right now, things have not come to that. First look at Jo Tsuaping behind them, and what other small actions before. No need. Xiao Yu, it's not easy for you to earn money as a security guard. Dad doesn't want to cause you any trouble. Shin Jianjun shook his head. He had only heard that his son was working as a security guard for the company. not realizing that he was now $1 million-a-year security special assistant. Dad, it's not about the money. It's my obligation. Shinyu held his father's shoulders and said in a deep voice. Now, also gradually some understanding of the father when it is not easy. Not he does not want to give tuition themselves, but his money are in Jotsu waping there. Stao Yu. Qin Jianjun blinked his burning eyes hard to keep the tears from flowing. Dad, don't worry. It's not a big problem for you. It won't cost much. You sit down for a while. I'll go do the hospitalization procedures. Right. Give me your ID card. Shinyu comforted his father before taking his ID card and walking into the elevator. Bells. Before and after the work. Qin Jianjun's cell phone rang. Just connected the phone. Came Jotsu Waping's impatient voice. What are you dawdling for? Not down yet? Nan and I have been waiting for you for more than 10 minutes. Don't you know? How big is the sun outside? Su Waping? Xiaoyu said that I still need to be hospitalized for this illness. However, before Qin Jianjun finished his words, Jotsu Waping exploded. Hospitalized? Do you know how much it costs to be hospitalized? In a month, you only give me a little bit of money. Except for food, oil and salt. How much money can you have left? A stomach bug is just a stomach bug. It can't kill you. Just buy some medicine at the pharmacy outside and take it. That. Xiaoyu pays for it. Qin Jianjun said stiffly. At first, he and Jotsu Waping married. Jotsu Waping only 30 years old, and his own almost 40 years old. Jotsu Waping is known far and near a flower. Qin Jianjun feel that he picked up the treasure. Everything to let her, but also all the money on the body, are handed over to Jotsu Waping custody. Over time, Qin Jianjun's temper is getting smaller and smaller, while Jotsu Waping's temper is getting bigger and bigger. Ha, your son who works as a security guard paid for it? You father and son. You haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, and you haven't cared much about him. How could he be so kind? You'd better tell him that the little money you put here with me is the coffin capital for our retirement. Don't even think of hitting this money. Jotsu Waping became even more angry. Thinking that Qin Yu was being nice to Qin Jianjun and was thinking about the money he had saved from his part-time job over the years. Stao Yu. It's not like that. Qin Jianjun weakly explained for his son. Humph. I don't care. If you dare to sneak a penny to your son behind my back, don't come home again. Da. Jotsu Waping finished fiercely and hung up the phone. Hey. Qin Jianjun sighed deeply, his face full of sorrow, not knowing what to do. At this point, outside the hospital, after Jotsu Waping tucked away her cell phone, she exasperatedly said, I think this Qin Yu is rushing for old Qin's money. What then? Mom, we can't let old Qin give the money to his son. Jo Nan Nan was also in a hurry. She's still thinking about the money and wants to use it to put a down payment on a house downtown. Similar to most rural children, Jo Nan Nan, as a left-behind child, grew up with his grandmother and dropped out of school after junior high school, calling Jotsu Waping for money when he didn't have any. He had been drifting in society for 10 years or so, not to mention that he hadn't learned any skills to earn money, but he had also developed the bad habit of being lazy. She's married to a loafer. Son, two families together, often couldn't touch $100 in their pockets. So, knowing that her mother still has hundreds of thousands of dollars, how could she watch Qin Yu to divide it? In this case, I'll go and take out all the money, hide it in your grandmother's house, and then tell old Qin that there's no money left at all over the years. That Qin Yu will naturally stop being so nice to old Qin if he knows he doesn't have any money on him. Jotsu Waping thought for a moment and said, okay, let's do it. I've seen on TV that many couples who are about to break up will transfer their assets in advance. We definitely can't cheapen that Qin Yu by a single penny. Nan Nan Jo was very supportive of her mother. Mother and daughter said to the bank to buy a house for the reason that the Qin Jianjun these years, hard-earned more than 200,000, all took out. Nan Nan Jo drove straight to her grandmother's house to hide the money. As for Qin Jianjun, they don't care. It's better to die inside the hospital, and then they can blackmail the hospital for a sum of money. Qin Yu sighed. After making arrangements for his father, it was already almost 6 o'clock. Thinking that Lu Xiaoxiao and Yen Ningyu were still waiting for him to eat, he left the hospital first, preparing to come over to see his father again in the evening. After leaving the hospital, he stopped a cab and sat in it, sending a message to Lu Xiaoxiao asking, where are you guys? At the Yunding gym, maybe half an hour away. It's over. Where are you? Lu Xiaoxiao messaged back. I'm done for now. Come and get you guys. Well, come over here then. Within a short time, Qin Yu arrived at the entrance of the gym. At the front desk was a girl who looked very sexy and cool in a sports tank top and yoga pants. Handsome. Want to work out? The receptionist girl asked. No, I'm looking for someone, Qin Yu said. Get yourself up there then. The receptionist girl lost interest at once. If Qin Yu buys the class and runs the card, she can also get a share of the commission. Yes, Xinyu followed the stairs to the second floor of the gym. There was no need to call and ask to know where Yan Mingyu and Lu Xiaoxia were working out. Because, the men in the gym, almost all of their gazes were glancing in the same direction. Whether it was Yan Mingyu, or Lu Xiaoxia were both goddesses in general. Wherever they went, they would cause onlookers and sensations. Not to mention both of them appearing at the same time. TSK. This skin. It's whiter than I've been dead for days. These two beauties. They're painters, with water in their brushes. If I could marry her, I'd take my ribs off and make soup for her. A group of men with excessive hormones stared at Yan Mingyu and Lu Xiaoxia, who were working out in the VIP area, and their harumphs were flowing out. And the female trainer was running a live stream while instructing them on fitness. The camera was on herself. Of course, at the moment, the practice was deep squatting. Those tight yoga pants outlined the curve of the buttocks and thighs, completely. With the movement of squatting together, the people in the female coach's live room, too, began to go crazy. Guess, coach, where I left my cell phone? Coach, bring your face a little closer. I want to put a mask on you. Coach, how do you build a head of muscle? Xinyu was in contact with Yan Mingyu Lu Xiaoxiao every day, so he had a certain immunity. Moreover, they wore relatively loose casual clothes, and were not as eye-catching as the fitness instructor's yoga pants. Xinyu just glanced at it and walked to the rest area to sit down, patiently waiting for the two beauties to get out of class. 10 or so minutes later, the female trainer put down the barbell and wiped her sweat away. Looking like that was the end of the day's training. Coach, we'll go first. After Yan Mingyu and Lu Xiaoxiao greeted the female coach, they carried their bags and walked over towards Qinyu's side. After coming downstairs, Qinyu was still in charge of driving, waiting for the two beauties to get into the car before asking, where to eat? Jade Mountain Hot Springs, Yan Mingyu said. Yes, Qinyu nodded. In recent months, following Yan Mingyu had also gone in and out of quite a few upscale places, and knew that many of the places where they soaked in hot springs had prepared gourmet food to entertain their guests. Will these two beauties be wearing swimsuits when the time comes? Qinyu got a little excited about it. Tamayama Hot Springs. Yan Mingyu invested in a high-end place where food, relaxation and partying are all in one. Usually hired professional managers to take care of it and usually rarely come over. I just had a free afternoon and came to relax at the spa after working out with my girlfriends. Arrange for a separate courtyard. Coming to the front desk, Yan Mingyu took out a VIP card from her bag. She only wanted to be like an ordinary guest today, quietly soaking in the hot springs with her girlfriends, and didn't want to alarm the management over here. Yes, please wait, the receptionist said very respectfully after swiping Yan Mingyu's VIP card. Jade Mountain Hot Springs take the high-end route. Inside, large and small, there are dozens of independent small yards. Can maximize, protect the privacy of the guests. This is the access card for the falling snow courtyard. After the attendant checked on the computer, he arranged a separate courtyard for Yan Mingyu and gave her an access card. Thanks. Yan Mingyu nodded and took the access card before walking towards the VIP channel with Lu Xiaoxiao and Qinyu. On both walls are glass cabinets with celebrity paintings and some vases of antiques, which look very forced. The overall design, too, is a bit on the antique side. The pillars and railings on both sides of the passage, all of mahogany, and some lanterns hung, emitting a faintly bright light. Outside the VIP passage, there was a lotus pond with colorful koi carp swimming freely. Wooden signposts with the names of the compounds allow guests to choose which trail to take depending on the compound where they soak in the hot springs. Baby, did you design all these yourself? Lu Xiaoxia definitely knew that Yan Mingyu was the big boss behind Jade Mountain Hot Springs. Aha! Yan Mingyu nodded. Mr. Yan, you're amazing. Xinyu gave a thumbs up with a doggy-style smile on his face. I didn't realize that I had a rich white wife with money, face and talent. It's nothing. I was bored at night when I was abroad and designed it randomly. Yan Mingyu said leisurely. If someone else had said this, they would have been suspected of pretending. But who is she? The helmsman of the Four Seas Group. Ah, Yan Mingyu. What's the point of personally styling a spa when she can take care of a mega company that big? Such a great design. Let Qinyu experience it as well. Have the waiter send over a set of men's swimsuits, Lu Xiaoxia said with a smirk. This. Yan Mingyu glanced at Qinyu and slightly furrowed her willow brows. You definitely need to wear a bathing suit when you're in a hot spring. And Qinyu is just her bodyguard, not her husband, so how can he look at her body? Mr. Yan, you guys just soak. I'll keep you safe outside, Qinyu said knowingly. Although, in his heart, there was a slight desire to see Yan Mingyu and Lu Xiaoxiao in swimsuits. But how in heaven's name could there be a female boss and a male bodyguard soaking in a hot spring together? If she knew that she was her husband, she would have invited, in a big way, herself to take a dip with her, right? However, The one who wasn't happy about it at that time would have been Lu Xiaoxia. Definitely can't afford to show her great body to her best friend's husband. You can't have both the fish in the bear's paw. Well, if you want to soak in the hot springs, I can get you a separate yard. Yan Mingyu would definitely not treat Qin poorly either. Not only was he loyal and protective, but he had saved his grandfather's life twice. No, I'm just a roughneck. It's okay if you let me take a bath in a big bathhouse, but even if I take a hot spring. Qin waved his hand. Oh, so it's just me and baby Bubbles then. Willow was a little disappointed. Originally, she thought that the parts on Qin body were a bit abnormal, and deliberately tricked him into taking a blood test, but the result was not only normal, but also much higher than the normal values. It made her unable to resist, wanting to take this opportunity to show off her charms in her swimsuit and make Qin fall under her bikini. Since Yan Mingyu wasn't happy about it, she would have to find another opportunity. Suzaku. At this time, Qin cell phone rang, and it was Qin Jianjun calling. Mr. Yan, Xiao, you guys go over there first, I'll come find you later, Qin said after glancing at his cell phone. Yes. Yan Mingyu and Lu Xiaoxia walked away down the path. Dad, what's wrong? Qin found a stone bench and sat down before picking up the phone. Xiao Yu, I just called your Auntie Zhou to ask how much money I've saved with her over the years, only to have her tell me that it's just a few $1,000s. How can that be? Qin Jianjun's voice was a bit anxious. He wasn't a fool. Ever since this half year, when his body started to feel unwell, Zhou Cuiping's attitude towards him had gotten colder and colder. What if it's true, as my son said, that he died because he didn't have the money for medical treatment? So, it called Zhou Cuiping and asked him to take a few tens of thousands of dollars out so that he could be cured. Unexpectedly, Zhou Cuiping directly said that there was no money, which almost did not make him angry and spit out blood. Dad, you should feel at ease first, and we'll talk about the money when you're better. Qin comforted his father. In the afternoon at the hospital, he heard Zhou Cuiping say with his own ears that his father still had $200,000 with her, so how could it be only a few $1,000s? Either they're trying to keep it all to themselves or they've moved on. No matter what kind, we have to wait until our father gets better. Otherwise if we tear up with Zhou Cuiping now, it will only make our father anxious and angry, and his body will get worse and worse. Okay then. Qin Jianjun also knows Zhou Cuiping's character. Cannot get the evidence? She certainly will not admit that he has money to put her there. Where is the energy to find evidence when you are so sickly and have trouble eating? Dad, get some rest then. I'll come over and check on you later. After he finished, he put down his cell phone and looked for the direction of the toilet, ready to go and shush. At this point, Yan Mingyu and Lu Xiaoxia had already arrived at the entrance of an ancient courtyard. Hi, two beautiful sisters. At that moment, a girl with a slim figure, wearing a JK uniform, white silk, and looking very kawaii, walked out from the side path and took the initiative to greet her. You are? Yan Mingyu glanced at the JK girls, revealing a wary look. Her status was rather special, and at no time, on no occasion, would she easily approach a stranger, even if they were all women. My name is Tingting, and I came to the hot springs with our classmates. However, they are all in pairs. I don't want to eat dog food. When I came out to get some air, I didn't expect to meet two beautiful sisters. Can I take a dip with you? The JK girls introduced themselves. This hot spring hall of Yan Mingyu was indeed a high-end place, but there was no shortage of wealthy rich second generation in Donghai, so it was reasonable to come to the hot spring with his classmates. No problem. More people and more lively. Lu Xiaoxia agreed first. The other party is just a delicate and cute beauty girl. What kind of bad thoughts can she have? Thank you, beautiful sister. The JK girl gave a sweet smile. Only, in the crescent moon eyes, there were a few hidden strangeness. Well, together then. Seeing that her best friend had already agreed, Yan Mingyu followed suit and nodded her head. Besides, Qin would be coming over later, so there shouldn't be any problem with safety. Drop. Yan Mingyu swiped her access card and waited until the door slowly slid open before walking in with the JK girl. It's natural for a high-end place like this to not require guests to spend any more money on swimsuits. The walls of the locker room are covered with all colors and all models. Guests just need to choose a swimsuit that fits their body. That. Yan Mingyu put down her satchel and was about to unzip her casual clothes when she couldn't help but skim over the JK girl. Even though the other party was a beautiful girl, she still felt a little uncomfortable undressing in front of a stranger she just met. I have to change into my bathing suit later, so I'm sure there's not a stitch left. While thinking about how to politely let the JK girl evade for a while, Lu Xiaoxia had already grinned greatly and took off her casual clothes. Wow, beautiful sister, you have an amazing body. The JK girl's eyes shone brightly as she stared unblinkingly at Lu Xiaoxia's snowy whites that were calling out to her. Oh, you're still young. You'll develop later too. Willow smiled. You guys change. I'll change in the next room. Yen Mingyu chose a black, more conservative swimsuit and walked out of the changing room. What's wrong with this, sister? We're all girls. What's wrong with changing clothes together? The JK girl blinked with an innocent look on her face. Oh, my friend is such a slow starter. She's cold to everyone at first. Willow explained. Then you change first. Sister. I'll change later. The JK girl fumbled for her cell phone and sat on the stool to play with it. Okay. Lu Xiaoxia didn't take it to heart and turned her back on the JK girl, who was soon naked. Figuring that this little beauty was seeing her hot body with low self-esteem. Embarrassed to undress in front of myself. A few moments later, Lu Xiaoxia changed into a very sexy bikini, and even turned left and right in the mirror. Very satisfied. Unfortunately, that guy Qin you couldn't appreciate it. Lu Xiaoxia muttered secretly in her heart before she said to the JK girl, I'm going to go next door to check on my friend. Come by yourself later. Yes, beautiful sister. The JK girl nodded sweetly. Only after Lu Xiaoxia went out did she start to undress. If, at this time, there was a second person present, they would definitely be shocked out of their eyes. Because, such a sweet and adorable a beautiful maiden, unexpectedly possessed male features. Or, as it's often called on the internet, the ladies' man. Next door. Lu Xiaoxia pushed open the door to her room and Yen Mingyu had already changed into her swimsuit. The one piece, with ruffles at the bust and belly, is very conservative and not revealing in the slightest. Baby, you don't have to be so careful with a hot tub, do you? Lu Xiaoxia and Yen Mingyu had known each other for so many years, so they must have known that she came to the next room alone to change her clothes in order to guard against the JK girls. Hey, Dash, if you've been through so many dark things with me since you were a kid, I'm afraid you're wary and wouldn't trust anyone lightly, Yen Mingyu said somewhat helplessly, just next to that little sister. Height of 1.6 m or not, typical white young thin, even if it is a man, I can kick him to death. Lu Xiaoxia was indifferent. I didn't say she was male. Yen Mingyu blankly glanced at her best friend before continuing. Only, if we change clothes together, what if she quietly steals a picture of it? You doubt her orientation? Lu Xiaoxia cried and laughed a little. It's not fetching, it's selling to those websites, and you can't underestimate the lure of money for kids these days. Yen Mingyu shook her head and said, LOL, makes sense. If someone was selling a video of the #1 beauty of the Eastern Sea, changing her clothes, I guess I would buy it too. Damn. I was naked in front of her just now. Lu Xiaoxia had just finished smiling when she reacted, then turned her foxy eyes. I have to take a look at her phone. If she really dares to take a picture of it, she will definitely beat her mother. That's all I'm saying, but I can't be sure. Anyway, it's better to take precautions. Yen Mingyu was also a bit speechless when she saw her best friend's startled appearance. Go away. Yen Mingyu picked up her cell phone and headed outside. Oh, you're in a spa. What's with the cell phone? Lu Xiaoxia asked curiously. Just in case. Yen Mingyu hooked her vermilion lips with a bit of mystery. At this point, in the courtyard's hot spring pool, the little beauty was already taking a dip in it, wearing a pink bathing suit. Seeing Yen Mingyu and Lu Xiaoxia walking over, she waved her hand happily. Beautiful sister. Aha! Yen Mingyu nodded haughtily and placed her cell phone on top of a rock before sitting on the edge of the hot spring pool, first placing a pair of snow-white, smooth little feet into the water and gently swishing them a few times. Lu Xiaoxia, on the other hand, jumped in with a plop and swam to the little beauty. Sister, where's your cell phone? In the locker room? What's up, sis? The little beauty asked with a wink. Oh, both of our cell phones are dead. I'll borrow yours to make a call. Lu Xiaoxia said naturally. Okay, go ahead and get it. The code is 66s, the little beauty said with a big smile. Thanks. Lu Xiaoxia followed the steps and walked out of the hot spring pool. Fine droplets of water continuously rolled down from her snow-white and proud figure. The little beauty couldn't help but gently slide the knot in her throat, but her complexion quickly returned to normal. Qin Yu sighed. Just as he stepped out of the restroom, he saw a strange man coming towards him head-on, and without saying a word, he raised his fist and punched. What are you doing? Qin Yu avoided it with a slip of the foot. What for? I lost my wallet. Did you steal it? The stranger questioned angrily. You're sick. I've never even met you. Qin Yu felt a bit puzzled and didn't bother to take care of the other party as he walked straight towards the outside of the toilet. Stop. You stole my wallet and you still dare to be so arrogant? The strange man lunged again from behind with his fist swinging. You've got the wrong person. Qin Yu avoided it with another wobble. Hey, what are you guys doing? There were two patrolling security guards who saw the scene and immediately ran over with big strides. He stole my wallet. The strange man yelled as he pointed at Qin Yu. I didn't. Qin Yu was somewhat helpless. Alright, come with us to the surveillance center. We have surveillance at every intersection here. The two security guards said. Yeah, go look at the surveillance and see how you can deny it. The strange man stared at Chinyu closely. Okay, just go. Chinyu also wanted to prove his innocence, or else if this strange man called the police, he was afraid that it would be even more delayed. Falling snow courtyard. Yan Mingyu soaked in the water with a towel resting on her forehead, enjoying the comfort brought by the hot spring, as if every pore on her body was opened. Baby, are you hungry for something to eat before you soak? Lu Xiaoxia walked out of the dressing room and spread her hands at Yan Mingyu, meaning, there was nothing to be gained from the little beauty's cell phone, so the two should be overthinking it. Well, eat something. Yan Mingyu stood up, stepped out of the hot spring pool, and pressed a switch on the wall that resembled a doorbell, and a sweet voice came out. Honored guest, what can I do for you? Send over 4 set menus. Yan Mingyu said. Okay, hold on. Only after calling for something, Yan Mingyu returned to the hot spring pool. His body also relaxed a lot, feeling that he was indeed too wary. Wronged this little beauty. From the beginning of the hot springs, people were also honest and didn't act too perversely, only occasionally tilting their heads and looking at the scenery around the yard. Around her neck, there was a pendant with a red rope that was kinda pretty in the light. Soon, 2 waitresses came into the courtyard and delivered 4 set menus. Take this one and give it to my bodyguard at the door. Yan Mingyu said. There was no one at the door when we came in. A waitress said, shaking her head. Then put it here. Yan Mingyu didn't think much about it, thinking that Chinyu was still answering the phone and didn't come over. Then we'll go out first. The 2 waitresses bent over and left the courtyard. Sister, eat something, Yan Mingyu said to the little beauty. Well, thank you beautiful sister, the little beauty said sweetly. The 3 men then sat down on stone benches and began to eat. Why am I a little dizzy? After only a few bites, Yan Mingyu felt a little unsteady with her fork and dizzy. Yeah, I'm dizzy too. Lu Xiaoxia shook her head vigorously. How do you? Yan Mingyu was surprised to find that the little beauty ate with gusto and showed no signs of dizziness at all. Oh, you've been drugged by me. The little beauty cocked her little mouth and her voice became gruff and evil. Hidden in a locket. Wouldn't have guessed. Would you? You give us. You're not a girl? Yan Mingyu and Lu Xiaoxia were both stunned. They've swiped a number of teenage dressers on short videos, but in real life, it's the first time they've encountered them. Of course, my name is Kong Jingjie, a real old man. By the way, if I mention my brother Kong Jingtai, you should be more familiar with him. Little beauty, originally innocent, clear eyes, also became full of burning and desire. Said, I grew up with a relatively small body. The average girl cannot see me? Think I am crippled. Midget. A few years ago, after brushing up on videos of women's dressers on the internet, I asked my brother, who is a medical beauty therapist, to help me get a slight facelift, then grow my long hair, and put on women's clothes, and then I was basically exactly the same as a girl. Naturally, it is easy to mingle with all kinds of beautiful women, and then take the opportunity to give them drugs, stun them, and have a good time, and afterward, they think they have done the spring. What about the dreams? It would never have occurred to me that I'm a big old man who screwed them. And you guys? I didn't know each other at first, but my brother was interested in this MS. Yen and wanted to pursue you. But you had your bodyguard drive a car into him, leaving him in the dust. I had no choice but to let my brother step in, gain your trust, and then drug your meals. And when my big brother comes in, one of us brothers will take one. Aha. Sister Lu, don't think I'm small, but I'm good at that. I can definitely satisfy you. You. After listening to the little beauty's narration, Yan Mingyu and Lu Xiaoxia both revealed unbelievable and nervous looks. Ha, it's truly a royal day. I've been carefully preparing for so long, and I've finally taken you guys down. At that moment, Kong Jingtai jumped in from the back garden over the fence, taking a look at the 2 beauties, who were already shaking in their swimsuits. He couldn't help but rub his hands together excitedly. Brother, the one with the surname Lu belongs to you, and the one with the surname Yan belongs to me. If it's early later, we'll switch again. No problem. Big brother, little beauty. Kong Jingjie snapped his fingers and picked up Lu Xiaoxia in a flash, heading towards the locker room. Mr. Yan, you won't be able to get away now, will you? Kong Jingtai sat beside Yan Mingyu without any panic, picked up a strand of dark hair and put it under his nose to smell it. It smells so good. Aren't you afraid of my bodyguard? Yan Mingyu clenched her shell teeth and said in shame and anger. Oh, I think he's still in the security room. He didn't get here that fast. After Kong Jingtai finished speaking, he fished out a pair of surgical scissors from his suit pocket and said with a smirk, to be able to cut open the clothes of the number 1 beauty of the East China Sea, bit by bit, TSK. It definitely satisfies the desire for destruction in any man's heart. You, Yan Mingyu was so weak that she couldn't dodge. Jab. Surgical scissors are so sharp, just a flick on the bathing suit. The original tight bathing suit cracked, revealing the gel-like snow-white skin. The other side. Jade Mountain Hot Springs. Security Department. At the unfamiliar man's request, the security officers started to line up the surveillance from an hour ago, which was naturally very time-consuming. However, the security officers weren't impatient. In a place as high-end as theirs, if word got out that a guest's wallet had been stolen, it would certainly damage the club's reputation. Shinyu sat on the sofa and looked at the ceiling in boredom. This was Yan Mingyu's own territory, so there shouldn't be any security issues. Suzaku. At that moment, the cell phone, which was in his pocket, rang sharply. Shinyu touched it out and saw that it was Chun Mo, that computer expert, calling, so he picked up the phone. Hello, Chun Mo? Brother Yu, something's happened to Mr. Yen and Miss Liu. Go rescue them. On the other end of the phone, came Chen Mo's urgent voice. Yes. Shinyu rubbed his feet. First of all, regardless of how Chun Mo knew, he certainly wouldn't joke about such things. Hey, what are you doing? Sit down. A security guard held a rubber stick and pointed at Shinyu. Immediately notify the management on your side. Tell them that something has happened to Mr. Yen. Lock the gate, and don't allow anyone to go out. After Shinyu finished speaking, he walked towards the gate. Hey, what Mr. Yen, what do you mean? The security guard was confused. He's just trying to find a reason to run away. Get him, the stranger growled sharply. I'm telling you, you're not going anywhere until this is cleared up. The two security guards, one on the left and one on the right, grabbed towards Shinyu's shoulders. Fuck off. Shinyu turned around and smashed out two punches like lightning. Ouch. The two security guards screamed miserably and fell to the ground with their noses covered. Quick, catch this thief. The rest of the security guards almost swarmed. Bang bang. Oh, how could these security guards be Shinyu's opponent? And in 10 seconds at most, 7 or 8 security guards were overturned on the ground. For the last time, the boss behind your Jade Mountain Hot Springs, Mr. Yen, is in trouble, and if you don't contact the management, you won't be able to get your asses kicked if something goes wrong. Shinyu finished coldly and quickly ran out. After a group of security guards looked at each other for a few seconds, the security chief thought about it, but still took out his cell phone and dialed the general manager's number, and weakly asked that, Mr. Wang, is the boss behind our clubhouse surnamed Yen? What? It seems that something happened in our clubhouse. A man should be her bodyguard, requesting that the clubhouse be closed immediately. Okay, got it. Cold sweat poured out behind the security chief's back when he received an affirmative reply from the general manager. Damn it, you guys, keep an eye on him. I'll go save Mr. Yen. The security chief held up his hat, which had been knocked askew by Shinyu, and hurriedly ran out with a rubber baton. Well, fuck you, making a monkey out of us, huh? The security guards who stayed behind took their anger out on the man who falsely claimed to have lost his cell phone, took a rubber bat and just slammed it. Ah, help! Falling snow courtyard. Kong Jingtai took the surgical scissors and was still unhurriedly cutting Yan Mingyu's bathing suit, and even, artistically, cut out the bathing suit in the shape of a love heart. TSK. With these hands, I'd be good with a paintbrush or playing the piano if I wasn't holding a scalpel, Kong Jingtai said in a very narcissistic manner. Kong Jingtai. Yan Mingyu clenched her silver teeth, suppressed the anger in her heart, and tried her best to say in a calm tone, if you use this method, at best you can only get my person, but not my heart, and I will retaliate against you madly afterward. So, you'd better not touch me, and maybe I'll consider giving you a chance. I'm not chasing you to get your person either. Why don't we both keep it simple? Skip the intermediate steps, and get your person directly. Kong Jingtai laughed evilly while reaching out his hand to pinch Yan Mingyu's chin and said grimly, as for revenge, you won't get that chance. I'm a medical expert. I can have 100 ways to get someone killed without finding out the slightest trace. Kong Jingtai, don't think that you're the only one smart under the sky. I, Yan Mingyu, am not a fool either. How about we make a bet? My bodyguard will be here in a minute at most. Yan Mingyu said coldly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've already sent people to falsely accuse him of stealing, and they're slowly lining up in the security department for at least an hour. Kong Jingtai had made all the preparations in order to get a kiss, and had calculated almost every aspect of the process. Then don't you dare wait a minute. Yan Mingyu provoked. Humph, trying to stall for time. Are you? I'm not going to fall for your tricks. Kong Jingtai coldly grunted, stood up his body, and began to take off his own clothes. This stone table was not big, but he liked to challenge the high degree of difficulty. If he did Yan Mingyu on this table, He would be able to brag about it for the rest of his life. Locker room. Don't look at Kong Jingjie as a third-degree cripple, only 1 meter 6. They'll look, but the strength is really something. Lu Xiaoxia, who was 5'7" and often worked out, and weighed at least close to 102, was surprisingly able to hold up and walk as if she were flying. The old saying goes that the more a person lacks something, the more they crave it. As a man, Kong Jingjie was only 6 meters tall, so naturally he liked to conquer women who were taller than him. Lu Xiaoxia was especially in line with his standards, with a delicate face, a plump figure, and fair and smooth skin. At the thought of being able to conquer this kind of woman, Kong Jingjie's breath hitched for a few moments. Baby. After Kong Jingjie put Lu Xiaoxia on the sofa, he looked at her snow-white thighs with lust in his eyes. Don't look at me as small, but my parts aren't small. Come on, let me give you an appreciation. Humph, do you know what I do for a living? Lu Xiaoxia skimmed Kong Jingtai's disgusting place, coldly laughed. I've seen, not 100 or 80, on your area of 3 inches. Don't take it out to disgrace yourself. She was telling the truth. As a woman who studied medicine, she was really no stranger to that part of a man's body. Plus, she specializes in excision surgery and is known as an egg removal expert, and has really seen all the specs. You turned out so lame? Kong Jingjie obviously misunderstood, thinking that Lu Xiaoxiao had seen so much because she was fooling around with men. Yeah, what? Scared? My old lady still has a contagious disease. Lu Xiaoxia, being so smart, knew that Kong Jingtai had thought wrongly, so she said along with his words. Shit. Kong Jingjie was a bit reluctant, but was really afraid of being infected with some strange disease. Hey you. Just as Kong Jingjie was a bit torn and lost in thought, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly stood up and kicked him in the shin while slamming an elbow into his temple. As a woman who studied medicine and was exposed to drugs for a long time, her body is much more resistant to drugs than the average person. I was a little dizzy at first, but after a few minutes, I was surprised to regain a few moments of strength. He then deliberately used his words to wind Kong Jingjie up, and while he was distracted, he used the self-defense technique that Qinyu had taught him. Bang! Kong Jingjie was caught off guard and received a solid blow to the temple. Lu Xiaoxia often worked out. Her explosive power was no worse than a strong man, and with this strike, she directly dried out Kong Jingjie, a third-class cripple. Sitting on his ass, his brain was buzzing. I'll call someone to clean you up later. Seeing that Kong Jingjie was temporarily incapacitated, Lu Xiaoxiao turned around and ran out of the locker room, slamming the door with a bang. Almost simultaneously, Xinyu propped his hands on the fence and jumped into the courtyard. The gate requires an access card to open. He kicked it twice and it didn't budge, so he could only flip over the wall instead. How did you get there so fast? Kong Jingtai had only just taken off his jacket when he saw Qinyu, who had flames in his eyes, striding towards him. After being surprised for a moment, he didn't hesitate to grab the surgical scissors and put them against Yan Mingyu's neck. Stop, Kong Jingtai. It's not too late for you to stop now. Do you really want to make things bigger and bigger? Qinyu said in a deep voice after glancing at the sharp surgical scissors in Kong Jingtai's hand. Humph. I don't want to kill anyone either, but you better not force me. Now, immediately, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll stab her aorta. Kong Jingtai glared and said viciously. Okay, don't be impulsive. Qinyu raised his hand, not daring to provoke Kong Jingtai. Are you fucking deaf? I told you to get the fuck out. Kong Jingtai roared again. His car was parked in the back of the yard and he could get away with it in half a minute at the most, as long as no one stopped him. Okay, I'll go. Qinyu held his hand up and slowly backed away while pondering how he could subdue Kong Jingtai. Ding dong. Only under his feet, he stepped on the dinner that Yan Mingyu had asked someone to leave for him, and subconsciously glanced down. With that, he withdrew his gaze and gave Yan Mingyu a deep look. I hope she understands what she means. On the contrary, if Yan Mingyu didn't cooperate, he was afraid that his actions would anger Kong Jingtai and put her life in danger. For a while, Qinyu was also slightly nervous in his heart. I hope that between Yan Mingyu and himself, there is a tacit understanding. Slam. Qinyu looked closely at Yan Mingyu, his heart beating hard. It felt like the air, as if it had frozen. Does she, or doesn't she, understand what she's saying? Fuck, get the fuck out of here. What are you waiting for? Kong Jingtai roared even more violently at Qinyu. Good. Qinyu gritted his teeth and once again looked deeply at Yan Mingyu. Plop. Yan Mingyu was actually nervous in her heart, hoping that she hadn't misunderstood Qinyu's meaning. Gritting her silver teeth, her body fell straight back towards the back. Swish. Kong Jingtai lost sight of Yan Mingyu in front of his eyes, and just as he wanted to roar angrily, he felt something bright and shiny shoot towards him. It's a Western knife. As Qinyu stepped on it with his foot, a bold plan came to his mind. Use this western knife to subdue Kong Jingtai, provided Yan Mingyu cooperates with him. Sure enough, the beautiful boss didn't let herself down. During these few months of getting along, Qin Yu also, from time to time, told Yan Mingyu some experience in avoiding danger in case of emergency. This includes the fact that the safest thing to do if you're being held hostage is to crouch down, or fall towards the ground, to create an opportunity for yourself to strike. Sound of escaping laughter. Blood splatters. The western dinner knife was already quite sharp, and coupled with Qin Yu's terrifying force, it effortlessly pierced through Kong Jingtai's chest. It almost grazed through the heart. Of course, this was also a deliberate act by Qin Yu. Otherwise, if he really killed Kong Jingtai, he himself would follow him to jail. Ah! Kong Jingtai screamed in pain, lowered his head, looked at the western knife in his chest, and collapsed to the ground with a face full of unwillingness. Phew! Qin Yu exhaled and hurried over. After kicking away the surgical scissors that Kong Jingtai had dropped on the ground, he then helped Yan Mingyu up and took off his suit and draped it over her. Mr. Yan, I'm sorry for the shock. It's okay, you got here just in time. Yan Mingyu was quite calm. Qin Yu, the way you looked just now was really handsome. Lu Xiaoxia, who was at the door of the locker room, couldn't help but run over in excitement when she saw that Qin Yu, like a martial arts master, had subdued Kong Jingtai by relying on a western knife. Hiccup. Qin Yu really didn't notice just now that Lu Xiaoxiao was right behind him. Looking at the sound, I saw two rabbits that had grown fat after a cold winter, hopping and jumping happily. This demon, in a bikini is still killing me. Dash. Yan Mingyu was also a bit embarrassed. Her best friend's body was too big and she was wearing a bathing suit, so it really wasn't suitable for running. Oh, I'm afraid to go back to the locker room. There's still a changeling locked up in there. State it. Lu Xiaoxia covered her chest and said weakly. What? There's another one? Qin Yu was flabbergasted. Yeah, and there's a woman in it. Lu Xiaoxia nodded. I'll grab it out. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he had to take off his shirt and throw it to Lu Xiaoxiao, striding to the door of the locker room. Bang. A kick in the door. Into his eyes was a small fist, running towards himself. Upon closer inspection, it was a pretty girl with long hair and a very sweet face, but with a flat chest. Yo, how dare you sneak up on yourself? Qin Yu was happy and raised his hand without any mercy, slapping Kong Jingjia's face solidly. Let's not talk about Qin Yu's fighting strength for a moment. Just based on his height of more than 1 meter 8, it would be easy to deal with a third-class cripple of about 1 meter 6. Mythological animal, ESP. In fiction, Kong Jingjia's eyes went black, and his head almost flew out from Qin Yu's slap. With a stumble, he fell to the ground and passed out. Qin Yu grabbed his feet and dragged Kong Jingjia out of the locker room like a dead dog. Okay, you guys go ahead and get dressed, Qin Yu said. I guess the people on the clubhouse side should have reacted as well. These two beauties could look at themselves in their bathing suits, but they certainly couldn't. Oh, yes. Lu Xiaoxia helped Yan Mingyu into the dressing room. Mr. Yan. Much like what Qin Yu had guessed, the general manager of the hot springs side had someone swipe the access card, and after opening the door, he hurriedly ran in with a group of security guards. Seeing the bare-chested Qin Yu and Kong Jingtai, who had a Western-style knife stuck in his chest, as well as Kong Jingjie, who had long hair but had fainted to death, it felt like his brain was not enough. These guys, who are the good guys and who are the bad guys? You block the doorway and no one goes out, Manager Wang said after thinking for a while. Yes. A group of security guards immediately blocked the doorway. Excuse me, where is Mr. Yan? Manager Wang glanced at Qin Yu and asked. In the locker room, getting changed, Qin Yu said. You are? Manager Wang asked again tentatively. Mr. Yan's special security assistant, Qin Yu said indifferently. Oh, so you're special assistant Qin, long time no see. Manager Wang hastily extended his hand and said enthusiastically. Although he was only the manager in charge of the hot springs, he must have heard that Yan Mingyu had a very powerful Dane expert by his side, just based on the fact that just now, one person easily knocked over 7 or 8 security guards. One can see that this special assistant Qin is by no means a mere name. Squeak. At this time, Yan Mingyu and Lu Xiaoxia had already changed their clothes, opened the door, and swept Manager Wang a glance. Call an ambulance and throw this person to the hospital. Kong Jingtai had already received a knife, so he probably wouldn't dare to pester himself anymore. And Yan Mingyu didn't bother to call the police. He ate his own dummy, much less went to the police. Yes, Mr. Yan. Manager Wang immediately fumbled for his cell phone to call an ambulance. Qin Yu, put on this female bigot's clothes. I'm going to leave him with a memory that will last a lifetime. Lu Xiaoxia swept a glance at the fainting Kong Jingjie, her eyes somewhat terrified. Yes, Xinyu nodded and brought Kong Jingjie into the locker room to change into his JK uniform. Then, also putting on a shirt and suit, he took the unconscious Kong Jingjie on his shoulders. Go! After this kind of thing, Yan Mingyu couldn't stay for a second more and walked out of the courtyard first with a cold face. Xinyu carried Kong Jingjie, a female bigot, and followed the two beauties until he walked out of the door of the clubhouse before asking, "Where are we going now?" "To Blue Harbor," Lu Xiaoxia said in address. The fox's eyes flashed with a few evil glints. "I heard that a few blacks have come in recently, so I'm going to make this pervert understand what it means to know a man and go for it." Okay. Xinyu did not know that the Blue Harbor, in fact, is the men's harbor, can make the East China Sea female rich women tend to rush to the place. However, from Lu Xiaoxiao's grim expression, one could roughly guess that this woman in costume was afraid that she was going to have bloody bad luck. Once again, the heart secretly warned itself that it should never offend women, especially beautiful women. Not much longer. Under Lu Xiaoxiao's guidance, Xinyu drove his car into an alley. In the darkness, one could vaguely see a bright light that flickered on and off, as well as a curve in the front and back. Seemingly, it was even more explosive than Lu Xiaoxia's figure. "Auntie," Lu Xiaoxia got out of the car and whispered in the right woman's ear. "LOL. Leave it to me. The right woman really deserves to be Lu Xiaoxiao's sister-in-law. The two are simply carved out of a single mold, with the same good figure and the same fondness for smiling. It's almost like an upgraded version of Lu Xiaoxiao." However, the lights in the alley were very dim. Xinyu could not see the woman's appearance. Since she was Lu Xiaoxiao's sister-in-law, she should not look too bad. "Bring the men inside." The right woman exhaled a smoke ring and two burly, expressionless men stepped out of the shadows. From Xinyu's shoulder, after picking up the female big man, he walked into the back door. "Find a place to eat? I'm starving." Lu Xiaoxia touched her flat belly as she sat back in the car. "Well, let's go eat shabu shabu," Yan Mingyu suggested. "Okay, I know of a new one that tastes especially authentic." After the two women clapped, Xinyu continued to act as the driver, drove Yan Mingyu's Bentley and left the alley. A few minutes later, Blue Harbor, in the spacious box, Kong Jingjie slowly opened his eyes. Ha! His eyes, as beautiful as a woman's, flashed with doubt. "Originally, I thought that I should have been hung up, or locked up in the basement and beaten up. I didn't expect that it would be such an opulent box. Could it be that Big Brother still left a backhanded way to find someone to get himself out?" Thinking of this, Kong Jingjie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Creak. At that moment, the compartment door Ben pushed open. Several very large black men in black suits walked in. Seeing the beautiful girl on the sofa with a delicate body, they couldn't help but have their eyes light up. A gibberish of bird language came out of his mouth as he made his way towards the couch. "Who are you people and what do you want?" The gaze in the other party's eyes was not unfamiliar to Kong Jingjie. He would also show this kind of gaze when he saw a pretty beauty. But the problem is, he's a man, right? The black man didn't pay any attention to Kong Jingjie and went straight for him up and down. "Are you guys crazy? I'm not a girl." Kong Jingjie panicked. "Ooh-hoo. Negroes, however, were more excited." "Aha. Only." Kong Jingjie soon could not speak. Never dreamed that one day there would be someone to invite him to eat hard food, or a step to the stomach kind. Mutton house. Xinyu ate poorly before looking at Yan Mingyu and asking the doubt in his heart. "Mr. Yan, how did Chen Mo know that you had an accident? One is far away from the company and the other is in a hot spring. There's no connection at all. Chen Mo in my phone. Installed a small program. If I think there is danger, open the recording function. After recording all the content, will be synchronized to his computer. So, he was the first one to know that something happened to me." Yan Mingyu explained. That's why she insisted on taking her cell phone with her when she soaked in the hot springs. It was because she vaguely felt that the beautiful girl was not right, and secretly turned on the recording function. Naturally, after Chen Mo's side heard about it, he promptly informed Xinyu. "Oh, this guy, he really is kind of a genius when it comes to computer technology." But Xinyu wanted to say something, feeling that he was being a bit villainous. "But what?" Yan Mingyu asked. You better keep your phone away from me when you're changing or taking a shower." Xinyu kind of couldn't trust Chen Mo, the pig brother, in case the small program he gave to Yan Mingyu had other functions. However, it was not a good idea to ask Chen Mo this question to his face, so he could only ask Yan Mingyu to be careful. These two computer gurus, they're bullseyes when it comes to technology, but they're just too horny. "Okay, got it." After Xinyu reminded her of this, Yan Mingyu also realized it and nodded. "Then I'll take you guys back first. I have to make a trip to the hospital later. My dad's back in East China Sea." Xinyu saw that the two beauties hadn't eaten either, so he said, "Okay." After Yan Mingyu went to pay the bill, the three of them left the mutton restaurant. Qin Yu drove his car and sent Yan Mingyu back home first, then sent Lu Xiaoxiao. Qin Yu, what kind of women do you like? On the way, Lu Xiaoxia coldly asked. Originally thought, men chasing women across the mountains, women chasing men across the vale. She just need to show a little bit of charm. Qin Yu will fall under her pomegranate skirt. But this guy, it's almost as if he's like Willow. He's not impressed at all. For the first time, a sense of frustration rose in Lu Xiaoxiao's heart. Qin Yu twisted his head and glanced at Lu Xiaoxiao, seeing that she did not look like she was joking. Before he said seriously, in fact, I do not have high requirements for women. Just be able to be faithful to the marriage and have good character. What about looks? No requirements? Lu Xiaoxia was a bit unconvinced. I'm not a face control. Just have decent features. Qin Yu smiled. What kind of woman am I in your mind? Am I the kind of woman who is particularly open and can easily get into bed with a man? Lu Xiaoxia asked as she gritted her teeth. Perhaps it was the character she usually displayed that made Qin Yu think that she was a very casual woman and that's why she didn't like herself? I think you're an interesting woman. Whoever marries you must have a great time every day. As for men and women, you shouldn't be the kind of woman who can easily get into bed with a man. You have your pride, Qin Yu said more pertinently. Thanks. Lu Xiaoxia's fox eyes were hot, surprisingly a little touched, being trusted and affirmed by a man she cared about. I'm just being honest. Well, get some rest early. I'll be over later. Qin Yu saw that Lu Xiaoxia's villa had also arrived and drove her Mercedes into the courtyard before he called a drop on his cell phone and headed towards the hospital. When he arrived at the hospital room, Qin Jianjun didn't look too good. Qin Yu knew that he must be heartbroken that his savings, which he had worked hard all his life to save, were gone when he said they were gone. Dad, take good care of your health. I'll find a way to help you with the money. Qin Yu comforted his father. Since becoming Yan Mingyu's bodyguard, in the past few months, what kind of ferocious people hadn't been seen? A mercenary villain like Zhou Cuiping's mother and daughter is just a small Karamaika in Qin Yu's view. Hey, Qin Jianjun sighed, looking very complicated. If you don't want the money, your heart is not willing. If you want the money, it means breaking with Zhou Cuiping. He hadn't figured out what to do. Interge, boo-hoo. At this time, Qin Yu's cell phone rang. It was a text message from Yan Mingyu as his wife. Yang Shui, are you asleep? Yan Mingyu's message was brief, in line with her dry and sharp character. Nope. Qin Yu was a bit happy. This was the first time Yan Mingyu had taken the initiative to send a message to himself after he sought a divorce. Then, feeling that only one word back seemed a bit too cold, he added, "It's so late. Are you still awake?" Well, something happened today and I wanted to talk to someone about it. Yan Mingyu should have been holding her cell phone and quickly replied. What happened? Qin Yu asked. Of course, in her heart, she understood that it must be the matter of her and Lu Xiaoxiao almost being defiled by the Kong Jingtai brothers. The identity of his bodyguard is clear, but the identity of his husband can only pretend not to know. It's nothing really. Over the years, I've experienced a lot of all kinds of dark things, and I've become a bit numb. If there is someone who can carry it with me, I think it should be easier. Yan Mingyu didn't say anything about what happened at the Jade Mountain Hot Springs this evening. Pardon me. Qin Yu understands Yan Mingyu's meaning. She is a woman after all. High and cold. Strong. Just her outer shell. In her bones, she longs for company and protection. He was tempted, right now, to call and tell Yan Mingyu that he was her husband. Actually been with her every day, protecting her. However, but did not dare to bet on whether Yan Mingyu could accept the fact that this bodyguard of hers was her husband. Qin Yu held his cell phone and was distressed in his heart. He knew Yan Mingyu's character very well. Saying one thing and not allowing any sand in her eyes. He was by her side every day, but he kept hiding his identity. Was this a kind of deception? What's more, having been together for so long, she didn't seem to have any male-female feelings for herself other than a boss-employee relationship. Interge, boo-hoo. When Qin Yu was having mixed feelings in his heart, Yan Mingyu replied with a message, counting, there are still about 20 days left until the time we agreed to meet. I hope that this time you won't run away and show up in front of me like a man. I hope you won't run away this time and show up in front of me like a man. Okay? Qin Yu could imagine that Yan Mingyu's tone in her heart was soft when she typed these two words. Yet, it was like thunder and lightning, striking straight to one's heart. Couldn't help but ask himself, was he really ready to meet with Yan Mingyu and show his identity? You talk. Perhaps it was Qin Yu's silence that made Yan Mingyu visibly a bit angry. How long are you going to evade me? Qin Yu held his cell phone, hesitant to know how to express his feelings through words. First of all, I'm not a face reader. I don't care what you look like. Secondly, I don't care if you have money or not. I do anyway. As long as you are a good person and faithful to your marriage, we can all go on for the rest of our lives. Am I being clear enough now? What the hell are you worried about? Yan Mingyu's message. Once again. Sent over. Fidelity to marriage? Ha! That's surprisingly consistent with what she and herself want from their significant others. Xinyu smiled bitterly and finally replied. Okay, 20 days later, I will definitely appear in front of you. If, at that time, you are still willing to be my wife, I will definitely accompany you and protect you for the rest of my life. Sure, okay. After the appointment, Yan Mingyu seemed to. The mood is much better. Asked, what do you like the gift? You last 520. Sent me flowers. I have not returned the gift to you. A picture of you, I guess, to look at you. Xinyu said after thinking for a moment. Although the cell phone, there is a picture of Yan Mingyu, but that one is stolen, and the identity of their own boss, not wife. That. You wait a minute. Yan Mingyu agreed. Aha. Xinyu waited patiently for about 10 minutes before his phone received an MMS message from Yan Mingyu. When she tapped it, she was elegantly leaning on the balcony of her villa in a long black dress, looking in the direction of her cell phone camera. It should have been a selfie taken after the cell phone was set to count down. It was different from what Xinyu usually saw. The high and mighty, meticulously beautiful boss. In this photo, Yan Mingyu's eyebrows seem to have something more called tenderness. In the starry eyes, there was also a bright shine. Because, well, it's a wife taking a selfie for her husband. Xinyu stared at the photo for a long time. His eyes were a little moist, blinking before replying. You are beautiful. All looks age. Only true feelings last forever. Yan Mingyu certainly does not want her husband to like only her beautiful appearance. We're together. I'll grow old with you. Xinyu does not know any sweet words and can only use the most simple words to express his feelings. At the same time, the heart thought of a thing. When the license, Yan Mingyu but deliberately ugly. But now she photographed her real face. What does it say? It means that she has, from the inside, completely accepted the fact that she is his husband on his marriage license. This realization made Xinyu become a little apprehensive again. Yan Mingyu had been so honest, but he had been lying to others. I believe you. Get an early night. Good night. After Xinyu's last text message was sent out, his heart was filled with a strong happiness. What virtue he had, that he could have a wife like Yan Mingyu whose looks and character were both important. After putting down his cell phone, somewhat relieved that Lu Xiaoxia was still alone in the villa, he greeted his father and left the hospital. By the time they reached the villa, the lights on the second floor were out, estimating that Lu Xiaoxiao had already gone to sleep. Xinyu took a bath and then also went into his room and fell into a deep sleep. Day 2. When Xinyu woke up, his nose faintly smelled a burning odor. Crap? Fire? Xinyu climbed up with a bone and ran out of the room. But he saw the kitchen in a pandemonium and hurriedly walked in to take a look. Lu Xiaoxiao with her hands and feet was taking the lid and putting it on the pot that was bubbling with embers. However, the fire was a little too big for her to cover a couple times. Dash, what are you doing? Xinyu hurriedly walked over, took the lid of the pot with one hand, and snapped it over the flaming pot. I wanted to make you breakfast. Lu Xiaoxia's white and tender face, which was also blackened, looked a bit funny. Then get out. I'll do it. Xinyu cried and laughed a little. Oh, then I'll go change. Lu Xiaoxiao obediently walked out of the kitchen. Taking the wrong medication? Xinyu felt that Lu Xiaoxiao had changed, but he couldn't tell exactly where. I waited until the flame in the pan went out before washing the pan, putting in the oil, and making 2 bowls of flavorful egg noodles. At this time, Lu Xiaoxia had also changed her clothes. Long-sleeved t-shirt, loose casual pants, cover up the sexy good figure. Seeing that Xinyu was looking at her, she said weakly, in the future, I'll only show it to you alone. What? As a straight man of steel, Xinyu was a bit unable to understand the meaning of Lu Xiaoxiao's words. Nothing, eat. Lu Xiaoxia bristled. Right. I'll go to the 4Cs group in the morning. Xinyu said. Let the 2 computer experts check the last post. The woman who looks almost exactly like Yan Mingyu. I wonder what happened. 4Cs group. Xinyu had just walked into the building when a security guard waved at him with a mysterious look. Brother Yu. What, old son? Although the other party called Xinyu Brother Yu, he was actually several years older than Xinyu. It couldn't be helped. Now that the company was from top to bottom, who didn't know that Xinyu was the red man beside his beautiful boss? Almost everyone, young and old, called him Yu. I saw Mr. Yan. The guard sounded a little excited. Yan Mingyu is not only the boss of the company, but also the goddess in everyone's heart. Many people could brag for days because they spoke to Yan Mingyu or helped her park her car. It's not normal for Mr. Yan to come to the company every day, Xinyu said somewhat breathlessly. No, I've seen General Manager Yan before. That temperament, that figure. The security guard was dancing around with a piggy look on his face. Qin Yu also did not interrupt him, and in his heart, he even felt a little emotional. If it was not because of the pressure exerted by old man Yan, and Yan Mingyu had a marriage certificate and became his wife. Otherwise, with her status and position, she was definitely a woman she couldn't get. But today, Mr. Yan is so strange, with a hat, and a mask, and sunglasses. If it wasn't for the fact that the body is still so good, I wouldn't recognize it as Mr. Yan. The security guard blah, 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 and finally got to the point. Where is everyone? When the security guard wiped his saliva and fixed his eyes, he realized that Qin Yu had already disappeared. Clanking sound. The elevator door closed, leaving only Qin Yu an upright shadow. TSK, when will Mr. Yan take a liking to me and just let me be her bodyguard as well? Actually, I'm quite handsome too. The security guard narcissized himself before returning to his post. In the elevator, Qin Yu was anxious in his heart. What happened to Yan Mingyu? Did she catch a cold? Or did something happen? What's with the hat, mask, and sunglasses coming to work for good reason? A minute in the elevator made Qin Yu feel longer than a century. Clanking sound. Finally, the elevator door opened, and Qin Yu ran out with an arrow step, almost colliding with his secretary Yang Min. It's you, Assistant Qin. Yang Min looked at Qin Yu with a bit of surprise. In her mind, this man who was not very old had a composure and calmness that far exceeded that of his peers, and having worked together for a few months, she had never seen Qin Yu so out of sorts. Secretary Yang. Excuse me. Qin Yu apologized and hurriedly walked towards Yan Mingyu's office. Mr. Yan, come in. Yan Mingyu's usual cold voice came from inside. If she hadn't sent herself a text message last night, Qin Yu wouldn't have believed that this iceberg boss still had a gentle side. Squeak. Qin Yu pushed open the door and saw Yan Mingyu, who was wearing a hat and sunglasses, looking at her laptop and looking focused on her official business. What brings you over? Yan Mingyu twisted her head to look at Qin Yu. Here to find Chen Mo and Luo Zhang. Qin Yu brought the door with him before continuing. When I was in the hall, I heard old son say that you're a bit abnormal today, so I wasn't worried, so I came over to take a look. Oh, I burned myself. I had a busy morning. I haven't had a chance to go to the hospital yet. Deal with it. Yan Mingyu naturally took off her sunglasses, and from her temple to the corner of her eye, there was an egg mass of burns, red and blistered. Mr. Yan, what's wrong with you? I'll drive you to the hospital right away to take care of it. Leaving a scar will be troublesome. Qin Yu said hurriedly. I've applied the ointment. Go at noon. I can't get away at this time. Yan Mingyu finished and put her sunglasses back on. Hey, I'm going to find my grandpa. Qin Yu turned around and left. Grandpa had been a barefoot doctor all his life and was experienced in treating burns. Hey! When Yan Mingyu tried to call out to Qin Yu, he had already stridden out of the office, drove the BMW X5 assigned to him in Yan's old man's back door straight to the outskirts of the city. Soon, it was time to arrive at the suburban estate. When they got off the bus, Elder Yan and Grandpa Qin were playing Tai Chi together. Hey, Xiao Yu, what are you doing here? Elder Yan was flabbergasted. This granddaughter-in-law was usually hard to see a trace of awe. I'm here to see Grandpa. Mingyu burned her face. You should dispense some medicine for her. Both Elder Yan and Grandpa Qin knew that there was a relationship between Qin Yu and Yan Mingyu, so Qin Yu was addressing Yan Mingyu differently at the moment. The kid was on my mind last night when I was telling her to be careful. Elder Yan seemed to know the reason for Yan Mingyu's burns, and said to himself, speaking of which, it's still for you, Xiao Yu. Last night, Mingyu called me and said that she wanted to spend time with you, and asked me how to be a qualified wife. So I told her that she should be able to go up to the hall and down to the kitchen. I guess it's because I got up in the morning, practiced making you breakfast, and accidentally scalded it. This child, after more than 20 years, where has she gotten down to the kitchen herself? So it is. Qin Yu was moved to tears in his heart. Say Mingyu has you in her heart. Tell her earlier that you're her husband and then I'll give you a sensational wedding. Old man Yan said with a smile. Aha! Qin Yu nodded. Afterwards, following his grandfather to his room, he had already asked Elder Yan to find someone to customize a medicine cabinet, piled high with all kinds of herbs. Since it was his own granddaughter-in-law who was scalded, Grandpa Qin also took it very seriously, personally grabbing the medicine, boiling it, and spending a whole 2 hours before handing over a box of green medicinal mud to Qin Yu. Put it on Mingyu 3 times in a row, and it definitely won't leave a scar. Well, thanks Grandpa. After receiving the medicinal mud, Qin Yu thought for a moment, but still said, by the way, Grandpa, Dad is also in East China Sea, being hospitalized. That rebellious son. What's wrong? Dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction, but after all, it is his own son. Grandpa Chin still asked with a stern face. Currently it checks out as a stomach ulcer. Whether there are any other problems, it's still uncertain. I plan to bring him to Grandpa Yan's family's private hospital in the next few days, to give him a thorough checkup. Chin Yu said, take this packet with you. Grandpa Chin turned around and took a packet of herbs wrapped in craft paper and handed it to Chin Yu. Okay. Chin Yu grinned and bid farewell to the two old men before driving back to the city in style. When she arrived at the company, Yang Min was probably running errands, and Yen Mingyu was alone in the president's office. Chin Yu knocked on the door, took out the medicinal mud and said, Mr. Yen, my grandfather boiled it with his own hands. I'll put it on you. You paint me? Yen Mingyu is not only high-strung, but also a traditional woman. No matter how good the relationship with Chin Yu was, there was after all a difference between men and women. Yeah. My grandpa said that you can't apply this medicinal mud by yourself. It has to be combined with a special technique. Otherwise it won't achieve the effect of getting rid of the scar. Chin Yu rolled his eyes and lied and said, okay then. Yen Mingyu took off her sunglasses, removed her hat, and smoothed her pressed and messed up hair before slightly tilting her neck. You do it. Aha! Chin Yu took the ointment and walked over to Yen Mingyu. At this angle, one could see her high and straight nose and her watery and charming cherry mouth, forming a nice arc. The shirt buttons were open a bit, and a touch of white career line, too, was hidden. This is your own wife. Chin Yu's mind swirled for a while before he stabilized his mind and dug out some medicinal mud with his fingers, gently smearing it on Yen Mingyu's scalded area. Perhaps the distance was too close, and Chin Yu's bright eyes made her feel a little unnatural. Had to close my eyes slowly to avoid embarrassment. Mr. Yen, how did you burn yourself? Chin Yu looked for a topic to talk about. Otherwise, he was worried that he would not be able to resist lowering his head and kiss Yen Mingyu's moist, bewitching little mouth. Well, learn to make breakfast. Yen Mingyu's red lips slightly opened, her pretty face slightly red, looking a little embarrassed. Make it for who? Chin Yu ghostly asked. It was definitely different when it came out of Elder Yan's mouth than when it came out of the mouth of Yen Mingyu, the iceberg goddess. My husband. Yen Mingyu's pretty face turned even redder. I envy him. Chin Yu was a bit jealous of his own. I'm afraid it's the smoke from his ancestors' graves, but he can even become a couple with such a perfect woman as Yen Mingyu. Put down your high and mighty $10 billion female CEO stature and make breakfast for a man. Didn't Dash go into the kitchen and make it for you too? Yen Mingyu said casually. That's why. So coincidentally, both goddesses were in the kitchen in the morning, injured to varying degrees. They all agreed on WeChat last night to make breakfast for their beloved men. You're doing it for hubby. Dash is doing it for me. What do you mean? Chin Yu's head was spinning a bit. Don't you really understand? Xiaoxia, she likes you. And in the past 2 days, she's been asking me for advice on how to chase you. Yen Mingyu opened her eyes and simply poked the window paper for her bestie. What? Chin Yu was stunned. It wasn't that he was shocked to hear that Lu Xiaoxiao liked him, but rather that Yen Mingyu was actually helping Lu Xiaoxiao chase after him. In heaven's name, there is such a wife? Actually, Xiaoxia is just that kind of big-hearted character, and in her bones, she's still very simple and conservative. If you guys can get along and try it out. Yen Mingyu was still helping to put in a good word for her best friend. Chin Yu's face was full of black lines and he didn't even know what to say. In the end, he could only say sardonically, I have a favorite. Then you should have talked to Dash earlier and not hurt her. I don't have many girlfriends. She's the only one. Yen Mingyu said with a straight face. Well, I know. Chin Yu nodded. And after putting the lid on the remaining medicinal mud, he said, 2 more wipes will be almost enough. And Grandpa said that it won't leave a scar. Thank Grandpa Chin for me. Yen Mingyu sat up straight, and could clearly feel that the burned area was cool and particularly comfortable. It's fine. I'll go to the information department then. Chin Yu waved his hand. Okay. After Yen Mingyu finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something and her gaze fell on Chin Yu. Are you free at noon? Yes. Chin Yu said with certainty. Accompany me to a place. Fong. Yes. Chin Yu agreed and brought the door to the information department. 2 computer whizzes with no style at all, eating chips and drinking coke, teaching the little secretary in black silk to play the game by hand. It's almost as if the office is like an internet cafe. Hey, you. Only when they saw Chin Yu come in did the 2 computer experts take off their headsets. Assistant Chin, then I'll go out first. The beautiful secretary knew that Chin Yu had nothing to do and left the office knowingly. Any progress on what I asked you guys to look into? Chin Yu opened the door and asked. No. The 2 computer whizzes shook their heads together. Is it impossible to find out? Or is it not? Chin Yu asked with a frown. Brother Yu, I made a small program that scanned in the photos on the post and ran a big data comparison. And there's no luck for now. Shenhua spread his hands. Yes, brother you, don't be in a hurry. China has such a large population, even with computers, it will take a bit of time. Luo Zhang also spoke. Good, call me directly when there is progress. By the way, Chen Mo, the small program you installed for General Manager Yen doesn't serve any other purpose, does it? Xin Yu stared sharply at Chen Mo. If this kid used the small program to peek at Yen Mingyu to take a shower and change her clothes, gouge his eyes out. Brother you, what do you mean? Chen Mo, am horny, but I wouldn't dare hit on General Yen, Chen Mo said with some aggravation. Well, I'm just asking. Xin Yu withdrew his gaze and said nothing more as he walked out of the office of the two computer experts. Seeing that it was still early, I took a cab to the hospital and asked the nurse to boil the medicine given by my grandfather for my father. Just as he arrived in the hallway, he saw Zhou Zuiping walk out from the doctor's office. When he saw Xin Yu, his face, which was still smiling, instantly pulled down and said in a conspiratorial manner, Yo, so filial? It is said that raising a child is a defense against old age. My father is old now. It's time for me, the son, to filialize him. Xin Yu said nonchalantly. What's better said than son? I don't know what you're up to. Let me tell you, don't look at your father working outside. A month's salary is not bad. These years, the family expenses can be big. Just a few $1,000s left. You'd better get down to your job as a security guard. Just don't think about your dad's little money. Zhou Zuiping inserted her waist and sneered. Whoever misses my father's money knows it in their heart. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Zhou Zuiping and walked towards Qin Jianjun's hospital room. The money is in my hands. Don't even think about getting a dime. Zhou Zuiping muttered in a low voice before walking out of the hospital and calling her daughter, who was playing at the playground with her grandson, Nan. I asked the doctor. And old Qin was temporarily found to have a stomach ulcer. And it's not sure it's cancer. So old Qin won't die? Zhou Nanan's tone was a bit unpleasant. If old Qin didn't die, how could he ask for the $200,000? Silly daughter, cancer is not that easy to detect. Let him toss first. His son is running errands. Most likely he will find a big hospital to review, and it won't cost us any money. Zhou Zuiping had a shrewd look on her face. Mom, do you think if old Qin's son, knowing that old Qin's money was transferred by us, will he come after us? Zhou Nannan asked a bit uneasily. Haunted? Would I be afraid of a small security guard like him? He's a good-looking guy, but he's no good. He's only good enough to be a gatekeeper. Forget it. You contacted that old classmate. Did you get in touch? Zhou Zuiping didn't put Qin Yu in her eyes at all. Got in touch, but his dad is traveling and won't be back until a few days later. So we'll arrange for you to meet then. By the way, Mom, do you know about 4C's group? My classmate, who is a supervisor in the branch, even said he wants to arrange for me to be in it as well. Zhou Nannan said with some excitement. Really? Zhou Zuiping also got excited. For the past 2 days, she has been taking her grandson and daughter around the city. What the eyes saw and what the ears heard was almost all related to the 4C's group. There was no way around it. The 4C's group's industries were just too many, covering almost everyone's food, clothing, housing and transportation. I heard that the owner of the 4C's group is also a big beauty. Zhou Zuiping even fantasized that it would be nice to be her own daughter, dumping millions of pocket money on herself every month. She wouldn't have to dig her heels in for Qin Jianjun's $200,000. Well, although I don't have a high education, the main business of their branch is publicity planning, so they can recruit me in to shoot advertising campaigns, and if I'm seen by the director, maybe I can even act in a movie and become a star. Zhou Nannan completely inherited Zhou Zuiping's genes, delicious and lazy, and likes to make some unrealistic dreams, but she also had her advantages. That is, she was quite good-looking, coupled with an open personality, and this old classmate, who had not been in touch for several years, quickly hit it off. So did your old school friend make any demands? Zhou Zuiping thought for a moment and asked. She has lived for dozens of years. Surely she knows the truth that there is no free lunch under the sky. There was asking me to be a mistress for him, but I didn't say yes. Nan Zhou didn't hide it from her mother either. Well, it's right not to say yes. This man, the easier it is to get something, the less he cherishes it. But then again, you shouldn't reject it too dryly. You have to leave him some space for fantasizing, so he'll do his best to help us. Zhou Zuiping murmured. She was not teaching her daughter to be a chaste martyr, but to know how to play mind games and hang on to men's appetites. I know, Mom. He messaged me and asked me to lunch at noon, so come over and pick up Bo. Zhou Nannan had drifted in society in her teens, and was definitely not some stupid white sweet, and would definitely not let this old classmate take advantage of her until she got what she wanted. Okay, then I'll transfer $10,000 to you, buy 2 sets of high-grade clothes and dress yourself up. Jotsuaping does not have a son, just such a daughter. Still very spoiled. I hope that she borrowed the line of old classmates, can be rooted in the big city of East China Sea to stay, instead of going back to a small town and moping around with her punk-ass husband. At this point, Blue Harbor. A slim figure in a JK uniform stumbled out of the alley, legs forked outward, eyes lax and wandering. No one knows what this beautiful girl has been through. Snap! Kong Jingjie stomped on an empty milk carton, and the milk left inside, sprayed all over the floor. Looking at the white milk, Kong Jingtai's stomach began to contract, and he plopped down on his half-kneeling knees and vomited in a faint. I don't know how long it took to hold onto the wall and come out into the street, past a pharmacy with free scales outside. After a whole night of inhuman torture, I guess I lost a few pounds? Kong Jingjie looked at the glass door of the pharmacy, his haggard shadow, and his heart sank to the core. Stepping onto the scale, the needle quickly pointed to 46 kilograms. To be more like a girl, generally, they keep their weight at 45 kilograms. But, I obviously didn't eat anything last night, so how could I have gained a whole kilogram? Vomit. Kong Jingjie dry heaved again as he figured out how the kilogram had been added on. Question tag. Kong Jingjie vomited tears out of his eyes, and secretly pinched his fist. Lu Xiaoxia, Yan Mingyu, and that damn bodyguard. I will definitely find an opportunity to return this kilogram to you. Tap tap. At that moment, a footstep appeared in Kong Jingjie's ears. Raising his head with some difficulty, he only saw a pair of eyes wearing a black cloak and a black mask, only revealing a pair of eyes without the slightest emotion, as if they were dead. I don't know if Kong Jingjie was too weak and hallucinating, or if this black silhouette's aura was too powerful. It was clearly broad daylight, but Kong Jingjie felt that the figure in front of him seemed to be shrouded by a black light. Follow me. The black figure held out his hand and his voice was low. Why, you? Who is it? Kong Jingjie asked in a strained voice. All you need to know is that I can build you up to be the most powerful expert, and at that time you will be able to pay back the humiliation of today. To those people on the line, the black figure's voice was not loud, but it could clearly reach Kong Jingjie's ears. Okay, I'll go with you. Can you, then, help me kill those guys first? Kong Jingjie asked with a face full of resentment. Can't. Why? That's the rule. What rules? You'll find out later. In the end, Kong Jingjie followed the other party into a black SUV and quickly disappeared into the traffic, as if he had never appeared. For C's group, Qinyu returned to the company and Yan Mingyu was still off duty. She waited in the outer office for a second before she pushed the door open and stepped out. Mr. Yan. Qinyu stood up and greeted him. Well, go. Yan Mingyu inclined her head. The two of them took the elevator to the garage. Qinyu opened the car door and waited for Yan Mingyu to sit inside before asking, where are we going? Clothesline. Yan Mingyu gave an address. Mr. Yan, you want to buy clothes? Qinyu asked in a somewhat puzzled manner as he drove. She was the lady boss, so she should have asked Lu Xiaoxiao, her best friend, to accompany her when she bought clothes, right? No, I want to give my husband a couple customized outfits, Yan Mingyu said with a slight reddening of her face. Ha! Qinyu cried and laughed a little. It is said that women in love IQ is basically negative. Yan Mingyu IQ also obviously dropped a lot of have not and their husband really get along. I'm afraid that even the height, the three circumference do not know. To set to do clothes? We have 20 days before we meet. I want to give him a little present. Yan Mingyu explained. Oh, congratulations. Qinyu could only say this. Well, I'll send a message and ask him his height and circumference. Yan Mingyu felt out her cell phone and started to send a message to her husband. Qinyu's private number was normally turned off, so he definitely could not receive Yan Mingyu's messages. He drove the car to the entrance of Clothes Pavilion before Qinyu said, Mr. Yan, you go in first. I'll come in after I park the car. Aha! Only after Yan Mingyu got out of the car did Qinyu open his private number and gave his height and circumference data. Back to Yan Mingyu, followed by the private number being turned off again. When she went in, Yan Mingyu was talking to the owner of the private customized clothes, and eventually skimmed Qinyu and said, my husband's body shape. It's similar to his. So let's make it according to his body shape. Okay. The boss of Clothes Pavilion nodded and took out a soft ruler and measured Qinyu's body. After comparing it with the figure data of her husband received on Yan Mingyu's cell phone, she nodded. It's indeed similar. Then hurry up and do it. I'll pick it up in half a month. Here's the deposit. After Yan Mingyu swept the code and paid the deposit, she led Qinyu out the door and said, go to my house and do me another favor. Yes. Qinyu nodded. There was some suspicion in my mind. What else is this wifey going to get up to? Soon, Qinyu drove his car and Yan Mingyu to her villa. After entering, Yan Ming walked straight to the kitchen while saying, the nanny is off today, so I can only cook for you. Ah, thanks. Qin Yu was a bit touched. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the company who is qualified to eat Yan Mingyu's handmade food. After Yan Mingyu went into the kitchen, Qin Yu touched his cell phone, found Lu Xiaoxiao's WeChat, thought about it, and sent a message, have you eaten yet? I'm a bit busy today. I haven't eaten yet. Are you still at the office? When are you coming over? Let's eat together. Lu Xiaoxia quickly replied. The sound of a person's appearance. Qin Yu brewed the wording and sent the message as carefully as possible. Thank you for being so nice to me, but I already have someone I like in my heart. This time, Lu Xiaoxia didn't immediately reply to the message. It took a few minutes for a message to come through. I'm not giving up. Hiccup. Qin Yu had a bit of a headache. But he couldn't tell Lu Xiaoxiao that the person he liked was her best friend Yan Mingyu. Could he? Both of them have already pulled the license and married. It's simply not possible with her. Hey! After Qin Yu sighed, he tucked his cell phone away. The only way was to wait for 20 days, when he and Yan Mingyu had picked their relationship, and then he would appear in front of Lu Xiaoxiao as a married couple, and she should understand everything. During the time in between, it was better not to mess with her. Odds are, saying that you've messed with someone and need to protect yourself is just a front. A few moments later, Yan Mingyu's voice came from the kitchen. Qin Yu, come and help. Yes. Qin Yu got up and walked into the kitchen. Yan Mingyu was wearing a crushed apron, looking focused on chopping the scallions, and without looking up, she said, just bring up the casserole and sprinkle some scallions on it. Mr. Yan, I didn't expect that you could cook. What Qin Yu said was sincere. Who would have thought that the beautiful president, who was high and mighty in the company, killing and decisive, would tie an apron and cook? Followed online. Learn 2 dishes a day. 20 days. Should be able to learn a lot of dishes, right? Yan Mingyu said. Hiccup. Qin Yu once again. Eat up his vinegar. Isn't Yan Mingyu being too nice to her husband? Customize his clothes and learn how to cook on purpose. Well, serve it out. Yan Mingyu said after sprinkling the scallions into the casserole. Aha! Qin Yu brought the casserole to the dining room, and Yan Mingyu brought out 2 more stir-fried dishes, a plate of shrimp with green beans and a plate of beef with celery. Here, taste the flavor. Yan Mingyu handed Qin Yu a pair of chopsticks. I feel that I not only have to be her husband's fitting model, but also responsible for sampling the dishes. Obviously the same person, but the treatment of bodyguard and husband status is really a world of difference. Qin Yu sighed in his heart for a moment before he picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. How was it? Is the taste old and salty? One could tell that Yan Mingyu was both a little expectant and a little nervous. Aha! Qin Yu chewed a few times before saying with a bitter smile. A bit chewy, then slightly light on salt. Let's see. Did you cut the beef in the wrong direction? Afterwards, Qin Yu took his chopsticks and pulled the beef on his plate. Very affirmatively, he said. You cut it horizontally, didn't you? Beef has to be sliced along the meridian and then rubbed together with a little bit of oil to make it tender. I really didn't realize that there was such a thing as cutting beef. Yan Mingyu was a little embarrassed. Mr. Yan, it's actually fine. If I were your husband, even if I ate raw beef, it would still smell good. Qin Yu half joked. I still need to learn how to cook. I'm afraid he'll think I'm nothing but pretty and a good earner. Yan Mingyu said with a slightly scarlet face. Put. Qin Yu almost spat out the meat in his mouth. Is that so Versailles? Nothing but pretty and a good earner? How do you let other women live? I'll get you a glass of water and you can try the soup I made. Yan Mingyu got up and went to fetch water for Qin Yu. Put. Now. Qin Yu was really sprayed. The taste of this soup is so strange. Salty and sweet. What operation? I've seen online that you can add sugar to improve the taste when it's salty. But I tasted it and it was too sweet again. So I added more salt and a little bit of chicken essence at the end. Yan Mingyu weakly explained after walking back with a cup of water. Well, Mr. Yan, you'd better be your boss to earn money. Cooking is really not suitable. Besides, maybe your husband can cook? Isn't it the same to let him do it? Qin Yu had been self-reliant since he was a child, and going into the kitchen to cook was not a piece of cake. Although I am the owner of the company, the Chinese tradition is there. Where is a man in the kitchen? Yan Mingyu skimmed his lips and said, Don't worry, Mr. Yan, I've been in contact with your husband. He's definitely not a macho man. Qin Yu said hurriedly. Hey, not the best. I'm just trying to make this marriage work. Yan Mingyu sighed quietly. The state of her father's marriage cast a deep shadow over her. When she herself walks into this grave of love, she becomes extra concerned and cherishes it. Sasha. When Qin Yu was about to say something, there was, in his ears, a subtle sound of scales rubbing against the floor. His heart thumped, and he turned his head to follow the sound, but there were several thumb-thin, colorful vipers, holding their heads and spitting out their letters, swimming towards the two of them. Shouldn't I? The environment where Yan Mingyu lived So upscale and elegant. How could there be poisonous snakes? And, with such bright colors, it's highly toxic at first glance. Hush, Mr. Yen, don't move. Shinyu picked up the chopsticks on the table. They were of ivory and the material was very hard. Ah, it's a snake. Yen Mingyu, like all women under the sky, was afraid of this cold mollusk from the bottom of her bones. I'll fix it. Shinyu narrowed his eyes and flicked his wrist. Anum. Quick slick up. The ivory chopsticks pierced the head of a snake like a sharp arrow. Anum. Pattering sound. After a slight struggle, he fell to the ground. Phew. After Shinyu exhaled, he shot out several ivory chopsticks in succession as he had done, taking care of all the several poisonous snakes. Ah. Just as Shinyu sighed in relief, Yen Mingyu's face became a bit ugly and with great difficulty, she pointed to her thigh as a poisonous snake crawled in through the window and silently wrapped itself around it. This icy cold feeling made Yen Mingyu's sweaty hairs stand up all over his body, and his body was so stiff that he didn't dare to move a muscle. Shit! Shinyu couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. Now the snake, this thing is also so cunning. Will also play sound east to strike the west? What now? This thing can be much faster than a human. If you are not careful, a bite down, Yen Mingyu will be in bad luck. Shinyu. What to do? Yen Mingyu's pretty face was pale. Her voice was trembling, and at such a close distance, she could even see the viper's two small white fangs. A red letter, gobbled up between the little teeth. The cold aura made Yen Mingyu's brain go blank and pin all her hopes on Shinyu. I'll try. Can I get her to change the target of her attack? Shinyu looked at the poisonous snake wrapped around Yen Mingyu's thighs and said with a bit of egg on his face. You mean, letting a poisonous snake bite you? No. No. In case it's highly poisonous, aren't you risking your life? Yen Mingyu shook her head. She was afraid of poisonous snakes, but she couldn't be that selfish and harm Shinyu. Ha! If your husband were here, I think he'd do the same thing. Shinyu smiled and slowly walked over to Yen Mingyu, handing over his wrist. Come on, little one, bite me. You. Yen Mingyu was touched and angry. In case he really died from the snake bite, I'm afraid I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. Hiss. The viper seemed to be provoked and became a little wild, quickly tilting its head up and biting down. Shinyu. Yen Mingyu's complexion became a bit odd, because the bite of the viper was on her thigh. You're saying that there's a chance, or not, that it won't bite me if you don't provoke it? Yen Mingyu looked at Shinyu and blinked her eyes. Mr. Yen. That. Shinyu is also full of black lines. This thing doesn't follow the rules, ah? Or maybe Yen Mingyu was a beautiful woman and her flesh was a bit more tender than her own big old black self? Stop talking and call my private hospital. Of course, Yen Mingyu did not blame Shinyu. These poisonous snakes, for sure, were not wild, but someone had intentionally put them in and rushed towards her. If Shinyu wasn't here at noon, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have a chance to go to the hospital. Fine. Shinyu hurriedly touched his cell phone, but it showed no signal connection. Could it be that the signal is blocked? Mr. Yen, let me see your cell phone. Shinyu grabbed Yen Mingyu's cell phone on the dining table and there was still no signal connection. Trouble. No signal. Shinyu's face darkened. It was obvious that someone was deliberately trying to put Yen Mingyu to death. What then? Yen Mingyu asked weakly. It can only be done in the dirt. Shinyu stretched out his hand and pinched the neck of that viper, and it naturally loosened its teeth as its body kept twisting around. Sound of escaping laughter. Shinyu picked up an ivory chopstick and pierced its head, throwing it aside before picking up the dazed Yen Mingyu. What do you want? Yen Mingyu asked nervously. Help you with the blood. It's the only way. After Shinyu finished speaking, he placed Yen Mingyu on the sofa. No way. I have a husband. You can't touch my body. Yen Mingyu refused because the one she was bitten on was her thigh, and Shinyu couldn't possibly suck on it through her pants. Could he? She is a married woman. How can she let another man touch her body? I am your husband. A voice roared in Shinyu's heart, but when the words reached his mouth, they turned into, Mr. Yen, life is at stake. Even if your husband knows, he won't blame you. No. No. Yen Mingyu's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally her eyes closed and she passed out. Silly wife. Shinyu's heart is blocked. Yen Mingyu would rather be poisoned, but also not let herself as a bodyguard to touch her body. This loyalty, in this society nowadays is really too rare. However, now was not the time to think about this. Yen Mingyu had fainted and had to suck out the poison quickly. Say it and do it. Shinyu fished out the small military knife from his pocket, opened it, and then used the scissors to cut through Yen Mingyu's pants from where she was bitten. Anum. Jab. A large area of white skin appeared right in front of Shinyu's eyes. 2 pinhole-sized wounds, faintly bubbling with blood. Ho spit. Shinyu lowered his head and squeezed Yen Mingyu's wound that was pierced by the snake's bite while bringing his mouth over to suck on it. After spitting a dozen mouthfuls in a row of bloodied saliva, Xinyu turned around and went into the kitchen again, received a basin of fresh water, added some salt, and continued to clean Yan Mingyu's wounds. Finally, a rope was found in the root of Yan Mingyu's thigh, firmly tied up, lest the toxin follow the blood into the heart. Yo, the bodyguard of this beautiful boss knows quite a lot. At this moment, a nice, yet mocking voice with a few hints of ridicule came from behind Xinyu. Looking back, it was a little lowly that was less than 1 meter 6 in height, wearing a black dress and looking very cute. It was just that the head full of white hair gave her a bit more of a grim and evil look that didn't match her actual age. Who are you? Xinyu asked in a deep voice. Me, Miao Xiener. The little lowly sounded with a bit of pride, as if her name rang a bell. Miao Xiener? Xinyu frowned and looked her up and down a few times. The poisonous snake you put there? Yeah. Someone gave me money. A whole $10 million. You big city people are really rich, Lori said with a pout. Humph. You can kill people with poisonous snakes just for money. Why are you so vicious at your young age? Xinyu said as he angrily glared at Lori. The weak are the strong. I'm just following the law of the jungle. Since she's still alive, I can only kill her myself. The little lowly skimmed Yan Mingyu and stretched out a pair of small white hands, gently snapping her fingers. Snap! A swarm of black, sort of mosquito-like things flew right out from under her skirt. You're from Miaoli? Xinyu had once heard his grandfather say that only the Miaozhang people could use poison and drive poisonous insects in an extraordinary way. Brilliant! Lori smiled and nodded her head. You'd better, then, give me the antidote, or you'll definitely regret it. Xinyu tugged his saber in his hand and coldly looked at Lori and said, Oh, I'm curious. What method do you have to withstand the attack of my hundreds of poisonous mosquitoes? Lori hooked the corners of her mouth in a teasing manner. You really want to know? Xinyu picked up the saber and without blinking his eyes, he slashed his palm. The blood gushed out all at once. The poisonous mosquitoes in the air smelled the flavor of blood and flew towards Xinyu's palm as if they were moths to a flame. Now it's my turn. Xinyu didn't even bother. His palm was drenched with densely packed poisonous mosquitoes. With one hand, he reached out and choked towards Lori's neck. Grandma! Lori suddenly shouted. Quick slick up. Outside the main door, a hunched, old crone in black robes thundered towards Xinyu to greet him. Slam. In the blink of an eye, he exchanged several moves with Xinyu. Good heavens, this little lowly who was good at using poison even had a powerful expert with her. Xinyu gritted his teeth. And at the moment, he could only die to the end. If he couldn't defeat this old crone, he and Yan Mingyu would be dead. Bang! Xinyu blasted out with his fist. And the old woman also extended her chicken claw-like hand to fight Xinyu hard. Freeload. Xinyu's chi and blood surged and his body took several steps back uncontrollably. The crone was no better, her body staggering and almost sitting on her butt. Grandma, he's so strong? Little Lori blinked her big watery eyes, full of incredulity. He's already realized the dark power. The old woman's voice was very hoarse, like she was holding in a mouthful of old phlegm. No wonder, to be the bodyguard beside this beauty. Grandma, grab him and kill him, Lori ordered to the crone. Give me 10 more moves. The old woman's face was so wrinkled that she couldn't tell her actual age, and her eyes were dull. However, on the contrary, the fighting strength was terrifying. A pair of dry hands, like steel claws, grabbed towards Xinyu. Jab. Xinyu would definitely not back down, whether it was for Yan Mingyu or for himself. He could only fight the old crone to the death. Slam. There was another sound of flesh and bone colliding. Crap. Grandma. Lori covered her forehead and shook her body as if she was about to faint. Fairy? Startled, the old crone hastily retreated, picked up the little lowly and turned to run. Hiccup. What's going on? Xinyu blinked his eyes, and in less than a few seconds, an old man and a young man were gone. Whatever. Let's get Yan Mingyu to the hospital first. As the old man and the young man ran away, those poisonous mosquitoes followed and flew out. Only Xinyu's right hand had swollen several times and was constantly overflowing with black blood. Gritting his teeth, he picked up Yan Mingyu with one hand, put it on his shoulder, and ran out of the villa. After getting into the car, he kicked the gas and headed towards the Yan family's own private hospital. Along the way, I don't know how many red lights I ran. Odds are, you won't be able to keep your driver's license. Creak. Finally, Xinyu rushed to the entrance of the private hospital. Carrying Yan Mingyu just got off the car, and stumbled and half-kneeled on the ground. Quickly, save the people. Mr. Yan, Special Assistant Xin. Most of the doctors in the private hospital, who knew Xinyu, saw that both she and Yan Mingyu were poisoned and hurriedly asked the nurses to bring a stretcher to carry the two in. Do your best. The rest is up to God. Xinyu felt his body shaking and getting softer and softer. His eyes blackened for a while and he completely closed his eyes. I don't know how long it's been. The two old men, accompanied by the doctor, arrived at Chin Yu's hospital room. Mr. Yen, help, help. Chin Yu had been running a high fever, and even in his coma, he was still thinking about Yen Mingyu's well-being. Xiao Yu. Old man Yen was touched and reached out his hand, touching Chin Yu's forehead. Mingyu is already fine. You should get well soon too. Afterward, he looked at the solemn-faced Grandpa Chin and asked, what kind of poison is Xiao Yu suffering from? The golden thread snake and the ghost-faced mosquito of Miaojiang. Grandpa Chin frowned slightly and sighed. It's already a miracle that Xiao Yu has lasted this long. Ha, my granddaughter-in-law. Shouldn't. Elder Yen instantly tensed up. I've already given him the antidote pill. Whether he can wake up or not depends on the opportunity. Grandpa Chin's mood. It was also heavy. This was his only real grandson. It's just that the golden thread snake and the ghost-faced mosquito were so poisonous that the average person would die after one bite, while his grandson has managed to hold on until now. Deeds? What do you mean? Elder Yen asked in disbelief. It's too esoteric for me to say. Let's go out. Don't disturb him. Grandpa Chin pulled Elder Yen and the two old men exited the ward. 1 day, 2 days, 3 whole days. Chin Yu had been running a high fever and showed no signs of wanting to wake up. Yen Mingyu, on the other hand, was much more fortunate. She was only bitten by the golden thread snake, and Chin Yu helped her suck out the poisonous blood in the first place, cleaned the wound, and after injecting the antidote serum, after recuperating for a few days, she basically recovered more or less. Only, these days also did not go to the company office. Chin Yu's coma let her feel guilty and heartbreaking. When she came to Chin Yu's hospital room, she saw that his body was full of tubes and his body had lost a lot of weight, causing Yen Mingyu's eyes to heat up and tears almost came out. If not for Chin Yu sacrificed his life to save, lying in bed suffering, is their own. You're just my bodyguard. Why are you so desperate? Yen Mingyu felt that Chin Yu had treated himself so well that it had far exceeded the relationship between employee and boss. More like a couple until death do us part. Could it be that he likes himself? Yen Mingyu had some doubts in her heart, thinking that it should be unlikely, but he knew that she was a woman with a husband. No matter how good he is to himself, it's not going to work out. Yen Mingyu bit her lower lip, sat on the edge of the bed, and said quietly, Chin Yu, you're a good man. Thank you for fighting so hard for me, but I don't like you. In my life, I can only be loyal to my husband. At this point, Chin Yu's dream was walking alone in a barren, as if burnt by fire, void space. The voice of Yen Mingyu was faintly heard in the ear. I don't like you. Crap. Chin Yu had a jolt. Hadn't he done so much just so he could get the heart of this iceberg wife? I can't believe you don't like yourself. How can this be? Wife. Chin Yu violently opened his eyes and subconsciously grabbed Yen Mingyu's soft and boneless hands. Chin Yu, you're awake. Yen Mingyu was pleasantly surprised, but feeling her hands being grasped by Chin Yu, her pretty face slightly reddened and she gently and forcefully drew back. Sorry, Mr. Yen, I dreamt about my wife. Chin Yu said awkwardly. It's okay, I'll have the doctor come in and check you out. Yen Mingyu stood up and walked out of the hospital room. Between himself and Chin Yu, it was time to keep a distance. Otherwise, this would definitely affect both families. Yen Mingyu clenched her shell teeth, her mind already made up in her mind. Soon, a group of doctors walked in and carefully examined Chin Yu. The final conclusion, basically, was that it was fine, the toxins were pretty much destroyed by the immunity, and that 2 more days of rest would be enough to get out of the hospital. Exhale. Another walk in the ghost. Chin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, while still having some worries in his heart. That little loli who was good at poisoning failed this time. Next time, would she use a more covert way to assassinate Yen Mingyu? However, not only was she good at poisoning, but she also had an expert by her side to protect her, so it was quite difficult to tackle him. For the next 2 days, Chin Yu rested while thinking about how he could solve that little loli and get rid of this potential hidden danger. It seemed that the only way to get 2 computer experts out there again was to get 2 computer experts out there, and as long as they could lock down where Lori lived, they should be able to take care of her by bringing a few more A-rank security guards of their own. While Chin Yu was calculating in his mind, his work phone received a message from Yen Mingyu. Chin Yu, from now on, you are no longer my bodyguard. Ha? Chin Yu was stunned as he held his cell phone. Couldn't help but reply quickly. Mr. Yen, are you firing me? He had once again sacrificed his life to save Yen Mingyu, and instead she didn't want him to be her bodyguard? What do you mean? After the message was sent out, Chin Yu's heart also followed the thumping beat. Could it be that he had reached a point where he was disgusting to Yen Mingyu? If that's the case, even if the 2 of them meet half a month later to pick a fight, it won't be of much use, will it? She doesn't like herself at all, does she? Interge, boo-hoo. Just when Qin Yu was suffering, Yen Mingyu returned the message, not fired, but transferred. The general manager of 4C Studios jumped ship. You go to serve as it. The treatment will remain unchanged. In addition, you will be given a commission according to the company's performance. Hiccup. So that's how it is. Exhale. Qin Yu couldn't help but be relieved, but soon thought of a problem. I'm gone. What about your safety? Release the poisonous snake that little Loli will more than likely still find an opportunity to lay hands on you. That's something I've taken into account. I will take 2 medical experts from the private hospital, and follow me at all times. In addition, I will form a team of bodyguards to take care of my security. You're a man who is both loyal and capable, and shouldn't be my bodyguard all the time. I'll give you a better platform to develop. I hope I won't be disappointed. Yen Mingyu replied with a text message that made it very clear and left no room for error. Expel breath. After reading the message, Qin Yu could not help but smile bitterly, and roughly guessed why Yen Mingyu would do so. For one thing, it is to repay his loyalty to her and save her life, so that he will go to the branch as a hand, equivalent to from the wage earners all of a sudden become the boss. In addition, one's own feelings for her in the past while, perhaps intentionally or unintentionally, made her vaguely perceive that he liked her. To avoid being misunderstood by her husband, she keeps her distance. This silly wife. You're really loyal to your husband's status. Never mind. There's still half a month to go before we meet anyway. By then, after making things clear, the two should be able to be together openly and honestly. Qin Yu replied to the message after his mind turned for a while. Good, Mr. Yen. I accept your arrangement. Well, you'll report to 4C's Pictures when you're well enough. This branch is mainly responsible for our group's publicity and planning, in addition to investing in some young directors and venturing into the film and television industry. In the future, you will be the person in charge of this company. Yen Mingyu saw that Qin Yu had agreed, and her heart was much lighter. If Qin Yu did a good job, he would be able to earn at least around $10 million a year with his base salary plus commission. Even if you put it in the East China Sea, it's still considered a high-income group. Thank you, Mr. Yen. Qin Yu politely replied back, preparing to leave the hospital at noon and make a trip to the 4C's group to find 2 computer experts to find out where that little loli is. Only when she is settled can she herself go to the branch office with peace of mind. Soon after, Qin Yu and the person in charge of the private hospital greeted each other and left the hospital. Bells. On the way, Qin Yu was driving when Qin Jianjun's call came in. Hey, Dad, how have you been the last couple days? Qin Yu pressed on the multifunction steering wheel of the BMW and picked up the phone. I had thought that I would go to the hospital to see my father after going to the 4C's group, to the point where he called first. Oh, already much better. Just finished the discharge procedures. Your Auntie Zhou came to pick me up. Wait to go to the specialized hospital. Do further examination. Are you busy at night? Let's have dinner together. Qin Jianjun's voice sounded quite happy. I can't be sure for now, so I'll tell you what, Dad, if I can come over, I'll call you, Qin Yu said after thinking about it. Why did Zhou Cuiping suddenly change her nature and take her father to a specialty hospital for a checkup? Most likely, she didn't have any good intentions, so she had better go over there at night to see how things were going. At this point, Donghai People's Hospital. Qin Jianjun hung up the phone and said to Zhou Cuiping beside him, Nan Nan is my child, and Xiao Yu is also my child, so if he comes over for dinner at night, you have a better attitude. Old Qin, I know, a few days ago, I wasn't worried about your health, I wasn't in a good mood, and my tone of voice may have been worse. Zhou Cuiping was uncharacteristically surprised that Qin Jianjun had a lowbrow look, her understanding look, so that Qin Jianjun is very popular, and did not ask about the money again. If you ask for it, you will definitely have to get into trouble with Zhou Cuiping, so it's better to live your life together like this, and you can still grow old together. He's only in his 50s, he can still work for another 10 years or so and make some money. Get in the car then. Nan's driving us to the specialist hospital. Zhou Cuiping pulled Qin Jianjun's arm in a very intimate manner, and together they got into Zhou Nanan's small Honda that was parked on the side of the road. Don't look at the size is not big, but after all, it is a joint venture car. Do all on the road also spend more than 100,000 it. Zhou Cuiping also advised her daughter to buy a larger size, higher configuration of the domestic car. Zhou Nannan said that the domestic car to drive no face, or to buy a joint venture, the value of the rate is also higher. After sitting in it with Qin Jianjun, his grandson, the back row became a bit crowded. Zhou Cuiping heart cannot help but think, when the daughter's old classmate's father came back from a trip, the two can come together, then let him pay a sum of money to give her daughter for a more upscale, more space in the joint venture car. This little Honda, it's so suffocating to sit in. Not much longer. specialized hospitals have arrived. This time, Zhou Cuiping accompanied Qin Jianjun to register. Check. Busy before and after. Do not move an inch. However, since there were a bit too many tests, the doctor said it would take a day or two to get the results. Old Qin, I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me downstairs. Zhou Cuiping finished speaking and walked towards the women's bathroom. After closing the door, he then dialed a phone. Yongqiang, I brought old Qin in for a full body checkup, and I specifically checked his kidneys. They're still young. Nothing wrong with them. They're a perfect match for you. Great, sis. So when can we have the surgery? On the other end of the phone, a somewhat weak voice came. Zhou Yongqiang, Zhou Cuiping's own brother, a few days ago checked out the uremia. Kidney replacement. Just the kidney source will be 1 million. Zhou Cuiping then thought of Qin Jianjun, a dying man with cancer. Why not waste and utilize his kidney for his brother, and save 1 million? Yongqiang, don't be in a hurry. Give me some time. I'll do old Qin's thinking. When he agrees, I'll call you back. Zhou Cuiping said. She is especially kind to Qin Jianjun these days, just hoping that Qin Jianjun can voluntarily lie on the operating table and exchange his kidney for his brother. Okay, sis, I'll wait for your news. Only after her brother hung up did Zhou Cuiping tuck away her cell phone, wash her hands, and walk out of the bathroom. When I came downstairs, Qin Jianjun was smoking, and Zhou Cuiping slapped it away. Still smoking $5 cigarettes? Let's go. I'll buy you Yushi. Ha! Qin Jianjun was a bit touched. Soon, Zhou Cuiping bought him a pack of Yushi cigarettes and waited for him to light them before saying, Yongqiang is sick. You know? Is Yongqiang sick? What sickness? Qin Jianjun flinched. He was hospitalized for the past few days. So how would he know about his brother-in-law's illness? Hey UTI. Zhou Cuiping had a heavy expression on her face. This disease is a bit troublesome. It's going to cost a lot of money. And if it's serious, you'll have to get a new kidney. Qin Jianjun also frowned. After all, Zhou Yongqiang is Zhou Cuiping's own brother, and he calls him brother-in-law on weekdays. And now that he is suffering from uremia, it is impossible for him not to help. How much money does our family still have? If you can support a little. Support a little. Qin Jianjun thought for a moment and said, how much can it be? A few tens of thousands. The money Qin Jianjun worked for all these years is in the hands of Zhou Cuiping, and he simply does not know the exact amount. Let's give 10,000 then. It's a small token of our appreciation. Qin Jianjun said. What good can $10,000 do? Yongqiang's attending doctor said to prepare at least $1 million, most likely for a kidney transplant. Zhou Cuiping said somewhat unkindly. If I were the big boss, I'd be out this $1 million. But the problem is, we don't have any money either, right? What can I do? Qin Jianjun muttered. Forget it, let's go find a restaurant first. Nan's old classmates are coming over tonight. Zhou Cuiping knew that this matter could not be rushed, so she changed the topic and did not say anything about her brother. Okay, tomorrow we'll go see Yongqiang. What's going on? Qin Jianjun nodded. He was afraid that he would never dream that Zhou Cuiping was playing with the idea of his two kidneys. 4C's Group, Ministry of Information. Qin Yu arrived at the office of the two computer experts, and just as he entered, the two computer experts stood up. Brother Yu, congratulations, congratulations, congratulations on what? Qin Yu was a bit puzzled. Hey, brother Yu, you're still hiding it? Mr. Yen has given an internal notice from the group, reassigning you to 4C Studios as the general manager. Chen Mo said with a squeeze. A normal job transfer is all. What are you guys getting excited about? Qin Yu said a bit breathlessly. Brother Yu, do you really not know? Or are you just pretending not to know? 4C's Pictures has been investing in the movie field. To put it bluntly, you will be the capitalist. Those small stars want to be on the theater, but not rush to flatter you as the capitalist? Hey, if you're not good at that, you can introduce them to us. I heard that those actresses are pretty and good in bed. Luo Zhang also said with a lewd face. You guys do a good job. And if you get a chance, I'll introduce the actresses to you. Qin Yu also reacted to the fact that these two guys were trying to pick up actresses. Perhaps for ordinary people, actresses are high and unattainable, but in the eyes of the capital, an actress is just a beautiful piece of clothing that can be worn when they say so and changed when they say so. On weekdays, those entertainment gossips, there is no shortage of explosions. Actresses in front of the capital kneeling, licking appearance. Hey, thanks you. The two computer experts smiled even more happily when they saw Qin Yu agree. Alright, give me something serious to do. Check the surveillance of the last few days near Mr. Yan's villa, and find that little loli with white hair. Qin Yu waved his arm. Yan Mingyu lives in $100 million solo, a villa with a security system that must be very tight. Lori's hair is so eye-catching again, and a little checking will show it. Lori, hey, yes, The two computer experts' eyes lit up with excitement and they started tapping on their keyboards. Within moments, Chen Mo was pointing at a surveillance screenshot and asked, "Brother Yu, is this it? Let's see." Shin Yu came over to the computer and just took a look and said with certainty, "Yes, it's this old and young woman. Keep checking. Where did they land in the East Sea?" Okay. The two computer experts were working extra hard today because Shin Yu promised them that he would introduce them to female celebrities when he had the chance. Click one's tongue. The dream of many a hangdog geek to get up close and personal with a female celebrity seems to be within reach now. This time, it took almost a full hour before the two computer wizards stopped pounding on their keyboards. "Brother Yu, I checked all the hotels in East China Sea and there's no check-in information," Chen Mo said. "Brother Yu, I checked the high-speed train and airport information. That afternoon, this old and young left Donghai. Hey, don't say that little lowly's hair. I don't know if it's natural or dyed. It looks really powerful," Luo Zhang also said with a lewd smile. "Ha, bring it on? You wouldn't think so if you lost half your life to a bite from one of the poisonous snakes or mosquitoes she carries around," Shin Yu said with a dark face. So should we keep checking?" Luo Zhang scratched his head and asked. "It's not important where they went. What's important is that as soon as they appear in the East Sea, you tell me immediately," Shin Yu said in a deep voice. "This way, we'll set up an automatic alarm system. As soon as this old man and young woman return to East China Sea, the system will automatically alert the police, and then we'll call you right away," Luo Zhang said after thinking for a while. "Well, this can be had. Then you guys get busy. I'll go check on Mr. Yen." Shin Yu finished speaking and walked towards the outside. "You, don't forget about the actress." Behind them, came the uneasy voices of two computer whizzes. "Can't forget." Shin Yu waved his arm. Afterwards, he took the elevator to Yen Mingyu's office and knocked on the door before walking in. Yen Mingyu was having lunch. "Have you eaten?" Yen Mingyu glanced at Shin Yu and asked. "Go eat at the restaurant below later. I've already made arrangements for that little lowly. They've temporarily left the East Sea. If they show up again, Chen Mo and the others will notify me," Shin Yu said. Actually, Yen Mingyu wanted to say that it was fine to notify her current team of bodyguards. She really didn't want Shin Yu to put his life on the line for her again. "She caused me to almost die. This revenge, I want to avenge it with my own hands." Shin Yu narrowed his eyes and said, "Okay, then anything else?" Yen Mingyu was now obviously quite distant from Shin Yu, the bodyguard. It was because he did not want Shin Yu to misunderstand that he had a relationship other than that of boss and employee. "It's okay." Shin Yu shook his head and gave Yen Mingyu a deep look. "Take care of yourself when I am not by your side. If you encounter any tricky problems, call me anytime. My current team of bodyguards, they're good too." Yen Mingyu clenched her shell teeth and deliberately said in an unsympathetic tone. "Oh, that's a relief." Shin Yu did not say anything more. Yen Mingyu deliberately kept her distance from herself. Her heart was more or less uncomfortable. "You get out." Yen Mingyu gently waved her hand. "Okay, goodbye Mr. Yen." After Shin Yu brought the door and left, he went downstairs to the staff restaurant and ate a little something. Figuring that nothing should happen in the afternoon, he dialed his father's number. Tooting noise. "Hello, Sayo?" On the other end of the phone, Shin Jianjun's voice came. "Dad, I'm free this afternoon. Where shall we eat?" Shin Yu opened the door and asked. Hongfu Hotel. You come pretty much at 5 o'clock, and your Auntie Jo and I will go shopping for a while and buy me clothes," Shin Jianjun said cheerfully. At first, he was worried that because he was sick, Zhou Zuiping would leave him, but now it seemed as if he had overthought things. Not only is his attitude gentle and considerate, but he also said that for the evening meal, Shin Yu, his son, would come and buy him 2 sets of new clothes. It made Shin Jianjun happy and moved. "Well, then I'll be over at 5. After Shin Yu put down the phone, he gently narrowed his eyes. Had this Zhou Zuiping really changed her nature? Or was there some hidden ulterior motive behind it? This old bitch. She doesn't look like a good person in any way. After Shin Yu's mind rotated a bit, he drove his BMW X5 back to the city center village. Su Peng may have been stimulated this period of time. He has been lazy. He has become exceptionally diligent. Every day out early and return late. The two hadn't touched each other in days. Parked the car, took a painful shower, saw that the time is still early, so I sent a tweet to my sister, Vire, "How have you been? Interge, boo-hoo. Brother, is it convenient? Let's video chat." Shin Weier quickly replied. "Well, convenient. Bells." Shin Yu's message had just been sent when Shin Weier sent a video request. When she picked up, Shin Weier was wearing a fat t-shirt, revealing a pair of snow-white, smooth, long legs, sitting on the edge of the bed applying nail polish to her white, tender toes. "Hey, don't push, There were other girls' voices beyond the screen. We're friends of Violet's. A group. Two beautiful women in stewardess uniforms with slender bodies and pretty faces entered the camera. Brother, they don't believe me when I say you look better than me. Chin Weir's face was full of helplessness. What's there to see? It's still 2 eyes and a nose. Chin Yu said somewhat breathlessly. Handsome. Indeed. Violet. It's a shame your brother didn't become a star. The two beautiful stewardesses looked florid. Alright, let me talk to my brother for a while. Chin Weir covered her nails with nail polish and took her cell phone away. Hey, does your brother have a girlfriend? What's his type? Beyond the screen, the two beautiful stewardesses were still yakking away. I have a sister-in-law. Chin Weir rolled her eyes before looking at the camera and asking, Brother, how have you been? The boss admired me and asked me to head the branch. By the way, Dad is back. Chin Yu said. Chin Weir's body was already good. Barefoot was 1.7 meters. This loose t-shirt, just covering the root of her thighs, appeared to be extraordinarily long and slender her beautiful legs. Even if Chin Yu had recently been dealing with beauties like Yan Mingyu and Lu Xiaoxiao every day, he had to admit that his sister was a great beauty. And I don't know which guy is going to be cheap later. Dad's back. Chin Weir looked a bit surprised, then huffed. So what? I was raised by you and have nothing to do with him. Hey, it's really hard to say what happened in the past. I'll have dinner with the family tonight. Chin Yu smiled bitterly. Brother, you're not going to just be the original. Forgive him, right? Chin Weir's watery eyes widened. There's more going on here than I can say in a few words. By the way, do you have a boyfriend? Chin Yu changed the subject. No, but the first-class guests. They keep slipping me phone numbers and I ignore them. Chin Weir puckered her watery little mouth and said, You're also in your 20s. You can talk about boyfriends. Just when you choose, your eyes should be a little bit brighter. Don't put too much emphasis on the outside. You must have a good character. Chin Yu was like an old father as he rambled on and admonished. Indeed, the eldest brother is like a father. When his parents divorced, his sister was only 7 or 8 years old, and it had been he, the eldest brother, who had raised her. So, my sister has always had a special attachment to herself. Brother, I don't want a boyfriend yet. It's so nice to be single and free. Chin Weir stroked her waterfall-like hair and said. Then, seeming to think of something, he stared at the camera and asked, Brother, have you ever seen me in a stewardess uniform? No. Chin Yu shook his head. Wait a minute then. When Chin Weir finished, she moved her cell phone around so that the camera was pointed at the ceiling of the room. With the sound of thin and broken voices ringing out, Chin Yu estimated that his sister should be changing her clothes. A few minutes later, the screen shook, and Chin Weir appeared in her cell phone in her form-fitting stewardess uniform. White shirt, red vest, red skirt, with a pair of crystal stockings tightly wrapped slender legs. Looks tall, delicate and tight. Brother, when I'm on vacation in a while, I'll bring back the stewardess uniform and wear it for you alone. I've heard that a lot of men like women in uniforms. It's called uniform seduction. Chin Weir bent slightly to the camera and whispered. The neckline of her shirt, open a bit, a white career line, very eye-catching. Chin Yu in the past, naturally would not pay attention to these, now appeared in the cell phone screen. Let him vaguely feel that his sister is really grown up. Ahem. Just come back. Don't bring any uniforms. After he came back to his senses, he remembered what his sister had said and glared to ease the embarrassment. Brother, I just want to show you my most beautiful side. You've kissed my mouth. So what's wrong with seeing me in uniform? It's not like I'm naked for you to see. Chin Weir rolled her eyes. The so-called kissing in her mouth was when she and Chin Yu went to play by the river when she was a child, and after she fell into the water and fainted, Chin Yu gave her artificial respiration. That's saving you? Well, if you come back, call me ahead of time and I'll pick you up. Chin Yu was filled with black lines and said a few words before hanging up the video. Why didn't I realize before that my sister also had the potential to be a demon? After putting down his cell phone, he closed his eyes for a while before leaving the townhouse. Jotsuaping mother and daughter so greedy, certainly cannot drive a BMW X5 past, if they know that they are now in good financial condition. Ghosts know what will cause trouble? When he came to the road, he swept a shared bicycle and headed towards Hongfu Hotel. It's not too far, just a half-hour's drive. When Chin Yu used to work as a deliveryman, he rode a small trolley almost all over the entire East Sea, so he was very familiar with the streets and alleys. It was almost exactly 5 o'clock when Chin Yu arrived at the entrance of Hongfu Hotel. Shin Jianjun was already waiting at the door, and when he saw his son arrive, his old face was filled with smiles. Stao Yu, DDT, move over, I'm pulling over. Chin Yu got off the shared bicycle and was just about to greet his father when Zhou Nan Nan arrived in her small Honda. Rushing at Chin Yu, he kept honking the horn. His tone was impatient. Take your broken car. Right aside. A big man can't even afford a car. Waste. Tick-tock. Zhou Nannan cursed as she honked the horn hard. After all, Qin Yu was Qin Jianjun's biological son. If Qin Jianjun really died, Qin Yu would definitely fight her for that $200,000. Nan. Zhou Tsuweiping, who was sitting in the passenger seat, gave her daughter a wink and whispered, "Don't make old Qin angry. His own brother lying in the hospital room is still waiting for Qin Jianjun's 2 kidneys to save his life." Humph. Zhou Nannan grunted impatiently before she kicked the gas and drove the little Honda into the parking space across the street. "Xiao Yu, your auntie Zhou and I are always away, and Nan Nan grew up with her grandmother and is slightly more temperamental. Don't worry about it." Qin Jianjun rounded off the conversation. For him, Zhou Nannan and Qin Yu both had meat on their hands. "Dad, without your relationship, she's a stranger to me. I won't countenance it," Qin Yu said gently. After following Yan Mingyu for the past few months, he had experienced life and death, and had also seen high-powered big shots, and he really didn't have Zhou Nannan's small role at the bottom of the hierarchy in his eyes. "Hey, that's good. That's good." The son's generosity and understanding, so that Qin Jianjun feel very pleased. "Bo, call uncle." Zhou Tsuweiping got out of the car and led her grandson over, teaching him to call Qin Yu uncle. "Grandma, if I call my uncle, will he give me a red envelope?" Bo was probably 4 or 5 years old, and having grown up with a mother like Zhou Nannan, it was obvious that his 3 views had been skewed as well. Never do anything without benefit. If you call uncle, Granny will give you a red packet. Zhou Tsuweiping spared no effort to please Qin Yu in order to make Qin Jianjun happy. Strange? Has the old bitch really changed her mind? Qin Yu did not move on the surface, but his heart was a bit suspicious. If it wasn't for the fact that last time, when I was upstairs, I overheard the conversation between the mother and daughter, I'm afraid I would have taken them for good people. "Uncle!" At that moment, Bo gave a brittle cry. Aha! Qin Yu estimated that Zhou Tsuweiping should be acting, so he would accompany her until she revealed her fox tail. After smiling and nodding his head, he fished his wallet out of his pocket and took $200 and handed it to Bo. "Take it and buy toys." "Thank you, uncle." Bo immediately raised an eyebrow. Xiao Yu, I'm breaking your bank." Zhou Tsuweiping pretended to speak. "Auntie is welcome," Qin Yu said indifferently. "Oh, everyone go inside, don't stand outside," Qin Jianjun said with a smile. His son and Zhou Tsuweiping, they seem to be quite cordial, so that he is happy from the bottom of his heart. "Why don't you guys go in first? My old classmate isn't here yet," Zhou Nannan said as she also walked over after locking the car. "Your old classmate?" Qin Jianjun was a bit puzzled. He had been in the hospital for a while. He really didn't know that Zhou Nannan had an old classmate in Donghai. "I'm not going to tell you. Nannan, this old classmate can be powerful. In the branch of the 4Cs group, as a supervisor but also often contact directors and stars. In 2 days' time, he'll even recruit Nannan to shoot a short promotional video," Zhou Tsuweiping also said helpfully. "Qin Jianjun, she is to please, but the daughter of this old classmate cannot be neglected. Slow down and expect to become family with his old man." "Oh, I was changing clothes and didn't hear much." "That's fine. Wait a while." After Zhou Tsuweiping mentioned this, Qin Jianjun also remembered. Maybe 10 minutes or so later, a BMW 5 Series drove up. Just as she stopped, Zhou Nannan greeted her enthusiastically. "Zhang Bin, Nan, Auntie." A young man in a suit with a side-back haircut, dressed as a successful man, pushed open the car door and walked down. His eyes were on Zhou Nannan's body, lingering for a few seconds before he smiled and said, "I'll go park the car. I'll watch a little for you." Zhou Nannan's attentive appearance and her disgusted appearance towards Qin Yu were completely different. She used the $10,000 given by Zhou Tsuweiping to buy 2 sets of high-grade clothes, and today she wore a Chanel dress. Her hair was draped, plus the bottom was good, and she looked vaguely goddess-like, and she couldn't tell at all that she was already the mother of a child. The halter design reveals a few glimpses of spring in the chest and looks a little sexy. Let her old classmate Zhang Bin, heart itchy, after backing up the car, pretending to check the car parked correctly around the back, without trace in the Zhou Nannan buttocks, gently patted. Zhou Nannan didn't get angry in the slightest, but just rolled a flavorful white eye. The group then walked into the restaurant, led by the waiter. He arrived at the large box on the second floor. "And this is?" Zhang Bin swept a glance at Qin Yu. The two were of similar age, but Qin Yu was taller and more handsome than him, making him feel a bit of a sense of crisis, thinking that he was Zhou Nannan's husband. "Little Zhang, let me introduce. This is Xiao Yu, my old Qin's son." Zhou Tsuweiping introduced Qin Yu. "Oh, hello, Zhang Bin, head of the planning department of 4C Studios." Zhang Bin extended his hand, his face full of superiority. Although, The departments of 4C Studios? There were dozens of them, and he was only a small supervisor. But his treatment and status could be comparable to the manager of a normal small company. Oh, Xin Yu. Xin Yu smiled a bit playfully. It's really a coincidence that this Zhang Bin is a small management of 4C Studios. Himself, however, is the general manager of 4C Studios. It was just that the news of his own transfer was something that management at his level should not be qualified to know. Xin Yu? That's a good name. The same name as our 4C's group's head office. The bodyguard of the beautiful boss. Zhang Bin must have heard that there was a top expert named Xin Yu beside Yan Mingyu, but how could it not be connected to the youth in front of him? Yeah, then I'm not sure. Xin Yu shook his head. Zhang Bin, why are you talking to him so much? He's just a security guard. Your 4C's group is the biggest leading company in East China Sea. Aren't you talking to him about things in the company? Aren't you talking to a bull? Zhou Nan wrapped her arms around her and always had an inexplicable hostility towards Xin Yu. Nan, go get the waiter to serve the food. Zhou Zuweiping gently pushed her daughter. Afterward, he said to Zhang Bin smilingly, come, you sit on top, next to old Qin. Auntie, how is that a good idea? Zhang Bin said this with his mouth, but his body was honest and very frankly sat right above him. When Zhou Nan returned to the box, Zhang Bin began to brag about how many bosses he knew, how much power he had in the branch, and how he would definitely recruit Zhou Nan into the development, etc. Qin Yu also did not put on the heart. At the moment this Zhang Bin also did not provoke themselves. He loves to blow the bull, just blow it, waiting for the meal to come up. Zhang Bin also said that there is a bottle of Mao Tai at home. Forgot to bring over, but also said that the last time I ate lobster, a full 5 or 6 pounds. Zhou Zuweiping's mother and daughter were very envious and sang along, kissing Zhang Bin's ass. Pattering sound. At this time, Qin Yu, who was stuffing his head to eat, dropped his chopsticks on the ground and squatted down to pick them up, just in time to see Zhang Bin's hand from Zhou Nan's thigh, shrinking back. Sure enough, Qin Yu felt that the two had a thing going on from Zhou Nan's ambiguous attitude towards Zhang Bin. It's just that I didn't expect to have my thoughts confirmed so soon. The impression of Zhang Bin in his heart also recoiled. When he bragged just now, he also mentioned his wife and son, two people with families who are blatantly cheating on each other with no shame. Qin Yu picked up the chopsticks, but also no appetite for food, took out his cell phone, sent a message to Chen Mo. Can you do a listening to other people's cell phone calls program? Interge, boo-hoo. Chen Mo quickly replied, it's a small thing. Call me when it's done. Make it quick. After Qin Yu's message was sent, he said that he was full and went out to get some air. The heart always decided that Zhou Zuweiping suddenly so good to his father. There must be something fishy behind. He did not want to bother to investigate, so he simply let Chen Mo, a computer expert, do a small program to listen to Zhou Zuweiping's phone calls. At that time, no matter what trick she played, she knew everything. 10 or so minutes later, Chen Mo came to the message, brother you, it's done. However, it is necessary for the other person's phone. Click on the connection of this program, in order to download it to her phone. Let's see. Qin Yu scraped his chin and pondered for a while before sending a message asking, if you are in a Weibo group, can you let this program into her phone? You can't, and hacking isn't everything. Chen Ma replied, what if, hypothetically, the program is disguised as a red packet? If the other person clicks on it, does it download over? Qin Yu asked again. This one should be fine. Chen Ma said, okay, I'll get a group first, pull you in, and then I'll have the group. Change it to her real name, and you'll download the applet to a phone called Zhou Zuweiping. After Qin Yu sent the message, he started to build a group and pulled Chen Mo in first. Afterwards, he walked into the box and sat there for a while longer before saying, Dad, Auntie, let's build a home crowd. It's also convenient to contact each other in normal times. Yes, woo, Qin Jianjun said readily. Then add me on WeChat first. Zhou Zuweiping touched her cell phone and said. In a short while, Qin Yu successively pulled Qin Jianjun and Zhou Zuweiping, Zhou Nan into the group, and after symbolically sending a red packet, he let them change their names. Chen Mo operated behind the scenes, and through Zhou Zuweiping clicking on the red envelope, he injected the listening program into her phone. After doing this, Qin Yu left the hotel first, riding a shared bicycle. He returned to the city center village before calling Chen Mo directly. When the time comes, you save the monitored calls and send them to me to listen to. Brother you, this is too much trouble. I'll set up a small program. You download it, and then the contents of the cell phone calls you listen to will automatically be transmitted to your WeChat. You can listen to them anytime. Chen Ma said. Woj, that's okay? Qin Yu blinked his eyes, feeling that Chen Mo was practically omnipotent in the cyber world. Hey, It's small potatoes. The big three network operators can hear what anyone is talking about if they want to. Not considered too rare a technology. Chen Mo said with a smile. Alright then, let's do it. When the program is done, send it to me. Well, give me 10 minutes. By the way, don't forget to introduce me to actresses. They have to be pretty. Aha. After Chin Yu put down his cell phone and went to take a shower and came back, Chen Mo sent a WeChat. Brother Yu. It's done. Just click and download. Thank you. Chin Yu clicked on the link and installed the program on his phone. Within moments, it prompted a call recording. Chin Yu was delighted in his heart. This Chen Mo was really bullish. After clicking on it, he listened to it. It's Zhou Weiping's call with her daughter. Come back early. Don't go to the room with that Zhang Bin. Okay? You have not yet entered the 4C's group branch. You give him to play. He backtracked how to do. It looked like Zhang Bin even took Zhou Nan out to play after dinner. The point is, Zhou Weiping, a mother, seems to know everything. These two mothers and daughters, they're really no good. Mom, I'm not that stupid to come back after the barbecue. You this period of time. In the old Chin ears more blowing the ear wind. Say something bad about that son of his. I look at him as annoying. Pretending to be a non-controversial appearance, is to rush to the old Chin's money. Zhou Nan's voice rang out. Let's look for an opportunity. I have to obey old Chin in every way now. Hey, how about this? Clanking sound. Zhou Weiping's words, just said to the key point. Chin Yu's cell phone is out of power shutdown. Maybe listening to other people's calls, very power consuming. Chin Yu did not even notice. Holy shit. What is this old bitch going to do to herself? Chin Yu's curiosity was piqued. And by the time he plugged in the charger and turned on the phone again, Zhou Weiping's mother and daughter had already ended the call. Question tag. Chin Yu couldn't help but burst out. But at the same time, he was even more determined that he was right. Zhou Weiping was faking it whether she was being nice to her father or herself. What's playing behind the scenes is just not exposed yet. However, she must have never dreamed that she could listen to her phone calls, right? There was no talk all night. The next day, Chin Yu drove his BMW X5 to 4C's studios. Although, it was only a branch under the 4C's group, the scale was no worse than an ordinary listed company. The whole building, more than 20 floors, is owned by 4C's studios. Chin Yu had just walked into the elevator after parking his car in the underground garage. Hey, wait a minute. A short-haired woman with glasses and a black professional outfit put her hand right in. Creak. Chin Yu pressed the open door button, and as the elevator door opened, he saw that behind the short-haired woman, there was also a beautiful woman with a duck-tongued cap, casual clothes, and a somewhat cold and arrogant-looking one. That who you sit down for a round. What Chin Yu could not have imagined was that the short-haired woman, in fact, tried to kick him out of the elevator. Why? Chin Yu asked with a frown. Bing Bing is a star. You can't be in an elevator with her. The short-haired woman sounded very strong. Star? Chin Yu looked up and down at the cold arrogant beauty for a few moments. Her makeup was exquisite and her figure was tall, but she really didn't recognize which big star she was. Besides, even if you're a big star, it doesn't make sense to kick someone out of an elevator, right? Sister, bye. Forget it, let's sit down for a round. After the cold and arrogant beauty finished speaking, she turned around as if it was blasphemy to come face to face with Chin Yu like this. Don't know any better. Watch out, I'll find your boss and file a complaint against you. The short-haired woman glared at Chin Yu in displeasure before exiting the elevator. Ha, are all the stars so dense? It's all about letting the brainwashed fans get spoiled. Chin Yu shrugged before pressing the button for the top floor, which was where his office was. Clanking sound. After a short while, the elevator doors opened, and there were already 7 or 8 men and women, standing in the corridor, waiting. Seeing Chin Yu walk out, they all clapped their hands enthusiastically. Welcome, Mr. Chin. Thanks. Chin Yu nodded and swept a glance at the men. All come to my office. After all, he had only worked as a deliveryman and a bodyguard before, and had never really managed such a large company, so he must still rely on them more or less. Otherwise, if Yen Mingyu gave herself a platform to develop, but couldn't play it, what would she think of her? Yes, Mr. Chin. A few people nodded and pushed open the glass door, welcoming Chin Yu into his office. The decoration was very luxurious and spacious. After all, the last thing the 4C's group lacked was money. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves first? Chin Yu walked behind the wide desk and sat on the soft office chair and said, Mr. Chin, I'm the executive manager of 4C's studios. Mr. Chin, I'm the planning manager of 4C's studios. Mr. Chin, I'm the operations manager of 4C's studios. Several people introduced themselves one after another. Almost all of them were at the manager level, and there were dozens of supervisors below them who were not yet qualified to greet Chinyu. Aha! Chinyu's expression became serious for a few moments after he nodded slightly. I don't care how the previous general manager managed the company, but I have only one requirement: behave properly and do serious work. Yes, Mr. Chin. 7 or 8 managers nodded together. All dismissed for now. The personnel manager stays. Chinyu was very disgusted with the kind of leadership that does not move the meeting, and he himself certainly will not. As soon as he took office, called a room of people to meet. Aha! These managers were flabbergasted for a moment, feeling that Chinyu was a bit out of line, but they were all human beings, and no one said anything more as they walked out in a fishbowl. Mr. Chin, what are your orders? The personnel manager could not help but be formal when he saw Chinyu naming him to stay. Our branch. Is there a supervisor named Zhangbin? Chinyu opened the door and asked. Yes, he's the head planner, the HR manager said. The supervisor is no longer an ordinary employee. It is considered middle management, and the HR manager definitely knows about Zhang Bin. Bring me his information to look at later, and also, if he recruits someone named Nancy Zhou to come in, let me know first. Chinyu said. Yes, Mr. Chin. The HR manager was a bit suspicious in his mind. Could it be that this new boss and Zhang Bin were acquaintances? There was a pause before he continued. Mr. Chin, are you using the secretary of the previous general manager, or from the secretarial department? A new selection? Reselect. Chinyu surely knew the importance of a secretary, the equivalent of his mouth and legs, and surely he had to choose one who fit in with him. Then I'll go arrange it right away. After the HR manager exited, the manager of the marketing operations department knocked on the door again and walked in. Mr. Chin, there will be a promo film today, in the original form of the General Yen. Do you want to go over and watch it? The operations manager asked. What does it mean to use Mr. Yen as the original form? Chin, you kind of missed the point. It's to publicize our 4Cs group's corporate culture. But since Mr. Yen didn't have time to film it himself, we hired a star to play Mr. Yen. The operations manager explained. Oh, yes, Chinyu agreed. After all, it's a matter of corporate image. Chinyu can be sure to check it out yourself. Our studio is on the 8th floor. Shooting starts at 10 o'clock. The secretary will bring you over then. If there's nothing else, I'll get busy first. The manager of the operations department did not deliberately draw a relationship with Chinyu except for work reporting accidents. Well, get out. Chinyu waved his hand. Not to mention, this feeling of being the boss was quite refreshing. A few minutes later, the HR manager walked in with 4 secretaries dressed in professional attire with different temperaments. Still holding a folder in his hand, he placed both hands on his desk. Mr. Chin, Zhang Bin's information, and the information of these 4 secretaries, are all here. Okay, I'll take a look first. Chinyu first opened the information of the 4 secretaries and looked at them. All of them were highly educated, basically undergraduates, and their looks were sweet. Some of them could speak the languages of several countries, and some of them had even participated in beauty contests. Looks like the secretary is starting to roll now too. Chinyu sighed in his heart after reading the information of the 4 secretaries. Tonight, raise your hand if you can have dinner with me. Chinyu felt that the 4 secretaries were all excellent and it was not good to make a choice, so he had a plan in mind and said. Personnel manager face showed a touch of heart smile. Workplace subterfuge well, everywhere. What's that saying? If there's a secretary, there's a secretary. Mr. Chin, me. There were 3 female secretaries, all raising their hands at the same time. If, on the other hand, they were dealing with a greasy old man, they might hesitate a little before making a decision. But Chinyu was tall, young and handsome, simply like the domineering president on TV. There's no need for subterfuge. They're willing to do whatever they want. Just as the 3 female secretaries, with glowing faces, kept throwing winks at Chinyu. Chinyu pointed to the secretary who slightly lowered her head and didn't raise her hand. Just her, right? Ha! The 3 female secretaries who raised their hands were dumbfounded. This new GM, he's playing a reverse operation? Jiang Shiyun, you'll be Mr. Chin's secretary from now on. The HR manager was also stunned for a moment before quickly reminding the secretary, who had her head down and hadn't responded, that she had said, "Do I really?" The little secretary with her head lowered was a bit in disbelief because she had just joined the secretarial department for less than a month, and she didn't expect to be looked at by the general manager. Yes, you. Chinyu nodded. What he needs is a secretary who can run errands and do things for him, not a secretary who thinks about bribing and backstabbing with her body. Thank you, Mr. Chin. The little secretary bent gratefully. Mr. Chin, then we'll go out first. The HR manager walked out with 3 beautiful secretaries who were full of disappointment. Come here for a second. Shin Yu stood up from behind his desk. He waited until the little secretary came honestly up to him before he reached out to the open collar of her shirt. Ha, Mr. Shin, don't be like this. The little secretary jumped back a step like a frightened rabbit. Button up your shirt all the way. Our company needs the ability to get things done, not show off a body, Shin Yu said indifferently. Just now, when this little secretary bent over, it all came out in the spring. Ha! The little secretary reddened her face, feeling that she had misunderstood the new boss, and hurriedly explained, Mr. Shin, I'm still in the internship period. I didn't formally receive a work uniform, and I wore the one I bought before, so it's a little loose. I'll have logistics. Send you a set of ensembles. Shin Yu nodded. This little secretary looked innocent. She shouldn't be the kind of scheming woman who seduces her boss. Thank you, Mr. Shin. Then I will immediately arrange your schedule for today. The little secretary finished and got busy. Shin Yu sat back in his office chair and read up on Zhangbin. 10 or so minutes later, the little secretary put a piece of information, placed on Shin Yu's desk. Mr. Shin, you look at it. Is there anything to add? Basically no problem. It's almost 10. Accompany me to the studio. Shin Yu finished speaking and walked out first. In his heart, he was also a bit curious about which star the operations department had chosen to play Yen Mingyu. At this point, 8th floor studio. The lights, the backdrop are already in place. When the actress comes out of the dressing room, it's time to start shooting. When Shin Yu and his little secretary Jiang Shiyun arrived, everyone in the studio was busy, plus he was a new face who had just taken up his post. Almost no one even greeted him. Mr. Shin, I'll go get you a chair. Jiang Shiyun saw the dark group of people in the studio. Shin Yu did not even have a place to sit, and took the initiative to say, no. Shin Yu waved his hand. After a few minutes, a tall figure in professional attire with long hair coiled behind her head, accompanied by a woman with short hair, walked out of the dressing room. That high and cold aura on her body was indeed a bit similar to Yen Mingyu, just the face value, certainly a little worse. However, thanks to the exquisite makeup, it looks quite beautiful. Gee, if it isn't the 2 guys who almost kicked themselves out of the elevator this morning. Shin Yu recognized the actress and her manager. There was an involuntary frown. Let's see how she shoots first. Shin Yu did not make a sound. A star is just a job, and on screen and in reality, the character is definitely different. Alright, take your positions. Our first set of shots today, shooting the scene of Mr. Yen giving a lecture to the company's top management. A director in a vest with a full beard shouted from a loudspeaker. The props are already set up, with wide desks and soft office chairs. The actress stepped on a fine high heel, tinkling after walking over, sat on the chair, had the board to say the lines, We 4C's group recently launched a few big projects. You have to work closely with each department. Stop. At that moment, a discordant voice rang out. Hey, who is it? Who's talking? The director took off his headset and looked around the room with some anger. It's Chin. Before Jiang Shiyun could finish speaking, Shin Yu walked up to the director and faintly said, She doesn't act like it. Hey, who the hell are you? MS. Tang Bing is a powerful actress of the new generation. How dare you question her acting skills? The director said irritably. Director, can we shoot or not? MS. Tang is on a tight schedule. The short-haired woman snapped as well. If, however, you're short on time and are just acting for the sake of acting and don't walk the walk at all, then please go back, and I'll have operations replace you. Shin Yu said expressionlessly. As someone who followed Yen Mingyu every day, he was naturally more familiar with Yen Mingyu than anyone else. Although this little starlet called Tang Bing was a bit like Yen Mingyu in terms of temperament, her tone and her eyes were too far from Yen Mingyu, and she completely acted out Yen Mingyu's feeling of being a vase. There is no tenting, killing and decisive kind of aura at all. Hey, what do you mean? Who are you to say change? The short-haired woman yelled at Shin Yu. Security! Security! Get this troublemaker out of here. The director was also afraid of offending the actress and said with a dark face, Director, he's the general manager of our 4C's studios. Mr. Shin. The little secretary rushed forward and said, Ha, you're the new Mr. Shin. Sorry. The director's face immediately changed, revealing a curt smile. You're the general manager of the company. So what, do you know how to act? Tang Bing stood up from behind her desk and looked at Shin Yu as she coldly questioned. I don't know how to act, but I know Mr. Yen. Shin Yu said indifferently. How could she not understand her when she was not only her boss, but also the woman she had fought so hard to protect? Mr. Shin is right. No one here understands General Manager Yen better than him, because He has been General Yan's personal bodyguard since she returned to China. At this time, the operations manager also walked in and looked at Tang Bing after he finished. Ms. Tang, if you can't meet Mr. Shin's requirements, we can only replace you. Replacement? You guys have to think about it. You are going to have to pay for the breach of contract. After Tang Bing's face changed slightly, she said in shame, our 4Cs group is not poor. The operations manager disliked it. Broker by Ms. Tang, 4Cs group is the most influential enterprise in East China Sea, and even in the entire South. And this propaganda movie will help Ms. Tang a lot if it's made. The director has been preparing for this for so long that he still wants this promo to continue. Okay, you tell me, how can I play Mr. Yan? Tang Bing asked as she stared tightly at Qinyu. First of all, don't think about the fact that you're playing someone else when you're Mr. Yan. The actor and the character have to become one. I don't need to teach you that, do I? Qinyu looked at Tang Bing and said nonchalantly. The reason he never chased after stars was that he felt that the new generation of stars nowadays didn't have the slightest bit of acting skills to speak of, and were almost always hyped up. It's far worse than the old actors who used to get low paychecks but acted with dedication. Humph. Of course I know, Tang Bing grimaced, obviously a little less than convinced. Secondly, although Mr. Yan has a high and cold personality, at heart, he is a good boss who is understanding and has a heart and pattern. Treating the enemy is icy cold, but treating his own people, it's warm. Qinyu gently squinted his eyes, all the bits and pieces of himself and Yan Mingyu together in front of his eyes. These, where do I know? Tang Bing said with a stiff upper lip. That only means that your preparations were not done properly. In the end, Yan is an extremely intelligent woman, not the kind of vase you show, and her tone is resonant, not that soft bubbly tone of yours. After Qinyu finished speaking, he looked at his cell phone. I'll give you 4 hours to make preparations. Continue filming at 2 p.m. If it still doesn't work, we'll change you. Tang Bing was a bit furious. She had fought for a long time to receive this promo from 4Cs Group. If it was replaced, the loss would not only be a substantial amount of pay, but also her reputation. It was just that Qinyu had followed Yan Mingyu for a long time and had gradually developed the habit of being dry. After dropping that sentence, he led Jiang Shiyun out of the studio. Only, he had just returned to the office, holding a cup of water before he finished drinking it, when the short-haired woman hurriedly walked in with Tang Bing. Hello, we'd like to have a chat with Mr. Shin. Could you excuse us? The short-haired woman said to Jiang Shiyun. Oh good. Jiang Shiyun glanced at Qinyu and seeing that he did not object, she hugged the folder and brought the door with her and walked out of the office. Talk to me about what? Qinyu looked at the short-haired woman and asked indifferently after putting down the water cup. Mr. Shin, it's like this. We Bing Bing only have 1 day in East China Sea, and we still have to catch the plane at 6 p.m. Can you be more accommodating and continue shooting right away? Otherwise we definitely won't be able to finish shooting today. The short-haired woman had an anxious look on her face. That's your business. We want quality promos, not spam, Qinyu said with a frown. One could not let an unprofessional actor ruin Yan Mingyu's image. Mr. Shin, I know that we rushed you in the elevator this morning. Look, like this. What the short-haired woman was thinking about was not on the same channel as Qinyu at all. Seeing an empty mineral water bottle next to him, he picked it up and pinched it to deflate it, then put it to his mouth and blew a few mouthfuls, and the water bottle was restored to its original state. Mr. Shin, it's just like our relationship. Blowing it out is fine. Blow on it? Qinyu's eyes were unblinking as he looked at the water bottle in the short-haired woman's hand, revealing a suspicious look. What do you mean? Sister White. Tang Bing had been keeping a taut face, and when she heard the short-haired woman say so, she immediately became anxious. How can this work? It's not like you don't know that I'm different from them. Bing Bing, you've been in this circle for more than a year. I'm also enough to protect you, but we've offended Mr. Shin today, so you have to show a little bit, so that Mr. Shin can see our sincerity. The short-haired woman rushed at Tang Bing and winked vigorously. There are actresses for a role, from the leading man to the producer to the director, sleeping next to each other at a time, and she just let Tang Bing, a small sacrifice, as long as Mr. Shin pleasure. Things are not easy to solve. In her worldview, there was no man yet who wasn't horny, unless it didn't work there. Sister White, I really can't. Tang Bing shook her head, tears coming out of her eyes. Tang Bing, the short-haired woman's face became a bit ugly, and she coldly drank. From the first day you entered this circle, you should have had this realization. How much money and effort have I spent in order to cultivate you? If you can't do it with a little bit of sacrifice, then terminate your contract. Ha! Tang Bing's face turned a little pale, her mouth slightly open. unable to say a word. Mr. Sheen. Then I'll go out first. Bing Bing will properly apologize to you. The short-haired woman looked at Chin Yu and finished with a slightly deeper meaning, then brought the door and walked out. Mr. Sheen. I'm sorry, we had eyes in the elevator this morning. Tang Bing bit his lip, saw a bottle of whiskey on the shelf next to him, walked over, unscrewed it, tilted his neck, and drank it gulp. Gulp. She wanted to make an information gap, thinking that Chin Yu, being so young and not yet an old man, should not understand what the short-haired woman meant by apologizing, and she really didn't want to make that kind of sacrifice. Chin Yu didn't say anything and just silently watched Tang Bing drink. At the end of the day, when Tang Bing's bottle of whiskey was all finished, only then did he faintly say, "You don't want to apologize even if it's fine. Why do you need to humiliate my intelligence? Your agent, is he letting you drink?" Snap. After saying that, Chin Yu picked up the empty bottle and deflated it with a gentle squeeze, casually throwing it on the ground. It wasn't that he was interested in this little starlet called Tang Bing, but he was offended that she was in front of him, playing small. Tang Bing bit her lips. I don't know whether she made up her mind not to be a star, or the alcohol gave her the guts. She even pointed at Chin Yu's nose and cursed. Don't even think about it. I will definitely not apologize to you in that way. Big deal. I will go to work in a factory, and I won't sell my soul either. You stinky men, colorful ghosts. Sooner or later you will be struck by lightning. Holy shit. Chin Yu was a bit depressed. Isn't it true that all women have the privilege of being unreasonable? How come in the blink of an eye, he became the villain? However, it was not certain that she was not acting, making a show of chastity in front of herself to gain her favor. Thinking of this, Chin Yu raised his thick sword brows. Okay, this is your own contract to break, so go out and get your agent here and let's talk about the breach of contract. I have saved more than $1 million this year. I'll pay you back. If it's not enough, I'll make it up later when I find a job. Tang Bing glared at Chin Yu angrily and finished. Then with tears in her eyes, she pulled open the office door. Holy shit, is she really that clean and not an act? Chin Yu blinked and saw the short-haired woman asking Tang Bing in a whisper. What's wrong? He even made you cry? Isn't it? Want to go further? It's not impossible. Let him give us some resources, for C's pictures still carries a lot of weight in the circle. No, cousin, I just can't do it. Let's lose the money. I don't want to be a star. In fact, besides being Tang Bing's agent, this short-haired woman was also her cousin. Otherwise, how could she, a small star, receive this contract to publicize 4C's group? Bing Bing, the short-haired woman was a bit angry. You say you don't want to be inappropriate. Do you know how much the liquidated damages are? The whole $30 million. What are you going to pay for it? It's not that I'm talking about you. Except for your good looks. Your family is very poor. The real rich people, who are concerned about the right family, can't see you at all. At most they want to play with you. And can an ordinary man come up with $30 million to help you pay for the breach of contract? You're in your 20s. You're not a kid anymore. Why are you still so naive? Oh, cousin, I really can't do it. Tang Bing cried in aggravation. You have to do it even if you can't. That's how it is between men and women. You'll have a boyfriend in the future. Marry someone, and not give your husband a touch? What if he's poor and a scum? At least, he's a good-looking man. Mr. Sheen. And he keeps this contract and doesn't have to go and lose the $30 million. Think about it, the short-haired woman said with a dark, icy expression. I say, you too, are you out of your minds? Chin Yu really couldn't listen anymore. Frowned, walked to the door and looked at the short-haired woman and Tang Bing. Obviously it's a very simple question. Do you have to make it so complicated? General Manager Chin Chin. Bing Bing is still a newcomer, a bit unaccustomed to the unspoken rules of this circle. Don't worry, I'm doing her job. Once again, the short-haired woman has illustrated what it means to be a cow's head and not a horse's mouth. The hell do you think that everything can be solved by subterfuge? I'm only asking for one thing. For her to put in more effort and act as my boss. Is that a tall order? Instead of wasting time here, why don't you go look at the information related to my boss? No? Chin Yu was also speechless. Perhaps he and the acting circle were completely from two circles, and it was only because he was dealing with them for the first time that he was dead set on not being able to communicate properly. Right? When muddiness becomes the norm, clarity is a sin. Mr. Sheen, you really aren't looking for trouble with Tang Bing because we offended you this morning? The short-haired woman looked at Chin Yu somewhat incredulously. Don't use your worldview to measure others' worldview. As soon as I arrived at the company today, I laid down a rule for everyone: behave properly and work seriously. As long as Tang Bing can play my boss well, everything is fine. Chin Yu said coldly. Ha, good. We'll go look at Mr. Yan's information right away. The short-haired woman snapped. pulling Tang Bing into the elevator. Phew. Xinyu shook his head and exhaled the turbid air in his heart. Don't look at the stars on the screen shining brightly, but in private, they are also subjected to hardships and grievances. Interge, boo-hoo. Xinyu was feeling some emotions in his heart when WeChat prompted a call recording. Ha? Zhou Cuiping is on the phone with someone again? Nan. I've changed and will be right over. Dongshan Park. Right, okay. I know. You tell old Chang about a red dress I wore. Well, makeup. Don't worry. I've got over 6,000 in this set. Zhou Cuiping hung up the phone after saying a few words to her daughter. However, there was soon a new recording of the call that reached Qin Yu's cell phone. Old Qin. Nan and I will go find a school for Bo. You eat by yourself at noon. Don't wait for me. Obviously, Zhou Cuiping is lying to Qin Jianjun. She and her daughter's phone call said very clearly, is to go to Dongshan Park and a called old Zhang meet. What's that? The old bitch is so restless. She's ready to bring her father a forgiveness hat? Qin Yu felt a little nauseous, as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. At the same time, his heart was also a bit torn. If he told his father the truth, he would definitely have a hard time. After all, he had also lived with Zhou Cuiping for more than 10 years, but to let his father stay in the dark and watch him being betrayed by Zhou Cuiping, it would be too unfilial if he didn't say anything. What's the deal? Ooh-hoo. Qin Yu was having a bit of a headache when WeChat prompted another phone call recording. Nan. You give Zhang Bin a call to ask to confirm that his mom is in or not, in case the father and son teamed up to cheat us, and his mom found out. I'll lose my face. Well, I'll ask again. Another call from mother and daughter Zhou Cuiping. It looked like they weren't too stupid and didn't completely believe everything Zhang Bin said. WOJ? At this point, Qin Yu also reacted. Zhou Cuiping mouth old Zhang, is Zhang Bin's father. These two, are they toads sleeping with frogs? Ugly and playful? Trying to take down both Zhou Cuiping's mother and daughter. This kind of. A light flashed in Qin Yu's mind and he dialed Jiang Shiyan's phone. Have the planning department manager come here. Yes, Mr. Qin. Jiang Shiyan immediately contacted the manager of the planning department after receiving Qin Yu's call. A few minutes later, the manager of the planning department hurriedly walked into Qin Yu's office and said respectfully, Mr. Qin, what are your orders? Zhang Bin is one of your men? Qin Yu asked bluntly. Right. The planning manager nodded. I heard that his family style is a bit messed up. His old man is old and still engaging in twilight romance outside. You remind him to pay attention to his influence. Don't let his family matters affect our 4Cs group's reputation. Also, don't say it's my intention. Understand? Qin Yu half squinted his eyes and said leisurely, got it. Although the manager of the planning department had a belly full of doubts, he did not dare to get to the bottom of the matter and nodded before walking out of Qin Yu's office. After returning to the planning department, he called up Zhang Bin, who was at his post, and went into his office. Hey, manager, is it the new general manager who's going to meet us? The junior management? Zhang Bin only knew that the new general manager was Yin Mingyu's personal bodyguard, but he had never seen the real face. On weekdays, he had a pretty good relationship with the manager, so he spoke more freely. Well, the general manager was rather busy and didn't mention this. I called you here because I wanted to ask, your family, isn't there another old man? The manager of the planning department looked Zhang Bin up and down, and in his heart, he was secretly guessing what kind of relationship he had with the general manager, and why his family's old man engaged in a twilight romance would alarm the general manager. Yeah, already retired. Every day is tea and walking. Days are much more leisurely than us youngsters. Zhang Bin flinched before saying, oh, I heard that your old man old heart is not old. Days are very colorful. Some rumors have reached the head office, saying that your old man is engaged in some kind of twilight love. You also know the rules of the 4Cs group, which pays close attention to the reputation and image, and if it is because of your old man that it affects the company, then I think you're in charge of the company, too. The manager of the planning department skimmed Zhang Bin and said nonchalantly, manager, don't worry, I'll deal with this matter right away, and I will definitely not let my old man ruin our company's image. If he doesn't listen to advice, I'll sever the father-son relationship with him. After Zhang Bin was shocked for a moment, he said in a righteous manner, okay, get out. The planning manager waved his hand. At this point, Dongshan Park, wearing a red halter dress, beautifully dressed Zhou Cuiping, has met the old Zhang. She had thought that Zhang Bin's father had retired and should be gray-haired. However, seeing the real person only realized that the figure was sturdy and the hair was dark and lush, and he looked to be in his 50s at the most. Wearing a jacket, he was quite imposing. Your Tweety so young? Zhang Dafu also did not expect that Zhou Cuiping looked, surprisingly, only in her 30s. Moreover, the makeup she wore today was exquisite, and she was dressed beautifully, with white skin, giving the impression of a mature young woman. Geez, it's not young, it's 40. Jo Tsuaping purposely said her real age because she was afraid that Zhang Dafu would think that she was trying to figure out what he was doing when she was so young and pretty, but she was on a blind date with him. I have to say that Jo Tsuaping still understands men. 40. Ah, more than 10 years younger than me. Come, sit. After Zhang Dafu invited Jo Tsuaping into the pavilion, he couldn't help but measure her figure. There was no little tummy at all, so it was obvious that the figure was still very well managed, especially the curves of her chest, which were fuller than the average woman. Looking at Zhang Dafu was a bit of a distraction. It can't be helped. Men are all the same, and I guess the only way to be honest is to hang on the wall. Old Zhang, you know all my conditions, right? When Jo Tsuaping saw Zhang Dafu's gaze, which stayed on herself, she took the opportunity to start talking about conditions. Ah, I know. I'll give you $2,000 a month out of pocket, plus the house in your name, and your grandson living with us. These are no problem. Zhang Dafu nodded, feeling that he could accept all these conditions of Jo Tsuaping. LOL. Then wait a few days, divorce the deadbeat in my house and we'll be together. Jo Tsuaping smiled happily. Okay, I'll wait for you then. Zhang Dafu pulled Jo Tsuaping's hand, and the two of them began to hug. Bells. At this time, Zhang Dafu's cell phone but rang, scared him a shiver, touched out the phone to see. It was his son called, only to breathe a sigh of relief. Hello, Xiaoban? Dad, were you on a blind date with Auntie Cho at East Hill Park? Zhang Bin asked in a deep voice. Yeah, didn't you introduce me? Zhang Dafu asked suspiciously. Then hurry back and don't make any blind dates. I'm getting screwed out of my job, Zhang Bin said sharply. What? Zhang Dafu didn't react a bit. Let's talk when you come back. Otherwise, I'm going to be fired from the company, Zhang Bin said impatiently. Okay, I'll be right back. Zhang Dafu also knew that his son's job was not easy to come by, and after tucking away his cell phone, he said to Jo Tsuaping, there's a bit of an emergency at home, so I'll go back for a while. So our thing. Jo Tsuaping looked at Zhang Dafu in confusion. Later, Zhang Dafu hurriedly walked out of the gazebo and got into a small black car, leaving Jo Tsuaping alone in the wind. 4C Studios. Xinyu was sitting behind a wide desk and was looking at some basic information about the company. He had just taken up his post and it took him quite a while just to familiarize himself with the company. Zhang Shiyun has been in the logistics department, received a brand new set of work clothes, white shirt, black skirt, very common workplace dress. However, she was very tall, maybe around 5 feet 7 inches, giving her a pavilion-like appearance. Clutching the folder, he knocked on Xinyu's office door. Mr. Xin, will lunch be sent over? Or should we go to the company's cafeteria? To the cafeteria. After Xinyu finished, he exhorted, just have a normal staff meal. Don't alarm anyone. Although, Xinyu had no experience in managing a company, he knew that the lower he put his status, the more clearly he could see the company's shortcomings. If one is always on a high horse, sitting in the office all day long and waiting for his hands to come down to report on the situation, I am afraid that the real situation will not be understood at all. Okay, Mr. Xin. Zhang Shiyun was slightly flabbergasted, feeling that Xinyu did not seem to be the same as the others, but specifically, she could not say so after just coming into contact. By the way, what about that Tang Bing? Has he left yet? Xinyu thought of that little starlet, and it was not easy, wanting to make a name for herself in this circle while trying to keep her body ice cold. No, been in the studio looking at information related to Mr. Yen. Zhang Shiyun shook her head and said, then go get her and have lunch together at noon. Xinyu said after thinking about it. Yes, Zhang Shiyun and Xinyu took the elevator together and arrived at the floor of the studio, and after waiting at the door for a minute or two, Tang Bing and the short-haired woman walked out. Mr. Xin, thank you for giving Bing Bing a chance. She's been looking at Mr. Yan's profile, she'll definitely be able to get a good shot this time. The short-haired woman barked as soon as she came up. Xinyu glanced at Tang Bing, pursing his lips slightly and looking a bit unnatural, then he nodded his head lightly. Good. As long as we work with all our hearts, we'll have the possibility of working together next time. Thank you, Mr. Xin, Tang Bing said through clenched teeth. She was kind of running away from Xinyu, not because of anything else but the fact that she was under the effect of alcohol at that time and actually pointed at someone's nose and cursed them. But in the end, instead of making things difficult for her, Xinyu gave her a chance, and she felt a little guilty, her heart overreacting. Well, go eat. Xinyu did not say anything else. After the four of them entered the elevator, they came to the ordinary staff cafeteria, which was rotating in design. Only the company's top management could go upstairs. Mr. Xin, sit over here. Jiang Shiyun found a slightly quieter window seat. Well, call in 4 meals. Sheen Yu nodded. Mr. Sheen, let's eat here at noon. The short-haired woman had a few moments of doubt in her eyes. What's wrong, not used to eating? Sheen Yu raised his eyebrows and asked rhetorically. Not that. The short-haired woman snapped and waved her hand. Soon, Jiang Shiyun typed 4 portions of rice over. There was meat, there were vegetables, the portions were normal, there was no special care. Sheen Yu ate a few bites before saying, when I was at the head office, I often ate with Mr. Yen as well. Labor cafeteria. Mr. Yen is so down to earth. The short-haired woman was a little surprised. What did you expect? Sheen Yu said without any good humor. Mr. Sheen. The short-haired woman showed a few moments of embarrassment. Mr. Sheen, can I learn more about Mr. Yen from you? Tang Bing opened her mouth at the right time, and sort of relieved the short-haired woman. Yes, Sheen Yu said with a bland expression. Does Ms. Yen have a temper? Can you see on her face a smile when she encounters difficulties and setbacks? Will she cry? In her spare time, will she go shopping and party with her friends? Tang Bing asked in one breath. It was evident that she was sincere and wanted to play the role of the legendary beauty boss of the 4Cs group. Then I'll answer you line by line. Sheen Yu put down the chopsticks in his hands and looked at Tang Bing and said with a straight face. First of all, President Yen has a big temper, especially when faced with someone who harms the company's interests. President Yen is able to scold him to death. However, she has a small temper again, and can personally go to the supermarket and pick out gifts for the children in the orphanage. In general, Ms. Yen rarely smiles, and I've only seen it once or twice in all the time I've known her. Perhaps, it has something to do with the position she's in, not showing her emotions so easily. Of course, setbacks and difficulties will definitely be encountered, and Yen will never cry, but will only use her wisdom to solve them in an organized manner. Lastly, regarding the issue between General Manager Yen and her friends, it's even simpler. In private, General Manager Yen doesn't have any racket. Shopping, watching movies, eating and drinking. Mr. Sheen, it seems like you really know Mr. Yen well. Tang Bing gave Sheen Yu a deep look, and secretly said in her heart, I'm afraid this is not an employee's understanding of his boss, but a man's understanding of a woman he adores. Sheen Yu couldn't help but laugh softly. Could he not understand this beautiful boss? She's her own registered wife. It's just that the stupid wife doesn't know the two are related. Mr. Sheen, so is Mr. Yen married? Tang Bing asked coldly, actually having nothing to do with the promo to be filmed, but simply gossiping. If this beautiful boss got married, then Sheen Yu would be miserable and could only fall in love with a single flower. It's over. When Sheen Yu first became a security guard, the whole company knew about Yen Mingyu's marriage, but no one had ever known just who her husband was. I'll digest it and I'll definitely try to make a good promo for this one. Tang Bing also had a very proper attitude, being convinced by Sheen Yu's character. If ordinary men were in the office in the morning, I'm afraid they would have already taken advantage of her. Well, let's eat. I'll ask the studio side to hurry up with the shooting and try not to delay your schedule. Sheen Yu nodded. Thank you, Mr. Sheen. Tang Bing revealed a look of gratitude. Snort. At that moment, a couple of security guards in black uniforms with walkie-talkies on their desks lit up red. Security. Security. Come to the first floor. We have a situation. Roger. Roger. Coming right down. Several security guards put down their chopsticks and immediately ran out of the cafeteria in a hurry. Sheen Yu frowned. Could something have happened? You guys eat. I'll go down and check it out. Because Sheen Yu was by Yen Mingyu's side, he was also in charge of security, so he was extra sensitive to security issues. He also followed suit, putting down his chopsticks and walking out with large strides. Hey, Shin. Jiang Shiyun wanted to call Mr. Sheen, but she was afraid of alerting the others, so she jogged after him. At this point, on the square in front of the company, a middle-aged woman in a cleaning suit had been lying on the ground, parked next to a Mercedes-Benz, standing next to a few arms tattooed with dragons and tigers of the strong man, cursing, walking without long eyes. In the 4Cs group as a cleaning on the crazy next time directly hit the death. Quick, take the man to the hospital. You guys, don't go. The security guards who rushed out quickly surrounded the burly men. Shit, a few $1,000s a month. What's the point of playing with your life? Do you know who we are? One of them, a burly man, patted his firm pecs, embroidered with the words War Wolf. You're from the War Wolf Martial Arts School? In this area of Dongshan Road, the War Wolf Martial Arts School was very famous. Not only was the owner particularly capable of fighting, but the members inside were also particularly united. If someone got into trouble outside, One phone call and the people from the Werewolf Martial Arts School would come out in force. Therefore, no matter whether it was an ordinary person in Dongshan Road or those who owned a company, they were all very afraid of the Werewolf Martial Arts School. No one wants to mess with them until they have to. Okay, count us unlucky, take it. As medical expenses. Another burly man, full of displeasure, drew a few bills from his wallet and threw them on the ground with an insult. A few security guards were furious, but they were also a bit torn in their hearts. Was it worth it to offend the Battle Wolf Martial Arts School for an insignificant janitor or not? Get out of the way. Labor's got work to do. A couple of burly men yelled and were about to get in their cars and leave. Stop them in their tracks. At this time, a tall young man came out of the doorway, took a look at the janitorial staff lying on the ground, and suddenly let out a cold cry. Good, Mr. Chin. There was a security guard who was in charge of the studio and had met Chin once and knew that he was the new general manager. Hastily drawing his rubber baton, he stopped in front of the Mercedes. No go, grass. You guys really want to go against our Battle Wolf Martial School? The burly man driving the car looked at the security guard through the glass with a grim expression. The security guard subconsciously lowered his head. Put by this group of people to lose their jobs is small. Maybe broken arms and legs. Bang. I don't care what martial arts school you are. You want to leave after hitting someone? Shinyu had already come to the side of the Mercedes-Benz. By all accounts the glass quality of the Mercedes-Benz should be quite good, but he smashed it with a single punch, clasping the shoulders of the strong man and pulling him out hard. Ouch! Cripes! The burly man was wearing a black undershirt, and his arm cut through the broken glass, which instantly drenched him in blood and caused him to grimace in pain. Damn! Looking for death. The remaining few burly men were enraged, and after pushing open the car door, they swung their fists towards Chinyu. Be careful, Mr. Chin. A couple of security guards also drew their rubber bats to meet them. Slam. These burly men were indeed not bad fighters, putting the group of security guards on the ground in 3 or 2 hits. Mr. Chin, I'm fine. I'll just go back and put some medicine on it. Don't offend the Werewolf Martial Arts School. Lying on the ground cleaning, just was hit and injured organs. A breath cannot come up before lying on the ground, but the consciousness is still awake. Seeing that the new general manager had actually made a move with the people from the Werewolf Martial Arts Center for the sake of himself, a small janitor, he was touched and scared. Humph, you don't need to be afraid. Behind you is the entire 4Cs group. Today, if they don't give you an explanation, no one will be able to leave. Chinyu uttered, having just become Yen Mingyu's bodyguard, a phrase that she had once said. Don't be afraid when you're being bullied, because behind you stands, with the entire 4Cs group, Mr. Chin. The cleaning tears came out in a flash. It never occurred to me that I, a small janitor, would be valued and sheltered by the company. Damn, our brothers want to leave. Can you stop them? The remaining few burly men did not put Chinyu in their eyes at all. Humph, I'm going to leave you guys behind, and the King of Heaven won't be able to take you away. Chinyu sliced his palm on the neck of the strong man whose shoulder he had clasped, and after dropping it on the ground smoothly, he took the initiative to meet up towards the remaining few strong men. Mr. Chin, be careful. Zhang Shiyun also ran out from inside the gate and saw that Chinyu, as the general manager, had actually made a move with the men of the notoriously fierce Battle Wolf Martial Arts School for the sake of a cleaning ant. She had only been in the company for half a month and didn't realize that Chinyu came from being a bodyguard. Biting her lip slightly, she couldn't help but carry a few glimmers of reverence in her eyes. Yo, or what a total. Want to die is it? Labor to fulfill you. A burly man sneered, and with a simple straight punch, he smashed into Chinyu's face. Put. Chinyu was also simple and direct, lifting his leg and kicking. You can't have arms as long as you have legs. Crap. The strong man had a sharp pain in his jaw, and his teeth were broken several times, and after slurring his words, he half-kneeled on the ground. Shit. Practicing? The remaining few strong men looked at each other and together they surrounded towards Chinyu. Quick slick up. A fist grazed the tip of Chinyu's nose and slipped past. Chinyu kicked his opponent's knee, and the opponent stumbled, and before he could fall, he received a solid punch to the nose. Mr. Chin, back there. A burly man sneaked up from behind and tried to strangle Chinyu's neck. Without even thinking, Zhang Shiyun ran over and tugged on the strong man's arm with a deadly grip. Fuck off. With a wave of the burly man's hand, Zhang Shiyun staggered backward several steps and sat on her butt. Ka-ching. Only, before the burly man could lash out again, Chinyu had already clasped his shoulder and directly twisted and dislocated it. He had followed his grandfather to learn the art of medicine. So naturally, he was not comfortable with grappling and dislodging bones. You wait, I'm going to call someone. See, there is only one strong man left. See Chin Yu so raw no kicked in the iron plate. Colorful roar a few words, then touched the phone to shake people. Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin. At this time, the managers who got the news also rushed out with their male employees, hundreds of them. Although they were not professional fighters, they were still old men after all. And how could they be indifferent when Chin Yu, a general manager, was fighting for his life with someone down there in order to defend the company's employees? Let's get the injured man up and get the infirmary side over here to take a look. Chin Yu turned around and looked at the several managers and said indifferently, yes, Mr. Chin. Immediately, someone came over and helped the injured security guard and Jiang Shiyun, as well as the janitorial staff up. Damn, don't be a wimp if you've got the guts. Our big brother is coming over right away with his men. After the burly man hung up the phone, he said viciously to Chin Yu, come one, I'll beat one. Come two, I'll beat a pair. No matter who it is that dares to touch our 4C's group's people, I'll beat them up. Chin Yu's figure was as straight as a sword, and his voice was even more powerful, making people's blood boil when they heard it. Mr. Chin, we are with you. The group of managers took a step forward. They were all stirred up by Chin Yu's grounded words, stirring up that hot blood in their hearts. The 100 or so male employees behind them all took a step forward in unison as well. Humph, a bunch of rabble. It looked like the strong man, and they often fought with people in group fights, and they didn't put this group of office-sitting white-collar workers in their eyes at all, except for Chin Yu's fighting strength, which made him slightly scornful. Cousin, put off tomorrow's trip. I think I know Mr. Yen. Still not deeply enough. Tang Bing and her manager were also standing in the crowd, and seeing the heady scene, she gently bit her shell teeth and said, good. The short-haired woman glanced at Tang Bing and nodded. Squeak, squeak. A few minutes later, 5 or 6 black vans sped by. On the door of the car, there are the words War Wolf Martial Arts Center. Ha 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 ha, here comes our man. The burly man who shook the man laughed loudly. Shit, who's touching a laboring brother? A slab of a man in a tight t-shirt and bulging muscles jumped out of the van. Standing at about 1 meter 9, with broad shoulders and a thin waist, he walked with a strong sense of oppression. Me. Chin Yu stood at the forefront of the crowd and said in an unassuming manner, shit, all down. Fight. Slabhead was a grumpy man, not even asking about the ins and outs of the situation, and with a wave of his hand, more henchmen jumped out of the van, 40 to 50 of them. Although there were about 100 people on Chin Yu's side, they were all white-collar workers who often sat in the office and did not have any combat power at all. Almost in a single glance, half of Chin Yu's side fell down. Ha ha ha, it's so vegetable and fun-loving. Slabbed head full of contempt. Let the people of the War Wolf Martial Arts Museum to clean up a group of white-collar workers sitting in the office. Is not Zhang Fei eating beansprouts a piece of cake? Squeak. At that moment, a black Bentley, gliding over like a deep-sea diving shark in the sunlight. Behind them, there were 2 BMW X5s. Quick, protect Mr. Yen first. In the 2 cars behind her were the 10 elites that Yen Mingyu had selected from the A-grade security guards, as a team of bodyguards, to protect her well-being. Seeing the conflict in the square, the natural first reaction was to protect Yen Mingyu. This guy, Yen Mingyu, was a bit teary-eyed. On the first day of handing over the branch to Chin Yu's management, he even brought the company's employees to fight with someone, or a group fight with hundreds of people. However, Yen Mingyu wouldn't ask about the ins and outs of the matter, but instead waved her slender arm, helped the branch's people and set them straight. Yes, Mr. Yen. Apart from leaving 2 A-grade security guards to accompany Yen Mingyu, the remaining 8 were like wolves and tigers and joined the fighting circle. Perhaps their combat power was a bit inferior to Chin Yu's, but to be able to become A-class security guards, they were definitely not generalized. Many are combat champions or grew up practicing martial arts. With them joining in, the Battle Wolf Martial Hall side soon couldn't resist. Chin Yu quickly swept a glance at Yen Mingyu, who was standing next to the Bentley, still with a noble temperament and elegant posture, and his heart thumped twice before he rushed towards the border. He's the owner of the War Wolf Martial Arts School, so capture the thief and put him down. Shit, I'll waste you. Plate-inch head became infuriated, kicked at Chin Yu's knee, and turned his palm into a knife, poking at Chin Yu's throat. How does someone like you deserve to be called a werewolf? Chin Yu's eyes narrowed, and Slabhead's ruthlessness made him move to kill as well. Ka-ching! With a quick jerk of his head, he voluntarily slammed into Slate's arms, grabbing both of his arms and dislocating them all with a hard twist. At the same time, a kick, solid kick on the head of the Sea of Chi Point. This point was seriously injured, even if recovered. In the future in the martial arts will be difficult to make progress in the slightest. Put. The border shook and spat out blood from his mouth, an unbelievable gaze in his eyes. You dare to waste me? As a person practicing martial arts? but you bully the weak and have no martial virtues. In ancient times it would be called martial arts scum and everyone would be punished, Shin-yu said coldly. Well, I'll admit it. But, Slab didn't end up saying the latter words because the rules of that organization were so strict that they weren't allowed to reveal the slightest bit of information at all. If you want revenge in the future, just come directly to me. Shin-yu knew that the other party was not willing, but he had offended many people in this small half-year, and it was not that bad. Let's go. Slabhead knew that it would be self-defeating to fight any further. Gritting his teeth, he gave Shin-yu a deep look before leading the men into the car in a sorry state. Well, everyone disperse too. Shin-yu waved his hand, and a few managers walked into the company building with a group of employees with swollen noses. You guys just stay out here. I'm going into the office. After giving an explanation, Yen Mingyu walked towards Shin-yu and asked, what's going on? Oh, someone from the Warwolf Martial Arts School drove through the plaza and hit one of our janitors with a very arrogant attitude. So I stepped in to teach him a lesson. Shin-yu said gently. Well done. No one from our 4C's group can afford to be bullied. Yen Mingyu nodded, feeling that there was not the slightest fault in Shin-yu's approach. After a pause, he inclined his head. Accompany me up and down the company. Yes. Shin-yu followed Yen Mingyu up the steps. Tang Bing and the short-haired woman were still standing in the doorway. You're Mr. Yen? Tang Bing had read about Yen Mingyu, but in reality, it was the first time he had seen Yen Mingyu, with a face that was so beautiful and a powerful aura. It seemed to emanate a strong light from her body that made people not dare to look directly at her. You are? Yen Mingyu asked rhetorically. My name is Tang Bing. I'm the one who took over the 4C's group's promo. Your role. Tang Bing was at least a small star, but in front of Yen Mingyu, she looked a bit formal. Oh, is the shooting done? Yen Mingyu asked. She came over at this moment because she wanted to see the progress of the promo, and in the meantime, she wanted to see if Shin-yu could adapt to the situation over here. No, Mr. Shin is not satisfied. We'll reshoot this afternoon. Tang Bing shook his head and said truthfully. Oh, what didn't he like? Yen Mingyu asked with interest. He said I didn't act like it, but I think Mr. Shin is right. It's because I wasn't prepared enough. At this moment, Tang Bing already had a new perception of Shin-yu, and once again realized that Shin-yu wasn't targeting himself at all, but that he really couldn't reach the look of Yen Mingyu in his heart. Oh, then reshoot. Yen Mingyu didn't ask anything more. Shin-yu followed her. The two of them had been living together for a little over half a year, so she must know herself very well. Not to mention, after transferring Shin-yu away, she was really still a bit uncomfortable. However, she really couldn't stand Shin-yu looking at herself, that bright eyes, and didn't want to affect both sides of the family, so she could only resort to this. Don't worry, Mr. Yen, I will definitely make this promo, Tang Bing said seriously. Then take a break for lunch and I'll come check it out during the afternoon shoot. Yen Mingyu finished speaking and walked into the elevator first with Shin-yu. How's it going? Still getting used to it? Yen Mingyu glanced at Shin-yu and took the initiative to ask. If I were to say I'm not used to it, would you transfer me back? Shin-yu said with a bitter smile. No, you deserve better than to be my bodyguard all the time. Yen Mingyu gently shook her head. Mr. Yen, thank you for the opportunity. I will manage this branch well. Go to my office. I'll make you a cup of tea. Shin-yu invited Yen Mingyu into his office. After making her a cup of tea, her cell phone vibrated on WeChat. Picking it up, it was another recording of Zhou Zuiping's call. With his mind spinning, he said to Yen Mingyu, I'll take a call. Then, bringing the door with him, he went out into the hallway before turning on the phone recording.